I was forced to kneel in public by a rich kid, simply because I couldn't afford to pay a few hundred yuan in class fees. But he didn't know that I earned my first pot of gold in just 3 days, a sum they could never dream of in their entire lives. My name is Chun Fan. I used to be the poorest student at Jiangzhou University, so poor that I had to grit my teeth and scrape together a few hundred yuan for class fees, and I had a younger sister at home waiting for me to send her living expenses. But just because I refused to participate in useless class activities, Liang Dong, a rich second generation, humiliated me in front of the whole class and forced me to kneel down and beg him to pay for me. Everyone was laughing, and no one said a word for me. It was at that moment that I realized that for those without money, even their dignity can be trampled underfoot. Dejected, I walked to the school gate when a Maserati suddenly sped towards me. The next second, I was knocked to the ground, my head hitting the earth hard, and my vision went black. The driver was none other than Zhao Linlin, the school's most popular and sought-after beauty. She turned pale with fright, hurriedly got out of the car to help me, and said she would take me to the hospital immediately. She was genuinely panicked, but someone just didn't want me to have an easy time. Liang Dongkai quickly arrived at the scene and immediately started distorting the truth. He said that I couldn't pay my class fees and deliberately came to stage an accident to extort money from Zhao Linlin. Zhao Linlin's best friend was even more ruthless. She pulled out a few bills and threw them at my feet, treating me like a beggar and telling me to get lost. The gazes of everyone around me were like knives. I stared intently at the money on the ground, then finally grabbed it and threw it back at her. Even though my legs were trembling with pain, I forced myself to stand up and leave. I had no money to go to the hospital, so I could only lie in my dorm and endure the pain. For 3 whole days, I had a recurring high fever, my eyes were sore and stinging, and I started seeing double. During my most difficult time, my mother suddenly called. She cautiously asked if I needed money, and said she was going to sell the pigs to raise money for my living expenses. My nose stung with tears, but I could only grit my teeth and refuse. My family was already poor enough. I would rather go hungry myself than have my younger sister forced to drop out of school because of tuition fees. But just as I was staring blankly out the window, something strange suddenly happened. My eyes seemed to be forcibly opened by some force, and the dormitory in the distance was instantly brought closer. Even from hundreds of meters away, I could clearly see the tables, chairs, water cups, and books in the girls' dormitory, and even the tiny lines on the cups were crystal clear. I was completely stunned, and then began frantically experimenting. The results were even more outrageous. My vision could actually penetrate the walls, allowing me to see everything hidden in the room. Soon after, I noticed an ancient coin hanging on my roommate's key. With just one glance, its origin and true value automatically came to mind. At that moment, I finally realized that the car accident hadn't destroyed me. Instead, it had awakened an extremely terrifying ability to see through things. I instinctively glanced towards the next dormitory room and saw Liang Dongkai holding his phone, celebrating wildly with several classmates. He had poured all 200,000 yuan into Tongqing real estate. But in my view, the stock's trajectory was completely different. I clearly saw that it would instantly crash after 2.5 minutes, followed by a sharp decline. I didn't warn them. I just sat quietly on the edge of the bed, watching the group next door celebrate like madmen. They used to laugh at my poverty. Now it was my turn to wait for them to cry. The next second, a scream suddenly came from next door. Tongqing Real Estate's stock price plummeted from its daily limit, crashing to its daily limit and hitting the absolute bottom. Liang Dongcai's face turned deathly pale, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Several classmates scrambled to support him, and the laughter from before vanished completely. A chill ran down my spine. I had witnessed my own predictions come true, and I was finally certain that these eyes could truly see into the future. I used to warn them that the stock market was too risky, and that ordinary people couldn't possibly beat the big players, but they just laughed at me for being timid and spineless. Now it's finally their turn to pay the price. To further test my abilities, I turned on my roommate's computer and observed the trends of several stocks, quickly identifying one called Tianfu Medical. In my mind's eye, it was about to skyrocket and lock in its daily limit. But my roommates, Yilang Gao and Wang Hao, didn't believe it at all. They thought the stock was lifeless and had no chance of rising. But no sooner had they said that than Tianfu Medical suddenly surged wildly, as if it had been set ablaze. Within seconds, the stock price hit its daily limit. The entire dormitory fell silent instantly, and Yilang Gao and Wang Hao stared at me wide-eyed. Their faces were filled with shock and regret because they had just missed a money-making opportunity, while I had seen through everything beforehand. After several predictions came true in succession, I finally understood that these eyes would completely change my destiny, and I would never live the way I used to. I immediately decided to open a brokerage account. Since I could see stock trends in advance, I would eventually earn back all the dignity I had lost. Later, when Elang Gao and I went out to buy cigarettes, we passed a convenience store. Suddenly, I realized I could even read the winning information inside the beetle nut packaging. I casually bought a bunch of winning beetle nuts, won several prizes in a row, and ended up getting a whole carton of cigarettes for free. Elang Gao stood next to me, completely dumbfounded. Back in the dorm, my gaze fell once again on the ancient coin on Wang Hao's key. My X-ray vision told me it wasn't an ordinary copper coin, but a genuinely valuable antique. I immediately pulled out the last 200 yuan I had and bought the coin. My roommates looked at me like I was crazy. They thought I was so poor I'd lost my mind. But only I knew that this coin was far more than it appeared. The next day, I rode my bike alone to the antique street. The entire street was teeming with vendors and collectors, everyone gambling on their eyesight and their luck. But while they were gambling with their lives, I relied on my X-ray vision. The fakes couldn't hide from me, and the truly valuable items couldn't be concealed either. I deliberately picked up a counterfeit item from a stall and asked the price. The owner immediately asked for 2,000. I pretended to hesitate, but my eyes were constantly fixed on the ancient coins at my waist. Just then, a refined-looking middle-aged man noticed the copper coin and approached, asking to examine it more closely. I casually handed it over, secretly observing his reaction. Sure enough, his eyes lit up after just a few glances. After examining it, the man smiled and asked how much I was willing to sell it for. Without further ado, I immediately quoted 4,000 coins. To my surprise, he laughed and said I was obviously an amateur. He then deliberately tried to lower the price, saying this Yongjing Tongbao coin from the Bao Bureau was worth, at most, 800. I immediately took the coin back. People in the antique business are masters of acting. The value of an item is never determined by words. I was firm, immediately offering 2,000. Take it or leave it, giving him no chance to probe further. The middle-aged man remained silent for a moment, then finally began to raise the price. I knew this ancient coin was worth over 1,000, so I held firm to my offer. Finally, he settled on 1,380 yuan and even handed me his business card, telling me to contact him at Baibaozhai if I had any goods. Seeing the money in my account, I finally felt completely at ease. His X-ray vision was real, and this antique street was like an ATM to me. I didn't leave immediately, but continued browsing the stalls. Soon, I found a quart snuff bottle at a general store. The dozen or so around it were all cheap imitations. This was the only genuine one. Seeing I was young, the owner immediately asked for 5,000 yuan. I pretended to know nothing, casually haggled a few times, and then turned to leave. After several rounds of haggling, the owner finally sold it to me for 80 yuan. After paying, I headed straight to Baibaozhai with the snuff bottle. The owner, Zhua Handong, immediately changed his expression upon seeing it. He pulled out a magnifying glass and examined it closely. After a few minutes, he finally confirmed it was a genuine antique from the imperial court, worth at least 60 or 70,000 yuan on the market. However, Zhua Handong deliberately didn't quote a price, clearly testing my knowledge. I was too lazy to play games with him and directly offered 50,000 yuan. After a few seconds of silence, Zhua Handong transferred the money on the spot and even offered to befriend me, hoping I would prioritize collaborating with him if I had any valuable projects in the future. In just one morning, I made over 50,000 yuan by snatching 2 bargains. At that moment, for the first time, I truly felt that I had a chance to turn my life around. Afterwards, I went to a securities company to open an account, leaving only 3,000 yuan for living expenses, intending to invest the rest in the stock market. To others, the stock market is a casino. But to me, who now possesses the ability to see through things, it's simply an ATM. Back in the dorm that night, I announced it was my treat. My roommates were all stunned, completely disbelieving that I suddenly had money. Wang Hao even suspected that Zhao Linlin had secretly compensated me. I was too lazy to explain, simply saying that the ancient coin had been sold. Upon learning that the coin had sold for over 1,000, Wang Hao was dumbfounded. I transferred his share of the money to him, not taking a single penny more. Poor as I may be, I wouldn't take advantage of my brothers. For the first time, the way my roommates looked at me began to change. In the evening, A group of us went to have dinner on the back street of the school. Guo Jianliang, without consulting us, brought 3 fellow villagers to freeload. What's even more disgusting is that he used my money to do favors like crazy, offering cigarettes and adding dishes, making it seem like he was treating everyone tonight. Wang Hao and Yilang Gao clearly didn't like it, but they held back for the sake of appearances, while I was secretly delighted. Just then, Liang Dongkai walked over with a long-legged beauty. The woman had a stunning figure, but she was clearly somewhat resistant to him. Guo Jianliang instantly rushed over like a dog, offering his seat and frantically trying to please him, even ignoring me, the one who was actually treating. When Liang Dongkai saw me, his eyes were full of contempt. After suffering a terrible loss in the stock market during the day, he now disliked me even more. It was as if as long as I remained poor, he could maintain his ridiculous sense of superiority. But what happened next surprised me. The long-legged beauty suddenly stared at me and asked softly, "Are you Chen Fan?" The atmosphere at the dinner table instantly became awkward. Before I could speak, the person next to me answered for me. After the girl smiled, Liang Dong's face immediately darkened. He immediately interrupted her, preventing her from continuing to speak to me. I instantly realized that this bastard must have spoken ill of me to her beforehand. I was too lazy to argue, and subconsciously activated my X-ray vision. But the next second, I froze on the spot. Because in my vision, Liang Dongcai's head was emitting a large, blinding green light, and the woman's eyes clearly held a secret. After the meal, Guo Jianliang sat motionless, clearly waiting for me to pay the bill. I couldn't be bothered to continue indulging him. I casually said I was going to the restroom, and then quickly slipped away with Wang Hao and Yilang Gao. The 2 girls quickly sensed the awkward atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, only Guo Jianliang, Liang Dongcai, and the few people who had eaten and drunk for free were left at the table, standing there in a daze. Liang Dongcai was quite drunk and wanted to take the girls to another round. Guo Jianliang, however, started to panic and kept calling us. But all 3 of our phones were switched off. Soon, the restaurant owner came over with the bill, 1,038 yuan, and placed it on the table. Guo Jianliang's face instantly turned pale, because he had ordered all the food and drinks. As a result, Liang Dongcai immediately turned hostile and started cursing. He berated Guo Jianliang for being broke, yet pretending to treat everyone. Then turned and left with the long-legged beauty, the rest of the group following suit. In just a few minutes, Guo Jianliang was completely abandoned. Meanwhile, the 3 of us were already back in our dorm, laughing and washing up. When I woke up the next day, I remembered that my stock account was now able to trade normally. Upon opening the software, I saw the entire market was buzzing with activity. There were a frightening number of stocks hitting their daily limit, but I didn't care about the ordinary gains. After repeated screening, I finally settled on Envision Technology. My intuition told me that this stock was about to experience a continuous surge. As long as I got on board early, I could make at least several times my initial investment. Just after midnight, I placed a buy order with all my funds. The thought of my wealth doubling immediately excited me so much that I couldn't sleep. The next morning, I went for a run on the track and ran into Zhao Linlin and her friend. Zhao Linlin gave me a complicated look, but the girl next to her sneered and said that I must have deliberately staged an accident to scam money, her tone full of sarcasm. I didn't bother to explain and went straight back to my dorm after my run. At 9:25, I stared at the stock chart of Vision Technology and noticed that it had opened lower. Most people would panic seeing a low opening price, but I knew an opportunity had arrived. After the market opened at 9:30, the stock price briefly dipped before suddenly surging. In less than 2 minutes, Vision Technology hit its daily limit up. My initial investment of 48,000 yuan instantly turned into over 6,000 yuan. It was the first time I'd ever earned money like that with my own hands, and the thrill sent shivers down my spine. Just then, I heard Liang Dongcai scream from the next dorm room. His stocks had plummeted to their daily limit again, leaving him trapped with no chance to escape. Yilang Gao was so regretful, he kept slapping himself. He should have listened to me. Those hot, speculative stocks looked exciting, but they were all traps set for retail investors. I hadn't had classes on the weekend, and as soon as I got back to my dorm, I saw Guo Jianliang finally back. He had dark circles under his eyes and looked completely drained, but he still tried to act calm. He stubbornly insisted that the restaurant owner had agreed to help him lose weight and get fit. The rest of us in the dorm almost burst out laughing. The guy who was showing off last night had ended up making a fool of himself. The class organized another activity that evening that required payment, which I refused outright. Rather than waste money on pointless socializing, I'd rather continue browsing for bargains at the antique market. Wang Hao called to say his girlfriend wanted to introduce me to a pretty girl. I refused without even thinking. Right now, all I want to do is make money. I have no interest in relationships. The next morning, I rode my bike to the antique street. Now I understood more and more clearly that my X-ray vision was my true asset. Business was slow on the antique street, but that didn't matter to me. Others relied on experience and luck, but I could spot the real from the fake at a glance. The prices in the official shops were too high, and the profit margins too thin. My real target was those inconspicuous little stalls. The more chaotic the place, the easier it was to find genuine items. Soon, a Qing Dynasty general's jar caught my eye. Its simple and elegant shape and natural patina made it seem almost instantly authentic. I didn't rush to buy anything. Instead, I deliberately picked up a porcelain plate next to me and asked its price. The stall owner told me to name my price, clearly a seasoned shrew who wanted to test my knowledge. I put down the plate and turned to examine the jar. After inspecting it, I found no cracks, no dents, and it was in remarkably good condition. I deliberately said I wanted to buy it to store dried fruit, but the stall owner sneered and said that 9 out of 10 people who come to the antique market these days are looking to find a bargain and make a fortune. Since I couldn't fit it all in, I directly quoted 500. The stall owner insisted on 10,000, clearly still trying to take advantage of me as an unsuspecting sucker. I immediately countered, saying that the jar's workmanship was mediocre and looked like a high-quality fake. The stall owner actually seemed a little shaken after hearing this, thinking that what he had was just a fake. I continued to haggle, and after some back and forth, I finally bought the genuine general's jar for only 1,000 yuan. The stall owner thought he had made a good deal and saw me off with a smug look on his face. Little did he know that he had just let go of a truly valuable antique. I rushed to buy Baozhai with the general's jar in my arms. But as soon as I entered, I saw several other people with the exact same jars for appraisal, and the atmosphere instantly turned sour. Zhua Handong refused several people in succession, saying that a large number of counterfeit products had suddenly appeared on the market recently, and many people had been badly scammed by these general's jars. I stood there holding the jar, somewhat hesitant. But my X-ray vision told me that the one in my hand was definitely genuine. The fakes were just things that others had. Just then, a crisp voice came from the doorway. I turned around and froze on the spot, because the person who walked in was actually Zhuobing. Zhuobing was also taken aback when she saw me. She hadn't expected me to be here carrying antiques, and I hadn't expected that Bai Baozhai was actually her family's business. Thinking about how I'd recently made money by finding bargains, I suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Zhuobing reacted quickly, introducing us as just alumni, and even subtly kicked me under the table. The gesture was light, but it made me realize that she didn't want her family to misunderstand. Even stranger, the way she looked at me was noticeably more complicated than with other alumni. Zhua Handong didn't ask many questions and carefully examined the jar. However, because there were so many counterfeit products recently, he didn't dare to draw a conclusion immediately. Finally, he suggested leaving the item there and having it appraised by a professional. I didn't refuse, left my contact information, and turned to leave. As soon as I stepped out the door, a friend request popped up on my phone. The profile picture showed a pair of incredibly long legs. I knew without a doubt it was Zhuobing. I accepted, and she immediately called, asking for my location so we could talk in person. Her tone wasn't like a suggestion. It sounded like she'd planned this all along. Not long after, Zhuobing appeared at the street corner. She was dressed simply, yet she still stood out in the crowd. It was impossible not to notice her. Looking at her, I suddenly remembered the green light hanging over Liang Dongcai's head. I became increasingly suspicious that their relationship wasn't what outsiders were saying. Zhuobing took me directly to Starbucks. When I saw the prices on the menu, I realized that there was a significant difference in our spending levels. But she didn't give me a chance to pay. She just rushed to pay first. She didn't embarrass me. Instead, it was as if she already knew what I cared about. After we sat down, Zhuobing kept staring at me. She couldn't believe that a poor student could suddenly produce valuable antiques one after another. As we talked, she brought up Liang Dongcai, saying that the guy often deliberately belittled me in public, as if he was particularly afraid of others looking up to me. My heart sank. Liang Dongcai didn't just look down on me. He wanted to forever trample me underfoot, even cutting off any chance for others to get to know me. The conversation quickly turned to relationships. I confessed that I wasn't in the mood for dating right now. I just wanted to work hard and ease the financial burden on my family as soon as possible. Zwabing, however, said that it was too tiring to shoulder everything alone and that walking together would make it less lonely. I then asked her what her relationship with Liang Dongkai was. She immediately denied it, saying she had never accepted Liang Dongcai's advances. This statement instantly made it clear to me that the green light Liang Dongkai was wearing wasn't from being cheated on, but rather that he had been deluding himself from the beginning. Zwabing was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly looked at me and said that she had actually liked me a long time ago. Her tone was calm, but it completely stunned me. She said she remembered me from the first time we met in college. It's just that I was too aloof back then, and she never found a chance to get closer. I smiled bitterly to myself. I wasn't aloof back then. I was just poor, just insecure, and just too afraid to approach any girl. Finally, I couldn't stand the atmosphere anymore and had to make an excuse to leave. Before I left, Zwabing said that she would prove herself the next day. The next day at noon, my roommates suddenly all rushed to the cafeteria like crazy. It turned out that Liang Dong was preparing to publicly confess his feelings to Zwabing at the cafeteria entrance, and almost the entire school went to watch. I hadn't wanted to join the crowd, but Zwabing suddenly called, urging me to go to the cafeteria immediately. That's when I realized the proof she mentioned might be due today. When I arrived, the cafeteria entrance was already packed. The steps were covered in roses, and balloons and fairy lights were everywhere. The spectacle was enormous. Liang Dongkai, dressed in a suit, stood in the center of the crowd, holding a bouquet of flowers, his face full of confidence, as if Zwabing couldn't possibly refuse him. Just then, Zhuahandong called, saying that the general's jar had been authenticated and confirmed to be genuine. He said its market value was 52,000 yuan, and he was willing to buy it for 40,000 yuan. Without hesitation, I agreed on the spot. The instant I hung up, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Liang Dongkai, holding flowers, walked up the steps and knelt on one knee before Zwabing in front of the entire school. Everyone raised their phones, waiting to see her nod. But the next second, Zwabing walked past the crowd and looked directly at me in the distance. Then, she publicly rejected Liang Dongkai. The entire scene fell silent instantly. Liang Dong had prepared roses, balloons, and a school-wide audience, thinking he was guaranteed to win. But Zwabing's rejection turned their high-profile confession into a laughingstock for the entire school. But Zwabing had no intention of ending it there. She suddenly picked up a rose and said she would decide the outcome by plucking the petals, saying agree and disagree as she did so. The entire venue erupted in cheers, everyone joining in the commotion. Liang Dongkai was especially excited, believing that even the heavens were on his side, until only one petal remained. According to the order, an odd-number min agreement. Liang Dongkai was so excited he almost rushed forward, and those around him frantically shouted for Zwabing to say yes. But just as he was about to hug Zwabing, she suddenly raised her hand and tore the last petal in two. She coldly declared in front of the entire school, half a piece, that counts as disagreement. The room fell instantly silent. Liang Dongcai's face turned pale, then red, and in the end, he could only angrily throw away the flowers and leave in a sorry state. I stood outside the crowd and almost burst out laughing. This wasn't a confession. It was clearly a public execution that Zwabing had specially prepared for him. Just as I was about to leave, Zwabing sent me a message saying that starting today, she was officially going to pursue me. I was completely stunned when I saw the message. She had just publicly humiliated Liang Dongkai, and now she was openly pursuing me, not hiding anything at all. I didn't reply, but instead transferred all 40,000 yuan that Zhuahandong had transferred to my stock account, preparing to make another big score on Monday. I figured out the stock's trajectory for Envision Energy. What seemed like a frantic shakeout was actually a golden opportunity for anyone bold enough to profit handsomely. The thought of making even more money on the Chinex board is getting me really excited. Once you start making money, it's impossible to stop. Not long after, Zwabing messaged me again, saying she was hungry and asked me to treat her to dinner. Without thinking much, I sent her a 100 yuan red envelope. Zwabing was speechless, sending several question marks in a row, clearly confused by my clueless approach. Too lazy to study flirting techniques, I went to the library. Right now, the most important thing is to frantically brush up on my knowledge of antiques. I'd barely sat down when Zhou Yufei, dressed in a JK uniform, started making sarcastic remarks, convinced I was deliberately coming to the library to attract Zhao Linlin's attention. She got more and more agitated, eventually coming up to me and questioning whether I was really interested in constantly hanging around Zhao Linlin. I was speechless. The library is a public place. I was just quietly reading and couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. I casually replied in English, and Zhou Yufei's face instantly turned bright red. She covered her face and ran back to her seat. Zhao Linlin was completely bewildered and pressed her for an explanation. Zhou Yufei, blushing shyly, said that I had just made a heartfelt confession to her. Zhao Linlin was utterly exasperated and immediately warned her. What if he meant, either you leave me, or we die together? I spent 2 days straight in the library, finally waiting for Monday's market opening. Now I have 94,000 yuan in my account. At 9:25, I just opened the software, and as expected, Vision Technology opened lower. The next second, the major players started frantically dumping shares to shake out weak hands. But I wasn't panicked at all, because I already knew the trend. After a brief drop, it would definitely surge violently. Sure enough, not long after the market opened, Vision Technology shot straight up, immediately hitting the daily limit. This stock is going to surge continuously, hitting the daily limit up for 12 out of 15 trading days, a true super speculative stock. Watching my account profits jump around, my heart started racing. Once this wave ends, my funds will be at least 280,000. On the other side, Liang Dongkai was completely devastated. He'd suffered 3 consecutive days of limit-down trading, his initial investment of 200,000 yuan shrinking to 130,000. He was the only one in the class with a truly grim expression. Everyone else was making money, while he was losing money every day. Now even the way he looked at me was becoming increasingly gloomy. Just then, Zhou Bing messaged me again, complaining that I deliberately avoided her for 2 days and threatening to publicly announce their relationship if I didn't come out soon. I know her personality all too well. This woman is truly daring. I had no choice but to agree to the invitation. Anyway, my account is making money every day, so treating her to a meal is nothing. After class, I had just arrived at the back street of the school when I saw Zhou Bing standing by the roadside, wearing headphones and waiting for me. She was dressed very casually today, and with her long legs and high looks, almost everyone who passed by couldn't help but turn around to look at her. As soon as I got closer, she put the headphones to my ears. An old love song slowly started playing, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Zhou Bing dragged me straight into a barbecue restaurant. I didn't refuse, because I used to never dare to eat at places like that. After we sat down, Zhou Bing stared at me for a long time, and her first question was why I was deliberately avoiding her. I tried to change the subject with the menu, but it didn't work. She wouldn't let go of the question, clearly not intending to let me brush it off. Then, she brought up the English phrase from the library again, asking me what it meant. My heart skipped a beat. I had genuinely just said it casually and never imagined they would interpret it as a confession. Seeing that I didn't answer for a while, Zhou Bing's face immediately darkened, and she directly suspected that while I was flirting with her, I was secretly flirting with other girls. She started ordering food like crazy in a huff. When I saw the prices, I immediately deleted most of them. Although I'm starting to earn money now, I want to save it for my family even more. When the food arrived, I noticed there was only one set of cutlery and one drink on the table. The waiter explained with a smile that it was a couple's set meal, and after removing some dishes, the system automatically converted it to a single-person set. Zhou Bing laughed immediately upon hearing this and deliberately handed me her drink, making us share the same straw. The atmosphere instantly became incredibly ambiguous. I was about to order another drink, but Zhou Bing kept staring at me, insisting that I drink it. Surrounded by couples, I started to feel incredibly uncomfortable. All the grilled meat was on one plate, so we had to share it with each other. As we got closer, I didn't even know what to do with my hands. Zhou Bing quickly saw through my lack of dating experience and laughed at my naivety. She even implicitly assumed we were a couple and seriously warned me not to flirt with other girls anymore. Looking at her ridiculously beautiful face, I couldn't help but ask, what's the benefit of being in a relationship? Zhou Bing blushed instantly, clearly misunderstanding my meaning. I then suggested we take a walk in the grove behind the school, and she pinched me. Although she scolded me for being indecent, after hesitating for a while, she finally agreed. After dinner, I offered to pay the bill. 199 yuan would have been an absolute taboo for me before, but now my account balance has surpassed 100,000. We went to the grove behind the school together, and the atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous. Zhou Bing kept reminding me not to do anything rash, saying that I had already crossed her line. In the end, I resisted the urge and took her back to her dorm. Her legs were covered in mosquito bites, which made me feel a little sorry for her. I offered to take her to the hotel to buy medicine, but Zwabing glared at me instantly, clearly knowing I had no good intentions. Back in my dorm, I lay on my bed, my mind filled with Zwabing. I never imagined I'd get so close to a girl of her caliber. A short while later, Zwabing suddenly messaged me, her tone noticeably warmer. Even her way of addressing me had changed. I casually mentioned missing her, and the chat instantly became sickeningly sweet. But Zwabing still specifically reminded me that I must be careful about boundaries in the future. I used the game as an example, saying that it would be too painful to go back now that the relationship had progressed this far. Zwabing was amused and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, she set a rule that I absolutely could not do anything without her permission. I lay on the bed laughing like an idiot for a long time, realizing for the first time that being in love could be so addictive. In the afternoon, Zwabing went to her dance class, and I, having nothing to do, started researching new ways to make money, even considering getting rich quick through the lottery. After researching for a while, I realized that my X-ray vision couldn't predict lottery numbers, so I had to give up. Just then, I suddenly saw Zhou Yufei peeking into the boys' dormitory with binoculars, which startled me so much that I quickly drew the curtains. As evening fell, I went to the dance studio to wait for Zwabing to finish her get out of class. The practice room was full of girls in tight-fitting workout clothes, and Zwabing stood out in the crowd. But I hadn't been standing there long when Zhao Linlin suddenly came out of the next room, mistaking me for someone who had come specifically to see her. She told me in a serious tone that she wouldn't accept my advances, but could offer some compensation, which almost left me speechless. I was too lazy to explain further, and just then, Zwabing came out of class, so I put my arm around her waist right in front of Zhao Linlin. I asked Zwabing if she wanted to have dinner together, and she readily obliged, moving closer to me before saying she needed to go back to her dorm to change. Zhao Linlin stood there completely stunned, watching us leave with a complex expression. But once Zwabing was back in her dorm, she absolutely refused to come out again. No matter how many times I asked her out, she always found an excuse to turn me down. I thought she was trying to save me money, completely unaware that this woman was actually deliberately stringing me along. Back in the dorm that evening, Yilang Gao, excited about making some money in the stock market, insisted on treating everyone to barbecue to celebrate. We quickly headed to a barbecue stall on the back street. Guo Jianliang casually asked if there were any girls, and Wang Hao immediately said it was a brothers' gathering. Just as we finished ordering the barbecue, Wang Hao's phone rang. Qin Nan, having heard we were having a get-together, actually wanted to come and eat with us. Upon hearing this, Yilang Gao immediately waved his hand, telling her to bring Su Keqing along as well. Seeing this, Guo Jianliang quickly contacted his girlfriend. I didn't say much throughout, because my relationship with Zwabing wasn't public yet, and I didn't want to provoke Liang Dongkai. That guy had recently suffered huge losses in the stock market and had just been publicly humiliated by Zwabing. He was furious. Not long after, Qin Nan arrived with a girl named Tang Jing. She was tall and exceptionally beautiful, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Qin Nan didn't rush to introduce us. Instead, she kept mentioning my name during our conversation. I could tell at a glance that she was trying to set me up with Tang Jing. Not long after, Su Keqing and Mao Shaoan also arrived. What was supposed to be a barbecue for 4 people turned into a dinner for 8, with 3 couples appearing on the spot. Everyone ate and chatted, creating a lively atmosphere. Yilang Gao, having made some money in the stock market, was practically floating on air, constantly boasting about how he was sure to become incredibly rich in the future. The dinner party lasted until after 10 p.m. I excused myself to go to the restroom and casually paid the entire bill ahead of time. Guo Jinliang's expression clearly darkened when he noticed, obviously feeling I had stolen his thunder. But I didn't care at all. I knew exactly how to behave in this kind of situation. When Yilang Gao was about to pay, he discovered the bill had already been settled. He could only helplessly hand me a cigarette, complaining that he had wanted to show off, but I had stolen it all. After everyone dispersed with laughter, the couples left in pairs. Wang Hao and Qin Nan were the slowest progressing. They had only held hands so far. On the way back to the dormitory, Qin Nan secretly asked Tang Jing about her impression of her. Tang Jing remained calm, only saying that she was a nice person. She hadn't planned on dating in the first place. Her roommate had dragged her into it, so she had just been quietly observing without taking the initiative to approach me. Mao Shaoan suddenly reminded Tang Jing that you can't just look at character when dating. A large gap in family background will inevitably cause problems sooner or later. Qin Nan immediately retorted, saying that she was much more reliable than Guo Jianliang. At least she wouldn't put on airs all the time. Mao Xiaojuan's face immediately darkened when she heard others say bad things about her boyfriend. The group quickly changed the subject to avoid an awkward atmosphere. On the way back to the dorm, Yilang Gao suddenly insisted on transferring money to me for meals, saying he had already taken out a 10,000 yuan loan online and was planning to make a killing in the stock market. Hearing this, I instantly felt a chill run down my spine and immediately urged him to pay the money back. With online loans used for stock trading, if you lose money, your life could collapse. Wang Hao also tried to persuade him, but Yilang Gao was completely obsessed and wouldn't listen to anything, only thinking about making a fortune through the stock market. Looking at his crazed state, I suddenly had a bad feeling. The next morning, as soon as I turned on my phone, Vision Technology had indeed hit its daily limit again. This stock had completely become a super speculative stock. I roughly calculated that after selling everything, I could make a maximum of 280,000 yuan. But that amount was still far from being truly rich. These days, without tens of millions in assets, you can't be considered truly wealthy. I don't want to slowly accumulate wealth. I just want to complete my initial capital accumulation as soon as possible. So I did the most rebellious thing I'd ever done since starting university, skip class. I asked Yilang Gao to take attendance, then rode a shared bike straight to a lottery shop in the city center. Since X-ray vision can predict stocks, I thought I'd try my luck with the lottery. To avoid being recognized by people near the school if I won, I deliberately went far away and bought extra tickets to avoid being noticed. The shop owner kept smiling and saying I was sure to win the grand prize today. I completely ignored him, just kept scratching lottery tickets. At first, I only won small prizes of a few dollars, until I scratched a ticket worth $1,000. The shop owner's expression finally changed. I deliberately ruined a few tickets to keep a low profile, and then slowly took out the last one. The shop owner only glanced at it, and he was completely stunned. That ticket had won $250,000. The shop owner was so excited that his voice changed, saying it was the biggest prize he had ever won since he opened the shop, and told me to go to the prize redemption center right away. After taxes, I actually received 200,000 yuan. But I wasn't excited at all. Instead, I felt I should avoid lotteries in the future. Winning is too extravagant, and it's easy to attract unwanted attention. Before I could even process what was happening, Wang Hao suddenly called, saying that Yilang Gao and I had skipped class and were being recorded. The person who reported us was Liang Dongkai. Just as I was about to yell at him, Zhou Handong suddenly called, saying he had an ancient Jin dynasty jar he wanted me to appraise. I initially wanted to decline, but considering Zhou Bing's relationship with the Zhou family, I realized I couldn't avoid this favor, so I agreed to go and check it out. Just as I was about to ride my bike, a red Maserati suddenly stopped in front of me and deliberately honked twice. When the window rolled down, I was completely stunned. The driver was none other than Zhao Linlin. This aloof school beauty, who usually wouldn't even glance at a boy, actually came to find me today. My first reaction was not to get in the car. After all, countless people in school were watching her, and if she were seen, there would definitely be trouble. But Zhao Linlin was clearly impatient and told me to get in the car immediately. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and get into her Maserati. The car had barely started moving when she floored the gas and sped off. Aside from the high-speed rail, I'd never ridden in such an expensive car in my entire life. I couldn't help but ask her what she wanted, but she simply replied that she was giving me a ride. The problem was, we were from completely different worlds. Her sudden initiative only made me more wary. After the car stopped at the intersection of Wenzhong Street, Zhao Linlin suddenly turned to me and earnestly apologized. Then, she advised me to stay away from Zhou Bing. After saying that, she drove away, leaving me standing there completely stunned. Did she think I wasn't good enough for Zhou Bing? I sneered inwardly. She'd gone around in circles, but in the end, she still thought I wasn't good enough for Zhou Bing. But she had no idea that my relationship with Zhou Bing was far more than just that of ordinary classmates. Too lazy to argue any further, I turned and walked straight into Bai Bao's high. The moment Zhou Handong saw me, his face lit up with enthusiasm. He immediately invited me into the shop and even introduced me to the several antique connoisseurs present. But the group of old men inside changed their expressions the moment they saw how young I was. Some frowned, others sneered, clearly not believing I knew anything about antique appraisal. Several old men were blunt, saying that at my age I hadn't even grasped the basics of antiques, let alone distinguish genuine from fake. Their words were full of contempt and disdain. Zhua Handong quickly spoke up for me, saying that appraisal is about skill, not age, and hoped everyone would let me try first. The old men, out of politeness, reluctantly nodded. On the table sat a 40-centimeter tall ancient jar, which everyone studied for a long time without reaching a conclusion. But I only needed one glance to know the answer. This thing wasn't an antique from the Jin dynasty at all, but a high-quality fake made in the 1990s. I picked up the antique jar and examined it closely. I found the aging technique was indeed impressive. No wonder it could fool so many experts. Unfortunately, it couldn't be hidden from my X-ray vision. Zhua Handong immediately pressed for the result, and I didn't beat around the bush, stating directly that the jar was a modern replica, at most 20 or 30 years old. The moment I finished speaking, the entire room erupted in chaos. Several antique experts immediately refuted my claims, questioning my basis for such a conclusion. Some even suspected I was deliberately seeking attention and completely disbelieved my judgment. What they found most unacceptable was that I had even pinpointed the exact era to the 1990s. Of course, I couldn't reveal my secret, so I could only calmly deflect the questions. I couldn't be bothered to argue with them, so I calmly stated that it was up to them to believe it or not. The truth about the item's authenticity would come out sooner or later. After saying that, I casually pointed out the true eras of several antiques in the shop: Tang Dynasty, Qing Dynasty, Republic of China, each one described with absolute precision. The room finally fell silent. They all knew the true provenance of the shop's collection, and my descriptions were all correct, without a single mistake. Just as everyone was in shock, Zhua Handong suddenly received a call from the appraisal agency. The official results confirmed that the antique jar was indeed a 1990s replica. In that instant, everyone's expression changed. The group of antique gurus who had just looked down on me immediately did a complete 180-degree turn, eagerly handing me their business cards and even inviting me to exchange ideas in the future. After everyone left, Zhua Handong mysteriously carried a long wooden box upstairs, saying he had something else he wanted me to take a look at. When the box was opened, it contained an ancient scroll painting. Zhua Handong said he'd bought it for 8,000 yuan, but he wasn't sure of its authenticity. I activated my abilities to examine it closely and was instantly stunned. The painting contained signatures from two different eras simultaneously. Even more bizarrely, one of the names was Zheng Banqiao. I frowned. I had never seen a painting bear the signatures of two people at the same time. The landscape painting on the surface was quite nice, but something about it seemed strange. This was also the first time I had encountered something that even I couldn't understand. I moved closer to the scroll to observe it further and soon discovered that the real problem wasn't with the signatures at all, but rather with what was inside the paper itself. Just then, a message from Zhua Bing popped up on my phone. She sent a message saying she missed me, and I instinctively replied that I was at her dad's shop. The message was immediately deleted. It was obvious Zhua Bing was startled. I refocused my attention on the scroll, then slowly removed the outer layer of paper. The next second, I saw the truth completely. Hidden within this painting was another complete original. I took a deep breath, turned to Zhua Handong, and told him directly that this time, the 8,000 yuan was a truly incredible bargain. Zhua Handong immediately pressed for details, and I, no longer keeping him in suspense, explained directly that this was a rare double-layered painting within a painting, concealing a genuine work by Zheng Banqiao. The outer layer of the painting might be worth tens of thousands at most, but the inner masterpiece was worth at least several million. Zhua Handong was stunned, almost losing his balance with excitement. He immediately grabbed some water and carefully began peeling away the outer layer. As the surface was slowly peeled away, a genuine work by Zheng Banqiao was finally revealed. After confirming its authenticity, Zhua Handong was so excited his face turned red. He grabbed my shoulder and thanked me profusely, insisting on treating me to dinner. I wanted to refuse, but he directly gave me a 20,000 yuan red envelope and refused to take it back, so I finally had to agree. After leaving Baibao's High, I noticed the extra 20,000 yuan in my bank card and immediately asked Zhua Bing out for dinner. Zhua Bing clearly suspected I had ulterior motives, but upon hearing that the money came from her father, she immediately agreed to the dinner, obviously wanting to find out what had happened that day. I casually transferred all 20,000 yuan home, lying to my parents that it was a school scholarship. My mother was overjoyed, but my father kept telling me not to waste the money. After hanging up the phone, I suddenly realized that I would only earn more and more money in the future, and I needed to find a more reasonable way to help my family. That evening, Zwabing and I deliberately chose a restaurant far away from the school. As soon as we sat down, her first words were that our affair must be kept a secret. I deliberately teased her, asking if she was just playing around, and Zwabing instantly became angry and pinched my waist. But when I seriously told her that I wanted to be with her forever, she suddenly fell silent. During the meal, she kept pressing me to tell me what I had done at Bai Bao's High. I just gave a casual answer, saying I helped appraise a few antiques. Zhua Bing clearly didn't believe me. After we parted, she immediately called Zhua Handong. But after hearing the whole story, she was completely stunned, because she finally realized that I was hiding much more than she had imagined. Meanwhile, I was back in my dorm, having opened my stock trading app. The previously popular stocks had already hit their daily limit up, making them impossible to buy. But I still had 200,000 yuan in capital. If I could catch the next explosive stock, my wealth would soon begin to grow exponentially. Qin then suddenly called, trying to set me up with an introverted girl in my class. I refused outright. I had no interest in dating right now. I just wanted to make money in the stock market. Everyone still thought I was that poor student living on poverty relief, but nobody knew that I had already figured out the real way to make money. Tuesday's practical finance class started quickly. This course is extremely famous at the school, and many students started trading stocks because of it. Professor Sun, the lecturer, was an external expert. She was young, impeccably dressed, and exuded a strong presence, attracting considerable attention the moment she stepped onto the stage. But I had no time to look at her, because on the stock exchange's daily trading data, a supervolatile stock had already begun its ascent. I analyzed the chart and concluded that this stock would continue its explosive growth, so I didn't hesitate to invest all my funds. After class started, Professor Sun first asked who had opened a stock account, and almost the entire class raised their hands. I was the only one who didn't move. She immediately frowned and questioned whether I couldn't even come up with the most basic capital for actual trading. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Many classmates began to speak sarcastically, saying I lived on a poverty allowance and had no money to invest in stocks, their tone full of contempt. Professor Sun adopted the air of an industry elite and began lecturing on his so-called stock selection logic and capital trends. But I didn't listen to a word. My stocks had already hit their daily limit. The profits in my account kept rising. I could even clearly feel my assets were doubling exponentially. Soon, 4 stocks appeared on the big screen. While others were still analyzing the trends, I immediately recognized the real big winner. The others looked strong, but they were actually traps. Only Dalong Construction would truly explode. Yilang Gao next to me made a mistake, and his account had already started losing money. I grabbed his phone and, without saying a word, helped him invest all his money in Dalong Construction. Yilang Gao panicked instantly. Because he couldn't sell any A shares that day, he could only watch helplessly as I switched his positions, and he was completely flustered. Actually, I was helping him. And I unexpectedly discovered that this guy's account had previously held over 100,000 yuan, proving he wasn't entirely useless. Just then, Professor Sun suddenly called on me to ask which stock was the most worthwhile to invest in. I spoke up directly. The real big opportunities are often found in stocks that have plummeted. This statement instantly made her furious. Professor Sun immediately berated me for talking nonsense, saying that we must stay away from the downward trend, and even kicked me out of the classroom. The whole class laughed. Everyone thought I was crazy. I was too lazy to explain and simply turned and left. I knew perfectly well they would soon find out what the real market was like. Not long after, cheers erupted in the classroom. The stock Professor Sun had recommended was rapidly rising, its gains soaring, almost hitting the daily limit. The whole class was ecstatic. But the next second, the market suddenly changed. Stocks that had been soaring just moments before plummeted, crashing in just a few minutes. The entire classroom erupted into chaos. Everyone was stunned. Professor Sun, pale-faced, tried to remain calm, desperately explaining that this was a normal correction. Just then, someone suddenly screamed, "Dalong Construction has hit the daily limit." Dalong Construction, which had been at its daily limit down, suddenly went from a bottom to a top. In just a few seconds, the stock price violently surged from the bottom to the daily limit up, and the whole class was in an uproar. Yilang Gao instantly recovered all his previous losses, even making a 40% profit. He was so excited his hands were shaking, and he immediately messaged me, saying he had to treat me to dinner that night. Meanwhile, Professor Sun's face was completely disheveled as the market plummeted, and the entire class was filled with groans of despair. Only Dalong Construction defied the trend and achieved phenomenal success. Almost everyone who had followed the teacher's advice had lost a fortune, and Liang Dongkai looked particularly grim. The continuous losses had completely extinguished any semblance of a smile. Wang Hao had also secretly lost money and dared not boast about his expert analysis anymore. Professor Sun could only bite the bullet and summarize, saying that the stock market was extremely risky, and in an attempt to save face, he asked who had made money. No one in the class dared to utter a sound. Only Yi Langgao stood up. He deliberately feigned composure and said that he had caught the bottom of the market and made a profit of over 40%. This statement instantly shocked the entire class. Yi Langgao, who had been ignored just moments before, suddenly became the center of attention. He began to earnestly analyze his bottom-fishing logic. And surprisingly, Professor Sun listened with repeated nods of approval. The course eventually ended abruptly. When Professor Sun left, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Meanwhile, the students in the classroom all surrounded Yi Langgao. Many boys desperately asked him for stock trading tips, and several girls even approached him with eyes full of admiration. In a place like school, those who know how to make money naturally become the center of attention. But no one knew that the person who was actually leading them to make money wasn't Yi Langgao at all. Right now, I'm sitting quietly in my dorm checking my account. With the ceiling set, my total assets have officially surpassed 360,000. In just a few days, I've gone from a poor student to someone with hundreds of thousands in assets. This speed of wealth accumulation is insane, even to myself. But the more I experience this, the less satisfied I become. Regular 3x leverage is already too slow. I wanted to earn money faster. The name Zhou Handong quickly popped into my mind. A seasoned businessman like him definitely had access to off-exchange margin trading. I dialed his number immediately. After hearing my thoughts, Zhou Handong's first reaction was to advise me to calm down, because high leverage could lead to a margin call in an instant. But I wasn't afraid at all. With his help, I finally contacted a legitimate margin trading institution. Tenfold leverage. This meant that my 360,000 yuan could be amplified to over 3 million yuan. Of course, the risks were equally terrifying. If losses reached 10%, the account would be forcibly liquidated. After signing the agreement, I officially received my margin trading account. Meanwhile, Zhuobing was nearly frantic with worry. She kept sending me messages, trying to find out if I was up to something dangerous again. As soon as I got back to school, she rushed over to confront me. Looking at her anxious expression, I couldn't help but laugh. Then I leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I worked so hard to earn money, of course, so that I can marry you in style someday." My relationship with Zhuobing was becoming more and more ambiguous. I casually suggested that we move out together, but she blushed and pushed me away, warning me not to do anything inappropriate. The two of us always kept to that last line. After the movie ended, I took Zhuobing back to the girls' dormitory. When I got back to the room, I found that Yi Langgao had not returned all night again, and the atmosphere in the dormitory became more and more chaotic. Guo Jianliang suddenly announced their breakup because a secret in their relationship was discovered. Several relationship setbacks in succession made everyone realize that campus romances are simply unreliable. Wang Hao mentioned that Yi Langgao has become increasingly flamboyant lately, with many girls actively pursuing him, and he worried that things would inevitably cause trouble sooner or later. On Wednesday, my holdings in Dalong Construction finally completed their main upward wave, so I decisively sold them all and set my sights on a new target, Zhao's real estate. This stock has bottomed out and has at least doubled in potential. I'll use my initial capital of 700,000 yuan to leverage it tenfold, bringing my account balance to 7 million yuan. Zhao's real estate opened lower that day, and I immediately went all in. Just one limit up, and I could make 700,000 yuan. During lunch break, Yi Langgao made a grand entrance with two girls, looking smug and self-satisfied. However, shortly after, Su Keqing suddenly rushed out and blocked his path. With red eyes, she questioned Yi Langgao about his sudden disappearance, but he directly broke up with her, complaining that she was unwilling to cross the final line. Su Keqing was heartbroken, forced back her tears, and turned to leave, leaving everyone around her in silence. I was too lazy to remind Yi Langgao of the risks ahead, since it was his own choice. Just then, I received a call from Zhuobing. She was being held up downstairs at the girls' dormitory. I rushed over immediately, and Wang Hao and Guo Jianliang followed. bursting out of the cafeteria. A large crowd had already gathered outside the girls' dormitory. Liang Dongkai, holding flowers, publicly confessed his love, making a very high-profile scene. Zhuobing had already made it clear that she had a boyfriend, but Liang Dongkai still wouldn't give up and insisted on seeing who her boyfriend was. Just as Zhuobing was anxiously looking for me, I finally arrived at the scene. She rushed over almost immediately, grabbed my hand, and announced to everyone, "He is my boyfriend." The scene erupted instantly. Liang Dongkai's face darkened, and he immediately began to humiliate me by mentioning my family background and luxury cars, concluding that I was completely unworthy of Zhuobing. But I simply replied, "Luxury cars are nothing to brag about." The crowd burst into laughter. The next second, Zhuobing suddenly wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me right there in front of everyone. The entire girls' dormitory area erupted in chaos. Liang Dongkai, utterly humiliated, could only utter some harsh words and slink away. Zhuobing held me tightly, refusing to let go, while people around us began frantically taking photos and videos. I knew very well that this news would spread throughout the entire school tonight. Sure enough, photos of me and Zhuobing kissing soon appeared on the forum, and our relationship was officially made public. In the afternoon, Zhuobing and I went straight to a coffee shop. When we talked about Ilanggao's breakup, I deliberately teased them about their boundaries. Zhuobing immediately blushed and kept punching my shoulder, making the atmosphere between us increasingly tense. On the other hand, as expected, Zhao's real estate stock price hit the daily limit for 2 consecutive days. After just 2 rounds of limit-up trading, my total assets in my account had reached 8.47 million. Even after removing leverage, my own funds had exceeded 2 million. From a poor student to a true millionaire, it only took me a very short time. I immediately wrote an application to cancel my poverty subsidy and was subsequently called to the office by my homeroom teacher, Shin Mingyao. Shin Mingyao is widely recognized as the most beautiful teacher in the school, with an outstanding temperament and always very kind to her students. She told me, with a troubled expression, that the number of poverty subsidies had been reduced this semester and my subsidy had been canceled. She even offered to subsidize me with her own salary if I were experiencing financial difficulties. But I simply handed over my application form. I told her that even if the school didn't cancel, I would voluntarily give up. Shin Mingyao was clearly stunned. I confessed that I now had a stable source of income and didn't need to continue taking up school resources. Her gaze towards me immediately held a hint of appreciation. But just as she was about to continue speaking, I suddenly reminded her, "Teacher, you'd better pay attention to your relationship lately." After saying that, I turned and left. Shin Mingyao stood there stunned for a long time. Her husband had indeed been increasingly busy lately, and their long-distance relationship had long been causing problems in their marriage. Just then, she suddenly received a message from her husband. "Going on a business trip tonight. Won't be home." Those few words instantly intensified the unease in Shin Mingyao's heart. When I returned to the classroom, I immediately saw Liang Dongkai staring at me with a gloomy face. I knew very well that the sudden cancellation of the poverty subsidy was most likely his doing. But I didn't care about any of that now, because the stocks I held would soon make me a multimillionaire. The photos of our relationship on the forum had already spread throughout the entire class, and everyone was shocked that I had actually won over Zhuobing. Ilanggao, his face full of admiration, leaned over and pressed for the secret. I simply smiled faintly and said something that caused an uproar in the whole class. It wasn't me who pursued her. She took the initiative to like me. As soon as I finished speaking, the whole class erupted. Everyone looked at me with disbelief and shock. As soon as Shin Mingyao entered the classroom, the previously noisy students instantly fell silent. After finishing her classes for the day, she returned to her office alone. Her phone kept popping up with invitations to class reunions. Her old classmates were all doing very well now, attending one high-end gathering after another. Originally, she didn't want to go, but thinking about her husband being away on a business trip and how boring it would be to be alone, she finally agreed to go with her best friend. As evening fell, her best friend picked her up in a luxury car. The car was filled with the scent of expensive perfume, and her friend exuded mature charm. The two chatted all the way and soon arrived at the Yunhu International Resort in the suburbs. The environment here was so luxurious that ordinary people were not even qualified to enter. But as soon as the car stopped, her best friend suddenly frowned at a BMW parked next to them. Shin Mingyao looked in the direction her friend was looking and froze instantly. That was her husband's car. The husband, who had claimed to be away on a business trip, was now walking into the hotel lobby with a strange woman, chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, I had no idea what Miss Shun was going through. My mind was completely consumed by the stock market's impending surge. My initial investment of $7 million has tripled. After deducting leverage and transaction fees, I should still have at least $14 million in my pocket. Once I confirmed that the market trend was stable, I completely relaxed and even started planning to go to the antique market to continue looking for bargains. Just as I was lying down to rest, Zhou Bing suddenly sent me a message. The short sentence almost scared me to death. "I think I'm pregnant." I instantly jumped out of bed and frantically called her. But she wouldn't answer, only saying she felt nauseous and suspected something was really wrong. I was completely dumbfounded. Because I hadn't even touched her, how could she be pregnant? I immediately pressed her to reveal the father's identity, but Zhou Bing offered no explanation, only rolled her eyes at me and told me to go to a hotel with her. In that instant, it finally dawned on me. This woman wasn't pregnant at all. She was deliberately trying to torment me. When I found Zhou Bing after school at noon, she was squatting under a tree, clutching her stomach, her face pale, and she looked like she was in a lot of pain. I quickly took her to the infirmary for a checkup. The doctor's words left me speechless. It wasn't pregnancy at all. She just had menstrual cramps. Zhou Bing blushed after hearing this. Her body trembled as she walked, clutching the medicine, seemingly devoid of energy. I offered to take her back to her dorm, but she remained silent for a long time, instead offering to accompany me to a hotel to rest. I thought I had finally made it through, but seeing her weak state, I lost all interest. I hailed a taxi and went straight to the best five-star hotel nearby. The driver watched us the whole way, his smile knowing. Once in the room, Zhou Bing immediately warned me not to do anything rash, saying she wasn't feeling well and just wanted to rest quietly. I wanted to laugh helplessly, so I just sat down next to her and rubbed her stomach to relieve the pain. But the moment I moved my hand, she glared at me. She gritted her teeth and yelled at me for being dishonest, while I felt utterly wronged and my scalp tingled with fear. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby, a group of senior executives were giving a report to a young woman, Zhao Linlin. As she checked the day's check-in list, she suddenly saw my name. At first, she thought it was just a coincidence of names. But after verifying my age, her expression changed instantly. Because just 20 minutes earlier, I had checked into the hotel with a woman. Zhao Linlin immediately pulled up the security footage. After seeing me bring Zhou Bing into the hotel, she sneered, clearly now completely convinced I was a scumbag. I, oblivious to all this, foolishly went downstairs to buy Zhou Bing some brown sugar water. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, I bumped into Zhao Linlin. The air instantly became incredibly awkward. I never dreamed that this five-star hotel was actually owned by her family. Zhao Linlin immediately called me a scumbag and questioned why I brought a girl to the hotel so soon. I was so embarrassed I felt my scalp tingle. I couldn't explain myself at all and just wanted to run away. But as soon as I left, Zhao Linlin secretly sent someone to follow me. She initially thought I was going to buy something strange, but it turned out I was just going to buy brown sugar water. At that moment, Zhao Linlin's expression suddenly became complicated. She hadn't expected the scumbag she saw to be so thoughtful, but she still wouldn't give up. She deliberately had the waiter keep bringing fruit platters and drinks to our room, and even knocked on the door every 10 minutes. The once quiet room was turned into complete chaos by her. I was so exasperated that I yelled at the hotel staff for being crazy. Finally, unable to take it anymore, I simply checked out with Zhou Bing. On the way back to school, Zhou Bing looked puzzled, not understanding why I had suddenly left. I could only make up some excuse. But no sooner had we returned to school than Zhao Linlin followed us back. She even had Zhou Yufei use binoculars to keep an eye on my dorm. Zhou Yufei was completely dumbfounded, utterly bewildered as to why Zhao Linlin had suddenly become so obsessed with me. Lying in bed after my shower, it finally dawned on me. Those outrageous things the hotel did today were probably all Zhao Linlin's doing. But I didn't have time to think about that anymore, because what was truly important was the stock market. In just 5 days, Zhao's real estate has seen 5 consecutive days of limit-up trading. My account balance has officially surpassed 11 million. But I know very well that the real danger is about to arrive. The major players will soon begin a frantic shakeout. As expected, Zhao's real estate opened high but then fell after the market opened the next day. The major shareholders suddenly withdrew their orders and dumped shares, causing the stock price to plummet by 8 points instantly. Countless retail investors panicked and fled, but while everyone else was in a state of panic, I quietly began to buy at the bottom and accumulate shares. I broke down my millions into countless small orders, gradually accumulating shares at low prices, perfectly avoiding the attention of major players. 20 minutes later, Zhao's real estate plummeted to its daily limit. My entire $1 million investment had been successfully bought up at the bottom, while others were desperately selling at a loss. I had already begun planning the next round of high selling and low buying. Because I know, the real big fish never show themselves when things are at their most exciting. And right now, the top executives of the Zhao Group are still in a meeting, planning to cash out and leave after this surge in prices. They have no idea that an inconspicuous college student has already quietly been watching their entire scheme. Miss Shun hasn't come to school for several days in a row, and an older male teacher has suddenly taken over the class. The whole classroom is buzzing about it. I have a vague feeling about it. I had just reminded her about her relationship problems, and then she suddenly disappeared the next day. Now it seems like something really has happened, but I also know very well that this is something I can't interfere with. During my lunch break, I started researching rental listings near the school and unexpectedly found a high-end studio apartment. The monthly rent of 2,000 yuan wasn't cheap, but it was less than 300 meters from the school, and the security and environment far surpassed ordinary rentals. I immediately contacted the agent to view the apartment. The moment I stepped into the room, I decided to rent it almost without hesitation. The 26th floor apartment boasts floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the campus. The decor is exquisite, and a faint scent of women's perfume lingers in the air. Most importantly, the apartment includes a private office area. It's practically tailor-made for my stock trading. I paid the deposit and bought the apartment immediately. Although I already have tens of millions in my account, much of the funds are temporarily unavailable. The cost of buying computers and equipment still gives me a headache. The next day, Zhao's real estate hit its daily limit again. But I knew better than anyone that the major players would start dumping shares next. Taking advantage of the surge in stock price, I didn't hesitate to sell all my shares. The major players thought that ordinary retail investors had finally been shaken out, but they had no idea that I had already calculated the whole process in advance. Since the funds couldn't be transferred out temporarily, I could only continue attending classes as usual and wait for my account to be unfrozen. On the third day, I successfully transferred 100,000 yuan in cash and immediately bought a laptop and a desktop computer, preparing to set up a real trading room. But when I pushed open the apartment door with the equipment, I froze on the spot. Sitting on the sofa was a familiar woman, and that person was none other than Teacher Shun, who had been missing for several days. The air instantly became awkward. She looked at me, I looked at her, and we both asked each other almost simultaneously why we were there. Ms. Shin assumed I was earning money for rent through part-time jobs, so I conveniently brushed off the stock trading story, only saying that I worked part-time to supplement my income. Hearing this, she actually looked a little guilty. She thought that she hadn't helped me apply for poverty assistance, which was why I was having to work so hard. I just smiled and said that earning money myself felt more secure. After I finished connecting all the computer cables, I finally couldn't help but ask her why she was here. Her answer sent chills down my spine. This is my old apartment. It dawned on me instantly. No wonder there was still the smell of women's clothes and perfume in the room. This apartment actually belonged to her. Even more absurdly, she only came back today to get some things, but she was so tired that she fell asleep on the sofa. While pretending to be calm and organizing the equipment, I frantically racked my brains trying to figure out how to explain why I was staying here. Teacher Shin also started looking around the room, clearly sensing something was wrong, and even directly asked me where I got the key. I could only make up a reason on the spot to get by. Fortunately, she didn't press me further. We then left the apartment together. In the elevator, the scent of her perfume wafted over again, and the atmosphere became strangely awkward. During our conversation, I asked her why she suddenly resigned. Miss Shun was silent for a few seconds before finally revealing the truth. It was because of my earlier warning that she finally discovered her husband's infidelity and made the difficult decision to end the marriage. Seeing her visibly haggard appearance, I couldn't help but offer her some advice. Relationships are only a part of life. There's no need to ruin yourself over a bad person. Upon hearing this, Miss Shun was visibly stunned. She probably hadn't expected a student to turn around and comfort her. Before leaving, she finally showed the first relaxed smile in a long time. She said she was ready to start her life anew. After watching her drive away, I returned to my apartment and officially began setting up my trading equipment. However, I didn't plan to stay here long term. After all, A student staying out all night every day would eventually arouse the school's suspicion. As soon as I stepped out of the complex, I bumped into two classmates. Their expressions changed instantly when they saw me coming out of the upscale apartment. One of them even left with a dark expression, clearly hostile towards me, while I was completely baffled. And the most outrageous things were yet to come. I was just going to the cafeteria to quit my part-time job, but as soon as I entered, a group of students started making sarcastic remarks. Some mocked me for pretending to be rich when I was poor, while others deliberately used my part-time job status to ridicule me. But right now, I already have tens of millions in my account. These people's so-called sense of superiority seemed like a joke to me. In the corner, Zhao Linlin and her friends silently watched everything. She still couldn't understand me. I was usually as unassuming as an ordinary student, yet I always managed to do things that surprised people. Especially thinking about what happened in the hotel earlier, she became increasingly curious about me. Even she herself didn't realize that she had started paying close attention to me. Her friends were even more puzzled. Zhuobing came from a wealthy family and had a lot of suitors, so why would she fall for an ordinary person like me? I happened to walk right next to them. Zhao Linlin immediately asked me what it was about Zhuobing that attracted her. I simply replied calmly, "Feelings are never measured by conditions." Then, I casually brought up the incident where she bumped into someone but didn't sincerely apologize. Zhao Linlin didn't deny it, but remained stubborn, insisting that I hadn't meant well back then. Seeing that further arguing was pointless, she suddenly offered to arrange a hotel job for me with decent pay. But I refused outright. I told her that my part-time job in the cafeteria was never because I needed money. Everyone around was stunned. No one believed that someone living on subsidies would say they didn't care about money at all. But they had no idea. While they were still arguing over a few $1,000s in wages, I was already reaping huge profits in the capital market. The Zhao Group was still planning how to manipulate the stock price and shake out retail investors. But I had already predicted all the trends. After several rounds of buying low and selling high, the funds in my account began to surge wildly. In just half a month, Zhao's real estate doubled in value. I decisively withdrew my original leverage and immediately increased my position to 5 times, fully invested. At that moment, I understood the market outlook better than anyone else. The entire Zhao Group was still desperately manipulating the market to boost its market value, but they would never have imagined that the real hunter hiding in the market was me. I was just about to leave when the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, a young woman in a business suit, dragging a suitcase, stood there, her expression clearly showing surprise. She was there to view the apartment. It was obvious the agent hadn't taken the listing off the shelves. I told her the apartment was already rented, and her face instantly changed. She almost burst into tears. She said she had nowhere to stay tonight. But even so, she couldn't bear to leave and insisted on coming in to take a look. I hesitated for a few seconds, but finally nodded and let her in. The room layout was almost unchanged, apart from the 2 new computers I had added. It maintained its original cozy style. After the woman looked around, she suddenly laughed and called me little brother. That immediately made me feel very uncomfortable. Her figure, especially under her business attire, was incredibly eye-catching. The woman quickly revealed her true purpose. She wanted to stay for a few days, even offering to sleep on the sofa and help with cooking and cleaning. Towards the end, she even gently took my arm, her tone carrying a hint of coquetry. She said she had just been laid off and had practically no money left, with nowhere to go. My heart skipped a beat. Ultimately, I relented and agreed. But I specifically emphasized that she absolutely could not touch my 2 computers. The woman immediately smiled and nodded in agreement. To be on the safe side, I suggested taking a picture of her ID card for records. When I saw it, I learned her name was Su Ruzhen, and she was 24 years old. She was beautiful, and her figure was ridiculously exaggerated. After a brief exchange of contact information, I left the apartment and returned to school, while Su Ruzhen stayed in the room to pack her luggage. Back in the dorm, I messaged Zhuobing to invite her to dinner, but she didn't reply. She was probably still practicing in the dance studio. The atmosphere in the dorm was clearly off. Yilang Gao, with bandages wrapped around his head, sat alone on the edge of the bed smoking, looking utterly dejected. I only found out when I asked him that he was in trouble. The online loan he had taken out had ballooned from 9,000 to over 40,000 in a short period of time. What's even more outrageous is that the debt collectors had started threatening him, saying they would take action if he didn't pay back the money. Yilang Gao was even so desperate that he considered selling a kidney. I snapped him out of his daze, then lit a cigarette and called all the guys in the dorm over to discuss a solution. Wang Hao immediately offered to help raise the money, but Guo Jinliang kept a cold face the whole time, clearly not wanting to get involved. At that moment, it was crystal clear who the true brothers were and who the selfish bastards were. Just then, I ran into Su Keqing downstairs. Her eyes were red, and she stuffed the money she had saved into my hand before turning and leaving. All the girls who used to surround Lang Gao had now run away. Only Su Keqing was still willing to stay with him. I suddenly realized that what's truly valuable isn't money, but who's willing to stand by you when you're at your lowest point. I knew very well that reporting this kind of illegal online lending to the police might not completely solve the problem. So I decided to try a different approach. Gather evidence. Use public opinion. Force them to back down. I deliberately didn't gather the money all at once, wanting Lang Gao to truly learn his lesson. Afterwards, I contacted Zhuo Bing to meet. She had just showered, wearing a light, refreshing short skirt, and still smelled faintly of fragrance. My first thought was that I should never let her go out in such a short skirt again. Upon arriving at a corner of the playground, Zhuo Bing clearly misunderstood, thinking I had deliberately brought her to a secluded place. She only breathed a sigh of relief after hearing it was to help her roommate resolve a problem. I earnestly instructed her to stay far away and record the incident, no matter what happened, and to call the police immediately if anything went wrong. After arranging everything, we went to a tea restaurant off campus. 5 or 6 men arrived, all burly and tattooed, led by a menacing-looking Biao. As soon as they sat down, they started pressuring me for payment. I immediately sneered, questioning how 9,000 yuan could have ballooned to 40,000 in just a few days. Biao, however, was completely unreasonable, even arrogantly declaring, "I'm the rule." The atmosphere instantly escalated. They became increasingly unreasonable, even unilaterally demanding double the amount on the spot. The three of us stood up at the same time. If things really came to a fight, my first target would be to pin Biao down. Meanwhile, Zhuo Bing had already secretly started recording. It looked like a full-blown brawl was about to break out. But just then, police sirens suddenly blared outside. The police had arrived. Everyone was immediately taken to the police station. My lip was cut, and my gums were covered in blood. Wang Hao and Lang Gao were also in a sorry state. Strangely enough, the three of us got more and more fired up as we fought. Before, we would just bow our heads and admit defeat in the face of trouble. But this time, for the first time, we truly stood up for our brothers. After the police investigation, it was confirmed that this was an online loan dispute, and they couldn't directly classify it. After a brief warning, both sides were released. But Biao and his gang were still arrogant before leaving, even saying that they would deal with us sooner or later. Wang Hao was clearly starting to worry, but I had no intention of backing down, because now we already had video evidence. Back at school, I immediately backed up the video. With the right approach, this situation might still be salvageable. After that night, Lang Gao was completely changed. His eyes were red as he said he considered us brothers for life. After suppressing our feelings for so long, we decided to go out for barbecue. The atmosphere instantly relaxed as soon as the drinks were opened. Lang Gao drank while relentlessly complaining about Gui Jinliang's feigned death at the crucial moment. I simply said, "In life, many people pass through, but a few true brothers are enough." Zhuo Bing sat quietly beside me, watching me intently, her expression clearly shifting. She suddenly realized that I was completely different from the ordinary boys at school. I subtly signaled to Zhuo Bing to pay the bill early. Drinking to our heart's content was fine, but we absolutely couldn't cause trouble because of drunkenness. After 2 cases of beer, we were all tipsy, walking along the roadside, arms around each other, singing loudly. Our long-suppressed youthful energy was completely released that night. But as soon as he got back to the dorm, Guo Jinliang started being sarcastic and irrational. He complained that he hadn't been invited to the dinner party, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Lang Gao instantly exploded. He pointed at Guo Jinliang and started cursing on the spot, saying that when things really got tough, the guy cowered in his dorm pretending to be dead, and now he had the nerve to complain. Before, when facing those loan shark thugs, only his brothers dared to stand up. People like Guo Jinliang, who usually take advantage and then run away when it matters, don't deserve to talk about loyalty. Guo Jinliang stubbornly retorted, saying he would help if he really got into trouble. But nobody believed that kind of talk anymore. Seeing the atmosphere getting increasingly tense, I interrupted the argument. Since we have incompatible values, we should just have less contact in the future. There's no need to completely ruin things. The next day, I contacted the social media team directly. I sent them all the videos I had secretly filmed at the scene, demanding that they completely expose the campus loan scandal. They initially asked for 20,000 yuan, but I had only one request: make a big scene. The bigger the better. I immediately raised the price to 40,000 yuan, paying half as a deposit up front, with the balance due immediately once the public outcry was complete. After arranging everything, I returned to my off-campus apartment. As soon as I entered, I saw Su Ruzhen wearing a fitted long dress, leaning against the sofa watching a TV series. Upon noticing my return, she immediately and hurriedly got up to straighten her dress. That instinctive attempt to conceal herself only made it harder to look away. I briefly told her I was back to take care of some things and casually asked why she hadn't found a job yet. Su Ruzhen clearly misunderstood, thinking I was trying to get rid of her, and her eyes immediately tensed up. I quickly dispelled her concerns and then turned on the computer to check the stock market. Seeing me busy working, she offered to help with the laundry and cooking. I simply gave her some money and let her handle the grocery shopping. Meanwhile, I continued to monitor Zhao's real estate stock performance. The stock had already hit its daily limit for 5 consecutive days. But I knew better than anyone that this was just the beginning. Now the funds were too large. I couldn't trade short-term as freely as before. Otherwise, I'd easily attract the attention of market manipulators. The safest approach was to hold positions for the medium to long term. Near the close of trading, Su Ruzhen finally returned. But instead of groceries, she was carrying takeout. She was a little embarrassed, saying she'd been delayed on the way. During the meal, I casually asked her why she had been fired. Su Ruzhen was silent for a few seconds, then only said that she used to work as a temporary worker at a bank and didn't want to talk about those unpleasant things anymore. After finishing the meal, I prepared to go back to school. Before leaving, I suddenly noticed the master bedroom was filled with her faint fragrance. Clearly, she had slept in my bed last night. I casually asked her what her plans were. She looked completely lost. Just then, it suddenly occurred to me that she would actually be quite suitable to help me with my stocks. Su Ruzhen already knew some finance, so when I suddenly mentioned work, her first reaction was that she misunderstood. I quickly explained. What I needed was someone to manage my stock account, room and board included, fixed working hours each day. The salary would be much higher than what she used to earn. After listening, Su Ruzhen visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, I directly produced the contract. The confidentiality agreement, work terms, and restrictions on authority were all clearly written. The only requirement was that she not tell anyone about what happened here. After reading it, Su Ruzhen signed it on the spot without the slightest hesitation. From that moment on, she officially became my exclusive trading assistant. Even after signing the contract, she still felt like she was dreaming. For our workdays, weekends off, room and board included, and an absurdly high salary. She even started to wonder if I had other intentions towards her. But after observing for a few days, she realized I hadn't touched her at all. Completely reassured, she began frantically studying stock market knowledge. Meanwhile, the self-media community also began its actions. The secretly filmed video was split into multiple versions and simultaneously spread across the entire internet. The topic of illegal online lending on campuses instantly went viral. Countless students stood up and spoke out. The topic immediately went viral on social media. Relevant departments quickly launched an investigation. Within just a few days, all the loan sharks were arrested. What awaits them is no longer arrogant debt collection, but prison. The school even planned to publicly commend us. But I refused outright. I don't want to be in the limelight. I just want to completely clean up these harmful things. After the storm subsided, Yilang Gao seemed like a completely different person. He completely overcame his gambling addiction and started living a serious life again. His relationship with Su Kuching has become increasingly stable. As for me, I refocused all my attention on the stock market. At this point, Zhao's real estate had gone completely insane. 15 consecutive daily price limits in half a month. The entire market is chasing after it. When Su Ruzhen logged into my account for the first time, she was completely stunned. Total account balance: 154 million. Even after deducting leverage and interest, the money I actually received was over 120 million. Su Ruzhen stared at the screen, her breathing erratic. She simply couldn't believe that a sophomore could control hundreds of millions of yuan. And the real operation that caused the market to collapse has officially begun. That afternoon, I began to reduce my holdings in batches. At this time, the entire market was still frantically pushing the price up to the limit. Everyone thought Zhao's real estate would continue to skyrocket. But the next second, I cleared out all my stock with one click. A massive sell order instantly drove the stock price below its daily limit. The entire market erupted in chaos. Countless retail investors began to panic and flee. The Zhao Group was also thrown into a panic. Chairman Zhao Guowei was furious and launched a frantic investigation to find out who was dumping shares. But nobody knows. The one who truly turned the whole situation upside down was just a college student. After a massive exodus of funds, Zhao's real estate plummeted from its daily limit up to its daily limit down. The ceiling and floor were formed instantly. The entire market has completely changed. As for me, I successfully exited the market ahead of time with hundreds of millions of yuan. I immediately withdrew the leverage and restructured the funds. Some continued to invest in stocks. The other part returns to real life. I sent a large sum of money home. He also paid Su Ruzhen's salary in advance. When she saw the balance in her bank card, she completely lost control of her emotions. She rushed over and hugged me, even giving me a kiss in her excitement. The moment I felt that soft touch, I almost lost control. But the next second, I abruptly stopped what I was doing. I know very well. Once emotions and interests are intertwined, many things can get out of control. So I simply stepped back and turned to leave. Su Ruzhen stood there, stunned. She simply didn't understand why I had suddenly become cold. It wasn't until she called and pressed me for details that I calmly told her the truth. Focus on your work and don't overstep your boundaries. After a long silence, Su Ruzhen finally responded in a low voice. I see. Su Ruzhen's sudden hug and kiss that night still lingers in my mind. I forced myself to suppress my emotions and immediately called Zhuo Bing. I want to see her. I also wanted to share my joy at my rapidly increasing wealth with her. But Zhuo Bing had classes that evening, so she only agreed to meet him after class. At the same time, Zhao's real estate sky-high floor has completely shocked the market. The news quickly reached Zhao Linlin's ears. She sensed something was wrong immediately. Normally, major players wouldn't dump their shares so drastically. This level of plunge feels more like someone suddenly stabbed you in the back. Moreover, the funds capable of shaking up a market worth hundreds of billions are definitely not from ordinary retail investors. Meanwhile, the Zhao family was in complete turmoil. Zhao Guowei was furious when he got home. The original plan to reduce holdings and cash out was completely disrupted by this wave of market crash. But Zhao Linlin proposed a new plan. Request to suspend trading. High stock dividends. By splitting the stock price into 10 for 10 shares, the market's vigilance is lowered again, and then the market is gradually pulled back up. After listening to the report, Zhao Guowei immediately made the decision. When the father and daughter talked about the future of the family business, the entire Zhao family tacitly agreed that Zhao Linlin would take over the group sooner or later. Meanwhile, I was already walking with Zhuo Bing on the commercial street. I want to buy her a bag, a watch, and a new phone. But Zhuo Bing suddenly stopped. She frowned and asked me, "Do you treat other girls like this too?" That one question completely stumped me. I could only make up a reason on the spot, saying that I had only made 20,000 yuan from stock trading recently. But Zhuo Bing didn't take it seriously at all. She's been involved with antiques and business since she was a child, and has seen far more money than I imagined. In the end, she didn't accept any gifts. We just went to see a movie together. By the time the show ended, it was already very late at night. I tentatively suggested that we stay out for the night. Zhuo Bing could directly draw a clear line in advance. Don't think like that. I had no choice but to shut up. Later, we sat side by side on the edge of the square to watch the night view. She suddenly asked me, "What do you most want to do in the future?" I did not hesitate. Make money. Make a lot of money. Then protect the people around you. Zhuo Bing laughed immediately after hearing this, saying that I sounded like a nouveau riche. But only I know the truth. Those who have experienced poverty understand best just how important money is. Later, she suddenly said that she wanted to visit my hometown. I want to see real rural life. I agreed on the spot, saying I would take her back during the summer vacation. She also planned to bring a few friends along to cover her tracks. But I've already started thinking about how to explain this to my family in advance. After all, there's still a whole month until summer vacation. For me, this month is the golden time to continue making money like crazy. After seeing Zhuo Bing off, I returned to my apartment. As soon as I entered the room, I found that Su Ruzhen was still awake. When she saw me come back, she immediately got up to make me tea, and then quietly sat down beside me. I, on the other hand, buried myself in the computer. That night, I studied until the early hours of the morning, continuously screened stocks, analyzed data, and predict trends. Finally, 3 target stocks were identified. A blue-chip stock, 2 speculative stocks on the Chinex board. I marked all the specific entry prices and then started planning my funds. 60 million for long-term investment. The remaining 60 million will be used for short-term trading. Su Ruzhen took careful notes throughout the entire process. But the more she looked, the more confused she became. Because my stock selection logic is completely unlike traditional trading, she couldn't help but ask why. I only replied with one sentence. Just do as I say. After working until midnight, I decided to make do with sleeping on the sofa for the night. But Su Ruzhen insisted that I go to bed. She even blushed at the end and whispered something. Actually, it's okay to sleep together. The air fell silent instantly. My heart almost stopped. But the next second, I still refused. I know very well. Once certain bottom lines are crossed, many things will completely spiral out of control. Su Ruzhen was clearly disappointed. But she still quietly made up the bed for me, left the door ajar, and then whispered good night. The next morning, I returned to my dormitory. As soon as I entered, I heard that Gui Jianliang had already moved out. He completely distanced himself from us and turned to curry favor with Liang Dongkai and his group of rich second-generation heirs. I just smiled after hearing that. Some people are destined to be on a different path. At the same time, Su Ruzhen has officially begun to take charge of the operation. She strictly followed my instructions, breaking down large sums of money into countless small orders to gradually accumulate shares. The entire process did not alert any bookmakers, and I finally had some free time to start thinking about new plans. Make money, but I can't earn it all by myself. During lunch, I called Lang Gao and Wang Hao out directly. I suggested we open a late-night snack shop together. Do some real, honest business. Wang Hao immediately asked for details, but Lang Gao looked disgusted. He still felt that making money through stock trading was faster. I told them directly, I'll pay for it. You do the work. Profits are distributed according to shareholding. Hearing this, Lang Gao reluctantly agreed. Before long, Qin Nan and Su Keqing also joined in. Several people immediately decided to start a business together. But just then, Qin Nan suddenly started trying to match me up with Tang Jing. She felt that Zhou Bing's family background was too high, and that they were from completely different worlds. On the contrary, the down-to-earth and ordinary Tang Jing is more suitable for me. I just shook my head after hearing that. When it comes to relationships, it's never enough for others to think it's right. The atmosphere was quickly broken up by jokes. The group became increasingly excited as they talked, and even started planning for the future. Meanwhile, Su Ruzhen also acted quickly. She went to check out shops on the back street of the school that very day. Finally, 2 stores were selected. I didn't even hesitate. I bought it outright with the full amount. The total price is 3.2 million. After returning to my apartment that evening, I started checking my holdings for the day. 2 short-term stocks have already started to move. The long-term stocks have also completed half of their position building. Su Ruzhen became more and more shocked as she looked at it. Because the stocks I selected actually followed the trend exactly as predicted, she began to have doubts for the first time. Am I still an ordinary college student? That night, I simply stayed in the apartment to rest. As I was turning over in bed in the middle of the night, I suddenly felt something soft in my arms. The next second, I suddenly opened my eyes. Su Ruzhen was lying next to her. Her nightgown was disheveled. The breath is warm. The air became eerily quiet. I forcefully suppressed the distracting thoughts in my mind, got up, and left the apartment immediately. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten. I went for a morning run alone on the playground, hoping to shake off the restlessness I felt last night through exercise. Not long after starting her run, she bumped into Zhao Linlin, who was also there for her morning exercise. Zhao Linlin was secretly observing me, but the next second, she lost her focus and suddenly stepped into thin air. He fell to the ground on the spot. His knee was instantly scraped and bleeding, and his ankle was twisted and deformed. I rushed over to check immediately, but Zhao Linlin was in so much pain that her face turned pale, and she still stubbornly refused to let me touch her. I didn't bother with any nonsense and just grabbed her ankle and forced it back into place. Click! With a sharp crack, she fainted from the pain. When Zhao Linlin woke up again, she was already leaning against me. In that instant, she completely exploded. Blushing, embarrassed, annoyed, and flustered all mixed together. She even directly blamed me for the fall. I was too lazy to argue with her, so I took out a tissue to wipe the blood off her leg and then prepared to take her to the hospital. But Zhao Linlin refused to go alone. Finally, having no other option, she had to contact her best friend to bring her car keys. And for me, It was the first time I had ever sat in a real luxury car. I was even more cautious on the way than when I was operating my stock account. Upon arriving at the hospital, an even more awkward situation arose. Seeing our disheveled appearance, the female doctor immediately assumed we were a couple. He treated the wound while making casual jokes. My boyfriend takes good care of me. One sentence from him left both Zhao Linlin and me speechless. Zhao Linlin immediately blushed and denied it. But the doctor didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, his smile became even more meaningful. After treating the wound, the doctor took the opportunity to make another cut. Her leg is injured right now. Can you carry her on your back? The air fell silent instantly. Zhao Linlin's face was burning hot, but I still squatted down in the end. She hesitated for a few seconds, but finally gently lay down on top of him. The moment the girl's soft body pressed against my back, my breath hitched. No one spoke a word the rest of the way, but the atmosphere became increasingly awkward. I could clearly feel that Zhao Linlin's gaze towards me was different from before. At first, she just saw me as an ordinary poor student. But now, she understands me less and less. As soon as I arrived at the parking lot, my phone suddenly rang. Su Ruzhen called. I was reminded that I must go to the real estate bureau before 8:30 to complete the transfer of ownership of the commercial property. I have to temporarily change my plans to return to school. But Zhao Linlin suddenly spoke up at this moment. I'm hungry. I want to eat mutton rice noodles. I didn't refuse and drove her to find a shop. Finally, we found a high-end mutton rice noodle shop. In the past, I wouldn't even dare to enter the store if I saw prices like that. But now, I didn't even blink. As the two sat down to eat, a message suddenly popped up on Zhao Linlin's phone. The person who sent the message was her aunt. The content is all in jest. They have clearly misunderstood my relationship with her. Zhao Linlin stared down at the chat box, her ears gradually turning red. And I had absolutely no idea. From that moment on, Zhao Linlin's feelings for me slowly began to change. Chapter 33. The barbecue restaurant opens. Chun Fan returned to the apartment, where Su Ruzhen was dressed. She had just taken a shower, and it was so late, so she didn't expect Chun Fan to come over. But the pajamas were made of such silky material, it looked so smooth at first glance. She wasn't wearing anything underneath. Chun Fan was a little embarrassed. Do you want to go change your clothes? Su Ruzhen said. Never mind, there's no one else around anyway. She gave Chun Fan a seductive glance, teasingly saying, They say it's better to keep the good stuff in the family. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Luckily, I'm not that kind of person. Chun Fan turned on his computer and started making plans for tomorrow. Su Ruzhen brought him a cup of coffee, then quietly stayed beside him without disturbing him. Chun Fan realized that the two Chinex stocks he bought yesterday would rise and then fall tomorrow. So, based on the price surge, I started writing an operational plan for Su Ruzhen. One of the two stocks is expected to surge by 13.66%. One will surge to 16.72%. Then a callback will occur. After all, stocks on the Chinex board can rise by 20% in a single day, so corrections can be just as sharp. While doing his research, Chun Fan unexpectedly discovered a particularly amazing stock, Eastern Dragon. It hit the daily limit for 7 consecutive days. Chun Fan's hand trembled. This was a stock on the Chinex board. Normally, a 10% increase can double the value in just 7 limit-up days. That's a 20% increase. That's incredible. After careful examination, Chun Fan discovered that the stock's total market value was only a little over 6 billion, while the daily trading volume had reached 2 to 300 million in the past few days. This is a major overhaul. This is it. Chun Fan wrote down the transaction plan and handed it to Su Ruzhen. Same as always, sell these two stocks tomorrow and then build a position. Buy in batches without alerting the major players. By tomorrow, we should have more than 80 million yuan in funds. Let's use it all to buy this stock. Su Ruzhen remembered it carefully. As Chun Fan finished his coffee and was about to leave, Su Ruzhen said, Why don't you just sleep here? It's so late. It's really late today. I have to climb over the wall to get back to the dorm. He glanced at Su Ruzhen, who looked embarrassed. Why are you looking at me like that? I won't do anything reckless. Chun Fan pointed to the bedroom. Then you go to sleep. I'll lie down on the sofa for a while. Seeing Su Ruzhen's sexy figure walk into the bedroom, Chun Fan gritted his teeth. I'll confront Swabing tomorrow. I can't wait any longer. Otherwise, you might really suffocate yourself. I'm 20 years old this year, so there's no need for me to remain chaste anymore, right? The shop was set up for about a week, and Chun Fan's stock also rose for a week. That long-term stock has already started its upward trend, rising 59% in 7 trading days. Recently, Su Ruzhen invested in the Chi-Next listed company, Dongfang Shenlong, which has been listed for 7 consecutive days. The total market value of the shares I currently hold is nearly 400 million. In the stock market, Chun Fan's wealth grew exponentially. However, the more funds one has, the greater the difficulty of operation. Furthermore, it's impossible to use all funds to chase stocks that hit their daily limit, as that's unrealistic. Going forward, we can only focus our main efforts on medium to long-term projects, and we need to diversify our resources so we don't put all our eggs in one basket. However, none of these are problems. Chun Fan can continue recruiting. After completing this short-term trade, Chun Fan gave Su Ruzhen a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Su Ruzhen stared at the transfer information on her phone. Boss, I already received an advance on last month's salary. Why are you giving me a bonus again? Chun Fan said. Take it and cherish this time. Oh. Su Ruzhen's tears welled up instantly. Are you trying to get rid of me? Don't you want me anymore? She had been with Chun Fan for less than a month when he gave her 120,000 yuan. Where can I find a job like this? Seeing Su Ruzhen's tear-streaked face, Chun Fan laughed and asked, Why are you crying? Aren't you stupid? What I mean is to enjoy life while you can still make money. Who knows what's going on in the stock market? Su Ruzhen then stopped crying and started laughing. You're so mean. I thought you didn't want me anymore. If I do something wrong, you can scold me or criticize me. Chun Fan said with difficulty, You're good in every way, except you're too beautiful. Su Ruzhen blushed and looked at him with a resentful expression. Boss, do you have a girlfriend? Of course. Oh, she pouted. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Chun Fan gave her an appreciative look, thinking it was good that she had this awareness. He transferred another million to Su Ruzhen, saying, Go pick up a car this weekend. Upon hearing that Chun Fan was going to buy a car, Su Ruzhen nodded excitedly. Then I'll buy a business class one. How about the Mercedes-Benz E300? Chun Fan didn't care. Whatever you think suits you is fine. It's just a means of transportation anyway. Su Ruzhen wrote down his instructions in a small notebook. I've written everything down. Is there anything else? There is none left. After explaining their work, the two sat down to chat. Chun Fan asked, What was the reason you were expelled? Can I not answer this question? Su Ruzhen was very embarrassed. I must say, fine. Su Ruzhen bit her lip. They always want me to accompany the leaders to social events, and they have ulterior motives. Chun Fan looked at her strangely. You don't seem like such a conservative person, do you? Ugh, what are you saying? I just couldn't control myself in front of you. After all, who doesn't like young, handsome men? Chun Fan felt a little embarrassed. His attempt to tease the other person had backfired, leaving him in an awkward situation. Su Ruzhen looked up, her eyes sparkling, and said, Really, I won't cause you any trouble. If you have any ideas, feel free to. Cough, cough. Let's focus on our work. You know I don't lack girlfriends. Fine, Su Ruzhen said with a look of infatuation. The barbecue restaurant is opening this weekend. Zhou Bing told Chun Fan that she has already taken care of the dance team. They are willing to support the restaurant since it is her boyfriend's business, and they will not charge any fees. However, they had one request. They wanted a discount when they came to eat barbecue in the future. Chun Fan laughed, thinking it was no big deal. It's free as long as they come. You should know that every member of the dance team is beautiful and has an amazing figure. With these bewitching women around, how could business not be booming? After everyone finished their work, they asked what name they should come up with. Chun Fan said the signboard is ready, Unrestrained Youth. Forehead. Everyone was stunned for a long time. Unrestrained Youth? All right, you decide. No one objected. For the opening of the new store, no flyers were printed. Instead, a large number of advertisements were posted on BBS and in alumni groups. A stage was set up in front of the shop, and a sound system worth hundreds of thousands of yuan was installed, so that people can enjoy barbecue while watching song and dance performances. When they're really enjoying themselves, they can even go up and play a tune or sing a song. So the barbecue restaurant opened with great fanfare this weekend. Chapter 34, Zhao, the campus bell, come on. The renovation of the house was simple, given that only so much money was invested. The sound system on stage was purchased privately by Chun Fan, but he told people it was rented. Today is our grand opening. All dishes are 20% off, and beer is all you can drink. Yilang Gao, Su Kaching, Wang Hao, Qin Nan. Almost everyone took to the field themselves. Chun Fan was in charge of planning, managing the event, and greeting guests. Because when we were setting up this store, most of the ideas came from Chun Fan, including those from Zwabing's team. Therefore, they unanimously decided to appoint Chun Fan as the general manager, while they would be responsible for the actual work. When Su Ruzhen heard that the boss's barbecue restaurant had opened, she offered to come and help, but Chun Fan refused. She is the nominal owner of the shop. How can she do these things in person? The barbecue restaurant wasn't very busy in the afternoon. It only got busy in the evening. It started at 6 o'clock, as soon as the music began. Let's get the atmosphere going first. Many alumni who saw the news rushed over to join in the fun, and some had already started ordering. Unlike most barbecue restaurants, Chun Fan and his team run a self-service barbecue restaurant. Customers order the food, which is delivered to them, and then they grill it themselves. This way, people won't complain about the quality of the food or that there aren't enough people. They also have their own fun baking. The dance team took to the stage, a group of sexy and alluring young women in short skirts that barely covered their hips. Look at them standing all in a row on the stage. Boom. With a powerful kick of his long legs, screams erupted from the stage. 8 young women were showcasing their dance moves on stage, and the audience even forgot about the barbecue, with some people drooling. Yilang Gao and the others were busy preparing dishes and serving drinks. Qin Nan and the others helped with taking orders, while Zhou Bing handled the cashier and settled the bill. For some reason, there were a lot of people today, and the seats were full in no time. Many people didn't come for the barbecue. They came to watch the show. After all, these girls in the dance team are rarely seen. There was also a young lady playing the drums nearby, her hair flying in the wind under the powerful electric fan, and she was playing with great enthusiasm. The shows came one after another, and the atmosphere was fantastic. Chun Fan kept arranging for people to add simple tables, temporarily adding more than a dozen tables. In her dormitory room, Zhao Linlin stood on the balcony and looked out at the back street of the school. Yufei, I don't want to eat in the cafeteria today. Zhou Yufei looked towards the barbecue restaurant and exclaimed, Me too. Shall we go out and grab something to eat? Okay. The two left the campus, and a deafening melody erupted ahead. Linlin, shall we go take a look too? Zhou Yufei stared at them curiously. Zhao Linlin frowned. They really did make a big splash. They have a good business sense. A few students have managed to run a store like this. They've already mastered the art of attracting customers. The shop, named Reckless Youth, is packed with customers, while some nearby shops are deserted. Especially when you see those young and beautiful girls on stage, it's all just commercial gimmicks. Shall we go get something to eat? Zhou Yufei's mouth watered, her eyes filled with longing. You can bake it yourself? Isn't that simple? Zhou Yufei walked over and said, Our Linlin wants to eat barbecue. Can someone help grill some? Oh, Zhao Linlin is here too. I'll bake it. I'll bake it. When news broke that Zhao Linlin had arrived, the crowd erupted in screams. Countless boys stood up and shouted. They brought over the food they had just baked. Zhou Yufei accepted it without hesitation, looked at Zhao Linlin and smiled. Isn't this it? Zhao Linlin was speechless. Just then, Zwabing saw this and came up to greet her, saying, Zhao, the school beauty, thank you for coming to support us. Zhao Linlin was unable to respond. Sit down, sit down. Zwabing picked a table for the two of them to sit down, and the boys who were trying to flatter them immediately crowded in front of them. Eat up, we'll grill whatever you want. Yes, eat it while it's hot. Seeing so many people fawning over her, Zhao Linlin looked embarrassed. Why is Zhao Linlin here? Chun Fan was also a little surprised to see her and came over to greet her personally. Zhao, the school beauty, why don't you come up on stage and perform a show? You're the school's recognized most talented and beautiful girl. Zhao Linlin never expected that Chun Fan would actually let her go on stage when she had only come to join in the fun. Before she could refuse, the people around her started to jeer. One school beauty, one school beauty. With so many people shouting together, Zhao Linlin couldn't refuse any longer. She gave Chun Fan a resentful look, secretly wishing she could strangle him. Her forte is playing the piano. After all, children raised in such families naturally follow a high-end path. But there was no piano here, so she went up on stage and said, Then I'll sing a song. Yeah. The audience erupted in screams. You know, how would ordinary students normally have the chance to get close to Zhao, the school beauty? Don't say we're just alumni. Even in the same class, ordinary people wouldn't have many opportunities to talk to her. Zhao Linlin picked up the microphone. Is there music? Yes, yes, yes. Yilang Gao got particularly excited and ran to the computer, asking, What song should I play? Priscilla Chan's A Thousand Songs. Alright, let's get the music going. Zhao Linlin has a great stage presence. The moment the music started, she took the microphone and walked a few steps. The night that once belonged to each other. Hong Hong is still you. The sunshine in my heart. Like shedding silly tears. Zhao Linlin has a very good voice. It seems she has put a lot of effort into music. Even Chen Fan was somewhat engrossed in listening. Her songs have a different kind of artistic conception. Although not the original singer, it sounds better than the original. Zhao Bing stared intently with her beautiful big eyes. Zhao Linlin is elegant and reserved, unlike Zhao Bing, who is unrestrained. She appears gentle and graceful, and her singing voice seems to carry a hint of loneliness. The audience cheered and applauded continuously. Zhao Linlin seemed completely absorbed in her own music, utterly engrossed in it. Wow, Zhao, the school beauty, has such amazing singing skills. Many people expressed their amazement. Zhao Bing nodded repeatedly. She rarely admired someone like this, and Zhao Linlin today had truly broadened her horizons. Even after Zhao Linlin finished singing, everyone was still immersed in her voice. That's absolutely fantastic. It wasn't until she said thank you that thunderous applause erupted once again from the audience. One more school beauty. One more. The audience wouldn't give up and wanted her to sing another song. Zhao Linlin shook her head. No, no. As she gracefully descended from the stage, the audience was still captivated. Zhao Bing rushed over, holding a large bunch of barbecue. You're amazing. Come on, have something to eat. Zhao Linlin pulled out a beef skewer from the pile. I'm going now, thank you. Zhou Yufei grabbed a handful of kebabs and chased after him, shouting, wait for me. The party didn't end until after 2 a.m., and everyone worked together to clean up, clear the place, and pack up their things until after 3 a.m. It's getting late, and everyone has worked hard. Let's all go home and have lunch together tomorrow. The girls went back to their dorm first, and Chun Fan and his two friends roughly calculated their earnings for the day. Today was basically a loss-making endeavor, but we still managed to sell over 80 cases of beer. Chapter 35, Su Ruzhen, moved by the story. The next day at noon, everyone ate together and discussed things. We also summarized some experiences. Last night's strategy was undoubtedly very successful. We made some money on the barbecue ingredients, but the beer business suffered huge losses. Based on my observation last night, some of the livestock really can drink. One person downed a case of beer. But there's no other way. It's a necessary expense for attracting traffic. The following 2 days were still incredibly popular. The barbecue restaurant Indulgent Youth has already made a name for itself at Jiangzhou University. Especially after the opening last night, many people posted about it on WeChat Moments and Douyin. Zhao Bing called over a dance troupe's performance, which has already become a hit on Douyin. After all, their good looks speak for themselves. The song sung by Zhao Linlin also became a hit. In addition to her unique style and stunning good looks, her videos have been widely shared. The carefree, youthful spirit has become a popular spot for online influencers, so the second and third nights were especially crowded. Some internet celebrities who want to gain attention even came to do live streams. Chun Fan and his group didn't bother them. As long as they followed the rules here, they could use the place as they pleased without affecting their own business. After a week, we finally made a profit. The profits from the last 4 days offset the losses from the first 3 days. Chun Fan estimated that at this rate, the store's daily revenue would be around 1 to 2,000 yuan. After a month, you should be able to make a profit of 50 to 60,000. Although this amount of money was insignificant to Chun Fan, it was at least the beginning of his business. It also brought another opportunity to the brothers. This will be a great help to them when they enter society. Guo Jianliang was furious when he heard that the three of them had opened a shop. He now refused to even talk to Chun Fan and regarded the three as enemies. Chun Fan naturally ignored him. People like him were not on the same page and could not work together. He has now completely become Liang Dongcai's lackey. However, Chun Fan didn't care much about the business in the store. He treated it purely as an experience. What he really cares about is the stock market situation. This week, most of the time was spent on the operations by Su Ruzhen. The long-term stock I invested in earlier has basically doubled in value. The shares he holds are worth 122 million yuan. The most encouraging ones are the stocks listed on the Chinext board. Chun Fan had Su Ruzhen buy stocks with a 20% increase almost every day, and they now had 580 million yuan. However, with more stocks involved, the operation becomes more difficult and the workload increases. With summer vacation just 2 weeks away, Chun Fan demanded that the company achieve a total asset value of at least 2 billion yuan within that time frame. Of course, if this were done, Su Ruzhen would be too busy. It's not that Su Ruzhen is technically incompetent, but rather that the stock market gives you limited time. So Chun Fan simply skipped class in the morning and spent his time watching the market from 9:30 to 11:30. We completed the operation together with Su Ruzhen and then went back to school in the afternoon. Besides working, Su Ruzhen also prepared lunch for Chun Fan, letting him eat at the apartment and rest before going to school. She had already picked up her car and parked it in the apartment parking lot. So far, Chun Fan has never touched the car. He has to go back during the summer vacation because he needs more accounts to manage these funds. At this moment, he and Su Ruzhen were in the apartment, following the instructions he had given the night before. Zwabing called, "Where are you?" "I'm out here and don't have time right now." Zwabing angrily clenched her fists. This guy has been acting strange lately. She seriously suspects he's having an affair. Of course, she had no idea that Chun Fan had been keeping a low profile all this time, vowing to become the world's richest man. He currently has 3 long-term investments, totaling over 300 million yuan. The remaining 400 million was divided into 10 stocks for trading. But it's really tiring, especially his ultra-short-term trading style. Of course, short-term profits are the most substantial. However, this greatly displeased the bookmakers. I don't know where this lunatic came from, making 20% of his own money every day and then running away. After hanging up with Zwabing, Chun Fan said, "I'll take care of the rest. You can rest for a bit." Su Ruzhen was very considerate. "Then I'll go cook. Let's finish lunch early so you can go to school." Seeing her go to the kitchen, Chun Fan seemed to be deep in thought. After he finished his work, he went into the kitchen. Su Ruzhen was indeed very virtuous, wearing an apron and chopping vegetables. This feeling made Chun Fan feel as if he were having some kind of illusion. Su Ruzhen noticed him staring at her and blushed. "What's wrong? Is there something I did wrong?" "No, it's fine. I didn't expect you could cook." Su Ruzhen smiled sweetly. "Then you can keep me by your side, and I'll cook for you every day." "That won't do. You shouldn't be a cook. I want you to become a business elite." Su Ruzhen was overjoyed. "Really?" Chun Fan nodded. "What's that saying? If you never abandon, I will in life and death." "Of course, I'm not talking about love." Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes at him. "Why can't I have love? Am I not worthy?" "No, because I have a girlfriend. You are my best partner." Su Ruzhen pouted. "I'll get you someday." She wasn't stupid. She knew what Chun Fan meant. He was afraid that becoming her boyfriend would hinder his progress. As a result, they have no heart to focus on their work. At this moment, Chun Fan is in the development stage. What he needs is not love, but someone to work hard with him. This guy has thought things through quite clearly. In fact, she had done her own analysis and judgment during this period, and tried to operate based on the stock market knowledge she had learned, but the results were not satisfactory. The stocks that Chun Fan had his eye on were hitting their daily limit up every day. This puzzled her. Are there people born to be kings of the stock market? After being tested multiple times, Su Ruzhen finally gave in. They just have that talent. Since that's the case, then I'll follow him wholeheartedly. After all, he's been quite good to me. Su Ruzhen simply prepared 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. She dresses very casually at home, mostly in pajamas. Chun Fan said, "When you have time, go shopping and buy some high-end clothes. I'll cover the cost." Chun Fan hadn't even spent all of his 5 million, so he immediately transferred 100,000 to Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen was startled. "Why are you giving me so much money?" Chun Fan laughed. "Money is meant to be spent. What's the point of earning it if you don't spend it? From now on, all your expenses will be covered by me. After I'm done with this busy period, I'll buy you a car. Pick whatever you like. Girls should be pretty, but remember not to be too flashy. It's best to keep a low profile if you can." Su Ruzhen bit her lip, looking at Chun Fan with emotion. "You're so good to me. How? How can I repay you?" She was genuinely touched. Back when she worked at the bank, those people had told her they were good to her. None of them had good intentions. Now she wants to repay Chun Fan, but Chun Fan never takes advantage of her. Girls are easily moved. Chun Fan pinched her cheek and said, "Work hard, and we'll have the whole world someday." "Uh-huh." Su Ruzhen nodded vigorously. Chapter 36. Something happened at Tang Jing's house. "Chun Fan, come here for a moment." Just as he was about to go to school, Wang Hao called and told him to come to the barbecue restaurant immediately. Chun Fan gave Su Ruzhen a few instructions and then left in a hurry. Qin Nan and Su Keqing were both at the barbecue restaurant. There was also Tang Jing, who was crying her eyes out. Chen Fan, not knowing what had happened, quickly asked, "What's going on?" Qi Nin said, "Something happened to Tang Jing's family. Her father was in a car accident, and the doctor said the surgery would cost 200,000 yuan. 200,000 is an absolute fortune for an ordinary family. Tang Jing's family is from Sichuan. They are ordinary citizens who had some savings and bought a house last year. They also have hundreds of thousands of yuan in loans. Now her father is in trouble again, and the family has no money left. Her mother decided to sell the house, but no one was willing to take it over immediately. Everyone is trying to find a way to help her. But where is she, a young girl, going to get 200,000 yuan for her father's surgery?" Yilang Gao and Wang Hao meant that everyone should contribute a little. However, the store doesn't have much money, since it has only been open for a short time. Even if you gave her all the money, it would be a drop in the ocean. Tang Jing and Qin Nin were good friends, and Qin Nin couldn't just stand by and watch her be all alone and helpless. "Why don't you take a leave of absence and go back to check on things? We can figure out the money together," Chen Fan said to Tang Jing. Tang Jing's eyes were red from crying. She knew about Chen Fan and his friends' family backgrounds. None of them are rich. 200,000 is a huge sum of money for anyone. Yilang Gao suggested that Tang Jing take all the cash in the store back with her first. No one else objected. But Tang Jing shook her head. How could she not know the consequences of doing so? If they take all the cash from the store, their newly opened shop will go out of business. Without funds, how can we keep going? She didn't want to implicate everyone. "Thank you for your kindness, but I really can't accept this money." Tang Jing wiped away her tears and left, forcing herself to hold back her sobs. The scene was quiet. Chen Fan glanced at everyone and said, "Don't worry about Tang Jing. I know a friend. Let's see if we can borrow some money from him." Yilang Gao said, "Don't be stubborn, Chen Fan. We all know your family is poorer than ours. Where do you get any rich friends?" Wang Hao said, "Let's all come together. At worst, we can close this shop. All right, let's do it your way. Qin Nan, give the money to Tang Jing." Since everyone is so united, Chen Fan doesn't want to go against their wishes. He said to Qin Nan, "Please send me her WeChat." Qin Nan didn't think much of it and sent Tang Jing's WeChat to him. After Chen Fan clicked on the message, he sent a friend request. "I am Chen Fan. I wonder what Tang Jing is doing." Anyway, it took more than 10 minutes to add him. Chen Fan said, "Come out for a moment. I'll wait for you in the grove behind the school." Tang Jing did not reply, but she actually came. It was midday, and there was no one in the grove. Chen Fan was sitting under a tree when he saw Tang Jing walking over, and he waved to her. Tang Jing's eyes were red the whole time. She must have been crying when she got back to the dormitory. With such a huge thing happening in her family, she, a young woman, was completely helpless. Without saying much, Chen Fan transferred 220,000 yuan to Tang Jing. "You should go back soon. Buying a plane ticket will save you a lot of time." Tang Jing heard her phone ring, but she didn't look at it. Instead, she bit her lip and looked at Chen Fan, who reminded her, "Check your phone." Tang Jing then took out her phone and opened it, and was completely stunned to see the transfer of 220,000 yuan. She looked at Chen Fan with teary eyes, sobbing uncontrollably. "Don't cry. If people see you crying, they'll think I've done something wrong." Tang Jing wiped away her tears, completely unable to control her emotions, and leaned against the tree, sobbing uncontrollably. She cried for a long time before she stopped, staring at the transfer on her phone in disbelief. "Where did you get this money?" She heard that Chen Fan's family was not well off and that he had been receiving subsidies from the school. Chen Fan used to get odd jobs at the school cafeteria. Where did he get such a large sum of money? Chen Fan said, "I know a friend who owns an antique shop, and I borrowed it from him. You can use it for now, but I don't want you to tell anyone about this." Tang Jing wiped away her tears. "I can't pay back so much money in a short time. What if people ask? It's okay. I'll handle it myself. I won't do anything I can't handle, so don't worry. The most urgent thing now is for you to get back immediately. We can talk about the rest later." Tang Jing's eyes were red. "Thank you, Chen Fan. Why bring this up? We're all alumni, so let's help each other out if we can. Transfer the money to your mother first, so as not to delay the surgery." Tang Jing thanked him again before accepting the money. That afternoon, Tang Jing asked for leave and went back to her hometown. Everyone originally planned not to open for business tonight, but Qin Nin said that Tang Jing didn't want that money. Business must go on. But soon everyone discovered a problem. Ever since the barbecue restaurant opened, "I don't even have time to go on dates anymore. This is not in line with everyone's dreams. However, Nan said, we see each other every day. We're so busy we're like idiots. What's the point of going on dates? Wang Hao and Lang Gao exchanged a glance. The two of them had discussed in their dormitory some time ago how to make some progress. It turned out that there was simply no time to implement the plan. Chen Fan doesn't go back to the dormitory from time to time. Who knows what he's doing outside? Only Zhu Bing was just dabbling in it. She joined purely for fun. As for whether she would make money or not, she wasn't worried. However, Zhu Bing had stated beforehand that she would come to help when she had time, and not to blame her if she didn't. Anyway, she's doing unpaid work and doesn't need a salary. Seeing how tired everyone was, Chen Fan suggested that they recruit more people starting next semester. After all, the semester is about to end, so there probably won't be much business. Chen Fan went to the apartment building 3 days after Tang Jing left. Su Ruzhen was especially happy to see him return. She took out the newly bought clothes and said, "Quick, try these on. If they don't fit, you can exchange them." Chen Fan gave her 100,000 yuan to buy clothes, and she bought 3 sets for Chen Fan. Each set costs over 20,000 yuan. Armani, Versace, Givenchy, all the same set. Besides these, I also bought branded underwear, belts, and shoes. It cost more than 80,000 yuan in total. Chen Fan was speechless. "I told you to buy these for yourself. Why are you buying these for me?" No need." Seeing that Chen Fan was unhappy, Su Ruzhen blushed, bit her lip, and said aggrievedly, "Then I'll go change it tomorrow." Chen Fan realized he had spoken too harshly and explained, "You didn't understand what I meant. Girls should dress more elegantly so that they can avoid being targeted by unwanted advances. When you are noble and generous, and your level is different, you will naturally make many people who are not as good as you feel ashamed and give up. Why would a grown man like me dress so extravagantly? I'm not going out to show off. How about this? You can go buy it tomorrow." He transferred another 200,000 yuan to Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen said softly, "I bought 2 sets myself. Do you want me to wear them and show them to you?" Chapter 37. Tang Jing's Gratitude. Su Ruzhen bought herself 2 suits, which weren't too expensive, costing 5 or 6,000 yuan each. What was an astronomical price for Chen Fan in the past is now utterly worthless to him. Su Ruzhen has a great figure, plus those alluring headlights. She looks very alluring. Such clothing is suitable for ordinary social occasions, but it is obviously not enough for grand occasions. Chen Fan said to make do with what you have for now, and you can buy a few high-end outfits when you have time. Su Ruzhen dared not refuse again and obediently said, "Oh." However, she has a little secret. She spent the remaining 2,000 yuan on cute little things. These are private items. Of course, they shouldn't be worn in broad daylight for Chen Fan to see. A week later, Chen Fan's short-term stocks had almost doubled in value. The 3 long-term stocks also rose by about 40%. At this moment, his total assets have reached 1.36 billion. With just over a week until the holiday, Chen Fan's goal is to double his earnings and then go home. As for the summer vacation period, he decided to take a long-term approach. With over 1 million yuan still in his bank account, he decided to continue to live a lowly life. They don't flaunt their talents and keep a low profile. After he and Su Ruzhen finished their work that day, they took a look at Zhao's real estate stock. After the previous round of dividends and high stock splits, Zhao Guowei took the opportunity to reduce his holdings by 12%. So far, he only holds 28.99%. However, he remains the major shareholder and holds the power to make decisions within the company. Tang Jing is back from her hometown. She wasn't planning on coming here anyway, since it was summer vacation. To express her gratitude for everyone's help, she brought a lot of snacks from her hometown. After the late-night snack shop closed, Tang Jing said she would treat everyone to dinner so she could properly express her gratitude. Nin said, "Then let's have some barbecue at our own shop, instead of going anywhere else. Besides, we didn't really help, and you've already returned all the money." Tang Jing agreed, but she had to pay the bill today. A few people gathered around a barbecue. Zhu Bing had been busy with dance training lately and rarely came to the shop. Chen Fan called her, and she said she was too tired today and didn't want to move at all. Dancing is tiring because they are going to participate in a city competition, and they have been intensifying their training recently. After finishing our late-night snack, it was already past 3 a.m. Nan suggested that we not go back to the dorm and instead find somewhere to chat. Wang Hao understood immediately. "Let's go to the hotel." The late-night snack shop was busy for more than half a month and made some money. Lang raised both hands in agreement. "Then let's go to the hotel and book 3 rooms. What's the meaning? You two are a couple, and you've booked 3 rooms. What am I and Tang Jing supposed to do? Chen Fan said. You guys go ahead. I'll climb over the wall and go in. TCH, you're just pretending. Yilang Gao almost exposed Chen Fan's habit of frequently staying out overnight. Chen Fan glared at him, and he immediately stopped. There was nowhere to go at that point, and the late-night snack shops didn't have beds. So I went to the hotel closest to the school and booked a suite. 688. In reality, these hotel suites are basically just a bedroom with a mahjong table outside. Upon seeing the mahjong table, Wang Hao immediately suggested, how about we play mahjong? Chen Fan said he wasn't interested. Unexpectedly, Qin Nin also liked this kind of thing. Let's all have some fun. Those who don't want to play can go inside and sleep. Yilang Gao actually had other plans. He glanced at Su Keqing. Su Keqing blushed and turned her head away. Chen Fan saw it all and understood. The holidays are coming up soon, and they'll be separated again. They probably want to enjoy some time alone together. He made an excuse. I'm going out for a bit. You guys have fun. Tang Jing didn't actually want to play mahjong. She came along mainly to thank Chen Fan properly. Seeing Chen Fan leave, Tang Jing said, I have something to do. At this hour, so late at night, what could she possibly want? Qin Nin smiled slyly and kicked Wang Hao. Wang Hao understood and covered his mouth to chuckle. Now everyone understood. After the two left, Yilang Gao said, Tang Jing seems to have feelings for Chen Fan. I think it has potential. Su Keqing asked, what if Zwabing finds out? Qin Nin shook her head. After all, Zwabing is from a different world than us. I think Tang Jing and Chen Fan are more promising. I believe Chen Fan will make his own choice, so let's not interfere. Yilang Gao couldn't hold back any longer. I can't stay up all night. Let's go get another room. Wang Hao was a little confused. You can't stay up late? But he regretted it as soon as he said it. They're giving themselves a chance, aren't they? They're as stupid as pigs. Su Keqing was pulled out by Yilang Gao, leaving only Qin Nan and the other person in the room. Wang Hao touched the raincoat he had been hiding in his pocket for more than half a month. His palms were sweating. Chen Fan, wait a moment. Chen Fan walked out of the hotel, and Tang Jing followed him out. Why did you come out? It was already past midnight, and Chen Fan had originally planned to go back to his apartment to sleep, but Tang Jing followed him. Tang Jing approached, her head bowed. How about we find a place to sit for a while? Since they had come, Chen Fan felt embarrassed to refuse. The two left the hotel and walked away. Outside the campus of Jiangzhou University, there is a large artificial lake. It's summer now, and the artificial lake is a great place to visit. Why don't you rest at the hotel with them? The two sat down by the lake, and Chen Fan asked, I just wanted to say thank you. That's all. No need. Why are you being so polite? But, Tang Jing panicked. How are we going to pay back such a large sum of money? I told you there's no rush. I'll take care of the money. Don't feel pressured. Chen Fan comforted him. Tang Jing said, how can that be? I can't let you bear all of this for me. Okay, I won't go back for summer vacation. I'll find a job and work hard to earn money to pay you back. Seeing how stubborn she was, Chen Fan thought for a moment. You're only a sophomore. What kind of good job can you find? Even if you earn 10,000 a month, when will you be able to pay off all this money? Then what should we do? Tang Jing looked at him anxiously. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, you should focus on your studies and talk about it later when you have the chance. But what if they come knocking on the door to collect the debt? No, I told him that it might take several years to pay him back. But if you really want to go out and find a job, I do have a place for you. But it won't be that fast. You may have to wait. Since Chen Fan helped her unconditionally, Tang Jing has placed complete trust in him. He nodded vigorously. Yes, I can wait. As long as I can make money, that's fine. Chen Fan laughed. I didn't expect that you, who used to seem so arrogant, are now like a completely different person. Tang Jing blushed and explained, I'm not arrogant at all. It's just that we're not very familiar with each other yet. Okay, you can go back first. I'll let you know when things are settled. Chen Fan got up. He really wanted to go back to his apartment to get some sleep. Tang Jing's heart was pounding like a deer's as she walked nervously toward the school gate. Chapter 38. Those two kids didn't do any good last night. Chen Fan wanted to register a company, but company registration involves tax issues. He didn't want to go through that trouble. Currently, individual stock traders do not have this problem. Chen Fan had no idea how Yilang Gao and the other three spent that night. Anyway, he went to the apartment, and Tang Jing went back to school. As a result, neither of the two animals came to the classroom the next morning. Chen Fan figured they probably couldn't get up. Liang Donkai came over to collect class fees again. He planned to hold a class meeting on the last day of the semester. But this time, it was Guo Jianliang who collected the class fee for him. Guo Jianliang took the class fee from the person sitting next to him and didn't ask Chen Fan a single question. In his eyes, Chen Fan will always be the one who can't afford to pay his class fees. Anyway, Liang Donkai said that not everyone is required to participate. So Chen Fan felt perfectly justified in not paying his class fees once again. During the fourth period, Zhuo Bing texted him, asking him to have lunch together. Chen Fan agreed without hesitation. The two of them got their food in the cafeteria and ate together. Unexpectedly, Zhao Linlin and Zhou Yufei also came. She glanced at the two of them from afar and called out to Zhou Yufei to leave. Zhuo Bing didn't notice any of this. Chen Fan, let's go on a trip during summer vacation. Chen Fan looked at her and asked, who's going? Zhuo Bing picked up the fatty meat from the bowl and put it in his bowl. It's definitely not enough for just the two of us. If our families find out, they'll scold us to death. You can invite Qin Nan and the others to come along. I'll go back home for summer vacation. We'll see then. Chen Fan wasn't sure if he had the time. You have to understand that time is extremely precious to him. Every trading day, there is at least a 10% profit. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you might pick up a stock on the Chinext board that goes from limit down to limit up. My current funds amount to 1.36 billion, and I aim to double that before the summer vacation. I'll call and ask them. Zhuo Bing was about to call Qin Nan when Chen Fan stopped her, saying, you shouldn't call now. Why? I guess they haven't gotten up yet. Oh, Zhuo Bing asked, puzzled. It's already noon. Aren't you going to open for business tonight? Chen Fan smiled ambiguously. They played all night yesterday. It's perfectly normal for college students to stay up all night playing games, and many single people can spend several days in internet cafes. Then you'll come with me to the movies this weekend. Zhuo Bing made a small request. Perhaps because the holidays were approaching, Chen Fan noticed that Zhuo Bing was starting to become clingy. Even if she hadn't said it, Chen Fan was already planning to ask her out. As for the summer vacation, he will go back for a visit and will be back soon. Therefore, Chen Fan did not feel the sorrow of parting. In the afternoon, Yilang Gao and his companion finally showed up, but Qin Nan and Su Keqing did not. Chen Fan immediately guessed the reason. Those two lads hadn't been up to any good last night. I guess the two girls were too shy to show themselves. After all, it was their first time, and even if no one said anything, they were still a little nervous. Moreover, Chen Xian could clearly tell from their lewd expressions. Wang Hao, in particular, had a grin on his face that looked like he was a complete idiot. There are many red marks on my neck and chest. Yilang Gao chuckled and handed Chen Fan a cigarette. Thanks for your help. Hey, how did things go with Tang Jing last night? Chen Fan glared at the guy and said, don't talk nonsense. I'm not even with her. Oh, that's such a pity. Wang Hao said, it's all my fault. I didn't book another room. All right, stop. Chen Fan saw Zhuo Bing approaching from afar and glared fiercely at the two of them. He's a chaste and upright man, unlike these two who are always trying to take advantage of his girlfriend. It seems Zhuo Bing really wants to go out and have fun, so she came to ask Qin Nan and the others for their opinions. Little did they know that Qin Nan and Su Keqing didn't come at all. Chen Fan said, you should go and rest too. They won't be coming today. Zhuo Bing said it was fine, since there was nowhere else to go anyway. So I stayed at the shop to help out. Qin Nan and Su Keqing had been talking with Wang Hao in their respective dorm rooms for a semester. This guy keeps pestering me for that thing, and last night I couldn't resist and half-heartedly agreed. But when Tang Jing was in the dormitory, Qin Nan asked guiltily, when did you get back? Tang Jing didn't even consider that possibility. I went straight back to my dorm yesterday. She noticed the red marks on Qin Nan's neck. What happened to you? Are you having an allergic reaction? Upon hearing this, Qin Nan immediately blushed deeply. However, it also confirmed to her that Tang Jing really didn't understand. Only people who haven't experienced it would ask this question. She tightened her shirt collar and gave a vague answer to brush it off. Su Keqing was also in the dormitory. She was more introverted than Qin Nan and didn't dare to go out at all. When she came back, she would lie on the bed and pretend to be uncomfortable. This week went by quickly. Chen Fan still skipped classes every morning and went to the apartment to trade with Su Ruzhen. He had no classes on Friday afternoon, so he decided to take some time to spend the day with Zhuo Bing. I told Yilang Gao and the other person that I was taking the day off. Zhuo Bing became clingy, holding his hand when no one was around, asking, Chen Fan, how long are you going to be gone before you come back? It's hard to say. Why don't you come back with me? Bing blushed and glared at him. I don't want to. If I go back with him, my family will definitely find out. Moreover, she didn't want to meet Chun Fan's family so soon. Then you can stay at home for a week and then come back. Let's see. We really can't be sure right now. I don't care. You just have to come with me to the beach. Qin Nan and I have already agreed. Are they going to? Chun Fan hadn't paid attention to that. Bing nodded. All right then. Since everyone had reached an agreement, Chun Fan had no choice but to agree. In the afternoon, I accompanied Bing shopping and bought her several dresses. Chun Fan originally planned to buy a pair costing tens of thousands of yuan, but Bing insisted on not buying them. I was afraid my family would suspect me if I said it was too expensive, and besides, I didn't need to be so extravagant. All she knew was that Chun Fan collected antiques with her father, but she didn't know exactly how much money Chun Fan had. Although her family is well off, Bing doesn't like to spend money recklessly. The two then went to see a movie. It was past 9 o'clock, and Chun Fan was about to persuade her not to go home that night when Bing's mother called. Bing, aren't you coming back today? Bing lied. Mom, the holidays are coming up soon, and I can't get away from the school because of an event. No, I'll come pick you up. Bing's mother is quite domineering and doesn't give Bing any chance at all. Bing looked at Chun Fan with a resentful expression. I'm going back. Chun Fan also felt it was a bit of a pity. Judging from Bing's appearance today, she should have been mentally prepared. Chun Fan could only comfort her. Then go back first. See you the day after tomorrow. Bing nodded, then suddenly hugged Chun Fan's neck and kissed him. Chun Fan, I love you. Chun Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he hugged Bing tightly. His emotions were no longer calm, and even his breathing became rapid. I love you too. Chapter 39. Bing's mother's tricks. Summer vacation is finally here. The school was filled with couples who were reluctant to part. Chun Fan didn't have these feelings because he had no intention of staying at home for too long. But I don't want too many people to know what I'm doing now. Bing said her mother wanted her to stay at her maternal grandmother's house for a while, so her plans to go to the beach during the summer vacation were probably ruined. Bing's maternal grandmother's family is from northeast China. No wonder she has the temperament of a northerner. It turns out she inherited it from her mother. Chun Fan, why don't you come to northeast China with me? Bing looked at him hopefully, and Chun Fan asked, where will I stay when we get there? Bing said, my grandmother also lives in the county town, so you can stay at a nearby hotel. I'll pay for it. Chun Fan pinched her cheek. How long do you plan to stay there? At least a month. Wipe. It's been taking too long. Bing whispered in his ear. Come and keep me company, and I'll give you anything. Chun Fan's blood boiled. Okay. Sure enough, a generous reward will surely bring forth brave men. Seeing how readily he agreed, Bing rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. Is that all a man thinks about? However, Bing was serious. Having agreed, she wouldn't go back on her word. It's holiday time, and Yilang Gao and the other three don't plan to go back. He used the excuse of wanting to run a barbecue restaurant. And even though it was a holiday, there were still quite a few people around the school. If they keep doing it, they can still earn a considerable amount of money each month. Moreover, their parents were especially happy to hear that they had started their own business. The four of them thus had a legitimate reason to stay, and Chun Fan didn't concern himself with where they lived. These young people, who have just tasted the sweetness of love, are bound to have a fierce battle. Bing was picked up by her mother. Chun Fan greeted her from afar, but didn't dare to get close. He felt that Bing's mother was very domineering, and Bing was also particularly afraid of her. After sending a message to Bing, I watched her leave. Inside the car, Bing's mother, who was driving, saw her daughter replying to a text message in the rearview mirror and suddenly said, why don't we invite him to our house for dinner? Oh. Bing was startled, and her phone fell off her seat. She noticed her daughter's panic but calmly said, it's all right. Your father and I aren't unreasonable people. We went through the same thing, so there's no need for you to hide anything from us. Mom, what are you saying? Bing picked up her phone and hurriedly gave a perfunctory reply. Bing's mother smiled and said, your face is so red, and you still want to hide it from me. Really, let's invite him over for a meal at our house so we can get to know him better. A boy who can make my precious daughter so attached and reluctant to part with him must be very outstanding. Bing shook her head like a rattled drum. Mom, don't guess, it's really not true. I was just saying goodbye to a few friends in the group. Bing's mother's expression turned serious. It's best if there's no best. You don't understand anything right now. Don't be easily fooled. When you grow up and it's time for you to date, Your family will help you find someone. Okay, Mom. Zhou Bing's heart tightened. She was terrified. She almost fell for her trap. This mother is really cunning. Luckily, I didn't fall for her tricks. Zhou Bing instinctively covered her chest and looked out the window. Unfortunately, her little tricks were no match for her cunning mother. All the signs from my daughter indicate that she is in love. However, she didn't show any emotion and just chatted with Zhou Bing in a casual manner. Chun Fan was about to return to his apartment when Tang Jing sent him a message. Chun Fan, when are you going back? Let's wait a few days. It's uncertain for now. After replying to the message, Chun Fan remembered that Tang Jing was looking for a job. When are you free? I'd like to treat you to a meal. I'll skip the meal. I'm thinking about work. Tang Jing. No, don't misunderstand. I've already talked to Qin Nan about the job, and she asked me to help out at the store for 2 months. I just wanted to thank you. Tang Jing was naturally grateful for Chun Fan's great help. But Chun Fan refused, saying, let's talk about it later. I'm not going back for now. Okay, let me know before you go back. Chun Fan returned to the apartment, where Su Ruzhen was busy. Hearing the door open, she quickly came over to get slippers for Chun Fan. How's it going? Chun Fan was very concerned about the operations over the past 2 days. Su Ruzhen said, it will be soon, but it will probably take another day or 2. I was very successful in catching the 2 limit-up stocks yesterday. One of them rose by 30 points, and the other I managed to catch from the bottom to the top. Even the lowest is over 20 points. Chun Fan nodded and went to the computer. During this time back home, I can only focus on long-term investments. I can't operate like this every day. Chun Fan checked the total amount of funds in his account, which was already 2.398 billion. I did achieve my initial small goal, but I'm still a little short of doubling it. No rush. If these stocks hit their daily limit today, they could almost double in value. Now Chun Fan is starting to look for long-term stocks. He calculated his schedule and figured he could get home in 7 days at the earliest and half a month at the latest. Therefore, during this period, it is necessary to identify several long-term stocks for investment. The morning session ended quickly, and Chun Fan turned off his computer and asked Su Ruzhen, do you have any free time lately? Su Ruzhen didn't react for a moment. Yes, what's wrong? Come back with me. Oh, going to meet your parents so soon. After saying that, she suddenly realized something. Her pretty face flushed, and she explained, that's not what I meant. Chun Fan smiled and said, it is indeed my way of going back to see my parents, but you'll definitely have to help me with some things then. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Then I'll go cook. Let's skip it today and eat out. Chun Fan didn't want her to work too hard. He couldn't treat her like a nanny. He looked at the pretty Su Ruzhen and said, go change your clothes first. For some reason, he liked Su Ruzhen when she was dressed up beautifully. Of course, if she's too ugly, she won't be able to eat. Su Ruzhen returned to her room without locking the door and simply changed her clothes before coming out. Is this okay? She was wearing a blazer over a white shirt, which accentuated her curves beautifully. He looked very professional. Chun Fan nodded. He liked Su Ruzhen's style of dress. It was very professional and suited her identity perfectly. The two left the apartment and sat in their newly purchased Touareg for the first time. Where should we eat? Pick one you like. When Su Ruzhen was buying a car that day, she originally went to look at Mercedes-Benz, but after that incident on the internet, she turned around and went into the 4S store next door to buy a Touareg. Chun Fan sat in the back seat. The new car felt all right, but the smell was too strong. The Touareg is a rather understated car, but its features are decent. This also aligns with Chun Fan's intentions. He didn't want to be ostentatious. After all, it's only worth a little over 2 billion. There's nothing to show off. Having spent so much time with him, Su Ruzhen gradually came to understand his personality, so she found an ordinary restaurant. The two had a simple meal and then went back to work. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the restaurant, a woman dressed in a flamboyant manner walked towards her. Chapter 40. This poor loser actually has 10 million. Hey, isn't that the beautiful Su? Hey, what brings you to a place like this to eat? What? You're not getting protection from the bank manager anymore. When Su Ruzhen saw this person, her face turned cold. Huang Yanyan, what do you mean? Did I step on your tail? This woman used to work at the same company as Su Ruzhen. They both worked at a bank. Taking advantage of her good looks, she flirted with many men. It's said that there are people in higher positions. But after Su Ruzhen left, she lost favor and was neglected by those above. Unfortunately, Su Ruzhen was oblivious and repeatedly refused her boss's advances, which led to her being fired in a fit of anger. Huang Yinyin was somewhat jealous of Su Ruzhen stealing her thunder, so she made sarcastic remarks when she saw her. She glanced at the man behind Su Ruzhen and said with disdain, "Heh, I thought someone as high and mighty as you could find a decent man, but he doesn't seem like much to me." Chen Fan has always been low-key and doesn't care much about his clothes, so Huang Yinyin naturally doesn't think much of him. Su Ruzhen retorted without hesitation, "Even if he's not the best, he's still a million times better than your man." "Cut," Huang Yinyin spat. "What's there to brag about when someone has lost their job?" After saying that, she swayed her hips as she went upstairs to the private room. Chen Fan felt nauseous looking at this woman. Although she was pretty, she was too pretentious. The makeup on her face was incredibly thick, and her lipstick looked like something out of a ghost's mouth. Seeing her leave, Su Ruzhen angrily cursed, "Bus. Forget it. Don't bother arguing with this kind of woman. It'll only lower your standards." Chen Fan called the waiter and ordered a few dishes. Neither of them drank alcohol, they just ate a little bit. Su Ruzhen said, "When I worked at the bank, she always targeted me. After being neglected, they hated me even more." Chen Fan laughed and said, "Who told you to choose a place like this to eat? I originally wanted to take you to eat something nice, but you chose such an ordinary restaurant." Su Ruzhen frowned in frustration. "I only did this because I thought you liked to keep a low profile, but I never expected to run into someone like this." Chen Fan said, "Since she came here to eat, it means she's not doing too well." Su Ruzhen nodded. "Working in a bank is very difficult now, as salaries are tied to performance. Either you have connections in higher positions, or you are exceptionally capable. She barely managed to survive because of this physical appearance. If I'm not mistaken, she's probably trying to drum up business again." Oh, Chen Fan had also heard that there were certain performance requirements for working in the banking industry each month. If the performance evaluation is not up to standard, the penalty will be a deduction of bonus or even elimination. Banks today are nothing like they used to be. Perhaps Su Ruzhen's decision to withdraw was the right one. After the meal, Su Ruzhen was asked to pay the bill. Chen Fan stood up to go to the restroom, but the attendant said the restroom on the first floor was blocked and he needed to go to the second floor. Laughter erupted from a private room on the second floor, accompanied by Huang Yinyin's delicate voice. "Little Huang, your waist is so smooth, so delicate, and with such good skin. Yeah, Brother Lu, you're so mean. Here, let me toast you. Okay, let's drink a toast together." A large, chubby hand wrapped around Huang Yinyin's waist, and Huang Yinyin sat down on the other person's lap. "Brother Lu, how much credit limit can you help me with this time? You've saved hundreds of thousands. Let's talk after we've had a drink. Let's talk after we've had a drink." Brother Lu is almost 50 years old and looks particularly greasy, but Huang Yinyin doesn't mind at all. The two linked arms and drank from the same cup. After finishing the drink, Brother Lu didn't let go of her. He hugged Huang Yinyin and said, "Come on, give me a kiss." Huang Yinyin gave him a flirtatious wink and moved closer to him. Vomit. Chen Fan accidentally witnessed this scene, covered his mouth, and rushed into the bathroom. "Wait, there are people outside." Huang Yinyin slid off Brother Lu and ran out to take a look. Upon seeing that it was Chen Fan, he couldn't help but say disdainfully, "Tisish, who do we have here? It's just you, you poor loser. Never seen the world before, have you?" When Chen Fan saw the red mark on her low-cut chest, he naturally understood what they had done in the private room. "Yes, I'm naive and haven't seen much of the world." Looking at Huang Yinyin's appearance, Chen Fan casually took out his phone. 10 million was transferred out of the stock market balance. Then he handed it to Huang Yinyin, saying, "Take a look at this." Holy crap, Huang Yinyin's eyes widened immediately. "Wait," she grabbed Chen Fan's hand. "Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. Damn, 10 million. Instantly, she felt jealous. I never expected that this poor loser would actually have 10 million in savings. 10 million is nothing. Chen Fan made a disdainful remark, then turned and went downstairs. Wait. Huang Yinyin caught up, calling out, Big brother, big brother." She grabbed Chen Fan's hand and tried to rub it against her, but Chen Fan pulled it away in disgust. She went back to the bathroom, applied hand sanitizer, and said, "Don't touch me." Okay, I won't touch you. Young man, could you deposit your money in our bank? I'll give you the highest interest rate. 10 million. That's a big client. She never dreamed that Su Ruzhen would actually hook up with a rich man. Chen Fan's bank balance totaled over 11 million. If we could get his money into the bank where I work, that would be a huge achievement. She won't need to run errands anymore this year. But Chen Fan washed his hands and went downstairs without paying any attention to her. Huang Yinyan had no interest in paying attention to this brother Lu anymore. That guy is incredibly cunning and slippery. He's even touched my stockings until they're swollen, but he still won't let go. Huang Yinyan went back to the private room, grabbed her bag, and left. Brother Lu hurriedly stood up. Hey, what's going on? You don't want the savings anymore? I don't want it anymore, get out. Huang Yinyan caught up with Chen Fan, who had already come downstairs. He said to Su Ruzhen, let's go. Ruzhen, wait for me. As soon as the two left the restaurant, Huang Yinyan caught up with them, shamelessly pulling Su Ruzhen along with one of her sisters on the left and one on the right. This left Su Ruzhen completely confused. What are you doing? Oh, I was wrong before, I offended you. After all, we're sisters, so please be magnanimous and help me out. Since you're not working at the bank anymore, could you talk to your boyfriend for me? Su Ruzhen looked at Chen Fan in confusion. What happened? Chen Fan said, ignore her. Huang Yinyan shamelessly clung to him, pleading, Ruzhen, please help me. I'll thank you after it's all done. Su Ruzhen was annoyed by her. Let's talk about it later. I don't have time right now. Okay, I'll contact you later. Take care. She was all high and mighty just moments ago, making sarcastic remarks, but as soon as Chen Fan went to the restroom, she started shamelessly clinging to him. Su Ruzhen was puzzled. After starting the car and driving away, she asked Chen Fan, did she see you when you went to the toilet? Cough, cough. Chen Fan looked embarrassed and said, just drive your car properly. Su Ruzhen was speechless, thinking to herself, if Huang Yinyan can be so shameless, she must have a lot to offer. Chapter 41. A reward of 1 million. After returning to her apartment, Su Ruzhen received at least a dozen phone calls from Huang Yinyan. The other party kept begging her to help transfer Chen Fan's savings to her bank account. Su Ruzhen only realized at this moment that what she had seen was Chen Fan's bank account. I thought I had seen something amazing. Su Ruzhen hung up the phone in annoyance. Now that she was used to big money, she had no desire for a mere 10 or 20,000. Keep in mind that she usually manages investments in the hundreds of millions. After telling Chen Fan about Huang Yinyan, Chen Fan said, why bother with a woman like that? I just wanted to provoke her because I saw her looking down on people. Do you know what she did in the private room? What did you see? Su Ruzhen was somewhat curious. Chen Fan recounted what had just happened, and Su Ruzhen became embarrassed. Huang Yinyan really has no morals when it comes to boosting sales figures. In the afternoon, Chen Fan continued doing his homework. He needs to select a few stocks suitable for long-term investment. Xinjiang Energy. After more than an hour of screening, an energy stock with a market value of over 200 billion finally caught my eye. This stock has a strong background and has been in a slump since a surge 2 years ago. The stock once reached a high of over 260 yuan per share, but now it's only worth a little over 6 yuan. Chen Fan could see its future trajectory. After a strong shakeout, the price should have started to rise. The major players in this type of stock have a long time to plan their moves, often spending 1 or 2 years on a single stock, but its price increase is also extremely impressive. Chen Fan then found 2 more long-term investment stocks, Jiangnan Machinery and Bagua Mining. These 2 stocks are also poised for takeoff within the next 15 trading days. Moreover, they are all stocks with extremely large market capitalization. He checked the funds in his account and decided to sell all his stocks tomorrow and hold them for the long term. I'm going to take a break. Focusing too much on watching stocks is mentally taxing. Chen Fan lay down on the sofa, and Su Ruzhen quickly brought over an air conditioning blanket to cover him. When people are too tired, they fall asleep easily. In his dream, he saw a dog licking him. I could faintly smell a fragrance in my nose. Chen Fan's brows twitched slightly, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Su Ruzhen's eyelashes were almost touching his nose when he suddenly sat up. What are you doing? Su Ruzhen was also startled by his sudden outburst, and her face turned completely red. And nothing. Chen Fan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Damn, it's not a dog. He quickly realized what was going on and stared speechlessly at Su Ruzhen's embarrassment. Are girls these days so lewd? The next morning, the two began to liquidate their stock holdings. There are dozens of stocks hitting their daily limit up on the Chinext board every day, but Chen Fan isn't interested in those. After clearing everything out, he checked the total amount of funds. 3.068 billion. That's nice. Perfect. In just over a month, he earned 3 billion, completing his initial capital accumulation. Now, it's time for me to shine. With 3 billion yuan in hand, he He should be a tycoon no matter where he is, right? But he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he decided to transfer the 68 million after the decimal point tomorrow as pocket money. The rest of the people continued to languish in the stock market. In the afternoon, he began to plan his investment strategy for 3 long-term stocks that he was optimistic about for tomorrow: Shijiang Energy, Jiangnan Machinery, and Bagua Mining. These 3 stocks are all worth hundreds of billions, so it would probably be quite difficult for ordinary people to manipulate the market here. Chen Fan was optimistic about their growth potential and background. As the two were busy, they realized they had far too much money. At this slow pace, I really don't know when it will take. In a full afternoon of trading, spanning 2 hours, less than 300 million yuan was actually bought. There are still 2.7 billion left in hand. How long will it take to make that much? Chen Fan found this trading method a bit too slow, so he simply found 2 more long-term stocks. Dahua Heavy Industry, Manhwa shares. When spread out like this, each of the 5 stocks accounts for only 600 million. Despite this, it still took the 2 of them 4 whole days to buy all of their 3 billion. Of course, under normal circumstances, you should never go all in at once like that. Chen Fan dared to go all in because he believed he could foresee the future trend of the stock. He then withdrew the remaining 68 million. At this moment, he has nearly 80 million in pocket money. If it's true, you've worked hard during this time. So here's a reward of 1 million. Oh, Su Ruzhen was completely dumbfounded. Chen Fan has given her more than 1.3 million yuan in installments. I've only been with him for a month. Su Ruzhen bit her lip. Boss. Seeing her excited expression, Chen Fan smiled and said, work hard, and you'll have whatever you want in the future. Uh-huh. Su Ruzhen nodded gratefully. I'll do whatever you say. But, she looked at Chen Fan and said, can I hug you? Before Chen Fan could answer, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. Her hair gently brushed against his chest, and Chen Fan couldn't resist. Don't flirt with me, you'll regret it later. Su Ruzhen said coquettishly, I don't. No regrets. I'll do whatever you say, as long as you're willing. Cough, cough. Chen Fan released her and gazed at her beautiful body. I'll be patient a little longer. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhou Bing, saying that he had to go back and would try to see Zhou Bing one more time. Upon receiving Chen Fan's WeChat message, Zhou Bing said dejectedly, Chen Fan, I miss you. But my mom kept me with her and monitored me almost 24 hours a day. I don't even have time to go to the toilet. Oh, I'm going to my grandma's house next week. When are you coming to visit me? Hearing that Zhou Bing was being strictly controlled by her mother, Chen Fan could only say, I'll go back in the next few days and try to get here as soon as possible, okay? Zhou Bing sent a crying emoji. Then came another long series of kisses. Well, Chen Fan sighed. This future mother-in-law really was a control freak. Our daughter is already so grown up. Is it really necessary? Chen Fan did want to see Zhou Bing, but Zhou Bing couldn't come out. Chapter 42. I'm a girl. I don't need that much money. Chen Fan's hometown is at least 1,000 kilometers away from Jiangzhou. They originally planned to fly back, but Su Ruzhen suggested driving instead. Driving yourself is convenient, and you don't have to rush. You can just enjoy the scenery along the way. It's a journey of over 1,000 kilometers. At worst, we'll just spend one night on the road. Chen Fan took her advice. Actually, he didn't have much luggage. He just prepared a few clothes before setting off. There was some water and snacks in the car. Seeing that Chen Fan was about to sit in the back seat, Su Ruzhen quickly opened the passenger door. Chen Fan knew what she meant, smiled, and got into the passenger seat. Let's take turns driving later. Chen Fan didn't want her to get tired from such a long journey alone. Even if she is your employee, you should still show her some concern. We left the city early in the morning and got on the highway. Chen Fan's hometown is in Tongxing Township, 1,000 miles away, and his family are all genuine farmers. Most people in the village choose to work outside the village, and very few young people stay at home. Of course, there are also a small number of women and children left behind. But these days, too many people are moving to the city. Moreover, my hometown is a hilly area, which is not very suitable for mechanized operations. Therefore, Tongqing's economy has never developed. Su Ruzhen was from Jiangnan, which is actually quite close to Jiangzhou. Chen Fan had never inquired about her family background, judging from her fairly skillful driving abilities. I couldn't help but ask, are you an experienced driver? No, I've been trying to get my driver's license for several years, but I rarely practice driving. Chen Fan also got his driver's license, but he hadn't driven much. But Su Ruzhen is clearly not a novice. However, She has more opportunities to handle cars than I do. After driving more than 300 kilometers, Chun Fan suggested that she stop and rest at a service area. Su Ruzhin obediently turned the car into the service area. Today she was wearing a dark suit jacket with a white shirt underneath. She used to dress like this when she worked at the bank. Chun Fan also liked her professional demeanor. She recently used the money Chun Fan gave her to buy perfume. The two ate at the service area, and Chun Fan said, "I'm thinking of starting a company in a while, and you'll be in charge of it. What do you think?" Su Ruzhin stared wide-eyed. "Really? It has to be true. From now on, you'll be my head housekeeper. I will give you some shares. As long as you put your heart into it, I guarantee you'll be worth billions." Su Ruzhin's heart skipped a beat. Worth billions. This is something that so many people dream of. However, she shook her head. "I'm a girl. I don't need that much money. Like now, you gave me over $1 million, and I don't even know how to spend it." Chun Fan was speechless. However, he liked Su Ruzhin's low-key personality. A person who is too arrogant cannot achieve great things. "So what is your dream?" Su Ruzhin glanced at Chun Fan, then suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "I won't tell you." All right. The two rested for a while at a service area before continuing their journey. After driving another 400 kilometers, Su Ruzhin suggested that they find a place to rest and continue the journey tomorrow, as visibility was not good at night. Chun Fan checked the time. It was only a little past 6. "I'll drive." The two didn't get off the highway until after 8 o'clock, when they were still more than 500 kilometers away from Tongcheng. This is Chun Fan's hometown, the provincial capital. After getting off the highway, I prepared to find the nearest hotel to check in. After finishing high school, Chun Fan went to university in Jiangzhou and was completely unfamiliar with the provincial capital. I used to just pass by occasionally. After finishing their meal, the two prepared to check into their hotel. Just as Chun Fan parked his car, Su Ruzhin offered, "I'll go check in first." Chun Fan didn't pay any attention, took his luggage from the trunk, and walked into the lobby. "Hey, isn't this Chun Fan?" As soon as he arrived at the entrance, a security guard recognized him. Chun Fan looked at the other person strangely. "Chun Ming? What are you doing here?" "Haha. I work here." Chun Ming was from the same village as Chun Fan, and the two used to be quite close. Later, Chun Ming joined the army, and Chun Fan was admitted to university. Unexpectedly, Chun Ming returned from military service and became a security guard here. Seeing Chun Fan carrying a bag and dragging a suitcase, Chun Ming quickly offered a helping hand. "Let me do it." No need." Chun Ming was surprised that Chun Fan came to such a high-end hotel. "You're staying here tonight?" Chun Fan scratched his head, about to answer, when Chun Ming laughed and asked, "Was that pretty girl your classmate?" From the same school." "No wonder." Chun Ming smiled and patted him on the shoulder, giving him a knowing look. If one could marry into such a wealthy family, it would be a shortcut. Chun Fan was speechless. Not wanting Chun Ming to know his situation, he quickly said, "I'll take her back to her room first, and I'll contact you later." "Okay, give me your phone number." Chun Ming asked for his phone number and watched Chun Fan leave with his luggage. Su Ruzhin has already checked in. She booked a suite. Why would you book a room? That would be so awkward. But Su Ruzhin had already completed the procedures, so he couldn't say much more. The waiter held the elevator button for the two of them, and after they went upstairs, they put their things down. The suite was nice. It had 2 rooms and 2 beds. Su Ruzhin explained, "The front desk said this was the only room left, and I thought it was nice to have 2 beds." Chun Fan didn't believe it. Were hotels really that popular these days? Moreover, this location wasn't in the city center, but he didn't expose Su Ruzhin's lie. 2 people each sleep in a separate room, which is no different from booking 2 separate rooms. "You should get some rest." "I just ran into an acquaintance. I'm going to chat for a bit." Su Ruzhin nodded considerately and took her clothes to take a shower. Chun Fan came downstairs, just as Chun Ming was about to leave work. "Let's go get a drink." The 2 childhood friends hadn't seen each other for a long time, and when they finally met in the provincial capital, Chun Ming was very generous. Without even changing their clothes, the two went to a late-night snack stall not far from the hotel. Chun Ming said, "It's my treat today, don't try to take it from me." He knew that Chun Fan was a student and his family was poor, while he himself was at least an office worker. Chun Fan knew his personality, so he naturally went along with his wishes. The two ordered a lot of barbecue and a pitcher of beer. Chun Fan asked him about his recent situation. After Chun Ming was discharged from the army, he had limited resources and didn't even have a girlfriend. He patted Chun Fan on the shoulder and said, "Chun Fan, you're a college student. When you start your own company in the future, I'll work for you. Chun Fan smiled and said, come on, let's drink. Chen Meng said, I don't have any other skills, but I'm more than capable of being a driver. I also have martial arts skills that can take down 30 or 50 people without any problem. Well, you're not a special forces soldier. Seeing that he didn't believe him, Chun Meng grabbed an empty beer bottle and smashed it with his hand. Click. He actually managed to slice the beer bottle in half, leaving Chun Fan dumbfounded. With that kind of skill, he could easily be a bodyguard, let alone a driver. Chapter 43 returns home with a net worth of over 100 million to help dad sell potatoes. The next morning, Chun Fan greeted Chen Meng. They then continued on their journey. Around 3 p.m., the two finally returned to Tongqing County. Chen Fan's hometown is not far from the county seat, only 3 or 4 kilometers away. Although roads now connect every village, there are still no buses to the villages. Chen Fan told Su Ruzhen to find a hotel in the county town and wait for his message. Then he hailed a motorcycle taxi and rushed home. Fan University, you're back. The motorcycle taxi driver was also from the same village. His name was Air Motzi. In his 30s, instead of going out to work, he opened a small shop at the intersection of the road from the county town to the village. They sell things while also seeing off customers. As Chun Fan hopped on Air Motzi's motorcycle, he took in everything around him. Tongcheng is still the same Tongcheng, but Chun Fan is no longer the same Chun Fan he once was. This time, coming back felt very different. I had a different feeling than before. The fields along the highway are overgrown with thatch, and the former farmland has long been abandoned. Very few people farm anymore. Young people have all gone out to work or moved to the city. Only those lonely elderly people were left behind. Back in the village, Chun Fan paid 15 yuan, and Air Motzi turned around and went back. Chun Fan arrived at his doorstep with his bag on his back. Dad, Mom. My mom came out of the house when she heard the noise. Chun Fan, you're back? Chun Fan put his bag down at home. Where's Dad? He went to the county town today. Oh, and what about your younger sister? Your sister went to her classmate's house and hasn't come back yet. Looking at everything in his home, Chun Fan was filled with 1,000 thoughts. The house is still the old adobe house, which is 2 stories high but extremely old. Everyone else has built small villas, but Chun Fan's house still has dirt floors, without even a touch of cement. Looking at his family's dilapidated state, Chun Fan pondered how to bring it up with his parents. A moment later, a car horn sounded at the door. When Chun Fan came out, he saw that it was his younger sister, Chen Wan, who had returned in a classmate's car. 4 male and female classmates came back with her. The male student parked a nearly new Hyundai on the side of the road and deliberately showed off the keys in his hand. Seeing this, the mother quickly called over Chun Wan's classmates. Brother, you're back? 3 classmates sat down by the door, and Mom poured tea and brought out some melon seeds. The male classmate who was driving placed the car keys on the table and asked Chun Fan, there aren't even any cars in your village. How did you get back? Did you walk? Why didn't you tell us in advance so we could pick you up? Chun Fan said no need. He would take the motorcycle. Oh, your place is a bit remote. There are no buses running around here. It's much more convenient where we are. Almost every household has a private car. Your family should buy a car too. The girl next to her said, how can we compare to your village? Your village is considered relatively wealthy in the county. The other 2 boys chimed in. That's right. He's doing well. Even if he doesn't get into university, he'll still be better off than other people. The other person looked at Chun Wan with a smug expression. Chun Fan could tell that this boy probably liked Chun Wan. However, he wasn't interested in chatting with these kids and went back to his room. He went to the back of the yard, where pigs, chickens, and ducks were kept. The environment was terrible, and there were lots of mosquitoes. Now Chun Fan only had one thought in his mind: how to get his parents to accept this reality. Or, in other words, let them move to the city. It was almost 5 o'clock when old Chun rode his bicycle back from the county town. Just then, Chun Wan's classmates left, and Chun Fan took the bag from old Chun. Dad, why did you take so long to come back? Old Chun was pleased to see his son. You're back? Perfect timing. Come with me to town to buy potatoes tomorrow. Chun Fan nodded repeatedly. Okay. When her son returned, the mother specially killed a chicken, and the whole family enjoyed a lively and happy dinner together that evening. Chun Fan tentatively asked, Dad, Mom, our house is too old, and the environment is poor. Why don't we rent a storefront in the city like them and start a small business? Maybe I'll have the chance to buy a house in the city someday. Hearing this, old Chun frowned. You can buy your own house in the city from now on. We two old folks will live here. My mom also said, yes, after you graduate from university, the family will try to scrape together some money and see if we can help you with a down payment. These days, girls won't get married if they don't own a house in the city. After saying that, she glanced at Chenwan and said, you should also work hard, so you don't fail to get into university. Stop associating with those classmates and focus on your studies. Chenwan didn't say anything. She knew her mother loved to nag. Fan saw her classmates today and said, I also think you should study hard. Now is not the time for you to play around. Even if you want to be in a relationship now, you'll definitely regret it when you grow up. Chenwan looked at her older brother in surprise. Why had his opinion suddenly changed? Fan ignored her gaze and explained to her. He used the bowls on the table as an example, saying, your current social circle, classmates, and friends are like this bowl of vegetables. Your eyes are definitely on this bowl of vegetables right now. Only if you jump into this circle will you have a chance to see the chicken. Don't look at me like that. Based on your brother's many years of experience, there are different levels of relationships between people. Their understanding, knowledge, vision, and circles are different. These people are all at different levels. To put it another way, if I lived in the countryside, my goal and life dream would simply be to get married, have children, and continue the life of my ancestors, toiling in the fields from dawn till dusk. But if I were to enter a higher circle, my life goal would probably be to start a company, make a career, and become a useful person to my country and society. Don't you envy those career elites and domineering CEOs on TV? You should also strive to reach their level. Only when a girl is high class and exquisite to the extreme will those who are not as good as her feel ashamed. When you reach a higher level, your life will be different. Chenwan pursed her lips, indicating that she couldn't understand. Old Chen couldn't understand either. Fan's explanation was too profound. His request was simple. As long as Chenwan got into university, she shouldn't stay in the countryside afterward. As for anything else, there's nothing he can help with. All he can do is send his children here. The rest depends on their own fate and abilities. The next day, Fan went to sell potatoes with old Chen early in the morning. Fan thought there was a lot, but when his father took it out, it was only a little over 300 jin. It seems they are still working in the same way as before. The father and son borrowed a trailer and hauled the potatoes to the county town to sell at the entrance of the vegetable market. With this kind of business model, how much money can the father and son earn in a day? Fan shook his head and made an excuse to go to the restroom to call Su Ruzhen. The sun was blazing today. Old Chen stood in the sun, wiping away sweat, and had been waiting for almost an hour without selling a single potato. Fan had disappeared again, and just as I was about to get angry, a brand new Tuareg drove up. A very pretty girl got off the car. Her figure and outfit were just like someone from a big city. She looked at the photos on her phone, then at the middle-aged man in front of her. Uncle, how much are the potatoes? Chapter 44. My future daughter-in-law is so generous. After waiting for ages, a customer finally arrived, and she was such a beautiful young woman. Old Chun was overjoyed. 2 yuan and 50 cents a pound. How much do you want? Su Ruzhen picked up a bumpy potato and said, your potato looks good, and the variety is quite good too. Okay, you help me load them onto the car. I'll take them all. Just then, Fan arrived in time. Dad, let me do it. Go and rest. Looking at the misshapen and cracked potatoes he had grown, old Chen thought, are these potatoes actually of decent quality? Do city dwellers really like this kind of thing? Fan was working hard to load the potatoes into the truck. He finished the 50-pound bag in no time. Su Ruzhen looked at him, who was as strong as an ox, and smiled. She even subtly touched him with her hand, causing Fan to glare at her. Uncle, it's 326 jin. Let's call it 400 jin. Your potatoes are good. I'll give you 20 yuan a pound. 400 caddies, 8,000 yuan. To round it up, can I give you 10,000? Puff. Old Chun, who had just started drinking from the bottle, spat it out. Is this even possible? She gave him $20 for potatoes that cost 2 yuan and 50 cents a pound. She weighed 326 jin, but she counted it as 400 jin. She gave him 10,000 yuan to round up the 8,000 yuan. Old Chin touched his forehead and asked, do I have a fever? Fan was speechless. Su Ruzhen was really overacting. Old Chun asked tremblingly, young lady, you're not mistaken, are you? That's right, that's right. Uncle, where do you live? Shall I take you home? See if you have any of these potatoes left. I'll take them all. Well, Fan was a little anxious because he didn't expect her to deviate from the script. That's all we have at home. That's all. Old Chin glared at him fiercely. You stupid son. How can you say such a great opportunity is gone? He replied repeatedly. Yes, yes, there isn't much at home. Just about 100 caddies, which I plan to use to feed the pigs. Wipe. Chen Fan wiped away his sweat. Dad's skills still need improvement. Su Ruzhen smiled and called the two to get in the car, and then they went to Chen Fan's house together. Old Chen looked the car over and said, Son, this Santana probably costs around 100,000 yuan, right? When you have money in the future, you should buy one too. Su Ruzhen turned around and smiled, but remained silent. Chen Fan could only nod in agreement. Taking a car is so fast. What used to be a 3 or 4 kilometer journey is covered in no time. When the car stopped at the entrance, Su Ruzhen looked at it, as if it were a rare sight. Look around here and there. Chen Wan watched from the side and couldn't help but feel a little envious. This girl is so beautiful. After taking a couple of sips of tea, Su Ruzhen went inside and asked, Hey, uncle, do you still have bowls like these? Old Chen was taken aback. What's wrong? Su Ruzhen said, Wow, this bowl of yours is an antique. Are you selling it? The bowl is indeed an old bowl, passed down for decades. But if you say it's an antique, Old Chen doesn't believe it. Chen Fan's mother said, Girl, this isn't an antique. It was brought from my family when I got married. Su Ruzhen said, Whether it's an antique or not, I really like this bowl. Sell it to me. Forehead. Chen Fan's mother hesitated for a moment, then said, Take it if you want it. It's a gift for you. No, 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 that won't do. I feel more at ease after I paid the money. Count how many there are. I'll take them all, even if they cost 100,000 yuan each. Thump. Chen Fan's mother was so frightened that she sat down on the ground. Old Chen wondered if this girl had something wrong with her head. Otherwise, how could you buy my potatoes for 20 yuan a pound? You'd spend 100,000 yuan to buy one of my bowls. He felt that something was wrong. After seeing Su Ruzhen's performance, Chen Fan fell silent. He's not a professional after all, and his acting skills are lacking. If this continues, he'll be exposed sooner or later. Hey, uncle, aunt, how much are these ducks of yours? Sell them to me for 10,000 yuan each? I need these chickens and ducks raised in the countryside for catering. Mr. and Mrs. Chun were stunned. Now they are certain that the girl has mental problems. They either want everything they see, or they offer exorbitant prices. But Su Ruzhen wasn't finished yet. Hey, sell me this stool too, and I want this bed too. I want anything that belongs to your family. The clever Chinwan finally figured it out. Miss, I think you want my brother, right? Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Chun suddenly realized. They all stared blankly at their son. I see. Chen Fan looked embarrassed. Why did he have to speak such blunt truths? Su Ruzhen then giggled. My little sister is so clever. Let me tell you this, I do like your brother. I'm his senior from high school. I've been pursuing him for over a year, but he just won't agree to be with me. So, taking advantage of his summer vacation, I secretly followed him to your house. Then she walked over and took Chen Fan's hand, saying, You can't kick me out this time. Mr. and Mrs. Chun looked at each other in bewilderment, realizing that this was her true purpose. They came because of their own son. However, this girl is indeed quite pretty. She looks like a rich heiress. Chen Fan was at his wits' end with her acting out the script to this extent. She pulled her hand away, saying, Can you please stop messing around? Su Ruzhen smiled and snuggled up to him. Is it wrong for me to pursue my own happiness? Uncle, aunt, he's bullying me. Please help me do something about it. Such a beautiful girl came to their home, and the elderly couple were so embarrassed that they didn't know what to say. Chen Fan's mother quickly shoved Su Ruzhen to sit down, then glared at him. What are you standing there for? Go wash the fruit for them. Su Ruzhen covered her mouth and chuckled as she watched Chen Fan go inside. Then he took out a bank card from his bag and said, Uncle, aunt, there's $1 million in this card. Use this money to build a house, maybe a small villa or something. I'll have more face in front of the villagers in the future. How can this be? Old Chen quickly declined. Su Ruzhen said, From now on, we're family, so why be so polite? Our family has assets worth tens of billions. What's $1 million? Just don't tell anyone in the village after you take the money, so as not to cause trouble. Once the house is built, when Chen Fan and I come back, we won't have to live in a place like this. If my family sees this, I'll be proud of myself. Forehead. Hearing her say that, Mr. and Mrs. Chen agreed. For my wife's sake, we should repair the house. The couple looked at each other. Su Ruzhen handed them the bank card, and they hesitated for a long time before accepting it. Chen Wan watched from the side with her eyes wide open. This future sister-in-law was so generous, giving away 1 million yuan right off the bat. Chapter 45. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. After giving the money to Mr. and Mrs. Chun, Su Ruzhen said to Chun Wan, "Sister, let me take you to the street to buy some clothes." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Chun Wan was overjoyed. To suddenly have such a wonderful sister-in-law is like a windfall. Her mother glared at her and said, "Aren't you ashamed? How can we trouble them?" "Mom." "Oh no, Auntie." Su Ruzhen said, "It's okay. Anyway, my relationship with Chun Fan is settled, and that's an unchangeable fact. My sister is 17 years old and doesn't even have a decent set of clothes." After saying that, she was about to take Chun Wan to the county town. Chun Fan came out and called out, "Let's eat first, then we'll go." Mom realized what I meant and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Dad, go get a fish from the pond. I'll go kill a chicken. Oh, invite his uncle's family too, and tell them that Chun Fan is back." Seeing that this was going to be a big deal, Chun Fan did not stop it. Su Ruzhen couldn't stop laughing as she looked at his embarrassed expression. He deliberately moved closer, appearing extremely intimate, and asked, "Was my acting all right?" Chun Fan glared at her. "I asked you to buy a potato, and you acted like a wife. I'll deal with you when we get back." Old Chun called over Uncle Chun Fan's family, and the two brothers went to the pond to fish. Chun Fan's mother killed chickens and slaughtered ducks. These are all the things you need in the countryside. There's nothing better. When Auntie heard that Chun Fan had brought a girlfriend over, she was very happy and came over to help. When the neighbors saw this, they heard that old Chin's family had something good to eat today, so they came over to freeload without any hesitation. Chun Fan watched everyone busy and having a great time, and he thought that this was good. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what reason to give them money. If I tell them I'm making a lot of money outside and give them too much, I'm afraid they'll get arrogant. If a person gets carried away, it's a terrible thing. Having too much money can also bring them trouble or even disaster. There's a saying, virtue doesn't match one's position. Chun Fan has a very clear understanding of this. If Chun Fan had found a wealthy wife outside the marriage, and her family had paid for them to build a house, it would have saved them a lot of trouble. The lunch was lively and the guests were very polite. 7 or 8 dishes for a dozen or so people. Uncle and aunt were all very envious of Su Ruzhen's beauty. "My nephew is so lucky. I wish my son could have this fate too." Several neighbors were also very envious. When asked about Su Ruzhen's family background, Su Ruzhen only said that her family was in business and owned a listed company. Her words laid the groundwork for Chun Fan to bring money home in the future. If someone suddenly becomes rich for no reason, they will definitely arouse suspicion from others. Everyone ate and drank together, and they all said that Mr. and Mrs. Chun were lucky. Taking this opportunity, Chun Fan said, "Dad, let's build the house. It wouldn't be right for Ruzhen's family to see this." "Yes, yes, it should be built." The eldest uncle repeatedly agreed. Old Chin knew perfectly well that the other party had already paid the money and was just waiting for him to make preparations. Chun Fan continued, "I'll have someone make you some blueprints. Build according to the blueprints, and don't build these old-fashioned houses anymore." The uncle said, "That's right. Chun Fan is a college student after all. It's right to listen to him. You have little knowledge, so don't interfere. Just help with the work." "All right." Old Chin lost his voice. After dinner, Chun Fan and Su Ruzhen took their younger sister to the county town to buy clothes. Mr. and Mrs. Chun stayed home and chatted, and before long, everyone in the village knew the news. It is said that Chun Fan brought back a girlfriend from a big city. Su Ruzhen took Chun Wan shopping, inside and out. "Change. Replace them all. Your sister-in-law will buy you a new one. I bought clothes for all 4 seasons. Now, there are 10 sets for spring, 10 sets for summer, and 10 sets for winter." Chun Wan was a little confused. Do rich people just empty the clothing store when they buy clothes? The way wealthy people spend their money has broadened her horizons. Su Ruzhen transferred another 100,000 yuan to Chun Wan, saying, "Don't let your brother know. From now on, you don't need to ask your family for money for your studies. You can make your own decisions. But don't do anything reckless." Chun Wan nodded understandingly. However, she still told Chun Fan. Chun Fan quickly calculated that Su Ruzhen must have already spent all of her more than 1 million yuan, right? However, he had to admit that Su Ruzhen really knew how to handle people. So he secretly transferred 10 million to her account. Beep. Upon hearing the message, Su Ruzhen opened her phone to take a look. Well, she suddenly let out a scream, as if she had done something wrong. He spent 1 million on the Chin family, and they gave him 10 million. She glanced at Chun Fan in the distance, but remained silent for the time being. Then I bought clothes for Chun Fan's parents. I'll buy some more fruit and snacks to take home, since we still have guests. The house remained lively that evening. Chun Fan downloaded the construction blueprints for rural homesteads from the internet. He chose a courtyard house design. There are just too many different styles of villas these days. Chun Fan's family had a large enough plot of land, so they simply built a 2-story courtyard house. The blueprints were given to Lao Chun, so there was no need to hesitate. He just needed to find a geomancer to check the dates, and then find a construction team to get started. As for the old houses, they're worthless. Just tear them down. With money in his hands, old Chun felt at ease. Since my daughter-in-law is so supportive, let's do it. The fortune teller had just checked the date, and it was an auspicious day in 2 days. As long as the Chun family had time, they could start construction immediately. As for starting construction, let's just go through the motions and then proceed slowly. Chun Fan had planned to stay at home for a week to 2 weeks, but he didn't expect to be able to get this matter resolved as soon as he returned. His idea was to cover everything, with Lao Chun overseeing it. My uncle is someone who works on infrastructure projects all year round, so the house was entrusted to him. The house was demolished the next day, and a groundbreaking ceremony was held on the 3rd day. Then cement, sand, and steel bars were brought in. Chun Fan and his family temporarily stayed at their neighbor's house, and that's how their new home project began. I stayed at home for a week. During this time, Zwabing often sent me messages and sometimes secretly called me. She urged Chun Fan to go there as soon as possible because her mother would be taking her to another city in a few days. This year's plans suddenly changed, and she was no longer allowed to go to her maternal grandmother's house. Zwabing had no idea what her mother was up to. I keep a close watch on myself every day. After the foundation of Chun Fan's house was completed and everything proceeded in an orderly manner, he said goodbye to his parents and returned to Jiangzhou ahead of schedule. Su Ruzhen had been staying in a hotel in the county town for some time, and it was finally time for her to return home. She packed her bags and said goodbye to Chun Fan's family. Mr. and Mrs. Chun are now particularly fond of their future daughter-in-law, and they can't wait for the 2 of them to have a child. Seeing them about to leave, I reluctantly saw them off for a long distance. The 2 drove onto the highway, and Su Ruzhen asked Chun Fan with a smile, "Boss, how have I been doing lately?" Chun Fan glared at her. "If you don't come back with me next time, how am I supposed to explain myself?" Su Ruzhen giggled and said, "As long as you're willing, I'll follow you for the rest of my life." Chapter 46, Zwabing's Battle of Wits with her mother. Because they were in a hurry to see Zwabing, the 2 did not plan to stay overnight in the provincial capital this time and went straight back to Jiangzhou. If you get too tired along the way, find a place to rest. The 2 took turns driving and spent more than 10 hours before finally arriving in Jiangzhou at around 3 a.m. To let Zwabing know that he was back, Chun Fan posted on his WeChat moments, saying he had been traveling day and night. Back in the apartment, the 2 of them said nothing, washed up, and went to bed. I'm exhausted from the journey. The next morning, Zwabing saw Chun Fan's post on WeChat moments and smiled happily. Because his mother has been too strict lately, Chun Fan doesn't dare to send messages randomly. This post on WeChat moments is a signal. Zwabing was enjoying the show when her mother came to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Zwabing, get up. Mom, I'm not going today. I want to sleep in. Zwabing protested. My mom pushed the door open and came in. What do you mean? You've only been training for a few days. If you don't study hard now, how can I entrust the business to you in the future? Zwabing's mother owns a trading company, which is neither too big nor too small, and her net worth is in the tens of millions. In the context of society, someone like her can only be considered somewhere in the middle, neither the best nor the worst off. Zhua Handong is in the antique business and has a net worth of several hundred million yuan. The couple each pursued their own careers without interfering with each other's business ventures. Zwabing said angrily, I don't want to go. Can't you let me rest for a day? Hearing the 2 of them arguing, Zhua Handong came over and advised, just let her rest for a day. There's no need to keep such a close eye on her every day. Zwabing's mother glared at him. What do you know? She suspected her daughter was in a relationship, but she didn't tell Zhua Handong about it. Following Zwabing's mother's thinking, once a problem is discovered, it must be nipped in the bud. We cannot let it develop unchecked. If it becomes unmanageable, we will have no choice but to accept our fate. Preventing problems before they occur is Zwabing's mother's consistent approach. Zwabing just wouldn't get out of bed today, no matter how much she called her. So annoying. I don't know what she means, guarding me like a thief. Seeing that Zwa Bing wouldn't budge, her mother got angry and threw down her bag, saying, "Fine, then I won't go to work today and will stay home with you." Zwa Bing remained silent. Zwa Handong didn't know what his wife meant, but it seemed like she was making things difficult for their daughter this holiday. He takes her with him every day. He didn't want the mother and daughter to have such a tense argument, so he offered a few words of advice. To his surprise, Zwa Bing's mother glared at him fiercely and said, "Don't worry about it. I'm doing this for her own good." Zwa Bing got up, washed up, and started packing her things. "What are you going to do? Can't I just go to my grandma's house? I'm going to tell grandma about you and see if she treated you like this before. I'm an adult now. I have no freedom at all. I don't believe you were this obedient before." After being scolded by Zwa Bing, the mother looked embarrassed. Zwa Handong looked at his wife and smiled without saying a word. When she was young, his wife is from Northeast China and has a rather outgoing personality. She dared to travel all over the country when she was just a teenager. He only settled down after meeting himself. Hearing that Zwa Bing was going to her grandmother's house to complain, she felt embarrassed. Perhaps it was because she knew her own personality and was afraid that Zwa Bing would repeat the mistake she made when she was young that she kept such a close eye on her. Seeing his wife's discomfiture, Zwa Handong covered his mouth and smiled without saying a word. All right. Then you can rest at home for a day." Ultimately, she couldn't resist her daughter's insistence and chose to back down. Actually, once a girl decides to date, you can't stop her. You can only try to postpone it as much as possible. "Zwa Handong, you stay home with her today." After saying that, she picked up her bag and left, somewhat angrily. Zwa Handong seemed to have guessed something. "Zwa Bing, why are you arguing with your mother? You know her temper." Zwa Bing said irritably. "Isn't she annoying? She stares at me like I'm a thief every day. I'm an adult too, okay? They have no dignity or freedom whatsoever." Zwa Handong looked his daughter up and down. "Are you in a relationship?" Zwa Bing rolled her eyes. "How come you're just like her?" Zwa Handong looked embarrassed. "What I mean is, if you're in a relationship, you can bring your partner back to us so we can give you some advice. If this boy pleases everyone, wouldn't your mother be relieved? Don't try to trick me. You two are too wicked." After saying that, she plopped down on the sofa. "Dad, go ahead and do your work. I'm resting at home." Zwa Handong was more tactful than his wife. "Could you go and watch the store for me? I have something to do today." Why is it that when I just want to make some time to go on a date with Chin Fan, you all act like this? Bother. At that moment, she really wanted to run away from home. "I'm not going," Zwa Bing said irritably. Zwa Handong was actually just testing the waters. After all, he was still very concerned about his daughter's marriage. It's not that it's wrong for her to date, but as parents, we should help keep an eye on things, just in case she runs into a jerk. "I'm going to the store now. You can take care of lunch yourself." Zwa Handong picked up his bag and left. "Okay." Zwa Bing was very impatient. As soon as her parents left, she immediately called Chun Fan. "Pig, are you back yet? I rushed back around 3 a.m. last night. Where are you? I've been waiting for your call." Zwa Bing thought for a moment. "Why don't you find a secluded place? My mom's been watching me the whole time." "A secluded spot? Then I'll go book a room." She couldn't find it in the hotel. "What if she catches me if I go shopping?" "Whatever." Zwa Bing got up, tidied herself up briefly, and admired herself in the mirror. Not bad. Still so beautiful, youthful, and vibrant." After leaving the house, Zwa Bing hailed a taxi on the roadside. "Hey beautiful, where are you going?" "Go. Zwa Bing suddenly noticed the car behind her, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was her mother. Good heavens. It turned out she hadn't gone to the company. She had been keeping watch downstairs the whole time. Zwa Bing was speechless. "Go to Xinhua bookstore." After the taxi driver dropped her off at the bookstore, Zwa Bing bought a book at random and then took a taxi back. This girl actually went to buy books? Did I misunderstand her? Watching her daughter go upstairs, Zwa Bing's mother pondered. She picked up her phone and made a call. "Zwa Bing, I'll be back for lunch." Zwa Bing was so angry she was practically fuming. "This means she can't go out." "No," he replied curtly and hung up. Then, seeing her mother's car leave through the window, Zwa Bing called Chun Fan in frustration. "Where are you?" Chun Fan said. "I was just about to go to the hotel. Have you come out yet?" "Don't go. You won't be able to get out today." "Oh, where are you? I'll come see you." "No way. My mom's got me under her thumb." "It's all right. I'll just peek out your window and not disturb them." Zwa Bing felt a warmth in her heart and looked at the hotel outside the residential area. "Hey, I'll send you a location. Come here. I just need to get back by noon." Chin Fan checked the time, It was past 9 o'clock. Without saying a word, he rushed to the hotel opposite Zhuo Bing's residential area. Chapter 47, Purchasing the Building. After booking the room, Chen Fan immediately told Zhuo Bing the room number. Zhuo Bing arrived in 10 minutes. The two embraced as soon as they met. Without saying a word, they just held each other tightly. Zhuo Bing clung to Chen Fan like a little pet. The two hugged for a good 10 minutes before Chen Fan picked her up and carried her to the sofa. At this moment, it's likely that neither of them had any ill intentions. They just wanted to hug each other tightly for a while to ease their longing. Chen Fan, have you missed me? After a long while, Zhuo Bing finally raised her head, touched Chen Fan's chin, and asked, I missed you so much. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rushed over here so quickly. Love you. Zhuo Bing smiled with satisfaction and pressed her face against Chen Fan's chest. What's wrong with your mom? She's watching you so closely. Did she find out something about you? Chen Fan didn't understand either. He was already such a grown-up. Why were his parents still watching him so closely? When her mother was mentioned, Zhuo Bing looked displeased. I don't know what's wrong with her. She's been staring at me ever since the day the holiday started. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Did she find out about what happened at school? Zhuo Bing pondered for a moment, then shook her head. Have no idea. Well, it seems I still can't be too high profile. Who knows if she'll hear about what happened at school? What does your mother do? The two of them were inseparable. Zhuo Bing described her family situation, which is definitely that of a middle-class family. They lived a life free from worries about food and clothing. Forget it. I can't be bothered with her. You know it, so you know it. Actually, I don't understand either. She's been quite busy lately. Her current company is too small, so she's planning to move. We haven't found a better venue yet, and you're already so busy, but you still have the time to take care of me. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Where does she want to move to? I don't know. I guess they want to find a more upscale place. Zhuo Bing nestled in his arms. What was Chen Fan thinking at that moment? The two cuddled together in the hotel for over an hour, and this time Chen Fan really behaved himself. He didn't touch her inappropriately like before, but instead held her tightly in his arms. Zhuo Bing felt very grounded and enjoyed it. It was almost noon when Zhuo Bing said with difficulty, I have to go back. My mom is coming home for dinner. Chen Fan put his arm around her and said, call me when you have time. Zhuo Bing nodded vigorously, wrapped her arms around Chen Fan's neck, and gave him a kiss. The two young people were reluctant to part and lingered together. When a girl is in love, she becomes very clingy. This was the first time Chen Fan had experienced this feeling. After checking out, Zhuo Bing slipped away through the back door. Back home, she texted Chen Fan again. Love you. You are mine. Chen Fan smiled as he looked at his phone. What a clingy little devil. Just then, Su Ruzhen called. Boss, are you coming back for dinner? Go back. Chen Fan quickly returned to the apartment. Su Ruzhen was cooking while wearing a small apron. When she saw Chen Fan enter, she immediately handed him a pair of slippers. You went to do something bad. Seeing the mark on Chen Fan's neck, Su Ruzhen felt slightly annoyed. This guy is ignoring such a good cabbage of his own and running off to steal some. Chen Fan naturally denied it. No way. What nonsense are you talking about? Not yet. There are red marks all over my neck. Su Ruzhen tossed a towel over. Go check in the bathroom yourself. Chen Fan walked into the bathroom, exclaiming, Holy crap. I was so engrossed in my work that I didn't notice. I don't know if Zhuo Bing has any on her. Chen Fan sent her a WeChat message, and Zhuo Bing was speechless. She only replied with a pitiful emoji. Looks like I need to be more careful next time. Her family will find out sooner or later. Cough, cough. If it's true, go and take care of something this afternoon. Chen Fan returned to the living room and said in a serious tone. Su Ruzhen responded with an oh, and then said, Go on. Isn't there a building in Zinjiku? Go and buy it. Su Ruzhen was completely bewildered. Why do you want to buy an apartment? She knew this building. It was over 50 stories high, and the developer was reportedly having cash flow problems and was planning to sell the entire building. Who could acquire a building like this without spending hundreds of millions? She couldn't understand why Chen Fan suddenly wanted to buy a building. Chen Fan explained, We can't just stay here forever, can we? Buy it, then start a company. From now on, you're President Su. You are in charge of everything in the company. Of course, you're under my jurisdiction. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes at him. Have you ever cared about other people's business? She harbored some resentment in this regard. After the meal was prepared, the two ate, and then Su Ruzhen went to run errands in the afternoon. Chen Fan opened his stock trading software to check the stock market situation. The 5 long-term stocks all saw significant gains, with an average profit of 30%. The total amount of funds in the account is now over 3.64 billion. After reviewing the future performance of these 5 stocks, I sold the weakest one to cash out. Because once Su Ruzhen's deal is finalized, a large sum of money will be needed. However, it's estimated that her negotiations won't be that quick. A special guest arrived at the headquarters of Zhao's real estate. The manager of the business department was also a woman, about 36 or 37 years old, and very beautiful. Hearing that someone wanted to buy that building in Zinjiku, she personally received the guest. But when she saw the other person, she was shocked. The other person was younger and more beautiful than her. Looking at the other person's well-dressed business attire, Zhou Lan was unsure of their origins. I am Zhou Lan from the business department of Zhao's real estate. May I ask your name? My name is Su Ruzhen. You can just call me Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen stood up and shook hands with Zhou Lan. In the past, she would have envied Zhou Lan, a senior executive of a large company. But now she has completely given up on that idea. At this moment, she was a guest of the Zhao family. After Su Ruzhen explained her purpose, Zhou Lan asked in surprise, "What payment method do you plan to use?" Su Ruzhen didn't care at all. "It doesn't matter. Whatever you think is convenient is fine. It's just that the deal needs to be closed quickly. Our boss doesn't like dragging things out." "You mean you can pay in full?" Zhou Lan stood up abruptly. The company urgently needed a large amount of funds recently. The chairman cashed out over 10% of his investment from the stock market to prepare for taking on large projects. After the news of the sale of this building in Zinjiku was released, many interested people inquired about it, but most of them could not come up with that much cash. The other party actually paid the full amount? Zhou Lan suppressed her joy and said, "Okay, I'll check with my superiors and try to get the best possible price." She left the meeting room and immediately called the chairman for instructions. Zhao Guowei gave her an instruction. "You have full authority to handle this." Zhou Lan understood. Upon returning, he immediately made a decision with Su Ruzhen. "Our company's bottom line is 480 million yuan. Su Ruzhen nodded. "No problem." "Why? She didn't even try to bargain?" Zhou Lan was a little confused. The deal was done just like that? Of course, the previous offer was 650 million. Later, when they really needed a large amount of working capital, they finally provided 480 million. The two parties reached an agreement, and Su Ruzhen paid a deposit of 10 million yuan and signed the contract. Once a third-party inspection confirms there are no construction quality issues, the remaining balance will be paid in full at once. Chapter 48 Qin Fan's First Company. Zhao Guowei was surprised that the building owned by Zhao's real estate was purchased privately. There are actually such people in Jiangzhou. Even large companies can't just casually pull out hundreds of millions of dollars. Either get a bank loan or pay in installments. After all, everyone knows they'll hold on to cash. The other party paid so readily. He told Zhou Lan to keep an eye out, saying they might become business partners in the future. The third-party testing report would take a week to come out, so Qin Fan urged Su Ruzhen to hurry up and register a company. Su Ruzhen is the legal representative. Su Ruzhen knew that Qin Fan's business empire was about to officially begin. The company's name is Blueprint Investment. While Su Ruzhen was handling company paperwork, Qin Fan called Qin Ming over. Once the company is established, a security system will definitely need to be in place at all times. Upon receiving the call and hearing that he could receive 3 times his salary, Qin Ming resigned on the spot without hesitation and took the high-speed train to Jiangzhou City overnight. That evening, Qin Fan invited him to go out for a late-night snack. Then they let him stay in a hotel for one night. The next morning, Qin Fan took him to meet Su Ruzhen. As the two had agreed beforehand, Su Ruzhen was the boss, and Qin Fan was just an introducer. Qin Ming had met Su Ruzhen once, and judging from her demeanor, he believed her. Su Ruzhen told him the important point. The company is just starting out, and his responsibility is to be in charge of the company's security. He's currently working as Su Ruzhen's driver, since she's been quite busy lately. When Qin Ming saw that Qin Fan had introduced him to such a good job, he asked Su Ruzhen, "After Qin Fan graduates, can we come work at the company together?" Su Ruzhen suppressed a smile, but she couldn't reveal Qin Fan's identity. "We'll talk about it later. He told me you're very good and highly recommended you. Keep up the good work." Qin Ming was very happy. After all, he was paid 10,000 yuan a month here. The work is easy. After settling Qin Ming into his new job, the report from the third-party testing agency arrived. The entire building meets building standards and has no safety or quality issues. The two parties then formally completed the handover, and Su Ruzhen made the payment. From now on, this building belongs to Chen Fan. Moreover, it is a private property and is not included in the company's assets. Lantu Investment Company, Limited was officially established with a registered capital of 10 million yuan. Next, Chen Fan founded another company. He himself is the legal representative this time. Used this company to acquire a controlling stake in Blueprint Investment. Of course, Su Ruzhen didn't understand these tactics. She was just an executor. Chen Meng had been following Su Ruzhen around all this time. When he was taking possession of the property, he looked at the towering skyscraper. My God, this is the company headquarters? Su Ruzhen said. From now on, you will be in charge of the security of this building, with dozens or even hundreds of people under your command. Chen Meng chuckled and scratched his head. Thank you for your kind words, President Su. However, the company's management system will be very strict, so you need to work hard. Su Ruzhen gave him another dressing down to keep him from getting too cocky. While she was busy with the company's establishment, Chen Fan continued his daily operations. However, he is now focusing on long-term projects and doesn't need to keep an eye on things every day. After freeing up 600 million yuan, the company now has 4 billion yuan in its accounts. Let's just keep hiding. There's no need to alarm anyone. I'll just be a small-time investor in the stock market. Chen Fan shut down his computer and called Su Ruzhen. Has the matter of leasing the company building been settled yet? It's all set. Someone came to inspect the site yesterday. Okay, put the ad up and running. You've worked hard these past few days. Let's treat you to dinner tonight. What would you like to eat? Can I order whatever I want? Yes, of course. Can you do it? When Su Ruzhen saw that he was not speaking, she covered her mouth and chuckled on the other end of the phone. However, she was also quite annoyed. What was wrong with this guy? Why am I so indifferent to myself? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with it? Snort. One day you will not escape my grasp. Su Ruzhen really didn't believe that Chen Fan could remain unmoved by her charms. Then Chen Fan called Zwabing again. Is your mother being strict lately? Find a way to get her to go shopping in Xinjiku. Zwabing didn't understand what she meant. She's been very busy lately, looking for venues everywhere, but there haven't been any suitable ones. Go ahead and tell her to go. It's best to keep quiet. After all, your mother is too cunning. Zwabing was speechless. Is this how you treat your future mother-in-law? Chen Fan said fiercely. If it weren't for her, I would have succeeded long ago. Now I'm 20 years old and still a virgin. Roll. Zwabing rolled her eyes. However, she still listened to Chen Fan's advice and went directly to her mother's company this time, without her mother calling. Mom, I don't want to eat at home tonight. Let's go out to eat. You've worked hard these past few days. It's my treat. Forehead. Zwabing's mother was completely bewildered. Just a few days ago, he was arguing with her. Why are you acting like a completely different person today? Not good. Was it stolen? She looked at her daughter with great care. In the evening, the family of 3 went out for dinner. Zwabing specifically requested to go to the restaurant in Xinjiku. This didn't arouse my mother's suspicion. Instead, it made her see the rental advertisement on the building across the street. The entire building is marked with LED signs. Zwabing's mother's eyes lit up. Huh, didn't they say before that it would only be sold, not rented? Why is it rented out now? She immediately inquired and learned that the building had been sold for 480 million yuan. My goodness, they're really rich. Even with her and her husband's combined funds, they couldn't afford to buy this building. Moreover, they are usually described as successful people, such as CEOs, by others. Zwabing's mother was very happy with the meal because she could go see the venue tomorrow. If we could set up the company here, the location and the grandeur of the building would elevate the company's image significantly. That evening, Chen Fan was making plans with Su Ruzhen. With such a big building, we could open a hotel ourselves. Su Ruzhen suggested. Running hotels is not our forte. We can take a controlling stake and let others do it. Chen Fan thought of Zhao Linlin. Didn't she run her own hotel? Now that we've bought this building, we should make good use of it. With over 50 floors, besides office buildings, a hotel is definitely a must. Now Chen Fan wants to expand his business, not just make money in the stock market. The next morning, Su Ruzhen received a call from Zwabing's mother. The two arranged a time to meet in person. Chen Fan told her that she could forego the rent payment, and they would take control of the company in the form of rent payments. Su Ruzhen just couldn't understand why Chen Fan would want to get involved in such a small company. Of course, she didn't know that this woman was Zwabing's mother. Once he takes control of Zwabing's mother's company, won't he be able to control his future mother-in-law? Chapter 49. worth billions, yet he calls me a construction worker? Unexpectedly, Zhou Bing's mother was very sensitive. When she heard that the landlord wanted to take control of her company, she chose to refuse. In the end, Su Ruzhen rented an entire floor of the building to her at a relatively cheap price. Chen Fan named the building Yunfan Building. Others might not understand Chen Fan's thoughts, but Su Ruzhen did. This building marks another starting point for Chen Fan's career. There will be times when the wind and waves will be strong, and we will set sail to cross the vast ocean. He's going to venture into the real economy. However, Zhou Bing's mother couldn't understand why she was so lucky to be able to get the rental rights to a floor of Yunfan Building at such a cheap price. She even asked Su Ruzhen, who said she was the first customer to rent the property, so she would give her a discount. That's the only way Zhou Bing's mother could understand it. Otherwise, you can't just assume that someone is after your beauty. Zhou Bing's mother is a woman of elegance, but Zhou Bing is even more outstanding than her. In the afternoon, Zhou Bing sent a message saying that she was going to Yunfan Building with her mother to check on the renovation progress. Chen Fan checked the time and rushed over. Previously, Su Ruzhen had been in charge of managing the Yunfan Building, and Chen Fan had only visited once. This is my second visit today, and coincidentally, the Blueprint Investment Company is also undergoing renovations. The top 10 floors of the building were reserved by Chen Fan. The floors below the 20th are a hotel, while floors 20 to 40 are used for rental. Zhou Bing's mother has big ambitions. She wants the 46th floor. Because she didn't want other companies to be associated with her, she also regarded the new company as another starting point for her career. Although the hotel hasn't been completed yet, Chen Fan has already reserved space for it. Moreover, its elevators are separate from the commercial area upstairs, and half of the lobby on the first floor belongs to the hotel, which can be entered from the south. The commercial area is accessed from the north, and the two sides do not interfere with each other. Chen Fan came downstairs and ran into Zhou Bing and her mother getting out of the car. Taking advantage of her mother's inattention, Zhou Bing smiled at Chen Fan. Chen Fan noticed Zhou Bing's mother. She was, after all, a woman from the north, and was a full 1.7 meters tall. She has a great figure, and when she stands next to Zhou Bing, they look like sisters. Chen Fan followed the two into the elevator without haste. Zhou Bing's mother glanced at Chen Fan, but seeing that he was just an ordinary boy, she didn't take him seriously. Chen Fan stood behind her, level with Zhou Bing. Zhou Bing secretly traced a few lines on Chen Fan's palm with her finger and made a funny face. Chen Fan didn't hold back either, pinching her thigh. "Young man, are you a construction worker here?" Zhou Bing's mother suddenly asked. Chen Fan nodded. "Yes, Auntie, is there something you need?" Zhou Bing's mother turned around and looked him over again, then said to Zhou Bing, "Look, this is what happens when you don't study. At such a young age, all I can do is this kind of hard and tiring work on construction sites." Chen Fan was speechless. "So you asked me about my purpose just to kick me while I'm down?" Zhou Bing was also speechless. Chen Fan glanced at Zhou Bing's mother and said, "Yes, I just don't study. People who can only work as bricklayers on construction sites." The elevator reached the 46th floor, and the mother and daughter got out. Chen Fan arrived at his company premises, where Su Ruzhen was present. She took this matter very seriously. After all, the company was her legal representative, and she was full of passion for it. Chen Fan once said he wanted to make her worth billions. After Blueprint Investment was established, Su Ruzhen's net worth naturally increased. By then, she will be an elite among the younger generation in this circle. "Why did you come here? What do you think of our design zoning?" Chen Fan nodded, his gaze drifting out the window. This 50-story building soars into the clouds. There are many tall buildings in the surrounding area, but most of them are only 30-something stories high. Therefore, Yunfan Building stands out from the crowd. From here, you can see the mighty Yangtze River flowing eastward. Su Ruzhen stood beside him, and Chen Fan asked, "How do you feel right now?" Su Ruzhen smiled gently. "It has a kind of majestic air about it, like a ruler of the world. I'm in a really good mood, full of passion." Chen Fan smiled, but he wasn't in the mood for that. His goal was simple: to make money. What ambitions and lofty aspirations. Why think so much? Su Ruzhen pointed to an area over there. "This is the office area prepared for you. More than 500 square meters. There is also a dedicated rest area." Since Chen Fan's plan was to only renovate one floor, Su Ruzhen designated an area with the best view to serve as Chen Fan's office. Chen Fan shook his head. "Here you go, I don't need an office. However, no one is allowed in your rest area except me." Su Ruzhen's face immediately turned bright red, and she glared at him angrily. I would have been relieved if you had said so earlier. She blushed, but said earnestly, You said it, you can't lie to me. Chen Fan burst into laughter. Downstairs, Zhuo Bing's mother stood by the window with her daughter. She pointed out everything outside the window, looking down at everything. Zhuo Bing, this is the new starting point for Mom's career. At that time, Mom will go from here to the world and become a world-renowned figure. I want to become a giant in the business world, like Li Ka-shing, the richest man. When I get old, I will hand all of this over to you. Let's go upstairs and take a look. The mother and daughter took the elevator upstairs to the Blueprint investment renovation site. Upon noticing that President Su was talking to the construction worker from earlier, Zhuo Bing's mother walked over and said, Hey, President Su. What a coincidence, you're here too. When Chen Fan saw them coming, he gave Su Ruzhen a look, signaling her not to reveal her identity. Su Ruzhen greeted him with a smile. President Han, what brings you here? Zhuo Bing's mother glanced at Chen Fan beside her, but didn't pay any attention. After all, who would care about a construction worker? She struck up a conversation with Su Ruzhen. Thank you so much, President Su, for taking such good care of me and giving me such a favorable rent. Oh, when do you have time? Let me treat you to a meal. How about today? There's no time like the present. Su Ruzhen waved her hands repeatedly. I'll skip the meal. I really don't have time lately. I have to have dinner with my boss tonight. I can't just leave him alone. Han Chai-young became anxious. No, we still need to eat, no matter how busy we are. It won't take up much time. How about tonight? I'll go book a restaurant. When Su Ruzhen was about to refuse, Chen Fan gestured from a distance for her to look at her phone. Su Ruzhen took out her phone and looked at it. Say yes. She didn't know what Chen Fan meant, so she reluctantly agreed. All right then. Chapter 50. The biggest boss behind all of this. However, she made one small request. Mr. Han, if we go out for dinner tonight, I hope it will just be the two of us. I'd like to talk to you about something. Zhuo Bing's mother was taken aback for a moment, then immediately replied, Okay. Having finally gotten Su Ruzhen to agree, she certainly wouldn't refuse. Although Su Ruzhen didn't know why Chen Fan made this arrangement, she still did as he said. Zhuo Bing, go back by yourself later and tell your dad that I have something to do tonight. Great. Zhuo Bing was extremely excited. He instinctively smiled at Chen Fan. Taking the opportunity, Zhuo Bing's mother extended an invitation to Su Ruzhen, saying, In that case, why don't we find a place to have some tea now? I feel an instant connection with President Su. President Su has achieved so much at such a young age. Su Ruzhen smiled sweetly and said politely, Not at all. President Han is the senior. I need to learn a lot from you. Talking about studying is a slap in the face. You manage a building worth hundreds of millions, while my total net worth is only tens of millions. In order to get closer to Su Ruzhen, Zhuo Bing's mother invited her to a tea house she was familiar with. She certainly never imagined that her daughter would have something going on with a construction worker. After giving them a few instructions, they went downstairs. Seeing the two get into the car and leave, Zhuo Bing waved, Goodbye, Mom. Then she turned back, and the two lovers couldn't wait to embrace each other. Chen Fan, I love you. I love you too. This time we can finally be together openly and honestly, without worrying about my mom watching. Su Ruzhen and Zhuo Bing's mother were still drinking tea. Little did they know, the curtains in a nearby hotel room were slowly drawn. In the tea house, Zhuo Bing's mother was particularly polite. President Su, I really have to thank you properly this time. Hey, Mr. Su, how old are you? I'm 24. I envy your age. I've grown old in the blink of an eye. Looking at Su Ruzhen's beautiful figure, Zhuo Bing's mother was filled with envy. So young, yet so capable, possessing both beauty and intelligence, a girl like that is probably hard to find. Where is Mr. Su's family from? Zhuo Bing's mother sipped her tea and slowly tried to get closer to Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen's eyebrows suddenly twitched for no apparent reason. I have a feeling that something is about to happen. However, her orders were to stall Zhuo Bing's mother as much as possible. Have tea, eat, and then go for a health treatment. It won't be done in a few hours, will it? Su Ruzhen had been wondering what Chen Fan meant by this. What is this guy trying to do? The clever Su Ruzhen seemed to have guessed something. Her pretty face flushed red, and she cursed inwardly. That bastard. The two stayed in the hotel room for more than 3 hours, reluctant to part. When Zhuo Handong called, Zhuo Bing realized that she hadn't told her dad she wouldn't be home for dinner that night. Oh no, what if my mom gets suspicious? No, She's too busy to handle everything herself. All right. Bing finally felt relieved. Hey, you seem to know President Su very well. Chen Fan nodded. Or do you really think Mom can rent such a cheap office building? Oh, so this is what you were doing behind the scenes. She was somewhat skeptical. Chen Fan came from a poor family, which is why he worked exceptionally hard. In addition to working part-time to support himself, he also took on other part-time jobs. According to my dad, he met Chen Fan at the antique market. But unexpectedly, he actually knew someone like Su Ruzhen. In Bing's eyes, Su Ruzhen should be considered a big boss. After all, her parents' combined assets amount to only 1 or 200 million. Certainly, she could never have imagined that Chen Fan was the biggest boss behind all of this. The two stayed at the hotel until after 10 p.m., when Bing had to go back. Chen Fan was very careful this time and didn't leave any marks on her neck. He took Bing to her doorstep before taking a taxi home himself. He was indeed very excited today, having finally won over Bing. I experienced another kind of joy in life. After returning to his apartment, Chen Fan went to the bathroom to take a shower. Before I could even finish my shower, Su Ruzhen came back. She also brought food for Chen Fan. Chen Fan left the bathroom door ajar. Why are you back already? Su Ruzhen looked at him. What do you mean? Don't you want me to come back? No, I didn't bring any clothes with me. Cut. It's not like we haven't seen it before, Su Ruzhen said, pursing her lips. When have you seen it? Chen Fan felt that something was wrong. Su Ruzhen suddenly blushed and said, I'll go get your clothes for you. Seeing her like this, Chen Fan panicked a little. That's not right. How could she have seen it before? Did she peek at me? Su Ruzhen brought the clothes over, and seeing her guilty look, Chen Fan seriously suspected that she had succeeded in her scheme. After changing his clothes, Chen Fan solemnly asked, Tell me honestly, did you peek at me? What are you thinking about? It was when you were sleeping at night. Su Ruzhen suddenly stopped. Chen Fan shuddered. Then you can't watch it either. Is it my fault? I'm already being kind by not taking advantage of their vulnerability. When it comes to being a scoundrel, I really can't argue with her. Chen Fan had no choice but to change the subject. Let's get the company structure up and running as soon as possible, and Chen Meng's side also needs to recruit people. Just as we were about to get it done, I told him to gather his former comrades in arms and form a defense force. Yes, we also need to set up a property management company. Let me think about this first. Chen Fan had his own considerations. I'm going to visit the barbecue restaurant tomorrow to see how they're doing. The next afternoon, Chen Fan arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Seeing that Yi Lang Gao and the others were still there, Tang Jing continued to work for them. Chen Fan asked, How's business lately? Qi Nin said it was so-so, not too good, but not too bad either. I earn over 1,000 yuan a day. Chen Fan said, Shut it down. Let someone else do this kind of thing. Oh. The crowd was puzzled. Wang Hao said, I think earning more than 1,000 yuan a day during summer vacation is already very good. Chen Fan asked him, Have you done the math? If we don't lose money and everyone can make a little profit, let's resell it. I have an idea. How about we start a property management company? A property management company? How much money would that require? Chen Fan certainly wouldn't let them invest money. He would let Su Ruzhen set up the place and then contract it out to them. Let them adapt to society in advance. If the Yunfan building goes ahead, it'll be pure money-making. Chen Fan said to Tang Jing, You should come too. The 5 of you can start a business together. Tang Jing paused, She never expected that she would also be included. Chapter 51, Su Ruzhen's Secret. Compared to a small-scale barbecue restaurant, contracting the property of Yunfan building would definitely be more profitable. Chen Fan told them about his plan. Although the 5 of them longed to go, they were also somewhat worried. Would they really do something this big for us? The most crucial thing is that we don't understand anything. Can't you learn something you don't understand? Property management is nothing more than providing services, collecting money, and providing good service. Chen Fan solemnly instructed them. Seeing how serious he was speaking and how much like a leader he seemed, Yi Lang Gao said in surprise. Chen Fan, you've changed. Yes, many people have noticed that he has changed. He is no longer the impoverished student he once was. He became more confident and assertive. You should know that these people in front of him have all grown up with him. Even Tang Jing noticed it. They all say Chen Fan is a poor student who relies on welfare, but the confidence and courage he is showing now are very questionable. Is this still the Chen Fan I know? Chen Fan seemed to realize something. Oh no, he overdid it. He quickly interrupted them, saying, I'm serious. If this is done well, it will be another starting point in our lives. But why should they believe us? You're entrusting such a large project to us. Yes. You know, many companies are unwilling to hire us because we don't have work experience. Qin Nen expressed her concerns. Chen Fan said, "Don't worry about that. I'll take care of it. What you need to do now is figure out how to divide the work. You can temporarily register it under someone else's company name, which will save you a lot of trouble. A metaphor for finance, taxation, etc. But you need to make things clear now and arrange the personnel structure properly. Work is very different from school. Since we are partners, we must work together and unite as one. In work, you must obey arrangements and management. You guys think about it yourselves." Qin asked, "And you?" "Yes, you should be our leader, and we'll work for you." Chen Fan shook his head. "I have my own part-time job. I can't manage it all. Prince, Housie, you two men have a heavy responsibility to shoulder, and the burden should be borne by you." The two nodded. "Okay, then what are we waiting for? Let's transfer ownership of this place." The barbecue restaurant was originally intended for them to practice, but now they are officially starting their careers. They truly came into contact with society. Yinfan Building has just started leasing out, so property management is not too complicated. After the barbecue restaurant is transferred, Tang Jing's salary needs to be settled immediately. Chen Fan said, "You can split my share equally. Calculate 2 salaries for Tang Jing." Qin opened her mouth. This guy was so generous. He didn't want any of the money from the shop's operations, but Wang Hao said, "How can that be? Among us, your family is the poorest. How could we possibly take your money?" "Yes, we all know you're a righteous person, but you can't do this. What kind of brothers are we otherwise?" Yilang Gao also refused to take his money. "Do whatever you want. Anyway, I'm not interested in this small amount of money." As per Chen Fan's request, Tang Jing was paid 5,000 yuan in wages. Tang Jing knew in her heart that there was no way she could earn so much money in the job she was doing here. Therefore, she did not want it. Everyone was speechless. "No way. Don't you guys need the money?" "They're all uninterested in money." Qin Nan advised, "Tang Jing, take it. It's a small token of everyone's appreciation." After much persuasion, Tang Jing finally agreed to accept the 3,000 yuan. Seeing Chen Fan about to leave, Tang Jing chased after him. "Chen Fan, what's the matter?" She handed over 3,000 yuan, saying, "Can I return this to you first?" Chen Fan shook his head. "What's the rush? Keep this money for now. School will start again soon, and you can't go back to ask for more money, can you?" Tang Jing bit her lip. "But, don't feel guilty. I went through the same thing, but now I'm very strong inside. Just do your job well when the time comes, and that will be a valuable experience in your life. But you need money too." Tang Jing was still worried. "Are you worried about me?" Chen Fan looked at her, but she didn't dare to lift her head. Compared to Zhou Bing, Tang Jing is more timid. "I have a part-time job, so I don't need the money. I can still send money home now, so don't worry. Go back and study those property management skills carefully." Tang Jing hummed in agreement. "I will try my best to do it." Night. Su Ruzhen is back. I reported today's work progress to Chen Fan. Chen Ming hired more than a dozen security guards. Several of them were Chen Ming's comrades in arms. Chen Fan said, "Although the company is just starting out, the system must be clearly defined. We can't let them get used to being lazy, otherwise we won't be able to manage them at all in the future. Also, those students I told you about, let them get some experience and see if we can bring them into the company later." Chen Fan didn't let them take a fixed salary, but instead asked them to start their own businesses, which showed his good intentions. The property management's current focus is on safety and fire prevention, maintaining the building's facilities, and dealing with construction waste from new companies moving in. As the company gradually operated, the number of employees also increased. Chen Fan began to formulate an even bigger plan. In the stock market, Chen Fan continued his money-making spree every day. The amount of money in the capital account has exceeded 6.6 billion. The increase reached over 50% in just half a month. With such a large amount of capital now, it's impossible to be as agile as before and catch the daily limit-up stocks every day. If too much capital is involved, the market maker will become more cautious. Therefore, Chen Fan could only establish a long-term strategy. Su Ruzhen is busier than ever now, handling all the affairs inside and outside the company herself, leaving her with absolutely no time to help Chen Fan manage things. Su Ruzhen was exhausted that day and collapsed onto the sofa as soon as she got home. Chen Fan said, "Come on, let me take you for a massage." Su Ruzhen lay there, saying, "I don't want to move." "No way. I'll take you out to enjoy yourself, and you won't go? Su Ruzhen hooked her foot around him. Why don't you massage me? Press it however you like. Chen Fan said. Little Su, you've gotten a bit cocky lately. You dare let the boss give you a massage? Su Ruzhen pouted. You stingy person. I never put my guard up against you, and yet you treat me like this. Cough, cough. Chen Fan quickly changed the subject. My house has already been built up to the second floor, and the main structure should be completed soon. Oh, that's progressing quite fast. Yes, I'll go back when I have some free time after they finish building it. Hey, Su Ruzhen, I've never heard you mention your family before. When can I visit you? Su Ruzhen's face immediately turned flustered. What's so interesting about my house? Chapter 52. You actually let the boss give you a massage? Seeing her unnatural expression, Chen Fan strongly suspected that she was hiding a secret. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell me. Chen Fan said solemnly. Su Ruzhen shook her head. What are you talking about? She put her feet on Chen Fan's legs and said, Give me a massage. Chen Fan was truly at a loss and could only help her massage her calves. Su Ruzhen's legs are very slender and straight, and her ankles are perfect. Her delicate feet were like exquisite jade carvings. Apart from Zwabing, Chen Fan had never seen a girl's feet this close before. Seeing Su Ruzhen's expression of enjoyment, Chen Fan suspected that she was doing it on purpose. After all, she looked so alluring lying there. Especially when I massage her and she feels comfortable, she suddenly lets out a satisfied hum. She practically stole his soul. Come up a little. Don't keep pressing the same spot. She even had demands. He grabbed Chen Fan's hand and led him upstairs. Chen Fan looked at her speechlessly. You really think of me as a technician? Su Ruzhen sighed resentfully. You really are a saint. I really don't understand how you pursue girls. Should I go after them? Chen Fan continued to massage her, saying, They're usually the ones who pursue me. Keep bragging. She nudged Chen Fan with her foot, but he didn't react, so she nudged him again. You. Chen Fan shrank back and moved her foot away. Let's get down to business. This car is no longer befitting your status. You should buy a few more. Su Ruzhen asked, What price range of car do you want to buy? Chen Fan said, You can decide for yourself. Don't be afraid to spend money. The company has over 100 million yuan in its accounts and hasn't invested any yet, so it can just buy whatever it wants. Su Ruzhen considered it carefully and said, Then let's buy a Maybach and a minivan for reception purposes. Chen Fan said, I'll buy you one for your own use too. Let's see which one you like. There's no need to buy so many cars. Su Ruzhen shook her head. We'll add more when the company needs it. At most, we can add one more small truck. Chen Fan looked at her strangely. I've noticed that you don't seem to like money either. The first time I gave her 100,000 yuan, she bought herself clothes. Later, she was given $1 million, which she used to build a house for her family. Then he gave her another 10 million, and she paid the deposit for the Yunfan building. It's hard for most people not to be tempted by money, right? Su Ruzhen laughed and said, Who said that? I just don't like small amounts of money. Okay, I'll give you a few hundred million later. Puff. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes. What are you trying to do? Take care of me. Yes, that's definitely the idea. Chen Fan told the truth. But Su Ruzhen wouldn't have it. I don't believe you for a second. If you really want to support me, why won't you touch me? You're not taking care of me. You're trying to make me die of thirst. Chen Fan wiped his sweat. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he just didn't want to let Zwabing down. After all, Zwabing had put a lot of effort into her, so she couldn't possibly hurt him, could she? And, most importantly, he didn't want to have an ambiguous relationship with Su Ruzhen. In life, there are some things you can be greedy for, and some things you cannot. He decided to buy a building to use as rewards for the company's senior executives. Of course, people like Su Ruzhen deserve special treatment. I'm taking a day off tomorrow, so I don't need to monitor the market. Chen Fan decided to go for a walk around the area. The weather was perfect the next morning. Because the company was under renovation, Su Ruzhen went to the construction site again. Chen Fan left the apartment building and hailed a shared bicycle to look at the properties. Before coming out, Chen Fan had done his homework the night before. I've also looked into a few nice residential areas. If it's for employee dormitories, it should be near Yunfan building. However, it is difficult to find existing homes in the vicinity. The billboard in front reads, Zhongshan Daijing, detached villas, enjoy a super private space. The river view is picturesque, offering a unique perspective on life. Chen Fan had a sudden thought. Why not go there and take a look? He then rode his bicycle to the sales office of Zhongshan Daijing. This property development is actually built halfway up a mountain in a forest park and you can indeed see the river view from afar. Low-rise villas like this can only enjoy river views by taking advantage of the terrain. But the environment here is nice, and the key is that it's only a mountain away from Jiangzhou University. One is on the south side of the mountain, and the other is on the east side. Chen Fan stood outside the sales office, with no obstruction in sight. This location is really great. If you didn't have to work hard to make a living, living here would definitely be a luxury. Just as I was about to enter the sales office, a car pulled up behind me, beeping. Chen Fan turned around and saw a champagne-colored Porsche Cayenne. The car drove directly into the parking space, and Zhao Linlin got out of the car. Did she change her car again? No. People like her probably own more than one car. Chen Fan. Zhao Linlin was wearing a white casual outfit and holding a bag in her hand. She put the car keys in her bag and walked towards Chen Fan. What are you doing here? You're not thinking of looking for a job here, are you? The sales office is hiring, and many college students are applying. Zhao Linlin immediately thought of this. Seeing that she had misunderstood, Chen Fan didn't explain. You? Why are you here too? Zhao Linlin laughed and said, this is our family's business. Chen Fan then noticed that it said Zhao's Real Estate, etc. Could this Zhao's Real Estate be the same listed company I exploited last time? Chen Fan doesn't look at any of these things when investing in stocks. He only looks at the future trend of the stock. Seeing that he was in a daze, Zhao Linlin asked, what's wrong? Your father is the chairman of Zhao's Real Estate. Yes. Oh, now I understand completely. Given how big Zhao Linlin's family business was, after the last stock price surge, their assets should have reached hundreds of billions, right? Of course, a market value of hundreds of billions does not mean that their family has that much money. But it's still quite frightening. No wonder Zhao Linlin is able to manage a hotel at such a young age. You want to work here? Zhao Linlin asked. Chen Fan shook his head. It's too far from school here. You might as well come to my place. Zhao Linlin extended another invitation. Let's see. Chen Fan walked into the sales office. He was there to buy a house, and if there were any suitable ones, he would buy two. Okay, then you can see. Zhao Linlin went to the office area on the second floor. Perhaps seeing Chen Fan and Zhao Linlin coming together, a pretty saleswoman quickly approached and asked, Sir, are you looking to buy a house? The other person is tall, at least 1.68 meters, and she's very good looking. As expected of a high-end villa area, all the staff at the sales office are quite good looking. Chen Fan noticed the name tag on the young lady who greeted him, Chu Yanfei. Although she wasn't sure if the young man in front of her had the financial means to buy a house, she still greeted Chen Fan with enthusiasm for her work. Chen Fan remained calm and said, let me take a look first. The property is in a good location and has a limited number of ready-to-move-in units, which is extremely rare in Jiangzhou. But the price? Even the cheapest villas here cost tens of millions. However, this is nothing to Chen Fan, who is worth billions. Chapter 53. Two of these villas. Working in a place like this doesn't guarantee everyone the chance to sell a villa. After all, there are very few truly wealthy people in this world. You might only be able to sell one villa that costs tens of millions. The commissions alone amount to over 10,000. They can easily surpass the lives of many ordinary people. Moreover, they have a guaranteed minimum wage, so even if they don't make any sales, they won't starve. After all, those who can work here are all sales elites carefully selected by the higher-ups. They must either be exceptionally good-looking or have outstanding abilities. Chu Yanfei didn't have much hope that she would be able to sell a villa today. Anyway, she treated the guests with the same attitude as usual. Chen Fan asked her about the sales situation of the property. Chu Yanfei squatted down next to Chen Fan and began to explain very carefully. Her action caught Chen Fan's attention, and he couldn't help but glance at her again. Zhao Linlin upstairs is busy. She's here to collect market information. She is the only precious daughter in the Zhao family, and after she graduates, she will directly take over the family affairs. Therefore, Zhao Linlin had to familiarize herself with all of this in advance. Chen Fan originally wanted to buy it today, but he didn't want Zhao Linlin to know, so he said to Chu Yanfei, let's add each other on WeChat. These days, there are many ways to get a beautiful woman's WeChat. Chu Yanfei is so pretty, there are always people who want to get her. Upon hearing Chen Fan's request, she stood up and smiled. I'm sorry, I didn't bring my phone. Chen Fan didn't press the matter, but simply glanced at her indifferently. Then let's call the others over. Chu Yanfei saw that he was so calm and composed, completely unlike how he usually acted when people teased her. Moreover, his gaze was pure, without the slightest hint of ill intent. So she gritted her teeth and said, Please wait a moment. I'll go get my phone right away. She quickly ran to the front desk, retrieved her phone, and scanned the QR code. Sir, is this all right? Chen Fan glanced at it, nodded, and said, Go ahead and get busy. After saying that, he prepared to leave. I'll see you to the door. Chu Yanfei, dressed in a cheongsam, politely led Chen Fan to the door and bowed deeply, saying, Please take care, sir. If you need anything, feel free to call me anytime. Chen Fan glanced at the second floor and said, If anyone asks later, just say I'm here for a job interview, and don't say anything else. Was he originally here to apply for a job? Chu Yanfei felt a little disappointed, but thankfully, she didn't show it. He just nodded repeatedly and said yes. Without hesitation, Chen Fan walked towards the shared bicycle he had just seen. Someone who rides a shared bike probably can't afford a villa, right? Chu Yanfei returned to the lobby, and the manager came over to ask, How did it go? Did the customer show any interest? Chu Yanfei shook her head. The manager laughed and said, Your judgment of people is still a bit lacking. I can tell what kind of person a young man is at a glance. Learn well, this line of work is very complex. About half an hour later, Zhao Linlin came down from the second floor and looked around the sales hall. Where's the person who came in with me? The manager immediately jogged over. Miss, you mean? Zhao Linlin frowned and looked at Chu Yanfei. Weren't you the one who received him? Chu Yanfei whispered. He left about half an hour ago. Oh, did he say what he came here for? Chu Yanfei thought for a moment. He said he came to apply for a job. That's really true. Zhao Linlin smiled and instructed. If he comes again, tell him that we are not hiring here. The manager was also dumbfounded. Chu Yanfei was stunned for a long time before she could react. I thought he had some kind of relationship with the young lady, but it turns out he's someone she dislikes. After seeing Zhao Linlin to the door, Chu Yanfei picked up her phone to delete Chen Fan's WeChat account. However, she still curiously took a look at his WeChat moments. His WeChat moments are unremarkable. Aside from showing that he's a college student, there's nothing else to see. It turns out he was still a student. Forget it. I'd better not delete it. Just lie there like that. Just as Chu Yanfei was about to put her phone away, beep. I received a message on my phone. Reserve buildings 16 and 19 for me. How do I pay the deposit? Chu Yanfei was completely dumbfounded. I checked the information again. Yes, it was Chen Fan, whom I was just about to delete. Isn't he still a student? Are you kidding me? Deposit? She thought for a moment. I'll send you the finance payment QR code. According to company policy, if a customer is not satisfied, the deposit will be refunded within half a month. Chu Yanfei sent over the financial payment QR code. A few minutes later, she received Chen Fan's payment notification. A deposit of 200,000 is required for buildings 16 and 19. Oh my god, he really did pay a deposit, and it was for 2 villas. Chu Yanfei was somewhat bewildered. After all, Chen Fan doesn't seem like the kind of person who can afford a villa. Chen Fan reminded him again. Don't tell anyone about my purchase of the villa, or I will cancel the plan. Okay. Chu Yanfei's heart was pounding. She repeatedly assured Chen Fan, No, absolutely not. But then the front desk phone rang. It was the finance department calling. A guest just paid a deposit for 2 villas. Who received them? The sales department was in an uproar. Deposit for 2 villas? Who is it? The manager was also completely bewildered, staring at all the sales staff in the sales office. Chu Yanfei had no choice but to call the manager outside and tell him about Chen Fan's request. The manager opened her mouth. She had just said that Chu Yanfei couldn't judge people, but she didn't expect that the other party had already paid the deposit. She patted Chu Yanfei on the shoulder. Okay, I know what to do. Contact them as soon as possible and try to sign the contract soon. How about this? You go there tonight, just in case something goes wrong. Night. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The manager glared at her. Are you really stupid or just pretending? If you encounter a customer like this, why don't you seize the opportunity? Are you going to wait for someone else to get there first? How about I take your place? Chu Yanfei obediently replied with an "Oh." Remember to bring a gift. If you can secure a customer like this, you won't need to work this year. Selling 2 villas will earn at least a commission of 300,000 yuan. The manager also received a management commission, so she strongly urged Chu Yanfei to hold on to the customer and not let him run away. Paying a deposit indicates that he is interested. Just before he was about to leave work, Chu Yanfei called to talk to Chen Fan about the villa. I'll also invite him to have dinner with me. Tomorrow. Chen Fan said something and then hung up the phone. Actually, he had already learned about the entire development at the sales office, but he hadn't gone to see the site. If he hadn't run into Zhao Linlin, he would have bought it immediately. Chu Yanfei nervously pressed her phone to her heart, hoping that things wouldn't change tomorrow. She prayed silently. Chapter 54. A gift worth over 6 million. The next morning, Chu Yanfei called again, asking if Chun Fan had time to come over to sign the contract. Su Ruzhen was off work today when she heard Chun Fan's phone ring. It was a young woman's voice. She asked, "Who is it?" "A salesperson." Chun Fan gave a perfunctory reply, not wanting Su Ruzhen to know. The purchase of the villa must be kept secret. If I remember correctly, next week is Su Ruzhen's birthday. She turned 24, which was her birth year in the Chinese zodiac. "I'm going out for a bit." Chun Fan changed his clothes and prepared to leave. Su Ruzhen pouted. "Aren't you taking me with you?" "I'm going on a date." "What are you going to do there?" Snort. Su Ruzhen glared at him. "I can help you out." "Haha, forget it. Wait for me at home. I'll be back soon." I promised Bing today that I would meet with her, but I'm afraid we won't be able to schedule it in time. As soon as he left the apartment complex, Chu Yanfei and her driver arrived in a Mercedes-Benz to pick him up. Seeing this luxury car worth over $1 million, Chun Fan remained calm. The two cars that Su Ruzhen ordered should have arrived by now, right? When the car arrived at the sales office, Chu Yanfei hurriedly got out and opened the door for him, saying, "Mr. Chun, please slow down." Having been there yesterday, Chun Fan went straight to the point. "Let's go check out the scene first." The villas in this Zhao's real estate development are fully furnished. Because many customers really hate decorating, it's too much trouble. They would simply do the work for the client and make an extra 1 or 2 million in the process. Chun Fan followed Chu Yanfei to Building 16. All the villas here have a yard, which is about 300 square meters in size. This courtyard only has the right to use, not ownership. The villa has 4 floors, including a basement. The total area is approximately 400 square meters. The price is over 34 million. The two villas were not far apart. Chun Fan glanced at them briefly and said, "Okay, let's settle on them." The owner of the unit in Building 16 is Su Ruzhen. Chu Yanfei was shocked. He bought the villa not for himself to live in. Who is this Su Ruzhen? It could be his girlfriend. She kept looking Chun Fan up and down. He was dressed very simply. No one would have guessed that he was actually a rich second generation. Of course, she had no idea that Chun Fan was a self-made millionaire. In less than half an hour, he signed contracts for 2 villas. Chu Yanfei's heart was pounding. With Chun Fan signing, her net income this year would be over 300,000 yuan. Even if she doesn't achieve any results in the future, she won't lose out. This customer today is definitely the most agreeable customer she has ever had in her career. If you run into some cunning old hands, they'll dawdle and even try to take advantage of you. Chun Fan did not do anything reckless from beginning to end and did not even ask too many questions. The 2 villas, after the discount, are worth 62 million. Chun Fan paid the bill easily and then asked Chu Yanfei to take him home. Su Ruzhen was on the phone when she heard the door open and quickly hung up. "You're back so soon? With your skills, will your girlfriend be satisfied?" Chun Fan glared at her speechlessly. "What are you thinking about? Can a girl like you stop being so lewd?" With only 2 weeks left before school starts, Chun Fan asked Yilang Gao and the others about their recent situation. Su Ruzhen said, "I sent them for training." Chun Fan nodded. "Give them more opportunities to practice and see if we can train a couple." Su Ruzhen understood what he meant. If Yilang Gao and the others could adapt, they might be of great use in the future. He asked for Su Ruzhen's ID card, but didn't say what it was for. Then he turned on the computer. Tomorrow is Monday, and he needs to do his homework. The account's total assets have now reached 8 billion. Chun Fan had reviewed the performance of these long-term stocks over the next 2 weeks. The 2 stocks are showing similar trends, and tomorrow they will see a massive trading volume with a turnover rate of over 40%. The market experienced a significant pullback the following day, followed by another sharp rise. Within 10 trading days, it hit the daily limit for 7 consecutive days. This is the rhythm of the market maker's strong shakeout, scaring away those weak hands and floating shares. In the past, Chun Fan would definitely have taken advantage of tomorrow's momentum to sell some shares before making further purchases. But the amount of capital is too large now, with at least 1 billion yuan in each stock. If I also sell, it will probably alert the big players. So he decided to remain dormant and wait quietly for the second wave of price increases. By then, the funds in my account will definitely exceed 10 billion. 10 billion. This will become another starting point in my life. While Su Ruzhen was busy these past few days, Chen Fan gave her identity information to Chu Yanfei. 2 villas, one registered under Su Ruzhen's name, and the other temporarily registered under his own name. Just after the formalities were completed, Zhou Bing called. What are you busy with? Why don't you contact me if I don't contact you? Pig. Chen Fan explained. I have a part-time job, you know that. Send me your location, I'll be right there. Zhou Bing snorted. That's more like it. She sent Chen Fan her location. Zhou Bing had only managed to sneak out to meet Chen Fan because her mother was busy these past few days. But school will start soon, and then the two of them can be together every day. Upon arriving at the hotel that Zhou Bing had booked, Chen Fan was immediately pinned against the wall by Zhou Bing as soon as he entered. This girl is incredibly enthusiastic, and after being kept in check by her mother for a few days, she can't wait any longer. After they finished, Zhou Bing nestled against his chest and said, You idiot. You have to be nicer to me. She originally just wanted to have a relationship, but she ended up giving herself away. Chen Fan put his arm around her and said, Of course. Even if I don't treat myself well, I'll still treat you well. That's more like it. Zhou Bing smiled with satisfaction. Chen Fan said, Let me take you shopping. Don't want. She couldn't bear to waste such a short time. Chen Fan wanted to give her a gift, but Zhou Bing refused every time. She understood Chen Fan's thoughts. You know, I don't need these material things when I'm with you. Chen Fan pinched her cheek. You have to promise me this time. I hope there is something of mine in you. Zhou Bing said speechlessly. Since I've given him the whole person, doesn't he belong to you? Chen Fan got up and said, Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Then he ran to a nearby jewelry store and said, Wrap up this diamond necklace and bracelet for me. The jewelry store staff were stunned. Brother, look closely. This necklace alone costs over 6 million. This bracelet costs 800,000. Chen Fan didn't argue with her. I told you to pack it up, didn't you hear me? He took out his bank card and placed it on the counter. The staff member trembled and said, Okay. Chen Fan returned to the hotel after buying the 2 items, where Zhou Bing was lying on the bed. Hearing the doorbell ring, she pouted. Where have you been? So secretive. I'm going back in half an hour. Chen Fan chuckled and took out the 2 gifts he had just bought. So, do you like it or not? Zhou Bing stared wide-eyed. Where did you buy this? Was it expensive? It's not expensive, just a few hundred yuan. All right. I like anything you buy. Zhou Bing twisted her neck. Help me put it on. Chapter 55. Same necklace. Zhou Bing's family has a dinner party tonight, and it's the kind you can't refuse. Back home, Zhou Bing admired the necklace Chen Fan had given her in front of the mirror. The pendant is quite pretty. This guy has a good eye. Even items costing a few hundred yuan are so exquisite. Just then, Han Shai-young returned. Hey, why haven't you gone to change your clothes yet? Wear a skirt, be more ladylike, and stop showing your legs all the time. Zhou Bing was speechless and had no choice but to go back to her room and change into a white dress. Her swan-like neck and diamond necklace complemented each other, radiating endless charm. Her fair and delicate arms, adorned with that exquisite bracelet, shone even brighter. With Zhou Bing's appearance, no matter where she appears, she will always be the proud little princess in everyone's eyes. Zhou Handong is back. Are you all ready? Let's go. Zhou Handong, dressed in a suit, looked handsome and refined. He's the best of the best among middle-aged men. Han Shai-young was also dressed like a noble woman, wearing a purple long dress with a deep V-neck that revealed a touch of snow-white skin. Handong, bring me that necklace from my dressing table. Han Shai-young bought this necklace herself for over 100,000 yuan. It was her favorite thing. Zhou Handong picked up the necklace and personally put it on his wife. Yes, it's really great. My wife is the most beautiful. Zhou Bing was ashamed. It turns out my dad was the biggest simp. Let's go? When the couple came out of the bedroom, Han Shai-young picked up her LV bag to change her shoes and inadvertently noticed the necklace on Zhou Bing's neck. Huh. Zhou Bing, when did you buy this necklace? Zhou Bing casually replied. I bought it when I was dancing at school, so what? No, I just think it's too eye-catching. Is that diamond in your pendant real? How is that possible? This necklace only costs a few hundred yuan. Zhou Handong laughed heartily. Let's go. No matter how expensive a child's toy is, it can't compare to your necklace worth over 100,000 yuan. That's right. Han Shai-young smiled smugly and reached out to touch the large pendant on her chest. Handong, when are you going to send me another good one? Okay. Zhou Bing was surprised to find that her mother looked particularly feminine today. The family of 3 soon drove to a villa community in the southern part of the city. The mother and daughter got out of the car, with Zhou Handong carrying the gifts he had prepared beforehand. Today is the birthday of one of Han Chai-young's best friends, and everyone took this opportunity to get together. As soon as they arrived at the door, a middle-aged man greeted them with a smile. "Oh, Han-dong, you've come. Come in and have a seat. They're all waiting for you," Han Chai-young said. "No way they're here so early?" The family of three entered the house, and sure enough, the room was full of people. 7 or 8 women, dressed in the same luxurious style as Han Chai-young, were chatting happily. These are Han Chai-young's closest girlfriends in her circle, the oldest being in her early 50s. The youngest are 27 or 28 years old. "Oh, my brother-in-law from Han-dong is here." A woman in her 30s walked over, her large breasts bulging, and unabashedly took Zhua Han-dong's arm and started acting coquettishly. With his daughter present, Zhua Han-dong felt a little awkward. A woman next to her said boldly, "Jiao Jiao, can you please not be so provocative? Be careful, Chai-young might get jealous." "No way, Chai-young Yini, right?" Han Chai-young said. "I smelled your slutty scent as soon as I walked in." "What? You like our Han-dong, don't you? How about I give it to you?" "Ha ha ha." A burst of laughter erupted in the villa. The birthday celebrant personally brought out fruit and said, "Please watch your words, the children are all here." The young woman holding Zhua Han-dong's arm curled her lip and said, "Exactly, they often don't pay attention to the occasion." The generous older sister said, "It's all right, they'll find out sooner or later. We should learn from foreign countries and not be so conservative. It's never a bad thing to mature early." "Hey, Chai-young, when did you buy this dress? She looks quite pretty. How much does it cost? I want to buy one too." Seeing them chatting about these things, Zhua Han-dong went into the courtyard to have tea with a few men. Zhua Bing sat next to her mother, reached out, and took a bite of a piece of fruit. Han Chai-young is dressed very beautifully today, but everyone in the industry is a rich woman, a tycoon. She was too embarrassed to brag, saying, "It's nothing special. I just bought it because I thought it looked nice." "How much does it cost?" Ms. Li, who was in her 40s, asked curiously. She also wore a very beautiful dress today, but her dress was very expensive, costing over 30,000 yuan. Seeing that they kept asking, Han Chai-young said, "It's really cheap. Only a little over 6,000 yuan. "That's cheap," Sister Li said. "This one costs over 30,000. The generous older sister said, "That's right. Everyone knows you're a very wealthy woman. They own 3 villas, and their family assets are worth over 1 billion yuan. Sister Li said proudly, "It's all right, you guys aren't bad either, so stop embarrassing me." In fact, their family's assets are estimated to be only 4 or 500 million. At this moment, the birthday girl, Sister He, said, "My husband bought me a necklace. Let me wear it and show it to you." "Okay." The crowd shouted with joy. Sister He happily ran into the bedroom and took out a red box. It was opened in front of everyone, and inside lay an exquisite necklace. The pendant is similar in style to the ones Zhua Bing wore, except the diamond isn't as big. Everyone gathered around, exclaiming, "Wow, it's so beautiful." "Sister He, this necklace of yours must be quite expensive, right?" Sister He put it around her neck, twirled it around, and asked, "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" Actually, Sister He isn't very tall, only about 1.5 meters. Moreover, some of them are on the heavier side, and their skin is not fair. The diamond necklace looked out of place on her, but everyone nodded in unison. "It looks beautiful. It's absolutely perfect." "Hey, Sister He, you still haven't told us how much this necklace costs." Seeing everyone's curiosity, Sister He smiled mysteriously and asked, "How much do you think it will cost?" "I think it'll cost at least 100,000, right?" "Guess again." Sister He was very happy and enjoyed the feeling. "It should cost over 200,000, the bold woman exclaimed. Sister He smiled slightly. His gaze fell on Han Chai-young's neck. Chai-young's necklace costs over 10,000. Han Chai-young felt a little embarrassed. "Why are you comparing me again?" Seeing her being so mysterious, Sister Li asked, "It's not going to cost over 1 million, is it?" Sister He laughed and said, "No need for that. 468,008. The world of the rich is indeed different. Even a necklace costs 4 or 500,000. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Sister He's family was truly wealthy. At this moment, Jiao Jiao stared wide-eyed and said, "Hey, your necklace looks like the same one as Bing Bing's." Her scream immediately drew everyone's attention to Zhua Bing. Zhua Bing didn't participate in their interaction at all. Instead, she sat there watching TV. Sure enough, everyone looked over. Everyone was shocked to see the necklace around Zhua Bing's neck. Because this necklace is clearly more upscale than Sister He's, and the diamonds are also larger. What's worse, it really looks like the same style. Chapter 56. You're saying a necklace worth millions is only worth a few hundred? Bing Bing, how much did you pay for this necklace? Can we take a look? Sister Lee is very interested in this. Of course, she didn't think Swabing's necklace was more valuable than Sister He's. Swabing smiled and said, I just bought it casually. It only cost a few hundred yuan. She casually took off the necklace and handed it over. A few $100s? Some people didn't believe it. Pick up Swabing's necklace and compare it with Hejia's. This must be a fake, right? And what ordinary diamond is this big? If that's true, then it's a serious matter. A group of women chattered amongst themselves, but they couldn't deny that Swabing's necklace was indeed more beautiful than Hejia's. Sister Lee sneered, Sister He, I think you made a bad purchase. A necklace worth hundreds of thousands is not as good as this knock-off of Bing Bing's. That's right, high-quality replicas these days are so exquisite. Just as they were about to hand the necklace to Swabing, the tall and slender sister, Tao, came out of the restroom. Tao Jia is the youngest among her group of girlfriends, at 28 years old. They run a jewelry and gold business. Hey, shout out, come take a look. I'm increasingly convinced that Bing Bing's necklace isn't a fake. Of course, some of them are discerning. Han Chai-young said, don't joke around. It's just something a kid bought to play with. How can you take something that costs a few $100s seriously? Just look, there's nothing else to do anyway. Tao Jia took Swabing's necklace, her eyes lighting up. Huh, what's the matter? Everyone asked curiously, especially Sister Lee and Jiao Jiao. Sister Peach squinted and examined the necklace closely, then looked at the markings on the back. Every brand has its own logo, she said confidently. You mean this is a knockoff that costs a few hundred yuan? Bing Bing, how much did you pay for this necklace? Several hundred yuan? Swabing answered. Swabing thought everything Chen Fan gave her was good, regardless of its price. Sister Peach then looked at her wrist. And what about this bracelet? Swabing shook her head. It's really worthless, so don't ask. Sister Tao said solemnly, Sister Kaiying, your Bing Bing is too low-key. What's the matter? If I'm not mistaken, her bracelet alone is worth 6 or 700,000. Oh, there was a wave of surprise in the villa. Really? You have to understand that these people are considered wealthy, but Swabing, a girl, can easily wear a bracelet worth 6 or 700,000 yuan. That would be terrible. Han Chai-young couldn't believe it. No way. Real. I've been in this industry for so long, I would never make a mistake. As for this necklace, it's a new design from overseas company H, and the diamond on it is worth at least 6 million. Thump. Hearing Sister Tao's confident voice, Sister Lee slid to the ground with a thud. Sister He's face turned very ugly. Are you sure? It can't be wrong. I've been to all of this company's new product launches. Bing Bing's necklace is worth at least 6 million. Swabing was stunned. Chen Fan, you idiot. Have you gone mad? Didn't you say it would only cost a few hundred? Did I hear wrong? I missed hearing the word 10,000. Where did he get the money to give me such an expensive gift? Did you go tinkering with antiques again? While Swabing was lost in thought, Han Kaiying and her group of best friends were completely dumbfounded. Han Chai-young looked at her daughter with even more suspicion, her mind already filled with all sorts of wild thoughts. What exactly did my daughter do outside? They can afford necklaces worth millions. Sister Lee said somewhat displeasedly. Chai-ying, our family is low-key enough. Exactly. They lied to us that the necklace was worth millions and said it was only worth a few hundred. Are you afraid we'll ask you for money? Several people started mocking them. Han Chai-young looked embarrassed. Stop making a fuss. What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? Although she said that, she was already quite unsettled inside. So everyone started complimenting Han Chai-young, saying how low-key she was, and when she would make a fortune. When they returned after dinner, she began her interrogation. Swabing, come here. What is it, Mom? Tell me honestly, who gave you this necklace? Oh no, I thought something serious had happened. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Shut up. Who's laughing and joking with someone? Zhua Handong walked over and said, what are you doing? She's so old already. Yeah, Dad, don't you keep an eye on your wife? She's always watching your daughter like she's a thief. Han Chai-young's face darkened. You two shut up. Zhua Handong, you're still being kept in the dark. Your daughter is quite something, wearing a bracelet worth 6 or 700,000 and a necklace worth over 6 million. She's really in the spotlight today. Oh. Zhua Handong stared at Swabing in surprise. What? A necklace worth over 6 million? Let me see. Who gave it to you? I bought it myself. Still being stubborn. Han Shai-young said angrily. Don't think you can get away with this until you explain things clearly today. Zhuo Bing was speechless. Mom, if you really want to do this, I'll have no choice but to leave home. Seriously, don't I, a grown adult, have any privacy or freedom? It's just a necklace. Why are you making such a fuss? You. Han Shai-young was furious. You think I can't handle you? Zhuo Bing retorted. If you insist on forcing me, I'll just take legal action. I don't believe I can't support myself. Good, good. You think you're all grown up now. Han Shai-young was so angry she vomited blood. Seeing that the two had started to lift each other up, Zhuo Handong had no choice but to advise, Zhuo Bing, just confess. Your mother is only doing this for your own good. She's afraid you'll do something wrong outside. Dad, don't you even believe me anymore? I'm almost 20 years old. What wrong things could I possibly do? Zhuo Bing argued his case based on reason. But your necklace and bracelet are hard to explain. Zhuo Handong is a reasonable person. Seeing her parents so fixated on this, Zhuo Bing said angrily. This was a gift from a male classmate. You should be grateful. What male classmate is so generous? To give you a necklace worth millions? How are things between you and him? Have you been doing something behind my back? Upon hearing this, Han Shai-young immediately became alert. Zhuo Bing was speechless. How was I supposed to know it was so valuable? He told me it was just something worth a few hundred yuan. Fine, I'll return it to him tomorrow. It's so annoying. Han Shai-young looked at her daughter and asked, Who is he? How far have you progressed in your relationship with him? Mom, have some decency. Are you trying to force me to learn from Neza? Zhuo Handong quickly advised. All right. If it really was given by a male classmate, invite him over to our house tomorrow so we can talk to him. This is, after all, related to your lifelong happiness. Han Shai-young should be happy that her daughter found a boyfriend like this. But she just couldn't understand it, because Zhuo Bing hadn't gone through her vetting process when choosing a boyfriend. This behavior is unforgivable. Chapter 57, You Bastard. Let go of my daughter. Just as Chen Fan was about to go to sleep, Zhuo Bing sent him a WeChat message. You did a great job today. Absolutely. This guy's smile is really lewd. Zhuo Bing almost died on the spot. Get lost. That's not what I meant. Leaving aside the question of your enormous wealth of dubious origin, why did you give me this thing for no reason? Now my parents know, and they're pressing me to find out where it came from. Tell me, what should we do? Chen Fan never expected that the gift he gave would cause trouble for Zhuo Bing. He originally just wanted to give Zhuo Bing a personal item so that she would remember him whenever she saw the necklace or bracelet. Who knew her parents were so cunning? It seems we need to come up with a solution. Should we really tell Zhuo Bing's parents the truth? Is he really going to reveal his identity as a reclusive billionaire? So Chen Fan said to Zhuo Bing, How about we be honest? Confess what? Given my mom's personality, she'll just tell you the truth, and you'll be done for. You have no idea how controlling she is. Let's meet her and see how she reacts. After much consideration, Chen Fan realized that he had caused the trouble himself, so there was no need to hide it any longer. But Zhuo Bing disagreed. She had no idea how amazing her boyfriend was. Let's talk about it later. I'm going to sleep now. That's just how this girl is, especially now that she's in a bad mood. Chen Fan lay on the sofa, pondering how to solve this problem. In the master bedroom of Zhuo Bing's house, Zhuo Handong was also trying to persuade his wife. She's an adult now, not a child anymore. You don't need to be so strict, do you? Besides, someone who's willing to spend so much to give her a necklace must be no ordinary person. Everyone says that it's better to guide than to block. So why can't you loosen the restrictions a little? Han Shai-young retorted irritably. What do you know? She hasn't graduated from university yet, and I'm afraid she'll do something reckless outside. I won't let go until I find this person. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Zhuo Handong gave up and said, Fine, you're the best in the whole world. He turned over and lay down to sleep. Sometimes he was also annoyed by his wife's temper. Honestly, do you really need to be so domineering at home? This time, he decided not to side with his wife. The next morning, when Zhuo Bing got up, seeing my mom sitting on the sofa with a cold face, she asked, You're up? When will you explain your problem clearly? Zhuo Bing looked at her mother and said, Aren't you annoying? Han Shai-young had a cold face, and the atmosphere in the house was terribly oppressive. Zhuo Bing was annoyed. Fine. Since you're so curious, I'll call him over now. A phone call was made to Chen Fan. Come over here, she can't figure it out. Chen Fan had originally planned to switch stocks today, but after receiving a call from Zhuo Bing, he had to change his mind at the last minute. Soon, he took a taxi to Zhuo Bing's building. I've arrived. Which floor do you live on? In fact, Chen Fan had thought about it for a long time last night. If Zhu Bing's mother was so rigid and insisted on making things difficult for Zhu Bing, then what was the problem? Why don't you go and show your face yourself? Therefore, he came here today with complete confidence and without any stage fright. Zhu Bing told him the floor and room number. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Zhu Handong didn't go out today either. When he saw Zhu Bing go to open the door, he poured himself a cup of tea and sat down. Zhu Handong was more indifferent to the issue of his daughter dating than Han Kaiying. The door opened, and Zhu Bing saw Chen Fan. I still smiled. Come in. We're having a three-way trial today. Chen Fan didn't come empty-handed either. He brought 2 bottles of Matai liquor, bought 2 boxes of Bird's Nest, and was also holding a red marriage certificate in his hand. As soon as he entered, he greeted, "Hello, uncle and aunt." Puff. Zhu Handong should have shuddered when he saw Chen Fan. Why is it you? Han Shai-young stared at Chen Fan as if she were interrogating a criminal. Seeing her husband's reaction, she frowned and asked, "You two know each other?" Cough, cough. Zhu Handong choked on his tears. "Young man, sit down, sit down. You're here. Why did you buy all this stuff?" Chen Fan said, "Of course. Uncle, aunt, you shouldn't blame Zhu Bing for what happened between me and Zhu Bing. Blame me if you must." "Shut up." Han Kaiying stood up unhappily and scrutinized Chen Fan repeatedly. Then his gaze fell on Zhu Handong and his daughter. "Are you two conspiring to deceive me?" "Oh." Zhu Handong was taken aback for a moment, then immediately realized what was happening. Heaven and earth bear witness. Han Shai-young, what do you mean by this? Snort. Zhu Handong, do you think you can fool me with your little tricks? Are you just trying to appease me by sending someone because you feel sorry for your daughter? Do you think I'm blind? He can afford a diamond necklace worth millions? Don't think I don't know. He's just a construction worker on the site. Oh. Zhu Handong was completely confused by her. He looked at Chen Fan blankly and asked, "Young man, when did you become a construction worker?" Chen Fan looked embarrassed. "This is my building. I'm going to help a friend." Zhu Handong rebuked. "Then why don't you come to my shop? No matter what, I will never mistreat you." Han Shai-young said coldly. "All right, are you done with your act? Zhu Bing, are you really not going to tell the truth?" Zhu Bing was speechless. "How can I explain it to you for you to believe me?" Seeing that she was making things difficult for his girlfriend, Chen Fan stepped forward without hesitation and said, "Auntie, just ask whatever you want to ask. Don't make things difficult for Zhu Bing. She's a good girl." Han Shai-young glared at him. "Do you think you're good enough for our Bing Bing?" "Oh, so after all this time, you don't believe in our relationship?" Chen Fan retorted. "Auntie, what do you mean? Do you think I'm poor and can't afford gifts worth millions? I simply gave all the money I earned to the woman I love most. Does Annie think there's anything wrong with a man acting like this?" Zhu Handong said. "How can you talk like that? Xiao Chun is just being modest. Several of my antiques were found by him." "Shut up." Han Shai-young would not allow him to collude with Chen Fan. "Yes, I just don't believe it. What proof do you have that you're Zhu Bing's boyfriend?" "Oh, this." Chen Fan turned to look at Zhu Bing, who was already furious with her mother. "Auntie, I know you don't believe me, but it's okay." He walked up to Zhu Bing, took her hand, and said, "Zhu Bing, there's no point in hiding anything now. Since Auntie is so curious, let's tell her the truth." After saying that, he put his arm around Zhu Bing. "Aunt, we truly love each other. Please don't make things difficult for us." Zhu Handong covered his face and awkwardly turned his head away. Han Shai-young was furious. "You bastard, let go of my daughter." Chapter 58, he actually owned the property rights to a building. Han Kaiying was furious and was about to rush over when Zhu Handong quickly stopped her. "What are you doing? Have some sense of taste, will you? You're the one who asked them to verify it, and now they've verified it for you." Han Shai-young shook off his hand and angrily retorted, "I think you've gone mad. Zhu Bing, come here right now." Chen Fan released Zhu Bing. Zhu Bing looked at Chen Fan happily, her smile so sweet. It turns out that being with the person you love in front of your parents is such a happy thing. Chen Fan held Zhu Bing's hand and said, "Auntie, just say what you want to say." Han Shai-young was furious and wished she could kill this lunatic. Originally, it was unforgivable for her daughter to date without her permission. He actually did it right in front of me. At this moment, Han Shai-young felt an immense pain, as if her most cherished possession had been stolen. Seeing her like this, Chen Fan said solemnly, "Auntie, I don't know what your mindset is. Freedom to love is a concept that has been put forward for many years. Zhu Bing and I are both adults, so you have no reason to stop her from dating. If you forcibly stop it, that's illegal. Besides, I don't think it's shameful to give my girlfriend a gift through my own efforts. How fortunate is it for a woman to meet someone in her life who can give her everything? I just don't believe you don't yearn for this kind of love. Cough, cough. Zhou Handong was so embarrassed that he couldn't help but cough. Han Chai-young was rendered speechless by his words. Yes, how could one not yearn for it? Who wouldn't want this kind of love? But she glared fiercely at Zhou Handong. Chun Fan seized the opportunity and said, Auntie, the reason you're so strict is because you lack self-confidence. If a woman has enough confidence, she can handle any situation. She stands out from the crowd, like a crane among chickens. Because of her confidence, she was fearless. She had no worries, including love, career, family. If you think it's wrong for me to be in a relationship with Zwabing, I can grant your wish. But I'll just think it's cowardice on your part. Children will eventually grow up. They have their own thoughts, their own opinions, and their own world. The more you interfere, the smaller their world becomes. Only by letting go of your hands and allowing them to soar freely will they see the whole world. Enough. Han Kaiying was very angry, even though she knew in her heart that Chen Fan was right. But she just wouldn't admit it. Do you think I, at my age, need a mere child to lecture me? Zhou Bing stared at Chen Fan, her face full of surprise. How come I never noticed before that he was such a good talker? Snort. That mouth of hers must have deceived a lot of girls, right? Zhou Handong was convinced. As expected of a student from Jiangzhou University, he's very eloquent. Good, good. He looked at Chun Fan with admiration. What's wrong with making him my son-in-law? Why do we have to compare everything with others? Zhou Handong was calm and unassuming, and did not contend with the world. He lived this leisurely life and didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. Seeing that her husband didn't say a word, Han Kaiying glared at him fiercely. Let go of Zhou Bing's hand and stand properly. Well, seeing how her mother treated her boyfriend, Zhou Bing stepped in to defend her. Mom, what do you mean? Chen Fan brought such an expensive gift to our door, and you actually made him stand. Chen Fan smiled and said, It's okay, I'll have a good talk with Mom. Zhou Bing froze. This guy was truly fearless. But it's good for him to stand up to his mother, otherwise he'll really lose his status in the family in the future. Han Chai-young's face turned green when she heard this address. This kid's shameless. He's not like a complete idiot. Zhou Handong, however, secretly smiled. He had a good impression of Chun Fan, and the necklace Chun Fan gave his daughter was worth more than 6 million. What does this tell us? This shows that they are capable. You can make money. What's wrong with a boy who can earn a living? On the contrary, Zhou Handong did not like those rich second-generation kids who idled away their days. What one obtains through one's own efforts is what lasts. To save face, Han Chai-young asked coldly, Where are you from? Chen Fan replied, Auntie, I'm from Tongqing County, Hunan Province. Both my parents are farmers, and I have a younger sister. People from such a remote rural area? Han Chai-young instantly felt unhappy again. I'm asking you, what guarantees Zhou Bing's happiness? Upon hearing this, Chen Fan thought, Oh, so you're about to agree? He looked at Zhou Bing, who had a smile on her face. It seems we've ultimately won this battle with Mom. No matter how thick her leg is, it can't out-twist 2 arms. Seeing Han Kaiying staring at him like a tigress, Chen Fan didn't say anything, but silently tossed out a red marriage certificate. Property ownership certificate for Yunfan Building. Hiss. Zhou Handong gasped. This is yours. What is that? Han Chai-young snatched it and saw it. Handong, can you help me up? My legs are a little weak. She stared at Chun Fan in disbelief at the Yunfan Building. So, the venue my company rented is yours? She stared intently at Chen Fan. I don't believe it. This is ridiculous. How is that possible? He actually owns the property rights to a building? Bullshit. This is clearly something I rented from Blueprint Investment Company. Han Chai-young's face turned cold, but she still felt that something was wrong. Why should Blueprint Company give itself preferential treatment? She looked at Chen Fan, somewhat undecided. Could this kid really be a scion of some powerful family? Even if that's not the case, his ability is still incredibly amazing. As for whether this building belongs to him, I'll find out later. Thinking about this, she felt embarrassed to continue being so assertive, but she also couldn't bring herself to back down. So, with a stern face and feigning seriousness, he asked, What are your plans for the future? Will you develop your career in Jiangzhou? Chen Fan said, It's hard to say. If I do well in the future, I will go to bigger cities, or even the whole world. Chen Fan was not exaggerating at all, but Han Chai-young was unhappy again, saying, Young people need to be more practical. Just tell me straight, are you going to settle down in Jiangzhou in the future? Jiangzhou is just the starting point of my career. Whether I will stay in Jiangzhou in the future is really hard to say. But what does this have to do with dating? Zhou Bing said, are you dating someone with marriage in mind? Chun Fan smiled and said, if Auntie likes it, we can buy a house and settle down in Jiangzhou. This is not a difficult thing for me. How would a boastful tone? All right, I'll give you 6 months. Go to Jiangzhou and buy a villa. If you do that, I will absolutely not stop you from dating. Oh, Chun Fan was taken aback. What's the matter? Can't you do it? If you can't do it, then stop bothering my Bing Bing. No. What Chun Fan wanted to say was, are the requirements really that low? I already own 2 villas, let alone 1. Seeing his wife making things difficult for the young man again, Zhou Handong said awkwardly, Kai, let's buy a better house first. Han Chai-young glared at him. No way. Isn't he supposed to be very powerful? He'd casually give away necklaces worth 6 million, so buying a villa is nothing to him. It's just a few tens of millions. Cough, cough. Zhou Handong still sides with Chun Fan. That 6 million might be all he has. He's already given it all to your daughter. All right, Zhou Handong. Why do you always side with outsiders? Do I want him to buy a villa because of myself? He's so young. If he has the will, he'll work hard for it himself. All right. Since his wife had already backed down, Zhou Handong decided to stop while he was ahead. If all else fails, I can always secretly help them out later. Hey Chun Fan, since you're here, why don't you stay for lunch? Remember to treat Zhou Bing better in the future. Don't bully her. She's our only daughter. You agreed just like that? Chun Fan looked at Zhou Bing excitedly, and Zhou Bing was secretly pleased. However, her mother still had a stern face, so Zhou Bing went over and took her arm. Mom, okay, don't be angry. Let's go eat. Chapter 59 Haha, now worth billions. Han Chai-young's unease might stem from her lack of knowledge and uncertainty. After meeting Chun Fan in person, she realized that although he came from a poor family, he was capable, so she accepted him. Ultimately, parents always have their children's best interests at heart. To ease the tension, Zhou Handong personally cooked the meal. He even opened a bottle of wine specifically for this purpose. He patted Chun Fan on the shoulder and said, you should come to the store more often to help me take a look. The meal lasted for more than an hour. When Chun Fan left, Zhou Bing saw him downstairs. Pop. She hugged Chun Fan and said happily, Chun Fan, I love you. Chun Fan pinched her cheek. I'm going back now. Remember to think of me. Seeing Chun Fan leave, Zhou Bing finally breathed a sigh of relief. I finally managed to appease my mom. Surprisingly, the ending was quite harmonious. The girl returned home overjoyed, a smile on her face. Chun Fan also returned to his apartment. Su Ruzhen was busy with company matters, and he turned on his computer to trade. The total amount of funds in the account is 10.389 billion. Oh, good heavens. It seems that the long-term returns have been quite good recently. Chun Fan carefully studied the future trends of these stocks. 2 of them should be cleared out. Chun Fan never lingers in battle. After all, the amount of capital is too large now. If you wait until the risk comes, you won't be able to get out even if you want to. Therefore, many market makers sell off their holdings while simultaneously driving up the price. Some bad market manipulators eventually resort to selling off their shares at almost no cost. So his main task in the afternoon was to reduce his holdings or even sell off all his shares. Actually, the fastest way to sell is at the daily limit up price. Because if a major player wants to continue to obtain higher profits, he must lock the price at the daily limit, creating a strong upward momentum for retail investors. Others might not understand what will happen next, but Chun Fan can. Some market manipulators set the price limit up for the purpose of unloading their shares, which causes the price limit up to be repeatedly opened and closed. He put in the funds that were chasing the rising prices, and then slowly worked his way up. Chun Fan saw that Jinhua shares, Jiangnan Machinery, and Dagua Heavy Industry were nearing the end of their journeys. Tomorrow, there will be a phenomenon of pumping and dumping, and the pumping and dumping trend will continue for the next few trading days. Although it hit the daily limit up at the end of the day after tomorrow, it will only be a final illusion. After hitting the daily limit up, the stock price plummeted, dropping by more than 50%. This is something Chun Fan would not allow, of course. Seeing the large sell orders of over 40,000 lots locked at the daily limit up price, Chun Fan did some calculations. More than 600 million. However, I have about 2 billion yuan invested in these stocks. Never mind, let's just make some money off him first. Chen Fan timed it perfectly and sold 40,000 lots directly. Brush. On the trading screen, the limit-up price was instantly broken, and all the buy orders were absorbed. The bookmaker on the other side panicked. Holy crap. What the hell? Who the hell is plotting against me? Lock it up quickly. The market maker has pushed the stock price to this level. They absolutely cannot afford to lose it all at the last minute. If the stock is suddenly sold off at this time, it will inevitably alert retail investors. If all the retail investors run away, what's the point of playing? The dealer gritted his teeth and once again blocked the market with a large order of over 20,000 lots. Chen Fan smiled. He had anticipated that the bookmaker would bet. He can't let the stock price fall. So he threw out another 20,000 lots, directly absorbing the other party's bid. As a result, Chen Fan successfully cashed out more than 300 million yuan. Despite this, there are still 1.1 billion yuan in this stock that have not been withdrawn. Now he can only wait quietly for the dealer's next move. Having cashed out over 900 million yuan through continuous share reductions, the major shareholders must be cursing under their breath. Of course, whether to block or let the stock price fall depends on the mentality and tactics of the major players. After all, this stock has a market value of over 200 billion. Sure enough, the bookmaker changed their tactics. Instead of locking in the daily price limit, he used a strategy of supporting the stock price to prevent it from falling. Chen Fan smiled and ignored him. They continued to operate on another stock, using roughly the same methods. Soon, Chen Fan cashed out over 4 billion yuan from these three stocks. There are still more than 2 billion yuan untouched in the stock market. Chen Fan has no intention of selling off Xizjiang Energy and Bagua Mining, because what happened next shattered everyone's worldview. They are actually rare, once-in-a-century speculative stocks. Therefore, continue to pay attention. Over the next 2 weeks, both stocks surged. However, a huge volume occurred in the middle, with the transaction rate reaching over 60%. Chen Fan guessed that this was probably the second, or even the third, wave of speculative capital taking over. In fact, many speculative stocks are not the work of a single major player, but rather a phenomenon created by multiple speculative funds taking turns to drive the price up. After about half an hour, the dealer saw that Chen Fan had no further moves and began to analyze his opponent's strength. With over 900 million, he must have exhausted all his efforts. As a result, the dealer once again blocked the market with a massive volume of over 30,000 lots. This bookmaker is really a good person. Let's harvest. Chen Fan said thank you and unceremoniously placed a buy order for 30,000 lots. Another 400 million yuan came in, and only the initial cost remained. The bookmaker is furious. Thousands of large orders were placed in succession. 4,444. 4,444. 4,444. He's getting a little angry and embarrassed. Don't bother with the rules. Chen Fan simply threw out all the chips he had. Finally, I gave him a few more moves, and he was done for. I'm done playing. I'm leaving. 10 minutes before the market closed, Chen Fan sold all his shares, successfully cashing out 2.065 billion yuan. However, the market maker was also very strong, and in the last few minutes, they managed to lock the price at the daily limit. This gave retail investors even more confidence, and they believed that the stock would continue to rise. Chen Fan did not do the same with the other two stocks. He threw some out and kept some. They didn't kill him, but he decided to throw it all away tomorrow or the day after. Seeing the balance of over 4 billion in the account, plus nearly 6 billion in stock holdings, it's not easy to have a net worth of 10 billion. Let's just keep hiding. However, Chen Fan's principle is that no more than 5% of the shares can be held. They also avoid entering the top 10 small cap stocks, keeping a low profile. But he angered the market maker today, and after the market closed, the market maker was unleashing a furious tirade in the trading room. In just one day, over 2 billion yuan of funds were lost, all of which I personally invested my own money to cover the losses. Damn it, we must find this opponent and teach him a lesson. Getting angry didn't work, so he had to change his strategy. Originally, I planned to ship the goods tomorrow, but I had to forcefully push up the price to continue to boost market sentiment before shipping them at a later time. After completing the operation, Chen Fan stretched. I wonder how Su Ruzhen is doing. Why don't we go take a look? Su Ruzhen was supervising the construction site, and she specially had a large trading room renovated. Of course, the construction workers didn't know what this area was for. They were simply building according to the blueprints, while Su Ruzhen was planning to hang a huge screen on the wall. Below are dozens of computers. We will gradually increase the number of units as needed in the future. A professional trading center has been officially established. Chapter 60, A Big Birthday Gift for Su Ruzhen. Chun Fan arrived at Yinfan Building, where Chun Ming was on patrol. Hey, Chun Fan, what brings you here? Chun Ming quickly handed him a cigarette, which turned out to be a pack of Dahong Ing cigarettes that cost 20 yuan. Oh, getting cocky, huh? Chun Fan lit a cigarette and took a puff. He actually dared to smoke a pack of cigarettes that cost 20 yuan. Chun Ming chuckled. Thanks to you. You introduced me to this job. President Su has been very kind to me. He paid me a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, plus bonuses. Okay, do a good job. Chun Ming patted his chest and said, Don't worry, I will try my best. Chun Fan went upstairs and found that they had recently signed a lot of new tenants. But the price they paid was at least 1.5 times that of Han Chai-young. This made Han Chai-young very happy. After all, she was the only one who got the lowest price. The others had no chance to negotiate. Moreover, Su Ruzhen's tone was very firm. We do not welcome companies that lack strength. She's right. If you're haggling over even the rent, it means you lack the financial strength. A company like that moves in will eventually have to move out. To avoid any trouble, Su Ruzhen simply raised the bar. Of course, if Han Chai-young didn't have a daughter like Zhu Bing, how would she have had the opportunity to get such a price? The office renovation is almost complete. When Su Ruzhen saw Chun Fan approaching, she quickly went to greet him. What brings you here? Chun Fan smiled and said, I came to check on your work progress. Su Ruzhen asked happily. So what do you think? Is it all right? Fine. Chun Fan's fair assessment. He soon discovered a problem. No matter what burden he gave Su Ruzhen, she could handle it. Where can you find employees like this? Office area, reception area, rest area, logistics. Everything was handled perfectly. Chun Fan looked at her with satisfaction. Tomorrow is your birthday. Take a day off. Oh. Su Ruzhen was clearly surprised. How did you know? Cut. She had her ID card in her own possession, so why did she ask me how I knew? Su Ruzhen quickly realized what was going on and said with a blush. I didn't expect you to remember this. What? What are your plans? Chun Fan said. Whatever arrangements you want, we can make. Then, seeing that no one was around, Su Ruzhen whispered in Chun Fan's ear. Give me a kiss. Puff. That's too flirtatious. Chun Fan rolled his eyes at her. No ambition. Leave work early tonight. Su Ruzhen chuckled. After spending an hour or so at the construction site, Chun Ming was somewhat surprised to see the two of them coming downstairs together. Chun Fan is awesome. He has such a good relationship with President Su. I wish the two of them could get together. Mr. Su, would you like to send it? Chun Ming stepped forward and asked. No need. I can drive back myself. Now Chun Ming and his team no longer need to rent rooms outside. All the security guards live in dormitories on the basement floor. After all, security guards work 24 hours a day, in 3 shifts. The two went out for dinner together and then returned to their apartment. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Chun Fan received a call from Chu Yanfei. They said the things were ready and asked Chun Fan when he would arrive. This was something Chun Fan had requested beforehand. He hadn't expected Chu Yanfei to do her job so diligently. We made it just in time. Today is Su Ruzhen's birthday. She took a rare day off and slept in. It's already 9 o'clock, and she still hasn't gotten up. Chun Fan came out of the kitchen and took off his apron. This was the first time he had cooked since moving into the apartment. Previously, Su Ruzhen was the one who did all the cooking, while he, as the boss, was only responsible for eating. Today is a special day. Let's show our concern for this veteran. Knock, knock, knock. Are you up? Chun Fan knocked on the door, and Su Ruzhen's lazy voice came from inside. What is it? Let me sleep a little longer. Chun Fan didn't care about anything else. He went in and dragged her up. Get up. You have things to do today. Little did anyone know that Su Ruzhen didn't want to move at all. Whether she did it on purpose or not, she pulled hard, and Chun Fan lost his balance and fell directly on top of her. Su Ruzhen took the opportunity to hug him tightly. Ugh, what are you doing? Don't do this. Can't girls be a little more reserved? A few minutes later, Su Ruzhen wiped her drool. You're so boring. Are you even a man? All right. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. We're going out in a bit. Chun Fan ushered her into the bathroom. After Su Ruzhen finished washing up, she saw the egg noodles on the table and asked, Did you cook this? Otherwise what? Happy birthday. Chun Fan handed her a pair of chopsticks, and Su Ruzhen was somewhat touched. She stared blankly at Chun Fan, then gave a wry smile. Thank you for going to such lengths. Is this what you call putting in effort? It's just a bowl of noodles. After the two finished eating the egg noodles, Chun Fan urged her to change her clothes. What should I wear? Su Ruzhen is really good at acting cute, and she also needs Chun Fan's opinion on this matter. Chun Fan said, with your figure, you look better without clothes. Faint. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes at him. Do you really want to see? Then, as if to take off her clothes, Chun Fan turned his face away, saying, that's enough, or something bad will happen. Su Ruzhen snorted. Who's afraid of who? If you're so capable, then go ahead and do it. It's not like I won't agree. Chun Fan was too lazy to argue with her. Chu Yanfei is still waiting. Su Ruzhen changed into a tight-fitting pencil skirt and black stockings. This enchantress is about to seduce you again, Chun Fan said. Can't you dress a little more innocently? You always dress so provocatively. It's not safe outside. Su Ruzhen raised an eyebrow. I'd like to. All right. Chun Fan ignored her, and the two drove to the Jiangshan Dijin sales office. Chu Yanfei had been waiting there for a while, and when she saw Chun Fan bringing a beautiful woman over, she was extremely envious. This girl is so lucky to have found a boyfriend like this. She went up to him and handed over the things she had prepared beforehand. Mr. Chun, please, this beautiful lady. What are we doing here? Su Ruzhen had no idea that Chun Fan had bought a villa here. Chun Fan said, take a look, this development is pretty good. A residential area consisting entirely of villas. Are you planning to live here from now on? Su Ruzhen walked side by side with him, and led by Chu Yanfei, they arrived at Building 16. Chu Yanfei opened the courtyard gate. Please come in, both of you. Su Ruzhen gave Chun Fan a push, telling him to go first. Wow, it's huge. Seeing such a luxurious villa, Su Ruzhen couldn't help but admire it. This kind of fully furnished house is ready to move into once you buy the furniture. Chun Fan led her to the second floor, where the view was even better, and they could see the river in the distance. How is it? Do you like it? He casually handed the bag that Chu Yanfei had given him to Su Ruzhen. This is a birthday present for you. Take a look. Oh. Su Ruzhen opened the bag and took out a registration certificate, a real estate certificate. The document was opened. The homeowner is Su Ruzhen. She was stunned, staring blankly at Chun Fan, tears welling up in her eyes. Chapter 61. The Battle Against the Bookmaker. Chun Fan. Ignoring the presence of others, Su Ruzhen hugged him tightly. She was truly moved at that moment. Regardless of the actual value of this villa, Chun Fan put a lot of effort into it. Su Ruzhen was so moved that she hugged Chun Fan and cried without thinking. Hey, what are you doing? You're really moved by such a small gift. Chun Fan was embarrassed, not because Su Ruzhen was crying so hard, but because her body was too alluring. It makes me feel so bad. Chu Yanfei, who was standing nearby, saw this and awkwardly turned her face away. But what shocked her even more was Chun Fan's words. A villa worth more than 30 million was just a small gift. Good heavens. If he hadn't bought 2 villas in one go without even blinking an eye. She really wanted to beat this braggart to death. Many things in the world may seem like insurmountable ladders to ordinary people, but to the wealthy, they are nothing. Although Chu Yanfei works as a saleswoman at the Jiangshan Dijin sales office, she never dares to dream that one day she will be able to live in such a luxury house. For an average person, being able to buy a decent apartment with an elevator and a relatively large layout in their lifetime is already considered quite good. Seeing the scene before him, Chu Yanfei could only feel envious. I wish this boy were my boyfriend. Chun Fan was really uncomfortable from being rubbed by Su Ruzhen's ample bosom, so he pushed Su Ruzhen away, saying, Okay, don't do that. It wouldn't be good if someone saw it. Su Ruzhen wiped away her tears and gave him a resentful look. This guy has no sense of romance at all. But she really likes this villa. Chun Fan handed her the keys and property certificate, saying, This is your house now. You can move in whenever you want. Su Ruzhen pouted. Let's not move for now. The newly renovated house needs to be ventilated. Chun Fan nodded. It's up to you. Actually, what he really wanted was to vacate the apartment so that he could have a secret rendezvous with Zhuo Bing in the future. But he couldn't rush Su Ruzhen to move. After accepting the house, Su Ruzhen was overjoyed. Let's go out to eat today, it's on me. Do you have any other friends in Jiangzhou? Why don't we call them all over? Chun Fan also wanted things to be more lively. After all, it's her birthday. But Su Ruzhen shook her head and whispered in Chun Fan's ear. I don't want anyone else. I only want you. Giggle. Chun Fan was defeated by her and couldn't bear to give her a disdainful look. So alluring. You'd better not mess with me. I don't discriminate between meat and vegetables. Su Ruzhen's figure is even better than Zhuobing's. But Zhuobing's long legs are unmatched by many. At noon, Chen Fan had lunch with her. Su Ruzhen made a small request. Will you come with me to see a movie? Chen Fan shook his head. I still have 2 stocks to sell in the next 2 days, or it will be troublesome if I don't get out now. Su Ruzhen also knew that the stock market was volatile, and sometimes a single second could change the entire situation. She was very understanding and said, Okay, then I'll go with you. Blueprint Company's trading account has now been registered, and the company has several accounts under its umbrella. This is what Chen Fan plans to use for future investments. After returning to the apartment building, Chen Fan immediately turned on his computer and logged into his stock market account. Jiangnan Machinery and Dagua Heavy Industry are still rising, but the momentum is clearly weak. The upward trend has entered a period of weakness, and it is estimated that the major players are also distributing their shares. But he was simultaneously supporting the price and selling, trying his best to prevent the stock price from falling too badly. Seeing this, Chen Fan secretly shipped the goods by breaking them down into smaller orders. The bookmaker is also cunning. When he sees his orders being wiped out, he understands what happened. Some people took the opportunity to sell off their goods. When you're dealing with a large number of skilled individuals like that, leaving won't be so easy. Therefore, stock trading is not like what is shown on TV, where you can just sell whenever you want. They can easily make billions. That doesn't exist. Didn't someone manipulate the market a while ago, causing you to lose over 1 billion yuan? Moreover, the stock market trend is not fixed. For example, Chen Fan can see the trend of a stock for the next 15 trading days. However, if you withdraw your funds now, or suddenly make a large purchase, it will affect the operation of the major players, and the subsequent trend will change. This is similar to the idea of traveling back to ancient times and changing the course of history. Although the current market size is over 100 billion, if the big players want to leave, you have to leave too. Moreover, both are massive, which leads to a phenomenon. There are too many scammers and not enough fools. Both groups of funds want to sell, but there aren't enough retail investors willing to buy, so you can't sell either. This is also why Chen Fan didn't reason with the market makers yesterday. He simply sold off after the stock hit its daily limit. In a situation like today, it all comes down to who has better skills and who is more ruthless. The major shareholders stopped placing orders, and the stock price immediately plummeted. This makes it easier to cause panic among retail investors. Su Ruzhen had never encountered this situation before when trading, and she asked anxiously, What should we do? Chen Fan laughed and said, What's the rush? We've already sold 60% of our positions. Even if we lose all the money inside, we'll still make a profit. But he's different. He can't afford to gamble. Watch closely. I'll teach you a new technique. Chen Fan smiled and kept posting a large number of sell orders. However, these sell orders were priced relatively high, and they were not even visible on the 5 price levels of the trading board. Of course, experts like the bookmakers usually use a 10-level system to make things clearer. Now, it's time to show off your skills. Chen Fan suddenly placed a large order of several hundred lots, catching everyone off guard, and the price immediately hit the daily limit down. The stock price jumped. It plummeted to rock bottom. The market makers and countless retail investors panicked upon seeing this. Damn it, someone's trying to crash the market. The bookmaker quickly placed a buy order to salvage the situation. Chen Fan had calculated this step perfectly. If the bookmaker didn't intervene, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Once retail investors cause a run on the bank, he can no longer continue operating. Therefore, market stabilization is very important to him. If he doesn't intervene to support the market, Chen Fan will continue to sell until he panics. In order to stabilize market sentiment, the market maker had no choice but to intervene to support the price. Chen Fan had only made a few hundred transactions in the blink of an eye, but this very move will leave a long lower shadow on today's candlestick chart. This move is undoubtedly tantamount to giving the bookmaker an advantage. Many uninformed retail investors believe this is a strong shakeout, because many teachers told them that the longer the lower shadow line, the stronger the buying power. The subsequent rise was even more intense. In a short time, in addition to the market makers supporting the price, many speculative retail investors also followed suit. Chen Fan's high-price sell orders were quickly absorbed. In less than 10 minutes, he had pocketed several hundred million. Su Ruzhen watched with bated breath and exclaimed, Brilliant! This guy is a genius in the stock market. Su Ruzhen saw this and was overjoyed. Having successfully cleared out his inventory and left, Chen Fan excitedly patted her shoulder. That's a wrap for today. I'll spend some quality time with you tonight to celebrate your birthday. Chapter 62. People from the Su family arrive. At 5:30 p.m., Su Rujin had already taken a shower and changed into a black long dress. Her jet black hair cascaded over her shoulders, simple yet elegant. That makes it much purer. Chun Fan nodded in satisfaction, noticing she had applied perfume. Let's go eat. Considering that they might be drinking tonight, Chun Fan asked her to invite Chun Ming along. Chun Ming now manages the security team and also serves as Su Rujin's driver and bodyguard. After Chun Ming drove up in his newly bought Maybach, the two got in the car. Let's go to the Four Seasons seafood restaurant. Okay, Chun Ming is a loyal guard. Chun Fan grew up with him and knows his character very well. He knows what he should and shouldn't do. His job was introduced by Chun Fan, and Chun Fan was often with Su Rujin. He concluded that the two were in a romantic relationship. After dropping the two off at the Four Seasons seafood restaurant, Su Rujin said, "You should also find somewhere to eat. Eat whatever you want today, and I'll reimburse you." Okay, thank you, Mr. Su. As a part-time bodyguard, Chun Ming did not go out for a lavish meal. Instead, they waited quietly in the car. Chun Fan and Su Rujin entered the restaurant, and he said the same thing again. Order whatever you want. Su Rujin's eyes were alluring. You won't give me what I want to eat. Chun Fan called the waiter and ordered 6 or 7 kinds of seafood. Serve with 2 stir-fried dishes and a plate of vegetables. That's enough, that's enough. How can 2 people finish this? Unexpectedly, Su Rujin was very frugal, saying, "Beautiful lady, don't need so much." Chun Fan waved his hand. Go ahead. Oh, it's her birthday today, so bring some seafood longevity noodles too. All right, what would you two like to drink? The waiter made a sales pitch as usual. Su Rujin asked Chun Fan, would you like some red wine? Sure, you decide what's on your birthday. I'll drink with you. Okay, then bring a bottle of red wine. Su Rujin glanced at the prices and exclaimed, the wine here is so expensive. Give me a bottle of the 2006 yuan one. Chun Fan looked at her, puzzled. Why are you being so frugal? Su Rujin said, that's good enough. Hey beautiful, that's all for now. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter took the menu and left. Chun Fan also ordered a cake for her, which was on its way. The restaurant service was good, but after all, the prices in this kind of place are not low. This meal for 2 would probably cost several thousand yuan. The food was served quickly, and the wine was opened. Chun Fan held up his glass and said, come on, let's wish our CEO, Su, a happy birthday. Su Rujin smiled and said, I also wish our careers will become more and more prosperous and reach their zenith. Chun Fan nodded. That's good. Our business must be booming. Well, I also wish our Chun Fan a large and beautiful wife. Puff. Chun Fan was speechless. Do you really want me to have a lot of girlfriends? If I have more girlfriends, then I'll have a share. Chun Fan clinked glasses with her and drank it all in one gulp. Stop flirting with me, or I might actually push you away one day. Su Rujin glanced at him and said, come on, who's afraid of who? Okay, you've got me. Have some noodles, these are longevity noodles. Chun Fan pushed the bowl of noodles over. Didn't you cook noodles for me this morning? Why are you eating noodles again? Su Rujin still picked up a few more bites. As they ate and chatted, Chun Fan said, you need to get the company up and running quickly. From now on, I'll entrust you with full control of the operations. Chun Fan gave Su Rujin 10% of the shares in Lantu Capital Company. After finishing a bottle of red wine, Su Rujin's pretty face flushed. His eyes were filled with intoxication. You can't hold your liquor. Who said that? Dare to order another bottle. Forget it. We still have to cut the cake later. Chun Fan had barely finished speaking when the delivery man brought the cake over. The cake wasn't big, but it showed great sincerity. It reads, wishing President Su to stay 18 forever. Su Rujin smiled happily and said, I like this. She made a wish, and when Chun Fan wasn't looking, she grabbed a handful of cream and smeared it on his face. You. Chun Fan didn't back down either, and wiped her face. If they hadn't been in a restaurant, the two probably would have had a big fight. Su Rujin was panting heavily. All right, stop making a fuss. Seeing her surrender, Chun Fan did not press his advantage. I'm going to wash my hands. Su Rujin stood up, put her bag on the seat, and went to the restroom. Chun Fan wiped his face with a tissue. Miss, the bill is due. Su Rujin washed her face and was wiping it with a tissue when a man came out of the men's restroom next door. Su Rujin, so you were hiding here. Su Rujin was startled and turned to look at the other person, her expression immediately changing drastically. You're really good at hiding things. The Liu family always thought you went abroad? Su Ruzhen immediately turned around and said, You've mistaken me for someone else. After saying that, he hurriedly returned to the restaurant, grabbed his bag, and shouted to Chen Fan, Let's go. To her surprise, the other party caught up and, seeing Su Ruzhen with a boy, angrily shouted, Stop. Chen Fan sensed something was wrong. What's going on? The other person glared at him coldly. And who are you? Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. You can't control or afford to offend the Su family. Su Ruzhen, that's enough. Seeing the other party lashing out at Chen Fan, Su Ruzhen also became angry. My affairs are none of your business, and no one needs to interfere. After saying that, she grabbed Chen Fan and stormed toward the door. But how could the other party let her go? He rushed over and blocked the two men, pointing his finger at Chen Fan's nose and yelling, Kid, do you want to die? You want to fight, huh? Chen Fan rolled up his sleeves. It had been a long time since he'd had a fight. Born in the countryside, he had plenty of strength. He refused to believe he couldn't beat this pretty boy. Despite his opponent's suit and tie and dignified appearance, Chen Fan was confident that as long as he landed a punch, he would kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Seeing this, Su Ruzhen stepped between the two, saying, If you have a problem, come at me. The other person glared angrily at Chen Fan. Fine, then come back with me, and I'll pretend nothing happened today. Su Ruzhen snorted coldly. What if I don't? That's not up to you. He glanced at Chen Fan and said, Kid, stay away from her. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. What's it to you? Chen Fan was not to be outdone and countered sharply. The other party flew into a rage. I think you're asking for death. After saying that, he threw a punch at Chen Fan. Before Chen Fan could even make a move, Chen Ming, who had been waiting outside, rushed in front of him. Snap! He slapped the other person across the face, then grabbed their wrist and slammed them to the ground. Ouch! It hurts. The other person let out a scream, baring his teeth and glaring at Chen Ming. You dare hit me? Smack! Chen Ming slapped him again. Yes, I'm going to hit you. What's wrong? You're not convinced. Chen Ming applied force, causing the other person to scream in pain repeatedly. Ouch! That hurts. I admit it. Chen Fan sneered and said to Su Ruzhen, Let's go. Chapter 63. Su Ruzhen reveals her origins. Leaving the restaurant, Su Ruzhen was completely disheartened. Chen Fan comforted her. It's okay, don't overthink it. The two returned to the apartment building, and Su Ruzhen was in a very low mood. She was supposed to be very happy today, but she took a bottle of wine and sat down on the balcony to drink it alone. Chen Fan noticed that she seemed like a different person, and he felt that something was wrong. Su Ruzhen, what exactly happened? Tell me. Su Ruzhen picked up the bottle and gulped it down. He gulped down several mouthfuls. Chen Fan snatched it away, saying, You shouldn't drink it. It will harm your health. Su Ruzhen hugged his neck and burst into tears. Chen Fan could only comfort her. Tell me what's wrong, and I'll face it with you. Su Ruzhen remained silent, seemingly having suppressed her emotions for too long. She kept sobbing. Chen Fan didn't want to push her away. As she cried, she looked up and glanced at Chen Fan. Her once beautiful face was now streaked with tears, like pear blossoms in the rain. His eyes were already bloodshot. Even Chen Fan felt a pang of sympathy seeing this. What exactly happened? Can't you just tell me? Su Ruzhen shook her head, unable to stop sobbing. Today's events stirred up painful memories for her. Seeing her like this, Chen Fan didn't know what to do besides comfort her. Then let me help you to bed to rest. Have a drink with me. Chen Fan had no choice but to take 2 bottles of wine and sit with her on the balcony. Maybe sometimes getting drunk is all it takes. So Chen Fan didn't press her to ask what had happened, but simply drank with her. In fact, Chen Fan has never been in a relationship, never experienced heartbreak, and has never been drunk. He had no other choice but to get drunk with Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen drank while tears streamed down her face. Before we knew it, it was past 1 o'clock. Seeing that she was finally drunk, with half a bottle of wine still unfinished, Chen Fan bent down, picked her up, and carried her into the bedroom. I covered her with the air conditioning blanket and then stayed by her bedside. The night was deep. There was neither wind nor rain. Even the air seemed to be whispering a faint sadness. The remaining half bottle of wine lay alone in the corner. Chen Fan was unaware of her background or the grievances she had suffered. But at this moment, I don't know how to comfort you. Finally, she cried herself to sleep. I lay in bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chun Fan woke up from his sleep. I found myself wearing a garment. Su Ruzhen had already gotten up. Seeing Chun Fan wake up, she said apologetically, "I'm sorry you suffered last night." Chun Fan stood up and stretched his limbs, feeling numb all over. Just as he was about to ask Su Ruzhen the reason, Wang Hao called, "Chun Fan, we're back." "Okay, I'll talk about it later. I'm busy right now." Their training course has ended, and they want to meet with Chun Fan to discuss the situation. "Go wash your face and brush your teeth first. I've made breakfast." After Chun Fan got up, Su Ruzhen said gently that she had changed her clothes and started tidying up the room. Seeing her working so diligently like a virtuous wife and loving mother, Chun Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. However, he still asked about what happened last night. "What exactly happened? Who was that person yesterday?" "He's my cousin." Su Ruzhen stopped avoiding the issue and, after making the bed, sat down on the edge of it. "Do you want to know the reason? Tell me. I'll help you with anything I can do." Chun Fan vaguely guessed that there must be a story behind her. "Through our interactions over this period of time, I've come to realize that she's not an ordinary person. Her abilities are sufficient to manage a company. She's definitely not just a temporary bank employee, as previously claimed." Now that things have come to this, Su Ruzhen had no choice but to say frankly, "Actually, I am from the Su family of Jiangnan. My parents passed away a long time ago. They wanted me to marry into the Liu family in order to form a marriage alliance, but I disagreed and ran away on my own." Chun Fan was taken aback. "Are you talking about the Su family of Jiangnan, a family with a history of over 100 years? This family is very famous, just like how people nowadays talk about Chairman Wang, who has a small goal." Chun Fan had certainly heard of it, but he never imagined that Su Ruzhen would have such a background. Su Ruzhen nodded. Chun Fan stared wide-eyed. "Holy crap. So you're the eldest daughter of the Su family in Jiangnan? What's going on?" Chun Fan looked at her in confusion, initially thinking that he was exceptionally charming. "Only now do I realize that Su Ruzhen deliberately wanted to drag me down and go against the Su family. But the Liu family is also a large family. Damn it, it's full of pits. And it's a huge pit." Seeing Chun Fan's expression, she glared at him and punched him lightly, exasperated. "What do you mean? You've changed your mind?" Chun Fan asked. "Did you do this on purpose?" "What do you mean, intentional? I had no other choice." Su Ruzhen blushed. "What do you think I, a girl, can do in Jiangzhou, a place where I know no one? Since you're a college student, you must be honest and naive, so I've decided to stick with you." Chun Fan shook his head. "Okay, but now that you've jumped into the pit, you're not allowed to change your original decision at any time. The company is just starting out, and you must stand with me through thick and thin. Don't worry." Su Ruzhen finally understood the reason and pinched his face, saying, "You're so petty. I'm a man of my word. What are you afraid of?" "Okay, it's settled then. From now on, no matter what happens, we'll face it together." Su Ruzhen nodded repeatedly. "But the Liu family isn't so easy to deal with. If they find out that you're with someone else, they probably won't let it go easily. Whether it's the Su family or the Liu family, for Chun Fan at the moment, it is definitely a financial behemoth." Su Ruzhen wasn't lying when she told Chun Fan that her family's assets were worth hundreds of billions. "It seems I need to rethink my strategy again, and I must absolutely crush these giants in terms of strength. School starts in a few days." Chun Fan urged Su Ruzhen to hurry up and get the company up and running. He asked Elang Gao and the others how their training was going. "Tang Jing is a girl we should keep in the company." Su Ruzhen nodded. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." "Okay, you can arrange it." Chun Fan got up and prepared to go out. "You're just leaving like that? What's the matter?" Chun Fan thought something had happened to her. She pointed to her face. "Won't you have a bite?" Faint. She's flirting with herself again. She was several years older than him, and in that respect, Su Ruzhen was simply an alluring enchantress. No wonder so many emperors back then were willing to give up their empires just to win a smile from a beautiful woman. If you were to be with a beauty like Su Ruzhen, I'm afraid most people wouldn't be able to resist her charms. When Chun Fan came out of the apartment, he found that his legs were weak. Chapter 64. Cooperation with Zhao's Real Estate. At noon, Chun Fan met with Wang Hao and the others. Their training has ended, and they are about to officially take over the property of Yunfan Building. To alleviate their pressure, Chun Fan made arrangements with Su Ruzhen. They were only assigned to be responsible for the sanitation of the building's public areas and the maintenance of its facilities. Security is the responsibility of Blueprint Company. Because security was under Chun Meng's jurisdiction, but he also had the additional responsibility of protecting Su Ruzhen's safety. As a result, managing property has become a lucrative job. All the companies that move in have to pay property management fees. Property management fees are not cheap in the entire urban area of Jiangzhou, let alone in a commercial building like this. So what Yalango and his team need to do is recruit some cleaners, plumbers, and electricians. As long as they manage this department well, it will be no problem for each person to receive several 100,000 yuan every year. To put it bluntly, Chun Fan is giving away money. It is also to cultivate their abilities. Tang Jing rarely spoke when everyone ate together. Wang Hao asked, Chun Fan, how did you meet President Su? They really have a lot of influence, letting us have such a good opportunity to practice. Qin Nan was also very interested in this matter. They had already made plans for it themselves. Knowing how much profit is made in a year, this is so much better than those who apply for jobs in companies. Moreover, they have a promising future. Once the company grows large enough, it can contract out properties. At that time, the entire Jiangzhou will be their domain. Haha. This is, of course, just the fantasy of a few young people. When discussing the division of labor, everyone unanimously nominated Yi Langgao to be the manager. Wang Hao was appointed as the deputy manager, while the two girls were in charge of other matters. Chun Fan asked Tang Jing, and you? Tang Jing shook her head and said, I've been thinking about this for the past few days, and I feel that I'm not suited for this area. I think I'll just stay as an employee. Chun Fan understood. Tang Jing didn't want to work with these two young couples. Because they are a group, and I am a single dog. She was afraid that things would drift apart over time, so she decided to bring it up now. School is about to start, but they have to put it off for now. Especially in the third year of university, it is common to arrive 10 days or half a month late. They're officially starting their jobs tomorrow, so everyone dispersed after dinner. Chun Fan noticed that Tang Jing was preoccupied and offered her a few words of comfort. Don't feel pressured, just go for it. If you let a mere 200,000 yuan tie your hands and feet, you're narrow-minded. Tang Jing returned to school. Life is a process of gradual growth through trials and tribulations. After this incident, Tang Jing was clearly very different from before. When I first met her, she was a little arrogant and didn't pay much attention to people. Now she has learned to be humble in the face of life. The next day, Tang Jing was assigned to work as a clerk at the company by Su Ruzhen. Because she is a student, she cannot have regular working hours like a full-time employee. Su Ruzhen could only assign her some less important tasks. Alternatively, it could be done remotely, making it convenient for her to squeeze in time to complete the task while at school. Yilang Gao and his team felt good on their first day after taking over the property. Yilang Gao, in particular, wore a suit with a manager's badge on his chest and thought he was very cool. Chun Fan had settled them in and naturally didn't pay much attention to it. They will have to walk their own path from now on. Around 10 o'clock, Su Ruzhen called. I have good news for you. You say, how about we celebrate tonight? Su Ruzhen kept everyone in suspense. Sure, whatever you like. Hearing Su Ruzhen's soft voice, Chun Fan was reminded of her in bed. No, if this continues, she'll really drain me dry. Su Ruzhen's soft laughter came from the phone. Really, this is fantastic news. People from Zhao's real estate came to talk to me today, wanting to cooperate with us. And the one who came was a young lady. She was so beautiful. When it comes to Zhao's real estate, Chun Fan immediately thinks of Zhao Linlin. Are they going to partner with you to develop a hotel? So clever. Su Ruzhen praised. She doesn't look very old, but she has a lot of experience in hotel management. I read her analysis report. The hotel is managed by their professional team, which I think is pretty good. Well, you can make the decision. It's not a big deal. Chun Fan didn't care about these trivial matters. Su Ruzhen was fully responsible for investments within a few small goals. You trust me that much? Su Ruzhen asked deliberately. Chun Fan was speechless. I think you're asking for a beating again. Would I bother with something so trivial? Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes, noticing that this guy's hands were getting restless. I'm talking to you about something serious. Stop thinking about those things. Since you think it's feasible, then I'll sign it. Okay, let's consider this our first investment. Chun Fan transferred 1 billion yuan out of the stock market. He then injected the 1 billion yuan into companies under his own name. Then, this company under his own name will inject funds into Blueprint Investment Company. In this way, Blueprint Investment Company was completely controlled by its own company. In addition, Chun Fan transferred the remaining 300 million yuan in the account to his private account. This money is used for daily pocket money. Although he transferred more than 1.3 billion yuan out of the stock market, the two speculative stocks, Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining, earned him more than 1 billion yuan back. There are still tens of billions of yuan in funds remaining in the stock market. He's just been too busy lately and hasn't even had time to invest in other stocks. Upon receiving the funds, Su Ruzhen signed a cooperation agreement with Zhao Linlin the very next day. Lantu Investment invested 120 million yuan and Zhao's group invested 150 million yuan to jointly build a brand new 5-star hotel. While Su Ruzhen was fully focused on her work, Chen Fan's school term also began. He lived in the apartment for the entire summer vacation. There will be very few opportunities to go to the dormitory in the future. In fact, there is nothing much to do in the first few days of school, except to welcome the new students. Zhuo Bing has been quite busy lately. She and her dance team started rehearsing a week in advance for their performance at the opening ceremony. Yilang Gao and the others work at the company, so naturally they didn't come to report for duty. Chen Fan was the only one there, leisurely making his way to school. Beep beep. Just as I stepped out of the apartment, an Alfred drove up, followed by several other cars. Hey young man, do you have any decent apartments for rent around here? Chen Fan glanced at the other person. The speaker was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Her attire was conventional and unremarkable. The Alfred, whose door was opened, contained a girl who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. Judging from their clothes and the watch on their wrist, they must be quite wealthy. Chen Fan said, I don't know much about it either. Why don't you ask the security guard? The other person said thank you, then turned to the girl in the car and asked, Miss, is this seat all right? It's quite close to the school. If possible, I'll make arrangements now. The girl in the car leaned out and glanced at him a few times, and Chen Fan then realized that she was exceptionally beautiful. Is she another new female student? Just as Chen Fan was about to leave, the other person called out to him. Wait a minute. Chapter 65, The New Junior. Do you live in this building too? The other person got out of the car. Although he was dressed in a student uniform, his features were extremely delicate. She also has a great figure. Her looks are in no way inferior to those of the school beauty goddess Zhao Linlin. However, in the eyes of Chen Fan, a guy who already knew what meat tasted like, she still seemed a bit too slender. The other person is about 1.68 meters tall, which is quite good for a girl, and all her clothes were from high-end luxury brands. Seeing that she was asking him about the building, Chen Fan nodded. Yes. Oh, so how's the environment here? It's all right, at least it's the safest community in the area. The property management is also very good. Okay, thank you. The other person smiled sweetly, and Chen Fan replied politely, You're welcome. After saying that, he turned and left. The girl looked up at the apartment building. After looking at so many places, this is it. Yes, Mississippi. The middle-aged man immediately gave the order. Find the best floor and buy 2 or 3 units. Look, they're so arrogant. I never intended to rent. I was going to buy it directly. A man who looked like a bodyguard ran over from the car behind, asked the security guard about the situation, and then returned to report. I'm sorry, housekeeper. The security guard said that the apartments here are in high demand and no one has bought them yet. The butler sneered. That's because they didn't offer a good enough price. Just talk to the homeowner directly. When Chen Fan arrived at the school, a large group of animals were excitedly discussing the matter. Do you know? A really awesome person is coming to the freshman class. It is said that she is incredibly beautiful, comparable to Zhao Linlin. That's right. I heard that he's a top student and has participated in many international competitions. By the way, I also heard that her family is extremely wealthy. The family seems to own several listed companies. Cough cough. Liang Dong arrived just then, glancing at everyone with disdain. What's the point of saying all this? Are you even qualified? I saw it all. They came with bodyguards. People like you are too precious to even glance at. Everyone was speechless after Liang Dongcai's retort. Indeed, no matter how beautiful a girl is, she is an insurmountable gap for them. That's something that ordinary people can't even come into contact with. As for those who are daydreaming, wake up. The class was making arrangements for welcoming the new students, and Guo Jianliang followed behind Liang Dongcai. Like a lapdog, Chen Fan left the classroom and was surprised to find that rumors about the new female student were everywhere. Hey, have you heard? There is a very beautiful girl among the freshmen. His looks are off the charts, and his family background is also incredibly impressive. Yes, there are legends about her everywhere on the forums now. Yeah, this guy is awesome. They were already famous before they even arrived. Wow, I really want to meet this junior. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Hearing the group whispering, Chun Fan felt incredibly bored. She's just a pretty girl, isn't she? Is it really necessary? I'm speechless at these single guys who've never even eaten meat. Well, they may not realize it yet, but a man only deserves everything when he is strong. Otherwise, you'll forever live in envy of others. This was Chun Fan's second time visiting the dance studio. Through the window, he could see a group of girls with incredibly good figures rehearsing. Some girls really develop too quickly. Some parts are as big as a cow's. However, Chun Fan didn't like that kind of exaggerated figure. He preferred someone like Zhua Bing or Su Ruzhen. Zhua Bing truly lives up to her reputation as the leader of the dance team. In terms of both dance skills and appearance, she is the most outstanding among them. Chun Fan watched them from afar until they finished rehearsing. Why are you here? When Zhua Bing saw Chun Fan, she immediately ran over to greet him. Chun Fan saw her wearing a form-fitting training uniform and grinned in a particularly sly way. Zhua Bing guessed what he meant and glared at him fiercely. Don't look. Chun Fan said, when are you free? Let's go on a date. Zhua Bing glanced at the time. Let's do it later. I have another performance later, and I need to go back to my dorm to take a shower after rehearsal. Chun Fan nodded. It's okay. I'll wait for you. Zhua Bing smiled sweetly. But then this guy suddenly said, I'm leaving, honey. Zhua Bing shuddered, turned around, gritted her teeth, and pinched the guy hard. Don't shout. Still a student, Zhua Bing felt numb all over upon hearing that title. I got goosebumps all over. Chun Fan was in so much pain that he fled in panic. That bastard. Zhua Bing stamped her foot, still feeling somewhat embarrassed. Bored, Chun Fan went to the playground behind the girls' dormitory, where a girl in a JK uniform was live streaming. Hey guys, do you see this? This is the playground behind our school. I'm not lying to you, am I? I really am still a student. Thank you for the little star, brother. Let's put up some individual tickets and crowdfund together. Let's reduce the health bar and then spend the votes. Chun Fan shook his head at the sight. People these days don't do anything productive. Can't you just go to work properly? Playing this game every day, I always think I can get something for nothing. If you really have talent, people are willing to give you a reward. But the one in front of me can't do anything except act coquettishly. They also constantly ask the audience to vote and compete with others. Do you think people are stupid? 555, we lost again. My brothers are really useless. Chun Fan sat down on a chair next to him, intending to wait for Zhua Bing to finish rehearsals so they could have dinner together. Just as he took out his phone, the woman who was live streaming turned around and yelled, What are you looking at? You loser. Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? Chun Fan didn't care. He didn't expect to be scolded for no reason and without provoking anyone. But the other person replied, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Get lost. Don't disturb my live stream. Oh. Chun Fan looked up. Are you talking about me? Who else could it be but you? It's you. You poor loser, who came here to ruin my mood and lost the PK battle again. Depend on. Chun Fan stared at the woman. He gave a cold laugh. What are you doing? Are you going to hit someone? I'm an internet celebrity with tens of thousands of followers. Are internet celebrities with tens of thousands of followers really that great? Chun Fan genuinely admires those talented live streaming e-commerce hosts. They never ask their fans for gifts in a coquettish way. Instead, they wholeheartedly do what they want to do. Like this. If I just send him a lollipop, he'll probably kneel down and call me Big Brother, right? Chun Fan glanced at her live stream account and silently walked to a spot not far away. A little darling. What kind of nickname is that? Where did those tens of thousands of fans come from? There's only a little over 1,000. There were only a dozen or so people in the live stream room. Hee. Without saying a word, Chun Fan went to the other party's live stream and sent 2 rockets. Wow. A big spender has come to my live stream. The other person was also a woman, and she was very surprised. It seems this is the first time she's encountered such an awesome older brother. The little girl was completely bewildered. Quickly click on the profile picture of the big spender in the other person's live stream. Damn it. Isn't that the poor guy from earlier? A little girl suddenly teared up. Big brother. Seeing Chun Fan still not far away, she rushed over. Chapter 66. My boyfriend is worth hundreds of millions. Hey bro, can you send me a gift? Give me a pack of cigarettes, and I'll do whatever you say. Big brother. Chun Fan looked at her strangely. Are we that close? A little girl clung to his arm, rubbing against him incessantly. Brother, I was wrong just now. Please help me. Help me play 2 matches, just 2, okay? If you just buy me a pack of cigarettes, I'll go with you today. Chun Fan looked disgusted. He took out his phone and sent the person a few more rockets. One more Huazi. Wow. Oh my God. The god of wealth descends from heaven. The other person completely fainted in the live stream. As a small-time streamer, I've never seen anything big. Today, someone inexplicably gifted me a rocket and even a cigarette. Good heavens. The woman was so agitated that she fainted. A little girl was so envious she wanted to die, and she angrily waved her fists. And so, I missed out on meeting my older brother. It's all my fault. They look down on people. I never expected that he was the real big brother. Chen Fan ignored her and left on his own. She angrily sat down on the ground. In the girls' dormitory, Zhou Bing had finished her work and changed her clothes before coming out. Chen Fan was waiting outside the dormitory. Huh, you're actually being so obedient. Chen Fan stood up. What do you mean? Zhou Bing affectionately took his hand. Didn't you go and flirt with any other female freshman today during freshman registration? How can they compare to you? Oh, you've gotten quite the sweet talker lately. Did you do something bad? It's said that women are naturally sensitive, but Chen Fan said firmly, what are you thinking about? Let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious today. Chen Fan is indeed better at charming girls now than before. After all, people always have to grow up. The two left the school through the back gate. The two shops on the back street had already been rented out to others. Taking advantage of the start of the school year, the owner of this business is back in full swing. Chen Fan didn't want to worry about such trivial matters. He just needed to collect rent from now on. Shall we eat here? Zhou Bing pointed to a frog restaurant in front of her. It was packed with people since school started. There's still a queue. Chen Fan didn't like joining in the fun. Let's go to the city center, he said. Zhou Bing glared at him. What are you doing? Although she is not short of money, she does not spend it recklessly. Unlike some girls who are unrealistic and vain. Chen Fan put his arm around her waist and said, being with you means I have to eat the best food. And then you won't be coming back tonight, right? Zhou Bing then said what he was about to say. Chen Fan pinched her cheek speechlessly. It's good that you know. Since there was nothing planned for tomorrow, Zhou Bing let him have his way. The two hailed a taxi. Driver, to Yanjiang Avenue. Some people say that if you're looking for a girlfriend, you must take her to eat seafood at least once. The taxi driver could only glance at Chen Fan with envy. This kid was so lucky. He's taken such a good cabbage. The place Chen Fan brought Zhou Bing to was actually the most upscale restaurant in Jiangzhou. Royal Banquet. The cost of living here is over 1,000 yuan per person, with no upper limit. Zhou Bing grabbed him. Are you crazy? What are you doing in a place like this? Chen Fan said nonchalantly. Let's go. We're already here. Do you have a lot of money? You're so extravagant. Hey, you've gotten a bit cocky lately. Chen Fan laughed and said, it's okay. I don't come here often. How much can the two of us eat? Zhou Bing glanced at him. Are you hiding something from me? Let me tell you. Chen Fan, you better not do anything illegal. What law is it against to eat seafood? Let's go. After pulling her into the restaurant, the staff arranged a couple's booth by the window for them. The environment here is elegant, high-end, and classy. The floor was so shiny it looked like a dog had licked it. Let's order. Chen Fan asked the waiter to give the menu to Zhou Bing, who then looked at the prices. Too expensive. She didn't want to squander Chen Fan's money. Since she was already there, she gritted her teeth and ordered a few inexpensive seafood dishes. That's all. Show me. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan exclaimed, this won't do. I'm a billionaire after all, so I ordered all of their best dishes. The food in these places is expensive, but it's very refined, and the portions are small. Chen Fan closed the menu. And another bottle of red wine. The waiter happily replied, sure. Which brand of red wine would you two like? A small bottle of Lafite will do. A small Lafite costs tens of thousands, Zhou Bing thought to himself. Oh no, he's going to squander all of my allowance this year. Tonight's dinner will probably cost at least 100,000 yuan. However, Chen Fan was very happy, as this was the first time he had brought Zhou Bing to such a high-end place. Moreover, she was his official girlfriend, and Chen Fan didn't want to mistreat her. Seeing Zhou Bing staring at him with a suspicious look, Chen Fan laughed and said, what's wrong? Am I that handsome? Zhou Bing said. Tell me honestly, what exactly did you do? Going off to deal in antiques again? No. Chen Fan smiled, and seeing that no one was around, whispered, I've made a lot of money from stocks. Zhou Bing wasn't surprised when he mentioned investing in stocks. Many university students are involved in stock trading, but most of them lose so much that they are unrecognizable to their parents. So she tentatively asked, how much did you earn? Chen Fan said calmly, not much, maybe 100 million or so. Puff. Bing picked up her cup to take a sip of water, but ended up spitting it out. Chen Fan sighed and wiped the water off his face with a tissue. Why is there so much water on your face? Bing glared at him fiercely. Don't you like it? Chen Fan didn't expect Bing to dare say such a thing. All right, I do like it. Hearing that he had made so much money in the stock market, Bing felt at ease. Even when I gave her that necklace worth over 6 million last time, she felt perfectly at ease. The stock market is risky, so be careful. However, she still offered a word of advice out of concern, and Chen Fan nodded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Having a boyfriend worth over 100 million yuan doesn't seem special to Bing. She's used to this kind of life and her circle of wealthy people. After all, his parents are worth over 100 million yuan. The two drank red wine and ate seafood. That's quite romantic. Chen Fan had already booked a room. The main building is right next to this restaurant. Several luxury cars pulled up in front of the restaurant. You could see them all through the floor-to-ceiling windows. A middle-aged man got out of the car and then carefully invited out a girl of about 18 or 19 years old. Seeing his extremely respectful attitude, Chen Fan wondered, who is this woman? Why is she making such a big fuss? The person who got out of the other car behind was none other than the president of Jiangzhou University, the director of the Teaching Affairs Office, and several other leaders. The principal adjusted his collar and gestured to the middle-aged man. Please. The middle-aged man respectfully asked the young woman to go first. Chapter 67. If my mom finds out, she'll beat you to death. Chen Fan's eyes not only have X-ray vision, but can also see details from hundreds of meters away. The bracelet on the girl's wrist was actually a product of the Tang dynasty. It has been more than 1,300 years since then. Such a precious bracelet is absolutely priceless. Chen Fan also saw the news about this girl on the forum. She was Lu Wushuang, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. A force that, in terms of both strength and family background, completely overwhelms the Zhao family of Jiangzhou. The Zhao family's assets are only a mere 2 or 300 billion, while the Lu family's strength is definitely much greater. You can tell from the grand scale of Lu Wushuang's schooling. Butlers, bodyguards, and even school leaders accompanied them. Lu Wushuang's appearance made Chen Fan somewhat wary. After all, this family had an extraordinary relationship with Su Ruzhen. What I need to do is develop rapidly and fundamentally crush these families. This is the only way to make Su Ruzhen feel safe. What are you looking at? As Chen Fan was pondering, Zhuo Bing noticed his expression. However, Lu Wushuang and the others had already entered the restaurant, and Zhuo Bing didn't see anything. Let's go shopping after we finish eating. Chen Fan took a sip of red wine. Zhuo Bing didn't seem very interested. I'm not going. Then let's go back to the hotel and sleep. This time, Zhuo Bing did not refuse. Instead, she asked out of curiosity, Hey, you can make so much money trading stocks? How do you do it? Chen Fan put down his cup, looked at her with a smile, and asked, Why are you interested in this too? How about I teach you another day? No way. Can't you take care of me from now on? Zhuo Bing shrugged. She was just asking a question. Chen Fan said, It's a must to support you, since you're my wife. Zhuo Bing frowned. Could you be any more slick? Calling someone wife at this point feels a bit awkward, since I'm still a student. After finishing their meal, the two strolled around the streets for a while before returning to their hotel to sleep. Zhuo Bing lay in his arms. You slept with me on the first day of school. How long are you planning to bully me? Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh, pinching her cheek. One lifetime isn't enough. You must be mine in the next life too. Aren't you annoyed with me? Zhuo Bing has a rather unique personality. She's very outgoing and not the shy, reserved type. Chen Fan shook his head. Why should I bother you? I don't even have time to love you enough. Zhuo Bing rolled over and pinned him down. If my mom finds out, she'll beat you to death. The next day, Chen Fan received a call from Su Ruzhen early in the morning. After more than a month of hard work, Blueprint Investment Company was all ready and just waiting for Chen Fan's word. Seeing that Zhuo Bing was still sleeping in, Chen Fan didn't disturb her and immediately rushed to Yinfan building. Unexpectedly, I ran into Han Chai-young in the elevator. Good morning, Annie. Han Chai-young stared at him in surprise. Why are you here too? Chen Fan smiled and said, I came to take a look. There are a few classmates here applying for jobs. Oh, Han Chai-young wondered, could it be that this building really belongs to him? She thought about how her rent was half that of others, and her heart sank. Chen Fan stood behind her, and there was a strong scent of perfume in the elevator. This mother-in-law loves to dress up. She's over 40 and always pays special attention to her appearance. However, she has a good temperament, which makes her quite charming. He had no idea what Han Chae-young was thinking at that moment. Han Chae-young truly embodies a complex mix of emotions. If what Chen Fan said is true, I'm such a strong-willed woman, and all these years have been for nothing. They're not even as good as a little kid. Well, how should I put it? People still need to study. Now that she had accepted Chun Fan and her daughter's situation, she stopped worrying about it. As long as they are happy. Upon arriving at Han Kai-ying's office floor, Chun Fan politely said, "Take care, Annie." Han Chae-young nodded. "Come visit my home sometime." "Okay, I'll come visit you and Uncle's will then." After Han Chae-young got off the elevator, Chun Fan went to Lantu Investment. In order to avoid exposing Chun Fan's identity as the behind-the-scenes boss, Su Ruzhen gave everyone a day off, and they would officially start work tomorrow. The office was neat and tidy. The various areas are clearly divided. Following Chun Fan's instructions, Su Ruzhen wanted the company to be youthful, have a good atmosphere, and avoid an old-fashioned or rigid decor. This makes working more enjoyable. Su Ruzhen showed him around, and Chun Fan said with satisfaction, "It's pretty good. Congratulations on your grand opening, Ms. Su." Su Ruzhen smiled sweetly. "Am I not working for you?" Chun Fan said, "Don't forget, you are the legal representative of the company." Su Ruzhen laughed and took his arm, since no one was watching anyway. Then we come to the most important area, the trading room. This area is located some distance from the regular office area and requires access control cards. People not involved in this work are not allowed to enter. Inside the trading room, there was a huge screen in front of you. Below the screen is a main podium where the commander sits. Below are rows and rows of computers, dozens of them, all lined up neatly. There is a temporary rest area nearby with a place to put snacks. Chen Fan praised, "You really put people at ease with what you do." Finally, there's Su Ruzhen's large office, complete with a luxurious lounge, a 2.2-meter wide bed, and a double bathroom. This was all prepared for you. Would you like to try it out? Su Ruzhen said ambiguously. Chen Fan suddenly felt a surge of excitement, put his arm around her waist, and whispered in her ear, "You're so sexy." Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes at him, exuding charm. However, Chen Fan was not fooled. Instead, he said seriously, "Our company should have a separate elevator. Please arrange it." He didn't want to run into other people every time he came here. With more people coming to Yunfan Building in the future, we need to avoid any appearance of impropriety in this regard. Su Ruzhen nodded. "Okay. 7 companies have already moved into this building. Many have come to discuss business, but some think it's too expensive." Chen Fan said, "We only recruit companies with strength and make money from wealthy people. If you think it's too expensive, don't come in." After inspecting the area, the two left the office. Su Ruzhen said, "We haven't been able to find the receptionist I want." Chen Fan has high requirements for the receptionist. Firstly, she must be beautiful and have a good temperament. After all, the front desk represents the company's image. If you hire a few unattractive people, not only will the guests feel uncomfortable, but you will also feel nauseous. Therefore, image is the primary factor. The second is a sense of responsibility. You can't keep someone who lacks a sense of responsibility. No matter how beautiful they are, it's useless. Salary and benefits can be higher, but they must meet the company's hiring requirements. Speaking of the front desk, Chun Fan remembered someone. One is not enough, you need at least 2. At this moment, Zhou Bing called, and Chun Fan told her that he was out on business. "Then I'm going back to school." Zhou Bing checked out of the hotel and took a taxi to school. Chun Fan had just stepped out of the Yunfan building when his phone rang again. Chapter 68, picked up a receptionist. Some people and some things seem to have been destined from the beginning. Chu Yinfei came out of the manager's office, feeling extremely angry today. In August, she sold 2 villas, earning at least 300,000 yuan in commission. However, the company changed the commission plan and only paid out 50%. The remainder will be distributed as a bonus at the end of the year. This is intolerable. Many people protested, but they were ultimately outnumbered and powerless, belonging to a vulnerable group. The answer is simple. Take it or leave it. Even without you, there are others. There are countless people lining up for such a good job. Indeed, the sales staff at Jiangshan Dijin Villa District receive higher salaries than those in the same industry, and importantly, this property is easy to sell. There's no need to worry about finding sales staff. The company made this decision because it was certain that they wouldn't dare to resist. Chu Yinfei had just been reprimanded as well. The manager said forcefully, The fact that the property was sold is not because you have the ability, but because the property is of good quality and the company has the strength. Don't be complacent or arrogant just because you've achieved some results. You should know that it is the company that made you who you are, not the other way around. After they calculated it out, Chu Yinfei could only get a commission of over 110,000 yuan, and only half of that would be paid out. The manager also said to Chu Yinfei, "You're just picking up a dead fish. Tell me, what have you contributed?" She certainly knew the inside story of the real estate sales industry. I've also seen many colleagues sacrifice a lot in order to sell their houses. She is indeed lucky, but she couldn't stand it, so she said, "I'm quitting, okay?" However, before leaving the company, she wanted to hand over her work. There are also matters concerning clients that need to be addressed. Of the 2 villas Chun Fan bought, Su Ruzhen has already obtained the property certificate, but Chun Fan did not intend to register the other villa under his own name, so he has not yet obtained the certificate. Chu Yinfei called Chun Fan, hoping he could come over if he had time. If Chun Fan doesn't go, it will cause more trouble if the information is handed over to someone else. Then I'll come over. Chun Ming, can you give me a ride? Without saying a word, Chun Ming drove the Tuareg to the sales office of Jiangshan Dijing. Chu Yinfei was already waiting there. When she saw Chun Fan get out of the car, she quickly went to greet him. "Mr. Chun, I have prepared your documents. We also have the key to Building 19. You can register the property anytime you wish. Of course, you can also register it under someone else's name." Chun Fan said there was no rush. The apartment layouts in Building 19 and Building 16 are the same. Chun Fan had seen them before. Su Ruzhen has no plans to move in yet, so the 2 villas remain empty. After handing the items to Chun Fan, Chu Yinfei made a small request. "Mr. Chun, may I ride in your car?" "Sure. You're off work already?" "I resigned, so I'm giving you the keys today." "Oh." Upon hearing that Chu Yinfei had resigned, Chun Fan scrutinized her once more. Most people who work in real estate sales have a good temperament and are also quite good-looking. They're almost as good as flight attendants. So Chun Fan asked another question. "Why did you resign?" Chu Yinfei angrily explained the reason, and Chun Fan glanced back at the sales department of Jiangshan Dijing. "I never expected such a large company to rip off its own employees. What is your educational background?" "Associate's degree." Chu Yinfei didn't know why Chun Fan was asking about these things. She just answered truthfully. "So what are your plans next?" "I don't know. I'll look for a new job. If all else fails, I'll try car sales." Chun Fan said, "I have a place you can try. If you are competent, the salary and benefits should not be too bad." "Really?" Chu Yinfei's eyes widened. "What company?" Chun Fan said to Chun Ming, who was driving, "Have him take you there. It's a newly opened company that's hiring a receptionist. Of course, if you have the ability, you can also apply for other positions." "Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chun." Chu Yinfei was very happy that she had found a job so quickly. Of course, she believed that the owner who could afford the villa wouldn't lie. If they want to find themselves a job, it will take them a very short time. "Chun Ming, I'm going back to school. You take her to see President Su for an interview." Chu Yinfei guessed that the President Su must be the girl Chun Fan brought over last time. Upon arriving at the apartment building, Chun Fan got out of the car. Chun Ming left with Chu Yinfei. Inside the apartment building, a group of people were moving furniture. And it just so happens that we're going to the floor where Chun Fan is. When he arrived at the door of his rented apartment, he found that the doors of the 2 apartments opposite and the one next to it were all open. The middle-aged man I met yesterday was directing the moving work, saying, "Be careful not to bump or knock anything over. Please arrange the items properly. It can take a while. I'll pay you double the wages then." "Thank you, boss." The movers were overjoyed and worked even harder. Chun Fan found it strange. Weren't there no houses for sale here? They even replaced the furniture in 3 sets at once. Amazing. Just as he was about to enter, the middle-aged man saw him and asked, "Young man, you live here too?" "Oh, do you need any help?" "No, no." The other party waved his hand, and Chun Fan didn't say anything more, going straight back to his room. "I turned on my computer, and the stocks of Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining had already skyrocketed. Since Chun Fan started investing, the stock has increased 6-fold, and it continues to rise sharply. As expected of a top-performing stock, Chun Fan's foreseeable future trend is almost entirely characterized by limit-up moves. This is a situation that's about to double again. Very good. Given his current size, if these 2 stocks double in value, his holdings would reach nearly 10 billion yuan. It's very difficult to come up with such a large volume, and the market maker also needs to sell off their holdings. Therefore, Chun Fan decided to ship the goods in 5 or 6 trading days. Then, part of the funds were handed over to Su Ruzhen's team for management. Be your own boss behind the scenes. But Chun Fan noticed a problem. The market was about to fall. Moreover, the downside potential is more than 500 points. This is a bad sign. Whenever the overall market experiences this situation, it will affect the performance of many individual stocks. The tragedy of thousands of stocks hitting their daily limit down could be repeated. However, a very small number of individual stocks do not care about the rise and fall of the overall market and develop their own independent trends. Chun Fan took a look at Zhao's real estate, and sure enough, its stock price was halved in the following market movements. Jiangnan paper industry, Southern real estate, Shenlong automobiles stock price fell by more than 60%. Chun Fan's eyes widened. No way. While reviewing the market today, I noticed these stocks. Because the amount of capital is too large, it is not conducive to short-term operations. Unexpectedly, the market subsequently experienced such a dramatic surge. Today is the 2nd, which means these stocks are going to start plummeting tomorrow. Chun Fan picked out these stocks without hesitation. Their upward momentum was very strong. These are all stocks that have risen several times in value in the early stages. What are we waiting for? Let's short sell. Chapter 69. He also became familiar with the girls in the dance troupe. These stocks have market capitalizations ranging from hundreds of billions to tens of billions, making them quite large. Chun Fan checked their margin lending limits. Let's buy a few hundred million worth first. If the market crashes tomorrow, I can just lie back and make money. After finishing all that, there was no more noise outside. I estimate that everything has already been moved. Chun Fan called Zhuo Bing. Want to go out for dinner tonight? Zhuo Bing readily agreed. Sure. Come pick me up. Chun Fan hung up the phone and went outside. Sure enough, the work across the street was already done, with at least 4 hourly workers cleaning each room. Just then, 2 people entered the elevator. The middle-aged man walked over with a woman in her 40s. From now on, you will be in charge of taking care of the young lady's daily life and meals. The middle-aged man gave the order. Yes, please rest assured. Butler, I will take good care of Mississippi. Chun Fan entered the elevator and shook his head with a sigh. The children of wealthy families are different. They have several bodyguards and nannies to take care of them. What a grand display. When Chun Fan arrived at the school, Zhuo Bing was still in the dance studio and had not yet come out. Seeing that it was almost time, he had no choice but to go and pick it up. Unexpectedly, I ran into Zhuo Bing and her group of girls who had just finished rehearsing and came out in a large group. Oh, Bingbing's boyfriend is here. Don't let him get away. We must catch him today. That's right. Let him treat us today. A group of girls surrounded Chun Fan, laughing and joking. We want to eat barbecue. They were unaware that Chun Fan had already rented out the shop, and they all clung to him with smiles. Chun Fan said I had no money. If you don't have money, ask Zhuo Bing to pay for you. She's a very rich woman. At that moment, a girl shouted, No, I want to eat seafood. Another girl burst out laughing. What right do you have to eat seafood? Seafood is for girlfriends. Why? Some innocent girls don't understand. The girl who had just been laughing rolled her eyes. Don't you even know what seafood tastes like? Oh. Zhuo Bing understood instantly. She couldn't help but glare at Chun Fan fiercely. So this was the reason he wanted to take her to eat seafood. This is clearly laying the groundwork for future plans. Everyone changed their clothes and went to eat barbecue together. Chun Fan arrived surrounded by more than a dozen girls, leaving all the boys in the school dumbfounded. Holy crap! Whose son is this? Yes. Which rich kid is it this time? This is incredible. You should know that everyone in Zhuo Bing's dance troupe has a great figure, high looks, and long legs. Any guy who manages to date one of them is incredibly lucky. This guy actually brought a bunch of beautiful women with him. At this moment, countless envious gazes, like sharp swords, assailed them. He wished he could tear Chun Fan to pieces. Especially those male students who are still single in their senior year of college are extremely envious. Liang Dongkai happened to witness this scene. You damn poor loser, all show off. He glared at Zhuo Bing. You bitch, I'll get my hands on you one day and then dump you. Chun Fan didn't see Liang Dongkai, nor did he know that Liang Dongkai was cursing him behind his back. He led Zhuo Bing and the others to the back street, saying, Order whatever you want. It's Zhuo Bing's treat today. Zhuo Bing was also very polite. Yes, order more, and take some over to the people in the dormitory as well. Hey, Zhuo Bing, you're really rich. You can even take the leftovers home. That's what a girl who's good friends with Zhuo Bing joked. It's okay, as long as you're happy. At this moment, a girl next to them looked at the two curiously and asked, "Isn't your boyfriend treating? Why are you paying the bill?" Chen Fan, "You're not going to be a kept man, are you?" Chen Fan didn't mind. "In our family, the women manage the money." Ha ha. A group of girls burst into happy laughter. Zwabing noticed that his eyes kept glancing at the girl's long legs. She pinched him secretly through gritted teeth. "Don't you dare make a move on them." Chen Fan smiled. "What are you thinking about? Am I that kind of person?" However, this guy was indeed eyeing these girls, wondering whether he should sign them up to work as receptionists in the company. If they appear, wow, this scenery and spectacle, who can compare? The girls who were with Zwabing all had good personalities. They can also take a joke. When we weren't very familiar with each other, they were all incredibly aloof. Once you get to know them well, they're like brothers. They ate barbecue and drank beer with gusto, completely uninhibited. If I could turn them into a girl group, I could invest in the film and television industry in the future. An even bolder idea popped into Chun Fan's mind. By the time everyone finished their barbecue, it was almost 8:30. Chun Fan really didn't expect these girls to be such heavy drinkers. A dozen or so people drank 4 cases of beer, averaging at least 4 bottles per person. Among them were a few who couldn't hold their liquor, which means that some people drank 5 or 6 bottles, or even more. Watching the group of lively, mischievous girls wave goodbye and leave, Chen Fan put his arm around Zwabing and whispered, "How about we go to a hotel? Faint, you went there last night, and you went again today?" Although Zwabing also wanted to stay with Chen Fan, she still refused to go to the hotel. "How about I rent a place, and then we—" "You want me dead?" Zwabing immediately stopped him from having any further thoughts. Renting a place outside is absolutely out of the question. This is blatant cohabitation. You're not allowed to even think about that. Zwabing pinched his nose and said, "Work hard. We're still young. We'll have a long time together in the future." All right. Chen Fan had no choice but to take her back to her dormitory. After all, girls need to be more cautious in this regard. Chen Fan returned to his apartment and was about to enter the elevator when he was stopped by 2 bodyguards. "What's the meaning?" Chen Fan glared angrily at the other person. A bodyguard said with a dark expression, "Excuse me, our young lady doesn't like sharing an elevator with others. Please move to the side." Chen Fan was somewhat annoyed. "Is the elevator yours?" The bodyguard frowned, preparing to warn Chen Fan, when the girl in the elevator called out, "Forget it. Let him in." "Young miss." The 2 bodyguards wanted to say something more. The girl glanced at them. "Can't you hear me?" "Yes." The 2 then awkwardly entered the elevator, no longer trying to stop Chen Fan. Chen Fan was somewhat annoyed. Looking at the 2 bodyguards, he thought to himself, "Believe it or not, I'll have someone beat you up." He simply didn't go into the elevator and came out to wait for Su Ruzhen. A short while later, Chen Ming brought Su Ruzhen back. Chen Fan called him aside and asked, "Chen Ming, how strong are you really? Can they beat those bodyguards?" Chen Ming looked at him, puzzled. "What do you want to do?" Chen Fan said, "I want you to help me beat up 2 people. Give it a try." Chen Ming wasn't sure either. After all, the other party was also a bodyguard-level figure. He can't brag about this. However, Chen Ming had one condition. "If I win, you buy me drinks. If I lose, you take me to the hospital." Ha ha. Chen Fan smiled and said, "Okay." Chapter 70. Chun Ming's Strength. Seeing Chen Fan about to drag Chen Ming into a fight, Su Ruzhen asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Chen Fan touched his nose. "You'll probably have to leave for a bit." "What happened?" Lu Wushuang, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, has come to study at Jiangzhou University. She lives upstairs with her bodyguards. "Oh." Su Ruzhen was a little overwhelmed. "Then I won't go up. You guys go ahead." After saying that, he left in a hurry. "I guess I'll have to stay in a hotel tonight." Chen Fan led Chun Ming into the elevator and headed straight for the 26th floor. Lu Wushuang has already returned to her room. The housekeeper bought 3 sets here at once, and Lu Wushuang will stay in one set by herself. 2 bodyguards live in one suite, and the other suite is for the nanny, which also serves as the kitchen. As the 2 went upstairs, they ran into Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards guarding the door. "Is it the 2 of them?" Chen Ming immediately pointed at the 2 of them and asked them a question. Chen Fan nodded. Chen Ming walked straight over and asked, "You 2 think you're so great? Come here and fight me." The 2 bodyguards glanced at him with disdain. You should know that they are all professionally trained, and the fact that the Lu family sent them to protect Lu Wushuang means they are definitely not ordinary people. "Fight me?" It seems beneath one's dignity. But when Chun Ming rolled up his sleeves, he looked just like a country bumpkin. He pointed at one of the bodyguards and said, "Damn it. So what if you have money? Do you own the elevator? Why don't you build one yourself if you're so capable?" The other party frowned and grabbed Chen Ming with a grappling move. Chen Ming sneered, lowered his body, and raised his hand to strike the opponent's abdomen with his elbow. Forehead, is this guy a trained fighter? The opponent instinctively bent over to avoid Chen Ming's attack. Unexpectedly, Chen Ming followed up with a spinning kick. Brush. A powerful force came against the wind, and the long legs were like whips. He struck the other person hard on the waist. The opponent was sent flying and slammed hard against the wall. Seeing the other person curl up and fall to the ground clutching their injury, Chun Fan gave them a thumbs up. One shot was enough, not bad. I never imagined Chen Ming was so strong. He took down a professional bodyguard in just 2 moves. The other bodyguard was stunned and roared in anger. Ignoring the fallen bodyguard, he rushed towards Chen Ming. Chen Ming was not to be outdone. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed 18 punches in quick succession, each one powerful and swift. His opponent was forced to retreat repeatedly, unable to retaliate. Good. Chen Fan watched with great interest and shouted excitedly. Enraged, the opponent roared and unleashed a black tiger heart-piercing move, aiming straight for Chen Ming's heart. Chen Ming blocked with both hands, then suddenly turned and spun around. An elbow strike landed on the opponent's cheek. Puff! A spray of blood flew from the other person's mouth, along with a few teeth. Tada! Severely injured by Chen Ming's attack, he couldn't stop his momentum and retreated more than 10 steps. He touched his cheek, which had been swollen from Chen Ming's beating, his eyes blazing with fury. Again, Chen Ming beckoned to him with his finger. The other party flew into a rage and charged forward, roaring. Chen Ming assumed a fighting stance, bow in front and arrow behind. Aho! Seeing the opponent rushing close, he delivered another powerful kick. Thump! The bodyguard met the same fate, being slapped to the ground by Chen Ming. Good. Wonderful. Chen Fan clapped his hands and shouted. He walked over and patted Chen Ming on the shoulder. Awesome. Why didn't you say so sooner if you had this skill? I'll have President Su double your salary later. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Why? After Chen Ming finished speaking, he realized what was going on and asked, what exactly is your relationship with President Su? Chen Fan smiled and said, brothers who share a bed. Depend on. I knew it. Their relationship must be special. Otherwise, why would Su Ruzhen treat her so well? What are you doing? Hearing the commotion, Lu Wushuang came out of the house and saw that her 2 bodyguards had been beaten black and blue and were clutching their waists and unable to stand up. What happened? This was probably the most disheveled she had ever seen the 2 bodyguards. You know, jobs like theirs are usually quite prestigious. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke them. The 2 struggled to their feet, bowing their heads and calling out, "Young Mississippi." One of the bodyguards, acting as the scapegoat, pointed at Chun Fan and said, "We stopped him in the elevator just now, and he called people over to retaliate against us." Lu Wushuang was speechless. Are you 2 eating shit? If you can't even protect yourself, how dare you say you'll protect me? Her face darkened. From this moment on, you 2 are fired. Oh, no, Mississippi. You can explain this to the housekeeper yourselves. Lu Wushuang showed no mercy, tossed out a sentence, and turned to go inside. What a fucking piece of trash. As a bodyguard, he actually has the nerve to say he was knocked down. Chen Fan was very happy and put his arm around Chen Ming's shoulder. Come on, I'll treat you to drinks. We won't leave until we're drunk. He glanced at Lu Wushuang's 2 pitiful bodyguards and burst into laughter. Weren't you just being pretty arrogant? I didn't expect him to be so bad. The closest night market stalls to this time are the one in front of the school and the one on the back street. There are mostly restaurants in the front, but the back street is where they have the most fun. Late-night snacks, accommodation, karaoke, foot massage. Chun Fan led him to the back street, and Chen Ming gazed longingly at the long legs under the short skirts. Finally, he sighed. You still have to study. Otherwise, you won't even be able to get through the door. Chun Fan ordered a case of beer and a lot of barbecue, and the 2 of them drank and chatted. Chen Ming, you're quite skilled. Work hard for General Manager Su, and you'll be treated well. Chen Ming nodded obediently, opening his mouth to shave off the entire skewer of barbecue. Su Ruzhen called. Where are you? Barbecue stall wants some? Never mind, I'll diet tonight. Su Ruzhen asked. Has the matter been resolved? Haha, I was just about to tell you. Chen Ming is really good. He took down Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards. Raise his salary to 30,000 tomorrow. Okay, come over here after you finish your late-night snack. What? Su Ruzhen said dejectedly. What else can I do? You've finished eating. Aren't you going to give me any? She then sent Chun Fan her location, Jiangzhou International Hotel. Upon seeing this message, Chun Fan ordered a few more skewers of lamb kidneys. It was almost 1 o'clock. Chun Fan paid the bill and looked at Chun Meng's greasy mouth as he ate. Let's go. The two took a taxi, and one went to the company dormitory in Yunfan Building. One person arrived at Jiangzhou International Hotel. In room 1314, Su Ruzhen took a shower and lay on the bed with a touch of languor. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and she quickly went to open the door. Chun Fan darted in with a grin, gazing at Su Ruzhen, whose skin was clean and fair beneath her bathrobe. This guy is laughing like a pervert. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, Aren't you going to take a shower yet? Reeking of barbecue, Chun Fan rushed into the bathroom. In no time at all, scrubbing and scrubbing. Seeing how impatient he was, Su Ruzhen handed him a bathrobe when he came out, smiling mischievously. Sorry, I've already eaten my fill tonight. Day. Chapter 71, A God-like Man. Of course, the main purpose of being with Su Ruzhen was to talk about work. That kind of thing should be stopped when appropriate. Chun Fan wasn't being unreasonable. 3 or 4 times a day was about right. After finishing her work, Su Ruzhen told him that Chu Yanfei would come to work tomorrow. She also brought a colleague who worked in sales with her. She's very good-looking, which meets Chun Fan's requirements for a receptionist. Chun Fan said, I won't interfere in company matters. You'll be in full charge. Oh, I have something very important to tell you. I'm planning to short sell shares of 3 companies. Jiangnan Paper, Manhwa Real Estate, and Shunlong Automobile. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Ruzhen instinctively sat up, looking surprised. What's the matter? Why didn't you react so strongly just now? Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes at him. Do you even know that these 3 companies are all under the Liu family? Chun Fan was slightly taken aback. What a coincidence. Whatever. Why wouldn't I make money? Su Ruzhen said. That's not what I meant. I thought you were deliberately starting a war with the Liu family. No, it's not. It was just a coincidence. Chun Fan really didn't expect things to be so coincidental, but tomorrow will be a major turning point. The market, which has been soaring since last year, is about to change course. It will be a bloody battle. I will transfer another 2 billion to the company account first thing tomorrow morning. Give the order to complete the setup before 10 a.m. Invest all the funds you have. I will send you the specific plan via message. When it comes to work, Su Ruzhen is absolutely meticulous. Of course, she had no idea what would happen tomorrow. The next morning, Chun Fan transferred the money to Blueprint Investment Company's account. 2 billion. He still holds a large number of shares in Shijiang Energy and Bagua Mining, and is just waiting to sell them off next week. After all, these 2 stocks, which have defied the market trend and surged wildly, are not to be missed. Despite being thoroughly exhausted by Chun Fan last night, Su Ruzhen still managed to get to the company on time. At this moment, all departments of the company have been established, including human resources, finance, logistics, etc. The most crucial department is, of course, the operations team, which consists of 16 people. Each person is responsible for at least a dozen financial accounts. And they were all traders, not analysts. Blueprint's company account is generally not used, which is also Chun Fan's arrangement, because he does not want to expose himself to these capitals too early. The market opened at 9:30 a.m., and the index soared. At this point, no one could have imagined that a major turning point would occur today. Su Ruzhen directed everyone to short sell. At this point, all the traders felt it was unbelievable. Someone asked, puzzled, President Su, the market is rising sharply. Isn't it inappropriate for us to do this? Su Ruzhen said, Your task is to follow orders. Don't ask any other questions. If you don't short sell when prices are rising, you won't be able to buy shares when prices fall. Moreover, they only shorted 3 stocks under the Liu family's control and temporarily avoided touching the others. At this moment, in the Liu family of Jiangnan, the young and ambitious Liu Yuxuan was overjoyed to see the stock of his family's company rising so well. If they hold on a little longer, the Liu family's assets can double again. As an outstanding representative of the younger generation of the Liu family, he is now the president of the company. The Su family is preparing to match him with Su Ruzhen. But Su Ruzhen refused and ran away from home. The Liu family's goal is to double the market value of its several listed companies. With their plan about to be realized, they had no idea that something big was about to happen today. At 10 a.m., the The morning session was going well. Several billion yuan of northbound capital flowed in shortly after Su Ruzhen completed her investment strategy. Sudden, the market has reversed course. The previously surging market index has suddenly turned downwards. At first, people didn't take it seriously. After all, there is no stock market that only goes up and never goes down, so a correction is to be expected. But the market index rose by more than 1 percentage point, but quickly fell below yesterday's closing index. Then it plunged straight down. Oh no, this is bad. At this moment, I guess everyone has this thought. Several experts reviewed the market index and candlestick chart, concluding, it's all right, as long as it hasn't broken down. It should be a technical adjustment. After all, the previous rise was too fast. However, the market was far more complex than they had imagined. Almost all the huge buy orders for stocks, including many funds that had been locking in the daily price limit, were instantly swallowed up by massive volumes. The stock price plummeted from its high. The market quickly dropped 2 points. Then things calmed down a bit. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A sharp drop is always followed by a strong rebound, and some shrewd individuals immediately rushed to buy on the dip. Another huge amount of funds have been invested. Buying at this point would be like walking into a trap. It is estimated that most people are unaware of the impending risk. The market rebounded for only 3 minutes, rising by less than 1 point, before plummeting again. And the amplitude was even more dramatic. A storm is coming. The market index dropped 5 points. At this moment, at least half of the stocks have hit their daily limit down. The 3 stocks under the Liu family's control have also fallen by more than 8%. The stock market turned green, and so did Liu Changfeng's face. As the third-generation head of the Liu family, he manages assets worth hundreds of billions of yuan under the Liu family's control. Seeing that all his efforts were in vain, Liu Changfeng's face was terribly gloomy. Liu Yuxuan advocated for market intervention and was willing to do everything in his power to withstand the pressure. He was subdued by Liu Changfeng. Having been a seasoned veteran of the business world for decades, he sensed the danger. Based on his experience, at this point, one should not stubbornly resist, but rather seize the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, there would be no hope of redemption. Sure enough, less than half an hour later, all 3 stocks under the Liu family's control hit their daily limit down. In the entire stock market, only a few stocks are still holding on. Of course, there are also high-quality stocks that rise against the odds. For example, Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining firmly held their daily price limits, as stable as a rock. And they will continue to rise. The Blueprint investment trading room erupted in commotion, everyone astonished, staring at the plate in disbelief. They had to admire President Su. He was incredibly insightful. It's as if she controls the stock market. It rises and falls at will. Seeing the admiring looks in everyone's eyes, Su Ruzhen felt secretly ashamed. She could only admire Qin Fan. This guy was practically a godlike man. YYDS. In the afternoon, the market continued to decline. The bears gave the bulls no chance, and the market ultimately closed down 7.73%. Su Ruzhen called Qin Fan. The market has closed, a resounding victory. What's the next step? Qin Fan said. Wait. This market downturn saw the index drop by over 500 points, with only minor rebounds in between. The 3 stocks under the Liu family's control have fallen by more than 60%, and he can simply sit back and reap the benefits. You don't need to do anything else. Su Ruzhen received instructions to tell everyone to rest. Snacks, coffee, and fruit platters are all ready. Please feel free to eat and play as you please. Real money-making jobs don't need to be this tiring. Qin Fan spent the whole day watching stocks in his apartment, then turned off his computer and stretched. The 3 stocks under the Liu family fell. Yeah, I made several hundred million today. Others only make money when stocks go up, but he makes money even when stocks go down. The company currently has 10.396 billion yuan in cash on hand. This does not include the more than 3 billion yuan that was transferred to Blueprint Investment in total. Next week, we need to quickly sell off Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining, and then raise funds to pull off another big heist. Just as I was getting ready to go out and relax, Tang Jing texted me. Qin Fan, are you free? Chapter 72 opens the door to another world for Tang Jing. Upon seeing this message, Qin Fan reacted almost without hesitation. Okay, go ahead. Seeing that Qin Fan wasn't busy, Tang Jing quickly called. Hey, Qin Fan, could you come out for a bit? I need to talk to you. What is it? Tell me. Tang Jingyan hesitated. Why don't you come out first? Perhaps feeling that this was inappropriate, she explained. I'd like to invite you to dinner. It would be nice if someone invited him to dinner, but Chun Fan sensed something was off about Tang Jing's tone. She has something on her mind. Chun Fan shook his head. This Tang Jing. It seems I need to give her some serious advice. She's become a completely different person since the incident at home. Okay, then come to the apartment complex across from the school. I'll wait for you downstairs. Chun Fan waited for more than 10 minutes before Tang Jing finally arrived. Didn't you treat me to dinner? Making me wait this long shows a lack of sincerity. Wait a minute, Tang Jing seems a bit off today. Although she wasn't wearing makeup, it was clear that she had made a special effort to dress up. Her hair was neatly tied back, and her face was delicate with particularly refined features. And she wore jeans that made her legs look longer today. She seemed a little embarrassed when she saw Chun Fan. Am I too late? Chun Fan really didn't know how to answer this question. He quietly observed Tang Jing, who seemed very quiet. Fortunately, I only waited for about 10 minutes. Tang Jing glanced at him awkwardly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Haha. Seeing how cautious she was, Chun Fan couldn't bear to tease her anymore. Isn't it a bit early to eat now? How about we find a coffee shop to sit in for a while? Tang Jing asked for his opinion. Chun Fan readily agreed. Honestly, he didn't like Tang Jing the way she was now. Since the incident at home, she has become very cautious and reserved in front of him. After arriving at a nearby coffee shop, Chun Fan ordered 2 coffees and some snacks. Tang Jing emphasized, It's my treat today. She picked up her phone. Let me return the 10,000 yuan to you first. She transferred the money to Chun Fan. Chun Fan said, Why are you in such a hurry? I didn't rush you. Tang Jing blushed. You didn't urge me, so I can't go back on my word, can I? You've already helped me a lot, and I feel uncomfortable owing you money. It feels like a stone is pressing on your heart. I never expected Tang Jing to be so trustworthy. If it were some other people, they would never pay it back once they got it. He understood Tang Jing's pressure and comforted her. Take it slow. I don't need the money right now anyway. Tang Jing hummed in agreement, forcing a smile. Thank you. Her eyes shone with a simple, genuine, and sincere quality. A thought suddenly came to Chun Fan's mind. Actually, you shouldn't let this little bit of money lock up your mind. You should open it up. It's just a temporary predicament. If you let this debt hold you back, it will hinder your future development. Perhaps you will become very cautious from now on, unable to act freely. This will limit your potential. Hearing him say that, Tang Jing was taken aback. Chun Fan's words resonated with her. She had indeed been her parents' proud little princess in the past. She had excellent grades and was beautiful. She had always lived a life of being cared for by others. But she did come from an ordinary family environment. If something serious happens like dad getting into a car accident, the whole family collapses. Money is a chasm that many people can never cross in their lifetime. That's the reality. While money isn't everything, you can't do without it. I used to be a person with dreams. But now all she can think about is making money. A debt of over 200,000 yuan is a considerable burden for an ordinary person. It may take several years to repay. Therefore, Tang Jing wanted to seize every opportunity to work hard and pay off her debts. Sometimes she thought to herself that she was lucky to have met Chun Fan. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't have been so lucky. She had analyzed Chun Fan's character in her mind over and over again, and many people said that his family was very poor. He has been working part-time to support himself and even receiving poverty subsidies from the school. But who could have imagined that he would rise to prominence in just 2 years? He went from being a student receiving poverty relief to someone with the strength and ability to help others. Tang Jing was deeply moved by Chun Fan's actions. Perhaps if this hadn't happened at home, she wouldn't have even noticed this boy. Looking back now, she still thinks Qin Nin had good taste. Chun Fan noticed her thoughts and put down his cup, saying, Let's go. I'll take you somewhere. Seeing Chun Fan get up, she quickly said, I'll go pay the bill. Chun Fan smiled and said, I'll do it. How can that be? I already said it was my treat. Tang Jing rushed to pay, but Chun Fan stopped her, saying, You're making a guy lose face. Tang Jing blushed, clearly embarrassed to insist any further. Where are we going? Go to a place that can open the door to another world for you. Although I recognized every word he said, I just couldn't understand it. Tang Jing imagined many possibilities. What are they going to do? He has a girlfriend. Tang Jing started to have wild thoughts. The two hailed a taxi driver to the odd goods market. Tang Jing had no idea what the rare goods market was. Hearing that it wasn't a hotel, she finally felt relieved. The two were sitting in the taxi when her hand accidentally touched Chen Fan. A jolt of electricity coursed through my body. Tang Jing's heart skipped a beat. We arrived at the destination. The Chihua market was very similar to Wenjing Street. That area mainly deals in antiques, while this area is another place where wealth is booming. Trading in rare stones of all sizes is what many people call stone gambling. One cut can make you poor, another can make you rich. Some people become rich overnight here, while others lose their families and lives. But this is fundamentally different from winning the lottery. If you're hoping to win the lottery by spending money on it, well, the situation is different here. As long as you have enough courage and insight, the chances of winning are very high. After all, this is a legitimate trading market, and many stones are clearly priced. Tang Jing couldn't understand why Chen Fan had brought her here. This was indeed a field she had never been exposed to before, in another world she had never entered. What are we doing here? Tang Jing looked at Chen Fan with curiosity. Chen Fan smiled and said, "Haven't you been bothered by the 200,000 you owe? Today I will help you resolve this issue. Let's go take a look over there." The two arrived at the raw stone auction area, where stones of various sizes were displayed, all with clearly marked prices. Once you've paid, you can go there to have the stone cut. Whether it goes up or down, a single cut will tell. Chapter 73, Gambling on Stones. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his pupils immediately changed. The perspective function is automatically activated. Tang Jing. Holy crap. Excuse me. I really didn't mean to. Operational error. Chen Fan looked embarrassed, while Tang Jing was still completely unaware. What's the matter? She had no idea that Chen Fan had seen her little darling inside. Cough cough. I never expected Tang Jing to be so alluring. He pulled Tang Jing aside and whispered, "Buy that stone marked 10,800. Tang Jing blushed. Where would she get the money? I just returned the 10,000 yuan that I had painstakingly saved to Chen Fan, and now I only have a few hundred yuan left for living expenses." Chen Fan said, "Can't you be a little more flexible? I'll return this 10,000 yuan to you. You don't need to pay me back yet. I'll give you another 800. How can this be? Tang Jing was very unsettled. You want me to gamble on stones? Trust me, go. But Tang Jing bit her lip, still somewhat worried. I have no experience in this area. Chen Fan laughed and said, try it first. If you win, you can pay me back. If you lose, you don't have to pay me back. Besides, how will you know if you don't try? I'm not asking you to gamble. I'm just telling you a principle. Don't keep thinking about the debt. You need to let go of it. Money is just an external thing. We spend money and gain something else in return. Tang Jing thought for a moment, then said, all right. Following Chen Fan's instructions, she was to buy the stone marked 10,800. A portly middle-aged man with a Gucci briefcase standing nearby chuckled. Young man, you're really something. This piece of junk has been sitting here for over a year and hasn't sold. It's a useless piece of scrap. Tang Jing felt even more nervous and turned to look at Chen Fan. Chen Fan laughed and said, it doesn't matter, we're not counting on making money anyway. Just buying it for fun. A thin, middle-aged man standing nearby sized them up. You two look unfamiliar. You must be tourists here, right? The jade gambling industry really requires a keen eye. Young man, how about I take a look at your eyes? If I like it, you give me 10% as a service fee. If I don't like it, I won't take a penny. Haha. Chen Fan really wanted to laugh. That damn liar is really good at fooling people. Who wouldn't do a business that's guaranteed to make money? He said it so seriously. However, some people actually fell for it. Some tourists and laymen who came to visit were persuaded by him to buy the right product and were even grateful to him. Even a fool knows that this logic is utterly nonsensical and makes no sense. They all say this stone is no good. It's okay, just have some fun and experience it. You need to experience the joy of spending money. All right, Tang Jing paid, and the staff asked, would you like the stone cut? Certainly. I don't understand. Should I buy it and put it on display? The stone wasn't big, only about 20 or 30 centimeters in size and oval-shaped. A stone cutter simply picked it up and carried it away. The two came over together and saw the stone-cutting worker fixing it onto the machine. Do you have any requirements? Most tourists come here just to have some fun. It's great if they win, but it doesn't matter if they don't. They clearly mistook the two for tourists as well. Tang Jing knew nothing about this, so Chen Fan said, just make a cut anywhere. Anyway, the jade inside wasn't very big, and Chen Fan had already seen it clearly. The stone cutter, of course, uses the most common method. He makes a cut from the side to see if he can get any green. But when he slashed it down, Oh ho. Many onlookers shook their heads. I told you, young man, you don't have a good eye? I tried to help you choose, but you wouldn't listen. The skinny guy from earlier was looking rather gloating. Tang Jing became even more nervous. That was 10,000 yuan that I had painstakingly saved up. I didn't see anything, and you just killed me with one slash? Chen Fan ignored the skinny man and handed a cigarette to the stone-cutting worker. Master, could you please make another cut here? He gestured on the stone. The stone-cutting master nodded. Excellent. However, I'm pretty sure there's little hope for your stone. Having worked in this environment for many years, he smiled, revealing a slightly aged face. Chen Fan said, let's give it a try and see. Before the other person could even turn the cut over, Tang Jing covered her eyes with both hands. Chen Fan leaned close to her ear and whispered, You've been cheated on. Oh, it's green. It turned green as expected. The onlookers shouted. Oh my god, it's gone up, it's really turned green. Look, there really is jade inside. Young man, you've struck it rich. Chen Fan smiled faintly. You think a mere lump of jade the size of a fist can make me rich? He pulled Tang Jing's hands away from her eyes, and Tang Jing stared at the green patch in the middle of the stone, instantly petrified. Is this the legendary jade gambling? And he actually won the bet. Chen Fan offered another round of cigarettes, and the stone-cutting master grinned and said, Congratulations. Young man, you're in luck. This is the first green cut I've solved today. Chen Fan wasn't particularly excited. He said to Tang Jing, You won the bet. Oh, Tang Jing was still in a daze. At that moment, a jade shop owner nearby shouted, Young man, sell it to me for 80,000 yuan. That's the advantage of a rare commodity market. People from the entire supply chain, from top to bottom, are stationed there. As soon as you cut out the green part, someone will immediately come and buy it. Of course, you can choose not to sell it and keep it for your own collection. Chen Fan laughed. I won't sell it for 80,000. Another boss shouted, I'll offer 100,000. 100,000? Tang Jing was somewhat tempted. However, she listened to Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't mince words. Who wants 300,000? Wipe. Young man, you're too ruthless. You have to leave people some profit margin. I can't get 300,000. Several jade shop owners shook their heads. I'll take the 300,000. A voice came from the crowd, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a woman wearing a white shirt and black wide-legged trousers, with a pair of particularly beautiful, bright earrings. The way the breeze blew through her long hair was so cool. Mr. Liu, you're interested in this kind of small business? Several jade shop owners were quite dissatisfied upon seeing this. However, the Liu family was powerful and the leader in the industry, so they could only suffer in silence. Chen Fan never expected to run into Liu Ruoxian, the renowned jade industry goddess of Jiangzhou, here. Liu Ruoxian, true to her name, has bright eyes and white teeth, fair skin and jade-like bones, and is as graceful as an immortal. Don't bully the child. This is clearly a top-quality piece of jade. You're all being too greedy. Liu Ruoxian smiled slightly at Chen Fan and the other person. How about selling it to me for 300,000? Chen Fan turned to Tang Jing and asked, Is it okay? I'll do whatever you say. Tang Jing nervously tugged at his arm. The astronomical price of 300,000 yuan had already amazed her. After transferring the money, the other party said to Chen Fan, Handsome young man, can we add each other on WeChat? You can contact me if you need anything in the future. Chen Fan added her on WeChat. Chapter 74 Goddess Military Training. Binoculars sell out. Liu Ruoxian is very clever. Someone like Chen Fan could become her client at any time. Chen Fan also had an idea in mind. The jade industry was a good industry. With my special abilities, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to infiltrate, right? After the two left the stone market, Chen Fan looked at Tang Jing, who was completely dazed. What's wrong with you? Tang Jing bit her lip, looking at him with an adorable expression. Here's the 300,000 yuan. Now you can treat me to dinner. Tang Jing said, This is the money you earned. Didn't I tell you? This 10,000 yuan is your principal. Before Tang Jing could say anything more, Chen Fan said domineeringly, All right, now you don't have to feel any pressure about that 200,000 anymore. Go back to being the carefree person you used to be. This 200,000 is yours and mine, and you keep the remaining 100,000. The two went to a Sichuan restaurant, ordered a few simple dishes, and did not drink alcohol. Seeing that Tang Jing was still very reserved, Chen Fan said, Actually, I have an idea in my mind. Tang Jing stared at him intently, waiting for him to continue. Tell me, What is your ideal after graduating from university? Tang Jing pondered for a moment. Of course, I want to be like those high-level white-collar workers on TV, a white-collar beauty. You've narrowed your perspective, Chen Fan said solemnly. Has nothing to teach you about what happened today? If you get the job, no matter how well you do, you'll still just be a wage earner. You can take other approaches. Tang Jing didn't respond. She didn't know what Chen Fan's intentions were. Chen Fan didn't hide his purpose. I'm interested in today's jade market. You can develop in this direction. Oh, did you see Lu Ruoxian from earlier? She's the top dog in this industry. Don't let her young age fool you. The Lu family has always dominated the entire industry. We can replace her. Tang Jing bit her lip, her heart pounding. Chen Fan said, don't be afraid. People can be trained. Otherwise, everything I've done today will have been for nothing. I believe you have learned a lot during this time at Blueprint Investment Company. She has indeed been working hard, because after the incident at home, Tang Jing changed her personality and matured a lot. Su Ruzhen also mentioned to Chen Fan that Tang Jing is very serious about her work and is a promising talent worth cultivating. Of course, this is just my first step. After finishing their meal, the two escorted Tang Jing back to her school. There are only 3 roommates in the dormitory at the moment. Qin Nan has not stayed in the dormitory this semester since she moved out during the summer vacation to live with her boyfriend. Tang Jing lay in bed, her mind filled with the scenes from today. It felt like a dream to her. However, she thought it was a simple matter. Did Chen Fan want to start a business with her? She was curious because Chen Fan hadn't gone to Blueprint Investment Company with everyone before. It turns out he had been working hard behind the scenes all along. Although she couldn't imagine what Chen Fan's current state was, Tang Jing felt immense respect for him at that moment. He was a child from the countryside who always put in more effort than others. People who strive are remarkable. Perhaps it was this spirit that made her feel a connection between the two of them. I will definitely work hard too, Tang Jing thought to herself. Today, Chen Fan has completely influenced her. Before venturing into the jade industry, we need to develop a contingency plan. In the following days, the stock market performed very poorly, falling continuously. The 3 stocks under the Lu family's control have been hitting the daily limit down every day, burying countless speculative funds, institutions, funds, etc. In order to control the market, the major shareholders directly locked the price at the daily limit down, leaving retail investors with no chance to escape. As for Chen Fan, he had already handed over all the work in the stock market to Su Ruzhen to manage. On September 9th, the price increases of Xinjiang Energy and Bagua Mining had come to an end. Although there may be a slight increase in the future, this is already a fluctuation during the distribution phase by the major shareholders. Chen Fan instructed Su Ruzhen to sell her shares in his own way, trying to clear out both stocks before the major shareholders could. It took Su Ruzhen 5 trading days to completely withdraw her funds from the 2 speculative stocks. At this moment, the total amount of funds in Chen Fan's private account is 12.283 billion. This money does not include the funds he transferred to Blueprint Investments account. In addition, he personally purchased nearly 1 billion yuan worth of bonds in 3 listed companies under the Lu family. Su Ruzhen invested all 2 billion in her account. Having already taken advantage of Zhao's real estate last time, the Lu family will likely suffer a similar fate this time. Based on the market trend that Chen Fan is currently observing, a 60% drop in losses would be absolutely unbearable for the Lu family. They will not sit idly by and wait to be killed. They will surely launch a counterattack. However, given the current circumstances, they dare not act rashly. At this moment, Zhao's real estate is also having a tough time. Zhao Guowei had just secured several large projects when this happened. He was also quite overwhelmed. Fortunately, the hotel that Zhao Linlin was in charge of had not been affected, and the hotel renovations continued as scheduled. The overall environment of the stock market does not affect these students' mindset. The freshmen were undergoing military training, and Chen Fan was preparing to officially go to school for classes that day. As soon as Chen Fan arrived at the school gate, a dozen or so men and women carrying bags and looking furtive, holding binoculars, followed him and asked, "Young man, want to join in?" Only 300. Chen Fan looked at these people strangely. When did they start selling binoculars at the school gate? And it looks like business is booming, otherwise so many people wouldn't be setting up stalls here. No, Chen Fan refused. Give me one. Lots of people at your school have bought them. Are you crazy? Why buy a telescope? Chen Fan pushed aside the woman blocking his way and strode into the school. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the playground, the instructors were guiding the new students, who were marching with great strides and high spirits. They were chanting slogans. Chun Fan entered the classroom. Holy crap! A large group of boys were peering out the window with binoculars. Don't push, don't push. Let me take a look. I saw it. Is that Lu Wushuang herself? Wow, so white. Sigh. It's just that daddy's mom is a little small. You beast. When Lang Gao saw Chun Fan arrive, he quickly handed him the binoculars. Come here, this is our newly crowned campus beauty goddess. Chun Fan pushed him away with disdain. Did she even need this? Besides, Lu Wushuang lives right next door, so we see each other every day. You people, is it really necessary? I still prefer Zwabing a bit more. Zwabing is very flexible and can perform many difficult moves. And then there's Su Ruzhen, whose happiness is beyond your imagination. Chapter 75, Election of Class Officers. Hey, what are you doing? Just as everyone was engrossed in watching, Liang Dong arrived. Liang Dong looked very dashing today, dressed in a designer suit and tie, his newly cut haircut giving him an extra touch of confidence. Class is starting, hurry back to your seats. Do you think you can even dream of a goddess like Lu Wushuang? You're already juniors this year. If you don't work hard, aren't there already enough cases of college graduates becoming unemployed? Once everyone was back in their seats, Liang Dong gave Chun Fan a disgruntled glance. He was still bothered by Zwabing's matter and couldn't figure it out even after 8 nights of thinking about it. What exactly did Zwabing see in him? Is he more handsome than me? Is he richer than me? Then he pulled Lang Gao aside and said, Lang Gao, I heard you're doing pretty well lately. You managed to snag a job as a property management company manager? Lang Gao was displeased by his words. What do you mean? Do you call this picking something up? That's something I earned through my own abilities. When the students heard that Lang Gao had worked during his summer vacation and actually managed to become a manager, they were all incredibly envious. Lang Gao, you have to treat us. Sure, I'll treat you. The barbecue tonight is on me. Lang Gao waved his hand arrogantly, looking all rich and powerful. Students, no matter how well you study, you still have to adapt to society in the end. Some things need to be done early, otherwise it will be troublesome to find a job after graduation. But being a manager is troublesome. It's exhausting. Yi's graduation outfit is quite nice. This made many female classmates' eyes sparkle. Wow, Lang Gao, you're so handsome. Some boys were also very envious. He hasn't even graduated from university yet, and he's already a manager at a property management company. Wang Hao, standing to the side, remained silent, keeping a low profile. Kuilong didn't forget this brother either. Don't underestimate our classmate Wang Hao. He's just like me now. Deputy Manager Wang, please say something and share some experience with the students. Wang Hao, it's nothing. Guo Jianliang stared at the two of them, his eyes practically bulging with blood. One wrong step leads to another. In just one summer vacation, he had already distanced himself from others. Liang Dongkai originally wanted to put him down, but unexpectedly, he took the opportunity to act all high and mighty. He said disdainfully, I can't stand you poor bastards. What's so great about just getting a job? I'm the one who's unhappy. I won't be able to find a job in the future, so I'll have to go back and inherit hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. Puff. A bunch of pretenders. I can't stand it, but there's nothing I can do but let him brag. Liang Dong then changed the subject. Chun Fan, you and your brothers are doing so well. You must be doing pretty well too, right? Chun Fan ignored him. He thought Chun Fan was too embarrassed to speak, so he laughed and said, That's true. With your family background and no connections, it's indeed difficult to get ahead. How about this? You apologize to me, and I'll talk to my dad and get you a job as a security guard at his company. Ha. Some of the classmates who looked down on Chun Fan also burst into laughter. Many people have a strange sense of superiority and a strong competitive mentality. Especially those classmates who didn't have much of a family background. They thought to themselves, at least I'm better than Chun Fan. Of course, Chun Fan is no longer the same person he was back then. Seeing that Liang Dong had insulted him again and again, Chun Fan didn't stand on ceremony. Really? Then call your dad over to talk to me. Depend on. Liang Dongkai retorted angrily. Who do you think you are? My dad earns millions a year. Why would he care about a poor loser like you who has to work part-time to make ends meet? Chun Fan, you son of a bitch, don't push your luck. We're electing a new class monitor today. When I become class monitor, the first thing I'll do is kill you. The class monitor will be re-elected this semester. The previous class monitor has already been recruited by a large company, so Liang Dongkai, the vice class monitor, is very likely to be promoted to the position. Therefore, he was extremely proud. Becoming the class monitor and then the vice president of the student union was also a kind of qualification. Does being a class monitor mean you can kill me? Do you really think of the class monitor as an official? Chen Fan sneered. This is forcing me to pretend to be done. After Shen Mingyao left, the new homeroom teacher was a balding man in his 50s. His head was so shiny it could reflect light like a mirror, so he desperately grew the hair on the sides to support the center. Liang Dongkai had already made arrangements with the homeroom teacher. They say there will be an election, but it's basically just a formality. Cough, cough. The homeroom teacher arrived and stood on the podium, looking down at the students. Let's have a class meeting today to elect new class officers. The nominee for class monitor is Liang Dongkai, who was the vice class monitor last semester. He is a very competent student who actively cooperates with the teachers of all subjects and does a very good job in class management. Now please vote. Those who support Liang Dongkai, please raise your hands. Wait a moment. Just as everyone was about to raise their hands, Chen Fan stood up. Everyone stared at him curiously, wondering what he was up to. The homeroom teacher also found it strange. Does this student have anything to say? Teacher Xia, according to the election procedure, shouldn't you consult the other students' opinions? Perhaps there are other candidates? The homeroom teacher was taken aback. He looked at the students below the stage and asked, do any of your classmates have other nominations? Everyone shook their heads in unison, because they all knew they couldn't compete with Liang Dongkai. Look, nobody wants to nominate anyone. That's what the homeroom teacher said. I want to run for class monitor. Chen Fan raised his hand and shouted. Oh! Everyone was stunned when they heard Chen Fan's decision. Staring in astonishment at the poorest student in the class, someone thought to themselves, has this kid been kicked in the head by a donkey? Does he really want to run for class officer? That's hilarious. Well done. We support Chen Fan running for class monitor. Yilang Gao and Wang Hao understood and immediately shouted loudly. Several of Chen Fan's classmates, who were usually on good terms with him, also offered their support. The homeroom teacher frowned, but he couldn't come up with any reason to object. However, he did not think highly of Chen Fan. After being transferred to this class as the homeroom teacher, he conducted a thorough investigation of each student's situation. Chen Fan has always been an unassuming student in the class. Even after 2 years, many of his teachers probably still don't know his name. If he were to compete against Liang Dongkai for class monitor, wouldn't that be humiliating for him? When Liang Dong heard that Chen Fan was going to run against him for class monitor, a playful smile appeared on his face. All right, since he has the courage, I welcome him. This will make our class officer election more convincing. Teacher Xia, let him participate in the competition. Liang Dongkai smiled lewdly. In terms of both popularity and strength, he was absolutely superior to Chen Fan. Since that's the case, then I'll humiliate him thoroughly. It'll teach him a lesson about overestimating his own abilities. Seeing that Liang Dongkai also agreed to Chen Fan's participation in the class officer election, the homeroom teacher naturally couldn't stop him. Let them compete fairly. Chapter 76, the first time showing off. Since it's a fair competition, it needs to be a head-to-head battle between two people. Liang Dongkai is dressed particularly formally today, probably because he came prepared. What's even more impressive is that he seemingly casually placed his BMW car keys on the table. Next, his performance began. He walked up to the podium and said, Respected homeroom, teacher Ms. Xia, dear classmates, hello everyone. Another new semester has begun. As the vice class monitor last semester, I have made many contributions to the class. I also spent a lot of time helping the homeroom teacher and subject teachers manage class discipline and organize class activities. I have also organized everyone to pay class fees many times, making class activities very successful and receiving praise and awards from the school on many occasions. The original class monitor was recruited by a large foreign company ahead of schedule because he was too outstanding. Today, I hope everyone will vote for me. I have the ability and confidence to manage our class better. I will definitely lead everyone to work hard so that we will not waste our 4 years of university. Thank you, everyone. After Liang Dong finished delivering his campaign speech, he politely bowed to his homeroom teacher and the students in the audience. Clap, clap, clap. The homeroom teacher nodded in satisfaction and led the students in applause. Liang Dong's abilities are outstanding, which is evident to all. Next, please welcome Chen Fan to the stage to deliver your campaign speech. Good, good, good. Clap, clap, clap. When Yi Gao and Wang Hao heard that Chun Fan was to give a speech, they both stood up and applauded. But the scene was very awkward. Everyone was staring at the two of them like they were idiots. The two sat down awkwardly again. Chun Fan glanced at his phone. Earlier, when the homeroom teacher mentioned that class officers would be elected today, he had sent a message to Su Ruzhen. It should be about time by now, right? He walked onto the stage. This was the first time he had stood on the podium and given a speech in front of all his classmates and teachers. However, Chun Fan's mental fortitude was already very strong at this point. Otherwise, an ordinary person wouldn't have had the courage to go to the cafeteria to clean and do such rough work. Most people would feel embarrassed and ashamed, but Chun Fan didn't think so. It is said that children from poor families mature early. He experiences more and matures faster than the average person. He stood on the podium, his cheap clothes contrasting sharply with Liang Dongcai's designer suit. But Chun Fan exuded a maturity and composure that even his homeroom teacher had a misconception. He also knew that Chun Fan had always relied on the school's poverty subsidy and was a student from a very poor family. However, his homeroom teacher did not think he was a good candidate for class officer. Chun Fan looked at everyone. Dear homeroom teacher and classmates, I know you are all surprised that I am here today to participate in the class officer election. Today I only want to say one thing. As Liang Dongcai just mentioned, he will organize everyone to pay class fees multiple times to make class activities more vibrant and successful. Last semester, over 5 months, he organized 6 activities, and we paid class fees 6 times, each time ranging from 2 to 300 yuan. It's true that his family is wealthy, because he has a rich father. But are all of our classmates from such wealthy families? I don't think so. 6 class fees, nearly 2,000 yuan, I believe is a considerable expense for many students. Will he pay our class fees on our behalf? The answer is definitely no. But if you elect me as class monitor today, you can hold class activities as many times as you want, and you won't have to pay a single penny of class fees. I'll cover all the expenses. Oh. The classroom erupted in surprise. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. I can't believe it. Not to mention them. Even Yi Gao and Wang Hao were somewhat doubting their ears. You must have misheard, etc. Is the person standing on the podium Chun Fan? Liang Dongcai sneered. Anyone can brag. Everyone knows you're a student from a poor family in the class. Don't even mention that you'll cover all the class fees. How many times did you pay your class fees last semester? Do you have a single penny to your name? Chun Fan said, whether I'm bragging or not, we can verify it right away. His phone rang, and Chun Fan answered it. Yes, come in. Thump, thump, thump. Chun Ming appeared at the classroom door, carrying a bag. Chun Fan waved to him, and Chun Ming handed him the bag before turning and leaving. Chun Fan put the bag on the podium and zipped it up. Whoosh! A fresh smell of ink wafted through the air, and inside the bag were neatly stacked 200,000 yuan in cash. Chun Fan said, This is the money I earned during my summer vacation. I'm donating it to the class fund now. If it's not enough in the future, I'll continue to make up the difference. If you all support me to be the class monitor, please vote for me. Snap, snap, snap. Thunderous applause erupted in the classroom and lasted for a long time. Yi Gao and Wang Hao stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They were absolutely stunned. Chun Fan donated the money he earned during his summer vacation to fund his class. Who else could do that? With this money, all the students can eat and drink well without spending a penny of their own money. When it comes to one's own interests, who wouldn't get excited? Who wouldn't be excited? Who's unhappy? The men and women in the classroom all stood up and shouted, Chun Fan is awesome. Chun Fan is the most handsome. We support Chun Fan as squad leader. Chun Fan YYDS. Seeing the students' frenzy, the homeroom teacher shook his head helplessly. Even he thought Chun Fan had guts. Especially for a poor student like him, being able to donate the money he earned during his summer vacation. This selflessness and magnanimity. Who can compare? He suddenly felt that the tea cakes and Pantene shampoo that Liang Dong had just given him didn't taste so good anymore. In terms of overall perspective, Liang Dong is still too young. In that case, let's all vote. Voting results. Chun Fan received 55 votes. Liang Dongcai received 1 vote. Even Guo Jianliang secretly switched sides, since he wouldn't have to pay class fees anymore. Cough, cough. The homeroom teacher habitually straightened her hair, gently smoothing the sides towards the middle. Since everyone supports Chun Fan as class monitor, then let Liang Dongcai be the vice class monitor. Liang Dongcai's face turned green. He roared indignantly. Impossible. How could he earn 200,000 in just one summer vacation? He's a fraud. Chun Fan ignored him completely and casually handed the bag to the student representative who was also in charge of the class finances. Peng Xiaoqian, please deposit the money into the class account. All expenses will be reimbursed from here in the future. Huh? Oh. The petite Peng Xiaoqian stood up and took the bag with some disbelief. Chun Fan glanced at Liang Dongkai with disdain. Damn it. You're the one who cheated me. This is the first time I've ever pretended to be the one who cheated. Chapter 77. Would you mind having another girlfriend? The power of money is indeed strong. Faced with the prospect of personal gain, Liang Dongcai's past favors were utterly insignificant. In addition, this guy is usually not very kind, arrogant and conceited, and likes to put on airs and act superior. More importantly, after Chun Fan became the class monitor, the class fees no longer needed to be paid. 200,000 is a considerable sum of money for every student here. On average, that's more than 3,500 yuan per person. Liang Dongkai had never been so generous before. No matter how rich his family was, he would only show off occasionally. Nobody is as honest as Chun Fan. Squad Leader Chun. Squad Leader Chun. Squad Leader Chun. The classroom erupted in a deafeningly uniform sound. Even the homeroom teacher was shocked to see such a scene for the first time. Liang Dongcai's eyes were bloodshot. I refuse to accept this. You son of a bitch, you must have gotten the money from Zwabing. Otherwise, with your abilities, you wouldn't be able to earn so much money. Chun Fan gave him a disdainful look. If you're not happy, you can call your dad. Chun Fan didn't want to bother with this pretentious criminal. From now on, I will be the class monitor, and he will be the vice class monitor. He has to obey his own orders. Seeing the students' enthusiasm, Chun Fan waved his hand and said, I'll try to organize a social event with the freshmen this weekend, and I'll cover all the expenses. Oh. Upon hearing this news, the classroom erupted in excitement once again. Our squad leader is awesome. The squad leader is truly outstanding. Class monitor YYDS. A large group of male and female students rushed to the podium, picked up Chun Fan, and threw him towards the ceiling. Cheers erupted throughout the classroom, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. Several bold girls screamed, Chun Fan, I love you. The male students unconditionally offered their knees in admiration, while Liang Dongkai was so talented that he could dig out 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms with his toes. This glory, which should have belonged to him, was stolen by this poor loser. Damn it. Not only did he steal his girlfriend, but he also stole his class monitor title. Liang Dongcai's eyes were practically bleeding from staring. He ran outside the classroom to make a phone call. Dad, give me 500,000 yuan. I want revenge. There was silence on the other end of the phone before Liang Dong hysterically yelled, Dad, my class monitor has been snatched away again. Give me 500,000. I want to take it back. Damn it, he's just a poor loser. What right does he have to ride roughshod over me? After a long while, a soft sigh came from the other end of the line. Son, it's not that your father doesn't want to give it to you. It's just that your father is in a precarious situation himself. In this stock market crash, all the funds were trapped. We were surrounded and wiped out. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I'm currently working on a mortgage and seeing if I can cover the margin call. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Liang Dong collapsed weakly to the ground. His father works in the fund industry, and the millions of yuan in profits he makes every year have made Liang Dong a bit arrogant. They live in a villa, drive luxury cars, and lead a life of wealth that most people can only dream of. This time, he gambled his entire fortune, throwing it all into the stock market. He was on the verge of achieving all his life goals and doubling his assets when a sudden stock market crash left him with no chance to escape. Like most speculative investors and institutional investors, he was completely trapped inside. Smother the enemy with a single blow. How could she possibly have the time or inclination to concern herself with such trivial matters concerning her son? After the election of class officers was settled, Yilang Gao and Wang Hao, those 2 bastards, looked at Chun Fan with envy. Zwabing is so good to you. Chun Fan was annoyed. What did Guan Zwabing have to do with this? Of course, Zwabing also brought him another kind of happiness in his adulthood. Yilang Gao said to Wang Hao, We are different. We have to rely on our own efforts. Chun Fan was defeated by these 2 again. It seems they both thought it was Zwabing's money. He's the one living off his wife. Wang Hao then chimed in. Yes, it's said that behind every successful man, there's a woman who silently foots the bill. Of course, it's also possible that there's a group of women waiting for him to pay the bill. During class, Chun Fan's WeChat kept vibrating. Many girls in the class who had never greeted Chun Fan before sent him friend requests. Some boys also came over to join in the fun. When Chun Fan finished class, he glanced at his phone and saw dozens of friend requests. Now that he was the class monitor, Chun Fan couldn't be too much like Liang Dongkai, so he clicked agree on all of their comments. But he seemed to have underestimated these passionate and outgoing girls. Soon, squad leader, I love you. Puff. Chun Fan's heart was trembling. Class monitor, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to the grove behind the library. Class monitor, I want to wake up with you. Class monitor, would you mind having another girlfriend? Within just 2 or 3 minutes, I received more than a dozen such messages. Chun Fan could only pretend not to see it and ignore it completely. At noon, he invited Zhou Bing to have lunch together. You've become the class monitor? You're really well informed. Did you plan a spy in our class? Zhou Bing rolled her eyes at him. You made such a fuss. The whole school knows now. I was forced into it. Chun Fan was ashamed. The news spread really fast. But so what? There's no need to show mercy to someone like Liang Dongkai. I heard that many girls in your class have confessed their feelings to you. No. Who told you that? Let me see your phone. Oh. Chun Fan froze when he saw Zhou Bing reach out her hand. He hadn't had time to delete many messages, but he still handed over his phone without hesitation. Zhou Bing, being quite cunning, tilted her head, her beautiful eyes smiling. You're really that trusting? Aren't you afraid I'll check your phone? I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I be afraid? Okay, I believe you. Zhou Bing handed the phone back to him. She sent Chun Fan a photo of herself, saying, I won't check your phone anymore. Just change your profile picture. Women are indeed all cunning. Chun Fan pinched her cheek. Fine, I'll grant your request. Come to the hotel with me tonight. Roll. Want to have sex? Zhou Bing rolled her eyes, but when she saw Chun Fan change his profile picture to her own, she smiled with satisfaction. I love you, you pig. Which hotel would you like to go to? No rush, we'll decide tonight. I'll have my own hotel in a while. We'll reserve a private suite there. I don't want to wait any longer. Let's go. Zhou Bing put down the lunchbox, took Chun Fan's hand, and stood up. What? What's wrong? Why the rush? Chun Fan suddenly realized that Zhou Bing had changed. They've become more and more proactive. But I like. Chapter 78 kneeled down and apologized to me in person. The two hailed a taxi at the school gate. Driver, to Wonjung Street. Hey, weren't we supposed to go to a hotel? Chun Fan realized he had been tricked. Zhou Bing grabbed his ear. What are you thinking about? Do you think I'm promiscuous? No. It hurts. Chun Fan's mouth twisted in pain, and only then did Zhou Bing let go, glaring at him fiercely. But she added a witty remark. Don't you always say that it hurts a little at first, but then it gets comfortable? Puff. The taxi driver almost crashed the car into a tree. He turned around and glanced speechlessly at the bold girl. Am I driving, or are you driving? Want me to give you the steering wheel? But the next moment, she covered Chun Fan's ears and said, Does it really hurt? Let me blow on it for you. Chun Fan rested his head on her chest. That feels much more comfortable. The poor taxi driver. He only drove a few kilometers and ate a whole trainload of dog food. They arrived at Wonjung Street, and as soon as the two got out of the car, the driver sped off. Hey, you haven't paid yet. That's strange. Why did he leave? Zhou Bing stared at the departing taxi, looking puzzled. Chun Fan put his arm around her waist. Come on, let's go buy some things. How can I go to my father-in-law's house empty-handed? Zhou Bing said, No need. You can be a little stingy in front of my parents. We need to show them that we have no money. Then they'll give us money to spend. Chun Fan paused. You are their daughter, aren't you? If I were a bit stingy, I probably wouldn't even let him in the door. They bought 2 bottles of Matai and 2 cartons of Huazi cigarettes at a tobacco and liquor store, and then rushed to Zhuahandong's store. Zhuahandong is busy. 7 or 8 fellow shopkeepers were sitting in the shop, pondering over a stone. Seeing her daughter bring Chun Fan over, she greeted them. Hey, what brings you here? Zhou Bing, with his long legs, greeted Zhuahandong's friends. Hello, uncles. Oh my, Zhou Bing, you're getting more and more beautiful. TSK, girls really do change a lot as they grow up. Great figure. The Zhou family has good genes. Hey, Lao Zhua, your family is living too extravagantly. Does Zhou Bing need a tutor to help her with her studies? Zhuahandong took the gift from Chun Fan and awkwardly explained, What kind of look is that? How could such a handsome young man be a lackey? This is Chun Fan, the boyfriend of Zhua Bing. Come on, Chen Fan, let me introduce you. These are General Manager Huang, General Manager Li, General Manager Zhang, General Manager Liu. Yes, they're mostly CEOs. However, there are no poor people in Zhuahandong's circle. After all, how many poor people can afford to play in the antique business? Hearing that Zhua Bing had a boyfriend, the group of people all looked up and sized up the young man in front of them. After looking at it for a while, Mr. Huang said, I know why Lao Zhua has recently become obsessed with gambling on stones. But finding a son-in-law is different from gambling on jade. Whether there's any good inside a rough stone or not, you'll only know after cutting it open. Whether a son-in-law has talent or not, you can't just cut that off, can you? Ha ha. A group of people burst into laughter. Chen Fan didn't seem to mind. He offered everyone a round of cigarettes and casually glanced at the stone. The stone has a window cut into it, revealing a patch of green about 2 centimeters in size. The eye's X-ray vision allows it to see the structure inside a stone at a glance. Uncle Zhua, did you buy this stone? It was picked up by General Manager Huang from the bargain market this morning. More than 3 million. I'm considering whether or not to take it on. Oh, Chen Fan frowned. He already understood. This gambling head that Mr. Huang bought from the rare goods market is intended to be resold to Zhuahandong. Zhuahandong is a collector. He saw this stone and thought it looked nice, but he couldn't make up his mind. Luckily I came, otherwise my father-in-law would have been ripped off today. He dares to offer more than 3 million for this stone? Chen Fan looked at President Huang and smiled. Mr. Huang, it seems your 3 million has gone down the drain. This stone is worth at most tens of thousands of yuan. What did you say? Upon hearing that the treasure he bought for over 3 million yuan was only worth tens of thousands of yuan, Mr. Huang immediately jumped up. What do you know? You're just a kid. You're talking nonsense. They've already opened the window, can't you see it? Seeing that General Manager Huang's tone was unfriendly, Zhuahandong, out of consideration for face, advised, he's just a kid and doesn't know any better. General Manager Huang, please don't take it to heart. Someone nearby remarked, that's right, your stone has already been cut open, it's bound to yield a profit. I estimate it will at least double. Children shouldn't talk nonsense if they don't understand. Mr. Huang is averse to that. Stones with windows cut into them, which are not completely raw stones, will definitely be more expensive. The stone that Chen Fan bought with Tang Jing last time was a raw stone without any windows cut in it, so it was more of a gamble. Therefore, its price is extremely cheap. But even a stone like Mr. Huang can be deceiving. Even if you open the window, there might only be a thin layer of green on the outside. That's why people say that in the jade gambling industry, one cut can make you poor or rich. Seeing that they weren't buying it, Chen Fan said, if you don't believe me, why don't you cut it open and see? I meant well and tried to remind him, but he didn't believe me. Hearing this, Mr. Huang became even angrier. Okay, I'll do as you say today, but what if it gets too swollen after cutting? Seeing his attitude, and knowing that he was the kind of person who looked down on others, Chen Fan said firmly, whatever you want to do, I'll take you on. Cough, cough, cough. When Mr. Huang saw that a mere young upstart dared to challenge him, he was so angry he almost vomited blood. All right, in that case, let's all be witnesses. If you cut it too high, I won't ask you to do anything else. Just kneel down and apologize to me in person. Seeing this, Zhuahandong said, President Su, a magnanimous person shouldn't hold a grudge against a child. How can you argue with a child like that? Is he still a child? He already has a girlfriend. Old Zhua, don't stop me today. I'm going to take a gamble with him. Chen Fan retorted, fine, if it really is overpriced, I'll apologize, but what if you lose? Mr. Huang was furious. Even if I lose, I'll kneel down and apologize to you. From now on, you're my boss. It's a deal. All right. Since the two had already said so much, it was difficult for the others to dissuade them. Moreover, they also wanted to know what kind of material could be obtained from this rough stone. There are stone cutters on Wenzheng Street, and besides antiques, some people also do jade business here. Mr. Huang, still unconvinced, hugged the stone and went with the others to a jade shop not far away. They offer stone cutting services in the shop's backyard, but they charge a fee. Come on, help me cut this rock open. I want to teach this kid a lesson. The shop owner examined the stone for a long time, but still couldn't be sure. Let's cut it and see. Whether it rises or falls depends on fate. He instructed the workers to secure the stone to the machine and, as instructed by General Manager Huang, to cut along the openings. If we fail today, Mr. Huang said defiantly, I'll call you Grandpa. After all, this is a business deal worth millions of dollars. How could I possibly lose to a little kid? Zhua Handong glanced at Chun Fan with concern, feeling uneasy himself. Chapter 79. This future son-in-law is no simpleton. Zhua Handong has never actually entered the jade gambling industry, but he has recently become very interested in these unusual stones. After all, the allure of this industry is simply too great. If you spot the right opportunity, take action and your net worth will immediately double. Of course, there is also a possibility. With this cut, you'll be back to square one. He had also personally witnessed a former boss in the industry spend tens of millions to buy raw stone materials. The market was clearly bullish, but then it suddenly plummeted. It's collapsed. This boss refused to believe in bad luck and borrowed tens of millions more to continue. Finally, he fell from the 50-something story building, ending his life in a few seconds. Many people feel sorry for him. If he hadn't gotten into jade gambling, he would at least be a boss with a net worth of tens or hundreds of millions. Greed ruined him. Zhua Handong is different. He wouldn't gamble with his entire fortune. He just enjoys the thrill of opening blind boxes. Seeing that everyone around him was playing it, he wanted to try it too. Mr. Huang was one of the first in this circle to get into this. Several people even made a fortune with him. I heard that Zhua Handong was also interested in this, so he brought this rough stone he found today. They offered over 3 million to sell it to Zhua Handong. Everyone says this material is bound to appreciate in value, and they've even opened a window on it. Zhua Handong also felt that he wouldn't lose much. Now it all comes down to this one cut. Everyone watched nervously as the stone cutter made his cut, the ear-piercing sound making their eardrums tingle. Zhua Bing covered her ears and huddled close to Chin Fan. Chin Fan wasn't nervous at all. He had already seen clearly what was inside the stone. Now he's just waiting for Boss Huang to kneel down and apologize to him. Click. With that one cut, the stone skin was lifted. The jade shop owner glanced at it and said, "No need to look anymore. It's ruined." Inside, there were gray streaks, not a trace of green. Oh, how so? Mr. Huang was proven wrong. He plopped down on the ground, staring in disbelief at the cut, open, rough stone. Impossible, impossible. He got up again and lunged at the cutting machine. Holding the cut piece of stone, he said, "I don't believe it. Cut it again, keep cutting it." The jade shop owner shook his head. "If you don't believe me, cut it again." The worker changed the direction and cut him again. With this strike, it still has the same gray mottled pattern as before, without a trace of green. The entire rock is just a tiny bit of the window. Zhua Handong wiped his sweat and looked at Chun Fan in surprise. He's my savior. If he and Zhua Bing hadn't come today, I might have already spent over 3 million to buy it. Mr. Huang was extremely frustrated when he saw that the rough stone he had carefully selected had been ruined after being cut. Seeing this, the others shook their heads and sighed. Before this, everyone said this rough stone was good and would definitely appreciate in value. Who knew there would be just a little bit of green on the edge? Mr. Huang spent over 1.2 million yuan when he bought it, and he plans to sell it to Zhua Handong for 3.68 million yuan. They can make 2 or 3 times the profit by reselling it. As a result, things went wrong. What else do you have to say now? Chen Fan looked at the furious general manager Huang, who was burning with rage. If it weren't for this kid, I would have made this deal today. Sold to Zhua Handong for over 3 million. Whether the price goes up or down is none of my business. But he ruined such a good deal. Enraged, Mr. Huang roared. It's all because of your damn bad luck. Or can I cut this apart too? Even Zhua Handong was displeased by these words. President Huang, it's not right of you to say that. You misjudged the situation yourself. How can you blame Chin Fan? You should apologize to Chin Fan. Zhua Bing is not the kind of weak girl. She has long disliked President Huang. He shouted at General Manager Huang. Mr. Huang was thoroughly humiliated. He snorted and prepared to leave. Stop. Chin Fan stopped him. Who just said I had to kneel down and apologize? You haven't forgotten our bet, have you? Mr. Huang became arrogant. You really want me to kneel down and apologize? Of course, a bet is a bet. Chin Fan didn't back down at all. Who told him to be so arrogant just now? General Manager Huang turned his gaze to Zhua Handong. Old Zhua, aren't you going to say anything? Zhua Handong, of course, wouldn't side with outsiders, and coldly replied, a gentleman's word is as good as his bond. I believe that a boss as big as Mr. Huang wouldn't go back on his word, would he? The others wanted to offer advice, but seeing that Zhua Handong was already siding with this future son-in-law, they didn't say anything. Because they all knew in their hearts that if Chun Fan hadn't seen that the raw stone would collapse, Zhou Handong would have been swindled. As for whether General Manager Huang intended to frame Zhou Handong, he knows the answer in his heart. Aren't any of you going to speak up for me? Mr. Huang turned to look at everyone, but no one said a word. At this point, General Manager Zhang said, I also think this young man is right. A bet is a bet. If he loses, you can't just let it go, can you? Yeah. When the others saw that General Manager Zhang had spoken, they echoed his sentiments. You guys are ruthless. Mr. Huang gritted his teeth and knelt down with a thud. I'm sorry, I was wrong. He apologized to Chun Fan. Chun Fan scoffed. Someone like you who betrays even his friends. What face do you have to stay here? Get out. Mr. Huang angrily retorted. I didn't. They still say no, but this stone is listed at 1.238 million in the rare goods market. You're actually going to sell it for over 3 million, and you still say you're not ripping off your friends. Silk. Zhou Handong gasped. But what shocked me even more was how Chun Fan knew the inside story. Of course, he didn't know that Chun Fan had been to the rare goods market and seen this stone. It's likely that some experts have realized that this stone is all show and no substance, only good for fooling outsiders, which is why it hasn't been sold yet. As a result, Mr. Huang, overconfident, bought it. If this rough stone were really that valuable, would it have fooled Lu Ruoxian and the others? After Chun Fan revealed the truth, General Manager Huang slunk away. The others shook their heads inwardly. Mr. Huang's character was questionable. After such an unpleasant incident, everyone took their leave. Zhou Handong called Chun Fan and the other man back to his shop, and holding Chun Fan's hand, he said, Chun Fan, if it weren't for you today, I would have really been scammed. 3 million yuan is not a lot for him, but it is not a small amount either. Chun Fan said, the jade gambling industry is too murky. If you're not very knowledgeable about it, I suggest you don't get involved. In my experience, this rough stone is probably a trap deliberately set by some expert. Oh, such a thing is true? Zhou Handong said in surprise. Chun Fan nodded. He was able to see the only bit of green in this rough stone, so he opened a window here. This shows that this person is extremely powerful, something that ordinary people cannot do. So you'd better avoid it in the future. Don't worry, I will never touch it again. After what just happened, he was completely convinced by Chun Fan. Chapter 80. I'll reward you with hundreds of millions later. That evening, Zhou Handong insisted that Chun Fan stay for dinner at his home. If it weren't for him, I probably would have suffered a major setback today. After hearing about this, Han Kaiying looked at Chun Fan with even greater admiration. That kid's got something. With this skill, why worry about not becoming rich in the future? No wonder he didn't want to go to his own company. Their line of work is incredibly lucrative. Unlike me, who works myself to the bone and only earns tens of millions in assets. Yet I'm still complacent. Han Chai-young used to be very strong-willed and determined to prove her abilities, but now her confidence is wavering. I'll take you back to school. After finishing her meal, Han Chai-young picked up her bag and called out to the two of them. I don't want to go to school. Chun Fan stared speechlessly at Zhou Bing. They had agreed to go to the hotel that night. And what was the result? Zhou Bing glared at him fiercely. She absolutely couldn't let her family know about her affair with Chun Fan. Dating and having sex are two different things. After Han Chai-young dropped the two off at school, Chun Fan reluctantly said, Thank you, Annie. Han Chai-young smiled and waved. Come visit my home sometime. Okay. Chun Fan nodded. But did he really dare to do it? Sitting is fine, but playing around is too much. Well, these days it takes real courage to start a relationship. After sending Zhou Bing back to her dormitory, Chun Fan also returned to his dormitory. This was his first time back this semester, and when he entered the house, he discovered that Gui Jianliang had moved back in. Squad leader, this stingy guy shamelessly offered me a cigarette. Are you all alone? Then you should go to sleep. Chun Fan replied and turned to leave. Squad leader, where are you going? Aren't you coming back to sleep tonight? Gui Jianliang chased after him and shouted. He had already rehearsed the plan 100 times in his mind. He hadn't intended to abandon them, but rather to go undercover for Liang Dongkai. But Chun Fan didn't give him a chance to explain. Watching Chun Fan's departing figure, Gui Jianliang angrily pounded the wall. Chun Fan walked out of the school gate and called Su Ruzhen, saying, Come pick me up. Su Ruzhen asked playfully, Why did I pick you up? Day, you dare to tease me? I'll spank you until your butt is swollen. Fortunately, Su Ruzhen arrived in just over 10 minutes. She drove herself here. You're really quick-witted. I just happened to be eating nearby. I came to pick you up before I even finished my meal. Aren't you good to me? It's okay. I'll feed you later. Since Lu Wushuang arrived, Su Ruzhen has never been to the apartment again. Why don't you go to the apartment? It's closer to the school. What am I supposed to do if you're not here? Chen Fan noticed that she was dressed very fashionably and sexily today, wearing a tight-fitting pencil skirt that perfectly showcased her beautiful figure. Since I started dating, I've gone up a bra size. Yes, Su Ruzhen still has potential. Where are you staying now? Didn't you go to the villa? Seeing that Su Ruzhen was heading in the wrong direction, Chen Fan asked curiously. I bought her a villa, but she never goes to live there. Su Ruzhen giggled. I'll live with you in the villa from now on. It's too lonely by myself. I now live in my office. All right, you're so dedicated. I'll reward you with hundreds of millions later. Su Ruzhen knew what this guy was talking about, and her eyes darted around. Cash. That depends on your performance. Chen Fan smiled and actually transferred 100 million yuan to her. He was never stingy with Su Ruzhen. Bite. You have the latest news. Your account balance has received a transfer of 100 million. Su Ruzhen was startled. You actually turned it on. Of course. When have I ever gone back on my word? Su Ruzhen shook her head repeatedly. No, that's really not what I meant. Don't keep doing this, giving me huge sums of money. It makes me feel like I'm being, well, you know. Can't things between us be a little more innocent? Su Ruzhen is really a good person, Chen Fan said happily. It's okay, let's go. The car pulled into the company, and the two arrived at the Yunfan building. Chen Ming was on patrol when he saw the two approaching and quickly went to greet them. President Su, Chen Fan. He had already guessed the relationship between Su Ruzhen and Chen Fan, so it wasn't strange that the two were together now. He just could never understand why Su Ruzhen, who was so beautiful and rich, would be with Chen Fan. Is it just his kung fu that's good? I'm quite strong too. I can take on several people by myself. Even Lu Wushuang's bodyguards were no match for him. What exactly is wrong with me? That's right, they definitely didn't read any books. Chen Fan smiled at him, tossed him a cigarette, and then entered the elevator with Su Ruzhen. As business grew, more and more companies moved in, and now there are 70 or 80 security guards in Yunfan building. Chen Mingxing was promoted to security manager and Su Ruzhen's bodyguard. My salary was increased to 50,000. He has many comrades who work as bodyguards for others, most of whom earn between 10,000 and 20,000 yuan. He has already surpassed everyone else by a large margin. Of course, if Chun Ming's family needs help, Chen Fan will definitely not be stingy. After all, he considered Chen Ming a brother. The two went into the break room behind the office, which was actually quite large and luxurious. In an area of nearly 100 square meters, there was only a 2.2-meter-long bed and a sofa set. It includes a dressing room, a walk-in closet, and a bathroom. Even a family is nothing more than this. Su Ruzhen took off her shoes as soon as she entered the room and threw her bag aside. Would you like to take a shower first? That's a must. Chen Fan took off his short-sleeved shirt. Want to come together? Su Ruzhen smiled charmingly. No. If we go together, it won't be a bath anymore. Well, I've noticed you've become much more serious since you got me. Puff. Su Ruzhen laughed so hard she bent over, her eyes full of allure. Go on. I still have work to discuss with you later. Chen Fan finished washing up in no time, within 10 minutes. Su Ruzhen took out a new set of pajamas from the closet. She had already washed them herself, and the clothes had a pleasant fragrance. Chen Fan put the suit on and waited for Su Ruzhen to take a shower before the two of them discussed work together. The market value of 3 companies under the Lu family has fallen below 50%. What should we do next? Su Ruzhen is an absolutely serious person when it comes to work. She shared her recent work summary with Chen Fan, who stared at the data on the computer and the stock market candlestick chart patterns. A company's stock price has fallen by half, which is equivalent to its market value being halved by 50%. A company worth 100 billion would only be worth 50 billion. The 3 billion yuan worth of investments that Chen Fan had previously instructed her to make have yielded a profit of approximately 50%. If it weren't for the limited number of shares available for short selling, Chen Fan estimated that he would have let Su Ruzhen buy in with all her funds. Here's what we'll do. If it continues to hit the daily limit down tomorrow, stop shorting and start buying heavily. Remember to use a secondary account, so people will mistakenly think you are a retail investor entering the market. Our current total funds are over 10 billion yuan, and we have fully invested in these 3 companies. This amount should not affect them. Okay. Su Ruzhen took notes, and Chun Fan had also clearly seen the trend of the three stocks under the Liu family over the next 15 trading days. A sharp drop is inevitably followed by a sharp rise. Moreover, with so much capital trapped inside, if the market opens tomorrow, countless funds will surely flee. Given the size of the Liu family, they wouldn't allow the stock price to continue plummeting like this, especially since the storm is about to pass. They are bound to be at the forefront of the rebound. Then I'll just go with the flow. Chun Fan smiled and waited for his assets to reach 30 billion. Chapter 81. Buying with 15 billion all in. After discussing work, the two inevitably engaged in a deeper exchange. Living on such a high floor, you don't even need to draw the curtains. Since Su Ruzhen has to preside over work tomorrow, she can't stay up too late. Chun Fan also knew when to stop. The next morning, Su Ruzhen got up early, got ready, and leaned down to kiss Chun Fan. You can sleep a little longer. I'm going to get busy. I'll bring you breakfast later. At 8 o'clock, everyone went to work. Su Ruzhen sat solemnly in her office, unaware that a man was lying in the break room behind her. Chun Fan also got up, ate breakfast, and then turned on his computer. Su Ruzhen had to go to the trading room before the market opened. Chu Yanfei knocked on the door and came in. Oh, Mr. Chun, what are you doing here? Chun Fan smiled and asked, Is your work here going well? Yes, that's good. President Su treats us all very well. I no longer have to put on a brave face and force myself to smile insincerely at guests. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Chun Fan waved his hand. That's good. Work hard. President Su won't mistreat anyone who is loyal to the company. Mr. Chun, let me pour you a glass of water. As expected of someone who used to work in sales, Chu Yanfei knows how to handle things. As for why Chun Fan was in President Su's office, she wasn't surprised at all. The relationship between the two must be extraordinary. Otherwise, why would Chun Fan give President Su a villa? She didn't dare disturb Chun Fan and quietly slipped away. At 9:15 a.m., the opening auction saw many stocks predictably remain suspended. Only Chun Fan knew that a very strong counterattack was about to take place today. The three stocks under the Liu family's control are poised to become the vanguard of the rebound. The market opened at 9:30, and Su Ruzhen had already ordered more than a dozen traders to be ready. On the big screen, Jiangnan Paper, Manhwa Real Estate, and Shenlong Automobile were all locked by large orders ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of lots. The share price of Jiangnan Paper is 12.33 yuan. The share price of Manhwa Real Estate is 26.44 yuan. Shenlong Automobile's stock price had previously risen sharply, and even after a 60% drop, it still stands at 51.22 yuan. Jiangnan Paper Industries' closed orders totaled over 450,000 lots, with a total closed order amount of over 500 million yuan. Manhwa Real Estate has suspended sales with over 400 million yuan in funds, while Shenlong Automobile has over 600 million yuan. Not all of these funds belong to market makers. There are also many retail investors desperately trying to escape. They are waiting in line, hoping to find a chance to get out someday. 10 minutes after the market opened, Su Ruzhen gave the order, buy. The traders acted swiftly, quickly buying in over 1 billion yuan worth of funds. They devoured all the orders with lightning speed, but she stopped pursuing the stock and did not drive up the price. A large number of buy orders flooded in, and the market maker knew exactly what was going on. Some people are preparing to buy on the dip. Of course, they would also like to have funds enter the market. Otherwise, what would happen to all those trapped investors? But after the other party absorbed the buy order, they stopped buying. The market maker was inevitably disappointed, as it turned out to be a small retail investor manipulating the market. Surprisingly, some people saw the limit down order lifted, and countless retail investors and institutions took the opportunity to flee. The fastest runners are speculative funds. They came in wanting to have some soup, but they ended up smashing the bowl. Su Ruzhen kept instructing the traders to place buy orders continuously, but the price remained just 1 or 2 cents below the daily limit down, and they just wouldn't push it up. A strange scene is unfolding. Countless people in front of their computers who are selling are cursing those who bought as idiots. Those who bought are also cursing those who sold as idiots. The trading volume continued to increase throughout the day, from several hundred million to over 1 billion. Shenlong Automobile's stock price is high, with trading volume exceeding 2 billion yuan in just the morning. In the Jiangnan Liu Group, Liu Changfeng sat in his office, intently watching the stock market. Liu Yushuan stood right next to him. Dad, a huge amount of money entered the market today. I guess it's very likely foreign capital. We can't find out their background, but it's definitely not the work of retail investors. Lu Changfeng nodded, agreeing with his son's statement. Those damn foreign investors, they're the ones who caused this sudden plunge. It has now been determined that a large number of foreign investors jointly shorted the stock. Having orchestrated this farce, what are they planning to do now? Are you trying to repeat the same trick? How's it going with the company that does our market capitalization management? Don't worry, they're already taking action. That's good. Lu Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at his son. Yuxuan, when do you want to hold your wedding with Su Ruzhen? Lu Yuxuan said arrogantly. No rush. Let's delay it for a few years. Now the Su family is asking for our Lu family's help. We need to make Su Ruzhen come to me on her own initiative. Haha. Lu Changfeng was very happy. His son had this kind of spirit, and at least in terms of momentum, he was not inferior to others. Moreover, a man should not be preoccupied with romantic love and should prioritize his career. Women, there are plenty. However, that girl from the Su family is really good looking. If she can really marry into the Lu family, it would be a good match for the audience. While busy, Su Ruzhen suddenly sneezed several times. Who's talking about me behind my back again? Anandi. The morning session ended at 11 a.m., and she told everyone to rest and recharge. The battle will continue in the afternoon. She returned to her office and reported the morning's results to Chen Fan. The total purchase amount for the 3 stocks was 6.99 billion yuan. Chen Fan nodded. Come here, let me treat you. He put his arm around Su Ruzhen, and within minutes Su Ruzhen was completely smitten. Don't. Let's go to the lounge. Thump, thump, thump. Mr. Su, lunch is here. Chu Yanfei, the receptionist, came over with a lunchbox. The meals they ordered for their employees were claypot rice, costing 100 yuan each. Knowing that Chen Fan was there, Chu Yanfei specially brought over 2 portions. Su Ruzhen quickly got out of Chen Fan's arms, tidied her hair and clothes, and said, Come in. Seeing Su Ruzhen's face so red, Chu Yanfei put down the lunchbox and quickly looked away. Continue buying in the afternoon, but absolutely keep the amount in any account within the 5% limit. Of course, with the current amount of funds, it's impossible to reach that amount with just over 100 accounts. Trading became exceptionally active after the market opened at 1 o'clock. Many retail investors and speculative funds who were initially observing the market in the morning also slipped away when they saw this situation. With trading volume in the billions, the stock price remained stagnant, constantly fluctuating by 1 or 2 cents at the daily limit down. This strongly suggests that the major shareholders were fleeing. Su Ruzhen did not hesitate and invested all her funds. Anyway, she had already gotten used to Chen Fan's trading style. The transaction was completed in less than 2 o'clock. The total amount of funds is approximately 15 billion. That's it for today. Everyone, go and rest. Su Ruzhen was also tired, so she went back to the office to keep Chen Fan company. Chen Fan lit a cigarette and looked out the floor-to-ceiling window, where most of Jiangzhou was visible. From his current position, he can even see the mighty Yangtze River flowing eastward, its surging waves never ceasing. What are you thinking about? Su Ruzhen snuggled closer to him coquettishly, and Chen Fan smiled and said, I have a feeling that we should follow the trend of the times and emerge in response to the times. Su Ruzhen looked up and touched his chin. Then you're not allowed to abandon me. Fool, how could that be? No matter how big the pond is, you will always be the biggest fish. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes, realizing that Chen Fan was up to no good. Unexpectedly, he stood up and said, Let's go do something big. Another plan I've been working on is about to begin. Chapter 82, A Shopping Spree at the Curious Goods Market. Before 3 o'clock, Su Ruzhen had already arranged the personnel. As instructed by Chen Fan, Tang Jing was brought along. Chen Ming had already arranged for a car to be prepared, and then more than a dozen bodyguards followed. Where are we going? In the elevator, Su Ruzhen changed into a suit, looking exceptionally formal. It's best to wear super short pencil skirts less often. They're too tempting and can easily make you look like an iPhone. Go to the odds and ends market. Chen Ming drove. Tang Jing sat in the passenger seat, and Su Ruzhen sat with Chen Fan in the back. Tang Jing had always been curious about the relationship between Chen Fan and President Su. Moreover, she discovered that President Su listened to Chen Fan a lot, which gave her countless guesses, but she also felt that it was not very realistic. At this moment, Chen Fan said, Tang Jing, you should learn more from President Su. Tang Jing was flattered and replied, Yes, I will try my best. Although she couldn't be sure of Chen Fan's identity, He was undoubtedly helping her at this moment. Su Ruzhen smiled and said, Tang Jing is a very good prospect. She has always worked very hard. Give me the chance, and I'll let her manage a department on her own to hone her skills. As Chun Fan's representative, if she couldn't even understand this sentence, then she had lived in vain. Moreover, Chun Fan specifically requested that Tang Jing be taken along this time, obviously to train her. Su Ruzhen comes from a prominent family and has a broad perspective. She knew all too well that she couldn't be complacent and had to broaden her horizons. Only when Chun Fan expands his company and builds his own financial empire will her status rise accordingly. If the company is just a county, then you are at most a county magistrate. If the company were to grow into a country, I would become the prime minister, second only to the emperor. Once you understand this principle, you'll see everything clearly. The group arrived at the rare goods market, where business was still booming. Besides local speculators like Mr. Huang, there are also many high-end players who come here because of his reputation, as well as many tourists. Chun Fan did not touch the funds in the company's account this time, as he still had 200 or 300 million yuan in his personal savings. This was the pocket money he had saved up. Since he hadn't spent it all, he decided to use it to do something. Unlike last time, Chun Fan brought his men to the raw stone auction area, saying, If I take a fancy to a stone, you can buy it. Chun Fan gave instructions to everyone, and Su Ruzhen nodded repeatedly, telling Chun Ming and the others to prepare. Because there were so many people, some chaos was inevitable. The stones here are all clearly priced, and there's no dispute about the price or any haggling. If you want it, close the deal. If not, leave. Of course, some rough stones, like the one Mr. Huang bought last time, already have windows cut into them, and these rough stones are much more expensive. After all, it's not a completely blind box. Coincidentally, Mr. Huang, who suffered a setback yesterday, is also here today. When he saw Chun Fan, he originally wanted to find someone to teach him a lesson, but when he found that Chun Fan actually brought so many bodyguards, President Huang was stunned on the spot. Just who is this kid? This scene feels even more impressive than Zhuahandong's. At this moment, Chun Fan began selecting rough stones, pointing to the stones he had his eye on. This one, and this one. He bought over 20 yuan's worth in one go, then asked Su Ruzhen, How much is it now? The prices of these rough stones range from tens of thousands to millions. Tang Jing, holding a calculator, answered, 67,790,000. Okay. After selecting most of the rough stones, Chun Fan called out to the group, Come with me over there. As Mr. Huang watched from the crowd, he couldn't help but gasp. Damn, this kid buys raw stones like they're buying cabbages. Which wealthy and powerful family's young master is he? Thinking about how he had offended him, Mr. Huang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Soon, Chun Fan and his group arrived at another raw stone area, where the raw stones were larger in weight and more expensive. The minimum is several million, and some can even reach hundreds of millions. One of the rough stones with a window cut out was priced at several hundred million. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to enter this area. Usually, only a very few industry leaders frequent it. Lu Ruoxian wasn't here today. Several industry leaders pointed and whispered, but dared not make a move easily. If a rough stone worth hundreds of millions is cut and then fails, it's a disaster. But when Chun Fan came over, he picked out 4 or 5 very large rough stones in one go. Su Ruzhen said, That's about it. This was a reminder to him that he had run out of money. All right then. Chun Fan glanced at the rough stone with a window cut into it. This was the store's prized possession. However, he didn't move, but instead told Su Ruzhen to take people to settle the bill. The bill came out, and it was over 230 million. Well, I finally spent all the money. I'm so poor. Chun Fan stretched. The 15 billion yuan in the stock market account was all used to buy 3 stocks under the Lu family, and the more than 200 million yuan in the bank card was used to buy raw stones. Do you want the stone cut? The owner has been operating here for so many years, and apart from Lu Ruoxian, he has rarely encountered a buyer like this. This young man bought over 200 million yuan worth of raw stones in one go. He has guts. Isn't he afraid of ruining it? Of course, the boss has some experts here. But even experts aren't omnipotent. If they could see the condition inside every single rough stone, they would just open it themselves. Chun Fan said, Let's just cut open a few pieces and see. The boss is very happy with such a big buyer. With a wave of his hand, he said, Someone, cut this young man's stone. Several stone cutters came over and, as Chun Fan instructed, used a small cart to haul away a rough stone weighing several hundred kilograms. Many people gathered around to watch the spectacle, drawn by Chun Fan's extravagant display. Several local industry leaders also looked at Chun Fan with curiosity. The group chatted while drinking tea. Wipe. Following Chun Fan's instructions, the stone cutters began cutting. Of course, the first step is to polish one side of the stone. If green comes out, the stone is likely to appreciate in value. Chun Fan spent over 30 million yuan on this rough stone, and the stone cutters were extremely careful, fearing that something might go wrong. One slash. The stone skin was turned over. It's green. It's green. Oh my God. The VIPs who were enjoying their tea also stood up. Let's go take a look. This piece of rough stone is so big. The price is incredible. Even the shop owner became curious. How could this young man be so lucky? Before the group even got close, a seasoned jade expert exclaimed, "It looks like a glass-type imperial green jadeite. The key is how big it is inside. It's really hard to say. It could be only the size of a fist, or it could be much bigger." Several bigwigs gathered around and took a look. Their expressions changed drastically. It really is imperial green of the glass type. Several people stared at Chun Fan in a daze. This kid's luck is too incredible. If the jade inside is larger, its value is immeasurable. Seeing this, Chun Fan said, "Let's open a few more windows and take a look." Following his instructions, the stone cutter rubbed several surfaces repeatedly, creating 4 small windows in the rough stone. Each window reveals a green hue, making this undoubtedly a priceless piece of imperial green jadeite of the glassy type. As for the specific price, they dared not estimate it. Chapter 83, Is he trying to eat shit? Who exactly is this young man? A group of industry leaders sized up Chun Fan and dared not make any hasty judgments. Judging from his demeanor, with his secretary and bodyguards, he doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Especially this rough stone that has been cut open. It's already clearly in front of us. All 4 windows were polished green, making them look absolutely delicious. "Young man, how much do you want for this stone?" A cunning old fox tentatively asked, as if testing the waters. "Let's first see what price Chun Fan is willing to pay." Chun Fan smiled and said, "Old man, I'm not selling this stone. I'll keep it to open my own shop." Trying to trick me into revealing information? Oh. The others looked at each other in bewilderment. So he was going to enter this industry? Chun Fan didn't care what they were whispering about. "Keep going. We bought so many rough stones. We can't just take them all home to display, can we?" The stone cutter began cutting the second rough stone, following Chun Fan's instructions to first polish one side. With one slash, another scream erupted from the scene. "Oh my God, it's green again." Although this piece of material is not as good as the previous one, it still yielded green leaves after all. This guy is amazing. He's incredibly lucky. 2 consecutive days of price increases have led to countless people losing everything here. That's amazing. The shop owner and several industry leaders couldn't sit still any longer. Both pieces had been cut open and revealed green. They leaned closer again, took a closer look, and gasped in shock. If his first attempt was just a fluke, what about the second one? The crowd watched for a while, without saying a word. Chun Fan still instructed the stone-cutting workers to open several windows, which undoubtedly told all the buyers that they are all genuine products, and you basically won't overpay. The stone cutter cut 3 rough stones in one go, and each one turned out to be a profitable piece. Chun Fan asked Su Ruzhen to give the workers a red envelope, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, masters." The workers who received the red envelopes grinned from ear to ear. The boss is so stylish. With your luck, it's hard not to get rich. Chun Fan smiled. He was still puzzled by the rest. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a tang suit, holding walnuts in his hand, walked over and said, "Young man, sell all of these to me." Finally, a big buyer arrived, and Chun Fan sized him up. Judging from the other party's appearance, he must be a big shot in the jade industry, so he readily agreed. "All right, name your price." The other party was holding walnuts in his hand, saying, 300 million. I'll take it all. Chun Fan thought he had misheard. "How much did you say?" 300 million. Don't you understand? The other person's face showed some disdain, and Chun Fan sneered, "Go cool off somewhere else." Even the biggest bid he made just now was worth more than 300 million. Does he want to eat shit? But the other person was completely oblivious, saying, "That's enough, young man. You spent a total of 230 million on these raw stones. I'll give you 300 million. and you'll still make a profit of 70 million. You make 70 million just by taking a stroll through the rare goods market? Where in the world is there such a good business? Be content. Don't be too greedy. You might overeat if you have too big an appetite. Chen Fan didn't want to talk to him anymore. What kind of person was he? Who do I think I am? You're telling me not to be too greedy? What the hell are you calling that? You don't know how smelly it is when you sit on shit. Mr. Su, arrange for someone to load these rough stones onto the vehicle. Chen Fan gave the order, and Su Ruzhen immediately instructed the bodyguards to take action. The man in the Tang suit frowned. Oh, you're really asking for it. Do you really intend to leave here with these rough stones today? Kid, let me tell you something. We have to sell today, whether we want to or not. If you know what's good for you, we'll settle on 300 million, and I'll transfer the money to you in half a month. If you refuse to listen to reason and then have to suffer the consequences, don't blame me for being embarrassed. We've run into a local tyrant. Chen Fan turned his gaze to the shop owner, who, seeing that he could no longer hide it, naturally had to come out and say something. If everyone comes to me to steal things, who will dare to come to me in the future? Ahem, Mr. Chow. This is a legitimate trading market. Even if someone doesn't want to sell, you still have to follow the rules. Boss Chow glared at him and said, Don't say anything. This is between him and me. Your deal is done, and it has nothing to do with you anymore. Well, the shop owner was speechless after being confronted. He really couldn't afford to offend this Boss Chow. He was a well-known tycoon in the jewelry industry in Jiangzhou, second only to the Liu family. But the Liu family won't act recklessly in business. They will. He couldn't compete with the Liu family, but he often caused trouble for his peers, resulting in a very bad reputation throughout the industry. Seeing such a large piece of fatty meat today, of course I won't let go. Other industry leaders have remained silent, likely because they don't want to cause trouble. However, they would prefer that this young man had a powerful background so that he could teach the Chow family a lesson and stop him from being so arrogant. When President Chow saw that Chen Fan was ignoring him, he became furious. If I asked you to move a rough stone today, I'd be a monster. Are you even human? Chen Fan scoffed. Although the other party is powerful, to put it bluntly, he may not be richer than me. Besides, I brought bodyguards with me today, so I'm not afraid of you. If things really escalate, he might not necessarily come out on top. The Chow family is not powerful enough to control everything. Damn it, you dare to insult me. Kid, it seems you'll really get arrogant if I don't teach you a lesson today. Boss Chow was a ruthless man. He shouted, Someone come here. Tada! A dozen or so followers immediately ran out from behind him. The shop owner and the others knew at a glance that they were in trouble today. Although he wasn't afraid of the Chow family, he believed in the importance of harmony in business. Some things can be overlooked. There's no point in fighting to the death. Boss Chow was clearly taking advantage of Chen Fan's unfamiliarity with the area, believing that even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake, and he wanted to act arrogantly. Upon seeing this, Chen Ming asked, What the hell do you mean? Before he could finish speaking, he had already rushed up to Boss Chow. He grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Seeing that Chow's men were about to make a move, Chen Ming shouted, Don't come any closer, or I'll smash him to death. These people were truly stunned. Mr. Chow's face turned red from being strangled, and he struggled desperately while grabbing Chen Ming's hand. Stop! Liu Ruoxian has arrived. Liu Ruoxian was wearing a pair of black wide leg pants today, and she walked with a confident stride. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw her arrive. The fact that places like the odd goods market can still operate peacefully and normally is largely thanks to the Liu family. After all, there are always some people in this world who uphold justice and adhere to principles. Otherwise, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Liu Ruoxian walked over, her face darkening. What do you mean? Are you disregarding everyone in Jiangzhou? Chen Fan gave Chen Ming a look, and Chen Ming casually tossed it aside. President Chow fell to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing. Cough, cough, cough. He lay on the ground, indignantly saying, It's no use who comes today. Liu Ruoxian, this is none of your business. Don't interfere. Chapter 84 Liu Ruoxian invites you. Liu Ruoxian never expected that the person who had the argument with Boss Chow would be the same young man from last time. However, today he actually brought bodyguards and an assistant. Liu Ruoxian couldn't immediately discern his origins. Her beautiful eyes surveyed the raw stones Chen Fan had bought, her brows furrowing slightly. She has her own informants here, and when she heard that a glass-type imperial green jadeite had been found, she made a special trip over. Unexpectedly, They encountered Boss Chow acting arrogantly. After figuring out the whole story, Lu Ruoxian sneered. Boss Chow, this is interesting. Is this an attempt to force a sale? We don't have such a rule in Jiangzhou. When Boss Chow saw her coming, he knew things were about to get more and more complicated. Given Lu Ruoxian's personality, she would definitely snatch up such good material. So he greeted Lu Ruoxian first. But Lu Ruoxian ignored him and asked, "Handsome young man, are all these raw stones yours?" "Yes, Mr. Lu, do you want to buy it?" Lu Ruoxian looked her over for a while and then exclaimed in approval, "Young man, you have a good eye? All 3 rough stones have turned green after being polished. This is definitely a sure way to make a profit after cutting them. Yes, especially this piece of material." She had to admire Chun Fan's sharp eye in this area. These rough stones had been screened countless times by experts in the industry, yet he was still able to find such top-quality ones. She estimated, 1 billion, I want it all. 1 billion. Silk. The bigwigs present had to admire Lu Ruoxian's boldness. Only she dared to ask for such a price. If it were someone else, they would definitely try to negotiate the price. Boss Chow got anxious. "Lu Ruoxian, what do you mean? This is a business opportunity I've set my sights on. What gives you the right to interfere?" Chun Fan said dismissively, "Did I agree to that? Because of what you just did, even if you give me double the price now, I still won't sell it to you. Investing over 230 million and then reselling it for 1 billion is definitely a very impressive business deal." Boss Chow's face darkened. "Kid, you won't get any good out of offending me in Jiangzhou. I advise you not to be so stubborn." Lu Ruoxian couldn't stand it anymore. "Then what price are you offering?" Boss Chow snorted. "I'll offer 1.08 billion. Cut. Not for sale. This guy doesn't look like a good person. You were trying to scam yourself earlier, wanting to take 300 million, but now you're being so stingy. Do you think I need your 80 million? Chun Fan said to Lu Ruoxian, "I'll sell it to President Lu. After all, this isn't the first time we've dealt with each other." Lu Ruoxian smiled and said, "Okay, I'll have someone transfer the money right away." Seeing that the 2 parties had agreed on a price of 1 billion for all the rough stones in Chun Fan's possession, President Chow's face turned green. She glared fiercely at Chun Fan. "You win. Don't fall into my hands next time." He left with his men. Lu Ruoxian seemed to admire Chun Fan and invited him. "Handsome young man, would you do me the honor of coming to sit with me for a while?" Having interacted with Lu Ruoxian twice, I found her to be a very straightforward person. Chun Fan readily agreed, and Lu Ruoxian smiled and said, "Then please. No rush. I have some personal matters to attend to. Mr. Lu, please give me an address, and I will be there shortly. Then I'll wait for you." Lu Ruoxian went to the shop owner's tea room and drank tea with a group of big shots. "Mr. Lu, you have such great courage. Only you could close such a big deal." "That's right. I think besides President Lu, there's probably no one else." Hearing these people's flattery, Lu Ruoxian smiled faintly and said, "You seniors are too kind. I'm just being fair. Moreover, this batch of rough stones is worth this price." Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Ultimately, it's because the Lu family is rich. How can an ordinary person just casually come up with 1 billion yuan? So even though some people know they're making money, they still can't bring themselves to eat it. Actually, Mr. Chow didn't have that much money to spare. He just wanted to get something for nothing. Chun Fan picked out another stone in the raw stone area. It wasn't big, but it was suitable to be used as a decorative piece. The stone cutters cleaned several edges and opened 3 small windows. Each window was bathed in green light, which looked quite appealing. It's only about 40 centimeters long, but with a base, it's quite eye-catching when placed on a counter. After everything was settled, Su Ruzhen came over to report, "President Lu's funds have arrived." "Okay, you guys go back first. Chun Ming, come with me." "Okay." Su Ruzhen told the others to retreat, and Chun Ming loyally followed behind Chun Fan. He couldn't understand Chun Fan's actions at all today. This guy makes deals worth billions so casually. He seems unfathomable. Is he still the same childhood friend I knew? Moreover, his relationship with President Su is also quite intriguing. However, Chun Ming knew that he shouldn't ask questions he shouldn't ask, and that he should just do his job well. Seeing that Chun Fan had finished his work, Lu Ruoxian stood up and said, "Handsome young man, let's go." Seeing Lu Ruoxian ask Chun Fan to leave, a group of bigwigs whispered among themselves. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Ruoxian probably wants to recruit him. This kid is pretty good, very experienced. Buying so many rough stones, and I didn't make a mistake in my judgment. You should know that there are far more than tens of thousands of raw stones here. There were more than a dozen pieces, of all sizes. Moreover, after countless rounds of screening, Chun Fan was able to pick out so many here, and none of them were overlooked. With this skill alone, it's likely that no one in the jade gambling industry will be able to match him in the future. Therefore, they concluded that Lu Ruoxian definitely wanted to recruit Chun Fan. As for those who misunderstand, go stand in the corner by yourself. Lu Ruoxian invited Chun Fan to get into her car. Chun Fan didn't stand on ceremony and told Chun Ming to sit in another car. This is the Maybach that Lu Ruoxian uses to receive guests. Of course, the Lu family has no shortage of top-of-the-line luxury cars like Rolls-Royces. Lu Ruoxian invited Chun Fan to a century-old shop on the pedestrian street. The shop sold gold and silver jewelry, jade and precious stones. It was a large shop with an antique style of decoration, unlike the modern style commonly used by many stores. Handsome young man, please. Lu Ruoxian led Chun Fan upstairs to a tea room. Inside the tea room, wisps of steam rose, and a faint, refreshing fragrance permeated the air. A woman dressed in hanfu was playing the zither nearby. Lu Ruoxian invited Chun Fan to sit down and then personally brewed tea. Chun Ming stood outside, like a loyal guard. Handsome young man, what's your name? Lu Ruoxian smiled sweetly, her delicate eyebrows slightly raised. Chun Fan. Chun in Air Dong Chun, Fan in Ping Fan. Oh, a good name is ordinary yet refined, profound yet understated. Lu Ruoxian smiled again. Chun Fan was stunned. You could even tell that? However, Lu Ruoxian was really beautiful, unlike any other woman I had ever seen. She was poised and confident, possessing a unique charm in every gesture. When dealing with such a person, Chun Fan didn't want to lose face, so he tried his best to appear composed. He said casually, "Did you call me over for something, Mr. Lu?" Of course. Lu Ruoxian's eyes were smiling. "I want to work with you." Her eyes, as she looked at Chun Fan, held an indescribable flutter of excitement. Chapter 85. Being an older sister means taking care of your younger brother. Chun Fan picked up his teacup and took a sip. In fact, he had already guessed it in his heart. There's only one possibility why Lu Ruoxian invited me over. He was considering whether or not to cooperate with her. If I were to enter the jade industry, I would be an outsider in everything except for my skill in gambling on stones. If we could really cooperate with the Lu family, it would be a win-win situation. So Chun Fan asked, "How do you want to cooperate? Tell me your plan." A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Ruoxian's eyes. She hadn't expected Chun Fan to be so calm. Most people would have agreed long ago, right? After all, so many people want to cooperate with the Lu family, but how many of them actually have the opportunity? Lu Ruoxian smiled slightly. With my Lu family sales network in this industry, we are definitely the best choice to cooperate with Mr. Chun. Chun Fan laughed. He had to admit that Lu Ruoxian had a unique eye for talent. She can see many essential things. She is a respectable opponent and also the best partner. So Chun Fan said, "How about this? Tomorrow you arrange for someone to talk to my assistant about the specific details of the cooperation. We don't need to waste time on these details." Good. Lu Ruoxian was surprised that Chun Fan agreed so readily, and she laughed happily. Her beautiful eyes sized up Chun Fan repeatedly. "Mr. Chun, how old are you?" Cough, cough. Looking at her expression, Chun Fan said, "I have a girlfriend." Ha ha. This guy is really funny. Even Lu Ruoxian couldn't help but giggle. "Don't tell me you think I want to date you. Stop messing around. I just want to know how old you are." Chun Fan said, "I'm 20 this year." "Wow, really? You're still a student?" "Yes." Chun Fan didn't try to hide it. Lu Ruoxian stared with wide, surprised eyes. "May I ask again, where are you from?" Chun Fan smiled. "President Lu, you want to ask me which family I belong to, right?" "Yes, that's really smart." This was actually the question that Lu Ruoxian was concerned about, but she didn't want to ask it directly. Chun Fan said, "I am just a commoner. If President Lu wants to join forces with some powerful families, it is not too late to give up the idea now." No. Lu Ruoxian was somewhat skeptical. If Chun Fan was truly from a commoner family, that would be too incredible. Judging from his entourage today, he doesn't seem like an ordinary person at all. She smiled sweetly. "Actually, what I wanted to say was, if you don't mind, how about you consider me your older sister?" "Oh, elder sister? That's not a good idea." Chun Fan stared at her intently. Lu Ruoxian was a little annoyed. She had only said those words on a whim because she thought Chun Fan was someone she clicked with. This guy is actually having doubts. "Am I not worthy to be your older sister?" Chun Fan noticed her expression and smiled. Being an older sister means taking care of your younger brother. Faint. Lu Ruoxian's face flushed instantly. She suspected that Chun Fan was flirting with her. However, she was unconvinced, because in Jiangzhou's social circle, most people wouldn't dare to joke with Lu Ruoxian. Chun Fan is an exception. Perhaps this is the world outside this circle. They don't understand themselves, which is why they feel so relaxed. She, Lu Ruoxian, is a well-known ice queen. Otherwise, why would even Boss Chow be afraid of her? Seeing Chun Fan say this, Lu Ruoxian said, "All right, you said it yourself. Then it's settled. In this small corner of Jiangzhou, I'll protect you, sister." She looked especially beautiful when she smiled, and her chest heaved violently. The two chatted happily, and Chun Fan, seeing that it was almost time, got up to say goodbye. Lu Ruoxian said, "Aren't you going to stay and have a meal with your sister? Let's do it another day." Chun Fan still had things on his mind, so he didn't want to bother him any further. "Okay, remember to ask me out next time. You can't refuse." Lu Ruoxian had a touch of domineering. Chun Fan nodded. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Watching Chun Fan leave, the assistant beside her looked at Lu Ruoxian curiously. "President Lu, you haven't been this happy in a long time." A bitter smile flashed across Lu Ruoxian's face. She sighed softly. "There are too few people in this industry who understand me. Maybe only when I'm with someone like him can I be completely unguarded. Although the Lu family is powerful enough, it is not absolutely top tier. There are always people more capable than you, and Lu Ruoxian always proceeds with extreme caution in her dealings within this circle." Since the two of them had just arrived in Lu Ruoxian's car, they will still be driven by Lu Ruoxian's driver. After rushing back to Yunfan building, Chun Fan immediately took the raw stones he had prepared for Zhua Handong and asked Chun Ming to drive them over. In the car, Chun Ming said, "You scared me today." "What's the matter?" Chun Ming turned his head and said, "You give me a completely different feeling than before. You just pulled off this one stunt today and made hundreds of millions. My God, are you still the Chun Fan I know?" Chun Fan laughed and said, "There's nothing surprising about that. After reading so many books, there must be a place for you to use them. Just like you've learned a lot of martial arts skills, wouldn't it be a waste if you just became a security guard?" "Yeah, I knew it. I didn't misjudge him. I'll follow you from now on," Chun Fan said. "It's the same whether you're with me or with President Su." I know. You guys are brothers who share the same bed." Ha ha. The two men burst into laughter. "Chun Ming, go to General Manager Su's office tomorrow to collect 1 million yuan and tell your family to build a house." "Oh." Chun Ming stared wide-eyed. "Isn't that a bad idea? What's good or bad about it? You're not just anyone. I'll find you a wife someday, the kind with long, wavy hair." Chun Fan's house has been built, and Su Ruzhen transferred another 1 million yuan to them so that they could live a good life at home. "Don't overwork yourself." Chun Ming kept telling his family that Chun Fan had introduced him to the job. On Wenjung Street, Zhua Handong was having tea with several guests. Chun Fan brought Chun Ming over, and Chun Ming was carrying a stone in his hand. "Hey, Chun Fan, what brings you here?" Zhua Handong's eyes were immediately drawn to the stone in Chun Ming's hand. "What are you doing?" "This is for you." Chun Fan smiled and had Chun Ming bring the raw stone to the table. Seeing this, several guests gathered around to watch. "Oh my God, Lao Zhua, this rough stone has been cut open. All three sides are polished green. This is good stuff." Another customer pondered. "I'm afraid it wouldn't be possible to acquire it for less than tens of millions, would it?" Zhua Handong was startled. "This thing is so valuable." He stared blankly at Chun Fan. "Where did you come from?" Hey. Chun Fan smiled like a child, and Zhua Handong guessed what was going on, so he didn't ask any further questions. "Uncle, since you like playing with this, I'll keep it as a decoration for you." "Chun Ming, let's go." "Hey, don't go." Zhua Handong chased after him. How could he just casually give him something so valuable? This child. Chapter 86, A Generous Gift from the Future Son-in-Law. This is good stuff. Zhua Handong spent more than 2 hours looking at the raw stone, completely captivated by it. An elderly gentleman wearing reading glasses and holding a magnifying glass verified the stone and solemnly said, "Old Zhua, this stone of yours is conservatively estimated to be worth no less than 60 million. Hiss. Zhua Handong was completely stunned when he heard this. "How much did you say?" "A conservative estimate is no less than 60 million, or even higher." "All right." Zhua Handong stared blankly at the stone. What a huge gift this kid had given him. Such a generous offer, 60 million. My goodness, it's almost half of my family fortune. Keep in mind that his personal net worth is only a few hundred million. This Chen Fan. He called his daughter. Zwabing, how are things going between you and Chen Fan? Hey dad, what do you mean? When her father suddenly asked, Zwabing felt inexplicably guilty. Did he find out that I went to the hotel with Chen Fan? No, dad just wanted to find out. Do you know what he's been busy with lately? Oh, Zwabing patted her chest nervously. I didn't ask. We have to participate in the competition, and we don't even have time to see him. What's wrong? Did he do something bad? No. He's very nice. He just came to my shop again. They even gave me a big gift. Zhua Handong was secretly pleased. This future son-in-law was quite good. Luckily, I didn't cheat them back then, otherwise I would have missed this opportunity. Zhua Bing said, oh, and thought, this guy went to bribe my dad again. However, she didn't take it to heart. The next second, Zhua Handong sent a video. Look, this rough stone is worth at least 60 million. What? Zhua Bing was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. Dad, what are you doing? Are you going to sell your daughter? Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? I just wanted you to thank him properly for me. Oh, okay. Zhua Bing hung up the video call, pursed her lips, and said, how else can I thank you? This guy's got some skills. He's actually learned how to play the father-in-law route. She called Chen Fan, who had just arrived at school. Missing me? Shouldn't that be? Then I'm thinking of someone else. You dare. Let's have dinner together tonight. Zhua Bing spoke quickly, and since she was busy on her end, she hung up the phone soon after. Hey. Chen Fan chuckled to himself. Zhua Handong called his wife over to admire the view. See that? This thing is worth over 60 million. Oh, Han Chai-young was startled. It was almost as big as her own company. The couple run their own businesses and do not interfere with each other. Han Chai-young's tens of millions in net worth was earned by herself, but her husband's single stone is worth 60 million. She was a little confused. Hee, this is a gift from your future son-in-law. Are you talking about Chen Fan? Do you have several sons-in-law? Zhua Handong glared at her. He was especially happy today. Han Chai-young was a little confused. Didn't they say his family was from the countryside? I'm finding it harder and harder to understand him. He wouldn't do anything illegal, would he? What nonsense are you talking about? I asked you to do this with me in the first place, but you absolutely refused, insisting on being financially independent. The antique and jade gambling industry is inherently a highly profitable business, so what's so strange about it? Let me tell you, Chen Fan is really capable. The antiques he found for me were all at good prices. Okay, then keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't go astray. This poor son-in-law suddenly reached a height they dared not even dream of, so Han Chai-young naturally stopped disliking him. She had no choice but to accept this fact. When Chen Fan returned to the classroom, the group of students were shocked. Holy crap, squad leader, you're still alive. I just became the class monitor, and I haven't seen him for 2 days. The homeroom teacher was very angry. If it weren't for the students' unanimous resistance, the class monitor would probably have been replaced again. Yilang Gao stood up, grinning. Squad leader, are your legs weak? Why are my legs weak? You've been out for 2 nights, and you're still not completely drained? Roll. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at this guy. You take the students to the cafeteria for an extra meal tonight, and the cost will be deducted from the class's budget. Wow. Thank you, class monitor. Our squad leader is awesome. YYDS. Seeing how much his classmates supported Chen Fan, Liang Dongkai looked dejected and extremely embarrassed. Although his family is wealthy, they can't afford to spend money like that. Moreover, he never gave his classmates an extra meal. He may be rich, but besides showing off, what has he done for anyone? He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Now, apart from Liang Dongkai, there is no one who doesn't like Chen Fan. Even Peng Xiaoqian, the class's academic representative, secretly glanced at Chen Fan several times. Then, blushing, she pretended to be reading a book with a serious expression. After school, Chen Fan logged into his financial account and checked the stock market. Surprisingly, the entire stock market has bottomed out and rebounded, with many stocks making a comeback and hitting their daily limit. Of the 3 stocks, Jiangnan Paper, Manhwa Real Estate, and Shenlong Automobile 2 hit their daily limit, and one rose by 7.66%. Keep in mind that these stocks all rebounded from their daily limit down, meaning that Chen Fan's 15 billion investment has yielded at least 2 billion in revenue. Oh my god, I'll keep hiding and become the world's top star. Well, after we finish this round, we'll go to the Hong Kong stock market and then overseas stock markets, harvesting these foreigners like chives. Of course, The jade industry also needs to accelerate its pace and diversify the development of its subsidiaries. Chen Fan, you have a long way to go. Come on. Just as I was about to go find Zwabing for dinner, Su Ruzhen called. Chen Ming's dad fell off his motorcycle and is in the hospital receiving emergency treatment. I heard it's quite serious, and he wants to take leave. Let him go back. Tell him not to panic. The company will reimburse all medical expenses. I promised him another $1 million to go back and build a house. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Chen Fan called him again, telling him not to worry and that everything would be all right. Chen Ming said gratefully, "Thank you, brother. President Su has already told me. You know I'm a rough man and don't have any other skills. From now on, my life belongs to you. Don't be silly. Given our relationship, why would we need to say these things? As long as uncle is all right, that's all that matters. Yes, I'll be back as soon as possible." Chen Ming took a plane back to Tongqing County overnight. Lu Ruoxian was also very efficient. She arranged for her assistant to contact Su Ruzhen that very evening. Both parties reached a preliminary agreement on cooperation matters. Neither of them made a decision immediately, but instead took the contract back to their respective bosses to report. Once Lu Ruoxian and Chen Fan agree, the two parties will have officially reached an agreement and become partners. After reviewing the agreement, Lu Ruoxian instructed her assistant, "No problem, you can sign it. We can also offer a larger discount, it's okay." The assistant said, "President Lu, this is the most sincere offer we've made. No other company could offer this kind of treatment. After all, we are the industry leader." Lu Ruoxian glanced at her and said, "Since it's a collaboration, you have to put aside your pride and treat each other as equals. Otherwise, it won't last long." The assistant said helplessly, "Okay." Chapter 87. Remember to help me cut one more time. The market opened the next morning with tremendous momentum. Many stocks hit their daily limit. They must have been suppressed too much, so they finally got their revenge. There are at least several hundred stocks listed on the daily limit up board. 3 stocks under the Lu family opened at their daily limit up. This is a good upward trend. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Today's increase brought in another 10% profit. Does anyone say that in this day and age, the richer you are, the faster you make money? From yesterday to today, the profit has been nearly 30%. A few days ago, Chen Fan looked at the Jiangzhou rich list and found that the 10th richest person in the top 10 had a net worth of only 10.2 billion. The top-ranked family has total assets of over 60 billion. The Lu family ranked second with 41.1 billion. The Zhao family ranks after the Lu family, with total assets of just over 30 billion. In time, once I've built up my resources, I'll probably find myself trampling all those billionaires on the rich list under my feet. At that moment, Chen Fan suddenly remembered a line of poetry. "When autumn comes on the 8th day of the 9th month, my flowers will bloom and all other flowers will wither. Keep trying. Juvenile." That morning, Su Ruzhen called to discuss signing a cooperation agreement with the Lu family. Chen Fan gave Su Ruzhen an instruction. To cooperate with the Su family, establish a separate company, and do not put it under the name of Blueprint Investment. Clear. Su Ruzhen is indeed very capable. She immediately understood Chen Fan's intentions. After explaining things to Su Ruzhen, Chen Fan pondered that he would continue to invest in other industries in the future. The number of companies under my name will increase, and the entire organizational structure will become larger and larger. You must have a complete system to maintain the company's operation. It seems I still need to study harder. That English teacher's operating model is excellent and worth learning from. However, it seems I need more manpower to manage these companies. It's too much for Su Ruzhen to do it all by herself. We need to carefully select a candidate. Chen Fan pondered to himself. Tang Jing is actually quite good, but she needs to be nurtured. At noon, Chen Fan called Tang Jing, who seemed a little flattered. "Mr. Chen, you wanted to see me?" She used to think of Chen Fan as a classmate, but after Chen Fan took her to the odd goods market, it opened the door to another world in her life. Chen Fan's position in her heart rose many times over. In particular, Chen Fan spent lavishly on jade gambling, making a pure profit of over 700 million yuan in the process. This was an experience she had never had before. I used to see bosses with millions or tens of millions of yuan. Many people used to respect Xiao, but now Tang Jing sees it as a complete joke. The world of the truly wealthy is something the poor can never even imagine. Chen Fan sensed the restraint in her voice on the phone. "Are you free at noon? I'd like to talk to you about something." Yes. Tang Jing responded repeatedly. Okay, I'll wait for you at the coffee shop near the school gate. Chen Fan always makes phone calls efficiently and directly, getting straight to the point and never rambling. Tang Jing immediately tensed up after receiving Chen Fan's call. She analyzed a million possibilities in her mind, but she still couldn't figure out Chen Fan's intention in inviting her. Could it be? No way, he already has a girlfriend. In this regard, Tang Jing, who was once proud, has become completely insecure. After the fourth period, Yilang Gao and Chen Fan invited Chen Fan to dinner, but Chen Fan declined. Yilang snorted. He values women over friends. Did I tell you I made plans with a girl? Besides girls, do you have any other hobbies? People like me are much simpler. Male, female. Get lost. Su Keqing will kill you if you don't. Chen Fan ignored him and went to the Chance Encounter coffee shop at the school gate. Tang Jing had been waiting there for a while. When she saw Chen Fan arrive, she quickly stood up and said, President Chen. Chen Fan smiled gently, only to find that Tang Jing looked like a little white rabbit in front of him. We're all alumni, so don't be so formal. Just call me Chen Fan, especially at school. Uh-huh. Tang Jing nodded. What would you like to drink? I'll order for you. Whatever. I'm not here for coffee. Oh. Tang Jing's heart tightened. Then, Chen Fan instructed the waiter to bring 2 claypot rice dishes. The two ate and talked at the same time. How's your studying going lately? We have signed a cooperation agreement with Lu Ruoxian and would like you to go and learn from her. May I? Chen Fan frowned when he saw how nervous she was. Can't you be a little more confident? Otherwise, I'm going to replace you. Tang Jing was so frightened that she quickly stood up and said, I'm sorry, Chen Fan, I was wrong. Chen Fan waved his hand. I asked you to come over so I could train you. Do you remember what I told you before? Since the Lu family has taken the initiative to cooperate with us, this is an opportunity. If you can perform well, the jade industry will be handed over to you to manage in the future. Do you know why I made you stay by Su Ruzhen's side? Look at her, how capable she is. I hope you can be the same and be able to stand on your own in the future. Tang Jing became increasingly nervous. I understand. Don't worry, Chen Fan, I will definitely work hard. Okay, let's eat. Once you return from your studies with Lu Ruoxian, I should call you President Tang. Tang Jing blushed and didn't dare to lift her head. Tang Jing was well aware of Chen Fan's dedication to nurturing her and was extremely grateful. But some gratitude can only be kept in one's heart. They all say that university is a watershed moment in life. The people you meet and the things you learn will determine your future. Tang Jing certainly wanted to make a name for herself, so she had to work even harder. There wasn't much rice in the claypot rice, and Chen Fan finished it in just a few bites, while Tang Jing was still shoveling more into her mouth. Girls eat very delicately, especially Tang Jing, who is completely reserved in front of Chen Fan. They were afraid of not having a good image. Chen Fan smiled and said, I'm leaving now. You pay the bill. Oh. Watching Chen Fan leave, Tang Jing acted as shy as a girl. As Chen Fan arrived at the school gate, a young woman ran up to him with her phone in hand. Handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Forehead. Chen Fan stared at the other person, puzzled. They looked unfamiliar. Are we acquainted? Won't we get to know each other better if we add each other? Let's add each other. We're alumni after all. All right. Chen Fan took out his phone, scanned her WeChat QR code, and accepted the request. The girl waved her hand, turned around, and walked away. Thanks. Remember to help me cut it. Damn it. Chen Fan really wanted to slash her. Did you think your charm had increased? Frustrated, he quickly deleted it. When they returned to the dormitory, they found that none of the guys were there, and even Guo Jianliang, who had moved back, was nowhere to be found. I lit a cigarette while lying in bed. His gaze sharpened. Huh, Zhao Linlin actually came back. Wasn't she busy with preparations for the new hotel? This proud little princess is quite impressive. She manages 2 hotels at such a young age. But from now on, you'll probably have to grovel before me. Haha. Chapter 88 Zhao, the campus bell, you're going to lose money lately. Linlin, if you don't come back soon, that little bitch Lu Wushuang will steal your position as the #1 school beauty. Zhou Yufei was wearing a cartoon pajama and swinging her long, white legs. Zhao Linlin smiled indifferently. What use do I have for these empty titles? Hey, you don't need it. Unlike me, I don't even have a single boy pursuing me. Even that poor guy Chen Fan looks down on me. Zhou Yufei sighed. It seems my wish to have a passionate romance in college is going to be dashed. Zhao Linlin laughed. Did you confess your feelings to him? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yufei jumped out of bed. Shouldn't he be the one confessing his feelings to me? Their family is so poor. I really don't understand why Zhao Bing would fall for him. Zhao Linlin was speechless. If you like it, why don't you go for it? Zhou Yufei pouted. Who said I like him? I'm just bored and want to find someone to pass the time during my university years. You'd be better off studying hard and helping me manage the hotel in the future. Zhou Yufei shook her head. No, I want to be in a relationship. She glanced at Zhao Linlin's chest and said, I heard that guys like big breasts, so why don't we get some implants? Puff. Zhao Linlin spat water onto the computer screen. What are you thinking about? Zhou Yufei giggled. What? Don't you like it? Roll. I can't stand this guy. Who is it? Can't a girl be a little more serious? Besides, do I even need to get plump? It's not a cow. Zhou Yufei took the binoculars again and went to the window to look at the boy. Well, this child owed something in his past life. Zhao Linlin turned her gaze to the window. In truth, how could I not envy Zhou Yufei's carefree life? I don't have to think about anything else every day. I can just dream about the love I want. Their gazes unconsciously fell on the opposite side, on Chun Fan's and his classmates' male dormitory. Zhao Linlin frowned. This guy was a strange one too. Ever since her last visit to the hospital, my aunt has been asking me how things are going with that guy. She suspected that her aunt was also love-struck, since she loved gossiping so much. I'm not going to think about it anymore. The market is about to open. Zhao Linlin turned on her computer and logged into her financial account. She started investing in stocks in high school and spent most of her allowance on them. They've invested at least 10 to 20 million, and now they have 1 to 200 million in their accounts. So Zhao Guowei said she was talented and directly gave her a hotel to manage. Shenlong Automobile. At that moment, she also set her sights on this stock, but it opened at the daily limit up, leaving her with absolutely no chance. Zhao Linlin frowned. Then let's go to Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. This stock is performing very well. After the previous sharp drop, it is currently accumulating strength at a low level, preparing for a breakout. Both the candlestick pattern and the trading volume are perfect. Chen Fan was also looking at stocks at that moment, and he also happened to see this stock. Hiss. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical has hit a snag, and its stock price has plummeted for the next 15 trading days. In the stock market, this is the type of stock that you should avoid the most. Sometimes, just when things seem to be going very well, a bombshell suddenly explodes. Then the stock price plummeted. Stock market investors are internally screaming with frustration. He certainly didn't expect Zhao Linlin to buy this stock. Just as I finished checking the stock market and was about to head to class, Su Ruzhen called. Boss, are you free to come over this afternoon? The cooperation agreement with the Liu family has been signed. Let me report to you on the work. Seeing that there were no important classes after class, Chen Fan agreed. But just as I arrived at the school gate and was about to flag down a car, beep beep, a Porsche 911 pulled up and stopped beside Chen Fan. Where are you going? Perhaps because she had helped her before, Zhao Linlin actually took the initiative to greet her. Let's go to the city center. Come on up, I'll see you off. Chen Fan stared at her strangely for a while. Then Zhao Linlin took off her sunglasses and said, Go. What are you dawdling about? Do you enjoy standing here in the sun? Then take me to Yunfan building. Zhao Linlin paused. You're still working part-time there? Huh? Yeah. Chen Fan didn't explain. There was no need. But he noticed that Zhao Linlin's complexion was off, his pupils contracted, and his supernatural ability activated automatically. Hiss. Chen Fan was startled. You're going to lose money soon. What did you say? Zhao Linlin was focused on driving and didn't understand for a moment. Chen Fan said, I told you you're going to lose money soon. He was thinking about Zhao Linlin's relationship with the hotel, since she was a joint venture with Lantu Capital. If something goes wrong with the hotel, Blueprint Investment will also suffer. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Linlin frowned and said, Are all you boys this flirtatious? Using such tricks to get close to people. She accidentally bumped into Chun Fan before, but Chun Fan didn't try to extort money from her. Instead, she had wrongly accused him. Furthermore, Chun Fan later helped her, and Zhao Linlin developed some goodwill towards him. But this guy actually used this tactic to get close to me, which lowered my opinion of him. No, don't think I'm trying to pick you up. I have no such intentions. It's just that you're going to lose money recently. Be more meticulous about things related to the hotel. Problems can easily arise during renovations. Safety first. Zhao Linlin's face froze. What the hell? You have absolutely no feelings for me? Am I really that bad? That's how girls are. If you genuinely want to get close to her, she'll be wary of you. If you're not interested in her, she'll be upset. It's as if they looked down on her. She glanced at Chen Fan and then remained silent. His implication was that he was inferior to Zhuo Bing. After arriving at Yunfan building, Chen Fan got out of the car and said, "Thank you for giving me a ride." "You're welcome. It's on my way anyway." Zhao Linlin went to the hotel renovation site, while Chen Fan went to Lantu Investment Company. He took the private elevator in and went directly to Su Ruzhen's office. When Su Ruzhen saw him arrive, she immediately greeted him warmly. Chen Fan's biggest worry right now is the hotel he's partnering with Zhao Linlin. He absolutely mustn't let anything go wrong. Send someone to the hotel this afternoon to check it out. Safety is of utmost importance. Su Ruzhen was surprised, but she readily agreed. "Okay, I'll go myself later." "No need for that. Just send someone. There's no need to do everything yourself." "You care about me that much?" Su Ruzhen's smile was ambiguous, which made Chen Fan's heart flutter. What a vixen. Su Ruzhen made a phone call and asked the property management to check, just in case. After reviewing the contract signed between Su Ruzhen and Lu Ruoxian, there seemed to be no problem. Lu Ruoxian also offered very good discounts, and Chen Fan praised her, saying, "I really trust you to get things done." "Really? Then you should reward me." Su Ruzhen sat on his lap. How could he possibly tolerate this? "I'm not some fool like Lu Xiaohui." Without saying a word, Chen Fan carried her into the lounge. Chapter 89. My dad has assets worth hundreds of billions, and he wants me to work for him? Chen Fan and Su Ruzhen stayed in the lounge for more than 2 hours, while Zhao Linlin was busy at the hotel for more than 2 hours. The property management staff also arrived and inspected all the floors of the hotel, gradually eliminating potential safety hazards. Zhao Linlin also takes this matter very seriously, especially what Chen Fan said in the car earlier. It's not that she dislikes it, but safety is the top priority and no one can afford to be negligent about it. After finishing her work, she was exhausted and panting. Su Ruzhen was the same, lying limply next to Chen Fan. "Oh no, we don't have to work this afternoon." Chen Fan patted her shoulder. "Why don't you move to the villa? I'll come over and keep you company when I have time." "Okay." Hearing that Chen Fan was willing to accompany her, she readily agreed. Seeing her take a pair of stockings out of the drawer and bend over to put them on, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. Her figure is getting better and better. "I'll say it's my own achievement. You won't have any objections, right?" Not long after Su Ruzhen left, someone came in to report, "President Su, the hotel renovation has been completely inspected, and there are no safety hazards. Mr. Zhao and his team are also investigating." "Okay." Chen Fan overheard the conversation in the lounge and wondered if there were any safety hazards. "All right. In that case, the problem shouldn't be with the hotel or something else, right? What if she's not a good driver and hits someone again?" Seeing that it was almost time, Chen Fan also came out of the Yunfan building. Zhao Linlin was feeling frustrated. Chen Fan had been talking to her about these things for no reason, wasting a lot of her time. Back in the car, just as I was about to leave, I saw Chen Fan standing by the roadside trying to flag down a car. This time, I didn't call out to him. Beep. She received a text message notification on her phone and picked it up to take a look. Buzz. My head is about to explode. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical has been hit with a major scandal involving financial fraud and the transfer of huge sums of money overseas. Zhao Linlin was stunned, staring blankly at her phone. When she opened her trading app, the stock price plummeted to its daily limit. "We're doomed." She suddenly remembered what Chen Fan had said, so this was what he meant when he said she was going to lose money recently. More than 100 million yuan was invested, and in the blink of an eye, tens of millions were lost. No wonder people often remind them that the stock market is risky and that they should be cautious when investing. Moreover, this drop is unlikely to happen in just 1 or 2 days. It is highly likely that he will lose all of his more than 100 million yuan. Zhao Linlin's face turned bright red, and she angrily waved her fists. Since he knows he's losing money, why doesn't he just say so? Beep beep. Zhao, the school beauty, slammed her fist on the steering wheel. This was the result of her years of stock trading. After years of hard work, everything suddenly plummeted back to square one. By the way, where is he? When Zhao Linlin looked up again, Chen Fan was nowhere to be seen. It was impossible for Chen Fan to meet up with Zhuo Bing again tonight, and he was preparing to return to his apartment. As a result, Zhao Linlin stepped on the gas and caught up. Beep beep. She honked the horn frantically, and Chen Fan turned around. What are you doing? Creak. Zhao Linlin parked her car next to him. Wait a minute, I need to talk to you. Zhao, the school beauty, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Zhao Linlin didn't care about anything else anymore. Let's find a place to talk. There are many restaurants, cafes, and even small hotels around the apartment building. Chen Fan asked, "Where do you want to go?" "Let's go over there." Zhao Linlin pointed to a tea house in front of her. She parked the car, and the two went to the tea house. Students their age rarely drink tea. Most prefer coffee or other beverages. Zhao Linlin booked a private room and called Chen Fan in. "What would you two like to order?" "2 cups of green tea." "I don't want green tea. I'll have a cup of black tea." "Jean Jun Mei is the best." "Okay, please wait a moment." The waitresses in the tea house are all dressed very nicely, and they like to wear cheongsams. They deliberately exaggerated their figure. For some reason, Zhao Linlin thought of what Zhou Yufei had said about getting that. She glanced at the waiter from earlier, her face turning red. Do women really have to expose their bodies to others like this? I feel like I can't wear such tight clothes. The tea arrived, and Chen Fan asked, "What can I do for you?" Zhao Linlin didn't want to hide anything. "How did you know I was going to lose money recently?" Forehead. Chen Fan was also interested in this question, since he didn't know what had happened to Zhao Linlin. After taking a sip of tea, he said calmly, "I can read faces. Do you believe me?" "Letter. You're kidding me. What era are we living in? Don't try to play these tricks on me. Be serious," Zhao Linlin said with a sullen expression. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. "I can really tell from your face." "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Zhao Linlin said angrily. "Do you know what? Because of what you just said, I specifically inspected the hotel's renovation site. Thankfully, no violations were found. I was really worried about a safety accident." "Then what?" Chen Fan stared at her intently. "Later I found out that the stocks I bought today were losing money. More than 100 million yuan. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical has hit a financial disaster." It actually worked. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, which reminded him of Teacher Shun. "When I saw Teacher Shun that time, I noticed that something was wrong with her, so I gave her a hint. Her romantic relationships were probably unstable, and as a result, her husband cheated on her. It seems I can change careers in the future." He never expected that Zhao Linlin would also be involved in stock trading, and she also made a mistake. "Then you're doomed. It's a major taboo for listed companies to have financial problems, but you just happened to be caught in it." Zhao Linlin frowned. "You trade stocks too?" "I would have starved to death long ago if I hadn't invested in stocks." Chen Fan sipped his tea and said, In my opinion, of your more than 100 million, you'll probably still have 10% left." Zhao Linlin's face turned green. This was the culmination of her years of hard work. "But what can we do?" Her breath hitched. "Is there any way?" "No. Girls shouldn't get involved in this. Wouldn't it be better to focus on running your hotel properly? When you step on a landmine, there's no one to save you. We can only watch helplessly as it hits the daily limit down. As for how much will be left after the limit is lifted, that's up to fate." Zhao Linlin was a little frantic, but she was also someone who could afford to lose. "Since you bought bad stocks, you have to accept it. No one has stipulated that you can only make money and never lose money when investing in stocks. It's important to understand that only 20% of people make money in the stock market. The rest lose money. Stop working in those shady places. Come help me instead." Zhao Linlin stared at him intently. "You can name your salary." Chen Fan laughed. "You can't afford to hire me. Honestly, you'd be more like working for me." Zhao Linlin was almost furious. "What did you say? My dad has over 30 billion yuan in assets, and you expect me to work for you? Are you crazy?" Chen Fan, however, said in a serious tone, "I'm being serious. I need someone like you. As for stock trading, if you don't have the talent for it, then don't bother." "You." Zhao Linlin didn't want to talk to him anymore, so she stood up and stormed off. "I had good intentions, but he treated me like dirt." Just as I was about to leave the tea house, Chen Fan's voice came from behind me. "Pay the bill before you go." Grass. "No, I can't sleep with him." Chapter 90. Believe it or not, I'll steal your young lady away. She doesn't believe she's richer than her family. What can I do? However, Chen Fan's assets are indeed less than those of the Zhao family at present, but who knows what will happen in the future. Let's wait and see who the real king is. Zhao Linlin left in anger, and Chen Fan simply didn't bother going to school and went straight back to his apartment building. When they took the elevator to the 26th floor, Lu Wushuang had already returned. Two newly appointed bodyguards were watching Chen Fan warily, as if they were afraid that their young lady would be abducted. Since she arrived, Su Ruzhen has had difficulty coming to the apartment. Chen Fan passed by Lu Wushuang's door. Today she was wearing a white t-shirt and black capri pants. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, simple and pure. Lu Wushuang's looks and height are impeccable, but her Well, she's not big enough. I'd guess B+. Chen Fan didn't have much research on that, but Zhao Linlin was probably more developed than her. Before Lu Wushuang could even take a second look, his two bodyguards came over and yelled, "What are you looking at? I'll gouge your eyes out." Damn, Chen Fan was speechless. Why are all your bodyguards like this? Watch out, or I might steal your young lady away. BS. They probably don't know how the first two bodyguards lost their jobs. Hey, Junior. Chen Fan went to the balcony. Lu Wushuang lived next door to him, and two bodyguards lived across the street. Therefore, the bodyguards couldn't see this side of the balcony at all. Lu Wushuang had just finished a phone call with her family when she saw Chen Fan greeting her, so she responded, "What's up? It's all right. We've been neighbors for so long. Let's get to know each other properly." Lu Wushuang met Chen Fan on her first visit to this neighborhood. Since they were alumni, she wasn't too reluctant to meet him. Normally at school, she would ignore boys who greeted her. In apartment buildings like this, the two balconies are very close together. Anyone with a bit of courage could climb over them. Aren't you bored? Being watched like a thief by bodyguards every day. Seeing that Lu Wushuang didn't seem too averse to it, Chen Fan continued to probe for information. Lu Wushuang pouted. "What can I do? My dad called them here." "Hey, I rarely see you come back." Perhaps because of the balcony, Lu Wushuang felt very safe. He then struck up a conversation with Chen Fan. Chen Fan hummed in agreement. "I'm a junior in college, and I'm usually quite busy. Are you looking for a job outside?" "Yeah. If we don't go back to work, we won't be able to afford the rent." Lu Wushuang stared at this guy speechlessly. So he went out to find a job just to pay the rent. But why does he insist on renting a place, and why does he live alone? Wouldn't it be better to live in a dormitory? How about I treat you to a late-night snack? Chen Fan extended an invitation, but Lu Wushuang pointed to the door and said, "They'll tattle on us." Chen Fan laughed. "What's so difficult about that? I'll pull you up, and you can climb over from the balcony." Lu Wushuang guessed she had never done anything so rebellious in her life. She looked downstairs. Good heavens. 26th floor. Do you want me to turn into a meat pie? To allay her concerns, Chen Fan simply climbed over from the balcony. "Oh my God, you." Lu Wushuang stared wide-eyed. "Aren't you afraid? It's okay. How about I open a door here tomorrow, and then we can go out for late-night snacks every night?" Lu Wushuang shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum. "That's terrifying." "Then you wait." Chen Fan turned over again. Lu Wushuang didn't know what he was going to do, but soon she heard the sound of the door closing on his side, as if he had gone out. The school is right across from the balcony, and you can see the campus at a glance. Lu Wushuang sat on the balcony, gazing at the scenery of the school. She has no friends or acquaintances here. Alone and independent. For safety reasons, the family also provided her with two bodyguards and a nanny. Such a university life is destined to lose a lot of happiness. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, she was never allowed to come into contact with ordinary people. The circle is full of prestigious families, and everything she has learned, seen, and heard is geared towards the high end. She was like a princess in a kingdom. As the sun set, the yellow sunlight shone on her face. Lu Wushuang looked towards the balcony, and a smile appeared on her face. "Knock, knock, knock. Young miss, dinner is ready." The nanny knocked on the door, and Lu Wushuang walked to the door. "I don't want to eat. You guys eat. Then call me when you want to eat." The nanny didn't dare to say a word and retreated with her head down. More than an hour later, Chen Fan returned. They were carrying large and small bags, along with bottles of wine, all wrapped up tightly. After entering, locked the door from the inside. Then he went to the other side of the balcony, calling out, "Junior, Junior." Lu Wushuang had already returned to her room and was lying on the sofa watching the news. Hearing the call, she ran out again, asking, "Is something wrong?" Chen Fan showed her several boxes, saying, "These are good things. I went out of my way to buy them." "What? Take it first, and then we'll talk." Chen Fan handed over the bag, followed by drinks. Watching this guy nimbly climb over the balcony, Lu Wushuang wondered if he was sneaking over to spy on her in the middle of the night. "Go and lock the door." Chen Fan took everything out of the bag. Good heavens. It turned out to be a bright red lobster. "Huh, is this edible?" Lu Wushuang instinctively refused, but a fragrant aroma wafted over. Garlic-flavored, stir-fried, braised. And beer. "Sit down and eat." Chen Fan handed her a pair of gloves. Lu Wushuang had never actually eaten crayfish before. If she were to eat one, it would be a large lobster or an Australian lobster. "I've heard crayfish are very dirty, but they're so red and beautiful. And it smells very good." Chun Fan opened 2 bottles of beer, saying, I guarantee you'll crave it again after you try it. Don't worry, this is very clean. He grabbed a shrimp, peeled it, removed the vein, and put it near her mouth. Lu Wushuang paused for a moment, then gently bit into the shrimp meat. Huh, can crayfish really taste this good? Lu Wushuang's eyes widened, and she swallowed hard. Chun Fan poured her a full glass of chilled beer. You have to eat shrimp with beer to really get the flavor. If you have the chance in the future, I'll take you to the street full of late-night snacks. Seeing that Chun Fan was about to peel it for her again, she quickly said, I can do it myself. Chun Fan handed her a disposable bib, and the two of them started peeling shrimp and drinking beer. This was probably the first time Lu Wushuang had ever eaten something like this in her life. It was very spicy. Spicy food deserves alcohol. A sip of ice-cold beer is the perfect way to feel refreshed all the way. Knock, knock, knock. The bodyguard outside heard the noise and came to knock on the door. Young Mississippi. What? Leave me alone. I'm watching TV. She turned up her voice, but the bodyguard couldn't detect anything amiss and had no choice but to give up. Chun Fan sighed. What's the difference between your life and being in prison? I'll take you out to play when you can shake them off. Lu Wushuang drank beer in big gulps, her mouth burning from the spiciness. Okay. 4 bottles of beer and 6 pounds of lobster were quickly finished by the two of them. Lu Wushuang, still wanting more, asked, Is there any more? That's all. We'll continue next time. Chun Fan packed his things and climbed over the balcony. Lu Wushuang shouted at him, Take me out to eat next time. Chapter 91 Shorting Crude Oil. Since having lobster with Lu Wushuang, Chun Fan hasn't been to the apartment for 3 days. Lu Wushuang waited in the apartment every day, glancing at the balcony next door from time to time. Where's this guy? What does that mean? They whet people's appetites and then run away. Lu Wushuang has very good eating habits, and the nanny her family hired was mainly for health reasons. She usually eats very light food, but the crayfish Chun Fan brought over were fragrant, spicy, and refreshing, leaving a lasting impression. In summer, crayfish become a popular food all over the country. The people of Jiangzhou are particularly obsessed with crayfish, so how could Lu Wushuang resist the temptation? But Chun Fan has been missing for days. What's going on? If it weren't for saving face, she would have gone to the classroom to find him. Jiangzhou University has tens of thousands of students and dozens of majors. Lu Wushuang is studying business administration. It's still quite far from the finance department where Chun Fan is. Of course, she didn't know that Chun Fan was doing it on purpose, just to keep her in suspense. However, Chun Fan has been busy these past few days. The stock market has rebounded to a certain extent, and now the total amount of funds in his account has reached 31.2 billion. Ship it. Having achieved its objective, and with such a large trading volume, it's not feasible to wait for the upward trend to weaken before making a move. Otherwise, they'll escape, and you'll be trapped inside. Su Ruzhen immediately organized a team to ship the goods in an extremely gentle manner. After all, such a large volume is too easy to arouse the suspicion of the market maker. However, for large listed companies with assets exceeding 100 billion yuan, daily trading volume of several billion yuan is within the normal range of fluctuations. Chun Fan estimated that it would take about 3 to 4 days to finish. So if Lu Wushuang wants to eat lobster again, she'll have to wait 3 or 4 days. But when luck is on your side, things work wonders. On this day, Shenlong Automobile's stock price hit the daily limit, and then the limit was lifted. Su Ruzhen didn't hold back and took this opportunity to quickly ship the goods. On that day, Shenlong Automobile released a huge volume of shares, with a turnover rate of 45%. Su Ruzhen took advantage of the chaos and managed to withdraw over 6 billion yuan in one go. Jiangnan Paper and Manhwa Real Estate only generated 3 to 4 billion yuan. At this moment, Zhao, the school beauty, was completely depressed. After stepping on a landmine, she had already suffered 3 consecutive days of limit-down trading. The bookmakers didn't give them any chance to escape. She was so angry that she couldn't sleep well for the past few days. However, the issue that the boys at school cared about most was the release of the list of the most beautiful girls in the school. After a new round of competition, the 4 campus beauties have been re-ranked. Zhao Linlin remains at the top of the list. Lu Wushuang ranks second, and another freshman, Lu Wanwan, is a popular live streamer who has also successfully entered the list of campus beauties. Chun Fan's Bing is surprisingly ranked 4th, and there is even controversy about it. A bunch of animals are shouting on the BBS. Bing is no good. Zua Bing has been slept with. Holy crap. Chen Fan was furious when he saw this. Damn it, you guys are just sour grapes. Besides, can you guarantee that the other school beauties haven't been corrupted? Zua Bing became even angrier when she saw this. If this gets back to my mom, I'll be in trouble again. Chen Fan. Whoever beats his mouth until it's swollen, I'll pay 100,000. A reply like this suddenly appeared on the BBS. The entire forum exploded. Holy crap. The amazing guy who spent 200,000 yuan to take down Liang Dongkai and was elected class monitor has appeared. Previously, Chen Fan was unknown and no one paid attention to him. He became famous after Zua Bing publicly expressed her love for him. Most people just don't recognize him and don't know who he is. However, those who spoke ill of Zua Bing wisely deleted their inappropriate remarks. Zua Bing's family isn't short of money. What if they really get serious? If you really can't handle it, you'll be in deep trouble. It seemed that the storm had subsided, and Su Ruzhen had finally completed the shipment. The total funds in the account have now reached 31.6 billion, which is more than 400 million higher than before. Good. That's nice. Chen Fan spent an afternoon studying the stock market. Due to the sharp drop in the early stage, most stocks have now rebounded strongly, and many stocks have more than doubled in value, except for those bad stocks. The stock price is currently in a stable period, and with so much capital at hand, it's impossible to chase after stocks hitting their daily limit up every day like before. It's time to change our approach. Open the futures section. Byte. International crude oil prices fell by 70.7%. Holy crap. Chen Fan quickly opened the crude oil market information, and oh my god. International crude oil prices are expected to plummet from $65.50 a barrel to $19.95 within the next 15 trading days. What's there to hesitate about? He immediately called Su Ruzhen. Honey, you might have to work the night shift. If you're going to die, can't you at least let me rest for a few days? Su Ruzhen misunderstood, thinking that he was going to come and torment her again. She has put a lot of effort into shipping these goods, and she is indeed quite tired. And they're moving. They're currently furnishing the villa. Ahem, that's not what I meant. Chen Fan knew what she was thinking from her soft voice. Su Ruzhen is different from Zua Bing. She has high needs and can withstand a lot of hardship. Zua Bing is still a student after all, and she's not as outgoing as Zua Bing. Upon hearing Chen Fan's explanation, Su Ruzhen's pretty face turned bright red, and she instinctively squeezed her legs together in her black stockings while sitting in the office. So what do you mean? You should prepare to short international crude oil. International crude oil markets are connected to global capital markets, offering enormous potential. Before the market crashes, go all in and dump your shares. The more than 30 billion yuan in short positions were left for them to enjoy. Su Ruzhen carefully recorded Chen Fan's instructions. Trading international crude oil did indeed require working overtime, and might even require staying up all night. But this is work, and Su Ruzhen has no choice but to take it upon herself. She abandoned the idea of temporarily living in the villa, as living in the office would be more convenient. After finishing my work, I met up with Zua Bing for lunch. Looking at Zua Bing's long legs, Chen Fan said dejectedly, "Are these people blind? How dare they say that my Bing Bing is not as pretty as them?" Zua Bing, on the contrary, didn't care. What's the use of caring about these empty titles? She took Chen Fan's arm and asked, "Haven't we gone shopping in a long time?" Chen Fan looked at her speechlessly. Can you blame me? It's all because you've been so focused on rehearsals that you've even abandoned your husband. Zua Bing gritted her teeth and pinched him. You're shouting nonsense again. It sounds awful. Chen Fan winced in pain. Stop shopping. I'll buy you a sports car instead. You've been getting a bit cocky lately. Last time you gave my dad a rock worth tens of millions, and now you want to give me a sports car. What's the meaning of this? Do you want people to say I'm after your money? Zua Bing pinched his face. Don't forget who you are. You were the poorest student in the class. Even though you're successful now, don't be too high profile. Many people get into trouble because they are too arrogant. Okay, honey. Roll. Zua Bing is unavailable these days. Relatives are visiting. Chen Fan didn't want to press the matter further, so he decided to go out for crayfish that night. I reckon Lu Wushuang would be filled with hatred and despair if she saw me. I just got a taste of it, and you disappeared without a trace for days. Chapter 92, I never expected the eldest daughter of the Lu family to be so pure. Young miss, dinner is ready. I won't eat it. I won't eat it. The nanny came over and called Lu Wushuang to eat, and Lu Wushuang got angry. They cook this like it's for pigs every day. How can anyone eat this? Lu Wushuang lived in Jiangnan and ate Huayang cuisine, which emphasizes freshness and mild flavor. I suddenly ate crayfish and it tasted absolutely delicious. Just as she was getting angry, the elevator doors rang, ding dong. Lu Wushuang ran out and saw that Chun Fan had returned. Because of the presence of bodyguards and nannies, she didn't say anything, but just stared at him with a depressed look. Chun Fan smiled, gave her a wink, and then casually opened the door. Lu Wushuang understood and immediately went back to her room and locked the door. Young miss. The nanny grew anxious. Aren't you going to eat? You guys eat, don't bother me. She went to the balcony, and there Chun Fan was indeed there. Where did you go? You promised to take me to eat crayfish. Shoo. Chun Fan glanced at the doorway and tossed her a few pills across the balcony. What are you doing? Go eat first, just to appease them. It would be best to put this in their food and let them eat it. This medicine should last for 3 or 4 hours. Okay, time to eat. Lu Wushuang opened the door and looked at the food on the table. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, when she eats, everyone else has to stand. She glanced at the 3 of them. Can you guys stop standing there like blocks of wood? Go get busy. I'm getting annoyed by having to watch over me like this every day. Yes, Mississippi. The 3 of them left the room, and Lu Wushuang quickly put the medicine Chun Fan had given her into the soup. He first served himself a bowl and finished the rice in no time. She walked out of the room and said, I'm going to rest for a bit. You guys go and have dinner too. The nanny usually prepares the meals first, and after she finishes eating, she eats with the bodyguard. The young lady hasn't had a good appetite these past few days, so the nanny has been giving her extra meals. Seeing this, the 2 bodyguards didn't stand on ceremony and sat down to eat heartily. After finishing the meal, one of the bodyguards yawned. The food today was delicious. Yes, Aunt Lu's cooking skills are getting better and better. Aunt Lu was a little unhappy. If the young lady doesn't like it, it's no use no matter how good it is. The bodyguard who spoke first stood up and said, Miss has gone to rest. I'll go back to my room and lie down for a bit too. Another bodyguard followed closely behind, and the 2 returned to their room to rest. The nanny was clearing away the dishes. What's wrong with the weather today? I feel so sleepy. Forehead, you finished so quickly? Lu Wushuang saw that the bodyguard had fallen asleep on the sofa and gently closed the door. Knock, knock, knock. Chun Fan was waiting next door when Lu Wushuang came over and knocked on the door. All done, let's go. Ha. He suddenly realized that Lu Wushuang was actually quite cute. Perhaps it was because of her long-term lifestyle that she longed for the outside world. Her family protected her too well, and she missed out on so much of her wonderful life. Chun Fan led her out of the residential area and hailed a taxi. Driver, to Yinha Avenue. Every summer, the Riverside Avenue is packed with people. The entire riverbank is lined with late-night food stalls and open-air restaurants. Every time Lu Wushuang saw others happily drinking beer and eating barbecue in places like this, she was extremely envious. But her family wouldn't allow her to go to places like that. She only went to high-end places like fancy hotels and manors. They call it living a high-society life, but what's the point? It's completely out of touch with reality. The 2 soon arrived at the Riverside Avenue, and Lu Wushuang was particularly excited as he looked at the endless stream of people. This is the first time I haven't had a tail following me. Boss, bring us a pot of lobster and lots of barbecue stuff too. The 2 chose a spot, and Chun Fan waved and shouted, Great, want some beer? Of course, 2 pitchers of ice-cold beer, please. The boss left happily, and Lu Wushuang sat in her seat, gazing at the scenery along the river. Do so many people come here for late-night snacks every day? She asked curiously. More than that, it's only early in the day. There are even more people at night. Eat as much as you want a day. Don't hold back. Lu Wushuang loved this kind of excitement. The owner quickly brought out the cooked lobsters, a whole big bowl of them. Draft beer was served, followed by barbecue. Chun Fan grabbed a large beer mug. Come on, let's have one. Lu Wushuang remained very ladylike, picked up her cup, smiled, and drank more than half of it. While Chun Fan was peeling shrimp, she took out her phone and said, Add me on WeChat. I haven't been able to reach you for days. Chun Fan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. This time, I guess I won't have to cut myself, right? After we added each other on WeChat, a girl carrying a guitar and dragging a speaker asked, Hey handsome/beautiful lady, want to request a song? Lu Wushuang used to go to large concerts often, but she never expected that such a place could have such a romantic atmosphere. Then sing I Miss You So Much. This is the song that Lu Wushuang requested. The young lady smiled and replied, Okay, Thank you for selecting. I miss you so much. Whom do you miss? Chen Fan stared at her. Lu Wushuang. Rose petals, one by one. It withered and fell before my eyes. Your promises, little by little. The echoes in my ears. The young lady started singing, and her voice was quite nice, attracting the attention of many people around her. Chen Fan picked up his beer glass. Want a sip? Wait a minute. I haven't finished peeling the shrimp yet. The shrimp vein is too hard to remove. Fool. Chen Fan glanced around and saw several pretty girls asking each of the shrimp-eating customers, "Do you need me to peel the shrimp?" Our young lady provided excellent service, was warm and generous, and was very professional. Chen Fan waved. Hey, beautiful. Two of you, come over here. Great. The person smiled when they heard that someone needed service. He quickly summoned two girls who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. Sir, are two of you enough? That's enough. That's enough. Okay, then please enjoy your meal. The two girls sat down, put on gloves, and began peeling shrimp. You can do that. Lu Wushuang stared wide-eyed. No way. Even eating shrimp gets this kind of service. It's so thoughtful. You know, lobsters are really hard to peel. Their shells are so hard. For someone as delicate as Lu Wushuang, peeling too many pets would cause her hands to hurt. The two enjoyed star-level treatment, with nothing to do but eat and drink. The barbecue was served, and Lu Wushuang gradually blended in, eating a little without regard for her image. There was red oil around the corners of his mouth. After the singing girl finished her song, Chen Fan said, "Keep singing, don't stop. I'll give you 100 yuan for singing a song." Then he added, "You'll pay me later." Lu Wushuang didn't care about money at all. She nodded innocently. Of course. If you have time in the future, take me out to eat delicious food often, and I'll pay you a salary. Haha. Chen Fan was amused. I never expected the eldest daughter of the Lu family to be so pure. Look, these are flowers grown in a greenhouse. However, there was no need for him to put on airs in front of Lu Wushuang. It didn't matter who paid him. Chapter 93, The Big Bad Wolf and the Little White Rabbit. Today was truly a feast. The two of them drank 2 pitchers of beer, a large plate of lobster, and some barbecue. Chen Fan discovered that Lu Wushuang actually had a good alcohol tolerance. At least a few bottles of beer wouldn't knock her out. Wow, that's an incredible amount. It must be something we're born with, right? Chen Fan went to pay the bill, but Lu Wushuang said first, "I'll pay." She couldn't possibly let Chen Fan pay the bill. The singing girl charged 10 yuan per song, and Lu Wushuang paid her 2006 for 26 songs. After all, Chen Fan also cares about his reputation. He had already promised them. The two young ladies who peeled the shrimp each received a 200 yuan tip and left happily. Chen Fan looked at the night market and said, "Let's go back." "No, I haven't had enough fun yet." Lu Wushuang stroked her round little belly. "Next time, your bodyguard and nanny will be waking up soon." Lu Wushuang was quite helpless and somewhat unwilling to return to the apartment with Chen Fan. Before the bodyguards and nanny woke up, Lu Wushuang opened the door and slipped inside. A little while later, Mom called via video. "Shuang Shuang, what are you busy with?" "Eating, sleeping, reading." "Mom, please don't keep sending video calls. People have a lot of study to do." Okay. You're already annoyed with Mom so quickly. Could you please send those 2 bodyguards back? They're so annoying, always following me around like shadows." "No, we must ensure your safety." "Then transfer 2 million to me." Shuang, what are you doing?" "Mom, you're asking too many questions. I don't want to answer you." "All right." Beep. A few minutes later, 2 million arrived in the account. Lu Wushuang lay listlessly on the sofa, only realizing today how boring her life was. This is not the life I want. I also want to have my own space, just like my classmates. The 2 bodyguards woke up, startled, and jumped out of bed. "Holy crap, how did we fall asleep? Where's Miss?" Thump, thump, thump. "Young Miss." Lu Wushuang opened the door. "What? Aren't you guys annoying?" Thankfully, the young lady is still here. She wasn't stolen. The 2 bodyguards finally breathed a sigh of relief and then returned to their room to wait for orders. Chen Fan was also lying on the sofa when his WeChat beeped. "Peerless, Senior, can you still climb the balcony?" "Chen Fan, what are you going to do? Unparalleled in the world, so boring. Come over and chat for a bit." "Chen Fan, then I'll take a shower first." "Why is this grown man so particular?" "Okay, I'm going to take a shower too." A dozen minutes later, Chen Fan climbed over the balcony. "Huh, where are they? Where are they?" "Junior." The television was on, and it was playing The Big Bad Wolf and the Little White Rabbit. "Oh." Lu Wushuang came out wrapped in a bath towel, saw a figure, and screamed in fright. "Young miss, what's wrong?" The two bodyguards sprang into action at the sound, exclaiming, "Something's wrong, miss." Chun Fan rushed over and covered her mouth. "Shoo, I was so scared I almost lost my mind." Lu Wushuang, panting heavily, shouted towards the door, "It's nothing, just a cockroach. I stomped it to death." "Oh." The two bodyguards were relieved, shook their heads, and returned to the room opposite. Rich girls are so delicate, they get scared of even a cockroach. Back in our day, we could crush caterpillars. Chun Fan held her body, feeling her softness, and instinctively let go. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Lu Wushuang blushed. "Why did you come here? Didn't you call me here? But I didn't expect you to be so fast." "Am I fast?" Chun Fan felt embarrassed to stare at her delicate skin. "Go and get dressed quickly." Soon, she changed into a princess dress in her bedroom. Chun Fan smiled. "Why are you laughing?" "Fine. Nowadays, college students dress themselves up very nicely and look very mature. Lu Wushuang is still quite naive in this respect." "Senior, you don't need to go to work anymore. I'll pay you your salary." "Oh." Chun Fan looked at her, puzzled. "What are you going to do?" "No, you take me out to eat good food every day, and I'll give you money." "No. How could I possibly have the time to go every day? I'll give you 2 million. Chun Fan refused. "What can you do with 2 million? Do you know how much money I'm worth for the time it takes me to bend over?" Beep. 2 million yuan was transferred via WeChat red envelopes. Chun Fan was stunned and returned the money. "Never mind. I'll just go back to sleep. You think you can buy all my time with 2 million? No way." Seeing Chun Fan about to leave, Lu Wushuang panicked. "Senior, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult you. It's just that you work so hard every day." Lu Wushuang looked quite aggrieved, and Chun Fan sighed, stroking her hair. "Remember, the joy of life does not lie in getting something for nothing, but in achieving one goal after another through continuous effort." "So what is your goal?" Lu Wushuang blinked, and Chun Fan looked at her with a smile. "You want to know?" Chun Fan approached her step by step, cornering her against the wall. With his aggressive gaze fixed on the little white rabbit, Lu Wushuang felt inexplicably guilty. Her pretty little face was flushed red. The red color extended all the way down to her swan-like, fair neck. She glanced at Chun Fan, then quickly looked away. Chun Fan lifted her chin, and Lu Wushuang felt a pang of panic. "Senior, close your eyes." Lu Wushuang shook her head in a daze. Chun Fan leaned in, and the moment his lips touched hers, her body went limp. "I was so excited that I fainted." "You're so useless." Chun Fan quickly lifted her up and carried her to the sofa. It seems that the lovely Miss Lu is a complete blank slate when it comes to love. The sound of bodyguards moving around could be heard outside the door. Chun Fan covered her with an air conditioning blanket and poured her a glass of water. "Climb over the balcony." Lu Wushuang woke up shortly afterward. She sat up and looked at the water glass on the table. Recalling the scene from just now, I instinctively touched my lips, my face burning. The next morning, when Chun Fan went to school, Lu Wushuang's two bodyguards were still on high alert. She always looks at him with displeasure. What the hell does that mean? Of course, he didn't know. The Lu family has already contacted teacher Shen. If Shun Mingyao hadn't refused to sell the house, Chun Fan would probably have been kicked out by them. At that time, only Lu Wushuang and his bodyguards will live in the entire apartment building. They must clear all obstacles to ensure the young lady's absolute safety. Chapter 94. Lu Wushuang secretly came to see Chun Fan. In a classroom for first-year students in the Department of Business Administration, Lu Wushuang was searching on her phone. If a boy kisses you first, does he love you? Answer 1. Not necessarily. He might just want to sleep with you. Answer 2. What if he just wants to taste your lipstick? Answer 3. Ask yourself if you loved everyone you've ever kissed. Answer 4. If you're not particularly wealthy, it must be true love. The answers online are a mess. Lu Wushuang couldn't figure it out either. She stared blankly at her phone. She didn't listen to a word the teacher said. Soon, she opened WeChat again and changed Chun Fan's nickname to Big Bad Wolf. Chun Fan decided today to be a good class monitor and to listen attentively in class. Today's lesson is very important because it covers classic cases of how international financial giants navigate the world. Some people short sell a country's economy, others destroy an entire continent's economy, and some people have monopolized all the resources. The powerful hand of capital is controlling the entire world. From what I've seen and come into contact with, even the most powerful and wealthy families are merely struggling to survive in the cracks. They simply cannot make it onto the world stage. During the fourth period, Everyone was listening attentively. A considerable commotion suddenly broke out outside. Huh? Lu Wushuang. Wow. Why did Lu Wushuang come here? Oh my god, my goddess. Chen Fan didn't even notice that Lang Gao next to him nudged him and pointed out the window. What? Outside the window, Lu Wushuang indeed peered into the classroom. What is this girl trying to do? Just as Chen Fan was wondering what was going on, he received a WeChat message on his phone. Big Bad Wolf. I've come to see you. Which class are you in? Barbie Q has come knocking on our door. Chen Fan replied with a WeChat message. I'm in the classroom where you're standing. What do you want? It's okay. Just stand up and let me take a look before you leave. It's okay. I was just passing by. No one knows. Chen Fan stood at the window, and Lu Wushuang glanced at him briefly before quickly leaving. Well, for some reason, Chen Fan felt like he was in deep trouble. Not long after, Lu Wushuang sent another message. Big Bad Wolf. Remember, if you run into me at school, you must pretend you don't know me. We're not familiar with each other. Oh no, I've really stepped on a landmine. Once Lu Wushuang left, the classroom returned to calm. Chen Fan despised these animals. Had they never seen a woman before? Of course, he didn't know that there were many male students in college who had never been in a relationship in 4 years. They wasted their best years eating free dog food. At noon, Zhuobing called. Let's go back together for dinner tonight. My cousin brought her boyfriend home. Okay, Zhuobing's cousin, Chen Fan, had never met her, but Zhuobing said that Chen Fan definitely couldn't refuse. This also means that he has been accepted by the Zhuo family, and it is very likely that it was Zhuobing's family's idea. After class in the afternoon, Zhuobing waited for him at the school gate. A Toyota Alphard picked up Lu Wushuang, and she returned to her apartment building for meals every day, escorted by bodyguards. Chen Fan walked over, and Zhuobing waved to flag down a car. Su Ruzhen has been very busy lately, so Chen Fan doesn't bother her unless it's something important. The taxi driver turned his head and looked. Holy crap, it's you two again. He was particularly struck by the two men. The taxi driver, with a mournful face, said, Could you please take another car? I still have a family to support. Chen Fan found it very strange. Aren't we going to give you money? Money doesn't matter. The main thing is that we've been eating too much dog food. Zhuobing recognized him too. It was the same driver from last time. It's okay, we'll give you double this time. Mr. and Mrs. Zhuo Handong have arrived at Yuchuan Hotel. The two went home early, took a shower, and changed their clothes. Han Chai-young, in particular, even wore perfume. She dressed herself up in a very fashionable way. Handong, look, my chain isn't even as expensive as Bing Bing's. Why don't you buy me one? Zhuo Handong said. All right, why do you need to buy such an expensive chain? You don't need to compare yourself with others. Han Chai-young fell silent. This old geezer is not even as good as my daughter's boyfriend. Look at Chen Fan. He spends all the money he earns on his girlfriend. This is what true love is. Zhuo Handong knew that Han Kaiying was concerned about her image, especially since she liked to compete with her sister-in-law. We're all sisters-in-law. What's there to compare? Zhuo Handong's older brother is also a boss with a very large business and a net worth of over 1 billion yuan. However, Zhuo Handong did not pursue these things. He preferred a leisurely life. In his view, life is not about rushing to achieve a certain goal, but about enjoying every process of life. My niece brought her boyfriend home today, and she couldn't resist showing him off. Zhuo Handong knew he was inferior to his brother, but he didn't care. Han Chai-young is different. Otherwise, why would she be so desperate to prove herself? The couple arrived at the hotel entrance, but did not rush upstairs. Han Chai-young glanced at her watch. Call and ask Bing Bing and the others if they've arrived yet. Actually, she specifically asked Zhuobing to call Chen Fan over this time because she wanted to save face. Since Chen Fan could give Zhuobing a necklace worth over 6 million and Zhuo Handong raw stones worth tens of millions, he should be able to surpass his sister-in-law's future son-in-law in terms of ability. Not long after, Chen Fan and Zhuobing arrived by taxi. Han Chai-young felt anxious when she saw Chen Fan dressed so plainly. Why didn't you even change your clothes? Everyone else will be dressed up so nicely, and you'll all be so shabby. Zhuo Handong said. All right, there's no time. Let's go up. It's just a few people in our own family. Why make such a fuss? Han Chai-young glared at him. Don't blame me if you embarrass yourself later. Chen Fan didn't know why and was about to ask when Zhuobing tugged at him. It's nothing. Let's go. The four arrived at the Blooming Prosperity private room at the Yuchuan Hotel. Inside the private room sat a middle-aged woman who looked particularly well off, and a young couple. Zhua Handong and his family came in. Sister-in-law. Zhua Chun is back. The middle-aged woman immediately stood up. Handong, why are you taking so long to arrive? Oh, Bingbing is here too. Please sit down, please sit down. Then she looked at Chun Fan. And this is? My boyfriend, Zhua Bing said frankly. Wow. Bingbing, you have a boyfriend? Upon seeing this, my cousin immediately became excited. He also winked at the young man beside him. The man was dressed impeccably, from head to toe in designer brands, a suit with a tie, and even his hair was slicked back. He stood next to his cousin, looking particularly gentlemanly. Han Kaiying was very anxious as she watched this unfold. This Chin Fan didn't even know to change his clothes. Now look what's happened. We've been completely outshone by others. When her cousin's boyfriend saw Zhua Bing, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Zhua Bing was wearing jeans today, and her long legs, which are typical of people from northern China, were particularly eye-catching. My cousin is only 1.6 meters tall. Although she has designer clothes, she is still several levels below her. The plump older sister-in-law greeted them. Sit down, Hanwen will be here soon. Chapter 95. Which of the two families' sons-in-law is more capable? 3 women make a drama, and 2 women can also be quite talkative. The eldest sister-in-law was particularly energetic today, dressed in jewels, and kept commenting on Han Chaiyung's jewelry. Every piece of jewelry she wore was more expensive than Han Chaiyung's rings, earrings, necklaces. The total value is several million. Seeing her sister-in-law comparing these things with her, Han Chaiyung glared fiercely at her husband. Zhua Handong is of a detached nature and dislikes comparison. I'm only interested in antiques. One of his notable features is that he's quite handsome. This meant that Zhua Bing inherited some of his genes. Seeing that Aunt Zhua Bing kept talking about these things, Chun Fan went out and made a phone call. Cousin Zhua Chun looked at Chun Fan and asked, Bing Bing, is your boyfriend your classmate? We are alumni. Oh, what does his family do? They don't seem to be very well off. That's why so many girls these days can't find boyfriends. After entering society, one becomes worldly and no longer as innocent as in school. One's standards become too high. When choosing a boyfriend, they no longer consider feelings, but rather material things first. Zhua Chun has only been out of college for 2 years. Didn't she also find a handsome but poor boyfriend when she was in college? Of course, the final result was predictable. The auntie beat the boyfriend out of the house with a broom, forcing them to break up. My cousin accepted this reality. She discovered that after giving up on this crooked tree, there was a much bigger forest out there. My current boyfriend is more outstanding, and he comes from a good family. After Chin Fan finished his call and came in, Zhua Chin's boyfriend specially picked up the gift box that had been prepared beforehand. Auntie, this is something I specially brought back from abroad. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't mind it. Oh, you even brought a gift? Don't be so polite. That kid is really something. The aunt looked reproachful and said, since we're all family, there's no need to spend so much money. Zhua Chun felt especially proud when her boyfriend gave her mother a gift. Mom, open it and see if you like it. Actually, they carefully selected this gift together because Zhua Chun knew that his mother especially loved dressing up. Although she was overweight, she loved to flaunt her wealth. Okay, nothing too expensive. Auntie opened the gift with a smile. It was a particularly beautiful dress. In the box next to it, there was also a pair of bracelets. Wow, it's so beautiful. How much does it cost? Auntie seemed flattered, and her expression was particularly exaggerated. Zhua Chun said smugly, Mom, it won't cost much. This dress is only 130,000 yuan. The key is these bracelets. These bracelets cost over 200,000. Wow, this is so valuable, so valuable. Aunt shook her head repeatedly, but couldn't hide the joy on her face. Xiao Yuan, you're really something, being so polite among family. Xiao Yuan stood up and said politely, It's my pleasure, it's my pleasure. You only have one daughter, Zhua Chun. If we don't take care of you, who will? This child is really good with words. Auntie was overjoyed. Although these things are not more expensive than what she usually uses, the sentiment behind them is enough. Fine, you've already given her a gift, Zhua Chun asked deliberately, trying to get noticed. Hey, Bing Bing, has your boyfriend ever given your aunt a gift? When Zhua Handong heard her mention this, he frowned. People shouldn't be so materialistic. Chun Fan is low-key, but the gifts he gives are things you could never imagine in your lifetime. Han Chaiyung knew how to handle people, saying, It's a gift, it's a gift. Our Chun Fan even sent a piece of... Cough, cough. Zhua Handong interrupted her. turning his gaze to his niece. Chen Fan has already shown us enough kindness. There's no need to flaunt it here. Zhua Chen smiled and said, Uncle is still so protective of his own. If he gave it, he gave it. If he didn't, he didn't. I don't think Xiao Chen's family is very wealthy, but it's okay. Anyway, your uncle is worth over 100 million. They can live off you in the future. Zhua Bing noticed that her cousin had been getting a little carried away lately, so she took Chen Fan's arm and said, You wouldn't understand how good Chen Fan is to me. She found it really strange that her uncle's family liked to show off so much. Auntie, of course, had to join in the fun, asking, Isn't the Chun family's financial situation not very good? Chen Fan objected. Who said that? I also brought a gift for my mother-in-law, but it's still on its way and should arrive soon. Oh, you actually brought a gift? Zhua Chen laughed. What gift? Let us see it quickly. No rush, we'll be there soon. Seeing Chun Fan's calm demeanor, his aunt and her family smiled. Xiao Yuan, in particular, has a very strong presence. Annie was also very happy. Her husband was richer than her brother, and her son-in-law was better than theirs. Wasn't Han Chai-young very ambitious? Let's see what you'll have to compare with me in the future. Just then, Chen Fan's phone rang. Come in, to the Blooming Flowers and Prosperity private room. Thump, thump, thump. A very pretty young woman appeared at the door with 2 jewelry store employees. This pretty young lady is Chu Yinfei, the receptionist at Lantu Investment. Chen Fan just called Su Ruzhen, and Su Ruzhen immediately arranged for her to come and handle this matter. The 2 jewelry store employees were also dressed in neat uniforms, looking dignified and elegant. Mr. Chun, your order has arrived. Chen Fan nodded, and Chu Yinfei led them in. Everyone stared blankly, wondering what it meant. Chen Fan, what are you up to now? Zhua Bing was also looking at him. 2 jewelry store employees placed several jewelry boxes on the table and opened them. A necklace, a pair of bracelets, a pair of earrings, and a jade ring. A complete set of jewelry commonly used by women. The prices listed are 12,880,000, 3,488,000, 699,080, and 1,228,000 respectively. Chen Fan stood up and said to Han Kaiying, Auntie, take a look and see if you like it. If you don't like it, I'll ask them to change it. Forehead, what does this mean? Han Chai-young was a little confused, staring at the crystal clear diamond necklace, the jade bracelet with a heart-stopping green color, and the gemstone ring on the table. Chen Fan, what's wrong with you? Chen Fan smiled and said, I've been very busy before and haven't had a chance to give Auntie a gift. I'm taking this opportunity to make up for it today. Auntie, if you think it's okay, please accept it. If you think it's too cheap, I'll ask them to go and exchange it. This is cheap? Han Chai-young's hands trembled with excitement. No, this is too precious. This kid is giving away a gift worth tens of millions. I love it. The smile on her aunt's face froze. Impossible, this must be fake. The jewelry store clerk said politely, Our loose jewelry guarantees quality and will compensate 10 times the price if it's fake. Madam, if you don't believe me, you can have it appraised by any authoritative institution. Auntie's face darkened completely. Now even the gift Xiao Yuan gave her didn't seem appealing anymore. What a piece of junk. My cousins Zhua Chun and her boyfriend also wished they could disappear into a hole. Especially Xiao Yuan, who glared angrily at Chen Fan, thinking, Damn it, why are you stepping on me when you're trying to show off? Chapter 96, I also have billions. Well, I really didn't want to use a lower dimensional attack, but I was forced into it. Han Chai-young was so excited. Her son-in-law had accomplished the mission that her husband hadn't been able to complete. I was just saying I'd have Laos would deliver it, but he wouldn't agree. She looked at Chun Fan and his partner happily, saying she would never interfere with their relationship again. And we need to find a way to catch him as soon as possible, lest he be kidnapped. Seeing that Han Kaiying was pleased, Chen Fan waved his hand and said, You guys go ahead and get busy. Okay, Mr. Chun. Chu Yanfei left with 2 employees from Lu's jewelry store. The atmosphere in the private room became extremely awkward, and Zhua Chen's boyfriend was even more restless. Just now, in order to show off, he gave the gift to his future mother-in-law in front of Chun Fan and the others. A gift worth hundreds of thousands. You ordinary people probably haven't even seen one in your entire lives, right? Unexpectedly, my face still hurts. My teeth were almost knocked out. Fortunately, Zhua Hanwen arrived. Before he even came in, I could hear him making a phone call from afar. All right, I got it. Just do it my way. This project is very important to our company, you know? He hung up the phone and came in. Hey, why isn't the food served yet? I've been waiting for you. Zhou Handong wrote. Why be so polite among family? Sit down, sit down. Seeing everyone stand up, Zhou Hanwen waved his hand and then walked to the head seat and sat down. Little Yuan bowed and said, Hello, uncle. Zhou Hanwen looked at him. He had a decent appearance and seemed quite cultured. However, Zhou Hanwen himself is overweight and short, less than 1.7 meters tall. He was wearing a white shirt and a tie. In comparison, Zhou Handong is more handsome. Then let's serve the food. With a wave of his large, fat hand, he exuded an aura of authority. He never looked at Chun Fan once from beginning to end, nor did he ask about him. The two brothers opened a bottle of matai, and Zhou Handong asked the waiter to bring 4 decanters, saying, You two can have a drink with us too. Xiao Yuan stood up. Thank you, but I'm not used to drinking this. I'm used to drinking red wine abroad. Then let's have another bottle of red wine. You ladies should have some too. At home, Zhou Hanwen always acts like a domineering father. After all, he's the older brother, so he's the one who makes the decisions. He gave the order, then looked at Xiao Yuan and said, I heard you're managing projects for a large company overseas? Yes, our company does capital operations. Xiao Yuan was particularly reserved in front of his future father-in-law, Zhou Hanwen. After all, he was a tycoon worth billions. He earns a good salary abroad, comes from a well-off family, and is usually quite arrogant. Yes, young people need more experience. In this day and age, it's not acceptable to have less than 10 million in income. Yes, Xiao Yuan wiped away his sweat. My future father-in-law is so arrogant, talking about an income of tens of millions. He turned to look at Zhou Chun, which meant he still had to work harder. Zhou Handong, standing beside him, smiled slightly and looked at Chun Fan with satisfaction. Earning tens of millions shouldn't be difficult for Chun Fan. Dad, Jiarong is preparing to come back and start his own business. Zhou Chun meant that he hoped his father would support him. Zhou Hanwen glanced at his daughter. Okay, what are your plans? What industry do you want to work in? Yuan Jiarong said cautiously. I plan to set up an investment company to go back to my old business, stock trading, and capital operations. With my abilities, doubling or tripling my earnings in a year shouldn't be a problem. Since you have a goal, just go for it. It's really great that young people these days have someone like you. Zhou Hanwen also did not express any support. He picked up his glass. Come on, let's drink. Her gaze fell on Chun Fan, and her brows furrowed. Zhou Bing, you have a boyfriend? Zhou Bing nodded. Yes, uncle. Zhou Hanwen said unhappily. We haven't even graduated from university yet. What are you talking about dating? He asked Chun Fan. Are you still a student? Chun Fan sensed that Zhou Hanwen was not as easy to talk to as Zhou Handong, and his words and actions carried an air of arrogance. Perhaps because he's been in this industry for so long and has been fawned over by his subordinates, he's become a bit arrogant. Honestly, people don't necessarily become more mature with age. Many adults do things that are worse than what young people do. Some people make money, become arrogant, and look down on everyone. Zhou Hanwen is used to bossing people around at the company, and he does the same thing at home. Seeing that Chun Fan was dressed very plainly and was a student, he said to Zhou Handong and his wife, when Bing finds a boyfriend, you parents also have to take some responsibility. You can't just believe whatever she says. Although things are not like they used to be, and we don't emphasize social status as much anymore, there are still some rules that we still need to know. After all, our Zhou family is not just any ordinary family. In Jiangzhou, we can at least be recognized by others when we go out. Even if Chun Fan was stupid, he would understand that this meant he disliked him. My aunt was just humiliated and is very unhappy. Hearing that Zhou Handong and his wife were being lectured by her husband, she immediately became smug. To everyone's surprise, Zhou Handong didn't care at all and had a somewhat cynical attitude. Our Chun Fan is not bad. Although he is a student, he is young and promising. Yes, Chun Fan is very outstanding. Even Xiao Yuan is still a long way from catching up with him. Han Chai Young had long wanted to vent her anger, seeing her older brother's family acting like this, always lecturing her. She'd been itching to speak out for a long time. Even though you two are brothers, your family is rich, but I don't get a share. Why do you always act like the boss? Chun Fan had just made her look good, so she couldn't let him suffer any injustice. Hearing the couple's tone, Zhou Hanwen's face darkened. How can Xiao Chun be so capable? He looked at Chun Fan, thinking that his younger brother and his wife were probably just trying to save face by praising him. You can say he's excellent, fine, but you actually said that even Xiao Yuan has a long way to go to catch up with him? He was certainly aware of Xiao Yuan's situation, He earned $1 million a year. A standout among young people. Today he'll see what makes his younger brother and sister-in-law so arrogant. Xiao Chun, what do you study? Finance major. Chun Fan answered politely. Oh, that's a good major. Can I make money? Chun Fan stared speechlessly at the billionaire in front of him. Uncle, how much do you think is considered making money? Zhao Hanwen was taken aback, not expecting him to ask that question. He looked at Xiao Yuan and said, you should at least earn $1 million a year, just like Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, you won't be able to get into the circle at all. Chun Fan nodded, but said nothing more. Zhao Hanwen looked at him, wondering what he meant. Well, say it. He glared at Chun Fan with displeasure. Isn't this a bit too much to ask? Not bad. Uncle, how much are you worth? Well, damn it. Do you want to compare your net worth with mine? Even Zhao Handong and his wife were a bit overwhelmed when they heard this. When asked about his net worth, Zhao Hanwen said with a hint of pride, I started from scratch, and now the company is worth over $1 billion yuan. I plan to double my assets this year and aim to go public next year. I also have billions. Chun Fan spoke slowly and deliberately, keeping a low profile. Puff. At that moment, everyone in the private room burst out laughing. Han Chai-young was getting anxious. My dear son-in-law, I'm fine with you showing off, but don't go overboard. Chapter 97, Who wants to be your younger brother? I want to be the older brother. Zhao Hanwen's face twitched, and his expression turned ugly. Are young people these days so irresponsible? You have billions? Could you put on an even bigger act? I've worked hard for decades to accumulate this little bit of wealth. You're telling me that you, as a student, have billions? Holy crap. Zhao Hanwen really wanted to swear. Even without bragging, with his current net worth, who wouldn't give him some face in public? Who doesn't address me politely as general manager Zhao? Even when city leaders bumped into each other at meetings, they would greet him with special warmth, calling him Old Zhao. You're exaggerating to an extreme. The aunt couldn't hold back any longer and stood up, her waist as thick as a water bucket. Xiao Chen, you're really going too far. It's over $1 billion yuan. Do you think it's just paper? What do you have? That's not how you brag. Show me what you've got. If you had $1 billion, I'd eat shit. Chun Fan's words made her very unhappy. In front of outsiders, she was a complete wealthy lady. Every time she went back to her parents' home, all the relatives would swarm around her, fawning over her and treating her like an empress dowager. Seeing his future mother-in-law lose her temper, Xiao Yuan was particularly excited. This kid's overdoing it with his bragging, isn't he? Haha. $1 billion or more. Why don't you take off? Even a young and talented man like me only gives his girlfriend a few $100 million each time. But can that thing be used as money? You're finished. Seeing that her sister-in-law was taking it seriously, Han Kaiying quickly stepped in to protect her, saying, Sister-in-law, don't take it to heart with a child. He probably misspoke. Protecting one's own is a must, especially since this son-in-law just gave me such a big gift. Chun Fan, apologize to your uncle. Why apologize? I really do. You child. Even Zhao Handong is getting anxious. What do you have to offer? Isn't this a slap in the face to my uncle? My uncle will be very angry. Indeed, Zhao Hanwen was already very angry. People were giving him a way out, but he didn't know how to accept it. That's low emotional intelligence. But he got even angrier. Chun Fan had already taken out his phone and opened the bank information. That was transferred from the Lu Group. $1 billion. That's right. He earned that money at the bargain market. Lu Ruoxian reached an agreement with him on the spot, and the deal was done. Zhao Handong initially wanted to stop him, but upon seeing the message displayed on his phone, he froze instantly. Han Chai-young noticed her husband was in a daze, so she came over to take a look. Huh. The couple were a little stunned. He really did have $1 billion. Moreover, the transfer was the Lu Group. You should know that Zhao Hanwen has always wanted to do business with the Lu family, but they simply won't give him any face. The Lu family was simply beyond his reach. Seeing his younger brother and sister-in-law's expressions, he glared at them. It can't be that bad. Could it be that he? Zhao Hanwen was dumbfounded. Damn, this kid. There really is $1 billion. But when he saw the words, transfer amount from Lu Group, he couldn't help but sneer. Self-deception. You two sit down, stop acting like you've never seen the world before. Don't you even need to use your brain? What kind of family is the Lu family? Would they really transfer $1 billion to him? Aunt and Zhao Chun were both shocked when they saw the numbers in Chun Fan's account. But after hearing what their father said, the three of them looked at Chun Fan with disdain. Holy crap, that scared me to death. I really thought he had $1 billion. After studying at university for several years, I learned how to use Photoshop. That's quite impressive. Only Zhao Bing watched Chun Fan silently. He said he would give him 1 billion, and he never doubted it. If Chun Fan didn't have some ability, how could he give his parents 60 million worth of raw stones and 20 million worth of jewelry? You don't believe me, right? Chun Fan put away his phone without offering any explanation. Anyway, your money is yours. It's not like you're going to give it to me for no reason. Whether I have money or not is none of your business. Zhao Hanwen looked very upset. Whether a person has money or not is not really important. The key is to be honest. You're so young. Is it really worth it to use these kinds of tricks? Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. If it's your place in the circle, then stay there. This isn't the circle you want to be in, don't force it. If you insist on using such methods to climb the social ladder and become a phoenix man, I believe Zhao Bing has a choice. Uncle, what are you saying? Chun Fan is a really good person. Zhao Bing usually respects her uncle, but she wants to uphold Chun Fan's dignity. Even Zhao Handong was afraid that his brother's words would anger Chun Fan, but Chun Fan was more composed than they had imagined. He nodded. Mr. Zhao is right. People have their own circles. If you stay in this small circle of a billionaire for too long, you will naturally not see the outside world. The wealth created by young people today is beyond your comprehension. Just as Chun Fan finished speaking, his phone rang. He didn't give Zhao Hanwen any face and answered the phone directly. Oh, I'm having dinner with my girlfriend and her family at Yuchuan Hotel. Oh, you're here too. That's perfect. I'll be in the Blooming Fortune private room. He hung up the phone after saying that. Zhao Hanwen was angry at Chun Fan's behavior. But in Zhao Handong's opinion, hey, this kid is not bad. Remain calm in the face of change and know when to advance and retreat. Despite the situation, he remained calm and composed, without getting angry. This way, I won't embarrass my family. Of course, he didn't know what Chun Fan was thinking. There was no need for him to get angry, because everyone present was not on the same level as him. What's the point of getting angry with them? Facts speak louder than words. They will see the truth sooner or later. Thump, thump, thump. Someone arrived. The waiter opened the door, and Lu Ruoxian stood at the door holding a cup. Zhao Hanwen was initially very unhappy, but upon seeing Lu Ruoxian, he immediately stood up. President Lu, why are you here? Unfortunately, Lu Ruoxian didn't recognize him. You, a boss worth billions, are no match for the Lu family. Lu Ruoxian frowned. You are. How embarrassing. However, Zhao Hanwen did not feel that way. On the contrary, he felt very honored. He bowed and extended his hands. I am Zhao Hanwen from Hanwen Group. I greeted you at the last meeting. Don't you remember? Zhao Hanwen. I really don't remember. However, Lu Ruoxian still gave him face and pretended to remember. Oh. After exchanging a few polite words, her beautiful eyes swept over everyone in the private room, and she smiled. Chun Fan, these are all. Chun Fan stood up and said, my girlfriend's family. Let's have a simple meal here. What are you doing here? How embarrassing. Lu Ruoxian laughed heartily and playfully punched him. What's so embarrassing? Since they're your girlfriend's family, as your sister, it's not unreasonable for me to come over and offer them a toast, is it? Everyone was shocked and looked at Chun Fan in fear. Cough, cough. How embarrassing. Chun Fan coughed. Who wants to be your younger brother? I want to be the older brother. Chapter 98, A Triumph. Chun Fan is actually Lu Ruoxian's younger brother? Everyone wore an expression of disbelief, especially seeing the usually proud and aloof Lu Ruoxian acting so intimately with Chun Fan. Everyone was secretly curious. Lu Ruoxian was naturally aware of everyone's thoughts and explained, don't misunderstand. Chun Fan is my adopted younger brother. Unexpectedly, Chun Fan was not happy about it. President Lu, you are not allowed to take advantage of me. A real man should not be subservient to others. I should be the one being called brother, not the one being called sister. That's going too far. Zhao Hanwen's heart was pounding with anxiety. You little brat, you're asking for it, aren't you? Don't even mention you. At my age, when Mr. Lu said he wanted to call me brother, I accepted it without saying a word. Seeing Chun Fan and Lu Ruoxian chatting and laughing as if no one else was around, Zhao Hanwen felt both envious and jealous. He picked up his wine glass and said, Come, President Lu, this glass is for you. He's young and doesn't know any better, so please don't take it to heart. Lu Ruoxian laughed and said, It's all right, we don't stand on ceremony like that. Zhao Handong and his wife stood by, dumbfounded. When did Chun Fan manage to climb up to the Lu family's coattails? No wonder this kid is so arrogant. making billions of dollars a piece of cake for him. Cough, cough. Seeing a big shot like Lu Ruoxian, Zhou Handong also wanted to show his face. President Lu, we respect you. This is my brother Hanwen. I am Handong, and Chun Fan is my son-in-law. I hope you will take good care of me in the future, Mr. Lu. Lu Ruoxian's gaze fell on Zhou Bing. Wow. Chun Fan, your girlfriend is really beautiful. That figure is something even I'm a little envious of. Come on, everyone, don't be shy. No, Sister Lu is still prettier, Zhou Bing said modestly. After Lu Ruoxian appeared, her uncle's family became very polite and respectful. After toasting, Lu Ruoxian patted Zhou Bing on the shoulder and said, "Little sister, come to my shop with Chun Fan sometime. I won't disturb your family reunion today. I hope you enjoy your drinks. Take care, Mr. Lu." The Zhou brothers, Hanwen and Hanwen, respectfully saw the guests off. Back in the private room, Zhou Hanwen looked at Chun Fan with a particularly strange expression. "Little Chun, so you and President Lu are so familiar with each other?" "Yes. How come I've never heard you mention it before?" Han Chai-young was also very concerned about this issue. Chun Fan said calmly, "There's no such thing as being familiar or not. We're all business friends." Zhou Hanwen wiped his sweat. Could it be that simple? Others may not know, but his experience was profound. In Jiangzhou's social circle, someone of his caliber is simply out of reach. Not to mention his close relationship with Lu Ruoxian. Zhou Hanwen said, "Nephew, if there's a chance, I'll introduce you to someone. We're all family. If I did anything to offend you just now, please don't take it to heart." Yeah. At this moment, the aunt's expression changed, and she quickly began to flatter Chun Fan. "You are also a young talent, far surpassing our Xiao Yuan by tens of thousands of times. You are so outstanding at such a young age. Your future achievements are limitless." Chun Fan simply smiled faintly. The aunt took the opportunity to praise. "Our Bing Bing has good taste. She's so lucky to have found a boyfriend like Xiao Chun. Bing Bing, come here. Your aunt has a gift for you." She took off the jade bracelet worth over 10,000 yuan from her wrist and was about to put it on her left hand. Zhou Bing panicked. No need, Annie. You can keep it yourself. I don't like carrying this." "Oh, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't mind it." "No need. Thank you, Auntie." Seeing that Zhou Bing insisted on not accepting, her aunt said, "Then bring Xiao Chun to our house another day, and I'll cook something delicious for you." Then she flattered Han Chai-young, saying, "Chai-young, you are so lucky. Xiao Chun is a rare talent, 1 in a million. Don't forget in the future that we are all one family. Come on, let's have a toast." The atmosphere in the private room became harmonious. The uncle and his wife praised Chun Fan one moment and flattered Han Kai-young the next. Han Chai-young was so happy. "After holding my breath for so many years, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief today. It's not easy to get your sister-in-law to submit to you like this, to flatter and fawn over you like this." She looked at Chun Fan, thinking that she should protect this son-in-law. Why don't we let Zhou Bing have a child with him sooner? Anyway, universities now allow marriage. After the meal, Zhou Hanwen took Chun Fan's hand and said, "Nephew, you must keep your uncle's affairs in mind. We're all family here, so let's keep the good stuff in the family. Your uncle will remember you." Out of consideration for Zhou Bing, Chun Fan replied, Okay, I understand. "Yes, young man, do a good job." He personally opened the door for Chun Fan and shielded the car frame with his hand, afraid of bumping Chun Fan's head. Only Zhou Bing didn't drink today. She was driving. Zhou Handong asked, "How about we take you back to school first?" Han Chai-young glared at him. "Why go back to school? Come in and sit at my house. If all else fails, I'll just sleep at home tonight." Zhou Handong looked at his wife and wondered what she meant by sleeping at home. Chun Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively looked at Zhou Bing. How could Zhou Bing not know what he was thinking? I glared at him fiercely. Back home, Han Chai-young personally poured tea for her, treating her with utmost courtesy, as if she were an honored guest. "Chun Fan, today was so satisfying. You really helped me save face. Do you know, your aunt has never been so polite to me in her entire life. Look how she's trying to please me today." Han Chai-young felt more and more satisfied. It is said that people fight for a breath of air, and Buddhas fight for a stick of incense. Wasn't Zhou Handong the same way? When has my older brother ever treated me like this before? He always seems to be lecturing, but this son-in-law is quite good. Zhou Bing nudged Chun Fan with her foot. "Mom, let's go back to school first. I have class early tomorrow morning." "Why go back to school? I'll take you there tomorrow morning." No, let's go back to school. We have to get up at 5:30, which is too early. Zwabing pulled Chen Fan up. Chen Fan was still thinking, why can't I sleep openly at home? However, since Zwabing wanted to leave, he couldn't force her to stay. Zwa Handong also stood up. Then please be careful. Yeah, it's okay. The two hurried downstairs, with Zwabing linking her arm with Chen Fan's. What are you doing? Do you really want to sleep at our house? Chen Fan laughed and said, if you control yourself and don't shout so loudly, why can't you? Roll. Zwabing gritted her teeth in hatred. That bastard. She didn't want her family to know that the two of them had already. Under the cover of night, the two young people nestled together, the atmosphere ambiguous. The two of them were in high spirits tonight. After walking for a while, Zwabing looked up at him and asked, do you want to go to a hotel? Are you going? Let's go then. Chapter 99. A billion yuan lied in the card. The two went to the Jinding International Hotel, but surprisingly, there were no luxury suites left. Zwabing was too lazy to run around. Whatever, a double room is fine with me. Chen Fan liked Zwabing's carefree personality and didn't discriminate. Unlike many girls who are overly ambitious and picky even though they have nothing, she is not like many girls who are overly ambitious and picky. Some people like to show off their status, but Zwabing never does. The two entered the room and saw that Zwabing had gone to take a shower, so this guy quickly slipped in as well. Other people use a lot of water to take a shower, but these two only need one shower. Honestly, Zwabing's long legs were truly unforgettable for Chen Fan. If Zhao Linlin's collision marked the beginning of the peak of her life, Zwabing, on the other hand, opened the door to another world for herself. This is all a man's happiness can be. The process was repeated once more, and Zwabing melted. Lying there like a puddle of mud, he thought, I'm going to die. How could that be? You fool. Chen Fan let her rest her head on his arm. Let's go buy a car tomorrow. Why? A reward for you. Zwabing rolled her eyes. I don't like you treating me this way. So what do you like? I like. Zwabing whispered in his ear. You should be shorter. Roll. Who is this person? This guy put his hand under her armpit, giggling. The two started playfully wrestling on the bed. The next morning, the two yawned and stretched. Watching Zwabing wrap herself in a bath towel and go to the bathroom, Chen Fan leaned against the headboard and lit a cigarette. I slept until after 9 o'clock again. Indeed, the spring night is too short and the sun rises too high. No wonder the emperor does not hold court in the morning. With such a beauty, only a fool would get up so early. At 10 o'clock, the two finished washing up and had breakfast. Chen Fan took her directly to the world of luxury cars. This place is a hub for luxury cars. Porsches, Ferraris, Maseratis, Lamborghinis, McLarens. It has everything. Are you two looking to buy a car? A male salesman with pimples on his face walked over and asked. When the other party saw Zwabing, their eyes lit up and they became exceptionally attentive. Chen Fan frowned. Change it. The other person was annoyed. Why? I don't like the way you look at my girlfriend. The other person walked away awkwardly. A beautiful saleswoman, whose clothes were practically bursting out of their sockets, was replaced by a standard business suit with black stockings rolled up to her thighs. With a professional smile, she said, What kind of cars do you two like? We have all the high-end brands here. Chen Fan was quite satisfied with the new salesperson. He habitually put his arm around Zwabing's waist. Look, what do you like? Zwabing originally didn't want to keep spending his money, but she couldn't resist the fact that this guy was just too rich, with $1 billion yuan lying in his bank account. If I don't spend a little, wouldn't I be doing a disservice to my status as the official girlfriend? If you don't know how to choose, just buy them all and drive a different one every day. Zwabing frowned. I'll go try it out and see how it feels. I watched as she walked up to a white Ferrari, stood next to the car. Wow. Don't move. Don't move. The saleswoman exclaimed in surprise, then picked up her phone and snapped a picture. At that moment, a man in his 30s stood on the second floor, holding a mobile phone and looking at the situation in the exhibition hall from a distance. Zwabing went into each car and sat in it for a bit to see how it felt. The salesperson would take a photo for her every time, and Chen Fan smiled. Zwabing's image is better than most car models. Those classic long legs are just amazing, especially since she was wearing a white short skirt today, which perfectly suited her image as a car model. Which one do you like? You can take it for a test drive. The salesperson was quite enthusiastic. Chen Fan said, It doesn't have to be limited to any one model. 2 or 3 are fine. Wow. The beautiful saleswoman looked at Chen Fan with envy that almost made her cry. Do boyfriends like this still exist? Send me one. If all else fails, I can borrow it for a few days. She gazed longingly at Chen Fan, her beautiful eyes sparkling, as if she wanted nothing more than to throw herself into his arms. The man upstairs came down and asked, "Young man, are you buying a car for your girlfriend?" President Tan. When the salesperson saw the boss coming over, he greeted him politely. He immediately introduced, "This is our shop owner, the president of the Luxury Car Association." Chen Fan nodded, and President Tan extended his hand. "Hello. What's your name, young man?" Chen Fan. "Hello, Mr. Chun." The other party shook hands with Chun Fan in a friendly manner and asked, "What kind of car are you looking to buy? I saw her upstairs just now. Your girlfriend has a great presence. Are you interested in becoming a car model?" "No need, thank you." Mr. Tan smiled and said, "Please don't misunderstand. Actually, being a car model is a very good profession, and you can become a big star just as well." With her looks and talent, she would absolutely outshine many of today's top models. Chun Fan waved his hand. "I'm here to buy a car." Mr. Tan didn't insist. "All right, if Mr. Chun takes a fancy to any of them, just let me know, and I'll give you a discount." Then he instructed the sales staff, "Take good care of our guests and give us the best service." "Okay, Mr. Tan, take care." Seeing Mr. Tan leave, the salesperson became exceptionally enthusiastic. "Handsome, let's add each other on WeChat. If you have any problems with the car in the future, you can contact me anytime." The two added each other on WeChat. Xiao Xiao was both cute and fierce. "That's a nice WeChat name." Chen Fan glanced at her. Zhou Bing walked over and said, "Then let's go with McLaren." She was interested in the McLaren MP412C with a 3.8T engine. "Do you want anything else? It's not like it's clothes. Why buy so many? Besides, there's nowhere to park them." "Oh well." Chen Fan asked the salesperson directly, "How much?" "Huh? Aren't you going to test drive it?" "No need to test it, just drive away." Not even willing to haggle. The salesperson was a bit bewildered. It was the first time they'd ever seen someone buy a car like this. "Do I need to haggle over this? Just sell it to me at the actual price." What a straightforward customer. The saleswoman was thrilled and quickly processed the paperwork for the two of them. The total price was 4.06 million yuan, including registration, insurance, and deed tax. Basically, everything was handled by the dealership. Chen Fan paid the money and completed the car purchase procedures. With a fierce yet endearing expression, Xiao Xiao presented the invoice, vehicle certificate of conformity, and other relevant documents with both hands. "Aren't you two going to put on screen protectors? Should we upgrade the interior?" "No need. A car is just a means of transportation. There's no need to be so protective of it." "All right." The store held a simple handover ceremony, and Chen Fan and Zhou Bing drove away. "Xiao Xiao, come here for a moment." Mr. Tan, from the second floor, shouted towards the exhibition hall. Xiao Xiao rushed upstairs excitedly. "Mr. Tan, what are your instructions?" Mr. Tan looked at her with a smile. "Keep an eye on this customer. If possible, try to get that girl to be a car model. Her conditions are too good. I feel as if I can already see a star rising in the world of car models." Xiao Xiao nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I will try my best to persuade her." "Go ahead. There will be a reward if you succeed." Mr. Tan waved his hand. Chapter 100. A little girl in love is indeed very clingy. Woohoo! A brand new McLaren drove into the campus like a white lightning bolt. The exhaust fumes roared, making it incredibly cool. Chen Fan and Zhou Bing got off the car happily. "Pop, bye-bye." Zhou Bing waved his hand. Fortunately, it was noon, and everyone needed to take a nap. Otherwise, I don't know how many people's hearts would have been broken. They're showing off their love. Especially after seeing Zhou Bing take the initiative to kiss him, several boys who witnessed it wanted to rush up and beat him up. Zhou Bing is one of everyone's goddesses. How could you do this? However, some people are envious and jealous while he lives off his wife. The Zhou family is so rich, they actually bought another sports car. I don't know where this guy got the good fortune to date a goddess like Zhou Bing. What is a goddess? A goddess is a girl who is unattainable in your eyes. In Chun Fan's eyes, it doesn't exist. Even the most beautiful girl is just one of the masses. Goddesses are the privilege of simps. Back in the dormitory, Wang Hao and Guo Jianliang were both there, while Yi Langgao had gone to his rented room again. Guo Jianliang has been trying to curry favor with Wang Hao and Yi Langgao lately, begging them to take him under their wing. Seeing everyone else making money, he got itchy to do the same. However, he has one advantage. He can occasionally get some living expenses from the 200-pound landlady. But it's not easy to get living expenses, it's hard on the back. Chen Fan had just lain down when he received a WeChat message. "Big Bad Wolf. Where are you? Moving bricks. Peerless. I'll give you money, so you don't have to work so hard. Okay. Chen Fan. No, a man should be independent. Peerless. I'll wait for you that night. Is this girl addicted? Come on, take a picture and show it to me. No, she's wearing her pajamas. Never mind then. I'm going to do my bricklaying. Don't. A few minutes later, a selfie appeared on her phone. Lu Wushuang had changed her clothes and was completely covered up, offering absolutely nothing to see. Chen Fan glanced at it. It wasn't interesting. Sleep. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Chen Fan still ignored him. She messaged me again. Are you ignoring me? Chen Fan replied. Why would I need you to send me a photo like this? It gives me no motivation to work hard. Which one do you want to see? Think for yourself. Lu Wushuang sent a pouting emoji. Then she hesitated in her apartment for a long time. Chen Fan opened the stock trading software and entered the futures interface. Yes, crude oil prices have indeed started to fall. The power of capital is immense. The price of a barrel plummeted from $65.50 to $52. And this was just the beginning, a smile spreading across Chen Fan's face. Based on what I've seen of the market, it's going to plummet all the way down to $19.95. Enjoy the thrill of short selling. However, I am currently just riding on someone else's coattails. The real financial giants are manipulating everything. I will continue to live a life of survival in the ocean of capital, and one day I will become a world-class financial tycoon. In the afternoon, Chen Fan was going with Lu Ruoxian to the rare goods market to buy the first batch of raw stones. Just as I was about to take a nap, Xiao Xiao, who was both cute and fierce, sent me a message. Handsome, I had a small gift for you, but I forgot to bring it over. When do you have time? Small gift? Never mind. You can keep it for yourself. No, that won't work. Our company has a rule that the customer needs to sign it. We may need to follow up with you next. Chen Fan. Just ask my girlfriend directly. Xiao Xiao, who was both cute and fierce, was suddenly speechless. Was her hint not obvious enough? No. Handsome, girls don't know much about cars, so let me explain it to you. Handsome guy, you don't think I'm too ugly and don't want to see me, do you? Forehead. Chen Fan. We'll talk about it later. I've been very busy lately. Okay, I'll wait until you're free. I'll be waiting anytime. Seeing that Chen Fan was really busy, she didn't pester him, so as not to annoy the guest. Chen Fan looked through her WeChat. It was full of photos showing off her figure. As expected of someone who sells cars, the headlights are great, almost as good as Mr. Shan's. Chen Fan stayed in the classroom for one class in the afternoon, and Lu Ruoxian came to pick him up. Park your car a little further away. If someone like Lu Ruoxian appeared on campus, it would definitely cause a sensation and even alarm the school leaders. Chen Fan walked out of the classroom and got into Lu Ruoxian's car after walking for a while. Due to busy family affairs, Lu Ruoxian temporarily abandoned her plan to go to southern Yunnan and instead made a purchase at the Jiangzhou Qihua market. After all, she would buy good materials whenever she saw them. Tang Jing followed Lu Ruoxian and smiled at Chen Fan. Tang Jing has changed a lot since I last saw her. The main change was in her temperament. She no longer carried the heavy psychological pressure that used to suffocate her. A person's temperament is something that emanates from within. Especially by following someone like Lu Ruoxian, one can learn even more. Tang Jing, you should learn a lot from President Lu. Tang Jing nodded, appearing exceptionally docile. Seeing this, Lu Ruoxian teased. I didn't expect you to be so caring. Chen Fan replied matter-of-factly. That's right, she's my schoolmate. Tang Jing glanced at him, but didn't say anything more. Upon arriving at the rare goods market, the shop owner complained, Mr. Lu, you're here again. Ever since this young man bought from me last time, very few people have been able to get a green one. This young man has a sharp eye. Chen Fan laughed and said, Don't pretend, you're just trying to hide the good stuff, aren't you? The shop owner said with a bitter face, It's true, Chow picked out more than a dozen pieces of material yesterday, and not a single one turned out well. He threw away more than 20 million and left. Lu Ruoxian laughed loudly. Don't you understand President Chow? He can't afford to lose money. Today, Chen Fan is going to conduct a major sweep, cleaning up all the larger shops in this area. The market for rare goods is large, but it's owned by several bosses, and there are also some small, scattered vendors, but they're just there for fun. Lu Ruoxian accompanied the boss for tea, while Chen Fan led his men to go on a shopping spree. Tang Jing was her assistant. Having visited the rare goods market several times, Chen Fan had gained a lot of experience. We reject all those that aren't in good condition and only select high-quality materials. Ideally, it should be one without a window. Those with windows are usually very expensive and not worth it. After browsing around, I picked out about 20 items and then went to a few other stores. In one afternoon, he selected over 100 pieces of raw stone. We need several pickup trucks to haul the goods. After Lu Ruoxian's people settled the bill, everyone headed back home and delivered the fabric to Lu's warehouse. The stones are then cut by workers and processed into jewelry. Seeing that he had been working hard all day, Lu Ruoxian extended an invitation. How about we have dinner together tonight? Chen Fan glanced at the time on his phone. No, maybe next time. Lu Wushuang, this little white rabbit, is still crying for milk. She's just starting to understand things, so she can't go hungry for too long. Otherwise, she would hate herself to death. Besides, there might be a surprise tonight. Chapter 101 Brother, don't kill anyone. Lu Wushuang has been feeling rather down these past 2 days. The big bad wolf would disappear at the drop of a hat, causing her to go to the balcony several times a night to check on him. But he was nowhere to be found. She must think that working must be very hard. She had visited family-owned companies before when she lived at home. Seeing those migrant workers on construction sites, doing the hardest work for the lowest wages, I felt really sorry for them. Is the big bad wolf doing this too? He must have had a very tough time. I'd better not bother him. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Lu Wushuang heard the sound of a door opening next door and quickly ran out. Young miss, are you going to class? The 2 bodyguards immediately got up to take her to school. Isn't it still early? Evening self-study usually lasts until 9:30 p.m. She returned to her room and sent Chen Fan a WeChat message. Big bad wolf, you're back? Upon seeing the message, Chen Fan laughed. Lu Wushuang was indeed very naive. I can't resist being flirted with. Is it because you miss me again? Sigh. I'm not going to tease her anymore. He went out onto the balcony and whistled. Whoosh. Lu Wushuang ran out and was overjoyed to see Chen Fan. Big bad wolf, you're finally back. Did you have meal? Chen Fan smiled and said, Not yet. Have you eaten? Lu Wushuang shook her head. She had no appetite at all. She glanced at Chen Fan and asked, Are you going to evening self-study? Go. Seeing her like this, Chen Fan knew what she was up to. Across the balcony, he said, Thinking of going to a late-night food stall again? Lu Wushuang didn't speak, but just lowered her head and puffed out her cheeks. Actually, she wasn't so much looking forward to the late-night snack anymore. What she really looked forward to was the feeling of being bullied by the big bad wolf afterward. Chen Fan glanced at the door. Her 2 bodyguards were really annoying. Why don't we get rid of them? But after you kill 2 more come. This can't go on forever. He said to Lu Wushuang. I'll go and take care of your 2 bodyguards. Lu Wushuang panicked. What are you going to do now? They'll tell my dad. Don't worry, if I can't handle the 2 of them, how am I supposed to survive? He called Su Ruzhen and told Chen Ming to bring me 500,000 yuan in cash. Su Ruzhen has been working the night shift lately and hasn't had time to spend with Chen Fan. Upon hearing that Chen Fan needed cash, they immediately made arrangements. After Chen Ming went home, the company paid all of his father's medical expenses and gave him 1 million yuan to build a house in his hometown. He only stayed at home for 5 days before rushing back to work. He arrived in less than half an hour with cash. Boss, the cash has arrived, Chen Fan said. You stay here first. Chen Ming didn't know what he was going to do either, but he just followed orders. Thump, thump, thump. This time, Chen Fan took the initiative to knock on the door of the 2 bodyguards. One of them came out and asked, What do you want? He looked at Chen Fan with a very unfriendly expression. Regardless of whether this guy has designs on the young lady or not, he is still a potential threat. Chen Fan glanced at him and walked inside. Chen Ming followed, carrying the suitcase. The 2 bodyguards stared at them, completely bewildered. Chen Fan sat down casually and told Chen Ming to put the box on the table. Open it. These words were spoken by Chen Fan to his 2 bodyguards. The 2 looked annoyed. Who do you think you are? How dare you order us around like this? Kid, I think you want a beating, don't you? Chen Fan's eye sharpened. Don't be so quick to boast, or you'll regret it. Do you know how the 2 bodyguards in front of you were fired? They looked at me with the same eyes you all back then, and then nothing happened. The 2 men clenched their fists, and Chun roared, Did you hear me? I told you to open the box. His voice was so loud that it made their eardrums tingle. Just as they were about to move, Chen Ming grabbed their shoulders and sank them down. The 2 were about to resist when they discovered that Chen Ming's strength was simply too great. My shoulders twitched a few times. The pressure on my body was getting heavier and heavier. The 2 instantly realized that they had encountered a master today. Tell me, what exactly do you want us to do? Chen Fan's gaze fell on the box, and a bodyguard had no choice but to step forward and open it. There were 500,000 yuan in cash neatly arranged inside. It also smelled of ink. The two of them didn't understand what Chen Fan meant and looked puzzled. Chen Fan said, I'll give you two choices. One is to challenge him. If you lose, you'll suffer the same fate as the first two bodyguards. Secondly, once you've accepted this money, you must not interfere with Lu Wushuang's private life in the future. At the same time, I will give you an additional salary. Well, the two bodyguards looked at each other, not expecting this guy to be such a powerful figure. Seeing that the two were hesitant, Chen Fan tried to persuade them again. You're both just working, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. You can decide for yourselves. He took out his phone to check the time. You have 10 seconds to consider. This was the first time Chen Ming had ever seen Chen Fan so awesome. His aura was incredible. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. At this moment, Chen Fan seemed like a great figure. They have complete control of the situation. The two bodyguards exchanged a glance and finally submitted. We'll do as you say. With 500,000 in cash and 2 salaries, why not be smarter? All right, let's go then. He called Lu Wushuang and said, You can come out now. Lu Wushuang opened the door and saw 2 bodyguards obediently bowing their heads and calling out, Young Mississippi. Chen Fan said, All right, you guys stay home and rest. I'll bring her back later. They were happy to get paid to rest. Thankfully, the nanny wasn't there. She went to do square dancing. Chen Fan patted Chen Ming on the shoulder. You've worked hard. Chen Ming scratched his head. What are you talking about? This is what I should do. He looked at Lu Wushuang and chuckled. So beautiful. Lu Wushuang blushed. Chen Fan led her into the elevator. I'll take you to explore Jiangzhou City tonight. See the most beautiful scenery. Let me show you the joy of freedom. The 2 bodyguards watched them leave, and one of them said, Are we just going to give in like this? Otherwise what? The other bodyguard shrugged. But who exactly is this guy? I don't know, but it looks really impressive. Go back to sleep. From now on, you can make money even while lying down. The 2 went back to their room to sleep. Lu Wushuang was very curious. How did you manage to deal with them? Ball. Chen Fan gestured towards Chen Ming. With him around, there's nothing we can't handle. Even if Lu's 2 bodyguards were combined, they probably wouldn't be a match for him. Chen Ming, you should go back too. Okay, wait for me a moment. Chen Ming was very obedient and quickly ran to a pharmacy ahead, returning shortly afterward. He quietly slipped 2 small, square packages to Chen Fan and whispered, Brother, don't cause any deaths. Roll. Chen Fan tossed the 2 things to him. What are you thinking about? Such impure thoughts. Chapter 102, Why don't you close your eyes? Don't miss it if you like romance. I'm changing the program tonight. I'm not eating crayfish. Chen Fan took her to a street full of local delicacies in Jiangzhou. There are countless delicious foods here. You can eat your way from one end of the street to the other, no matter how big your stomach is. I guarantee you'll eat until you're stuffed. Moreover, they lingered there, enjoying themselves immensely. The 2 hailed a taxi and arrived here just as it was getting dark. The crowds were overwhelming, stretching as far as the eye could see. Next to the street full of local snacks is Dashang Lake, the most beautiful lake in Jiangzhou. A few light boats float on the lake, their reflections shimmering in the lights along the shore, creating a scene as beautiful as a poem. How could Lu Wushuang possibly have the opportunity to come to such a lively place alone? Given how much the Lu family values her, she would never be so down to earth. It would be impossible to be as carefree and unrestrained as I am today. She was overjoyed to see so many people. Big Bad Wolf, let's go over there. Looking at Lu Wushuang, who was like a little glutton, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. In fact, the Lu family's protection of her was a bit excessive, leaving her with a blank life experience. But she was indeed beautiful, with delicate features and a pure and innocent look, somewhat like by Xiaozhu from the TV series, The Story of a Noble Family. Eat whatever you want today, do whatever you want, it's on me. Okay, thank you, Big Bad Wolf. Wait, why are you calling me the Big Bad Wolf? Chen Fan grabbed her, but Lu Wu's eyes darted away. Aren't you the Big Bad Wolf? He had no idea that ever since that night, he had been dreaming about the events of that day. The moment he touched his lips, his whole body went numb. Chen Fan saw her blush and waved. Let's go. There's so much delicious food here. All kinds of flavors, sweet, salty, spicy. Braised pig's trotters, roast duck, roast goose. The aroma is irresistible, constantly tempting people's desires. Some people were swallowing hard, their mouths watering unbearably. Lu Wushuang couldn't resist and immediately grabbed whatever looked delicious. Before they had even walked a quarter of the way down the street, their stomachs were full, but their mouths still wanted more food. Chen Fan noticed that her lips were bright red, as were her cheeks. I couldn't help but laugh. Do you want to look in the mirror? What's the matter? She took out a tissue and handed it to Chen Fan, saying, Could you wipe this for me? The two walked out of the food street and came to the lakeside. Chen Fan asked, How is it? Do you like it? Lu Wushuang said happily, I like it. My parents used to forbid me from going out, and I always had bodyguards with me wherever I went. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to experience all of this. Hey, Big Bad Wolf, are you really out there carrying bricks? Please don't go there again, okay? What? You'll take care of me. Chen Fan stared at her and smiled. Lu Wushuang blushed and said, I can give you money. Real. Seeing how serious she was, Chen Fan pinched her cheek. What are you thinking? I've studied hard for over 10 years. Did I do it just to find a rich woman? Lu Wushuang pouted and remained silent. Whoosh bang. A cannon salute was suddenly fired on the shore of Deshang Lake. A beam of light shot into the sky and exploded in mid-air with a loud crack. Look, there will be a fireworks show tonight. Immediately afterwards, fireworks shot into the sky one after another. Like fiery dragons, they bloom into dazzling flowers in the darkness. The lakeside was bustling with noise. Fireworks shot into the sky, one after another. Just like life, it unfolds in its most beautiful moments. It left behind a series of brilliant and indelible marks on the world. Lu Wushuang was stunned. She had seen such scenes before, but she had never been so close to thousands of people, crammed together, and felt this shared joy. Seeing how beautiful the fireworks were, her smile, like the fireworks themselves, became the most beautiful sight of the evening. She looked up at the sky, imagining herself flying into the blue sky. Chen Fan shook his head and smiled as he looked at her infatuated expression. So beautiful. I don't know if it was fireworks or her appearance. Such a night is destined to leave the most beautiful memories in some people's hearts. The fireworks lasted for a full 40 minutes, illuminating the entire sky. As more and more people gathered, when the final climax came to an end, everyone was still savoring the moment and reluctant to leave. Lu Wushuang leaned against the railing, her hands cupping her face. Perhaps she was overwhelmed by the beauty of the night. Perhaps she wanted to keep this beautiful memory in her heart. Chen Fan patted her shoulder. What are you thinking about? Lu Wushuang didn't turn around. Big Bad Wolf, will you still take me to see fireworks in the future? You're welcome to come anytime you like. Music started playing from the square, and the coolest square dance of this era began. You sing love songs with me, watch the most beautiful fireworks, and hold my hand in the city as my love trembles for you. After weathering countless storms, I've fallen in love with singing love songs. You are the stars of the night, my true love. It was the temptation from my lover that made me sing love songs under the beautiful moonlight in the sky of longing. It was the joy that you gave me that dried up my loneliness. In the sky of happiness, you are my everything. Lu Wushuang was already immersed in the song. She raised her head and looked at Chen Fan. Her eyes were wide open, a hint of longing flickering in them. The Big Bad Wolf. What's the matter? She looked at him. He looked at her. Chen Fan took a step closer and couldn't help but lift her chin. Lu Wushuang's eyelids trembled repeatedly, seemingly a little nervous. Chen Fan swallowed hard, then brought his lips closer. Why don't you close your eyes? He noticed that Lu Wushuang's eyes were fixed on him. No. Do girls always close their eyes when kissing? Lu Wushuang blushed deeply, the atmosphere completely ruined by this guy. She covered her face, not wanting to see anyone. It's getting late, let's go back. Lu Wushuang lowered her head, her face flushed red. Do you have no idea how much courage she mustered to take that step? Unexpectedly, this guy's question, why don't you close your eyes, drove her to the brink of collapse. Now she wishes she could disappear into a hole. Chen Fan hadn't expected her to be so shy, so he shook his head, took her hand, and said, Let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to come again, next time? Next time. Lu Wushuang glared at him sullenly, and she didn't dare to relive what had just happened. So embarrassing. Chen Fan took her back in a taxi, and she didn't say a word the whole way. It's been so long, and I still haven't gotten over the awkwardness from just now. The elevator doors opened on the 26th floor, and the two bodyguards were relieved to see them return. But something seems off about the young lady, could it be? The Big Bad Wolf succeeded? Their hearts skipped a beat. Go to sleep early. You have class tomorrow. Chen Fan waved to Lu Wushuang, who then opened the door and went inside. Then she covered her face and laid down on the bed. In the room across the hall, two bodyguards stared at the 500,000 bright red bills. It's burning hot. Chapter 103 Major Business Opportunity, Restructuring Plan. In the evening, on the international crude oil futures market, the battle between bulls and bears has begun again. The bears exerted all their pressure, and crude oil prices once fell below $30 a barrel. It was cut in half, but the various parties did not give up the struggle. A strong counterattack ensued, and the two sides engaged in fierce competition. Su Ruzhen led her team to watch the game overnight, but with their current strength, they were merely spectators. They don't even have the strength to fight a war. Keep in mind that a mere 30 billion yuan is only equivalent to a few billion US dollars. Such a small amount is not worth worrying about at all. All they can do is sit back and watch the tigers fight and fish in troubled waters. Profits are made from the ups and downs of capital. But tonight's competition was so intense that the whole team was on tenterhooks, feeling like they were walking on thin ice. Under these circumstances, a sudden counterattack from either side could wipe out many people's assets in an instant. Instant liquidation. Those who have never been to such a place cannot even imagine how terrifying it is. However, Su Ruzhen and her team already have substantial profits in their accounts, so there's no need to worry too much. But watching the prices fluctuate wildly, everyone was on edge. A night of hard work. The short sellers ultimately won a resounding victory, completely crushing the longs. Crude oil prices finally settled at $20.33, just a step away from $19.95. But the future's delivery date has not yet arrived, and this battle will continue. But the counterattack that follows will be even more intense. Chen Fan also spent the whole night watching the market, and as dawn approached, he yawned and went to sleep. In the next room, someone is still lost in thought. I spent the whole night looking out the window at the stars in the sky. The next morning, when Chen Fan went to school, Lu Wushuang and two bodyguards were standing at the elevator entrance. Why are your eyes so swollen? Didn't you sleep at all last night? Lu Wushuang puffed out her cheeks, not wanting to speak. The two bodyguards saw this guy pinch the young lady's cheek. Cough, cough. They immediately looked up at the ceiling and exclaimed, "Wow, the ceiling is so white." Chen Fan was increasingly impressed by the emotional intelligence of these two bodyguards. They were really quite good. Lu Wushuang was escorted by bodyguards every day. When she got into the car, she asked Chen Fan, "Are you getting in?" Chen Fan shook his head, saying it was only a few steps, and walking was good for his health. In fact, Lu Wushuang really wanted him to come up, but once they got to the school, she was afraid that others would find out. Girls have very conflicting thoughts. Today was another practical lesson from Professor Sun Songqiu, and Chen Fan listened to him talk about a lot of theory. He smiled and opened his stock trading app on his phone, showing off indicators, trading volume, and various data analyses. The theory is sound, but he may not know that all indicators in the stock market are lagging. It is a candlestick chart based on daily trading volume and turnover. Of course, these indicators can also reflect a lot of data, such as the movements, motives, and purposes of major players. But true experts would never let you capture this information. Byte. The mobile app received a notification. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical has initiated a restructuring plan. Forehead. Chen Fan instantly seized upon the powerful business opportunity. Quickly opened the Dongfeng Pharmaceutical website. Good heavens. It has experienced countless consecutive limit down days, and the stock price has fallen to 3.17 yuan. Zhao Linlin must be crying her eyes out, right? I wonder how much of her more than 100 million is left. Chen Fan carefully read the information about Dongfeng Pharmaceutical's restructuring plan, which was scheduled for a week later. It has been locked at the daily limit down and will be suspended from trading tomorrow. What are you waiting for? Buy it. Anyway, I still have 1 billion yuan in pocket money. Without hesitation, Chen Fan accessed the bank securities transfer system and transferred all the funds in his bank card into his securities account. Purchase, purchase, purchase. A stock hitting its daily limit down means there are at least 1 billion yuan in funds tied up in it, and everyone wants to get out. After all, this financial crisis has left too many institutions and speculative investors trapped, and the stock's market value has plummeted from tens of billions to just over 4 billion. Chen Fan bought in without hesitation, putting in 1 billion yuan, which was immediately snapped up. However, some people saw the amount increase and quickly added insult to injury. Several hundred million yuan was immediately used to lock the price at the daily limit down. It's unbelievable that someone actually bought it. Even the bookmakers are grinning like idiots. Who's so foolish and rich? There are rumors circulating online that Dongfeng Pharmaceutical will be delisted, and yet some people still dare to buy shares at this time? Could it be a case of a finger slip? The trading volume of 1 billion instantly soared like a middle finger. This broke the situation of no trading volume for more than 10 days. Zhao Linlin is also watching the market right now, really? The board has actually been opened? She wanted to sell them, but she still couldn't sell them. There were just too many sell orders ahead of the queue. Chun Fan sent Su Ruzhen a message. How much money do you have left? Su Ruzhen stayed up all night and didn't go to sleep until after 7 a.m. Hearing the message notification, she picked up her phone, yawned, and saw that it was from Chun Fan. She quickly replied, "Let me check. There is not much money left in the stock market, but the company has 1 billion yuan in reserve funds. Immediately transfer funds to the stock market account and buy Dongfeng Pharmaceutical with all available funds." Oh, Su Ruzhen was startled and instinctively sat up, rubbing her eyes. That's right, Chun Fan wanted her to buy Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. She didn't even bother to wash up. She ran out of the break room in her pajamas and logged into her account on her work computer. The company used all its funds to buy the product. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical's stock price immediately hit the limit up, much to Zhao Linlin's delight. Finally, I had a chance to escape. However, she hesitated when she saw the balance in the account. She had invested more than 100 million yuan, and now she only had this little left. This is probably the biggest loss I've ever suffered since I started investing in stocks. Zhao Linlin frowned and bit her thin lips. She was still quite intelligent. Instead of selling immediately, she analyzed the intentions of the funds that were buying. With over $1 billion poured in, what exactly is he planning to do? Are they planning a comeback? Or is there inside information? After pondering for a moment, Zhao Linlin did something unusual. They added back the remaining 20 million yuan from the account. At this moment, the company has nearly 50 million in stock assets. After the market closed that afternoon, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical announced that its shares would be suspended from trading indefinitely starting the next day. Zhao Linlin was completely bewildered. What did that mean? Is this some kind of trap to bury me? Based on her experience in stock trading, there are only two possible outcomes. The next step is either to be warned of delisting risks or to undergo asset restructuring. But now she needs to figure out the background of the large amount of money that was bought today. If it's a large securities firm or institutional funds, then restructuring is more likely. If it were an individual, then he's a complete idiot. Putting in 2 billion yuan in total is suicidal. Immediately afterwards, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical issued another announcement stating that it had been targeted by individual investor Chun Fan. Currently, Chun Fan personally holds 21.17% of the company's shares. Chun Fan. The name instantly caught Zhao Linlin's eye. Could it be him? But she quickly shook her head. How could that be? There are too many people in the world with the same name. Chapter 104 Shun Mingyao returns. Chun Fan is really broke now. More than 30 billion yuan was invested in futures, and 1 billion yuan of pocket money was also used to buy stocks. There's probably only a little over 1 million left in the card. However, the atmosphere in the class was very lively today. Liang Dong was just finishing up again. Haha, international crude oil prices have plummeted. I'm buying at the bottom. My dad invested 60 million to go long on international crude oil. His dad got burned badly in the stock market last time, but thankfully he recovered after the rebound. Now he has invested another 60 million to go long on international crude oil. When his classmates heard his boastful words, they were both envious and impressed. After all, not every family is as wealthy as theirs. Chun Fan ignored him when he saw him showing off. There's nothing I can do. I'm really poor right now. After school in the afternoon, Elaine called out to him. Come on, let's go eat together. I'm not eating anymore. I don't have any money. You're the one who pays 200,000 yuan of class funds by yourself, and now you say you don't have money to go out for a meal? Wang Hao understood him best. He doesn't have time. Are you stupid? Oh, never mind then. Lu Wushuang went back to her apartment for dinner, deliberately passing by the finance department area. I looked at Chun Fan's classroom for a while, but he didn't send me any messages all day. She pouted, expressing her strong dissatisfaction. At this moment, Chun Fan was thinking about a problem. With his funds becoming more and more abundant, Lantu Investment would definitely not be able to operate a company. A new company must be established to handle other business segments, but there are no suitable candidates available at the moment. Although Tang Jing has grown up quickly, she is definitely not ready to stand on her own. Ugh, this is a real headache. The reason Chen Fan had this idea was that he had also seen the announcement issued by Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. This purchase made him the largest individual investor in Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. If we add the shares held by Blueprint Investment, then it would be the absolute majority shareholder. As Chen Fan walked out of the classroom, Zhao Linlin was also preparing to go home. She wasn't going to have evening self-study today. We need to go back and thoroughly review and study Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Chen Fan was deep in thought and didn't see her, nor did she call out to him. This guy said he was going to lose money last time, and sure enough, he stepped into a huge pit. I kindly offered him a job at a hotel, but he actually complained about it. However, Zhao Linlin couldn't understand it either. She found this guy always acting mysteriously. Could he really be the individual investor who bought Dongfeng Pharmaceutical shares? But no matter how I think about it, it seems impossible. Where did he get so much money, a billion yuan? You should know that last semester he was cleaning the school cafeteria to earn a meager living allowance. No matter how capable a person is, it is impossible for them to develop so quickly in a short period of time, unless he has been hiding himself all along. Of course, if it weren't for that accident, I would never have met him. Zhao Linlin went to the parking lot, got her car, and left. Chen Fan kept thinking about the candidate. The phone rang, and Chen Fan answered it casually. Hello. Chen Fan, have you finished school? Could you open the door for me? I need to get something. Forehead. Teacher Shen? Teacher Shen, you're back? You bastard. You rented my room, but kept it from me. If the agent hadn't given me your phone number, I would still be completely in the dark. Ah. Chen Fan was ashamed. Come here for a second. I need to get something. Teacher Shun had left something in the apartment and hadn't taken it with her. Chen Fan said, oh, and hurriedly went to the apartment. It was evening, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Shen Mingyao stood in the evening breeze, her beautiful hair dancing in the wind, her exquisite face radiating boundless glory. She wore a long black dress, looking ethereal and graceful. From afar, Chen Fan saw that Teacher Shun looked even more beautiful. She has moved on from the shadow of that marriage and returned to the confident and beautiful teacher she once was. Teacher Shun. Chen Fan walked over and smelled a faint fragrance. Shen Mingyao smiled and said, you're back so quickly. How did it go, Chen Fan? Any changes this semester? Chen Fan said, I didn't, but Teacher Shun is even more beautiful now. Faint. A blush crept onto Shen Mingyao's face. This guy hasn't learned anything, but he's learned how to flirt with girls? She glared at Chen Fan, saying, don't be glib in front of the teacher. I'm telling the truth. Does Teacher Shen expect me to lie? The two walked to the elevator together, and Chen Fan pressed the button. In the small space, the fragrance emanating from Shen Mingyao was even stronger. She tidied her long hair behind her ear. Last time, someone called me and said they wanted to buy my apartment for a high price, but I didn't agree. Are they from the Liu family? Yes, how did you know? There were 4 apartments on the 26th floor, and they bought 3 of them. Oh, Shen Mingyao didn't pay much attention. She just wanted to keep the house so she could have it temporarily if needed. When the 2 arrived at the 26th floor, Lu Wushuang and the others were nowhere to be found. Chen Fan opened the door, and Shen Mingyao came in and found the room clean and tidy, still in its original state. I couldn't help but smile knowingly. You're really meticulous. Chen Fan explained. Aside from adding 2 more computers, I basically didn't touch your things. I was just worried that you wouldn't like them when you came back. Shen Mingyao smiled. Such a thoughtful tenant is naturally the landlord's favorite. She took out the things she had packed earlier from the cabinet, and Chen Fan said, where are you going? I'll help you. I'll leave it with my parents. I'm afraid it'll be inconvenient for you to leave it here all the time. It's okay. I rarely come here anyway. Teacher Shin, you're not going out this time you're back, are you? Chen Fan helped her organize her things. Shen Mingyao hummed in agreement. I'm planning to find a new job, and I don't want to go back to school. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's heart stirred. What kind of job are you looking for? Shen Mingyao shook her head. I don't know yet. Maybe I'll work for the company. Many of my friends have gone into business, and I don't want to stay trapped in this ivory tower forever. She sighed softly. I was too naive before. I thought that teaching and growing with my students would be a good life. Looking back on the past, Shen Mingyao always feels a bit emotional. Chen Fan laughed and said, that's not called being naive. What's it called? Wei Mei, you live in a fairy tale. At that time, you only thought about love, career, and family. Perhaps this was the most perfect life. Actually, that's not the case. The value of a person's life must be reflected in their career. Your glory is directly proportional to your achievements. Hey, Shin Mingyao looked at her former student in surprise. You've grown up. She discovered that this guy definitely had a kind of aura he had never had before. He looks more mature and composed. He actually has his own distinct outlook on life. That's great. She likes this kind of positive and motivated young person. Too many people nowadays are living a life of decadence and debauchery, without any goals of their own, wasting their lives relying on their parents. It's great that young people have ambition. Chen Fan noticed that Shun Mingyao's smile was really beautiful. Very charming. Moreover, she was so mature, possessing a unique charm compared to the other students. Professor Shun, may I invite you to have a meal with me? Chen Fan extended the invitation with exceptional politeness. Shin Mingyao was slightly taken aback. You're treating me to dinner? Yes. Seeing Chen Fan's sincere expression, Shin Mingyao smiled and said, let me treat you. Chapter 105 Collaboration with Shin Mingyao. Does Teacher Shin still treat me like a child? The two came out of the apartment, and Shin Mingyao opened the door of her red Audi A4. Well, this car is no longer suitable for Teacher Shin's status. After getting into the car, Chun Fan said domineeringly, you must follow my arrangements tonight. Shin Mingyao was once again taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. This guy has changed. He became very bold. It's quite interesting, though. Okay, then you can make the arrangements. She wanted to see what kind of surprise this young boy could give her. Shin Fan glanced at his phone. There's still over 1 million left. Should that be enough to treat the teacher to dinner tonight? When we were poor, my teacher always took special care of me. I apply for poverty relief every semester. A drop of water in need. As the car drove out of the apartment complex, Shin Mingyao asked, where are we going? She thought to herself that any ordinary small restaurant would do, since she knew about Chun Fan's family situation. She was also prepared to find an excuse to pay the bill herself when they ate later. But Chun Fan said, let's go to Jiangzhou Impression. Oh, Shin Mingyao was a little confused. She stepped on the brake and stared blankly at Chun Fan. That's a Western restaurant, you know. Not only that, but it's also extremely expensive. Chun Fan nodded nonchalantly. Go ahead, we'll talk slowly. Some things can change your opinion of a person. Don't worry, there's plenty of money for food. Shin Mingyao was still a little apprehensive. The cost of going to a place like this could be several thousand yuan at the very least, and there was no upper limit. I've only been there once before. But Chun Fan remained remarkably calm, saying, Teacher Shun, let's go. All right. Shin Mingyao gritted her teeth and drove the car to Jiangzhou Impression. The security guard, seeing that it was just an Audi A4, stood at the door and did nothing. This is completely contrary to the principle that the customer is king. Shin Mingyao had no choice but to park the car herself, grab her bag, and get out. The mature and charming Shin Mingyao stood next to Chun Fan. It's really quite eye-catching. A beauty like her will always attract attention wherever she goes. Seeing countless eyes turning in their direction, Chun Fan realized that he had greatly underestimated Shin Mingyao's charm. Especially when Shin Mingyao walks, her chest puffs out. The sheer spectacle of that scene deeply moved countless people. This was the first time Chun Fan had ever heard of it. So this is what a woman can be like. Compared to Teacher Shun, the cute and fierce Xiao Xiao I met a few days ago is probably nowhere near as good. The two entered the Western restaurant, which was magnificent and had a dazzling European-style crystal chandelier. A waiter in a blue uniform jogged up to greet us. How many of you? Please arrange a seat for you two. Okay, please follow me. A waiter led the way, taking the two to the second-floor lobby. There are already quite a few guests here. However, most of the customers were parents with their children or couples. The restaurant was upscale, and the floors were spotless. On the stage at the front of the hall, a young girl was playing the piano. There was also a blonde, blue-eyed man playing the violin nearby. We probably shouldn't have come here. Shin Mingyao glanced at the couples over there, who were eating Western food, drinking red wine, and listening to music. However, the guests who can come here can indeed be described as either rich or noble. Two people can easily spend several thousand on a simple meal. The waiter picked up an elegantly designed menu and asked, what would you two like to eat? The recipes are entirely in English, and of course, they also have very beautiful illustrations. Chun Fan said politely, Teacher Shun, please come on over. Shin Mingyao took the menu. She planned to pick a few dishes that weren't too expensive, something that would be fine. After all, she still didn't know Chun Fan's actual situation, and in this atmosphere, she felt something was off. This place is perfect for couples on a date. But I'm not a good match for Chun Fan, am I? She ordered a steak, a fruit salad, and a drink. I'm all ready. You can order now. Chen Fan didn't say anything, picked up the menu, and called the waiter to leave. After explaining things to the waiter, he returned to his seat. Actually, we really shouldn't have come here. It's so expensive and there's hardly anything to eat. Shin Mingyao looked around and noticed that many men were glancing at her from time to time, which made her feel very embarrassed. She also noticed that her body proportions were indeed quite alluring. Back in school, she would wear clothes that didn't accentuate her figure. After leaving school, of course you should dress up even more beautifully. But those men are too unscrupulous. Chen Fan laughed and said, "It's all right. I don't come here often anyway. Don't worry, I definitely won't make you look bad." A short while later, a man wearing a white chef's hat pushed a food cart over, accompanied by two waiters. Their food arrived, but the steak and salad were missing. Instead, there's French foie gras, caviar, and French-style baked snails. There was even a bottle of red wine worth over 100,000 yuan. Did you bring the wrong person? This isn't the dish we ordered. Shin Mingyao panicked a little when she saw this, but the waiter smiled and said, "This is what this gentleman ordered." Oh. She looked at Chen Fan. "What's going on? What are you doing?" Chen Fan smiled slightly and gestured for the waiter to leave. He raised his glass of red wine and said, "Professor Shun, this is a toast to you. First of all, I want to thank you for your care and concern over the past 2 years. With your help, I have grown a lot and learned a lot. But don't worry today, I'm no longer that poor boy who needed to be taken care of. What you see and experience now is everything that boy achieved through his own hard work. I made money, and not a small amount." Shin Mingyao looked puzzled, but seeing Chen Fan gesturing to her repeatedly, she had no choice but to raise her glass and clink it with his. After taking a sip of her drink, she asked, "What exactly happened?" Chen Fan said, "I've made a lot of money in the stock market and the jade gambling industry. I invited you here for dinner today, but actually I have another request." "You say?" Shin Mingyao wasn't in the mood to eat. She was more curious about what had happened to Chen Fan. Chen Fan said, "I have some money on hand and want to start a company, but I can't find a suitable candidate for the time being." "Didn't you just say you were going to apply for a job? How about we work together? I don't need your investment. You just need to help manage the company, and I will give you 10% of the shares. As for salary, you can name your desired amount." "You want me to work for you?" Shin Mingyao was a little confused. Chen Fan explained, "It's a partnership. You're in charge of management, and I'll be in charge of investment. How much money are you planning to invest?" Shin Mingyao wasn't sure. She was just curious about Chen Fan's strength. Chen Fan smiled and said, "Based on your abilities, I'll invest as much capital as the size of the company you can control." Forehead. If he weren't my student, I'd really suspect he was a fraud. Even so, she still didn't believe it. Chapter 1062 Experienced Drivers. Professor Shin is also a finance major and has unique insights into economics. Her classes are rarely missed, her theories are excellent, and she often provides planning services for companies. Chen Fan had been her student for 2 years, so he was naturally familiar with her abilities. "This is a wild horse." "Oh no. This is a fine horse. It needs a wider sky to soar." Seeing her skeptical expression, Chen Fan smiled and said, "I can show you something." He took out his phone and opened the announcement released by Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Individual investor Chen Fan purchased 315,457,400 shares, representing 21.17% of the company's shares. Then he logged into his capital account, where the total amount of his stock holdings was close to 1 billion yuan. Seeing this, Shin Mingyao was completely stunned. Staring blankly at his former student, he thought, "What a genius! It is said that facts speak louder than words. These are the best proof." Shin Mingyao stared blankly at Chen Fan, as if she were in a dream. Chen Fan raised his glass. "Teacher Shun, I'd like to toast you." Shin Mingyao recovered from her daze and smiled broadly. "You really didn't disappoint me. You, from the worst family background, became the most accomplished student. Here, let me toast you." Thump. After taking a sip of wine, Chen Fan politely invited, "Here, have some of this. I don't know if you'll like it, but I'll do my best." Shin Mingyao cut a slice of foie gras and put it in her mouth. I can finally eat it without worry. Otherwise, I would be really anxious." The two enjoyed their meal very much and finished a bottle of red wine. A blush rose on Shin Mingyao's fair face. "Let's find a tea house and continue our conversation." Shin Mingyao finally became interested in collaborating. She originally wanted to join a large company, but if she were to cooperate with Chen Fan, his capital was too small, and she wouldn't be able to do anything significant. She also didn't want to lose face. Since he has ample funds, it's worth a try if he gives me a 1 billion yuan to start my own company. 1 billion, and give her 10% of the shares. She is worth hundreds of millions. Of course, she still underestimated Chun Fan's strength. The two left the restaurant and found a tea house to continue their conversation. Have you decided on a company name yet? She asked Chun Fan. Chun Fan asked the waiter for paper and pen and began writing as he spoke. The company name is Home to Capital. Huh? Isn't it a bit too big? Is it big? It will be even bigger in the future. Don't limit yourself to the current amount of funds. I'm not just making empty promises. You'll see it in the future. All right. Chun Fan continued. Next, you need to register the company and become the legal representative. Like Lontu Investment, Home to Capital operates under a controlling stake held by companies under Chun Fan's own name. Your status is different now. Go buy a few cars tomorrow. You can ride in a Maybach for work, and we'll also add a private car for you. No need. I'll just drive my own Audi. No. Now you represent the company image, and people will think that our company is not powerful. It's settled then. Listen to me. Shin Mingyao found him to be a bit domineering, but this little boy was really cute. Of course, you also need to find a high-end office space. If there's a suitable place, we can buy it directly. Forehead. Shin Mingyao was stunned again. How much will that cost? Chun Fan said. That's something the boss should worry about. Teacher Shun is overthinking it. All right, Mr. Chun. Shin Mingyao laughed, casually tidied her hair behind her ear, revealing her exquisite profile, which was simply stunning. Why would such a beautiful woman encounter a scumbag? At that moment, Chun Fan had a strong urge to beat her ex-husband to death. Cough, cough. It was getting late, so Chun Fan asked, where does Teacher Shin live? Shall I take you home? Shin Mingyao glanced at her watch. Oh dear, it's almost midnight. You see, we got so caught up in our conversation that we forgot the time. Forget it, I won't go back. I don't want to disturb the elderly in the middle of the night. Don't worry about me. I'll just find a hotel. That won't do. There are many grand hotels in Jiangzhou, but the most luxurious is the Yuanzhou International Hotel, a joint venture between the Liu family and foreign capital. It is managed by a state-of-the-art international management team and boasts incredibly luxurious amenities. Even the greeters are university graduates with a CET 6, College English Test Band 6, certificate. Chun Fan booked a luxury suite online. Let's go. I'll take you there. Since they had been drinking and driving, the two called a designated driver. After dropping Shin Mingyao off at the hotel, Chun Fan left. I was just about to go back to my apartment to sleep when someone sent me a WeChat message. Xiao Xiao, who is both cute and fierce. Handsome guy, are you still out there having a good time? Did this woman install surveillance cameras on herself? Chun Fan, how did you know? Xiao Xiao, who's both cute and fierce. Haha, I'm following right behind you. Chun Fan turned around. Bullshit. I saw a little yellow one. I snapped a photo on a whim. So this is you? With a fierce yet adorable expression, Xiao Xiao pouted and said, No, I'm not that ugly. Chun Fan, it's not ugly, but it blocks my view when I walk, so I can't see my feet. The adorable yet fierce Xiao Xiao instantly understood. You're so annoying. Chun Fan, tell me, how did you know I was outside? Xiao Xiao, with her cute yet fierce expression, giggled again. It depends on your step count. I set you to be on my watch list, and seeing you keep moving around, I guess you're out having a good time. Chun Fan, who said that? What if I'm in bed? Xiao Xiao, with her cute yet fierce expression, sent a surprised emoji. You're so amazing, you can last this long. Depend on. This is an experienced driver. He understands everything instantly. However, he happened to be looking for her, so he said, Come out. I need to do some business with you. Xiao Xiao, with her fierce yet endearing expression, remained silent for a long while. Chun Fan, you don't want to? If not, I'll find someone else. Xiao Xiao, who is both cute and fierce. No. Send me your location and I'll come right away. That's right, the customer is king. Jiangzhou isn't a very large city, but it has a population of several million. Chun Fan waited for more than half an hour before Xiao Xiao, who looked fierce but was actually cute, finally arrived in a taxi. As soon as he got out of the car, Chun Fan was stunned. She was wearing JK uniform. I originally thought that with her figure, she would look terrible in this kind of clothes, right? Unexpectedly, it had a different kind of charm. Only, that lamp was really too big. At her age, she's almost as old as Teacher Shin. It must be at least the fourth letter of the English alphabet. Chun Fan stood in the square outside the hotel, casually flicked his cigarette ash and tossed the cigarette butt into a plate. Xiao Xiao, with her cute yet fierce expression, walked over, looking somewhat shy. She glanced at Chun Fan with a shifty look in her eyes. This is my first time accompanying a guest. Is the room ready? Then she lowered her head and nervously twisted the hem of her clothes. Chun Fan looked her over with a smile. What are you saying? I want to buy a few more cars from you. What are you thinking? Huh? You're not. You should have said so earlier. You made me hesitate for so long. Xiao Xiao, with her fierce yet adorable face, blushed and looked utterly resentful. Chapter 107. Does he look down on me? Hey, how old are you? Chun Fan found this girl quite interesting, and since he was full of energy today, he decided to chat with her casually. With a blush, the fierce-looking Xiao Xiao said, D. Puff. Chun Fan was stunned. I asked you your age. The adorable yet fierce Xiao Xiao was incredibly embarrassed. She raised her fist and punched him, feeling utterly ashamed. You're so mean. She's already 23. Oh, you're quite young. Let's go get some late-night snacks. Since we've already invited her over, let's grab a late-night snack and talk about buying a car. Xiao Xiao glanced back at the hotel and left with Chun Fan. The two arrived at a late-night snack stall. Order whatever you like. She's a saleswoman and quite considerate. She consults Chun Fan on everything she orders. Chun Fan said, I'm easy, order whatever you like. Aren't you picky? I'm not picky. I didn't mean that. Chun Fan corrected her, sensing the ambiguity in her words. First, issue a statement to let him know that he is not a casual person. Once the two became familiar with each other, Xiao Xiao relaxed. After ordering more than a dozen items, we also ordered 2 pitchers of beer. Mr. Chun, how old are you? After the waiter left, Xiao Xiao asked curiously. 18. This answer made her frown. I wasn't asking about the size. Damn, she's an experienced driver, even more aggressive than me, and she said it was her first time accompanying a client. She can catch all the jokes she throws out herself. You're telling me you don't understand? Chun Fan looked at her with amusement. Tell me, what exactly have you been through that makes you so outstanding? Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes. You have to believe me. I'm really not the kind of person who does random things. It's just that in that kind of environment, they tell jokes every day, so even if you don't understand them, you understand them. Don't let my big breasts fool you. I'm actually very innocent. I don't believe you for a second. The barbecue is here, and so is the beer. Xiao Xiao raised her glass to you, saying, I'd like to toast you. Thank you for your kindness. It's all right. After all, it's easier to talk to someone you know. Chun Fan told him the type of car he needed, and as for Shun Mingyao's personal vehicle, she could choose it herself later. Xiao Xiao was overjoyed. If she could secure these cars, her commission for the month would be phenomenal, and she might even become the top salesperson. After finishing his late-night snack, Chun Fan was about to leave. Xiao Xiao stood by the roadside for a long time, wondering if he looked down on her. She reached into her bag and touched the square packages, feeling somewhat disappointed. You see, she had been hesitant for a long time after hearing Chun Fan say that she wanted to go out and do business. They even imagined all sorts of unspoken rules in the industry. Unexpectedly, what a kind person. Chun Fan took a taxi back to his apartment. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Wushuang poked her head out from next door and said, Big Bad Wolf, you're finally back? Chun Fan looked at her. You're still not asleep? Lu Wushuang pointed to the balcony. You know what I mean. Then closed the door. In the middle of the night, they asked me to climb over the balcony. Well, Chun Fan sent her a WeChat message. I'm going to take a shower first. Looks like I'm doomed tonight. It's already 2:30 and I'm still not asleep. After Chun Fan finished showering and climbed over the balcony, Lu Wushuang sat on the sofa with a cushion in her arms, wearing loose pajamas. Why aren't you asleep yet? Don't you know it's bad for girls to stay up late? Looking at Lu Wushuang's innocent eyes, Chun Fan couldn't help but pinch her cheek. No, I was just worried about you. Chun Fan's heart tightened. Could this silly girl be? Feeling embarrassed by his gaze, Lu Wushuang lowered her head. Chun Fan lifted her chin, and Lu Wushuang's eyes were exceptionally bright and clear as water. Go to sleep early. I have to work tomorrow. After collaborating with Shun Mingyao, the new company is about to open. Although I don't have to do everything myself, there are still quite a few things to do. Chun Fan coaxed her a few times, then got up to leave. The Big Bad Wolf. Lu Wushuang stood up and hugged him from behind. Don't move. I just want to hug you for a moment. Chun Fan felt her face pressed against his back, her arms wrapped tightly around him, as if afraid he would run away. Chun Fan had no choice but to turn around and hug her. Her soft body was especially tender. He whispered in her ear, I'm not going tonight. Lu Wushuang didn't answer, but shyly buried her face in his chest. Early the next morning, Chen Fan quietly climbed over the balcony and left. When I got back to my room, I realized my chest was soaked. This girl drools in her sleep? I guess he was craving it in his dreams. Lu Wushuang was especially happy when she went to school. A smile radiated from every pore of her body. She also sent Chen Fan a WeChat message. Big Bad Wolf, I love you. Startled, Chen Fan's hand trembled, and he dropped his phone on the ground. I didn't do anything last night. Last night should have been Chen Fan's most exciting moment, but he missed the most exciting one. International crude oil prices experienced a major battle last night, plummeting to zero. That's right. A truly historic moment. Crude oil is now free. Haha. When I entered the classroom early this morning, I found many students shouting and yelling. Holy crap, this is insane. They're fucking insane. Chen Fan asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Wang Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly. You don't know yet, do you? I guess we'll never see Liang Dongkai again. Why? His father had an accident. International crude oil prices fell to zero last night. Depend on. Chen Fan realized he had completely forgotten about such an important matter and immediately opened the software to check the market information. Wipe. Didn't I see it drop to $19.95 before? How did it reach zero? He immediately called Su Ruzhen. How's our crude oil contract going? That's great. We've made a huge profit. Su Ruzhen was lying lazily on the large bed in the lounge. Now she has divided her trading team into 2 shifts, with some people monitoring the daytime and others monitoring the nighttime. Hearing that he had made a fortune, Chen Fan happily shouted, awesome. Keep an eye on things. There's going to be something big tonight. If we wait for the right opportunity, it could potentially fall into negative territory. I've never seen anything like this before. This is something no one could have imagined. Chen Fan had just seen it too. Upon hearing this, Su Ruzhen immediately perked up. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it tonight. I will personally come to oversee the battle then. Chen Fan said with a smile. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Su Ruzhen was overjoyed to hear that Chen Fan was coming. Such a big bed is definitely a bit lacking for one person to sleep in. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan pondered that this capital battle seemed to be even more exciting than he had imagined. Fortunately, I have this special ability. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died in this environment. In all these years, who has ever seen someone's futures trading result in a negative return? Hey, what did they just say? Liang Dongcai's father? Last time I heard Liang Dongcai bragging that his dad invested 60 million yuan to go long on crude oil. He probably doesn't have a father anymore. No wonder some people say that there is no bottom to the stock market and futures market. What you think is the bottom floor, there's also a basement level. You think it only goes up to the basement? There are 18 more levels of hell below it. This crash has wiped out countless amounts of capital. Chapter 108, a historic moment, a resounding victory. Shen Mingyao received a message from Chen Fan and a contact person for purchasing a car as soon as she woke up. As the CEO of a company, you must have a nice car to show off. Mercedes-Maybach is now standard equipment in Chen Fan's company. As for other more expensive models, he feels they are not very meaningful. When a new company is established, there is a lot of work to be done in the early stages. Of course, all of these tasks can be left to Shen Mingyao. Chen Fan gave her an annual salary of 1 million, plus performance-based bonuses, and also gave her 10% of the shares. Such treatment is unparalleled, no matter where you are. Therefore, Shen Mingyao settled down and became a working person for her students. Because he had to go to Su Ruzhen's place that night to oversee the battle, Chen Fan canceled all his appointments. After school, he asked Zwabing to drive him to Yunfan building. Zwabing knew he was busy, so she didn't bother him. He drove home by himself. Before even entering the elevator, we ran into Yi Lang Gao and Su Keqing. The 3 of them chatted for a while. The 4 of them are quite competent in property management. After all, they have so many employees under them, and their main role is management. Based on the current situation, the 4 of them can receive over 100,000 yuan each year. For a student, this is definitely a very high income. After learning about the situation, Chen Fan said that he had something to discuss with President Su, and Yi Lang Gao would not bother him. He took Su Keqing's arm and went to study the next generation. Chen Fan ate takeout in Su Ruzhen's office. After finishing your meal, take a short rest. Su Ruzhen personally brewed tea, and the 2 of them discussed the battle situation that night while drinking tea. According to the market data Chen Fan observed, tonight's battle will be the most intense one yet. It was also a rare capital war in history. Seeing that it was still early, Chun Fan said to Su Ruzhen, "Let's go and rest for a while and get some rest." Su Ruzhen's eyes were alluring, and she naturally knew what Chun Fan meant. The two closed the door and went into the lounge. However, by the time she changed her clothes and came out, Chun Fan had already fallen asleep. Forehead, so it really was a break. Su Ruzhen shook her head speechlessly and lay down obediently beside him. While he wasn't looking, I reached out and checked the goods. It seems he's really tired. Su Ruzhen lost all interest in anything else and decided to lie down for a while. The two slept until after 9 o'clock, when the alarm clock rang, and they got up to prepare for work. The staff in the trading room were already in place, and Su Ruzhen quickly tidied herself up before going to take charge. Chun Fan was directing operations from her office. One advantage of trading international crude oil futures is the T+0 trading model, which allows you to buy and sell at any time. Chun Fan currently holds so many short positions. He can make a huge profit whenever he closes them, but he will wait until his most glorious moment. The fluctuations at 10 p.m. were relatively mild, with minimal ups and downs. It is estimated that both sides will need to conserve their strength for a final push. Thump, thump, thump. Chu Yanfei knocked on the door and came in to refill Chun Fan's tea. "Why are you working the night shift too?" Chun Fan hadn't expected that a receptionist like her would still be here. Chu Yanfei smiled and said, "Yes, there are 3 people at the front desk, and I'm staying to work the night shift. I'll be right outside. Please call me anytime if you need anything." "Okay." Chun Fan nodded, and the trading screen began to move. Multiple parties launched a strong upward attack, attempting to push prices higher. However, they were quickly suppressed by the bears. The staff in the trading room were very nervous. "Mr. Su, that's about enough. The price of crude oil has already dropped to 0. Should we wait any longer? Every penny it goes up is a loss for us." "No rush." Su Ruzhen did not receive any orders from Chun Fan and resolutely remained still. The man who slept with him for 2 months possessed godlike precognitive abilities. He seemed to be able to see through everything. Soon, the multiple sides launched another counterattack, and crude oil prices climbed steadily. In just over 10 minutes, the price had already risen to more than $10 a barrel. Everyone was extremely anxious, but without President Su's orders, no one dared to make a move. Chun Fan stared at the trading screen. The market had been in a state of flux for less than half an hour. The bears have made their move. Crude oil prices were immediately suppressed, and it plummeted in a straight line. 8 yuan, 6 yuan, 5 yuan. It quickly returned to 0. That wasn't all. It plummeted again. "It's a negative number. Oh my God." Screams erupted in the trading room. Su Ruzhen frowned, her eyes blazing. But she still did not receive any orders from Chun Fan. Crude oil prices continued to fall, down to 9.96. Immediately afterwards, it dropped to 12.33. Continue 16.76. Then it rebounded. It keeps falling. It's 23.55 now. "Mr. Su, let's close the position." The traders were so nervous they didn't dare to breathe. They never dreamed that crude oil prices would one day turn negative. But Chun Fan still didn't give the order, and Su Ruzhen could only wait. Behind this battle lies a contest between the world's top-tier capital. As crude oil prices continue to fall, it also means that countless funds from various parties are being swallowed up. It's like a giant black hole, ruthlessly plundering everything. For every victory, there is a defeat for the other. After more than an hour of repeated struggle, all parties finally ran out of strength. The bears once again wreaked havoc, driving crude oil prices down to 30.32. Su Ruzhen received Chun Fan's instructions through her earpiece. "Everyone prepare. Close positions at $37. Attention everyone, everyone. Prepare." Su Ruzhen shouted the command. Target price, 37. The traders were itching to get started and couldn't wait any longer. Seeing the bears' overwhelming victory, the bulls completely lost their resistance, and prices plummeted. It quickly dropped to $37. Without hesitation, everyone acted decisively. 37.23, 37.16, 37.42. One piece of good news after another came in, and everyone had completed their transactions. "Okay." Su Ruzhen flashed a victory sign. "You guys are awesome." The average transaction price was 37.26. Very nice. The final closing price was $37.63 per barrel. The bears have won big. The trading room erupted in cheers as everyone rushed to hug each other. Su Ruzhen smiled. "Everyone has worked hard. Go home and get some rest. We have a day off tomorrow, and the company will hold a celebration party the day after tomorrow. Yeah. Everyone cheered. After staying up for most of the past 2 weeks, they could finally rest. Seeing the employees leaving one after another, Chu Yinfei walked over and said, "President Su, I'm off work too." Su Ruzhen waved and returned to her office. Chen Fan's face lit up with joy. The profit from this short position in international crude oil exceeded 300% after settlement. This is a historic moment for the company, and also a historic moment for the entire international market. Of course, the biggest beneficiaries are the financial giants behind the scenes. Chen Fan was just hitching a ride. The initial investment was 31.6 billion, but after deducting handling fees and interest, it became 93.9 billion. It's just one step away from reaching 100 billion. Thanks for your hard work, Pop. Chen Fan hugged Su Ruzhen and gave her a hug. I want a midnight snack. She clung to Chen Fan like a snake, acting coquettishly. Okay. Chen Fan was about to call her out when she pulled him into the lounge. Chapter 109, Laying Out the Hotel Industry. The next morning, Chen Fan was watching the news. Jiangzhou Rich List. The Luo family, which ranks first, has total assets of just over 60 billion. The Liu family, ranked second, has 41.1 billion. As for the Zhao family, they only have a mere 30 billion. You guys are no match for them, just a bunch of lackeys. Su Ruzhen, dressed in pajamas, gracefully approached and leaned on his shoulder. What are you looking at? Chen Fan turned around and kissed her. Did you sleep well last night? Ugh, you're so bad. Su Ruzhen was truly a beauty. She playfully pinched him. Then, in a particularly gossipy way, she asked, "How's it going with your girlfriend? How far have you gotten in your relationship?" Chen Fan pulled her over and laid her across his lap, saying, "Don't ask such pointless questions. I'm so captivated by you, this enchantress, that I don't have the heart to think about other women." Yeah. Su Ruzhen's eyes were alluring as she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed herself against him. How's the villa project going? Let's go take a look. Today was their day off, so the two of them left Yinfan Building and went directly to Jiangshan Dijin Villa District. We've bought all the furniture and appliances. All we need are a few pieces of clothing and blankets before we can move in. Chen Fan stood in the restaurant and looked around a few times. I'll get a few cases of wine and put them here. I'll live here from now on. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Su Ruzhen hugged Chen Fan from behind in a particularly clingy manner, the implication being quite obvious. What are you doing? I'm going to drain you dry. Su Yaojing whispered softly in his ear. In the afternoon, Chen Fan made adjustments to the company's funds. He left over 40 billion yuan in blueprint investment and transferred 50 billion yuan back to his own holding company as a reserve. Su Ruzhen was advised to keep an eye on Dongfang Pharmaceutical, as there was a high probability of restructuring. After all, it was not an ordinary private enterprise, and the higher-ups would definitely try to save it. You can either hold it as a growth investment or take profits when you see them. After all, Blueprint Investment also holds a 21.17% stake. As for the company's celebration party tomorrow, I won't be coming. I will receive my full bonus. After explaining all this, Chen Fan returned to his apartment. He still has a lot of things to deal with. He also needed to adjust the deployment of security personnel, and he specifically called Chun Ming over, asking, "How's the matter of recruiting Special Forces veterans that I asked you to do last time going?" Chun Ming said, "We recruited 4 people. They should arrive in a couple of days." "Okay, contact me as soon as you arrive." Shin Ming Yao called to say that the car had been bought and would be picked up in a couple of days. However, we haven't been able to find a suitable company location, which is quite troublesome because a company address is required for registration. As for staffing, she has already hired a human resources manager and asked her to recruit people. After listening to her report, Chun Fan said in a deep voice, "The company office building must be grand and high-end, otherwise it's not acceptable." "Okay, keep an eye on it." After hanging up the phone, he stood by the window, lost in thought. The news is playing on TV that Western Watson Capital is gradually withdrawing from the Chinese market, and many of its hotels will be left unsold. Oh, Shin Fan's gaze fell on the television screen. Was Watson Capital withdrawing from the Chinese market? Haha, I was just about to go to sleep when someone handed me a pillow. He immediately called Shin Ming Yao and said, "Check right now to see if Watson Capital has any joint venture hotels in Jiangzhou." "Yes, I'm checking." "You saw the news too." Just like Teacher Shun, he thought the same thing as me. "Nice," Shin Ming Yao said. However, The hotels that cooperate with them have huge amounts of capital. Even if we were to take over their businesses, what about the funding? Don't worry about that. I'll figure out the money. If you've got your eye on it, just go for it. Forehead. Shin Mingyao was stunned for a moment. No, for a hotel of their size, even if we acquire half of the shares, it could still cost billions. Let's estimate a bit lower, but it will cost 2 or 3 billion. Shun Fan knew that Watson Capital had partners who had invested in hotels worth at least several billion, or even tens of billions of yuan. Hotels like this are not limited to accommodation and dining. They also have many other ancillary businesses. Even if they own half the shares, that's still a huge astronomical figure. Shun Fan understood Shin Mingyao's thoughts. I'll invest 10 billion in you, so you can go all out and do it. Shin Mingyao was completely stunned. Her mind went blank for a moment. She simply couldn't imagine 10 billion? Just how powerful is this student of mine? Good heavens. I was shocked when I saw his 1 billion yuan in stock market funds a few nights ago. Today he directly invested 10 billion in himself. Shin Mingyao was bewildered. If that's the case, then I really have no worries. However, the Liu family is in some trouble right now, and all family members have gathered together for a family meeting. Watson Capital, which partnered with the Liu family, wanted to leave the domestic market and demanded that the Liu family pay 6 billion yuan to buy their shares. Otherwise, they would sell their shares to someone else. The Liu family was in a bit of a predicament. Although their family assets amounted to over 40 billion, it was absolutely impossible for them to come up with 6 billion in liquid funds. Many large companies and enterprises now have a great reputation outside. Their total assets are worth tens or hundreds of billions, but it's simply impossible for them to come up with even 1/10 of their liquid assets. Many companies are even in debt. Although they are large in scale, their debt ratio is also high. They're playing with bank money. Because the things that rich people do are completely different from those that poor people do. They will use the funds at their disposal to leverage an even larger market share. The poor, on the other hand, always earn $1 and do $1 worth of work. Now, not to mention the Liu family. Even the richest family in Jiangzhou, the Luo family, probably couldn't come up with such a large sum of money. Lu Ruoxian said unhappily. They really dare to ask for 6 billion. We'd be happy to give them half of that. These foreigners are really dark. Yes, they are white, but their hearts are so black. Lu Ruoxian's cousin said, if we don't take it in Jiangzhou, do you think they would dare to? Then let's wait and see who can outlast him. Yes, I support this proposal. The head of the Liu family, Lu Ruoxian's father, glanced around at everyone and said, if we let the Luo family get involved, we'll be at a disadvantage. Lu Ruoxian said, would the Luo family be that stupid? This is billions of dollars. They probably won't waste it. I think Watson Capital and its people are deliberately trying to incite us to fight amongst ourselves so they can profit from it. This is their usual tactic. The patriarch nodded. It's possible the Luo family wants to get involved. If so, we'll have to find outside help. However, in Jiangzhou, there are probably only a handful of people who can truly help. After a moment's thought, the patriarch said, Ruoxian, contact Zhao Guowei. They also have hotel businesses. See if we can join forces. Okay, I'll go to Zhao Guowei's office this afternoon. The situation in Jiangzhou is quietly changing due to Watson Capital's sudden withdrawal. Who will have the last laugh? Chapter 110, I have a bad feeling. Jiangzhou, Luo family compound. This is a truly powerful family with assets exceeding 60 billion yuan, holding an unshakable position in Jiangzhou. Moreover, the Luo family and the Liu family have had a long-standing feud for decades. Open and covert struggles. Watson Capital's withdrawal from the domestic market has brought the Far Eastern International Hotel, a partner of theirs, into the spotlight. The Luo family father and son are currently researching this. Yes, this is an opportunity. Yes, Dad. If we take over Watson Capital's shares, the Liu family will be in trouble, huh? Luo Xingwang laughed triumphantly. Dad, how about I contact the people at Watson Capital? No. Patriarch Luo Jinxian shook his head. We need to make them come to us on their own initiative. We can't be passive. Don't worry. These people will definitely use tricks to make money. They will definitely exploit the Liu family's weaknesses. Okay, then we'll just sit back and reap the benefits. Luo Jiaowang was particularly excited today, his eyes brimming with undisguised excitement. Lu Ruoxian, let's see how your Liu family breaks this deadlock this time. Cough, cough. At this moment, a professional personal caregiver helped the old man slowly walk out. Dad, grandfather, The father and son quickly got up. The old man waved his hand, his cloudy eyes revealing a fierce determination that only grew stronger with age. You are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the Liu family. Oh, Luo Jiaowang asked, puzzled. Why? Grandpa, the Liu family is our mortal enemy. Old Master Luo glared at him fiercely. What do you know? No matter how much the Luo family has a grudge against the Liu family, we will defeat them fairly and justly with our own abilities. But your collusion with these foreigners has disgraced our integrity and insulted our family. You fight amongst yourselves, allowing foreigners to profit. What kind of nonsense is this? Old Master Luo was trembling with rage. He pointed at the father and son and cursed. Anyone who dares to interfere will never be allowed to set foot in the Luo family again. Okay, Dad, don't be angry. I'll just tell them not to interfere. Luo Jinxian said respectfully. Grandpa Luo then nodded. But young Luo Jiaowang didn't understand and was particularly resentful. At the campus apartment, after giving his instructions, Chun Fan was about to lie down and rest for a while. After all, I overworked myself last night. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the little white rabbit next door. How strange. The little white rabbit didn't send me a message today? This is not normal. It's the weekend. She should be resting. Little rabbit, what are you doing? A moment later, little rabbit replied. Busy. Huh? What are you busy with? Not in the apartment? Yes, I'm here. Hee hee, I didn't want to bother you since you weren't home. What are you doing sneaking around at home all by yourself? Chun Fan climbed over the balcony again. Lu Wushuang was fiddling with the computer when she saw Chun Fan coming over. Please have a seat. I'll be done in a minute. Chun Fan was very uncomfortable with the little white rabbit's reaction. What is it that fascinates her so much? I leaned closer and saw that the screen was full of code. Huh, what are you doing? Shoo. Lu Wushuang made a cute gesture. We're hacking a foreign website. Wipe. You're a hacker? Chun Fan stared at her focused face in disbelief. After she finished her work, she closed her laptop. I'm all better. Big Bad Wolf, what did you do today? You didn't come back last night either. Work. I want to make money. Lots and lots of money. Seeing that Chun Fan looked very tired, Lu Wushuang stood up and said, Let me get you a glass of water. Why don't you take a rest, and we'll have dinner together tonight. What a thoughtful little rabbit. Chun Fan took the water glass and pulled her to his side. He pinched her cute cheek and asked, Did you miss me? The little white rabbit didn't say anything, but blushed and nestled in his arms. Honestly, if you feel too tired, you don't have to work so hard. I'll give you money. Chun Fan. He lifted Lu Wushuang's face and said, Tell me, what exactly are you plotting? Why are you always trying to support me? Faint. The little white rabbit blushed even more and lowered its head in embarrassment. What are you doing? Look at me. Why aren't you looking at me this time? Lu Wushuang's face turned even redder, but with her chin held up by the big bad wolf, she couldn't dodge. This time, the big bad wolf didn't hold back and kissed the man with heavy breathing. The little rabbit didn't run away and silently accepted it. The big bad wolf's hands were restless. He really is A's older brother. Wushuang, if this were an English exam, you wouldn't even pass level 3. The little rabbit was so embarrassed that he actually. However, she did not refuse, and became even more shy as she hid in the big bad wolf's arms, her whole body burning hot. Thump thump thump. Young miss. Outside, 2 bodyguards rudely came and knocked on the door. Chun Fan stared speechlessly at the doorway. It seemed the pay raise hadn't been given in time. Lu Wushuang quickly replied, Is there something you need? Dinner's ready. You guys eat. I'm not hungry. Go and deal with it. I'll take you out later. Chun Fan whispered in her ear, and Lu Wushuang beamed with joy and ran out to eat. The nanny prepared a very lavish meal today, which was more like a meal for the 3 of them than for the young lady. Lu Wushuang only ate a tiny bit at each meal, and the rest was eaten by the 3 of them. Seeing that the young lady was eating so little, the nanny said worriedly, Young lady, please eat more. Otherwise madam will criticize me again. Lu Wushuang was in a particularly good mood today. It's okay, you can tell her. I don't want to turn into a big fat pig. Actually, there's no need to send someone to cook for me. I'm fine eating in the cafeteria. One sentence made the nanny tremble with fear. Miss, please don't say that, or I'll lose my job. Seeing her pitiful look, Lu Wushuang said, Oh, and then said, I know, then I won't say anything more. After finishing her meal, she excitedly returned to her room. The big bad wolf fell asleep on the sofa. It seems like manual labor is really hard. The little white rabbit felt sorry for him and covered him with an air conditioning blanket. 2 days later, the 4 Special Forces veterans that Chun Ming had recruited arrived. Chun Fan asked him to bring him over for the interview. He looked at Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards, a slight smile appearing on his lips. For some reason, the two of them suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Said to B, I have a bad feeling about this. B, me too. 20 minutes later, Chun Ming arrived with 4 people. All 4 of them looked very energetic, with standard buzz cuts. Standing there, it was as straight as a target. Putting aside its quality, its appearance alone is quite impressive. Chun Fan pursed his lips. Today's assessment task is to take on both of them one-on-one. You start. Now start the timer. Holy crap. Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards were speechless and turned to run away. The first retired soldier rushed forward and took down the 2 men in 18, 19, 56 seconds. Next, the second person rushed forward, and the 2 of them fought back forcefully. KO in 44 seconds. Third place, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Fourth place, 1 minute and 27 seconds. The 2 of them lay on the ground and stopped struggling. He glared at Chun Fan with resentment. What the hell did that mean? Are you using the 2 of us as practice targets? He was knocked out in turn by 4 retired Special Forces soldiers. The 2 men were bruised and swollen, a truly pitiful sight. Chapter 111 The 4 Bodyguards. You did well today. Chun Ming, take them to get a foot bath and a massage later. The 2, damn it. Chun Fan then looked at the 4 capable retired veterans and asked, what are your names? The 4 people lined up in a row, took 1 step forward in turn, and snapped to attention. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Huang Jun, Ma Rui. Good. It's just the 4 of you now. What are your salary and benefits requirements? The 4 men replied loudly. We'll follow the boss's orders. A monthly salary of 50,000. Your task is to do everything you can to protect your boss. Year-end bonus starts at 500,000 yuan, with no upper limit. The 4 men were taken aback for a moment, then immediately stood at attention again. Thank you, boss. Yes, Chun Fan nodded. He was very satisfied to see these 4 skilled bodyguards. He instructed Chun Ming, Zhang Long, assign Zhao Hu to be President Su's bodyguard and be responsible for her safety. Okay, I'll take them to familiarize themselves with the situation right away. Chun Fan nodded and patted him on the shoulder. I'll ask President Su to give you a raise later, and everyone in the security department will be under your command. Chun Ming said sincerely, no need. Brother, you've already given me so much. Chun Fan glanced at him. What's this? In the future, you will follow me to all parts of the country and the world. Our struggle has only just begun. You go ahead and get busy. Chun Fan also brought Huang Jun and Ma Rui to Shin Mingyao's place. Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards got up, thinking, damn it, what happened to washing my feet? Shin Mingyao is temporarily staying in a hotel. Chun Fan said to Huang Jun and the other man, from now on, your task is to do your best to protect President Shun. Yes, boss. The 2 immediately got into character, and Shin Mingyao handed them the car keys. Seeing how much Chun Fan cared for her, even arranging bodyguards for her, Shin Mingyao was touched. This guy is really meticulous. Based on her previous thinking, she had never considered these things. At most, they'd only have a driver. Having bodyguards would be a bit much. But having bodyguards changes one's status and position. As for her salary, Chun Fan will adjust it later. Earning a salary of several million, or even tens of millions a year, is not impossible. It's still in the early stages. There are no results yet, and since she also has shares, the current salary structure is fine. After arranging the bodyguards, Chun Ming returned. Brother, President Su asked me to come back and work with you. Although Chun Ming is older than Chun Fan, he still calls Chun Fan brother. This demonstrated both his loyalty and respect for Chun Fan. Since she was his woman, Su Ruzhen actually sent Chun Ming to protect her. Chun Fan nodded. All right then. However, the bodyguard team needs to be strengthened. If we can recruit suitable candidates, we should do so. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Seeing Chun Ming's loyalty, Chun Fan patted him on the shoulder, saying that some things don't need to be said. Then he had Chun Ming take Lu Wushuang's 2 bodyguards to get a foot massage. A man should keep his word. Unexpectedly, when these 2 guys came back after washing their feet, they said, Boss, we'll work for you. Although their fighting skills were somewhat lacking, they could easily take on 3 to 5 strong men one-on-one. It's just that they ran into a bunch of freaks like Chun Ming. Chun Fan smiled and said, Let's protect Miss Lu first. You're welcome to come anytime in the future. Thank you, boss. From then on, The two of them were completely subservient to Chen Fan. On Su Ruzhen's side, the celebration party was over, and every employee received a bonus. She then received another order from Chen Fan to go long on garlic futures. Garlic is at it again. Chen Fan sent her the transaction plan, and she was left to handle the rest. On the Liu family's side, negotiations between the two sides have reached a stalemate. Watson Capital's asking price was too high. The Liu family simply couldn't agree to it. They secretly sent people to contact the Luo family, but unfortunately, Old Master Luo criticized Luo Jinxian and his son. No matter how great the benefits, we must not collude with foreigners. Moreover, Watson Capital's asking price was so high that they clearly wanted to rip them off, so Luo Jinxian did not agree to their demands. Shen Mingyao did want to acquire it, but after making inquiries, she realized Watson Capital's ambitions. Therefore, she decided not to take the initiative to contact them for the time being and to continue to sit on the sidelines and watch the two tigers fight. After this period of preparation, the company's basic structure has been formed. Various departments have been established, and the number of personnel is gradually increasing. Chen Fan was very happy to see his company gradually growing stronger. Now he is also starting to pay attention to cultivating his high-end network of contacts. After all, to establish oneself in society, one often needs a larger network of contacts. Especially for Chen Fan, who wants to build his own financial empire, connections in high-end circles are indispensable. It was Xiao Xiao, who had the same late-night snack we had last time, sending me another WeChat message. She's so cute yet fierce. Mr. Chen, do you have time to meet? Chen Fan was giving a public lecture when he received a WeChat message and laughed. He had a strong feeling that Xiao Xiao was probably trying to hook him. A few nights ago, she pretended to send the wrong message on purpose. She sent me a photo of herself in her pajamas, then explained that she was sorry. It was a mistake. She meant to send it to her best friend. I also begged Chen Fan to delete it. Send it to your best friend? I don't believe you for a second. My best friends all like seeing photos of me looking chubby. He replied with a message. I'm busy today. Let's do it another day. Let's not postpone it. Let's do it today. I really have something important to discuss with you. This girl is definitely a veteran. She understands every word Chen Fan says. Seeing how anxious she was, Chen Fan was even less likely to agree to her request. I'm really busy, I'm sorry. Then I'll wait for you, whenever you're free. Chen Fan didn't reply to her message. Bored, she lay on the bed. Is something really wrong? Why don't you believe me? After class, Chen Fan came out of the classroom. I unexpectedly ran into Tang Jing. Tang Jing's attire remained simple and refreshing. Her hair was simply tied in a ponytail, and her face was clean and flawless. When Chen Fan saw her, she playfully greeted him. Hey, having been out in the world for so long, she had become much bolder and her mindset had completely opened up. Chen Fan saw her carrying books and asked, Are you going to the study room at this hour? Tang Jing nodded. You're not also trying to lose weight at night, are you? Seeing Chen Fan's expression, she couldn't help but smile. Did Zhuo Bing say the same thing? Chen Fan looked at her slender figure and said, Actually, you don't need to lose weight. You're fine as you are. Tang Jing shook her head. I've been eating too much these past few days because of what President Liu dragged me to eat. I need to lose weight. Mentioning Liu Ruoxian, a thought suddenly flashed through Chen Fan's mind. Hey, how are the negotiations between the Liu family and Watson Capital going? Do you have any news? I'm not too sure, but President Liu went to see the CEO of Zhao's real estate a few days ago, and it seems there's not much hope. Oh, why did she go to see Zhao Guowei? Tang Jing shook her head. She wasn't quite sure either. After all, she wasn't part of the core management team of the Liu Group. Okay, then go to the study room. Chen Fan patted her on the shoulder, pondering how to take over the shares held by Watson Capital. Chapter 112 National Righteousness. Watson Capital and the Liu family's negotiations ended in failure after 3 rounds. Therefore, they issued a notice that a public tender would be held in 3 days. When Chen Fan saw the announcement, his brows furrowed slightly. The drama was escalating. Shen Mingyao had been paying close attention and had searched for a lot of information. Watson Capital initially thought the Liu family would give in and buy back their shares at an exorbitant price, but the Liu family refused. They even planned to get the Luo family to drive up the price, making the Luo and Liu families fight tooth and nail. As it turned out, Old Master Luo had a sharp eye and saw through their conspiracy at a glance, insisting on preventing everyone in the family from getting involved. That's how we got to where we are today, with open bidding. At this moment, the Liu family. Although Grandpa Liu is in good health, he is getting on in years. He was over 70 years old, with gray hair. He was drinking tea in the courtyard, listening to the younger generation discuss family affairs. Someone said, "It's fortunate that the Luo family didn't get involved, otherwise this matter would have been troublesome." The old man glanced at him indifferently and said, "You're still lacking in this area. You can't see through the essence of things." Everyone was puzzled. "Grandpa, why?" The old man took a sip of tea. "This is not the Luo family's benevolence, but old man Luo's righteousness. Given the behavior of the Luo family father and son, they probably would have intervened long ago. Old man Luo must have seen through the tricks of these foreigners." After saying that, he sighed. "In the end, after fighting with me for so many years, old Luo still knows how to stick to principles when it comes to matters of right and wrong. Remember this. There are some bottom lines that you can never cross. Some things are done even though you know they are impossible, even if you end up getting hurt. There are some things that we know we can do but choose not to, even if the benefits are enormous. This is the greater good of the nation." No. A group of Lu family descendants nodded in agreement, keeping their grandfather's teachings in mind. On the campus of Jiangzhou University, Chen Fan had just finished eating with Zhuo Bing and returned to his dormitory for a nap. Lu Wushuang sent a message. "Big Bad Wolf, my brother is in Jiangzhou. Don't look for me these next few days. I don't want them to know." "Is Lu Yushuan coming to Jiangzhou?" Chen Fan asked. "What's he doing here?" "I don't know. They said they came to see me, but they probably have other things to do." "Okay, I understand." Chen Fan replied with a message and immediately called Su Ruzhen. "Lu Yushuan has come to Jiangzhou." In fact, Su Ruzhen had just received the news, and she was wondering how to tell Chen Fan. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan already knew about this. She wasn't sure if Lu Yushuan was after her. "Let him come. It's none of my business. Come over early tonight. I'll be waiting for you at the villa. I had someone make you some old hen soup." Chen Fan said, "You're such a juice extractor." "Okay, you wait. Wasn't Lu Yushuan supposed to be coming? What does he want to do?" That evening, Chen Fan drank old hen soup and asked Su Ruzhen for sex 6 times. He kissed Su Ruzhen's neck and body until there were red marks all over her body. Su Ruzhen was speechless. "How am I supposed to face anyone tomorrow?" "Then stay home and rest. Don't go anywhere." "Okay, I'll do as you say." Seeing that Su Ruzhen was obediently working from home, Chen Fan returned to school satisfied. Now Chen Ming drives his Tuareg to pick up and drop off Chen Fan every day, and Chen Fan has decided to go to the apartment to take a look. He wanted to meet Lu Yushuan to see what kind of person he really was. But no one was in the apartment, and then he saw Lu Wushuang's post on WeChat Moments. "My brother came to see me. The address is Yuanzhou International Hotel." Chen Fan understood. This was something Little White Rabbit had specially sent to him. It turned out they went to a hotel. At this moment, in the presidential suite of the Yuanzhou International Hotel, Lu Yushuan sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. The butler actually came with him this time, along with Lu Yushuan's team. As the eldest son of the Lu family and their future successor, Lu Yushuan was indeed handsome, with a face as fair as jade. After all, he is Lu Wushuang's twin brother, so their genes are quite good. However, there was an air of arrogance about him. The butler chimed in. "Young master, I heard that Miss Su is also in Jiangzhou. Would you like to go and meet her?" Lu Yushuan said arrogantly. "Why isn't it her who comes to see me?" After being rebuffed by his words, the butler dared not utter a sound. He turned and glanced at his pretty assistant beside him. The assistant was dressed in standard business attire, with a form-fitting pencil skirt that clung tightly to her sexy figure, and her black stockings were particularly eye-catching. Lu Yushuan asked casually, "When will the people from Watson Capital arrive?" Reporting to the CEO, "It will take at least 2 more hours. Depend on." Lu Yushuan casually tossed the pen aside. "These idiots just love to show off. Let's not wait any longer. Let's just leave them hanging. Hey sis, let's go eat." "Okay." Lu Wushuang, the little white rabbit, happily replied. 3 days later, Watson Capital held a public tender at the Jiangzhou Guarantee Building. At least dozens of companies participated, and Xin Mingyao brought her bodyguards and assistant. To her surprise, in addition to some local conglomerates in Jiangzhou, even members of the Lu family from Jiangnan had gone out. One of the young men, with an arrogant demeanor and a cold expression, caught her attention. "I heard that this man is the young master of the Lu family. Judging from his expression, he looks down on everyone and seems to have no regard for anyone present." Xin Mingyao had met people like this before. Deep down, they look down on everyone. He has no feelings for anyone, as if he can be above everything. As a teacher, Xin Mingyao naturally had a great disdain for this kind of person. She didn't know where this kind of person got such a strong sense of superiority. However, she soon saw that Lu Ruoxian had also arrived. Lu Ruoxian was a year or two younger than her, but equally beautiful. The two sat on opposite sides of the scene, like two red roses in full bloom. She was stunningly beautiful, with a captivating and alluring appearance. Representatives from Watson Capital were also present. They were seated at the home stadium. The host of the bidding conference announced that today's bidding conference is a public tender for Watson Capital's shares in the Far Eastern International Hotel. The news was released 3 days ago, and the bidding conference is being held today. The highest bidder wins. Many people at the scene shook their heads. Their purpose in coming was not necessarily to acquire shares in the Yuanzhou Hotel, but rather to observe the bidding process. After all, this is also a testament to a capital competition within the industry. A blonde, blue-eyed, cunning middle-aged man approached Lu Ruoxian and said, "Miss Lu, I think you will regret this." Lu Ruoxian stood up and sneered, "I don't think so. No one here today is a fool. You own 45% of the shares in Yuanzhou International Hotel, which is worth at most 2 or 3 billion. You want to offer such an exorbitant price of 6 billion? Do you think everyone in the world is an idiot? You are too wicked. I will not let you succeed today." The blond man grinned sinisterly. "We'll see." Chapter 113, The Arrogant Lu Yushuan. Lu Wushuang was also brought out by her brother to attend this occasion today. This is also a form of training and development for her, through constant exposure and instruction. The more you see and experience, the different your perspective will naturally become. Lu Yushuan looked arrogant and indifferent. Seeing that Lu Ruoxian was arguing with the other party, he sneered, grabbed a grape from in front of him, and popped it into his mouth. He said calmly, "Miss Lu, I'll help you acquire the shares of Yuanzhou International Hotel, and you'll become my woman." Puff! Everyone was startled and spat out their tea. Even Lu Wushuang, who was standing next to him, was stunned. "Brother, it's not good for you to be so fickle. Isn't there Sister Su Ruzhen already?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxian turned her head and asked, "And who are you?" He. Lu Yushuan chuckled. "You don't even recognize me? The wealthy families of Jiangzhou are truly arrogant." At this moment, a middle-aged man next to Lu Ruoxian whispered in her ear, "He is the eldest son of the Lu family in Jiangnan." Lu Ruoxian's face turned cold. "I thought it was someone else. I had long heard that the Lu family had an arrogant and aloof young master, and seeing him today, I can confirm it is true." Lu Yushuan was not angry when Lu Ruoxian mocked him. "I have the right to be proud. Does Miss Lu think I like being humble? My Lu family owns 3 listed companies, each with a market value of over 100 billion. I ask you, who in Jiangzhou can compare?" The room fell silent. Even Luo Jiaowang remained quiet. He knew about Lu Yushuan and was aware of the Lu family's power. He didn't want to offend them. The Lu family is so powerful. Besides their 3 listed groups, they also have other hidden businesses. Even the Su family succumbed to their power. But Lu Ruoxian wasn't buying it. "Thank you for your kindness, but our Lu family will handle our own affairs." "Ha ha. Miss Lu, let's be frank. I really don't care about this small share of Yuanzhou International Hotel. But I heard that Miss Lu is exceptionally talented, with unparalleled beauty, possessing a beauty that could shame the moon and flowers, and a grace that could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. So I came here to see for myself." Puff! Lu Wushuang, who was standing next to her, really felt like throwing up. "Brother, you've gone too far. I got goosebumps." She never expected that her proud and aloof brother could say such a thing. Are all men really such bastards? Lu Wushuang got up to leave, but Lu Yushuan frowned and asked, "Where are you going?" I'm going to throw up." Cough cough. The host interrupted the two. "Everyone, please be quiet. The bidding conference is about to begin. Please look at the big screen now." The large screen began to introduce the Yuanzhou International Hotel. From design concept to service, management, hotel prospects, and influence, etc. Yuanzhou International Hotel is indeed one of the top hotels in Jiangzhou, and of course, it's also the most expensive. But its business is exceptionally good, perhaps because the more expensive it is, the more prestigious the consumer is perceived to be. For many wealthy people, Jiangzhou is practically the most upscale place to visit. After the presentation, the host asked everyone to fill out the tender form. Of course, without a doubt, the highest bidder wins. This is also Watson Capital's objective. Their offer was 6 billion. Who would be so foolish and rich as to spend a staggering 6 billion to buy shares worth 2 or 3 billion? After carefully reviewing the tender documents, Shin Mingyao picked up a pen and wrote down her bid. 2.89 billion. This is a price she can accept. Watson Capital did not read the bids aloud in public, but instead took them back and announced the results a week later. The purpose of doing this is to leave oneself more room for maneuver. Shin Mingyao left the venue and returned to her hotel. She called Chun Fan and told him about the situation at the bidding site. Okay, let's wait for news. Anyway, it's too expensive, so we won't take it. Of course, if they could acquire 45% of the shares of Yuanzhou Hotel, cooperating with the Liu family would be a win-win situation. Ding dong. Ding dong. Shin Mingyao had just finished making the phone call when the doorbell rang. When she opened the door, she was surprised. President Liu? A stunningly beautiful woman stood at the door, her temperament and beauty in no way inferior to mine, and her aura was even more imposing. Liu Ruoxian glanced at Shin Mingyao and asked, "May I come in?" "Please come in. Please come in." Liu Ruoxian entered the room and sat down on the sofa. "Mr. Shun, I'm sorry to bother you like this. I saw you at the bidding site today. I didn't expect that Mr. Shun would also be interested in Yuanzhou Hotel." Shin Mingyao naturally knew her purpose and did not hide anything, saying, "Yes, we are a newly established company. If we can acquire shares in Yuanzhou International Hotel this time, it will be a milestone event for our company. Of course, we do not want to interfere with the hotel's management, nor will we cause any negative impact on the Liu family. On the contrary, we can cooperate with the Liu family to give you more room to maneuver." Liu Ruoxian looked at the equally beautiful woman in front of her and was also amazed by her sexiness. Although the two are about the same height, when they lie down, the former may not be as tall as the latter. Mr. Shun's physique is at least at the 4th level of the English alphabet. Even Liu Ruoxian couldn't help but think of a word. A stunning beauty. With a figure like hers, she must be every man's dream. After hearing Shin Mingyao's statement, Liu Ruoxian asked, "President Shun, could you reveal your initial quote?" Shin Mingyao didn't hide anything. "My offer is 2.89 billion. Liu Ruoxian frowned. "It's a bit too high. Its true value is around 2.5 to 2.6 billion. All right, then I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Shun. If you manage to acquire the hotel shares, I hope you'll take good care of me in the future." Since Liu Ruoxian was so polite, Shin Mingyao naturally reciprocated with the same courtesy. He personally escorted her to the door, and the two waved goodbye. As soon as Liu Ruoxian entered the elevator, she instructed her assistant, "Go and investigate this President Shun's background." At this moment, in the presidential suite of the Yuanzhou International Hotel, Liu Yuxuan sat on the sofa, and no one knew what he was thinking. The assistant reminded him, "President, are you still not going to see the people from Watson Capital?" Liu Yuxuan snorted coldly, "I won't see you. Let them show off." He was stood up yesterday and was very upset. He glanced at his watch, his brow furrowing slightly. Su Ruzhen is really something. The butler listened from the side and shook his head inwardly. "A few days ago, I asked him to meet Su Ruzhen, but he was too arrogant and said that he should let the girl take the initiative to meet him. Later, he had his assistant call the Su family to tell them that he had arrived in Jiangzhou. What kind of operation is this? It's obvious he still wants Su Ruzhen to come see him." But Su Ruzhen didn't make a move at all, probably because she didn't even have that idea. It seems the marriage between the two families is going to cause trouble. Chapter 114. You're a genius. But am I not? The matter at the Yuanzhou International Hotel is not over yet. Zhao Linlin is very happy today. As one of the 4 most beautiful girls at Jiangzhou University, she possesses a status that most people can only dream of. Chen Fan said a while ago that she was going to lose money, and she really did make a mistake. But today, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical finally delivered some epic good news. The company officially announced the restructuring and was subsequently acquired by another local peer company. This is actually another way for a company to go public through a reverse takeover. Many companies cannot meet the listing requirements on their own, so they have to find other ways to go public. After the restructuring, Chun Fan's shares were diluted by more than half, but he didn't care. "Since I have no intention of taking over the management of this company, it's none of my business how they want to do things. As long as the stock price rises to the right level, I'll get what I want." Zhao Linlin carefully studied this mysterious shareholder, and she wanted to ask Chen Fan for clarification several times. Did he actually do it? Sometimes a woman's curiosity is beyond measure. The school beauty, Zhao, really did come looking for him. Actually, you can't entirely blame her. It's just that she said she also invests in stocks. She was naturally curious after he predicted that Zhao, the school beauty, would lose money. That afternoon, right after school, little white rabbit Lu Wushuang couldn't contain her longing and wanted to find an opportunity to see the big bad wolf. As a result, she came to the finance department and immediately spotted Zhao, the school beauty. What is she doing here? Lu Wushuang was very curious. But what did it have to do with her that she was here waiting for the big bad wolf? But to everyone's surprise, when Chun Fan came out after class, Zhao, the school beauty, walked over and called out, "Chun Fan." Chun Fan was stunned and asked, puzzled, "What? Come with me for a moment, I need to talk to you." "That's not a good idea." Chun Fan looked around and saw the herd of livestock staring at the two of them with curiosity. Several athletes, in particular, were eyeing the opportunity with predatory intent. "Damn it, you already have Zwabing. Do you still want to date Zhao, the school beauty?" "Ahem, just say what's on your mind." Zhao Linlin rarely spoke to boys, and she could feel the hostile gazes directed at Chun Fan from those around her. He said awkwardly, "Let's go outside to talk. It's not convenient here." "All right." Chun Fan decided to push the limits of these sports students to the limit. "So what if I go out with Zhao, the school beauty? Go ahead and bite me." The two arrived at the parking lot, and Zhao Linlin pressed the car key, causing her Maserati to blink merrily. Chun Fan examined the car several times. The headlights are nice. Zhao Linlin owns several cars and drives them in rotation. This must be incredibly embarrassing for those guys who buy a used car and then act all high and mighty. "What do you want to say now?" "There's no one here." Zhao, the school beauty, glared at him irritably. "Are you that afraid of Zwabing?" "Ahem, what does this have to do with Zwabing?" "What? Are you trying to steal her boyfriend?" Zhao Linlin blushed. "What are you thinking? You really think you're a heartthrob?" "I just want to ask, are you the individual investor who holds 21.17% of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical shares? Did you know that this stock has undergone restructuring?" "I know. Why would I buy it if it's not going to restructure?" Chun Fan spoke casually and naturally. Such a big matter seemed like a piece of cake to him. Zhao Linlin stared wide-eyed. "Is it really you? What's so strange about that? Look at yourself. You didn't even graduate from university, and you're already managing 2 five-star hotels. Your net worth must be at least $1 billion, right? Isn't this normal?" But Zhao Linlin was momentarily stunned. She had been guessing all along. It's finally been confirmed, but she still can't believe it. Wasn't he just a poor student receiving poverty relief before? Chun Fan said calmly, "You don't need to be surprised. There are such geniuses in this world. He will unintentionally unleash the most beautiful and dazzling fireworks." Listening to this guy brag, Zhao Linlin was completely convinced. "Aren't you a student from a poor family?" "Yes, I'm still very poor." Chun Fan shrugged and sighed inwardly. "They're really poor. He only has 2 girlfriends." Zhao Linlin rolled her eyes, not wanting to talk to this pretentious jerk anymore. "If you have nothing else, I'm leaving." "Don't." Zhao Linlin tugged at him. "Actually, I wanted to work with you." She looked into Chun Fan's eyes and said, "I'm serious. You can negotiate the terms." Chun Fan sized up Zhao, the school beauty. "Why?" Zhao Linlin lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, and said, "To tell you the truth, I just want to achieve amazing results. Help my dad show off in Jiangzhou." "Forehead? What's the meaning?" Chun Fan was a little puzzled. Zhao Linlin bit her lip and said, "You don't know, but I once saw my dad behaving humbly in front of others." Although Zhao's real estate has now grown into a company with assets of several hundred billion, it is still no match for the real big shots. "So I swear, I will never let my dad have to compromise himself in front of others again." Chun Fan was stunned. He never expected that Zhao, the school beauty, would have such thoughts. Not bad. Many people in the industry seem glamorous, but the hardships and tribulations they endure behind the scenes are something outsiders can never understand. You may only see his success, but you don't know how hard he works. Judging from her expression, she didn't seem to be lying, nor did she have any reason to lie. "Let's talk about this later. What I need is not a partner, but a professional manager." Professional managers are just employees. Seeing her silence, Chun Fan realized that she might have thought her words were a bit arrogant, but they were true. "All we need are talented people. We should make the best talents in the world work for us. Only in this way can a larger financial empire be built." Zhao Linlin seemed somewhat unconvinced. "I increased my holdings in Dongfeng Pharmaceutical." "Oh." Chun Fan's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected her to have such courage. Only by putting yourself in a desperate situation can you survive. Indeed, quite impressive. He has a knack for business. Chen Fan nodded. Excellent. However, once Dongfeng Pharmaceutical takes off after its restructuring, it should be ready to exit the market soon. The purpose of stock trading is simply to make money. There's no need to get involved in their battles for control. Chen Fan finished speaking and left. Zhao Linlin got into the car. I feel like I can't accept these facts right now. This guy is awesome. Could there be more secrets surrounding him besides his bargain hunting of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical? Don't be surprised. There are such geniuses in this world. He will unintentionally unleash the most beautiful and dazzling fireworks. Thinking of the boast this guy had just made, Zhao Linlin pouted. You're a genius, but am I not? Umph. I will surpass you. Zhao, the school beauty, was really unconvinced and brandished her fist. Chen Fan had just stepped out of the parking lot when he immediately received a WeChat message from Little White Rabbit. Big Bad Wolf, what are you doing? Chapter 115, she went on a date with her boyfriend. The Little White Rabbit misses me again. These past few days, Lu Yuxuan has come to Jiangzhou, which has frightened her so much that she hasn't dared to contact Chen Fan. She could only tell Chen Fan what she was doing by posting on her WeChat moments. Before Chen Fan could reply, she sent another WeChat message. I've arrived at the apartment, come back soon. I'm going to the hotel to have dinner with my brother later. Okay. When Chen Fan arrived at the apartment, the Little White Rabbit was indeed waiting eagerly. Her two bodyguards greeted Chen Fan with utmost respect. Mr. Chen, the nanny hasn't had to cook these past few days. She's gone back to square dancing. Therefore, Chen Fan could legitimately enter the Little White Rabbit's room. As soon as the door closed, the Little White Rabbit jumped into his arms. Like a docile kitten, the Big Bad Wolf. Do you miss me? Chen Fan gently stroked her hair and lifted her chin. Pop. The Little White Rabbit's face turned bright red. She has now learned to close her eyes. Before the two had even been intimate for 3 minutes, Lu Wushuang's phone rang. She quickly turned around to answer the phone. Miss, the CEO wants you to come over for dinner. Okay, I'll come right after I change my clothes. After hanging up the phone, she felt a little reluctant to leave. My brother is calling me. Okay, go ahead. The Little White Rabbit cuddled for another 2 minutes before turning around to change its clothes. Actually, Chen Fan was also going to meet Shin Mingyao, so he took a shower and asked Chen Ming to drive him there. Upon arriving at the Yuanzhou International Hotel, Shin Mingyao rang the doorbell twice but did not open the door. Please wait a moment. More than 10 minutes later, Shin Mingyao was heard calling from inside. Huang Jun and Ma Rui stood at the door, extremely respectful. Chen Fan casually handed them 2 packs of cigarettes. Chen Ming, take the brothers out for something good to eat. Huang Jun and Ma Rui said, no rush, let's do it later. Perhaps Mr. Shun has something to do. The two were indeed loyal. Chen Ming said there was no rush, so Chen Fan ignored them. Shin Mingyao opened the door, and a fresh scent of shampoo wafted out. Judging from her loose pajamas, she probably just put them on temporarily. Please come in first. Perhaps she still sees Chen Fan as the student she once was and doesn't care much about him. Chen Fan gazed at Shin Mingyao's stunning figure. Even in such loose pajamas, her unparalleled beauty could not be concealed. People from Watson Capital have contacted me. They want us to become their agents. Not interested. These people are dreaming too much, actually having such an idea. In this way, while they ostensibly withdrew from the Yuanzhou International Hotel, they were actually just changing their approach to continue controlling everything. Besides, why would I agree to such a condition? That's what I meant too. Shin Mingyao poured Chen Fan a glass of water and sat down on the sofa. It seems that this equity dispute over Yuanzhou International Hotel is quite complicated, and even the Lu family has gotten involved. I called you here to discuss this matter, to see how we should handle it. Chen Fan checked the time. How about we go eat first? Shin Mingyao said, I won't eat dinner tonight, otherwise I'll have to change clothes again. What happened? Are women nowadays all about skipping dinner to lose weight? They can go without eating, but I can't go without eating myself. I often wake up hungry in the middle of the night. Chen Fan advised, you don't need to change. Actually, you look quite good dressed like this. Shin Mingyao frowned. Chen Fan, have you learned how to flirt with girls now? Are you dating someone? No. How could someone as honest as me be in a relationship? You know, my dream is to make money. Shin Mingyao said she didn't believe it. She said she used to believe he didn't have a girlfriend because he was too poor. Almost no girls in the class liked him. It's hard to say now. Chen Fan called out. Let's go. We won't go far. We'll just grab something to eat at the restaurant downstairs. All right. Shin Mingyao reluctantly agreed. After all, Chen Fan was her boss. She went to the bedroom to change her clothes into a simple casual outfit. Yet it still looks absolutely stunning. The two went down to the restaurant, followed by 3 bodyguards. Seeing this, the waiter immediately stepped forward to greet them, saying, "This way, please." There were quite a few people sitting in the hall. Shin Mingyao ordered 7 or 8 dishes and a soup for herself. As the waiter left, Shin Mingyao whispered, "Many people here are here for Watson Capital's shares." Shin Fan glanced around and was surprised to find that the little white rabbit was also there. She was having dinner with a man who was nearly 30 years old. Could this be her brother? Shin Fan took a closer look. He was good-looking, but his appearance was too arrogant. The little white rabbit had already seen him and was smiling at him. "What are you looking at?" Lu Yuxuan followed his sister's gaze and exclaimed, "Huh." He had seen this woman before and was deeply impressed by her. What a coincidence. We ran into each other here again. When Lu Yuxuan's gaze fell on Shin Fan, a cold smile flashed across his face. "I never expected this woman to own a dog, but their taste is just too bad. To waste such a precious resource." Lu Yuxuan was somewhat disdainful. He winked at his bodyguard and said, "Go and call that beautiful lady over for a couple of drinks." "Elder brother." The little white rabbit was getting a little anxious. "What are you doing?" "It's okay. I'll find you a sister-in-law." The bodyguard walked over and said, "Beautiful lady, my young master would like to invite you over for a couple of drinks." Shin Mingyao looked over there. Was it him again? Thinking of his behavior at the bidding site and his flirtatious attitude towards Lu Ruoxian, Shin Mingyao said irritably, "Not interested." Chen Fan hadn't expected Lu Yuxuan to be so arrogant and audacious. "It seems this guy isn't a good person usually. If it weren't for the little white rabbit, I would have really asked Chun Ming and the others to take action." The bodyguard returned dejectedly after being given the cold shoulder. "Young master, the other party is unwilling." "Roll." Lu Yuxuan glared at the bodyguard. "Useless thing. Just as I was about to pick up my glass and go over. Hey, little sister. Where's my sister?" "President, Miss has gone to the restroom." At the end of the restroom corridor, the little white rabbit was tightly hugging the big gray wolf. The two of them were inseparable. "Big bad wolf, what are you doing here? Who is that lady? She's so pretty. Am I prettier than you?" The big bad wolf looked at her and smiled. "She was my former homeroom teacher." "Oh." The little white rabbit pouted. "Did you treat the homeroom teacher to dinner?" She took out her phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to Chen Fan. "What are you doing?" Chen Fan was speechless. This girl always transferred money to him so easily. Did she think that he was only fit to be a kept man? "All right, I'll show you another day," the little white rabbit said happily. "You have to pay for the meal you treat the teacher to." "Sigh, I just can't do anything with you." This guy pinched the little white rabbit's cheek. "I don't lack money. What I lack is—" "All right, go back now. Your brother will be looking for you again later." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Yuxuan's voice came from outside. Little sister." Seeing Chun Fan come out, he asked, "Did you see a very pretty girl who looked about 18 or 19? "Oh, she went on a date with her boyfriend." Roll. Chapter 116. You think I wouldn't try to poach your partner? It seems the Lu family truly cherishes Lu Wushuang, even making that scoundrel Lu Yuxuan so nervous. Chun Fan returned to his seat, happily finished his meal with Shun Mingyao, and then they went back to the hotel together. "Mr. Shun, we can stall Watson Capital if I'm not mistaken. They must have been short of funds because of the last big drop in international crude oil prices, which is why they were in a hurry to withdraw their shares in Yuanzhou International Hotel." Chen Fan's guess was correct. During the last international capital war, international crude oil prices plummeted into negative territory. Many companies suffered margin calls, and Watson Capital was one of the unfortunate victims. When international crude oil prices fell to $19.95, they thought it would rebound and cleverly bought at the bottom. As a result, they failed to buy at the bottom and fell into the deepest abyss. When crude oil prices hit zero, they made another fatal mistake. They added to their positions. In Chun Fan's view, this was hardly a matter of replenishing the stock. He's clearly stabbing himself in the back. This is probably the first time in the history of crude oil that someone has killed themselves. The result was obvious. They faced a cash shortage and were busy withdrawing funds to make ends meet. After reaching an agreement with Shun Mingyao, Chun Fan left the hotel. To his surprise, someone called out to him as soon as he entered the lobby, "Mr. Chun." Chun Fan turned around. Forehead. The adorable yet fierce Xiao Xiao is vividly and spectacularly presented before our eyes. "What brings you here? Are you with clients again?" Chun Fan frowned slightly. "No, that's not true. Xiao Xiao sipped her milk tea. People have been trying to get you to agree to meet up for so long, so they came here to try their luck. She blinked, seemingly very happy. Do you have time now? I need to talk to you. Chen Fan really didn't have anything planned for the evening. Go ahead and say it. Shall we find somewhere to talk? Then I'll go book a room. Hate. They're talking to you about something serious. Get in the car. Xiao Xiao works in car sales. When she saw Chen Fan's Tuareg, she said, so you like to keep a low profile. Even the base model of this car costs several 100,000 yuan. Although Chen Fan's car is not the top-of-the-line model, most people who spend over 1,000,000 yuan to buy a Tuareg are not short of money. Moreover, she also witnessed Chen Fan's generosity. Chen Ming, go back to school. Chen Fan gave the order, and Chen Ming responded loudly. All right. The train has departed. Chen Fan laid down in the back seat, and Xiao Xiao blinked as she looked him over. Seeing that Chen Fan's eyes were slightly closed, and he seemed a little tired, she put down the milk tea in her hand. She thoughtfully reached out and massaged Chen Fan's temples. Forehead. Feeling her soft hands, Chen Fan frowned slightly. He pondered her intentions. It's not comfortable for you to lie like that. Let's change positions. Before Chen Fan could speak, his head was resting on a soft, elastic surface. Is this kind of service even available? It's quite comfortable, though. Chen Ming drove his car to the artificial lake next to the school and got out to smoke. Are you comfortable, Mr. Chen? Xiao Xiao asked softly. What exactly are you trying to say? Chen Fan lay there, not wanting to move at all. This treatment was incredible. Xiao Xiao said, there's a large auto show coming up soon, the kind that's nationwide. Our general manager, Tan, would like to have a talk with you. What does the auto show have to do with me? No, please don't misunderstand. He wants to work with you. Are you kidding me? I have no interest in a mere auto show. This Mr. Tan is no good person. Chen Fan lay there, looking up at Xiao Xiao's chin, and asked, how much money do you make a month selling cars? Sometimes it's 20 or 30,000, but it varies depending on performance. Thank you so much this month. I won the top sales award and got a bonus. Forget about selling your car. Come work for me. Wasn't that CEO Tan always trying to get Zwabing to work as a car model? Snort. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Xiao Xiao was taken aback. Really? Chen Fan stretched his neck. Xiao Xiao's pillow was really comfortable. He continued staring at her chin. Do you think I don't have the ability? No. I was so surprised. If you really want me, I'll quit my job and come over right away. Okay, from now on you'll be my personal secretary, with an annual salary of 500,000. Oh. Xiao Xiao trembled slightly and said excitedly, thank you, Mr. Chen. I will definitely do my best to serve you. An annual salary of 500,000. How much does she spend on a car each month? Earning a few 100,000 a year is the absolute maximum. Moreover, this is simply impossible because during the off-season, sales sometimes only reach a few thousand per month. They also have to shamelessly fawn over this boss and that boss and call clients every day. I'm constantly on edge, worried that if I don't keep up one day, the client will run away. Now Chen Fan is directly giving her an annual salary of 5 million, and Xiao Xiao is extremely moved. Just a personal secretary. Xiao Xiao blushed and looked at the handsome Chen Fan. It seems like I'm not at a disadvantage. Ah Qiao. Mr. Tan, who was having tea with his friends, suddenly sneezed several times. What happened? Who's talking badly about me behind my back? He was, of course, unaware that someone had poached his girlfriend. The next morning, Chen Fan was in class when Xiao Xiao sent him a message. Mr. Chen, I've arrived. Okay, then go to the apartment, 2601. The door lock code is. Remember to wash your clothes. Okay. During lunch, Zwabing suddenly asked, would you like to have a celebrity girlfriend? Oh. Chen Fan didn't understand what she meant at first. Zwabing asked, tell me first, what are your thoughts when you see those celebrities? No. Chen Fan gave a very straightforward answer. I don't believe you. Zwabing gave her a flirtatious look, biting her spoon as she said, my cousin signed me up for a model competition. Chen Fan was taken aback. You want to participate? I'm asking for your opinion. This seems to be a nationwide event, and it's hosted by the central government. Individual registrations are accepted. I see. If you'd like to go, then give it a try. Since individual applications are accepted, it is not subject to the restrictions imposed by capital and modeling agencies. More importantly, the organizers are very powerful. The selection process is conducted live, so it should be fair and just, and there should be no insider dealings. Chen Fan agreed. Zwabing smiled happily. Actually, I didn't have any particular thoughts, but my cousin has already signed me up. Just consider it a learning experience. If your girlfriend advances, then you can. Zwabing's foot trapped him under the table, and Chun Fan pinched her cheek, saying, "Go if you want to. However, I have to monitor the whole process. Of course, you have to come with me. With a girlfriend this beautiful, are you worried about her? They're getting more and more shameless." But Chun Fan thought of a question. Zwabing and her team do indeed have great potential. Why not take this opportunity to enter the entertainment industry? E-commerce and live streaming are also money-making industries. I'll go back and discuss it with Shun Mingyao and ask her to prepare a plan. Chapter 117. 3 Girlfriends Ran Away. It is said that people are in high spirits when they encounter happy events. Chun Fan has been living a good life lately. I used to wash my own clothes, but now someone even washes my underwear for me. She manages her life in an orderly manner. Good news came from Shun Mingyao's side early in the morning. Watson Capital finally succumbed to the financial pressure. They reached a transaction agreement with Home to Capital for 2.89 billion yuan. This is exciting news. From then on, Chun Fan had another share in a high-end hotel. This is also an important milestone for Chun Fan's foray into the real economy. According to Shun Mingyao's analysis, Watson Capital's decision to transfer its shares to her was driven by their own ulterior motives. Of course, there were also companies that offered higher prices than Home to Capital at this bidding conference. But why would they transfer their shares to me? Shun Mingyao pondered that the other party had taken a liking to Home to this emerging force. It is a brand new company with no other complicated background. They had investigated all of these matters. Perhaps they are keeping their options open. As for whether Home to Capital will cooperate with them in the future, that's a matter for later. However, if they want Home to Capital to become their spokesperson, they're dreaming. Given Chun Fan's personality, it's impossible for him to agree to such a request. Shun Mingyao made significant progress, acquiring shares in Watson Capital and reaching an agreement with the Liu family. The cooperation is mutually beneficial, Shun Mingyao told the other party. Home to Capital does not participate in management. She only requested an office floor next to the hotel as the company's office area. The company is now on the right track and, following Chun Fan's instructions, is preparing to expand into the live streaming and entertainment industries. Su Ruzhen's side. Garlic is ruthless, really ruthless. Garlic futures prices surged, pushing prices higher and higher. Su Ruzhen was overjoyed to see such a market trend. Now she just has to wait until the harvest day. The third piece of good news is that Dongfeng Pharmaceutical underwent a merger and reorganization and went public, with its stock price hitting the daily limit on the opening day. Upon seeing this news, Zhao Linlin was overjoyed. Based on current forecasts, doubling the stock price is absolutely no problem. The information Chun Fan saw was definitely not as simple as just doubling. When I bought it, it was only 3.17 yuan. If it only doubles, you're underestimating the appetite of those investors. At least for now, all the market conditions that Chun Fan can see are limit-up stocks. This means that funds that haven't been invested in can't get in at all. Only those who have already boarded the train have the chance to reap the rewards. Seeing that the stock opened at its daily limit every day, Zhao, the school beauty, felt her heart pounding. In this kind of market, there is almost no trading volume. So she couldn't resist sending Chun Fan a WeChat message. Can I ask you a question? Zhao, the school beauty, became increasingly cautious when speaking to Chun Fan. Okay, go ahead. When do you plan to sell your shares in Dongfeng Pharmaceutical? If Chun Fan makes a move, the trading volume will definitely surge immediately. After all, he holds 1 billion yuan in funds. Even after dilution, they still own more than 10% of the shares. No rush, Chun Fan replied to her message and then ignored her. Looking at the market trends on her phone, Zhao Linlin realized that if he wasn't in a hurry, she was even less in a hurry. As a seasoned investor in the stock market, Zhao Linlin also has her own insights. When the market is in such a state, it either doesn't rise at all, or it skyrockets. She just couldn't be sure when it would reach its peak. Double? 3 times? Or is it an even more monstrous existence? Zhao Linlin puffed out her cheeks and said, I will do my best. Over the weekend, Zwabing went to participate in the preliminary rounds of the national model competition. There are no requirements for clothing in this kind of audition. You just walk around on stage, and if you pass, you advance. If it's not up to standard, just slap it. Chun Fan accompanied Zwabing, who wasn't even wearing makeup and was just wearing denim shorts. She has a great figure, especially her long legs, which have always been her biggest weapon. Seeing the contestants being criticized by the mentors during the auditions, Zwabing said, I guess I'll be eliminated in the first round too. It doesn't matter. You're just here to experience it anyway. If you can get in, then get in. If you can't, don't worry about it. That is, Zwabing is indeed quite calm about this. She doesn't have much of a pursuit of material things. Perhaps because she came from a well-off family, she was definitely not the kind of girl who could be easily swayed by a lollipop. When it was her turn to go on stage, Chen Fan went outside to answer a phone call. When he comes back, forehead, is the performance over? Zwabing's cousin excitedly shouted from the side. Wow, my Bing Bing is so amazing. She got 3 advancement cards, so she's going straight to the finals. Oh, didn't we agree that we were just coming to have some fun? That's it. They've advanced. When Zwabing came out, she waved excitedly to everyone. 2 classmates from the dance team came with her, and both of them had received advancement cards. But Zwabing went straight into the finals. They still need to go through a second round of selection to qualify for the finals. Of course, this is just the Jiangzhou division of the South China region. There are many more stages to come. If you want to stand out in the competition, you will need to overcome each one. It is said that there are no more than 3 people like Zwabing at present. Chen Fan pinched her cheek. You're awesome, Zwabing said innocently. I don't know either. I just took a walk around randomly. The 3 mentors said I had passed. All right. She's naturally beautiful. This innate advantage is something no one else can match. Chen Fan had lunch with them. Zwabing and her cousin went shopping, while Chen Fan strolled leisurely along the road next to Deshang Lake Park. Ring ring. A scooter bell rang, and the delivery driver hurriedly shouted, Excuse me, excuse me. Bang. Chen Fan dodged to the side, but there was an old lady there. Because the other party was driving too fast, she hit the curb. The takeout food flew out of the car and spilled all over the ground. The delivery driver got up, staring blankly at the chaotic scene. Oh no, there's no time left. But he still went over to the old lady and asked, Grandma, are you all right? The old lady shook her head. She was indeed startled by him, but he didn't actually bump into her. Young man, don't be in such a hurry, be careful. I'm sorry, Grandma. Seeing the elderly woman walk away with difficulty, the delivery man turned back to clean up the mess on the ground. Chen Fan stopped and stared at him for a long time. Jiang Chaosheng. He had been thinking the other person looked familiar, and it turned out to be his high school classmate. Jiang Chaosheng was taken aback when he saw Chen Fan. Chen Fan, what are you doing here? Haha, old classmate. Chen Fan walked over and put his arm around his shoulder. Long time no see, what are you doing? Didn't you get into university? Jiang Chaosheng was also a child from the countryside. He had good grades and was quite close to Chen Fan. I heard he studied to become a lawyer, but I never expected him to be delivering food here. Jiang Chaosheng shook his head awkwardly, looked at his old classmate who was from a poor family like himself, and sighed. Don't say anything. I have no money, and 3 girlfriends have already left me. Children without umbrellas must run hard. I'm just using my holiday to deliver food. Chapter 118, The Hidden Rich, Second Generation. Don't bother seeing me off, let's talk. It's been a long time since we last met. Chen Fan extended a warm invitation. Jiang Chaosheng looked him up and down several times. All right, then I won't see you off today. Sigh, we lost this order, I'll probably lose points. I'll make a call to a client. Before I could even make the call, the customer called back. Is this for delivery? What's going on? I clearly saw the takeout was only 300 meters away. Why is it still 300 meters? You're not secretly eating it, are you? I'm not saying anything more, just pay me back. Bad review. Hello? Hello? Jiang Chaosheng called out a few times, but the other party had already hung up. Needless to say, this deal is a guaranteed loss. He took the photos so he could explain it to the platform later. After finishing the call, Jiang Chaosheng saw Chen Fan watching him from the side and said with a wry smile, Don't think that our industry is tough. If you do well, you can earn tens of thousands a month. Hey, do you want to come along? I'll recommend you to our boss. Chen Fan shook his head. Jiang Chaosheng thought he couldn't handle hardship, so he said earnestly, Chen Fan, I know about your family's situation. We all come from poor mountain villages. Don't be afraid of looking ugly, and you must not be afraid of suffering. People like us, with no connections and no money, how can we turn our lives around without our own hard work? The few girlfriends I dated all left me because I couldn't afford to buy a house in Jiangzhou. Chen Fan handed him a cigarette and smiled, asking, How far have we progressed? Jiang Chaosheng said arrogantly, We were almost holding hands. Puff. Chen Fan patted him on the shoulder sympathetically. Jiang Chaosheng said, If I try harder this month, I'll buy her an Apple phone. That should be enough to win her back. You're going completely in the wrong direction. Chun Fan originally wanted to tell him that what he needed to do now was to arm himself, not to grovel before the other party. The two sat down on a park bench, and Chun Fan said, "Since you've had too many children, don't deliver food anymore. A friend of mine has a company that needs people. You can go and get some experience there." Jiang Chaoxing's first reaction was, "How much is the salary?" Chen Fanjin wanted to tell him that what he should be focusing on now is not salary, but how to develop his own abilities. Seeing Jiang Chaoxing's eager look, Chen Fan shook his head. "I'm not too sure about that either. Please ask around for me. If the salary is acceptable, I'll go." Chen Fan walked to the side and called Su Ruzhin. "Does your legal department need any more people?" "No, what's wrong? Do you have someone you know who wants to come in?" Su Ruzhin understood Chen Fan very well and immediately guessed his intention. "Of course, this is an exception if you want to arrange for someone to do it. It's because I love you so much." Puff. Shen Xiaoxiao is really good at flirting. How much do interns earn? How many interns can there be? 3,000 at most. This salary system cannot be messed up. Otherwise, it will be impossible to manage. I understand. When Chun Fan returned after hanging up the phone, Jiang Chaoxing asked anxiously, "How did it go? How much salary can he offer?" 6,000. Are you going or not?" "Only 6,000. I might as well deliver food." Jiang Chaoxing was not very willing. "All right then. I have something to do. I'll take my leave first." Chun Fan left him his phone number. Seeing Chun Fan leave, Jiang Chaoxing shook his head. It seems he still hasn't been toughened up by society. "I only want to get into a big company. But you know those big companies require work experience and have very high entry requirements. Delivering food is great. There are no barriers to entry and the pay is high. You earn your own money, and there's nothing shameful about it." Jiang Chaoxing is not a bad person at heart. He just hasn't broadened his horizons yet. He can't see beyond that. Perhaps he's still clinging to his love. Chen Fan didn't force him. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. Back in the apartment, Xiao Xiao saw her boss return and immediately handed him the shoes. "Mr. Chun is back. Let me give you a massage." Since Xiao Xiao came, I've been entrusting her with all the little things in life. Lu Yuxuan stayed in Jiangzhou for a few days before finally leaving. The little white rabbit heard the noise and came to knock on the door. When she saw Xiao Xiao, she was completely stunned. "Big bad wolf you. My brother has only been here a few days, and you've already replaced him? Come in, come in." Seeing her aggrieved expression, Chun Fan quickly pulled her inside. Xiao Xiao stared at Lu Wushuang in surprise. "Who is this? What a pretty little sister." Chun Fan pulled her to sit on the sofa and said seriously, "This is Xiao Xiao, my personal secretary. From now on, I'll leave the household affairs to her." "Personal secretary?" The little rabbit stared with bewildered eyes. "You, a bricklayer, are more awesome than my dad. My dad only had a dozen or so secretaries. But it's for work. He has so many businesses under him, and the company needs management." Xiao Xiao, quick-witted, chimed in from the side. "That's right. I'm President Chin's newly hired personal secretary. You can come to me if you need anything in the future." The little white rabbit pouted and pulled Chun Fan to the next room. "What exactly do you do? You even have a personal secretary." Cough, cough. Chun Fan pinched her cheek and whispered in her ear, "Call me husband, and I'll tell you." Faint. The little white rabbit blushed, feeling extremely embarrassed. Seeing her in such a predicament, Chun Fan didn't press her further. "I start my own company now. You've met Chen Ming. He's always been my bodyguard." "Oh." The little white rabbit's eyes widened. It turned out this guy had always been a hidden rich kid. "I thought I was the only one going to school with bodyguards." The little white rabbit puffed up its cheeks and raised its fist to punch him. "That's so mean. They've been lying to me all this time." Chun Fan grabbed her fist and slammed her against the wall. All right. Haven't I already told you?" Seeing this thing's mouth coming closer, the little white rabbit willingly closed its eyes. After being with Chun Fan, Xiaobei gradually relaxed a lot. She is very obedient and well-behaved. But when Chun Fan tried to take things further, she became extremely nervous and refused. Seeing her pleading pitifully, Chun Fan felt too embarrassed to force her. Seeing how docile the little white rabbit was, Chun Fan said affectionately, "If you want to go shopping or anything in the future, you can ask her to go with you. She will definitely take care of everything perfectly." The little white rabbit looked up and asked, "How big is your company?" You know the Far Eastern Grand Hotel, right? I own 45% of the shares there." "Oh." The little white rabbit opened her mouth. She had spent a few days with her brother at the Yuanzhou Grand Hotel, so of course she knew what that place meant. I never imagined the big bad wolf was so rich, and he'd been lying to me all along. Of course, Chun Fan's speed in making money far exceeded their expectations. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical, after its restructuring, has achieved 10 consecutive daily limit-up moves, a true miracle for pharmaceutical stocks. Seeing this trend, Zhao Linlin's left chest pounded. She didn't know exactly where the main force was going to push it, but a daily growth rate of 10% was still quite terrifying. After replenishing her investment, she has recovered her losses of over 100 million yuan to 130 million yuan, and she will be able to break even in a few more days. Now she has to admire Chun Fan's amazing skills. They dared to spend $1 billion to pry open a landmine. The key point is, he made the right bet. Chapter 119, This School Beauty is more amazing than I imagined. In late October, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical, after its restructuring, surged to 19 consecutive daily price limits. The stock price rose from 3.17 yuan to 19.39 yuan. The increase was more than 6 times. Zhao Linlin's initial 50 million yuan has now grown to 305 million yuan. She not only recovered her losses, but also earned over 100 million yuan. This is unprecedented in Zhao Linlin's trading history. She had never taken such a risk before, and seeing the funds in her account filled her with immense excitement. Logically speaking, one should be content with having made this much money in the stock market. It's important to understand that the risks involved in stock trading are beyond the comprehension of most people. It goes up wildly, and it goes down wildly. Zhao Linlin has experienced all of these things. The roller coaster-like feeling was incredibly awe-inspiring and thrilling. After the 19th consecutive limit-up day, the price was open the next day. They swarmed down from the 20th board. In just 10 minutes of trading in the morning session, the trading volume had already reached an astonishing 2 billion. Zhao Linlin took a special leave of absence and kept a close eye on this stock. Upon seeing the stock price rise, she sold all her shares without hesitation, because she knew that in this situation, if she didn't leave, she would have no chance. Then she watched the stock price slowly, very slowly, go down. Trading volume continues to increase. In the morning alone, it had already reached over 6 billion. The turnover rate was 36.6%. Zhao Linlin thought to herself, Chun Fan must have shipped the goods. Otherwise, such a large transaction volume would not be possible. In the stock market, it's all about taking profits and securing them. Seeing her funds safely escape from her account, Zhao Linlin breathed a sigh of relief. She was both happy and nervous about this achievement. For some reason, she desperately wanted to know what was going on with Chun Fan. Unable to contain her curiosity, she picked up her phone and sent Chun Fan a WeChat message. Have you come out yet? A few minutes later, beep. She received a reply from Chun Fan. Half of it is out. Zhao Linlin's eyes widened as she secretly estimated the amount of money Chun Fan had. He initially invested 1 billion, and after a 6-fold increase, his capital reached over 6 billion. With his massive size, it's impossible for him to be as agile as a small retail investor like myself. Therefore, what Chun Fan said was probably only half true. Zhao Linlin thought for a moment. What about the rest? Keep going. Should we continue? Zhao Linlin pondered this sentence carefully, analyzing the chart for a long time. That's right. With his amount of capital, he definitely can't finish paying it all out in one day. So there's still a chance? In the afternoon, the stock price continued to fall, dropping from the upper limit to the lower limit. The trading volume that day exceeded 10 billion, and the turnover rate reached over 40%. Seeing the stock price plummet to its daily limit, Zhao Linlin pondered for a moment. Let's take another gamble. Since it hasn't fully emerged, I don't believe it will keep falling. So she bought a third of the position. In this way, she can remain invincible regardless of whether the stock hits its daily limit. At least I got my initial investment of 200 million back, and I'll just leave the remaining 100 million in profit to drift around. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes after she made the purchase, just as the stock market was about to close, suddenly, a large buy order was placed, swallowing up all the sell orders with lightning speed. The stock price soared again. Swoosh, swoosh. The stock hit its daily limit up in 3 seconds. Holy crap. At this moment, countless stock market investors across the country are cursing and swearing. Cunning. Damn, this is a washout. This brilliant move left a long lower shadow on the candlestick chart. The stock market closed at 3 p.m. Zhao Linlin accidentally turned 100 million yuan into a profit of over 20 million yuan. No wonder, for the rich, The stock market is practically like picking up money off the ground. She was extremely satisfied with her performance today. Chun Fan also exited the stock trading software at this moment, seemingly already used to all of this. His gains today were, of course, beyond Zhao Linlin's imagination. This was also the first time he had acted as the main force in driving up the stock price. After its market value fell to just over 4 billion yuan, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical underwent restructuring and a dramatic surge, reaching a market capitalization of nearly 300 billion yuan. The total amount of funds invested by Chun Fan and Lantu Investment combined is only 12 billion. The funds that fled today were some of the stocks held by Blueprint Investment. Chun Fan sold half of them, but bought them back at the end of the trading day. With this trip, the total amount of funds in his personal account reached more than 6.5 billion. Of course, he never expected that Zhao Linlin would be so bold as to risk everything. 100 million yuan was invested in the closing minutes. When school ended, Chun Fan was still reading when a commotion arose at the classroom door. Goddess! Goddess! Someone patted Chun Fan on the shoulder. Look, the goddess is here. Chun Fan looked up and saw Zhao Linlin waving at him from the classroom door. What's the meaning? Class monitor, Zhao, the school beauty, is looking for you. A nosy girl ran over and shouted. The boys in the class howled like banshees. Oh whoa! It's over, it's over. He single-handedly defeated half of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school. Chun Fan knew that she was probably looking for him because of the stocks. The classroom erupted in cheers. The class monitor is awesome. The squad leader is awesome. All right, if you cause any more trouble, I'll deduct half of your class fee. The classroom fell silent instantly. These animals quickly covered their backsides, as if afraid of letting in air and displeasing the class monitor. Chun Fan walked out of the classroom. Is something the matter? Can we go over there and talk? I have something I want to tell you. Unlike Lu Wushuang, Zhao Linlin was not shy. After all, she managed the hotel and had seen all kinds of situations, so she had long been trained. Chun Fan followed her to the playground, where Zhao Linlin asked, Did you drive the market up at the end of today's trading? Chun Fan glanced at her and said, You shouldn't ask such a question. It's a trade secret. Zhao Linlin said, I know. I just wanted to confirm it. Because I bought another third of my position at the end of the trading day. Chun Fan stared at her for a long time. This Zhao Linlin was more capable than he had imagined. Anyone who has traded stocks knows what 1/3 of their portfolio means. Know when to advance and when to retreat, and don't be afraid of rises and falls. Therefore, he had to reevaluate her. Then he gave her a very high evaluation. You have good talent and are qualified to be my apprentice. She made a good point. The stock price wouldn't fall until the major shareholders had finished selling. It will either fluctuate or continue to push up prices to distribute shares. So, do I now have the opportunity to work with you? Chun Fan shook his head. The market will be even more unpredictable in the coming days. We'll talk about it if you can follow our thinking. Zhao Linlin said solemnly. Don't worry, I promise I won't fall behind. She now discovers that large-scale capital operations are far more exciting than managing a few hotels. If I can grow the funds in my hands, wouldn't I be able to become someone on par with Lu Ruoxian and the others? Perhaps I can stand in an even higher position and become a legend in the Jiangzhou business world. Chun Fan left, and Zhao Linlin began to think about tomorrow's plans. How much is Dongfeng Pharmaceutical worth in the eyes of these capital tycoons after its restructuring? This is a question worth considering. Chapter 120 If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. Why won't you admit you're poor? The valuation of a stock determines the potential price of its shares. The price it's worth in the eyes of the major players will determine how much they value it. Looking at the pharmaceutical stocks as a whole, is a stock like Dongfeng Pharmaceutical really only worth 19.39 yuan after restructuring? Obviously, that's not all. Having figured this out, Zhao Linlin's mind suddenly cleared. I see. The next day, Dongfeng Pharmaceutical opened significantly lower, 6.56%. Zhao Linlin seized the opportunity and decisively increased her investment, once again pouring all the funds she had into the position. Then she locked in her shares, trusting her judgment. Zhao Linlin's trading style is quite sharp and bold. However, this is enough to demonstrate her talent. Sure enough, this was another day of strong market consolidation. After a period of sharp fluctuations, the stock price fell by more than 2 points, bringing the total drop for the day to 9 points. It's almost equivalent to hitting the daily limit down. Looking at the huge volume that reappeared on the trading screen, Zhao Linlin wondered if it was the main force fleeing. On the third day, the stock opened flat, But less than 2 minutes after the opening, the stock price was violently driven up again. Then it hit the daily limit up. Sigh. Zhao Linlin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This limit-up price increase added more than 30 million yuan to her funds. At that moment, Chen Fan simply glanced at his phone. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. I didn't make any moves today, and neither did Blueprint Investment. If that's the case, who drove up the stock price? Hot money. They are definitely a powerful speculative investor. They are skilled at trading stocks like this. I remember several years ago, there was a stock called Tianshan something that went from a little over 2 yuan to 45 yuan, not even including the share expansion and dividends in between. Speculative capital is powerful. It can often create incredible miracles. Yeah, another day of picking up money. However, who exactly is the major shareholder of this stock? Snort. It's hard to say. Chen Fan gave Su Ruzhen instructions to sell all her shares before the stock price approached 40 yuan. Received okay. At noon, a Mercedes Maybach worth over 2 million yuan was quietly parked at the school gate. A young woman dressed in business attire respectfully inquired, "Mr. Xiao, shall we go to see him like this?" There was also a middle-aged man with a large belly in the car, his gaze deep and thoughtful. "You should contact them first, and then we'll talk." Okay. The woman in business attire dialed a phone number. "Hello? Is this Mr. Chen Fan? I'm Zhu Chu from Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Do you have time? Could we meet up? I'm already at your school gate." Chen Fan was surprised to receive this call. However, he quickly realized that he had left his phone number with the securities company, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to find him. What does it mean that someone from Dongfeng Pharmaceutical is contacting me at this time? After a moment's thought, Chen Fan arrived at the school gate. In the distance, I saw a Mercedes Maybach with out-of-town license plates, with a young woman standing next to it. It must be them. I must say, Zhu Chu is quite pretty. However, bosses like them need to have several secretaries. One for daytime use, one for nighttime use. Chen Fan walked over. Zhu Chu. The other person was stunned. Although she had already investigated Chen Fan's background, she was still startled. It's worth noting that Chen Fan currently holds shares worth a substantial 6 or 7 billion. They're actually keeping such a low profile? This outfit doesn't look like that of a billionaire boss at all. At this moment, Zhu Chu suddenly had a guess. Could he just be a tool of some group? Seeing her in a daze, Chen Fan didn't pay any attention and simply asked, "Is there something you need? If not, I'm leaving." "Wait. Please wait." Zhu Chu grew anxious and hurriedly stopped Chen Fan. "Our boss wants to talk to you. Is it convenient for me to get on the bus?" Actually, Chen Fan could see everything inside the car, even without Zhu Chu opening the door. "No one has any secrets from you. Even if you're wearing iron underwear, I can see it clearly." The man in the car nodded slightly to Chen Fan. "That depends on whether I'm interested in the topics you're discussing," Zhu Chu said. "It's like this. We'd like to buy the Dongfeng Pharmaceutical shares you hold. Would that be convenient for you? This is a good option. If we can reach an agreement, it will actually save us a lot of time." Chen Fan said. "All right then, you guys pick a location." Zhu Chu invited again. "Want to get in the car and come along?" "No need. I have my own car." Chen Fan made a phone call, and Chen Meng, who was waiting at the school gate, immediately drove over. Upon seeing that Chen Fan was riding in a Touareg, the middle-aged man in the car remarked, "This young man is no ordinary person. Since we're discussing big business, we can't go to a low-key place." Zhu Chu and his team drove their Mercedes Maybach directly to the Jiangzhou International Hotel. When Chen Fan came in, President Xiao kept a close eye on his every move. He noticed that the young man showed no signs of discomfort in such a high-class place. On the contrary, he was completely at ease. Therefore, he concluded that Chen Fan was very likely the real shareholder, and not the tool that Zhu Chu had guessed. They found a place in the hotel and sat down to negotiate. After the waiter brought the tea, Zhu Chu spoke first. "Mr. Chen, we would like to purchase your shares in Dongfeng Pharmaceutical." Chen Fan glanced at the two men indifferently a few times. "Sure. What price are you offering?" Zhu Chu turned back and looked at President Xiao questioningly, then smiled and said, "The current closing price of the stock market is 19.41 yuan. How about we add another 10% to that price?" From the moment they contacted him, Chen Fan guessed a possibility. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical may be embroiled in a power struggle. Otherwise, why would the other party travel so far to find me? Currently, apart from the major shareholders after the restructuring, I am probably the largest individual investor. Previously, I owned 21% of the shares, and after the restructuring and dilution, I still have more than 10% left. which is still a significant proportion. This does not include the shares held by Blueprint Investment. Chun Fan shook his head, looked at the two of them, and asked, "You came all this way. Wasn't the gas expensive?" Zhu Chu didn't understand what Chun Fan meant at first, but President Xiao did. "Since Mr. Chen feels we are not sincere enough, why don't you name a price?" Chun Fan was very direct. "Double it." The two of them froze for a moment. This guy had such a big appetite. If it doubles again, how much money would that be? Keep in mind that the shares he holds are worth 6 or 7 billion. Mr. Xiao's face fell. "Young man, be content. You've already made enough money on this stock. One should not be too greedy. If one's greed is too great, it will eventually devour one." Chun Fan snorted. "Farewell. Doing business is a matter of mutual consent. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it." They refuse to admit they're poor and instead say others are too expensive. What's the meaning? I've never seen anyone so shameless. After Chun Fan left, Zhu Chu asked anxiously, "President Xiao, what should we do?" "Let's go ask Blueprint Investment Company. They really did investigate the investors' information thoroughly." Chapter 121 Popular streamer Lu Wanwan. "Well, we're already at the Yuanzhou International Hotel. Let's go see Teacher Shun." Shin Mingyao's office is on the 28th floor of an office building next to the hotel. This number happens to correspond to her age. Of course, this was just a coincidence, not something she deliberately chose. The office is spacious and has a good view. As soon as Chun Fan entered, Shin Mingyao saw him. "Oh, what brings you here?" "I've come to see you, Teacher Shun." Shin Mingyao joked. "You still call me teacher? Now I'm working for you." "Okay, Mingyao." Upon hearing this, Shin Mingyao retorted with a smirk. "You're getting more and more slick." "Then what should I call you?" "Ming Ming?" "Yao Yao." All right. This is getting more and more outrageous." "Whatever you want." Shin Fan laughed. "You said it, so I'll call you Ming Yao from now on." This nickname made Shin Mingyao feel incredibly nauseous. Fortunately, he was, after all, his former student. Shin Fan stopped joking with her and asked, "Didn't you rest at noon?" Shin Mingyao glanced at her watch. Didn't you say you wanted to enter the live streaming and entertainment industry?" "I've made an appointment with a popular live streamer at noon. I want to personally oversee the selection process. Such trivial matters can be left to the subordinates." "Have you eaten?" "I eat cereal." Women really go to great lengths for their figures. It's been kept so well, I wonder who benefits from it. Chun Fan shook his head. "Then you go ahead and get busy." When I came out of Shin Mingyao's office, I ran into the company's HR manager, who was walking towards me with a girl. I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before." The other person also glanced at him, and the two entered Shun Mingyao's office. Chun Fan called Chun Ming, and the two of them ate at a nearby restaurant. "I'm giving you the day off today, go have some fun." Seeing that Chun Ming was always by his side, Chun Fan took special care of him. Chun Ming said, "No need, I'm not tired. While you were in school, I was idle every day." Chun Fan transferred 100,000 yuan to him. "Go buy a few sets of clothes and add some things you want." "All right." Chun Ming wondered if his boss thought he was in the way of him and interfering with his pursuit of girls. He hesitated for a moment, then took something out of his pocket and stuffed it into Chun Fan's hand. "Then you can take this one." Upon seeing this thing, Chun Fan rolled his eyes. "Damn it, how much did you actually buy?" "There are 6 more boxes in the car, all prepared for you." Chun Ming strode away, while Chun Fan speechlessly threw his things down. It landed right at a girl's feet, and when she looked down, her face turned green. Chun Fan awkwardly walked over and picked up the thing. Don't get me wrong, this isn't mine. It was left by that guy. I just wanted to throw it in the trash can." Unexpectedly, the other party said, "Don't try to hide it, Master Chun." Forehead. Chun Fan stared blankly at her. She was the popular live streamer who had just gone to Shun Mingyao's office for an interview. She's quite pretty, but a little aloof. She must be at least 1.7 meters tall, with a slim waist and a large bottom. Am I that famous? Chun Fan looked at the other person carefully for a while, and although he had some impression of him, he couldn't remember him at all. "What did you call me?" "Master Chun, you're quite famous at school. Don't you know that yourself?" The other party said sarcastically. "Why? You can figure it out yourself. Anyway, a lot of girls are saying this about you." Chun Fan suddenly realized. "You're also from Jiangzhou University? Otherwise what?" The other person looked disgusted and walked past him into the restaurant. "I was in such a rush to go for a job interview that I haven't eaten yet." Chun Fan stared at her retreating figure, still unable to recall who she was. "Haha, these girls at school actually call me Master Chin? You golden lotuses, just you wait. As soon as I got back to my apartment, Su Ruzhin called. Someone claiming to be from Dongfeng Pharmaceutical said their boss wants to see me. Chen Fan said, ignore him, just reply. They contacted me at noon, actually wanting to buy my shares at a low price. That's absolutely out of the ordinary. Su Ruzhin understood the other party's intention and nodded. I know what to do. According to Chen Fan's previous plan, he would clear out his stock before the price reached 40 yuan. We won't get involved in their equity disputes. Let them do whatever they want. Chen Fan was lying on the sofa scrolling through his phone when the system pushed a live stream notification to him. I have some good news to share. Today I successfully signed a contract with a brand new entertainment company. From now on, I'm officially stepping into the entertainment industry. Right now, behind me is the famous Dasheng Lake in Jiangzhou. We don't have class this afternoon, so my darlings, I'll take you to see it together. Forehead, isn't this the girl who just called him Master Chun? Chen Fan clicked on it and saw a pink, curved shape. 1.09 million followers. Turn out to be. Chen Fan finally understood. She was Lu Wanwan, one of the 4 most beautiful girls at Jiangzhou University. I had heard of him before, but never met him. I never expected to meet you in this way today. Does that mean she'll be an artist under your company from now on? Lu Wanwan has very distinctive features, and her live streams have one advantage. Unlike some streamers who have no talent whatsoever, he kept shouting in the live stream, urging everyone to crowdfund. Let's put up some loose tickets. Sometimes I find them quite funny. They're always getting into PK battles and treating their fans like ATMs. Lu Wanwan doesn't ask for votes. She just casually enjoys her live streams. Chen Fan analyzed that these fans were probably drawn to her because of her looks. After watching for only a few minutes, people in the live stream kept spamming the chat with messages like, turn off the beauty filter. I didn't use any beauty filters. I've always done live streams without makeup. If you don't believe me, I'll wash your face for you. She did indeed run to the lake and wash her face. This move immediately boosted the popularity of the live stream, which quickly grew to 40,000 viewers. Then someone started flooding the screen with comments like, let's dance. Lu Wanwan can also dance. Oh, she's in the art department. With such a slim waist, she must be a pretty good dancer, right? Seeing the fans' request, Lu Wanwan agreed. Okay, I'll perform a piece for you live. But I didn't change my clothes today, so this will have to do. She put her phone away and began to dance the Dunhuang Flying Apsara's dance. Hawthorn and pear. Cherries and pears. On the screen, swish. Countless rockets took off. These are artists under my own company. Chen Fan casually swiped 10 carnivals. Wow. The live stream's popularity exploded instantly, soaring to 120,000 viewers. Lu Wanwan was somewhat surprised. Thank you, Brother Chun, the #1 supporter. Damn, when did this guy change his name to Master Chun? Lu Wanwan clicked on his profile picture. Who else could it be but him? I heard that he has taken down half of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school. Zhao Linlin, who ranked first, also openly went to the classroom to find him. What was this guy up to? Are you trying to throw money at me? If you think that way, then you're really wrong. I, Lu Wanwan, am not that kind of person. Since I started streaming, I've received countless private messages from level 60+ users. Lu Wanwan ignored them all. What she aspires to is to truly enter the entertainment industry and become a big name in film and television like a TV star. This is my life goal, Lu Wanwan. Being a small-time live streamer is a bit of an unorthodox approach, not quite conventional. Chapter 122 The Battle for Equity. Chen Fan watched the live stream for a while, then went to sleep on the sofa. When Xiao Xiao returned from shopping with Little White Rabbit, she saw him lying on the sofa and quietly covered him with an air conditioning blanket. The Little White Rabbit tiptoed in and gestured for Xiao Xiao to come over to her side. Then she curled up and lay down next to the big bad wolf. Chen Fan woke up after sleeping for more than an hour and felt something soft and fluffy in his arms. Who is this? It's so comfortable to sleep while being held. I opened my eyes and saw the Little White Rabbit looking at me and giggling. Naughty. Chen Fan pinched her cheek. When did you come in? The Little White Rabbit said happily. I've been back for a long time, and I saw you sleeping for more than half an hour. Chen Fan sat up. Where's Xiao Xiao? In my room. Chen Fan stretched and washed his face before coming out. My phone rang. It was another unfamiliar number from out of town. Hello? Who is this? Hello, is this Mr. Chen Fan? I am Xiaoing from the board of directors of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Do you have time? We would like to meet with you. A woman's voice came through the phone, speaking standard Mandarin. Is it Dongfeng Pharmaceutical again? It didn't sound like they were with the same group as that CEO Xiao from before, so Chen Fan asked, "Is there something wrong?" Xiaoying said, "Mr. Chun, let's meet in person. It's not easy to talk on the phone. How about this, if it's convenient for you? Would you like to have dinner together tonight?" Chen Fan thought for a moment, then said, "All right, you guys decide on the location." After hanging up the phone, the little white rabbit asked, "Are you busy tonight?" "It's okay, let's go together." "Xiao Xiao, get ready." Upon hearing the sound, Xiao Xiao immediately ran over from the next room. Chen Fan called Chen Ming again. "There's a mission tonight. Hurry up." At 5:30, the other party sent a message, 1916 Mansion. This is also a giant in Jiangzhou's catering industry, one of the top restaurants. This was the first time Chen Fan had brought Little White Rabbit to a banquet. Little White Rabbit was wearing a long white dress. "I just went downstairs to get my hair done. I'm an 18 or 19-year-old girl, so energetic and stylish." The Little White Rabbit was especially happy to see that Chen Fan was going to take her to the banquet. As for Xiao Xiao, she is, of course, his personal secretary, at the same level as Chen Ming. The four got into the car and drove to the 1916 mansion. Upon learning that Chen Fan and his group had arrived, Xiaoying waited at the door early in the morning. Compared to Zhu Chu, she has a completely different style. With her long hair flowing down her shoulders, wearing a pair of bright, large earrings and a suit jacket, she looked every bit the part of a company executive. Xiao Xiao got out of the car first and opened the car door for her boss herself. Xiaoying was stunned when she saw Chen Fan and Lu Wushuang appear. She had done her research beforehand and knew roughly about Chen Fan's background. This guy's demeanor is definitely that of a rich kid. "Hello, Mr. Chun." "Hello, ladies." Shaking the other person's hand, Chen Fan greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. Please come in." Xiaoying is quick-witted and doesn't mince words. "Since we've met, let's talk things out inside." The group entered the private room, where there were several staff members. It seemed that Xiaoying was their leader. Xiaoying previously claimed to be from the board of directors on the phone. She must be only 26 or 27, right? It's impressive that he joined the board of directors at such a young age. The Little White Rabbit had been to this kind of occasion many times, but she was especially happy today. The fact that Chen Fan was willing to bring her out for social events shows that the big bad wolf has feelings for her. Sitting next to Chen Fan, the Little White Rabbit was particularly well behaved. Xiao Xiao stood behind Chen Fan, ready to obey his orders at any time. Behind Xiaoying stood several of her subordinates. "Mr. Chun, let's serve the food first and talk while we eat." "Okay, some things don't need much explanation. Everyone knows what's going on." Xiaoying's secretary instructed the waiter to serve the dishes, and to show her sincerity, Xiaoying also asked the waiter to open a bottle of red wine. She raised her glass and said, "Mr. Chun, I'm sorry to bother you, but I'd like to offer this toast to both of you." After the three of them had drunk their wine, Xiaoying said, "Here's what happened. Dongfeng Pharmaceutical has always been managed by my father and me. After the incident some time ago, General Manager Xiao and his team joined the board of directors of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Now, their struggle for control of the company has reached an irreconcilable point. According to the information I have received, Mr. Xiao and his team should have already contacted you." Chen Fan didn't hide anything. "Yes. All right, that makes things much easier for us. My purpose in coming here today is also for the shares you hold. Now that Dongfeng Pharmaceutical has undergone restructuring, the two sides have a dispute, so your shares will directly affect who will control the company in the future." Dongfeng Pharmaceutical? The Little White Rabbit gasped when it heard the name. This is a well-known large company in the pharmaceutical industry, with a market value of hundreds of billions. How did the big bad wolf get to make the decisions? She looked at Chen Fan in surprise. What exactly does this guy do? They've all gotten involved with listed companies. After listening to Xiaoying's words, Chen Fan said, "President Xiao, I can tell you that I will not take sides with either party, nor do I have any intention of getting involved in your equity dispute. I will sell the shares to whoever can afford the price. I'm just an investor, and I have nothing to do with these power struggles." Xiaoying smiled wryly. "Mr. Chun, you should know that the stocks you hold are worth 6 or 7 billion. Who has the ability to come up with that much cash? This guy actually holds 6 or 7 billion yuan worth of shares in Dongfeng Pharmaceutical." Xiao Xiao and the Little White Rabbit next to them were both stunned. "That's insane." Chen Fan took a sip of his drink. "That's really difficult. As long as the price is right, I'm ready to make a move. Go to the bank and pledge it. Why not just get the money and then release the detainee?" Xiaoying shook her head. "We've tried every possible solution. and they will continue to drive up the stock price, making it even harder for us to raise funds to acquire shares from other shareholders. So you mean you want me to give you the shares? No, no, no. I hope you can join the board of directors and support us when you vote. Chen Fan holds more than 10% of the shares, not including Blueprint Investment. If you add all these shares together, I'm afraid few could surpass you, right? Seeing Xiao Ying's eager eyes, Chen Fan suddenly regretted it. Damn it. We shouldn't have come to eat this meal at all. I was just speculating on stocks, and now I've become a shareholder. He also wants to join the board of directors. We'll talk about this later, but I can make it clear that I will not support anyone with the surname Xiao. That idiot surnamed Xiao. You look down on yourself, don't you? He said he should be content with earning so much, and Chen Fan wanted to slap him for that. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Xiaoying immediately picked up her glass and said, "Thank you for your support, Mr. Chen. I am very grateful. I'd like to toast you both with this glass. I'll come back to thank you more after the share issue is resolved. Don't worry. I, Xiaoying, am not the kind of person who doesn't repay kindness. If Mr. Chen ever needs anything in the future, and if there is anything that the Xiao family can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask." I like this attitude. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. However, on the surface, he still said, "Mr. Xiao, you're too kind." Chapter 123 on the foremost item of wealth. Who else but me? After finishing his meal, Chen Fan gave Xiaoying a phone call. Go find her. As for your board of directors, I won't be joining. And this is? Xiaoying hadn't contacted Su Ruzhen yet. Her first stop in Jiangzhou was to find Chen Fan. Chen Fan said, "It's Mr. Su from Blueprint Investment." Hiss. Upon hearing this, Xiaoying couldn't help but gasp. It's worth noting that Blueprint Investment also holds a very significant stake. So could it be? Xiaoying was instantly unsettled. Their combined shares were enough to shake the equity of any one member of the board of directors. After all that fuss, it turns out that the person arguing here is the one who truly controls the life and death of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. After Chen Fan and the others said goodbye, Xiaoying nervously dialed Su Ruzhen's number. Unexpectedly, Su Ruzhen was very polite. "Sure, come over and meet me." Chen Fan, holding the little white rabbit, asked, "Shall we take a walk? Or go back to sleep?" The little white rabbit, her face flushed, punched him a few times. There were other people behind her. "I've been with the big bad wolf for so long, but I still can't let go. They need to be properly disciplined." Chen Fan glanced at Xiao Xiao following behind him and whispered in the little rabbit's ear, "What are you afraid of? She knows more than you do. Otherwise, how could she have developed so well? How embarrassing." The little white rabbit gritted its teeth and pinched the tender flesh on the guy's waist tightly. "Let's go to the hotel." Holding her hand, the little white rabbit bit her lip, extremely nervous. Xiao Xiao was quick-witted. Before the two of them could even go inside, she rushed to the front desk. A moment later, "Boss, the room is ready. Depend on. You're such a mean sister." The little white rabbit stared at her speechlessly. Are all the wingmen this helpful now? It's just a job. Is it really necessary to work so hard? When Chen Fan led her into the room, the little white rabbit's face turned bright red, and her whole body felt hot. Chen Fan pinched her cheek. "What are you doing? You've made something so pleasant so awkward." The little white rabbit covered its face, not wanting to face him. All right, let's enjoy the scenery. Staying in such a high-rise hotel, the night view outside is quite nice." The little white rabbit nestled in his arms, looked up, and asked, "Will you be unhappy?" "No, not at all. I just feel unwell." "Feeling unwell?" The little white rabbit is too naive. "But..." Chen Fan grabbed her hand. She recoiled as if she'd been electrocuted. "That guy is awful." That night, in the end, it was just Jiang Feng and Yuhua. The next morning, Xiaoying called to thank Chen Fan. She and Su Ruzhen reached an agreement that Su Ruzhen would join the board of directors to help the Xiao family regain control of the company. Mr. Xiao was an outsider in the restructuring, and his dream of taking over the company failed. Chen Fan naturally couldn't be bothered with these troublesome matters. Wouldn't it be better to be a happy and wealthy person? Dongfeng Pharmaceutical's stock price is still soaring. In less than 10 trading days, the stock price doubled again. It rose from 19.41 yuan to 41.12 yuan. Everyone understands their intentions. No one wants the other to benefit. The higher the stock price, the greater the acquisition cost. However, Xiaoying was already quite calm at this moment. With Su Ruzhen's help, it was impossible for the other party to take over the management of the company. The current price is already very much in line with Chun Fan's target price. Su Ruzhen had agreed to Xiao Ying's request, so she naturally couldn't continue clearing out the inventory, but Chun Fan could. After all, even the highest stock prices eventually returned to a rational level. Not to mention that Dongfeng Pharmaceuticals' stock price has increased tenfold since its restructuring. Seeing this market situation, Zhao Linlin cleared out her entire position and left without saying a word. This tough woman is truly outstanding. No wonder she was trained by Zhao Guowei from a young age. She made over 400 million yuan in this round of market activity. By this point, she had nearly 700 million yuan in funds. Sigh. After clearing out the stock, she let out a long sigh of relief. I felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Put down the computer and gaze into the distance. My emotions are still unsettled. This time, she truly witnessed the madness of the stock market. Of course, Chun Fan deserves some credit. She wouldn't have been so bold if she hadn't been certain that Chun Fan had such a huge amount of money invested in this stock. So at this moment, Zhao Linlin was thinking to herself, Chun Fan, what kind of person are you really? There are many kinds of women in the world. Some people can be won over with words, while others require your personal charm to conquer. Zhao Linlin is an example of the latter. Moreover, she calculated Chun Fan's profits. This guy's initial investment of 1 billion had already grown to 6 or 7 billion, and now it has doubled again. Good heavens. He made a pure profit of 12 to 13 billion from this stock alone. Zhao Linlin was a little confused. That's too ruthless. However, this is only 1/10 of Chun Fan's current total wealth. So far, the more than 40 billion yuan invested by Lantu Investment in the garlic futures market has more than doubled. The shareholding in Dongfeng Pharmaceutical has also increased to over 13 billion yuan. If we add the 50 billion yuan that Chun Fan withdrew earlier, Chun Fan's total wealth has reached about 160-170 billion yuan. Looking across the entire Jiangzhou, who else but us can claim the greatest wealth? What about the Luo family, the Lu family, the Zhao family? They're all trash. Chun Fan transferred the cashed-out money into his personal account. Since stock market transactions are already taxed, profits earned do not need to be taxed separately. From now on, I'll just keep this 10 billion as pocket money. Anyway, I have 2 major companies under my control that make money for me. Bite. The moment the money was withdrawn to the bank, Chun Fan's bank account was thrown into chaos. President Zeng, who was worrying about the annual savings target, racked his brains, pulling at his few remaining hairs. The office door was suddenly pushed open, and the lobby manager barged in. Gasping for breath, she clutched her chest and stammered, "Thunging, president of the bank." President Zeng frowned, looking at the graceful young woman with displeasure, and asked, "What's wrong?" Great. Faint. I know without you saying it. Do you think I can't tell you have big breasts? Who's in the mood to think about these things right now? The end of the year is almost here, and we haven't even finished half of our tasks. The lobby manager took a breath and finally caught his breath. Go and see. A customer has suddenly transferred over 13 billion from the stock market. Our savings goal is saved. What? Even the seasoned bank president Zeng couldn't sit still and jumped up from his chair. Quick, take me to see this. With such a large sum of money entering the market, the bank would definitely detect it immediately. Following the lobby manager to the service counter, I was suddenly overcome with emotion upon seeing the funds with my own eyes. President Zeng. Several bank employees quickly helped him up. President Zeng, are you all right? President Zeng pressed his hand to his heart and waved it. It's nothing, just a little high blood pressure. The lobby manager considerately helped him back to his office, and President Zeng immediately instructed, contact this customer immediately and do everything you can to keep this money. If all else fails, even keeping half is fine. The lobby manager also knew that these stock trading funds moved very quickly. It might be transferred to someone else in the next second. President Zeng continued, if you stay, the performance bonus will be yours. The lobby manager was overjoyed. Okay, I'll contact this guest right away. She couldn't contain herself either. Her little heart was pounding. Chapter 124. The battle was over in 3 seconds. So satisfying. The lobby manager is named Yang Fengqing, and she is 29 years old. Her name perfectly describes her. She is charming and alluring. At 1.65 meters tall, she was a popular and beloved figure at work. Her performance was outstanding, and her alcohol tolerance was astounding. In just 2 years, he climbed from an ordinary employee to his current position. President Zeng also attached great importance to her. Whether we can retain this client this time depends on her. President Zheng touched the top of his head, which was almost completely bald. If you can't keep your hair, you must keep your customers. It's noon now. Chun Fan and Zhou Bing were going to the cafeteria for lunch. Zhao Linlin and Zhou Yufei were also there. Seeing the two showing affection, Zhao Linlin poured all the meat into Zhou Yufei's bowl. What's wrong? I don't want to eat this meat. Zhou Yufei was very upset. Why was she suddenly unhappy? Just as the two were about to leave, a tall young man led a dozen or so people around them. They walked up to Chun Fan and Zhou Bing, and the tall boy glanced at Chun Fan with obvious displeasure. Kid, I've heard you've been acting pretty arrogant lately. Zhou Bing knew this person. He was a sports student majoring in martial arts and traditional ethnic sports. Seeing someone targeting her boyfriend, she stood up and asked, Zheng Bin, what do you mean by this? Zheng Bin's parents had always hoped that their son would grow up to be both scholarly and athletic, but as the boy grew up, he's all brawn and no brains, and he often causes trouble for his father. Zheng Bin certainly knew Zhou Bing. The two families had some connections. However, Zheng Bin was in love with Zhao, the school beauty, and had even publicly confessed his feelings to her. I just got a cold shoulder. Even the school beauty, Zhao didn't like this kind of humanoid behemoth with well-developed limbs and a simple mind. This guy is over 1.9 meters tall and is fat and strong. Zhou Yufei often says, this guy is too tall and big. Being his girlfriend, I probably won't be able to enjoy a lot of happiness. Seeing that Zhou Bing was actually defending Chun Fan, Zheng Bin said unhappily, this is none of your business. Get out of here. Chun Fan, of course, wouldn't let his woman suffer a loss, so he pulled Zhou Bing down to sit. He looked up at the other person and asked, what do you want? Zheng Bin pointed at his nose. Damn it. Now everyone's spreading rumors that you took down half of the 4 most beautiful girls in school. How arrogant. Puff. Chun Fan wondered what was going on. It turns out it was just some unfounded gossip. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bing immediately retorted, what's it to you? If you're so capable, why don't you go after her yourself? Privately, she pinched Chun Fan lightly, thinking that she still had to save face and would settle the score with him later. Zheng Bin rolled up his sleeves, pointed at Chun Fan, and said, damn it, what kind of hero hides behind a woman? If you've got the guts, let's have a one-on-one fight. I'm telling you this now. You can mess with Zhou Bing, but you can't mess with Zhao Linlin. Oh. The cafeteria instantly erupted in chaos, with many people who were unaware of the situation discussing it animatedly. How did Zhao, the school beauty, get involved? Zhou Yufei stared wide-eyed at Zhao Linlin, puzzled. Really? What does this have to do with you? Zhao Linlin was speechless. There was nothing wrong with it to begin with. Now that this guy has made a scene, I'm afraid the whole school will find out. Unfortunately, it's not convenient for him to stand up and explain himself in this situation. What a terrible teammate. Chun Fan squinted. Are you sure you want a one-on-one fight? Do you dare? Upon hearing this guy's tone, Zheng Bin's confidence immediately soared. Chun Fan smiled and said, what's there to be afraid of? Fine, you've got guts. Let's go outside. I'll beat you so badly you'll be crawling on the ground looking for your teeth. As a sports student, facing a country bumpkin like Chun Fan shouldn't be a problem, right? If you lose, you'll have to crawl around the school once. Chun Fan chuckled and stood up, but Zhou Bing grabbed him, saying, what are you doing? Looking for trouble. He's a sports student. Why are you arguing with him? Chun Fan laughed and said, it's okay, our athlete's so awesome. Zheng Bin was followed by a basketball team, and they were all annoyed when they heard this. Zheng Bin, beat him up. I hate these people too. When Zhao Linlin went to see Chun Fan last time, they were already planning to make a move. Zheng Bin led the way to the back playground, rolled up his sleeves, and said, damn it. If I don't beat him to a pulp today, I'm not Zhang. Brother Bin is awesome. Brother Bin is so awesome. A group of guys behind him shouted excitedly, cheering Zheng Bin on. Chun Fan was being dragged along by Zhou Bing, who said, you can't go. Chun Fan patted the back of her hand and comforted her. Are you just going to watch your boyfriend back down like this? Everyone will laugh at me. Zhou Bing casually picked up a stool leg. Since you insist on going, you can take this. Chun Fan looked at the simple-minded man and laughed. Don't worry, we won't lose. Chen Ming, let's go. The two of them went to the playground together, and many people gathered around to watch the excitement. Zhou Yufei also pulled Zhao Linlin along. Let's go take a look. This girl never complains about having too much trouble. On the playground, Zheng Bin saw Chun Fan coming over and gave him the middle finger. You're awesome. This kid actually dared to accept the challenge. Chun Fan looked at him with a smile. You said it yourself. If you lose, you have to crawl around the school once. Certainly. Zhang Bin flexed his two large biceps and swung them at Chun Fan in a show of defiance. Then it's settled. Chun Fan didn't care at all and said slowly, Chun Ming, go. Arrive. Chun Ming stood in front of him. Although he was not tall, he was definitely a king in the fight. Zhang Bin is nothing but a nobody. Upon seeing Chun Ming, Zhang Bin, well, what do you mean? Chun Fan said calmly. Didn't you say you wanted a one-on-one fight? It doesn't have to be me. Beat my little brother first. Chun Ming turned to look at Chun Fan. You're in college now. How come your Chinese grades are still so bad? The person next to them was furious. You cheated. Zhang Bin roared. It's fine. Even if they both come at me at once, I'll take them down in one move. When Zhou Bing saw Chun Fan let Chun Ming go first, she breathed a sigh of relief, pressed her bulging chest, and rolled her eyes at him. Chun Ming walked up to Zhang Bin and said, Come on, I'll give you 3 moves. Cut. I'll take you down first, then I'll kill that kid. After saying that, Zhang Bin didn't stand on ceremony. The sports student majoring in martial arts was quite skilled. He delivered a powerful punch to Chun Ming's chest. I should be able to take down an opponent of this caliber in one move, right? Call. But Chun Ming dodged. Zhang Bin's punch missed its mark. Depend on. He roared and swung his fist again. Chun Ming shook his head, thinking that all that fat was for nothing. After 3 moves, Chun Ming swooped in with an elbow strike, followed by a sweeping leg kick. Zhang Bin flew away. Then it slammed heavily to the ground. Pass. A tremor came from the concrete ground of the playground, and the whole place fell silent. Zhang Bin's dozen or so teammates swarmed forward. A faint smile appeared on Chun Ming's face. He lightly leaped up from the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The battle was over in 3 seconds, so satisfying. When Yi Langgao and Wang Hao heard the news, they dragged their stools over. Damn, it's over. Chapter 125. Why are you helping someone beat up your own son? Damn it, you're finished. My dad is a bank manager. Zhang Bin lay on the ground, filled with resentment. As a sports student, and also tall and strong, many people dared not mess with him. Chun Fan actually had someone beat him up. Those who knew Zhang Bin's background looked at Chun Fan with pity. Some even gloated and shouted, Oh, Zhou Bing is going to be single. Haha, we're doomed. His dad is a bank president. This time, after finishing the renovation, we ran into a rock. Yes. Hurry up and kneel down and beg for mercy. One word from them, and you're kicked out of school. Zhang Bin's teammates, equally exasperated, shouted, Brother Bin, call your dad. They simply refused to believe that a mere Chun Fan could possibly shake such a powerful tree. Zhou Bing was furious and stood in front of Chun Fan, asking, Are you even men? If you lose, why do you call your dad? Is that really necessary? I don't care who told him to call for help. There are still more than a dozen of you. What's wrong with him calling out for one person? I don't care. He's not having an easy time today. Zhang Bin started making phone calls. Dad, I've been beaten up. Zhou Bing was really worried that this kind of trivial matter would alarm the school leaders. No matter what, fighting would definitely result in punishment. But Zhang Bin is really terrible. He's a grown man who can't accept defeat. She pulled Chun Fan along, saying, Let's go, ignore him. President Zhang is a very arrogant person. He holds a high position and doesn't take ordinary people seriously. Although Zhou Bing's parents knew him, they were ultimately a few levels below him. Especially for those who run businesses, if they want to get a loan from a bank, they have to treat the bank like royalty. What a coincidence today. President Zhang was leading Yang Fengqing to the school gate. Upon receiving the call, I exclaimed, Damn it, that brat's gotten into another fight. Xiaoyang, give this student Chun Fan a call. I'll go to the playground to take a look first. Yes, manager. Yang Fengqing dialed the contact number Chun Fan had left at the bank. Hello, who is this? Oh, hello. I'm Yang Fengqing, the lobby manager of Jiangzhou Bank. Are you Mr. Chun Fan? It's me, what's wrong? Oh, it's like this. Our bank manager would like to meet with you in person. I was wondering if you have the time. And we've already arrived at your school. Is that convenient for you? I'm at the playground behind the school. Come over here. Beep beep. At lunchtime, the campus was crowded, and President Zhang's Audi drove up. Many students came over to watch. Upon seeing the balding bank president, Zhang Bin lay on the ground, shouting with a mixture of pain and joyful excitement. Dad! Dad! Damn it! He tried to get up, but he couldn't muster any strength. President Zhang got out of the car with the beautiful lobby manager. When he saw his son beaten up like this, His face turned green. Who dares to hit my son, Zeng? President Zeng stormed over, looking at his son with heartache. Who did this? Yang Fengqing thought Chen Fan was also there to watch the commotion, so she hurriedly dialed his number. Hello? Hello, Mr. Chen, where are you? Could you please wave? Chen Fan answered the phone. I'm here. Yang Fengqing saw it and rushed over. Xing Bin, lying on the ground, pointed at Chen Fan and exclaimed, Him. Dad. He's the one who ordered people to beat me up. And my teammates, they all got injured by him. Ouch, that hurts. President Zheng's gaze sharpened, and he stared at Chen Fan with obvious displeasure. Just as he was about to explode, Yang Fengqing ran over, panting, and said, You are Chen Fan, right? Looking at the attractive lobby manager in front of him, Chen Fan nodded. Yes. He hadn't hung up yet, so he showed her his phone. Yang Fengqing was overjoyed. I've finally found you. Chen Fan, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yang Fengqing held Chen Fan's hand tightly. President Zeng was stunned for a moment, looking at Chen Fan with almost disbelief. You're Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at the balding middle-aged man who had just yelled at him and asked, Yes. Is this your son? President Zeng turned around. Snap. He slapped Xing Bin across the face. That wasn't enough to vent her anger. She grabbed his hair and slapped it repeatedly. I'll beat you to death, you son of a bitch. Ouch. That hurts. No, Dad. Why are you helping someone else beat up your own son? I'm your biological child. Xing Bin was completely bewildered after being beaten so badly by his father. Not daring to fight back, it just kept yelling. Enraged, President Zeng kicked him several times, then grabbed his hair and dragged him in front of Chen Fan, yelling, Kneel down. Apologize to Mr. Chen Fan. Oh, everyone was stunned. Even Zhao Linlin stared wide-eyed, completely incredulous. Zhao Bing stared blankly at Chen Fan, not knowing what had happened. According to what she knew, President Zeng was extremely protective of his own. Why did you suddenly change your personality today, beating and kicking your son like this? Xing Bin grimaced in pain and screamed repeatedly. Dad, he hit me first. We are all victims. Shut up. President Zeng was so angry that he spat out words and casually tidied the hair at the edge and poked it in the middle. Apologize to Mr. Chen Fan immediately. Damn it. This is a client with over 10 billion yuan in deposits. If this falls through today, my account will be completely ruined. If all else fails, I can just create another account. When Yang Fengqing saw that President Zeng was so angry, she was so frightened that she desperately covered her heart. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I shouldn't have gone to the cafeteria to provoke you. I know I was wrong, Chen Fan. You've let me off this time. I promise I'll never do it again. Xing Bin knelt on the ground, head drooping, begging for mercy. Those watching from the sidelines were all puzzled. President Zeng also tried to smooth things over, saying, Chen Fan, I'm really sorry. That bastard is a real piece of work. I'll teach him a lesson when we get back. When Chen Fan saw that President Zeng and the lobby manager came over in person, he roughly guessed what was going on. However, President Zeng was quite ruthless just now. Xing Bin's face was swollen from the slaps. For his sake, let's just let it go. He waved his hand and said, Remember this, and don't let it happen again. Xing Bin knelt there, saying, I understand. Chen Fan then asked the two, Is there something you need? President Zeng wasn't stupid either. Seeing so many people on the playground, he cleverly suggested, Shall we talk somewhere else? The school is really not a good place to discuss business. President Zeng extended a warm invitation. How about we talk at Yunhu International Resort Center? Chen Fan understood and pulled Zhao Bing along, saying, Let's go then. Yunhu International is a famous resort in Jiangzhou, which integrates hot springs, hotels, restaurants, and more. It was also the place where Shun Mingyao and her classmates had their reunion last time. Chen Fan led Zhao Bing into his Tuareg, and the two cars arrived at the famous leisure spot one after the other. Chapter 126. To complete the mission, President Zeng went all out. Yunhu Resort Center is built against the mountain. In front is a wide-open lake, and behind is a hot spring bathing area. This business is not owned by a single company. Several families hold shares. The major shareholder is the Luo family. As the president of Jiangzhou Bank, President Zeng is naturally a frequent visitor here. Even if you don't soak in the hot springs, there are still many fun activities to do here. Yang Fengqing had already arranged everything over the phone, and the security guards let everyone through as soon as they arrived at the resort. After getting out of the car, President Zeng habitually ran his hand through his hair. Chen Fan, this beautiful lady, please. President Zeng was exceptionally polite, treating the two of them like honored guests. Zhou Bing could only click her tongue in amazement. Even her own parents had never enjoyed such treatment. What exactly did Chen Fan do? It's astonishing that President Zeng treated him with such courtesy. President Zeng led the two to a private room, where Yang Fengqing ordered tea and snacks to be served. Would you two like to go for a soak in the hot springs? Why don't you take a soak first? You're already here anyway. Without waiting for Chen Fan's agreement, he made the arrangement. Manager Yang, take this beautiful lady to the women's area. And the guy driving, let's go together. People who can sit in his position have exceptionally good judgment. Even though the other party was just a driver, he was extremely polite and made very thoughtful arrangements. Chen Meng was initially reluctant to go, but then he thought, what if Chen Fan needs something? As a bodyguard, I must stay by his side at all times. Since they were already there, Chen Fan decided to go along with the host's wishes and said to Zhou Bing, let's go for a soak. Zhou Bing was still hesitating when Yang Fengqing smiled and said, don't worry, beautiful lady. I've already arranged your swimsuit. Please come with me. Go. Chen Fan nodded to Zhou Bing, and together they went to the service desk to get wristbands before entering the men's area. Actually, soaking in a hot spring is just taking a hot bath in an open-air pool. As for the fun involved, experience it for yourself. The resort was crowded, and everywhere was covered in white. When Chen Fan and the others came out wearing swim trunks, Zhou Bing and Yang Fengqing were also ready. The two were wearing swimsuits and wrapped in white bath towels. Zhou Bing's body was undoubtedly stunning, with long, fair legs as white as jade. I didn't expect Yang Fengqing to be so beautiful. After all, she's a young married woman, and she's much more voluptuous. She led Zhou Bing and a group of people to the fish spa and the rose pool. Chen Fan and President Zeng found a sparsely populated, low-temperature pool and went inside. When soaking in hot springs, start with the low-temperature pools and gradually move to the high-temperature pools to allow your body to adapt slowly. You can't go directly into the high-temperature pool. Your body can't handle it. Chen Meng followed behind Chen Fan without saying a word. The two sat in the pool, and Chen Fan noticed that the elderly director Zeng had a large, white belly, making him look like a skinned frog. This was the first time he realized that the man's belly was getting big. So ugly. It seems I need to pay more attention to my lifestyle in the future. President Zeng didn't discuss the deposit with Chen Fan. It was just a casual chat. He is very talkative and humorous. It puts absolutely no pressure on anyone. Of course, this is also one of President Zeng's exceptional qualities. His attitude and approach will naturally be different when he encounters someone asking him for a favor. The two groups of people were soaking in the water when they soon met up in a large pool. Yang Fengqing and Zhou Bing's faces were flushed, as if they had been drinking. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Yang Fengqing smiled and said, Mr. Chen, Zhou Bing is so beautiful. I'm so envious. With that figure, she could totally be a model. Chen Fan said, you're not bad either. If I ran into you at school, I'd think you were a classmate. Haha, you're so good with words. She was especially happy to hear Chen Fan praise her. President Zeng said, they're all beautiful. Each has its own merits. Hey, Mr. Chen, is your girlfriend a local? Zhou Bing nodded, without revealing her identity. It would be awkward if I were to say that we had met before. After all, people used to look down on someone like Zhou Handong, so Zhou Bing simply didn't mention him. Everyone soaked in the hot spring for a while, and then went swimming. Zhou Bing is a very good swimmer, and Chen Fan, being from the mountains, has no problem going up mountains or down into water. Seeing the two playing in the water, Yang Fengqing and President Zeng looked on with envy. I won't be going back tonight, President Zeng said discreetly, and Yang Fengqing smiled knowingly. After leaving the swimming pool, the two were taken to a foot massage center. Yang Fengqing took Zhou Bing to a spa, while Chen Fan, President Zeng, and Chen Meng went for a massage together. President Zeng waved his hand. Miss, could you please arrange 6 technicians? Chen Meng. He glanced at Chen Fan, then looked at the 6 sexy technicians in tight-fitting bodycon skirts. I like this. He wondered if he should persuade Chen Fan to go back and invest in a foot massage parlor as well. The 3 of them enjoyed massages from 6 masseuses, and that wasn't all. They even added another hour. If he had more time, he probably would have kept pressing the button. An afternoon passed just like that, and everyone finally returned to their previous private room. President Zeng personally brewed tea for Chen Fan, and Yang Fengqing said, dinner has been arranged, and we will start eating in half an hour. Everyone can stay here tonight. Everything is arranged. Chen Fan said, "Thank you for your hard work today, President Zhang and Manager Yang. You've spent most of the day with us." President Zhang smiled and said, "You are our most honored guest. I won't just spend half a day with you. I'll come and keep you company anytime you like." He glanced at Yang Fengqing seemingly unintentionally, and Yang Fengqing immediately understood. "Mr. Chun, we actually have a request. I don't know if it's convenient for me to tell you. They've gone to such lengths. How could Chen Fan not understand? I'd heard people say before that in small third or fourth tier cities in mainland China, if you have 10 million in savings, during holidays and festivals, the bank would come over to give you gifts and offer their greetings. In a big city like Jiangzhou, 10 million is definitely not enough. But for a big client like Chen Fan, not to mention President Zhang, even the highest-ranking leaders would probably step in." Chen Fan nodded. "Go ahead." Yang Fengqing quickly asked, "Could you postpone the transfer of your deposit from our bank until after New Year's Day? As you probably know, the end of the year is especially important for us. We all have missions. Of course, we will not skimp on the treatment you deserve." Chen Fan is also a straightforward person. It's definitely impossible to keep them all. As you all know, time is money to me. Considering how polite you two have been today, let's leave 3 billion. Yang Fengqing didn't dare to make the decision herself, so President Zhang immediately stood up and warmly shook Chen Fan's hand. "Thank you. Thank you. You've really helped me a lot. Once this year is over, you can take it whenever you need it. Manager Yang, come on, prepare the wine. Tonight I'm going to have a good drink with Brother Chen and Xiaozhua." Chapter 127. Men are all novices when it comes to playing mind games with women. We drank baijiu, Chinese liquor, tonight. A bottle of Tai Tai costs over 3,000 yuan. With a wink from President Zhang, it was time for Yang Fengqing to make her move. She has an excellent alcohol tolerance. She can drink a bottle and a half of baijiu, Chinese liquor, and drink beer as much as she wants. President Zhang is also a seasoned drinker, and he can easily finish a bottle. Seeing this, Chen Fan was a little stunned. The two of them kept raising their glasses, being overly enthusiastic. Chen Fan looked at the two of them helplessly and said, "Are you trying to ruin my next program?" President Zhang was taken aback, glanced at Yang Fengqing, and then burst into laughter. "This young man is interesting. Yes, you absolutely mustn't get drunk. Yeah, you brought your girlfriend all the way to the resort. What's the point of getting yourself drunk?" Yang Fengqing really knows how to set the mood. "Hey, some things are more interesting when you're half drunk and half awake. Come on, let me have a few more drinks with you too. It's okay if you don't get drunk, but you have to enjoy yourself to the fullest. It's rare to see everyone so happy today." Unable to refuse such hospitality, Chen Fan said, "Then my girlfriend won't drink. I'll drink in her place." "No, then you have to have 2 drinks. "What does that mean? Do you really have to get me drunk? I'm just trying to lighten Zhou Bing's burden. Otherwise, you men are too wicked." Haha. The atmosphere in the private room was wonderful. Seeing that Chen Fan had drunk more than half a jean of baijiu, Zhou Bing quietly asked, "Are you all right? How about I drink it for you? I'll be fine even if I get drunk." Forehead. Chen Fan's expression immediately became interesting. Zhou Bing is indeed Zhou Bing, so insightful. Haha. He put his arm around Zhou Bing's shoulder and communicated with his eyes. "Can you drink?" "It's all right, so-so." Zhou Bing blinked. Then she picked up her cup and said, "Sister Yang, let me keep you company." Upon seeing this, Yang Fengqing exclaimed, "Hey, this looks promising. Little sister Zhou Bing, are you ready? I'm not someone that just anyone can handle, you know." She glanced at President Zhang with a captivating allure. President Zhang laughed heartily. Perhaps only he understood the meaning behind Yang Fengqing's words. Zhou Bing said modestly, "I'll do my best. I'm just glad you're happy. Come on, let's get started." The two women started fighting. President Zhang looked at Zhou Bing meaningfully and said, "Young man, you are very lucky. Your girlfriend loves you very much. Come on, let's 2 men not back down. Let's have a go." The two had only had 1 drink when Zhou Bing said, "Sister Yang, another one." Wipe. Chen Fan looked back and saw that the two of them had already finished more than half a bottle. Zhou Bing is awesome. Chen Fan held her hand under the table, and she smiled sweetly, her face flushed. Yang Fengqing said, "I'm not drinking with her anymore. She's too amazing." To show respect to his elders, Zhou Bing toasted President Zhang again. By the end, everyone had a great time. "I'm not going to do any other shows. Let's go back to sleep." President Zhang had arranged for them to stay in luxury suites. Seeing Zhou Bing come out after taking a shower, Chen Fan asked, You have a good alcohol tolerance. How much can you drink? I don't know. My mom can drink 2 gin, 1 kilogram, of liquor. Northeastern women are indeed fierce. I had just lain down in bed when I heard beautiful music coming from next door. Chen Fan listened carefully for a while and gave a very fair evaluation. Manager Yang has a good voice. Zhou Bing rolled her eyes, pushed him down, and straddled him. Then he gave Chen Fan a life or death question. Which is more important, me or money? Of course it's you. Then give me all the money. Chen Fan picked up his phone to transfer the money, but Zhou Bing snatched it away. Not talking about money now? She smiled seductively and said, Tell me, will you turn bad in the future? Of course not. You're already so beautiful. Why would I need to? But if they pounce on you, that's none of your business, right? Chen Fan. This woman can see right through you. They're singing over there again. Shall we sing a song? Chen Fan quickly changed the subject. No, you haven't answered my question yet. What's the deal with Zhao Linlin? Zhou Bing stared at him teasingly. I don't know. Why don't we call her and ask? You still have her phone number? All right. I surrender. Men are complete novices when it comes to playing mind games with women. Seeing the guy's sullen look, Zhou Bing giggled. Hug him around the neck and give him a kiss. Okay, I'm not kidding anymore. Sigh. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Zhou Bing. That cunning girl. He knew he could only play cards tonight. I bet you guys won't figure this out. Early the next morning, Chen Fan and his companion got up with yawns. Just as I was about to leave, President Zeng stood there with a smile, accompanied by 4 middle-aged men. Behind each of them stood 1 or 2 staff members, all dressed in bank uniforms and carrying gift bags. Yang Fengqing was radiant today, exuding a charm that seemed to have been refreshed by rain. Young man, you young people have great stamina. You've finally gotten up. For some reason, Chen Fan felt that his smile was malicious. He looked at the 4 people with a strange expression, and the 4 of them came forward to greet him. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Ms. Zhua. What are you doing? Cough, cough. The bank president looked embarrassed and scratched his head, explaining, These are the presidents of the 4 major banks. Grass. Chen Fan understood immediately. He glared angrily at President Zeng. Are you inhuman? Cough, cough. I'm so sorry. I drank too much last night and accidentally pretended to be a prostitute. Cough, cough. The heads of the 4 major banks came over and said, Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry to bother you like this. We had no choice. The pressure from above was too great. Okay, that's enough. Don't say anything more. Each bank has deposited 2 billion. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is simply too kind. If you need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. The bank managers immediately gave signals to the staff behind them and quickly put the gift bags into Chen Fan's car. There's no room for all that stuff in the car. Don't give me these things either. Contact my personal secretary later. Chen Fan had also figured it out. He figured he might as well make friends. After all, living in this circle, you never know when you might need it. President Zeng walked over shamelessly and said, Young man, I'm really sorry. Don't worry, I promise it won't happen again. Chen Fan generously said, Forget it, it's not a big deal. It's fine to store it anywhere. The bank managers wanted to invite them to stay for dinner, but Chen Fan waved his hand and said, Maybe next time. Since we've already established a relationship, there's plenty of time. Okay. Several bank managers saw the 3 off. In the car, Zhou Bing looked at him with confusion. How much money have you actually made? Chen Fan leaned close to her ear and chuckled mischievously. If I gave you a few 100 million every night, you could probably last for more than a year. Puff. Zhou Bing pinched the tender flesh on this guy's waist hard. His skin was itching again. After a carefree and enjoyable night, he took Zhou Bing back to school. Chen Fan returned to his apartment intending to rest for a while, when Xiao Xiao asked, puzzled, I just received several calls from banks saying you want to apply for a card. They will come to your door. Please help them with the process then. Anyway, you just need to open an account and transfer the money yourself. Xiao Xiao nodded. She had been doing well at work lately, managing her home perfectly, and often taking her little white rabbit shopping. This personal secretary is quite competent. Just after I finished giving the instructions, Tang Jing called. Chen Fan, something happened to President Lu's family. Chapter 128. Something happened to the Lu family. Before I even left the house, the bank's account manager came over, carrying a lot of things. Chen Fan handed his ID card to Xiao Xiao to process, and then came out to meet Tang Jing. Tang Jing has undergone a substantial transformation. She is wearing a well-fitting suit. and her face is clean and free of any makeup. Her demeanor and appearance are those of a typical white-collar professional woman. The two sat down in a nearby coffee shop, a quiet and elegant place. Chen Fan noticed that Tang Jing was wearing perfume. Tang Jing seemed to guess what he was thinking and explained. It was a gift from President Liu. I thought it wasn't too strong, so I sprayed some on. Fine. Tang Jing always felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Chen Fan. She told Chen Fan about missing the Liu family. It turns out that Liu Ruoxian's cousin went to Yunnan to purchase raw stones, and the entire project, worth over 2 billion yuan, went bankrupt. Chen Fan frowned upon hearing this. Even the dumbest person wouldn't be this unlucky, would they? He had a keen sense that Liu Ruoxian's foolish cousin had definitely been set up. Doesn't the Liu family have professional craftsmen in their line of work who doesn't have a few experienced mentors around to help them identify their expertise? Tang Jing shook her head. I don't know the inside story, but he's currently in southern Yunnan and doesn't dare to come back. More than 2 billion yuan has gone down the drain. Chen Fan gasped inwardly. If this got out, the Liu family would lose face big time. This would damage their reputation in the industry. But Chen Fan always felt that this matter was not simple, and there was probably more to it than met the eye. Not long after, Liu Ruoxian called. Chen Fan, I have a favor to ask you. What is it? Tell me. I've arrived in southern Yunnan. Are you free recently? Could you please make time to come over as soon as possible? I'll have Tang Jing explain to you later. It's not convenient to talk on the phone. Chen Fan checked the time. It's definitely too late today. Let's try tomorrow. Okay, I'll pick you up at Dianan Airport tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan knew this trip was unavoidable. He had to go back to school to ask for leave. Otherwise, he would have a hard time explaining himself. Liu Ruoxian quickly called Tang Jing again. Go to Chen Fan's place and get his identification information. I'll have my assistant buy you plane tickets. A car will pick you up for the airport tomorrow. Please contact me anytime if you need anything. Okay, sure. Tang Jing answered gently. That's settled then. We'll set off tomorrow. Chen Fan got up, and the two of them came out of the coffee shop. You need to give me your ID card. Mr. Liu will have someone arrange your plane ticket. Chen Fan had no choice but to give her his and Chun Ming's identity information. Back in the apartment, the bank's account manager was still processing the case. There was no other way. The four banks had agreed to come together to save Chen Fan time. After opening 4 bank accounts, we ended up with a whole bunch of new stuff at home. Cigarettes, alcohol, oil, rice, bowls, cups. And of course, there are shopping carts. I'm going away for a few days. Go find a nice villa community and buy a villa there. Chen Fan gave the instructions. Aren't you taking me with you? Xiao Xiao was really looking forward to it. Chen Fan looked at her. Didn't I tell you to go look at houses? Oh, Xiao Xiao was a little disappointed. Actually, she also wanted to go out with Chen Fan. Otherwise, she would only be able to watch cartoons with Little White Rabbit for the next few days. Chen Fan brought 4 packs of cigarettes to the school. Yilang Gao and Wang Hao did not go to work today. Chen Fan handed the cigarettes to the 2 men, saying, Here are 2 packs for you to smoke. Yilang Gao opened the bag and exclaimed, There are definitely 4. The remaining 2 will be given to the homeroom teacher. Wow. Yilang Gao tossed a cigarette to Wang Hao, saying, We're rich. Boss Chun is giving us cigarettes. Wang Hao, holding the cigarette, said, This cigarette might be hard to get. So what's the matter? Chen Fan smiled and said, I need to take a few days off, and I don't know exactly when I'll be back. You should tell the homeroom teacher. Wipe. Hearing that he was going to take so long, the 2 of them suddenly felt that the cigarette was a bit too hot to handle. But there was no other way. We had to go. Who told us we're brothers? When Chen Fan went out, he ran into Guo Jianliang. When he saw the 3 of them smoking cigarettes, his eyes popped out of their sockets. Unfortunately, he could no longer fit in with everyone. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Fan told Chun Ming to load all the rice, oil, basins and other things in the house into the car and leave half of the cigarettes and alcohol behind. Then he called Zhuo Bing, and together they went to his future mother-in-law's house. Seeing that Chen Fan had sent so many things again, Han Kaiying said sternly, You child, you always send things over. You should save your money. Chen Fan laughed and said, This was a gift from the bank. I'm just passing on what I received. I hope you won't find it offensive. Zhuo Handong looked at the cigarettes and alcohol. I don't mind. However, he was curious. How much money would he have to deposit into his card if the bank gave him so many gifts? After having dinner at Zhuo Bing's house that evening, Chen Fan mentioned his trip to southern Yunnan. Zhuo Bing exclaimed, You're going out. What's the matter? My final is in a few days. But it's okay. You go ahead and do your work. I'm just doing this as a hobby anyway. Bing has a very good personality, unlike some girls who get upset over the smallest things and can stay angry with you for months. Handong asked, what are you going to Yunnan for? To see raw stones? Or should I go for a few days too? Chen Fan said, something's happened to the Liu family, and they're probably in some trouble. I'll go help them. Oh, never mind then. Hearing that it was a matter concerning the Liu family, Handong knew it was best not to get involved. Moreover, judging from Chen Fan's expression, the matter is probably not minor. Han Chai-young stared in surprise. You're acquainted with the Liu family too? Chen Fan said calmly. Just business friends. Wow. Now, Han Chai-young likes her son-in-law more and more. The next morning at 8:30, the driver arranged by Liu Ruoxian came to the school gate to pick up Chen Fan, Tang Jing, and the other two. Tang Jing was carrying a suitcase, while Chen Fan and Chen Ming brought nothing but their cell phones. Carrying luggage when you go out is a complete burden. It's not like they didn't buy any over there. They arrived at the airport in 40 minutes and were led to the VIP lounge by staff. Chen Fan picked up his phone and glanced at the transfer records. He had transferred 2 billion yuan to each of the 4 major banks yesterday. After what they did, my allowance was reduced to only about 2 billion. Looks like I still need to keep working hard to earn money. While waiting for my flight, I checked the price of garlic futures again. It's almost reached its peak, so we arranged for Su Ruzhen to prepare to close out her positions. We'll talk about the rest when I get back. Boarding has begun. The plane lifted off the horizon and soared into the sky. Chen Fan looked at the quiet Tang Jing beside him and smiled slightly. He turned his gaze to the window, the experiences of the past 6 months flashing before his eyes. Right now, I feel like this airplane's soaring in the sky. Blue sky, white clouds, gentle breeze, sunshine. Everything about it was so unique. As the crowds and buildings recede into the distance, they all appear so small. Chen Fan thought to himself, one day, I will also stand at the pinnacle of the world, looking down on everything like I do now. Take flight. Juvenile. Chapter 129. This old guy has a problem. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Yunnan Airport. Tang Jing followed Chen Fan off the plane. For some reason, when she looked at Chen Fan now, there's always a kind of inexplicable mystery about it. His entire demeanor is completely unlike that of a college student. He possessed something different from ordinary people. Perhaps that was his profoundness. Chen Fan was born in the countryside and has witnessed too much of the ways of the world. Therefore, he is much more mature than young people of the same age. And even though he is making money now, he will not get arrogant. They will not be like many young people who suddenly become rich and lose all sense of morality. Chen Fan knew deeply that he needed to learn to grow. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle the status and glory that money brings. After helping Tang Jing with her luggage, the 3 of them arrived at the airport exit. Liu Ruoxian, dressed casually and wearing sunglasses, waved to Chen Fan. The dozen or so bodyguards behind him, all dressed in black suits and white shirts, were all around 1.8 meters tall and looked quite formidable. As Yunnan is located on the border, various forces are mixed together, so Liu Ruoxian has to be careful. Chen Fan got into Liu Ruoxian's car, while Chun Ming and Tang Jing sat in the car behind. The group proceeded in a large procession to their hotel. Yunnan is a mountainous region, and beyond that, you reach the border. Many raw stones come from here. Therefore, this place is also called Jade City. Compared to this place, the rare goods market in Jiangzhou is nothing. Chen Fan was assigned to stay opposite Liu Ruoxian. Chen Ming stayed next door, and he and Tang Jing both had deluxe single rooms. Liu Ruoxian said, "Why don't you take a rest first? Let's go eat together later." Chen Fan waved his hand. "Don't waste time. Tell me what happened." Liu Ruoxian didn't stand on ceremony and kept Tang Jing, Chen Fan, and her assistant in the room, explaining how the incident had started. It's roughly the same as what Tang Jing said. Originally, purchasing the raw stones was Liu Ruoxian's responsibility, but her cousin, at the urging of others. In order to prove his ability, he insisted on taking on all the tasks. Chen Fan knew that in such large families, brothers and sisters, and even fathers and sons, would scheme against each other, and it was impossible to achieve true harmony. It's likely that his cousin became jealous when he saw Liu Ruoxian's position in the family becoming increasingly secure. And since his uncle also supported his son taking on the responsibility, Liu Ruoxian's father naturally couldn't refuse. Moreover, they even sent a senior master craftsman from the family to appraise it for him. This should be a turtle in the jar, easy to catch. But who would have thought that something would still go wrong? Chen Fan asked. Where is he now? I don't know. They're probably hiding. So cowardly. He messed things up and then hid away. What kind of person is he? Where did that drive to claim credit go? What about the master craftsman who was with him? He should be in his room. Should we call him over? Chen Fan waved his hand. No rush. He is probably involved in this matter. Lu Ruoxian said. You suspect Master Zhou? That's impossible. He's been with the Lu family for over 20 years, and his loyalty is absolutely reliable. Chen Fan glanced at her, but didn't refute her. Anyway, the truth will eventually come out. Chen Fan thought that some things might have been predetermined. Originally, Lu Ruoxian had invited me to come to Yunnan together, but her cousin took the mission instead. This caused the Lu family to suffer a setback. So what do we do next? Chen Fan asked Lu Ruoxian what the arrangements were. Don't worry about the things ahead for now. Let's buy the rough stones first. We need it at home, otherwise so many stores will run out of stock. Master Zhou also came during lunchtime. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s, and his facial features had two distinctive features. First, the first thing you see when you look at him is his two nostrils. Secondly, his mouth is very large and flat, a typical toad mouth. Therefore, Chen Fan had a particularly deep impression of him. After all, those two nostrils were too eye-catching. Moreover, Chen Fan felt that he was clearly looking down on him. Perhaps he felt that after so many years in this industry, what was the point of the Lu family sending a young man? Chen Fan and Lu Ruoxian didn't care that he was unhappy. We gave a brief introduction, and after everyone finished eating, we headed straight to the raw stone purchasing base in the afternoon. There are many cars parked here, belonging to people from all over the world. Lu Ruoxian led Chen Fan and his group to the scene, where the atmosphere was very lively. The area around the stone-cutting yard was especially bustling with noise. The screams continued. Once the price increases, someone will throw red envelopes into the crowd. Everyone who comes here is incredibly wealthy. Since the price has already gone up, I naturally don't care about this small amount of money. Let's take a look first. Chen Fan wasn't in a hurry to select any raw stones. He wanted to see how things went first. The man who had just had the stone cut open was a plump, fair-skinned man in his 40s. He was carrying a bag and had two bodyguards with him. His rough stone is of very good quality. It's worth at least tens of millions. I heard from the people next to me that this is the best piece of material that came out today. He bought it for over 4 million, and the price immediately went up. Where are the pieces your cousin cut before? Take me to see them. Chen Fan suddenly turned around and said to Lu Ruoxian. Lu Ruoxian asked Master Zhou, do you know? Master Zhou's eyes darted around. It was probably thrown into the scrap heap a long time ago, right? I'm not really sure. Let's go, I want to see why. Master Zhou was a little angry. What tricks can you figure out? It's all a pile of waste. Chen Fan stared intently at him. Can I see if there's anything wrong with these raw stones and learn a lesson from them? Go ahead and see if you want. I'm not going. Master Zhou said defiantly. Lu Ruoxian advised. Master Zhou, we've come all this way, and now we're just throwing away over 2 billion yuan. Is there anything wrong with Chen Fan wanting to see where the problem lies? Master Zhou glanced at her, still wary of her status as a young lady. They had no choice but to lead everyone to the waste disposal area. The cut-off scraps were piled up there like garbage. Without jadeite, the material is just a pile of worthless rotten stones. Master Zhou pointed to the pile of dozens of rough stones of various sizes. They're all here. Chen Fan walked over. His pupils contracted, and he activated his X-ray vision. These stones are so big, some even weighing several tons. Therefore, the price is outrageously expensive. Using his X-ray vision ability, Chen Fan couldn't see any value in the materials. But why did Master Zhou ask Lu Ruoxian's cousin to buy it in the first place? Logically speaking, he is a professional. Even at the worst, it's impossible to misjudge all the materials, right? Of course, with such a large stone and such a thick outer layer, it would be impossible to tell the difference without decades of experience. That's why Master Zhou should have stopped him. But they bought them all, and for a staggering price of over 2 billion. Do you really think your Lu family is like mine? You treat money like it's nothing, huh? Chen Fan glanced at Lu Ruoxian without revealing his expression, and Lu Ruoxian actually understood. He glanced at Master Zhou casually. There was something fishy about the old man. Chapter 130 Frontier Ballot. There are many people here, so it's inconvenient to say things outright. Chen Fan reached out and patted Chen Ming on the shoulder. Have you ever seen a scene like this before? Chen Ming was bewildered and shook his head blankly. Chen Fan said, do you remember when we were little, we recited Lu Luan's Frontier Song 3 with Zhang Push together? Chen Ming was taken aback. looked awkwardly at Tang Jing beside him, and asked in a low voice, "What is that he was talking about?" Tang Jing didn't know what Chen Fan meant, but she still quietly told Chen Ming. The moon is dark and the wild geese fly high. The Xiongnu chieftain fled in the night. They wanted to pursue with light cavalry. Heavy snow covers bows and knives. Holy crap. When did being a bodyguard become so complicated? He scratched his head. Let's go back first. After inspecting the scene, Chen Fan called out to Lu Ruoxian. Lu Ruoxian nodded. Okay, let's go back. Master Zhou snorted. President Lu, since you've invited an expert, it's unlikely that he'll convince the public if he just walks around and does nothing. I think some people are just all talk and no action. They're so young, yet they dare to act all high and mighty in this industry. He probably wouldn't be able to tell anything about these rough stones either. Chen Fan glanced at him again indifferently, said nothing, and turned to get into the car. Why don't you all go back? I'll go find young Master Lu. Master Zhou seemed to have a deep prejudice against Chen Fan. Lu Ruoxian said, No need. I have already sent people to look for it. Let's go back and think about a solution. We're already here, so a little more time won't make a difference. The group headed back home. Lu Ruoxian and Chen Fan arrived at her suite together, where Tang Jing was also present. No one else dared to come in without permission. Chen Fan, do you suspect Master Zhou? But he's been a master craftsman in the Lu family for decades, always loyal and reliable. It shouldn't be like that, right? Chen Fan didn't explain. Have someone check his bank transfer records immediately, including his closest relatives and friends. Lu Ruoxian didn't hesitate and immediately called home. A dozen minutes later, the other party replied, Mr. Zhou and his relatives have no unusual bank records. That's impossible. Chen Fan felt something was off, and he paced back and forth in the room, stroking his chin. Tang Jing kept a close eye on his every move. He was frowning, completely absorbed in his work. He muttered to himself, Where exactly is the problem? Chen Ming, where is Chen Ming? After a moment's thought, he suddenly shouted. Tang Jing said, I haven't seen him since I came back. Should I go look for it? No need. Quickly call Master Zhou over and tell him you have something to ask him. Lu Ruoxian waved to the bodyguards outside, who immediately went to fetch Master Zhou. On another floor of the hotel, Mr. Zhou hurriedly grabbed a bag and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, he bumped into Chen Ming, which startled him. What are you doing? Sneaking around. Chen Ming had a blade of grass he'd pulled back from the mining area dangling from his mouth, his eyes fixed on Master Zhou's bag. What? Are you going out? What's it to you? Who gives you the right to tell me what to do? Chen Ming chuckled and said, Did you do something wrong? Roll. Master Zhou was furious and reached out to push Chen Ming away. To everyone's surprise, Chen Ming remained motionless, rooted to the spot like a wooden stake. Stop running, you can't escape. Turn yourself in. You. Master Zhou roared in fury. I'm going to find the young master. Then I'll take you there. Chen Ming reached out, grabbed him, and left. Lu Ruoxian's assistant rushed over. Chen Ming has brought Master Zhou over. Lu Ruoxian looked outside in surprise, only to see Chen Ming, carrying Master Zhou, striding towards them. He went inside, tossed it aside casually, and said, This guy tried to run away, but I caught him. Oh, how did you know he was going to run away? Lu Ruoxian was somewhat puzzled. Chen Ming grinned and said, President Lu, do you remember the question that President Chen casually asked me in the mining area earlier? You mean that poem? Tang Jing looked at the two of them, puzzled, while Chen Fan smiled without saying a word. He just looked at Chen Ming, that reckless fool, with admiration. He's not stupid, he has good comprehension. Chen Ming said smugly. Yeah, I even asked you what you meant back then. Oh. Tang Jing suddenly realized. Lu Ruoxian was kept in the dark and didn't pay attention to it at the time. Tang Jing explained. The poem goes like this. The moon is dark, the wild geese fly high. The Xiongnu chieftain flees in the night. I guess it's hinting that someone is about to escape. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoxian gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, Awesome. Chen Fan humbly replied. That's called tacit understanding. Master Zhou struggled and shouted. I want to go back and demand justice from the head of the family. I have been a slave to the Lu family for more than 20 years, and this is how I get treated. Lu Ruoxian, you have gone too far. In fact, Lu Ruoxian wasn't sure either, as she had no evidence to prove that Master Zhou was guilty. Open his bag and take a look. But now that things have come to this, Lu Ruoxian has no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. Master Zhou shouted angrily. These are my personal belongings, and we have no right to search them. Lu Ruoxian, you've gone too far. Two bodyguards held him down and took his bag, opening it. Aside from some identification documents, 2 pieces of clothing, and a razor, there was nothing suspicious about it. Did I make a mistake? Left with no other choice, Chun Fan's pupils contracted, and he activated his X-ray vision. Master Zhou, I'm sorry. He shouted to his 2 bodyguards, searched the lining of his underwear. Well, Lu Ruoxian and Tang Jing, along with several other women, awkwardly turned away and automatically avoided the situation. 2 bodyguards held Zhou down, and Chun Ming unceremoniously pulled down his pants. Master Zhou yelled, "Bastards, let me go, you bunch of blind fools." Before he could finish speaking, Chun Ming touched something. What's this? Master Zhou's face changed drastically, and he was speechless, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. Chun Ming unzipped his pants and pulled out a transparent plastic bag from the lining of his underwear. There were a few thin sheets of paper inside, which made it easy to hide them here. Chun Ming held it in his hand with a look of disgust. Huh? Master Zhou, you can't finish urinating, can you? It smells really bad. Lu Ruoxian and the others frowned slightly. Mr. Chun, I found this. Chun Ming brought the item over, and Chun Fan glanced at it. Open it. The bodyguard pulled up Mr. Zhou's pants, and only then did the women turn around. What's this? Lu Ruoxian found the contents of the transparent bag rather strange. Chun Ming tore them open and took them out, presenting them to everyone. There were 2 huge checks. One for 130 million, one for 110 million. Hiss. Lu Ruoxian's expression changed drastically. Where did this come from? No wonder when I asked someone to check his bank transfer records, they couldn't find anything. Originally, checks were used for transactions. She looked at Chun Fan with admiration. This guy is awesome. This can all be found out. Only, how did he know it was hidden in that kind of place? Lu Ruoxian stared at Chun Fan, a chill running down her spine as she pondered the matter. Chapter 131, A Traitor Within the Lu Family. Master Zhou, do you have anything else to say? Master Zhou said resentfully. Lu Ruoxian, I've worked for the Lu family for so many years. Even if I haven't made any great contributions, I've certainly put in a lot of hard work. How could you treat me like this? Seeing his stubbornness, Lu Ruoxian said coldly. If it weren't for the fact that you've served the Zhou family for so many years, would you still be able to live so freely? Tell me, what exactly happened? I don't know anything. It's none of my business. Master Zhou was still trying to argue his way out of it. Lu Ruoxian was too lazy to waste time with him. Take him away and hand him over to the family head for disposal. After the 2 bodyguards escorted him away, Lu Ruoxian waved her hand and said, Everyone else, go and rest. I have something to discuss with President Chun. Everyone left the room. Lu Ruoxian sat down on the sofa. What do you think about this? Chun Fan said, Isn't it obvious? That guy surnamed Zhou conspired with others to set up a trap, making your young master jump right into it. Of the transactions worth over 2 billion yuan, Master Zhou received more than 200 million yuan in kickbacks. Snort. They actually managed to eat it. Lu Ruoxian looked furious. Chun Fan didn't want to waste too much time here, so he suggested, We'll go get the goods tomorrow, and I won't worry about the rest. We need to get back to Jiangzhou as soon as possible. Lu Ruoxian nodded. Thank you for your hard work. You've done our Lu family a great favor again. Don't be so polite. We're already so familiar with each other. Why bother with these things? However, she still wanted to find her cousin and get some answers to this matter. We can't just suffer losses without knowing why. Then you should go and rest first. We'll go to the mining area tomorrow. When Chun Fan came out of Lu Ruoxian's place, he found Tang Jing standing in the corridor. Why don't you go and rest? I've been waiting for you. Is there anything I can help you with? What a thoughtful girl. Chun Fan nodded. There really is. Go and buy 2 sets of clothes for me and Chun Ming to change into. They didn't bring any luggage with them when they went out. They just thought they could buy it here. Okay, I'll go buy it right away. Tang Jing was exceptionally diligent. She turned and left immediately. Wait a minute, I'll give you the money. Chun Fan took out his phone, and Tang Jing immediately said, No need, I have money. Chun Fan still transferred 5,000 to her. Nothing too expensive, just ordinary clothes. Let Chun Ming come along. No. After the 2 left, Chun Fan watched TV in his room. Xiao Xiao sent Chun Fan a WeChat picture showing several properties she had seen in Jiangzhou that day, asking him to choose one. Chun Fan glanced at them a few times, but he wasn't very satisfied. Xiao Xiao had no choice but to say, Then I'll continue to look tomorrow. An hour later, Tang Jing and Chun Ming returned. Chun Ming was particularly happy. Thank you, boss. These clothes are nice. Tang Jing just took him to buy 2 sets, which cost more than 5,000 yuan. Chen Fan glanced at the sign and knew that Tang Jing had paid for it out of her own pocket. Didn't we agree that she could just buy ordinary clothes? This girl won't listen. Tang Jing handed over 2 sets of clothes. Why don't you try them on? No need. Just leave it here for now. I'll change after I take a shower. Okay, I'll be going now. Tang Jing was about to turn and leave when Chen Fan called out to her. How much did you spend? Before Tang Jing could speak, Chen Ming said, more than 10,000. She also told me not to tell you. Chen Fan shook his head and scolded. I already told you not to buy something so expensive. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you. Need not. Tang Jing panicked and stopped Chen Fan's hand. You earn your money with great difficulty. How could I let you spend money on me? Tang Jing bit her lip, feeling quite embarrassed. Seeing an opportunity, Chen Ming left the room, saying, You two can talk slowly. He closed the door. Tang Jing then said, You've helped me so much, can't I consider it a gift from me? Chen Fan said, I can accept you sending me something, but you don't need to go to such lengths. You can treat me to a meal or give me a small gift, anything will do. Tang Jing said earnestly, This is my heartfelt wish. Can you respect my decision? Judging from her expression, if she continued to refuse, the girl would probably feel very embarrassed. Okay, thank you then. You're just too persistent. Actually, some things don't need to be kept in your mind all the time. It's too tiring. Tang Jing was very happy to see that he accepted it. I'm going back to my room. You should get some rest. Watching Tang Jing leave, Chun Fan sighed helplessly. That girl. The next morning, Lu Ruoxian led Chun Fan and his group to the mining area to purchase raw stones. Unlike other customers who cut the stones on site and then transported them back, they simply loaded them onto their trucks and drove away. This move has aroused the curiosity of countless people. Whose daughter is this? She's so awesome. Isn't that overconfidence? Yeah, what if she buys a bunch of junk? Let's see how she handles that. But Lu Ruoxian ignored these rumors and followed Chun Fan's advice. There's a saying, don't flaunt your wealth. If the stone turns out to be high-quality jadeite, such a large purchase volume would likely attract the covetous eyes of many. Now I'm too lazy to cut the stone, I just take it away. The other party probably won't take that risk. Moreover, this kind of raw material is much cheaper, so if the price increases after cutting, it's a huge profit. Because she was transporting these raw stones back, Lu Ruoxian was very cautious and personally accompanied them with bodyguards. She asked Chen Fan for his opinion. Mr. Chun, are you going to travel together or take a plane back first? Seeing that things were resolved so smoothly and wouldn't take long, Chen Fan agreed to travel back to Jiangzhou with them. We departed at 2 p.m., and everyone returned to the hotel to pack their luggage. Lu Ruoxian's cousin, Lu Jiping, has arrived. Hey sis, what brings you to southern Yunnan? Lu Jiping was wearing a floral short-sleeved shirt and white pants, and he had a glib tongue, looking like a thug. This was the first time Chen Fan had met this spoiled young master, but he had heard that he was quite famous in Jiangzhou. Lu Ruoxian said coldly, You still have the nerve to show your face? Oh, Lu Jiping, how are you going to explain this when we get back? Hey, Lu Ruoxian, what do you mean by this? Hasn't everything been taken care of? You wouldn't be so ruthless as to take all the credit and leave me to bear all the blame. Seeing the people around Lu Ruoxian, Lu Jiping snorted coldly. I came here with good intentions to help you escort the raw materials back home. Don't bite the hand that feeds you and not appreciate my kindness. Thank you then. You can go now, I don't need it. Lu Ruoxian was speechless. Lu Jiping was a complete waste of space. Every time he causes trouble, he disappears, and then he comes out to steal the credit once you've sorted things out. I don't know what I did wrong in my past life to end up with such a cousin. Moreover, these past few days, he's been spending his time in nightclubs indulging in debauchery and living a life of dissipation. He waited until his family sent someone to clean up his mess. Now he can finally show his face in public. If he steals Lu Ruoxian's credit, if he takes the raw materials back with him, his family probably won't blame him too much. Chapter 132 Tang Jing wants to come home with me. After lunch, everyone prepared to set off. The rough stones were all loaded onto a large truck, escorted by 7 off-road vehicles. From southern Yunnan to Jiangzhou, it's more than 2,000 kilometers. Lu Ruoxian arranged for Chun Fan and Tang Jing to ride in the same car as her. Lu Jiping, shameless and persistent, insisted on following along. Hey, this girl's pretty good. Newly hired, huh? Hey sis, introduce me to her as a girlfriend. He saw Tang Jing and grinned. Tang Jing blushed. She couldn't afford to offend this kind of person, so she could only try to get closer to Chen Fan. Chen Fan kept a cold face, but out of pride, he didn't get angry. Mr. Liu, it's so crowded in the car. Let Tang Jing and I go to another car. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiping glared at him arrogantly and asked, Who are you? Do you even have the right to speak here? What are you trying to prove, you little punk? Lu Ruoxian said angrily. Lu Jiping, show me some respect. President Chun is a guest I invited. Guests? Huh. Lu Jiping said with a disdainful look, Don't push your luck. He developed a roguish air about him and acted all high and mighty. Why would they take a nobody like Chun Fan seriously? Having completely broken off relations, Chun Fan didn't hold back. Chen Ming. Hearing the shouts, Chen Ming rushed over immediately. Boss, throw it down. Damn it. I'm helping your family out, and this is how you treat me? What happened to the Liu family? They don't even have as much money as me. Upon hearing Chen Fan's order, Chen Ming acted without hesitation, grabbing Lu Jiping by the collar and dragging him out of the car. Let me go, you son of a bitch. You dare touch me? Men, kill him. Lu Jiping acted recklessly, shouting in a fit of rage. More than a dozen bodyguards rushed over, but Lu Ruoxian stopped them in time, saying, That's enough. Lu Jiping, are you crazy? Lu Jiping had never been treated like this before. Struggling to get up, she said. Even if the heavenly king himself came, he couldn't protect us today. Lu Ruoxian, don't interfere. I'll kill these two idiots. Smack. Chen Ming wasn't going to tolerate him and slapped him across the face. He even insults his own sister. He's not even human. Everyone around was stunned. Was he cursing President Liu? Chen Fan gave him a thumbs up. Clever. Lu Jiping screamed in pain as he was whipped, and more than a dozen bodyguards rushed forward to protect their master. Lu Ruoxian stopped him, saying, Get out of my way. Do you even respect me? The bodyguard could only retreat awkwardly, while Lu Jiping screamed hysterically. Lu Ruoxian, what do you mean? Are you siding with outsiders? Lu Ruoxian's face darkened. It's your own fault for being so foul-mouthed. Whose fault is it? Chen Ming, leave him here. Everyone else, get in the car. Chen Ming ignored her and instead looked at his boss. Chen Fan nodded before throwing Lu Jiping aside. Everyone got into the car, leaving Lu Jiping behind, cursing and swearing. Damn it. I'll kill you all when I get back. This isn't over yet. Just you wait. He shamelessly got into another car behind him. As the convoy departed, Lu Ruoxian said apologetically, I'm sorry, I apologize to you. That guy is a bastard, but my uncle still defends him. Even his farts smell good. Every time he says he wants to do something serious, my uncle gets all energized and very excited. But Lu Jiping always disappointed him. Even so, his family kept falling into his trap. Chen Fan didn't want to get involved in the Liu family's affairs, but Lu Jiping was too incompetent, so he had to teach him a lesson. With someone like Lu Jiping around, and the Liu family protecting him so much, the real troubles are probably just beginning. They drove through the night last night, with several bodyguards taking turns driving. Starting from southern Yunnan and heading to Jiangzhou, the route passes through Hunan province. Chen Fan borrowed a car from Lu Ruoxian. I'll go home and visit someone on the way. Lu Ruoxian was also a polite person. Then let's get off the highway in the city ahead, and I'll go buy some things for my uncle and aunt to take back. No need, don't be so polite. Logically, I should go with you to see them, but I'm not at ease leaving these rough stones behind. Please understand. Please give my regards to your uncle and aunt for me. Chen Fan declined, but Lu Ruoxian was unwilling to do it. I had to get off the highway in the city center ahead and bought a lot of things, spending at least 10,000 to 20,000 yuan. Tang Jing hesitated for a long time before asking, Should I go with you? She didn't want to stay in the convoy. The sight of Lu Jiping's malicious gaze made her uneasy. That's fine then. Be careful on your journey. Lu Ruoxian gave Tang Jing a few instructions, and then they each set off. I haven't been home for almost 3 months, and I only spent a few days during the summer vacation. Hunan province is located right between southern Yunnan and Jiangzhou. Chen Ming turned his car towards Tongqing. Tang Jing and Chen Fan sat in the back row. Boss, do you want to take a break? Chen Fan glanced at his watch. Then let's find a service area to rest and try to get home before lunch. Great. Chen Ming was very excited, as he was only 200 kilometers away from home. The car pulled into a service area, and the three of them got out to get some fresh air and stretch their muscles. Chen Fan instructed Chen Ming, Don't call me boss when we get home. Just call me by my name. Chen Ming scratched his head awkwardly. Then I'll call you Brother Fan. All right. Chen Fan arrived in Tongcheng at 10:30 a.m. and made a phone call to his mother on the way. Hearing that her son was coming back, the mother thought he was bringing his wife back again. So she quickly killed a chicken and asked old Chen to go to the market to buy vegetables. After entering the village, Chen Fan said, Chen Ming, take some of the things from the car back with you. Don't go empty-handed. No need. This was bought by President Liu for my uncle and aunt. How could I accept it? Stop talking nonsense and take it back yourself. Oh well. Chen Ming drove the car to Chen Fan's house and greeted her by picking up his things. Auntie, we're back. Chen Fan's mother quickly wiped her hands and came over to greet her. Oh dear, why did you buy so much stuff again? A waste of money. Xiao Su, why has the person been changed again? The words that were on the tip of my mother's tongue were swallowed back down. Isn't this pretty girl in front of me Xiao Su from last time? She gave her son a strange look. Chen Fan noticed his mother's confusion and explained, This is my classmate Tang Jing. We just happened to be passing by, so we came together. Oh, quickly, come inside and sit down. As her mother greeted the guests, Tang Jing politely said, Auntie, please don't be shy. Seeing Chen Fan's mother killing a chicken, she took the tea and put it aside, saying, Auntie, let me help you. No, this girl is too diligent. Chen Fan's mother quickly declined, saying, How can I let a girl do such dirty work? Tang Jing, a city girl, should have never killed a chicken before, yet she still volunteered to help. Chen Fan shouted, You can't do this, Tang Jing. It's okay, I can learn. Seeing how diligent she was, Chen Fan's mother was finding it hard to keep up. She looked at her son, wondering if he had really been replaced. Chen Fan knew his mother's doubts and thought to himself, Mom, it's really not what you think. Chapter 133 Famous Scenes of Rural Blind Dates. Chen Ming stayed for a while, then went home. Chen Fan looked around at his newly built courtyard house, which had a floor area of about 400 square meters. There was only one floor in the front and 2.5 floors in the back. The yard is surrounded by greenery, and it feels so comfortable. Old Chen came back from buying groceries at the market and saw his son. This girl? He stared blankly at Chen Fan, who smiled wryly. Dad, you're back. This is my classmate. Oh, not bad. My son is indeed more successful than me. He put his things down and pulled Chen Fan into the room. Where's Xiao Su? You need to treat her better. Chen Fan, don't cook lunch at home. Your uncle's family is having a matchmaking event today. Old Chen also received a call on the way, inviting them to his uncle's house for dinner. Let's make it tonight. Mom packed her things and went inside to change her clothes. When your uncle's family is looking for a wife, as a relative, you can't dress too shabbily, otherwise people will say that your relatives have no class. Seeing that his parents had finished packing, Chen Fan called to Tang Jing. Let's go. Tang Jing nodded and obediently followed Chen Fan. Old Chen said, Son, your uncle lent us 50,000 yuan to help your cousin find a wife. My cousin Chen Pingyan is an honest man. He's 30 years old and still hasn't found a wife. He's actually not bad looking, just introverted, but he's a very reliable person. He will do his best to do anything he can. His family was poor, so he preferred to drop out of school himself to save money for his younger sister's education. He said that if a girl is uneducated, she will be looked down upon after she gets married. Chen Fan had also been poor in the past, so he could understand this mentality very well. I originally wanted to look for my cousin last time, but he was always working away from home. I never expected that when I came back this time, my cousin would be looking for a wife. Upon hearing that his uncle had borrowed 50,000 yuan, Chen Fan asked, Why didn't you borrow more? Your uncle has helped us a lot, and you are brothers, so you should help each other out. Dad, I can make a lot of money now. If you need anything, just tell me. But don't get cocky and don't go around bragging in the village. Some things are better left unsaid. Society is complex, and talking too much can easily lead to trouble. This was something Chen Fan had been worried about, and he took the opportunity to talk to his parents about it. I know. Now everyone in the village is saying, Mom, stop there. The villagers said that Chen Fan had found a good wife, and that his family was now very wealthy. They also built a new house for old Chen's family. This makes many people envious. Chen Fan had also heard such gossip, but he just smiled. As long as my parents are doing well, it doesn't matter what others say. A family of 4. Oh no. Tang Jing followed Chen Fan, feeling somewhat embarrassed for some reason. Seeing this, Chen Fan smiled and said, My uncle's family are very genuine and honest country folk. They are very hospitable, so don't be nervous. Tang Jing nodded and smiled at Chen Fan. My uncle's house is actually not far away, only a few hundred meters away. Seeing Chen Fan and his family arrive with gifts, the uncle exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, Chen Fan is back. Nephew, not bad. You're a role model in the village now." Chen Fan. Uncle, congratulations. Haha. The uncle smiled broadly, accepted the gifts from his younger brother's family, and said politely, "Come over for a meal. Why are you being so polite?" The two brothers have a pretty good relationship. Old Chen said, "This was bought by Chen Fan. It has nothing to do with me." The uncle turned to look at the girl next to Chen Fan. "Little Sue is here too." Chen Fan was speechless, while Tang Jing looked at him in confusion. Who was Xiao Su? This guy has brought other girls back before. She certainly didn't expect it to be Su Ruzhen. Cough, cough. Old Chen was a little embarrassed. "This isn't Xiao Su. What's wrong with your eyes, bro?" "Oh." The uncle looked at it carefully for a few more moments, then gave a simple, honest smile typical of rural people, saying, I'm sorry. Tang Jing blushed and said, "Hello, uncle. When in Rome, do as the Romans do." Since Chen Fan's uncle was also her uncle, she naturally had to call him uncle as well. To entertain the guests, the aunt specially called her younger sister over to help. The two were busy in the kitchen. Inside the room sat a matchmaker and a woman. She's not young anymore, probably around 28 or 29. Looks like. It's a long story. In Chen Fan's opinion, he really only deserves a score of 50. A round face with freckles. As for her figure, they are roughly the same size from top to bottom. In short, she was a very ordinary woman. But for some reason, she wasn't very happy and had a sullen face. Her mother also came and sat there chatting with the matchmaker while peeling melon seeds. My cousin Shin Pingyan didn't know what was going on either, so he didn't dare stay in the house. He was always busy with this or that, and he was looking down. Chen Fan knew that this guy was nervous. After all, he's 30 years old. If he can reach an agreement, he'll probably be able to get some meat. Chen Fan walked over with a smile and handed him a cigarette. "Congratulations, bro." Chen Pingyan turned and went into the kitchen. "I'm going to check if the vegetables are cooked." Chen Fan laughed loudly. "Your vegetables are cooked. They're perfectly cooked." "You." The moment Chen Fan saw this woman, he felt from the bottom of his heart that she was not good enough for Chen Pingyan. Although my cousin's family is not well off, he is not bad looking. If he dresses up, he is quite handsome. He's just too honest. These days, honest people get the short end of the stick. This was the first time Tang Jing had ever witnessed a blind date, and she actually felt shy upon seeing the scene. Chen Fan asked, "It's not like you're going on a blind date. Why are you so nervous? Your face is all red." Tang Jing couldn't help herself and awkwardly slapped him. After dinner, everyone sat down and began to talk about business. My uncle brought out some rice wine. "Want to have some together?" The matchmaker was known for her eloquence and persuasiveness in the surrounding area. Back then, Chen Fan had just graduated from junior high school. She said, "Don't study anymore. Just get married and have children soon." At that moment, Chen Fan wanted nothing more than to beat her to death. She has a good alcohol tolerance. She can probably drink more than a pound of rice wine. After everyone had taken their cups and walked around, the matchmaker called out to Chen Pingyan, who was sitting at the doorway with a bowl in his hand. "Pingyan, come here. This is a very important event in your life." How could Chen Pingyan dare to come over? When he saw the woman and she said she was his girlfriend, he became incredibly nervous. Blind dates are different from dating. Dating involves two people initially having a good impression of each other, gradually getting to know each other, cultivating feelings, and then developing into lovers. But blind dates are too direct. When two people sit down together, they think about how he or she might become their future partner. My heart started pounding. The purpose was too obvious. Even Chen Fan felt awkward about it. Seeing that Chen Pingyan refused to come over, the matchmaker took a sip of wine and said to the uncle and his wife, "Old Chen, I just talked to the woman's family. Your family's conditions are really quite poor. You haven't even renovated your house. Besides, Chen Pingyan is not young anymore. If the woman marries into the family, you need to build the house as soon as possible." The uncle and his wife repeatedly said, Okay, we'll build the house even if we have to borrow money." "Yes, this is the first one." The matchmaker continued, "When you get engaged, you need to give the woman a deposit of 168,888 yuan. We'll talk about the bride price later. In addition, the clothes, gold and silver jewelry, and gifts for the woman should be prepared according to local customs." The uncle and aunt's faces twitched, but they still replied, "Yes, of course." Chapter 134. The Chun family finally held their heads high in the village. Engagement costs tens of thousands of yuan. This is a local custom. It's getting harder and harder to find a wife these days. But my uncle's family thought differently. The woman wasn't young anymore, and although she has never had children, she has been married once. Upon hearing the matchmaker's high demands, Chun Ping'an rushed in from outside, declaring, "I'm not getting married. Dad, Mom, let's just forget about it. That's too high a price. We can't afford it." He threw down the bowl and stormed out. Seeing this, Chun Fan also dropped his rice bowl and chased after them. Chun Ping'an sat by the pond at the entrance of the village, feeling very troubled. Our family had made some money, but a few years ago my mother fell ill. She spent all the money she and her father had earned. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be single now. Chun Fan walked over, handed him a cigarette, and then sat down next to him. The two brothers lit cigarettes and puffed away together. "Brother, say something. Do you like this girl?" Chun Fan gazed at the pond, wanting to know Chun Ping'an's true thoughts. Chun Ping'an shook his head. "At my age, do I still need to beg for love? It's just about finding a woman to carry on the family line, so that we won't be gossiped about by the villagers later." "I'm relieved to hear you say that. Take my advice, brother. A man's ambition lies in all directions. Go out and explore the world." Chun Ping'an sighed. "Where can I go? You know your brother. He can't do anything except for some monotonous work." Chun Fan put his arm around his shoulder and laughed. "Don't be so discouraged. Come with me. Now your brother can earn money. If I have something to eat, you'll naturally have a share too." Chun Ping'an was taken aback. "How can that be? I don't want to drag you into this. Besides, you haven't even graduated from university yet. Even though you found a rich girlfriend, rich people look down on you, and you still have to be mindful of their attitude." Chun Fan said, "You look down on your brother that much? Let me tell you the truth. I've started my own company. Chun Ming is also hanging out with me." Oh, when Chun Ming came back last time, he took 1 million yuan and rebuilt the old house and his family into a villa. Everyone in the village says he's awesome, successful, and doing quite well. Unlike Chun Fan, a college student who can only live off a woman. They said it with a mixture of hatred and envy. "Here's what we'll do. I'll give you some money, uncle. You can build the house at home first, and then come to Jiangzhou to find me. As long as you trust your brother, if others make 10 or 20,000, you can surely make 7 or 8,000 if you work hard, right?" Chun Ping'an nodded vigorously. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's go then." The two brothers returned triumphantly and proudly. The woman left in anger after hearing what Chun Ping'an had just said. The matchmaker was very unhappy, saying that the Chun family was poor but still acted like this. "The woman doesn't mind, yet you're still being picky. These days, it's good enough to be able to get a wife." Well, the matchmaker left in a huff. The uncle and aunt looked worried, but Chun Ping'an was particularly happy. "Dad, Mom, we don't need to go on blind dates anymore. I'm going to Jiangzhou to work with Chun Fan." Chun Fan called everyone into the room and shared his thoughts. He immediately transferred 1 million to his uncle's bank card. Then he patted his uncle on the shoulder and said, "Don't sigh like that. When my brother has money, he'll marry a beautiful woman. I guarantee I'll give you 8 or 10 grandsons. Look how happy you are." Tang Jing blushed when she heard this. When the uncle and aunt saw the transfer on their bank card, they were stunned. "Chun Fan, please don't do this. This is my own money. Take it, build the house, and our Chun family will be able to hold our heads high in the village." "But we can't afford it, nephew." Seeing the way my uncle and aunt looked, they were indeed honest people. Chun Fan said, "This is a gift from my nephew to you. What's there to repay? You're my uncle, which means I'm your son too. Why should we be so formal? Let's build the house first." This nephew is so wonderful. The uncle's family was so moved they couldn't express their feelings. He held Chun Fan's hand tightly and nodded repeatedly. Auntie wiped away her tears. "Chun Fan, thank you so much. We old bones don't know what to say or do, so let Ping'an repay this favor in the future." After a lifetime of hardship, he finally saw the dawn of his family's rise. Then the elderly couple instructed their son, "Ping'an, go with your brother. Leave the house building to us. Remember, your life belongs to your brother. No matter what he says or does, you must do everything in your power to help him." Chun Ping'an knelt down with a thud. "Dad, Mom, I understand." Chun Fan's parents were very pleased to see their son so successful. Tang Jing, who was watching from the side, was quite moved and was also infected by the atmosphere, so she quietly turned her back. Chun Fan didn't stay at home for long. He returned to Jiangzhou the next day. He told Chen Pingyan to stay with Chun Ming for the time being. Chen Pingyan has little formal education, but he is very strong and more than capable of working as a security guard. Of course, once Chen Fan has free time, we will gradually cultivate his abilities. As soon as she got back to the apartment, Lu Wushuang couldn't wait to skip class and come out. When she saw the big bad wolf, she hugged him tightly. Chen Fan could feel her strength. It was all longing. Skipping class, huh? You're getting bolder and bolder. Lu Wushuang didn't say anything, but pressed her face against his chest. After cuddling for a while, Chen Fan picked her up and asked, "Let me see if you've lost weight?" Lu Wushuang shook her head. No. Recently, she saw many comments about her on the school's BBS. Dad's mom is too young. I'm so annoyed. In a fit of anger, she hacked the forum. Chen Fan had just caught his breath when Lu Ruoxian called. "Chen Fan, are you back? You're a god. I just arrived in Jiangzhou." Chen Fan could hear the weariness in her voice on the phone. "Are you still half asleep? What's wrong? Have you brought the raw stone back and processed it yet?" Lu Ruoxian sighed softly. "It's not that I'm not awake. It's that I'm mentally exhausted." She didn't know how to start the conversation. The rough stones were all brought back and cut, and they all turned out to be valuable. "Thank you. This was handled beautifully, and my family is very happy." Chen Fan said politely, "No need to thank me. It was nothing. Besides, the two sides had a prior collaboration, so Chen Fan would also get a share of the profits." But Lu Ruoxian found it difficult to say. "It has nothing to do with me. It's someone else's achievement. You probably don't know this, but that bastard Lu Jiping drugged a few of us on the way. He brought back the raw stones with his bodyguards to claim credit. Puff. Are there really such shameless people in the world? This guy's shamelessness is almost on par with Guo Jinliang's." Chen Fan was utterly speechless. Lu Ruoxian sighed. "Fortunately, the raw stone is unharmed. When are you free? I'll treat you to dinner." Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Chen Fan could only agree. "Then let's do it tonight. You choose the location." Chapter 135. Don't you want to learn from Wang Jihuan? "I have to meet with President Lu tonight, so I can't have dinner with you," Chen Fan told Lu Wushuang helplessly. Lu Wushuang puffed out her cheeks and exclaimed, "Oh." Although she was somewhat unhappy, she was still reasonable. Chen Fan whispered in her ear, "Leave the door open for me." Lu Wushuang immediately blushed, feeling extremely ashamed. "But I really like it." Chen Fan took a shower and changed his clothes. Xiao Xiao called out, "President Chen, I've looked at a few more villas. Would you like to choose one? Let's talk about it later. There's no rush." "All right. I've been looking at villas these past few days and have posted several updates on my WeChat moments." The news has caused an uproar on social media, with everyone expressing envy. Many men who secretly admired or liked her silently put their feelings aside. Well, that's too high a bar to be trodden upon. After all, they're the ones who want to buy a villa, while I have to rely on a loan for even the down payment. Chen Fan left the apartment, and Su Ruzhen called. "Come over and keep me company tonight." "No, I have an appointment with Lu Ruoxian today to discuss a collaboration." Su Ruzhen was annoyed. "How can I have a baby if I work with her?" "Cannot. That's right, you can do it with me. Tell me, when are you coming?" "Let's do it another day. I definitely can't go tonight." Without saying a word, Su Yaojing sent him a photo of herself lying in the bedroom. "Don't you want to learn from Wang Jihuan?" Cough cough. Chen Fan wiped the blood from his nose. "What do you mean? I don't understand. All clothes worn during the day are gone." Holy crap. Su Yaojing is driving so fast. I can't stop. Beep beep. Chen Ming drove over, and Chen Fan chatted for a few minutes before hanging up. Soon, Lu Ruoxian told him, "I'm at the entrance of Ruinfu Road Park. Come over here." When the two arrived, Lu Ruoxian was sitting in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class and waving at him. "Where are you planning to eat?" Lu Ruoxian didn't answer him, but told Chen Ming, "Leave him to me. You don't need to worry about him tonight." Chen Fan's heart tightened. "President Lu, aren't you a picky eater?" Lu Ruoxian frowned, not understanding what he meant. Chen Fan said, "I'm still a child." Roll. Lu Ruoxian finally realized what was happening and rolled her eyes at the guy. "Would I possibly have designs on you? In my eyes, you are really a child. Little brother." After getting into Lu Ruoxian's car, she drove it into a private estate. "Where's this?" "Never mind that. Just come in with me." Seeing Lu Ruoxian stop the car and jump out first, Chen Fan hesitated to get out. He looked around and thought, "Why do I smell a dangerous aura?" "You're down." Lu Ruoxian chuckled. After Chen Fan got out of the car, he said, "My dad wants to see you." "Wipe. How could you do this?" Didn't you say you'd treat me to dinner alone? Is there? Lu Ruoxian turned her head to look at him. Her exquisite face was particularly beautiful. I originally invited you to dinner alone, but my dad suddenly called and said he wanted to meet you. Let's go? He doesn't eat people. We're already here. What else can we do? Chen Fan had no choice but to go inside with her. These private mountain retreats are very quiet, with almost no outsiders. As Lu Ruoxian entered the hall, the magnificent chandelier shone brightly, and the European style was refreshing. The nannies, bodyguards, and staff here are all well organized. When they saw Lu Ruoxian return with her entourage, they all bowed and exclaimed, "Young miss." Lu Ruoxian waved her hand and led Chen Fan to restaurant number 2. Go and tell the master that the guests have arrived. Okay, I'll go right away. The nanny hurried upstairs, and a short while later, a middle-aged couple slowly descended the spiral staircase. Dad, Mom, Chen Fan has arrived. The middle-aged man wore glasses and had a neat buzz cut. He looked very serious, much like a big shot on TV. The woman next to him looked very elegant and dignified. This is Xiao Chun. Please sit down. Please sit down. Don't be shy. Mrs. Lu greeted the guests with a smile. So you're Xiao Chun? As Lu Ziyuan came downstairs, he kept sizing up Chen Fan. Yes. Hello, Chairman Lu. Chen Fan showed no pressure whatsoever, which surprised Lu Ziyuan. You should know that people usually become very nervous and reserved when they see you because of your status and position. The young man in front of him acted as if nothing had happened, which made Lu Ziyuan feel somewhat invisible. Sit. After everyone was seated, Madame Lu instructed the kitchen to serve the dishes. Xiao Chun, do you drink? Thank you, but I'm still a student and don't drink. What kind of drinks do we have with them? Let's finish eating early and go home. He glanced at Lu Ruoxian, thinking, that lays a bones. I knew I shouldn't have come. Su Yaojing was still waiting for her clothes to be completely removed during the day. I heard Chen Fan doesn't drink, so let's eat. The food arrived quickly. There were more than a dozen dishes for the 4 of us. The nanny came over and served everyone a bowl of soup. Lu Ziyuan took a sip and asked, Xiao Chun, I heard from Ruxian about your business in Yunnan. Are you interested in coming to our Lu family? Not interested. Chen Fan shook his head. Lu Ziyuan was completely taken aback by his direct rejection. Lu Ruoxian's breath hitched, and she almost spat out a mouthful of soup. Cough, cough. She covered her mouth with a tissue, looking at the guy with annoyance. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, she quickly explained, Dad, with Chen Fan's abilities, how could he possibly work for someone else? Lu Ziyuan looked up. How about you and Ruoxian start a new company together? Chen Fan didn't understand what he meant. What is Lu Ziyuan trying to do? Lu Ruoxian clearly didn't know her father's intentions. Dad, what? Lu Ziyuan said. In a few days, I will separate the jewelry business and you can take charge of that business. Previously, the jewelry industry was part of the parent company, but now Lu Ziyuan wants to separate it. Lu Ruoxian understood. But will my uncles agree to this? Grandpa wouldn't agree, would he? I'll handle this. Lu Ziyuan didn't say much, but instead asked Chen Fan, what do you think? Their previous cooperation is obviously null and void. That's no problem. Mr. Lu can just come up with the specific plan when the time comes. Okay, it's settled then. Lu Ziyuan was very decisive, settling the matter with just a few simple words. During the rest of the meal, business was not discussed further. Only Madame Lu kept urging Chen Fan to eat more vegetables. Chen Fan really didn't have much of an appetite in this environment. He quickly finished half a bowl of rice, and after everyone had finished eating, he said goodbye. Lu Ruoxian said, I'll take you. Dad, Mom, let's go. Watching her daughter and Chen Fan leave in a hurry, Madame Lu asked worriedly, Yuan, do you think he's reliable? What if my brother and the others cause trouble? Lu Ziyuan frowned deeply. I'm saving the Lu family. If we don't divest our core business of jewelry, the entire Lu family will eventually fall into their hands. Then he murmured, I hope Ruoxian hasn't misjudged me. Chapter 136. This Xiao Xiao is such a waste of talent. Outside the villa, a gentle night breeze blew as Chen Fan saw Lu Ruoxian chasing after him. Don't bother seeing me off. I'll go home myself. That won't do. You have to finish what you start. No. Chen Fan waved his hand, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped himself. Lu Ruoxian looked at him teasingly. Afraid I'll ruin your good time. Did you make plans with your girlfriend? President Lu knows so much. It's okay. I'll take you there. Seeing Lu Ruoxian's insistence, Chen Fan scratched his head and said, No, I just don't know which girlfriend to go to. Lu Ruoxian's face darkened. You're such a womanizer. Chen Ming drove over to pick him up, and Chen Fan gave her a knowing smile. Lu Ruoxian rolled her eyes. I didn't expect this guy to be so wicked. Arriving at Su Ruzhen's villa, the two were overcome with passion. Gazing at Su Yaojing's jade-like skin, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's incredible that a woman could be born so exquisitely beautiful. Did God create women specifically to harm men? It took until 9:30. Chen Fan stood at the window, lit a cigarette, and looked back at his other villa. This villa is here. It's impossible for me to come and live here. Keep it. After staying at Su Ruzhen's place until after 11 p.m., Wang Hao called and asked him to go out for a late-night snack. Chen Fan asked, "Want to come along?" Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes seductively. "Do you think I still have the energy to move?" Chen Fan lovingly stroked her long hair. "You must be moderate." Faint. Chen Fan put on his clothes and prepared to leave. By the way, have the garlic contracts been closed out yet? We're planning for the next big trend these next few days. Su Ruzhen stretched and asked, "Are you coming over after you finish your late-night snack?" "No, you should go to sleep early." Chen Ming waited in the car until Chen Fan came out. "Brother Fan, is there another round?" "Take care of yourself." Chen Fan glared at him. "Stop arguing. Call my brother and let's go get some late-night snacks." Chen Ming made a phone call and asked Chen Pingyan to wait at the agreed intersection. After picking him up, the three of them headed towards the night snack city where Wang Hao and his group were located. Upon meeting, Chen Fan tossed a pack of cigarettes to Wang Hao. "What? This is a reward for you." Wang Hao was completely bewildered. "I was just making a phone call. Is it really that big of a deal?" Yilang had a brilliant idea. "Holy crap. We're brothers, so we'll split it in half. There are many people here tonight. Qi Nan and Su Keqing are both there." Chen Fan patted Chen Pingyan on the shoulder. "This is my brother. Let's take him to experience the prosperity of this city. I'll cover the cost." Wang Hao and his companion patted their chests and said, "Leave it to us." It was past 1 a.m. when I got back to the apartment. As usual, he continued climbing onto the balcony, which served as Chen Fan's safety exit. Just as I jumped over, a figure pounced on me. Lu Wushuang's soft body nestled into his arms. This girl really didn't sleep. She's really addicted. "Chen Fan, do you love me?" In the darkness, Lu Wushuang pressed against his chest and asked. Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine, and a bad premonition suddenly arose. He cupped Lu Wushuang's face in his hands, examining her with a puzzled look in the dim light outside. "What's wrong with you?" Lu Wushuang dodged his hands and buried her head in his chest. "No, I just miss you so much." Sigh. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He held Lu Wushuang tightly. "Can I take you with me next time we go out?" Lu Wushuang looked up. "Really? Real?" Chen Fan pinched her cheek, and the girl finally smiled happily. It was getting late, so after a quick wash, Lu Wushuang hugged me tightly like a pet. "I'm a little tired today." Just as she was getting ready for bed, Lu Wushuang crawled into the covers. Chen Fan tensed up and instinctively jumped up. "What are you doing? Who taught you this?" Lu Wushuang was stunned by him, her eyelids blinking rapidly. Chen Fan sensed something was wrong. How could Lu Wushuang, such an innocent girl, know these things? "Tell me what happened." Lu Wushuang covered her face and lay on the bed. "I'm not talking about it anymore. I'm not talking about it anymore." Chen Fan looked at her with a puzzled expression. Something was wrong. Could my snow lotus have been contaminated? He leaned close to Lu Wushuang's ear and asked, "Did you do something bad?" "No, it was Sister Xiao Xiao who taught me. When you weren't around, she showed me short videos." What a waste of talent Xiao Xiao has. It would be a disservice not to promote her to a supervisor position. This girl is pretty good. Chen Fan then smiled happily and said, "It's all right. You're great." The next day at lunchtime, Chen Fan added a chicken leg to Xiao Xiao's plate. Xiao Xiao looked at him with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong, boss? Eat more. You've been working too hard lately." "Am I tired?" Xiao Xiao thought she had been rewarded by her boss for looking at houses. "Shall we go see that Riverview villa?" She looked at more than a dozen villa developments in the past few days, and this Riverview villa was the best one she felt. Especially when you sit on the second floor and look out at the rolling river. Unbeatable field of vision. Moreover, these detached villas are perfect for parties and barbecues. Chen Fan looked at the photos she posted and said, "Go take a look. If it's good, then go for it." He usually wouldn't bother going, but this time he wanted to stay somewhere else. You could say they settled down in Jiangzhou. Chen Ming drove them to the sales office of Wanxiang International, where Xiao Xiao had her eye on Building 28. Like Jiangshan Dijin, it is also fully furnished. You can move in as soon as you buy furniture and appliances. The community environment and property management are quite good. Chen Fan only looked at it for less than 10 minutes before paying the full amount. One swipe of the card, and over 40 million was gone. The house is registered under Chen Fan's own name. The rest of the matters were left to Xiao Xiao to handle. After leaving the sales office, Chen Fan walked to the riverbank and stood with his hands behind his back. Facing the mighty river, I felt a special kind of emotion. The mighty river flows eastward, its waves sweeping away countless heroes of the past. In the ever-flowing tide of history, who can remain forever in people's hearts? 6 months ago, I was just an unknown nobody. They now possess a fortune of hundreds of billions and own 2 major companies. Thinking back to my past mediocrity and destitution, all of this will be swept away by the mighty river. In the vast sea of commerce, who will rise and who will fall? I am Chen Fan. One day, we will stand at the top of the world. Keep striving. Juvenile. Xiao Xiao finished completing the formalities and came out of the sales office. Boss, what are you thinking about? Chen Fan turned around and smiled slightly. We'll be living here from now on, so please get this place ready as soon as possible. Okay, Xiao Xiao answered excitedly. She also liked this place. It was much more comfortable than staying in the apartment. In the future, when Chen Fan wasn't around, she would sip coffee and admire the stunning river view. It feels like the bosses are all working for me. Xiao Xiao, you can pick out a car yourself another day. On the way back, Chen Fan gave Xiao Xiao instructions, and Xiao Xiao nodded repeatedly. Yes, thank you, boss. She blinked at Chen Fan. My boss treats me so well, shouldn't I be more proactive? We've been here for so long, and haven't accomplished anything. Chapter 137, A Dazzling Night Belonging to Zhuobing. Pig, are you back yet? Chen Fan was on his way back to his apartment when Zhuobing suddenly sent him a WeChat message. He had seen Zhuobing's WeChat moments these past few days. She had been busy with the model competition. Zhuobing's cousins Wu Chun and Han Kaiying also went to the scene, forming a strong group of relatives and friends. Tonight's competition will determine the final champion, runner-up, and third-place winners for the region. Upon receiving Zhuobing's message, Chen Fan smiled slightly. What time is the final? I'll definitely be there. It starts at 7:30 and the results will be out at 9 o'clock. Okay. After replying to the message, Chen Fan put down his phone. Chen Ming, you and Xiao Xiao need to do something right away. Xiao Xiao said excitedly. Please give your instructions, boss. Go and organize some people to buy up all the fireworks in the city. Okay. Without any hesitation, the two responded loudly. Of course, if there aren't enough people, Chen Ming can bring over 100 people from the company's security department. If that's not enough, we can also transfer people from Jiangzhou Hotel. All we need to do is tell Lu Ruoxian. Chen Fan instructed. After purchasing them, leave all fireworks in their original locations and await my orders. Yes. Upon receiving their orders, the two immediately began their operation. Then Chen Fan made another call. The flower shop? Order me 9,999 roses. Yes. Deliver it to the stadium entrance at 9 o'clock. After doing all this, Chen Fan went back to take a shower and change his clothes. At 7:30, the East China Regional Finals of the National Model Competition officially began. Han Kaiying, Zhua Handong, Zhua Chun, at least 30 members of the family and friends group sat anxiously in their seats, their anxiety even greater than Zhuobing's. Zhua Handong craned his neck. Where's Chen Fan? Why hasn't he arrived yet? I don't know. They're probably busy. Han Chai-young held her phone, ready to record her daughter's most glorious moment. Since this selection was for car models, each time a model went on stage, there were different car models from different brands as a backdrop. Mr. Tan, the owner of the luxury car dealership where Chen Fan bought his car last time, was also present at the competition. He was also one of the sponsors of this event. They had their own car models in this competition. However, the organizer this time was CCTV, and the judges were all nationally renowned figures. The entire event was broadcast live, leaving no room for any deception. Each model who went on stage wore her own number, and their figures and looks were absolutely top-notch. After the preliminary rounds and semi-finals, the remaining 36 contestants advanced to the finals. 2 contestants come up each time, and after a catwalk and a performance, the winner is finally determined. Zhuobing was in the 9th group, and her partner was also a tall girl. She is quite well known in the Jiangzhou car model circle, and she is a favorite to win the championship this time. Moreover, He has a powerful older brother supporting him. If it weren't for the fact that CCTV directly appointed judges, they might have already been pre-selected. When Zhuo Bing saw the contestants coming on stage backstage, she noticed that they all had outstanding temperaments and were particularly stylish and elegant. Everyone's makeup and styling are professionally designed by makeup artists and costume designers. Unlike open auditions, which are more casual, Zhuo Bing was wearing a white short dress, which suited her skin and figure very well. Finally, it was Zhuo Bing and her friends' turn to go on stage. The two girls walked out from backstage. After a runway show, they came to the car and struck various poses. The flashbulbs were constantly going off, and the live broadcast attracted countless viewers across the country. Zhuo Bing stood on the stage, calm and composed. She wasn't nervous at all. Instead, she had a sweet smile on her face. Han Chai-young waved excitedly when she saw her daughter, screaming, "Bing Bing is the best." Behind the huge stadium, rows of lights suddenly appeared, forming words. "Go Zhuo Bing. Awesome. Zhuo Bing will win." Chen Fan, that pig, is waving a sign in the distance. Zhuo Bing's face was beaming with a smile of love. She completed all the tasks, bowed to the audience with the girl on stage to express her gratitude, and then left the stage. The contestants who have finished the competition cannot come out immediately. They must wait backstage. The judges continued until all the contestants had finished their catwalks and the scores were tallied. The host asked all the contestants to stand in a row on the stage and wait for the results of the competition to be announced. The venue was quiet, with even the audience trying not to make a sound, eagerly anticipating the results of tonight's final. A few minutes later, the host received the final results selected by the judging panel. He waved the envelope and said, "Hello everyone. The results of the East China Regional Car Model Competition are out. So, who will be the champion, runner-up, and third-place winner we've been waiting for?" Looking at the row of young and beautiful women, the host smiled and said, "The answer is in my hands. Now, I will officially announce the results of the selection." He opened the envelope in front of everyone. Wow. The third-place winner in the Donghua division of the National Car Model Competition is Wang Jieli, number 8. Clap, clap, clap. The entire audience erupted in applause. A girl standing in the front row was flattered when she heard her name called, and instinctively covered her wide, open mouth. "Oh my God, is it really me?" She seems to be an underdog, which surprised even herself. The host asked her to stand in the third-place position at the front. Next, we announced the runner-up. The runner-up of the Donghua division of the National Car Model Competition is Cheng Shishir, number 22. Number 22 is the girl who shared the stage with Zhuo Bing, and she is also a favorite to win the championship this time. But she only won second place, and even though she had won, she was still stunned. "I only came in second place." She seemed a little disappointed when the host asked her to come forward. However, she is indeed quite good. She has impressive assets and is very beautiful. She really couldn't understand who she had lost to. Zhuo Bing stood there, but her gaze was directed in Chen Fan's direction. When she heard Cheng Shishir's name, she felt she had no chance, because Cheng Shishir stood out so much among the group. Logically speaking, she should have been the undisputed champion this time. But she actually lost. That means I probably don't have a chance either. But Zhuo Bing has a good personality, and she feels quite happy to be able to stand on this stage. The host smiled and asked, "Which contestant will ultimately win the championship?" He kept everyone in suspense, saying, "All right, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I bet the viewers at home are getting impatient. Now I officially announce that the champion of the Donghua division of the National Car Model Competition is number 19, Zhuo Bing." Oh, Zhuo Bing really couldn't believe that she was the champion of this competition. Like Wang Jieli, she was extremely shocked. Below the stage, thunderous applause erupted, and thousands cheered. The family and friends were so eager to rush onto the stage that they stood up, waved their hands, and shouted Zhuo Bing's name. Zhuo Bing waved, her smile particularly bright. After the awards ceremony, Zhuo Bing emerged slowly, surrounded by her family and friends. A large number of reporters swarmed around her, taking photos incessantly. But what about Chen Fan? Zhuo Bing looked around and saw several florist employees pushing a huge cart of roses over. "Are you Zhuo Bing? This was a gift from your boyfriend." Wow, 9,999 roses. Zhuo Bing was stunned and covered her mouth. What on earth is this pig doing? Where are the others? I just saw him. Just then, Zhuo Bing's phone rang. It was Chen Fan. "Where are you?" Zhuo Bing bit her lip, her heart pounding with excitement. Chen Fan's voice came through the phone. "Look up at the sky. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Call out. Bang. In an instant, a cluster of fireworks shot into the sky, blooming into beautiful flowers in the night sky. Immediately afterwards, countless fireworks, as if receiving a command, soared into the sky from every corner of the city, creating a dazzling display. Whoosh bang. Whoosh whoosh bang bang bang. Flowers bloom all over the city. The night sky was absolutely dazzling. Chapter 138 is a bit arrogant. Wow. So beautiful. Zwabing stared blankly at the sky, completely stunned. Pig. What are you doing? Haha. Shin Fan laughed. These are the fireworks I prepared for you. Tonight is your special night. Do you like it? I love it. I love it. Zwabing nodded, moved to tears. The fireworks continued uninterrupted. They bloomed continuously in the sky above the city. They are so beautiful, so dazzling. The audience poured out of the stadium, gazing at the sky in awe. Countless citizens also leaned out of their windows to enjoy this grand spectacle. On the street, everyone was looking up at the sky. Even the driver was stunned, stopped the car, and got out to watch the fireworks. The entire city seemed to stand still, except for the dazzling fireworks and the magnificent sky. Everyone stood motionless, staring blankly. The fireworks display stunned everyone. They just didn't understand that this grand event was all for Zwabing to win the championship. Zhua Handong and Han Kaiying gazed at the sky, their hearts filled with profound awe. Zwabing's cousin was so envious she cried. She turned around and hugged her boyfriend, her eyes brimming with tears. Honey, I want a feast like this too. Xiao Yuan. The fireworks lasted for a full half-hour before stopping, but the crowd's hearts remained unsettled for a long time. Zwabing cried her heart out. Pig, where are you? Look back. Chen Fan shouted into the phone. Zwabing turned her head. Turning around suddenly, she saw Chen Fan standing under a tree, smiling and waving at her. Chen Fan. Zwabing dropped what she was holding and ran away. Seeing this, Zhua Handong turned to look at his wife. Wife? What? Han Kaiying glared at him, and Zhua Handong reluctantly abandoned his romantic thoughts. As they were getting ready to head over, they exclaimed, Huh? Where are Zwabing and the others? Zwabing and Chen Fan had already gotten into a taxi. Driver, to Yuanzhou International Hotel. The taxi driver, being quite gossipy, asked, Did you see the fireworks just now? I heard it was prepared by her boyfriend for tonight's model champion. Wow, you're really well informed. The two smiled but did not speak. The taxi driver was particularly excited, saying, Back in the day, when I got married, I just set off firecrackers, but he lit up the whole sky. I wish I had a son-in-law like that. Driver, please drive carefully. Chen Fan held Zwabing in his arms, preventing the driver from seeing her face. Upon arrival, Chen Fan scanned the 38 yuan fare and said, Keep the change. Taxi driver. Damn it, you still owe me 50 cents? Chen Fan brought Zwabing to the hotel suite he had booked in advance. As soon as they entered, he picked Zwabing up and spun her around a dozen times. Are you happy today? Zwabing nodded vigorously. Then, Pop. Love you. Zwabing smiled and hugged Chen Fan tightly. Outside the stadium, Zhua Handong looked left and right, but the two guys were nowhere to be seen. Chai Young, call them right now. Han Chai Young glared at him, thinking, how tactless of him. Let's go quickly. Let's go back. Let's go back. The next morning, Zwabing was woken up by countless phone calls. There are media reporters, talent scouts from entertainment companies, agents, and so on. Of course, many classmates also called or sent WeChat messages to congratulate us. Zwabing lay on the bed, really not wanting to return the call. Chen Fan called out, Get up. It's already 9:30. Zwabing sat up and looked at him. You dragged me here last night. How are you going to explain this to my parents? You just told them you went back to school. Can they believe it? Believe it or not, do you think they'll expose you? Zwabing rolled her eyes, looking rather arrogant. This leaves my parents with no choice but to suffer in silence, too embarrassed to even ask. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Chen Fan went out to open the door. It's probably the hotel delivering breakfast. He made a phone call just now specifically requesting it. Sure enough, the waiter pushed the food cart in, put the food down, and then went back out. Chen Fan helped Zwabing up, and they ate breakfast. Her phone rang again, and it was an unknown number. Annoyed, Zwabing answered, Hello. Hello. I'm a talent scout from entertainment company. Beep, beep, beep. Zwabing hung up the phone immediately. This guy hit me at least 10 times. Are you planning to join an entertainment company? Zwabing shook her head. I've heard that there are a lot of unspoken rules in that industry. Chen Fan laughed and said, If you want to develop in this direction, my agency is a very safe choice. Let them run it for you. No problem at all. Oh, Zwabing was surprised that Chun Fan was so familiar with this. Hurry up and eat. I'll take you there later. We're all family here, so there won't be any trouble. After the two finished breakfast, Zwabing tidied up briefly and left the hotel with Chin Fan. The administration building next door is Shun Mingyao's office. Chin Fan took her to the 28th floor. Knock, knock, knock. Shin Mingyao was busy when Chun Fan knocked on the door. She looked up and asked, "What brings you here?" Then she saw the girl behind Chin Fan, and her eyes lit up. This girl has a great figure. Her long legs are mesmerizing. Today, Shin Mingyao wore a Chanel summer outfit, looking graceful and exuding an indescribable mature charm. Especially when she stood up, her posture. "President Shun, I've brought your men." Chun Fan greeted her, and Shin Mingyao quickly went to greet him personally. "And this is?" Chun Fan held Zwabing's hand and said, "My girlfriend, Zwabing." "Oh, how beautiful." Even Shun Mingyao couldn't help but admire Zwabing upon seeing her. Zwabing looked at him with suspicion. "You are Teacher Shin?" Haha. Chun Fan laughed. "Yes, this is my former homeroom teacher, and also the goddess teacher of our school." Zwabing was extremely surprised. She hadn't expected it to really be Teacher Shin. No wonder I felt like I'd seen this somewhere before when I came in. How did she end up starting her own company? Since we all know each other so well, it's much easier to have a conversation. Chin Fan explained his purpose. Zwabing had just won the championship of the East China region of the national model competition organized by CCTV. He wanted Shin Mingyao to help promote Zwabing and make her shine in the industry. Shin Mingyao nodded repeatedly. "Of course, your girlfriend is definitely fine. We will definitely go all out and devote all our resources to building it." Shin Fan said to Zwabing. "With Teacher Shin here, you don't need to worry." Zwabing nodded, but she was still curious about how Chin Fan could be so free in Teacher Shin's company. Seeing her confusion, Shin Mingyao explained, "Chun Fan is our company's investor and boss. I'm just working for him." Zwabing was shocked. This guy was really that awesome? Teacher Shin's company looks very big. After chatting for over an hour in Shin Mingyao's office, Shin Mingyao noticed it was getting late and said, "Let's go eat first, and then we can sign the contract when we get back." Even though she's the boss's girlfriend, we still have to go through some procedures. Shin Mingyao made a phone call and asked her assistant to book a restaurant. Chapter 139, The Ex-Husband's Tears. The restaurant booked by the assistant was 1916 Mansion, a place Chun Fan had been to before. He let Shin Mingyao and the others go in first, while he went to the restroom. As soon as I unzipped my jacket, I saw a man standing next to me. "Hey, President he." The other person also saw him and exclaimed in surprise. "Mr. Chun, what a coincidence." "Yes. Come in P2. Chun Fan quickly resolved the issue and left, while President he remained standing there waiting. An advertisement was posted above the stand. "Frequent urination, urgency, incomplete urination, please come to Dongfang Hospital." When they arrived at the private room, Shin Mingyao was already ordering. Seeing Chun Fan come in, she handed him the menu and asked, "What do you like to eat?" "Let the girls order." "Come on, pick your favorite." Chun Fan is not a picky eater, and besides, he had already eaten here once before and the food was quite good. So they instructed the waiters to bring out several of their signature dishes, and then add 2 or 3 more to make it almost complete. Shin Mingyao suggested, "Let's have some drinks and welcome Zwabing to our big family." Chun Fan turned to Zwabing and asked, "What kind of wine do you want to drink?" Zwabing said it was fine. Chun Fan knew her alcohol tolerance. "Let's drink red wine instead, and take care of the others." Chun Fan ordered a bottle of red wine worth 7,000 yuan. Just after we ordered, a man wearing a white shirt and tie barged in. He asked the waiter, clearly annoyed, "What's going on? This wasn't ordered by me." He froze halfway through his sentence. "Shin Mingyao? It's you." Shin Mingyao's expression changed drastically when she saw the other person. She never expected to run into her scumbag ex-husband here, but she had already given up on him, otherwise she wouldn't have gotten divorced. "What business is it of yours that I'm here?" Shin Mingyao is no longer the teacher who was once full of poetry and literature. She has become a powerful businesswoman. Seeing this woman who once possessed such qualities, and who is now beautiful, sexy, and stylish, Zhu Yiping felt a strong pang of jealousy, and after glancing at the people in the private room, his resentment only intensified. "Excuse me, this is the private room I booked. Please leave." Shin Mingyao ignored him and looked at the waiter instead. The waiter explained, "Sir, you may have made a mistake. Please go to the front desk to check. This private room was booked by this lady. Zhu Yiping didn't leave, but instead sneered. Shen Mingyao, weren't you arrogant? How come you got expelled from school? Humph. She insisted on divorcing me over such a trivial matter. To tell you the truth, I got promoted again. The guest I'm inviting today is President He, from one of the 4 major banks. If you change your mind now and get back together with me, I can treat you the same as before. If this drags on for a few more years, at your age, it will be difficult to find someone who can keep up with me. Shen Mingyao's face turned cold. Get out. You are not welcome here. Zhu Yiping glanced at the crowd and, seeing that there were no important figures among them, sneered, don't push your luck. If I become successful one day, you'll have to wait until I'm in a good mood to try and curry favor with me. Roll. Shen Mingyao was furious. At this moment, Chun Fan stood up, picked up a glass of water from the table, and asked, what did you say? Zhu Yiping glanced at him disdainfully. What's it to you? Do you still harbor any illusions about her? Puff. Chun Fan splashed a glass of water in his face. Your mouth stinks. You have 1 second to get out of this private room right now, or you'll regret it. Chun Fan naturally had to defend Shen Mingyao, since she dared to insult her. Zhu Yiping wiped the water off his face, glaring angrily at Shen Fan. Damn it, this is between me and my ex-wife. What business is it of yours to interfere? Were you two already in a relationship? You adulterous couple. Snap. Shen Fan wasn't going to tolerate him and slapped him across the face. Zhu Yiping staggered back several steps after being hit, yelling, damn it. You dare hit me? Yes, I'll hit you. Shen Fan was very unhappy. Huang Jun Ma Rue, drag him out. 2 bodyguards rushed in, about to grab Zhu Yiping and drag him out, when President He, who was returning from the restroom, passed by the private room and immediately saw Shen Fan. I was just looking for him when I realized there was trouble in the private room. He walked in and saw that the troublemaker was none other than Zhu Yiping. President Chun, what's going on here? Last time, with Shen Fan's help, I deposited 2 billion yuan in their bank. President He was just looking for an opportunity to thank him, but he didn't expect to run into him today. When Chun Fan saw President He come in, he waved his hand and said, it's nothing. I just ran into a mad dog. President He stared at Zhu Yiping. Manager Zhu, what do you mean? How dare you offend President Chun? Go back and tell Zhao Guowei that the loan is out of the question. You can leave now. I can't afford this meal. President He, that's a fart. Mr. Chun is my most honored guest. You've offended him. Do you still expect to get the loan? You can leave now. I really don't know how Zhao Guowei uses people. Seeing how angry President He was, Zhu Yiping panicked completely. Damn, this kid has quite a background. The thought of messing things up made me panic. No, President He, please give me a chance. Their boss, Zhao Guowei, is arriving soon. If he knew that he was the one who messed things up, how could he possibly continue working? He was just bragging to Shen Mingyao about getting promoted. This is it, we're doomed. President He certainly wouldn't give him that kind of face. After all, what is Zhu Yiping to someone like him? Even their boss, Zhao Guowei, had to be very polite and respectful in front of them. You've missed your chance, get out. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yiping collapsed on the spot. He clung to President He's leg, pleading, no, President He. It wasn't easy for me to get to where I am today, so please have mercy on me. President He impatiently pulled his foot away, looking disgusted. Seeing that things were not going well, Zhu Yiping quickly pleaded with Shen Mingyao for mercy. Mingyao, help me. I'm begging you. For the sake of our past as husband and wife, you must help me. It was all my fault before. I was not human, I was worthless. I apologize to you. I kowtow to you. I'll return half of the property I had before the divorce to you. He absolutely refused to agree to the divorce before. They even made outrageous demands, demanding that Shen Mingyao leave with nothing. Who knew Shen Mingyao would be so assertive? She signed the document on the spot and turned to leave. Seeing Zhu Yiping like this, Shen Mingyao also felt disgusted. What's so pitying about this kind of person? She turned her face away, not wanting to acknowledge him at all. Zhu Yiping lay on the ground pleading, Mingyao, please help me. At that moment, Zhao Guowei, the chairman of Zhao's real estate, also entered. Chapter 140, he's now on equal footing with his father. As the chairman of Zhao's real estate, Zhao Guowei has recently been having a major headache over funding issues. In fact, given the size of the Zhao group, he would be considered a significant figure in other cities. In Jiangzhou, where many powerful figures were vying for power, the Zhao family's mere 30 billion yuan in assets was really nothing. However, In order to accelerate the company's development, he did not hesitate to sell his shares to cash out. After securing several major projects, he ran out of funds again. I finally managed to get an appointment with President He today, hoping to apply for a loan from him. Therefore, he specially arranged for Zhu Yiping to come and greet him in advance. No sooner had he stepped into the restaurant than his assistant rushed over in a panic. Chairman, something terrible has happened. Zhao Guowei was quite superstitious, and he was very displeased to hear this. He roared with a dark face. What's going on? The assistant was terrified. Manager Zhu. Manager Zhu has offended President He. Depend on. Zhao Guowei was furious. I told him to come over in advance to give you a heads up, but he offended someone for you? Quick. Zhao Guowei rushed to the private room where Chun Fan and the others were. Zhu Yiping sat on the ground crying and begging for mercy, while President He stood there, looking displeased. He didn't care about the other people in the private room. President He. Zhao Guowei was extremely anxious. What happened? When President He saw him approaching, he said coldly, Humph, President Zhao, is this the kind of quality your company's people have? Zhao Guowei wiped his sweat, completely baffled. Fortunately, his assistant came over and told him the truth. Zhao Guowei was furious and yelled at Zhu Yiping, who was lying on the ground. You're fired. Get out of here right now. Is this idiot crazy? They actually offended such an important guest. Seeing Zhu Yiping get up and walk out in a disheveled state, Zhao Guowei said with utmost care, President He, I'm so sorry. I apologize to you. In fact, Zhu Yiping is quite capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been promoted. But I never expected him to be so arrogant. If this matter falls apart today, Zhao Guowei will have to slap himself twice. Poor personnel management. President He was genuinely angry today. If Chun Fan and the others hadn't been there, he would have left long ago. To thank Chun Fan for his help to the bank, he had to treat everyone to this meal today. No need for an apology. I can't accept that. Chairman Zhao, please leave. Today I'm going to have a couple of drinks with Mr. Chun and a few friends. President He turned to Chun Fan and said, President Chun, you have to give us face today. It's not easy to run into you like this. Someone call a waiter. Upon hearing that someone as prominent as President He had arrived, the hotel manager rushed to the private room to personally apologize to President He, saying, I'm sorry, I've been too busy today and didn't know you would be here. Then she saw Zhao Guowei. Chairman Zhao, hello. Zhao Guowei's smile was awkward. President He waved his hand and said, let's have the highest level of hospitality today. As for the wine, let's get a case first. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. The manager bowed and left the private room, then ordered that the dishes in that room be served again. Xin Mingyao and the others were somewhat surprised to see President He being so enthusiastic. She has no connection with these people yet, but Zhou Bing knows that she ran into several bank managers at the Yunhu resort last time. Upon seeing this, Zhao Guowei immediately volunteered. President He, let me do it. Give me some face. I really did something wrong today. I shouldn't have been late. For the sake of our long-standing friendship, please forgive me this time, okay? President He said, it's not a question of whether I can forgive you or not. It's that your subordinates have offended my most respected guest. Hey Lao Zhao, what kind of people are you hiring? What kind of quality do you have? Seeing that President He's tone had softened, Zhao Guowei was secretly pleased. I'm sorry. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks later. Someone like him, who has been in the business world for so long, naturally knows how to read people's expressions and moods. Although Zhao Guowei didn't know Chun Fan's background, he knew in his heart that he had to make the best of a chance for this guy today. So he walked over and said very politely, Mr. Chun, I'm sorry. You and your friends must have found this amusing. I apologize to everyone, and I hope you will continue to support me in the future. For the CEO of a listed company to speak to this extent, it certainly shows he's willing to humble himself. Chun Fan had no grudge against Zhao Guowei. His displeasure stemmed from Zhu Yiping. Zhao Guowei was also very good at handling things. Don't worry, I've already fired Zhu Yiping. He can forget about working in this industry from now on. Chun Fan turned his gaze to Shen Mingyao, who said, then let's not spoil everyone's fun. Let's sit down together. Originally, Shen Mingyao only wanted to host a welcome party for Zhou Bing, but she ended up with so many important figures. How could she refuse? Since Chun Fan and the others agreed, Director, he naturally did them a favor. Then I'll be the host today. Please do me the honor. Zhao Guowei shouted excitedly. Come on, bring the wine. He needs to seize the opportunity to build connections while simultaneously mitigating the impact of what just happened. The assistant brought in 5 or 6 cases of wine. Zhao Guowei said, "Each person gets 1 case of this wine. If you can't finish it, pack it up and take it with you." "President," he said with a stern expression, "you old rascal, you're pulling this trick again. I'm telling you, this is a disguised form of bribery." No, let's be friends." "Mr. Chun, who are these gentlemen?" Shun Mingyao said. "I am Shun Mingyao from Hongta Capital, and this is my assistant." "Oh, Mr. Shun, hello?" "Hello." Zhao Guowei held Shun Mingyao's hand with exceptional politeness. The news that Hongta Capital acquired a 45% stake in Yuanzhou International Hotel has spread throughout Jiangzhou. Everyone was very curious about this company that had suddenly appeared. "I never expected to run into you here today." Zhao Guowei then asked Zhuo Bing, and Shun Mingyao replied, "This is President Chen's girlfriend, Zhuo Bing." "Hello, Miss Zhuo." Zhao Guowei stood up and shook hands. Zhuo Bing politely replied, "Hello, Mr. Zhao." "Mr. Chen, you're very young. May I ask where you're from?" "I've never seen you before." Chen Fan said, "Of course you haven't seen us. We go to the same school as your daughter." Puff. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guowei couldn't help but speak up. Embarrassed, she wiped her face with a tissue and asked in surprise, You are students from Jiangzhou University?" Chen Fan nodded. Zhao Guowei couldn't sit still any longer. My goodness. How could a student have such great abilities? Even President, he was so polite to him. Just which powerful family does he come from? Zhao Guowei wiped away his sweat, becoming increasingly agitated. "It seems I'll have to ask my daughter about the other person's background. Are you Zhao Linlin's father?" Zhuo Bing also exclaimed in surprise, staring blankly at Zhao Guowei. Good heavens, could it be such a coincidence? Thinking back to how arrogant Zhao Linlin was at school, now Chun Fan is on par with her father. Chapter 141. They've already helped you make money. They've kept it so well hidden. Chen Guowei thoroughly enjoyed the drinks tonight. Although President, he did not make a clear statement. At least the misunderstanding has been cleared up. He also met a mysterious figure. "When I got home, I ran into my daughter Zhao Linlin, who had also returned home." He applied a hot towel to his forehead. "Linlin, do you know a classmate named Chen Fan at your school?" Zhao Linlin's heart tightened. "Dad, what's wrong?" "No, I ran into him today." Zhao Linlin looked at her father, unsure of what to do. Her father suddenly mentioned Chen Fan, and she didn't know what it meant. Zhao Linlin asked nervously, "How come he's with you?" "No, he's with President He." "Well." Zhao Guowei sighed and recounted what had happened. "Oh, I see. How could this guy be connected with someone like bank manager He?" Zhao Linlin figured it must be because he deposited money into his bank. Given his financial resources, he was naturally one of the bank's most sought-after clients. Zhao Linlin didn't know about the others, but she knew that Chun Fan had at least tens of billions of yuan in his hands. "Linlin, do you know him?" Zhao Guowei was very curious and wanted to find out about Chun Fan's situation. Zhao Linlin hummed in agreement. "We're from the same school, but we're not very close." "Does he have some kind of background?" "I'm not too sure about that, but he's quite wealthy. He made over 10 billion yuan from that Dongfeng pharmaceutical stock last time." Puff. Zhao Guowei jumped up reflexively. "What did you say? How could a student earn over 10 billion? His eyes widened, and he asked dramatically, "Really? As the CEO of a listed company, I naturally know a lot about the stock market." When news broke that Dongfeng Pharmaceutical was facing delisting risks, even he felt it was a pity. After the successful restructuring, the stock price increased more than tenfold. Now they're embroiled in a battle for control of the company. It can be said that the restructuring of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical was like letting a wolf into the house. After coming in, the wolf attempted to control the entire company. Zhao Guowei had always been wary of this. Because of Zhao's real estate, he himself didn't retain many shares. If someone takes advantage of the situation, he will follow in the footsteps of Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. This is also why he has been unwilling to reduce his holdings in the stock market. Zhao Linlin nodded seriously. "Yes, he has indeed made a lot of money." "My goodness. Linlin, could you try to invite him over for dinner?" Zhao Linlin was stunned. She never dreamed that her father would have such an idea. But she looked at Zhao Guowei and asked, "Are you having financial difficulties again?" Zhao Guowei didn't hide it. He had entrusted the hotel business to his daughter, and it was developing steadily. But Zhao Guowei was determined to make the company stronger and bigger. He was an ambitious man. Zhao Linlin frowned. "Dad, I still have about 700 million yuan in funds. Why don't you take it and use it first?" Zhao Guowei jumped up like a spring again, staring at his daughter in disbelief. "Where did you get so much money? Is the hotel profitable?" Zhao Linlin bit her lip. "I made money from stocks. Holy crap. This was the first time Zhao Guowei had ever sworn in front of his daughter. The lady rushed out of the room. What's wrong? What happened? Zhao Guowei was overjoyed and grabbed his wife's shoulder, saying, Your daughter is amazing. She made 700 million yuan in the stock market. No, Dad, more than 20 million is my principal. She turned a principal of over 20 million into 700 million. My daughter is a genius. Mr. and Mrs. Zhao were so excited that they could hardly describe it. Quick, tell Dad, how did you earn it? Yeah, can you really make this much money trading stocks? The lady was also particularly concerned about this issue. You know what, Mrs. Zhao, who is in her 40s, has very delicate features. She has always been an elegant woman, and even though she is older, it is not hard to see how stunningly beautiful she was in her youth. Zhao Linlin inherited the best qualities of both of them, which is why she is so beautiful and has become the undisputed #1 school beauty. Seeing her parents' curiosity, Zhao Linlin remained honest and said, I also made money by speculating in Dongfeng Pharmaceutical with Qin Fan. Oh, good heavens. At that moment, Zhao Guowei's expression was particularly interesting. So, your daughter is quite familiar with Qin Fan? She even lied to me and said we weren't very familiar with each other. They've already helped you make money. They hid it so well. Seeing her father's strange expression, Zhao Linlin quickly explained, Dad, it's not what you think. I'm really not that familiar with him. Would someone you don't know well guide you in stock trading? No, it's not what you think. And Zhao Linlin lowered her head and said, I even bumped into him. None of that matters. What matters is that you know each other, and that he even taught you how to trade stocks. Could you invite him over for dinner? The lady said, Isn't it a bit inappropriate to invite someone to our home on our first visit? Then let's go outside, to the best restaurant. Zhao Guowei couldn't wait any longer. Zhao Linlin shook her head. I really have no confidence. Let's try our best, or I'll go myself. Yes, Zhao Guowei felt that this showed more sincerity. Seeing her father so eager to see Qin Fan, Zhao Linlin was in a state of panic. In particular, many people at school are saying that Qin Fan has won over half of the 4 most beautiful girls at the school. I have nothing to do with him. Dad, why don't you take my money and use it? Qin Guowei said, 700 million isn't enough. We need to get those residential and commercial projects up and running as soon as possible so that the funds can be recovered. Then we will redeem the shares we previously sold. Otherwise, if funds are injected into our portfolio, we will end up like Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Having been immersed in this industry with her father for so long, Zhao Linlin was well aware of the consequences of losing control of the shares. All right then, I guess I'll have to ask Qin Fan for help. If his more than 10 billion yuan were poured in, Qin Guowei wouldn't have to worry about these messy things. Of course, whether Qin Fan is willing or not depends on his own efforts. Having worked in the business world, he certainly knew that all of this was a resource. Moreover, his daughter is an alumnus of Qin Fan's school. As for Qin Fan, after dinner, he really did take Zhao Bing back to school this time. After returning to the apartment, Xiao Xiao reported to him, Boss, the total cost of the fireworks display this time was 120 million. Last night's fireworks show burned through more than 100 million yuan. It's worth noting that a certain big-name celebrity's lavish wedding only cost a little over 100 million yuan, yet it was still dubbed an astronomical wedding. Of course, Qin Fan's idea was impromptu. Custom-made fireworks would be even more expensive. He instructed Xiao Xiao, take care of things at the villa as soon as possible, so we can move there as soon as possible. Okay, boss. Xiao Xiao smiled happily, wearing a tight-fitting pencil skirt, and ran to fetch water for Qin Fan to soak his feet. Seeing that he had drunk quite a bit of alcohol, I wrung out a hot towel and applied it to his forehead. Make people feel comfortable. Chapter 142 Zhao, the campus bell. Your dad's here to pick up Qin Fan. The next morning, Qin Fan came to Lantu Investment and gave Su Ruzhen an investment plan. Some of the funds were used for futures trading, while the rest went into Hong Kong stocks. He recently took some time to do his homework on the Hong Kong stock market and selected several stocks with good growth potential. One advantage of Dagong stocks is that there are no price limits and they operate on a T+0 trading system, meaning that as long as there is enough capital, the price can be driven up indefinitely. It could rise by dozens of points in a single day, or even double. However, with such a large amount of capital, it's not easy for the money to run away, so Qin Fan decided to invest in separate investments. For example, Hongyang shares, stock code 23, saw its highest increase reach an astonishing 217.2%. For retail investors with small amounts of capital, a simple buy and sell could probably make them a fortune. As for international crude oil, after the previous sharp drop, it will soon usher in an upward process. Su Ruzhen can put her funds into it and go long in the long term. To date, Blueprint Investment has raised as much as 110 billion yuan. Chun Fan told her to go ahead and do it. After giving Su Ruzhen his instructions, Chun Fan returned to school. As a student, one must not neglect one's studies. Therefore, he brought 2 bottles of good wine and 2 packs of cigarettes to visit his homeroom teacher. Seeing how generous he was, the homeroom teacher said somewhat embarrassedly, "If you need anything, just say so. There's no need to be so polite. It makes the teacher seem so vulgar." Chun Fan smiled and said, Okay, I understand. Thank you for your care, teacher. Once this connection is established, things will be much easier from now on. Chun Fan is currently planning Shun Mingyao's business investment. He injected 50 billion into FIFIN shares, and then invested 10 billion of that 50 billion into Home2 investment. This is a procedural issue regarding the flow of funds. The money entering the 2 major companies must undergo extraordinary investment. The reason for this plan is to operate in the stock market and venture into real industries, thus achieving a 2-pronged approach. The stock market is about making money, while real business is about establishing one's standing in the industry. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a brand new Mercedes Maybach quietly parked at the school gate, followed by 2 S450s. Zhao Guowei called his daughter from the car. "What time does Chun Fan get out of school?" Zhao Linlin said, "Same as us, 5 o'clock. Okay, I understand. You should come along later." Zhao Linlin felt a little embarrassed, but she couldn't refuse. Dad is in trouble now. If she doesn't step in, who will? Zhao Guowei didn't mean anything by it. He knew Chun Fan had a girlfriend. It's just that her daughter is an alumnus of Chun Fan's school, so it should be easier to talk to her. Seeing that it was still early, Zhao Guowei made an excuse to visit the principal. The principal was naturally very polite when he saw this real estate tycoon arrive. Zhao Guowei presented the principal with 2 bottles of red wine and 4 cakes of tea. Then I had tea with the principal for 40 minutes, and when I saw that it was almost time, I quickly left. After school, Chun Fan's phone rang, and he saw that it was Zhao Guowei. When we had dinner together yesterday, Zhao Guowei made a point of exchanging contact information with him. When Chun Fan saw that he was calling personally, he guessed that he had something to do. People like him are usually very busy. After answering the phone, Chun Fan asked, "Chairman Zhao, is there something you need?" Zhao Guowei smiled and said, "Mr. Chun, have you finished school? I'm waiting for you at the school gate. Is it convenient for you to come out?" "Have to. They've already arrived at the school gate." Chun Fan thought for a moment, then said, "Go ahead." "Well, thanks to your help yesterday, I came here today specifically to invite you and your girlfriend to have dinner together. I don't know if this is a convenient time for you." "Chairman Zhao, please don't be so polite. Besides, I wasn't much of a help yesterday. Let's skip the meal. It's not good to keep making you spend money." Upon hearing this, Zhao Guowei became anxious. "No way. I'm already at the school gate. You can't expect me to wait here empty-handed. How about this? I'll come to the classroom and ask you to come." "Don't. A real estate tycoon, a man of great stature, coming to the classroom to invite me? Forget it," Chun Fan said. Then wait a moment. He suspected that Zhao Guowei was in trouble. Since they were already there, Chun Fan casually called Zhao Bing and said, "Zhao Guowei is coming over to invite us to dinner. Let's go together." Zhao Bing shook her head. "You go ahead, I won't go. My mom has been waiting for me at home for days, and I don't know how I'm going to explain this to her when I get back." "Pig, what am I supposed to say if she asks?" Chun Fan was speechless. What's the point of answering or not answering? She was young once too. "Don't worry. I believe she wouldn't be that stupid." "How could you talk about your mother-in-law like that?" "Snort," Zhao Bing said fiercely. "You can go, but you're not allowed to seduce other people's daughters." Cough, cough. "Am I really that good?" Zhao Bing said. "It seems so. Apart from taking a little longer, you don't seem to have any other advantages." Puff. "This girl is inhuman." Chun Fan arrived at the school gate, just as Little White Rabbit's 2 bodyguards came to pick up the young lady. Lu Wushuang saw Chun Fan and was about to give him a smile when Zhao Guowei strode over and shook his hand very warmly. The Little White Rabbit was stunned, and then a chorus of surprised exclamations came from the side. "Isn't that Zhao Linlin's father? Hey, a real estate tycoon from Jiangzhou, why are you shaking hands with a student?" "Holy crap, Master Chun. What does this mean? Is Zhao Linlin openly challenging Zhao Bing?" Even Dad has been brought out. Zhao Linlin happened to come out and heard these whispers. Her face turned red, and she quietly got into the car. Not far away, popular live streamer Lu Wanwan was also there, her brows furrowed, increasingly curious about Chun Fan's identity. A billionaire tycoon personally invited Chun Fan into his car, and rumors started circulating again at the school. The most upset was Zhao Linlin's best friend, Zhou Yufei, who exclaimed, "Zhao Linlin, we're breaking up." Some were jealous of Chun Fan, saying, "These wool rims are really ugly, but they look pretty good when you drive them." Last night, we went to 1916 Mansion, and today Zhao Guowei picked up Chun Fan and took him to the Imperial Banquet Restaurant by the river. This place is not far from Chun Fan's newly purchased villa, and the scenery is excellent. Zhao Guowei invited Chun Fan into the private room and warmly invited him to sit in the main seat. Zhao Linlin didn't say a word the whole way. She didn't know what to say. She simply sat quietly to the side as a guest. Zhao Guowei's secretary had already arranged everything, and the dishes were served quickly after the three entered the private room. "Mr. Chun, what would you like to drink? How about Taiwan?" Chun Fan raised his hand to stop him. "Chairman Zhao, let's make things clear before we eat. You're being so enthusiastic today. You have to give me a reason, otherwise I won't be able to eat this meal." Chun Fan didn't want to be seen as someone who was freeloading. He couldn't accept a reward without having done anything right. Seeing that Chun Fan had brought up serious matters, Zhao Guowei smiled awkwardly. Since he had to speak anyway, there was no shame in it. He could just say it. "Here's the thing, Mr. Chun, I heard you've taught Linlin how to trade stocks. I urgently need your help with something." Chun Fan looked at Zhao Linlin. It seemed she had already told Zhao Guowei about the stock trading. Chapter 143, 10 billion yuan invested in Zhao's real estate. Chun Fan lit a cigarette and took a puff. "What do you need my help with?" Zhao Guowei was surprised by his maturity and said anxiously, "My company has a large amount of funding needed, and I hope that President Chun can provide more support. How much do you want?" Chun Fan speaks very directly, unlike others who are hesitant and evasive. Zhao Guowei was startled. 4 or 5 billion, I guess." Hiss. Zhao Linlin, who was standing next to her, took a deep breath. "My dad took a rather big step. After reducing his holdings in the stock market by more than 10 billion yuan, there is still such a large shortfall. No wonder my 6 or 700 million yuan didn't have much effect on him." Chun Fan did not agree directly, but asked Chun Guowei, "How do you plan to cooperate? Borrowing money directly is definitely not an option. Chun Fan must have a bottom line." Zhao Guowei also saw his shrewdness. "Of course, if President Chun is willing, he can invest in the form of shares. Our project can definitely be called the best project in Jiangzhou." Chun Fan said, "Of course someone will review this. How about this, Chairman Zhao? Money is no problem at all. I can even give you 10 billion. As for the specific terms of cooperation, someone will come and discuss them with you later." Zhao Guowei was startled. It seemed that Chun Fan's background was not so simple. He casually mentions 10 billion. If it were anyone else, they would really think he was bragging. But Zhao Linlin had told him that Chun Fan had made over 10 billion yuan on Dongfeng pharmaceutical stock. So, his wealth is far more than that. In Jiangzhou circles, there are probably only a handful of people who can come up with 10 billion. Even the Liu and Luo families don't have that kind of power. Zhao Guowei could no longer remain calm. He excitedly grasped Chun Fan's hand and said, "Thank you for your support, Mr. Chun. I wish us a pleasant cooperation." Chun Fan said calmly, "Go find that Mr. Chun from yesterday later, but I hope the cooperation will be in the form of investment and equity participation." Okay. Zhao Guowei waved his hand excitedly. "Someone, bring the wine. Chun Fan is going to have a good drink tonight. He's really enjoying himself." Unlike those bank managers who are still unhappy even after giving so many gifts, the secretary had someone bring in a small table, and Zhao Guowei personally opened the wine. "Linlin, why don't you have a drink with President Chun too? Since you're alumni, please make yourselves at home." At this moment, Zhao Linlin's heart was in turmoil. Although she didn't know who this Mr. Chun that Chun Fan was talking about was, this guy just opened his mouth and invested 10 billion. How much money did he actually make? She was angry when Chun Fan asked her to work for him before, but now it seems he's really something else. Having experienced the ups and downs of the business world beforehand, Zhao Linlin was also very generous. He raised his glass and called out, "Chun Fan, this glass is for you. Thank you for your support of my dad. Thank you for not holding a grudge." When Zhao, the school beauty, toasted him, Chun Fan smiled and said, "Don't be so polite. This is just a collaboration between the two parties, and I hope this collaboration will be a win-win situation. Zhao Guowei immediately replied, That's right, that's right. The two touched hands and downed their drinks in one gulp. These small cups of baijiu, Chinese liquor, are not very dangerous. However, Zhao Linlin's alcohol tolerance is nowhere near that of Zhuobing. Zhuobing could probably down a whole bottle of that kind of baijiu. It's quite impressive that Zhao Linlin can drink half a jin, 250 milliliters. But having been exposed to various social situations beforehand, she was much more composed than many others. After toasting Chun Fan several times, Zhao Linlin, emboldened by the alcohol, asked, Chun Fan, when you're going to trade stocks again, could you take me along? Her beautiful face was flushed, making her even more charming than usual. Chun Fan smiled and said, That depends on the opportunity. Zhao Linlin has a decent talent in this area, and with some training, she should be able to put it to good use. The key is to see what mindset the father and daughter have. Chun Fan found that his alcohol tolerance had increased during the meal. When feelings run deep, they become intense. When wine is drunk, it is satisfying. The meal lasted for more than an hour, after which Chen Ming took him to Shen Mingyao place. Shen Mingyao has been staying in a hotel recently because it's close to the company and saves her the trouble of traveling back and forth. Apart from occasionally going back to visit her parents, she can say she has no worries. Hearing that Chen Fan was coming, Shen Mingyao brewed a pot of fine Jin Jun Mei tea in the sweets tea room. When Chen Fan arrived, Shen Mingyao frowned slightly. Have you been drinking? I hope I didn't bother you. Shen Mingyao was wearing a cotton nightgown tonight, as she had planned to rest early. Since Chun Fan was coming, she couldn't refuse. It must be work-related. Moreover, Chun Fan was her former student, so she felt very reassured. The two arrived at the tea room, which had an excellent view. Floor-to-ceiling windows offer panoramic views of the city's nightscape. Shen Mingyao crossed her delicate, fair legs and said, Have some tea first. Chen Fan nodded and tasted the black tea that Shen Mingyao had personally brewed. I was drinking with Zhao Guowei tonight, and he hopes we can provide some financial assistance. Shen Mingyao was incredibly clever and immediately guessed the reason. She was there last night too. Zhao Guowei was also treating her. How do I operate it? Shen Mingyao picked up the cup with her slender fingers and asked. Her hands were delicate as tender scallions and as white as jade. It's quite tempting to look at. Chun Fan said seriously. If you invest 10 billion in him, we demand that the transaction be completed at 85% of the current share price of Zhao's real estate. 85% means a 15% discount. This means that Chun Fan's cost of entering Zhao's real estate is much lower than that of most individual shareholders and institutions. As Chun Fan said before, money shouldn't be given away for nothing. It's impossible to lend it to you directly. You'll have to exchange it for stocks. Of course, Zhao Guowei couldn't possibly give him the shares he held directly through a block trade. Then there's only one way, private placement. The private placement of 10 billion yuan will inevitably dilute the shareholding of many people, including Zhao Guowei. But this is a good way for him to raise funds directly without paying interest. Shen Mingyao nodded. Okay, I'll talk to him when he comes to me. You've been drinking, why don't you lie down for a while? Chun Fan shook his head. I'll just lie down and have some tea before I leave. It's not convenient for you here. What nonsense are you talking about? You're just a little kid. What's inconvenient about that? Shen Mingyao was very frustrated. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have let him in at all. Would I possibly have any other thoughts about you? Looking at the beautiful Shen Mingyao, Chun Fan smiled meaningfully. However, we must show sufficient respect to Teacher Shun. He finished his tea and said, I'm leaving. Good night. Shen Mingyao saw him to the door, and as she watched his departing figure, a strange smile appeared on her face. That guy. Previously, Chun Fan invested billions to help her acquire 45% of the shares of Yuanzhou International Hotel. Now he wants to invest another 10 billion to enter Zhao's real estate. Even Shen Mingyao can't understand him anymore. It feels like a dream. And as a result, I embarked on a different path in life. She gazed out the window, lost in thought. Chapter 144 The Era Belongs to Me, Chun Fan. After the major shareholder reduced his holdings, Zhao's real estate stock price has remained sluggish. The current price is 9.83 yuan. Zhao Guowei himself holds 28.99% of the shares. The company's current market value is less than 90 billion. Shen Mingyao and Zhao Guowei reached an agreement, and Zhao's real estate issued a private placement announcement. Home2 Capital acquired 10.79% of the shares with a capital of 10 billion yuan, becoming the second largest shareholder of Zhao's real estate. This also means that Chun Fan has begun to fully develop the real economy. Home2 Capital currently owns 45% of Yuanzhou International Hotel and 10.79% of Zhao's real estate. These two businesses alone have propelled Home2 Capital into the top 10 of Jiangzhou's rankings. It's worth noting that the top 10 families in Jiangzhou only have 10.2 billion in funds, according to data released recently. Therefore, many people are very curious about Shun Mingyao, this entrepreneur who suddenly appeared. Some even speculated that she was a front woman for foreign capital. But Shun Mingyao is also very low-key and doesn't show off. I also don't attend those pointless gatherings. In Jiangzhou's business circle, she is truly a breath of fresh air. Meanwhile, another company under Fifan Group, Home2 Capital, has remained in secrecy, continuing its principle of low-key development, and has rapidly grown in the capital market. Jiangzhou University. Zhao Guowei personally came to the school gate to greet them. The impact was enormous. Now there are rumors all over the school about him and Zhao Linlin. Chun Fan is so innocent. Honestly, I didn't mean it that way. Of course, he didn't want to explain. It is said that rumors stop with the wise, let them talk. Zhao Linlin was also very upset at that moment. There are all sorts of opinions. Zhou Yufei, in particular, harbored resentment towards her boss. They say she eats alone. This infuriated Zhao Linlin. What is this all about? It's just cooperation. She wouldn't be like Zhou Yufei, constantly thinking about romance. After explaining for a long time, Zhou Yufei finally snorted and sat down on the edge of the bed, looking very aggrieved. But after a short while, she took out her binoculars again to look at the boys. In the business administration department, Lu Wushuang saw these rumors on the BBS. My great-aunt got upset, and the forum got hacked again. After finishing evening self-study and returning to the apartment, Lu Wushuang called out to him before he even entered the elevator. Chun Fan. When she's angry, she calls out Chun Fan's name. Forehead. Chun Fan didn't even notice Lu Wushuang squatting under the tree in the community. When he turned around, he saw that the little white rabbit's expression was very strange. What's wrong with you? Lu Wushuang puffed out her cheeks and glared at him without saying a word. What's the meaning? Are you going to make me guess if you don't say anything? Lu Wushuang remained silent, seemingly genuinely angry. Chun Fan's face darkened. If you don't say anything, I'm leaving. Girls shouldn't be spoiled too much. If you get used to pampering them, you'll suffer later. You can be good to her and give her everything she wants, but you absolutely cannot spoil her. Seeing that Chun Fan had indeed turned and left, Lu Wushuang chased after him, feeling annoyed. I'm not happy. If you're unhappy, just say so. Let me tell you, you must communicate properly about anything. Communication is the best bridge between people. Lu Wushuang bit her lip, twisting the hem of her clothes nervously. Does Zhao Linlin like you? Seeing her like this, Chun Fan chuckled. He pinched her cheek and asked, Are you jealous? Lu Wushuang was quite embarrassed. Chun Fan continued to tease her. It's understandable that you're jealous. But is it my fault? So many people like the RMB. Does that mean the RMB is wrong? Lu Wushuang. What he said didn't seem wrong. Chun Fan put his arm around her shoulder and said, Let's go. You silly girl. Don't be so naive in the future, believing everything you hear. Zhao Linlin's father came to see me, just for the sake of cooperation. Their company was short of money, so I bought 10.79% of their shares for 10 billion yuan. Oh. Upon hearing that it was such a large deal, Lu Wushuang obediently responded. She's a worldly person. Her father is always talking business with people. There are also rumors about him outside, especially about her brother. Her mother used to argue with her father a lot, and her father said something very classic. You can be willful, but you can't hinder a man's development. This sentence left a deep impression on Lu Wushuang. She wasn't stupid. Of course she knew that if Zhao Linlin really liked Chun Fan. Is it necessary for Dad to get involved in this kind of thing? Zhao Guowei was being so polite in inviting Chun Fan over, of course, for something more important. Seeing that the little white rabbit was no longer angry, Chun Fan said happily, Actually, you're quite well behaved. Lu Wushuang lowered her head, looking a little embarrassed. Come on, I'll take you out for seafood tonight. The little white rabbit is so obedient. And she's very well behaved. She went back and told the nanny, I'm going out for dinner tonight. You can rest. The nanny was very happy and didn't object to the young lady occasionally eating out. Moreover, with bodyguards accompanying you, there's absolutely no need to worry about safety. Of course, She had no idea that the two bodyguards had betrayed her and were happily dancing in the square. Chen Fan took Lu Wushuang to Luo's seafood restaurant and ordered her favorite dishes: salmon, chilled conch, abalone with oyster sauce, garlic and cheese-baked shrimp, and steamed grouper. Peerless, Chen Fan suddenly called her name, and Lu Wushuang became a little nervous. I'm thinking of setting up an information gathering department. Are you interested? Lu Wushuang raised her head. What do you want me to do? You know hacking, right? Help me lead a team to collect all sorts of information, including trivial things like deleting posts. It's like an intelligence agency, isn't it? Oh, why would she think that deeply? However, after hearing Chen Fan's explanation, she became interested. Chen Fan said, "This department can only be controlled by me, and I will not disclose it to anyone. I'll provide the funding. All you need to do is get things done." Lu Wushuang thought for a moment, then said, "All right." Chen Fan placed a piece of abalone into her bowl, saying, "But you have to be absolutely serious when doing this kind of thing. You can't let your emotions get the better of you, and you can't be willful. I know. Work is work, and feelings are feelings. That's how my dad always taught me." What excellent upbringing. I didn't expect Lu Wushuang to be so principled. Chen Fan praised. "You're amazing." Seeing her adorable appearance, Chen Fan teased her a little. "Hey, shall we go back and try out your new skill from that night?" Faint. Lu Wushuang's face turned completely red. "It's all Xiao Zhao's fault for teaching me these things. How embarrassing." Lu Wushuang ignored him and quickly ate her food. Fortunately, Chen Fan's current focus is not on women, but on his career. He was ambitious and determined to build his own financial empire. The goal is to plan a vast business empire and further expand the influence of Jiangzhou, then march on major ports and on into the world. Let the whole world hear our clarion call. We must also make those unscrupulous financial tycoons tremble. I want them to know that a new era truly belonging to me, Chen Fan, has arrived. Chapter 145 Old Enemy. Once people have a goal, they will work even harder. This is what people often say. People who are richer than you work harder than you. Chen Fan is a case in point. During this period, Chen Fan went to school during the day and diligently studied stocks and futures at night. He is also looking for opportunities to enter the international market. Recently, international crude oil prices have been rising steadily, and Su Ruzhen has made a lot of money by going long on crude oil. But this is not Chen Fan's ultimate goal. Currently, all assets combined still amount to less than 200 billion. So he had to roll it up. But now he is increasingly realizing that the rented apartment is no longer suitable for him to use his talents. Xiao Xiao had already arranged everything in the villa according to his request, and even prepared a very comfortable and spacious office for Chen Fan. Opposite the office is a full wall of floor-to-ceiling glass, through which one can see the vast, rolling river. Excellent view. After inspecting the scene, Chen Fan praised Xiao Zhao's competence. "I was right to choose her as my personal secretary. This girl is nice." Chen Fan rewarded her with 100,000 yuan. Last time, Chen Fan let her choose the car herself. It was also a test for her, to see if she knew how to recognize her place. Xiao Xiao was also very sensible. She only chose a domestically produced Mercedes-Benz GLC. The price of this car is around 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. Mid-range cars are primarily practical. It's also not rough, and it's suitable for both men and women. She also knew that if she made an outrageous demand and chose one of those multi-million-dollar sports cars, it would be a problem. I'll probably be looked down upon by my boss. Therefore, it is very important for people to correctly position themselves, which is also an important key to navigating society. It was noon when Chen Fan came out of the villa. He received a call from Zhua Handong while in the car. "Son-in-law, is this a convenient time? I've run into some trouble. Do you know anyone here who can help me sort it out?" Upon hearing this, Chen Fan asked, "What is it?" Zhua Handong felt a little embarrassed. He was such a grown man, yet he needed Chen Fan, a young man, to help him solve his problem. He said to Chen Fan, "I accidentally got into an argument with the CEO of Manhwa Jewelry, and he's going to beat me up. Even your uncle is no match for you here." Zhua Handong is a person with a calm and unassuming personality who doesn't compete with others. He only loves collecting and has a group of like-minded friends. "I rarely get into arguments with others. It seems this matter is not so simple." His father-in-law's affairs were his own affairs, so Chen Fan agreed without hesitation. "Okay, you wait. Send me your location, I'll be right there." "Chen Ming, call for backup." Chen Fan knew that Minghua Jewelry was also a listed company. and he had seen its stock on the stock market many times. Its market value isn't too high, around 40 billion. Since he wasn't optimistic about the stock, Chun Fan didn't keep an eye on it. Unexpectedly, it belongs to a listed company in Jiangzhou. Go and meet this big shot yourself and see what he thinks. Zuohan Dongfa's location is a tea house. Tianxiang Pavilion. Chen Ming made a phone call to Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Huang Jun, and Ma Rue. They arrived at the scene immediately. The hall of the tea house displays the words tea and Zen are one. When Chun Fan entered, the atmosphere in the tea house was tense. Other guests, fearing trouble, all gave way. The Zhuo brothers were standing there, and the person sitting opposite them was he. It was Boss Chow. I thought it was someone else. Uncle, what happened? Chen Fan couldn't help but sneer at the sight. When Boss Chow saw Chen Fan, he exclaimed, "Holy crap." He glared at him. "What are you doing here?" Zhua Handong was shocked. "You two know each other?" Chen Fan smiled. "Yeah, an old enemy." Puff. A big shot drinking tea next to him burst out laughing. He also sized up the young man in front of him. He seemed a bit arrogant. They don't even respect President Chow. As expected, President Chow sneered with a dark face. "Kid, do you really think I'm afraid of you just because you've climbed up the Liu family's little connection? No matter who comes today, it won't make a difference." President Chow slammed his fist on the table. Chen Fan scoffed. Someone said the same thing last time. Grass. Mentioning the previous incident only fueled Chow's anger. Pointing his finger at Chun Fan's nose, he shouted, "Believe it or not, I'll kill you." The Zhuo brothers trembled in fright. "No, President Chow, let's talk this out. Don't take it personally with a young man." Zhuo Hanwen wiped his sweat. The other party didn't even give him face. He didn't expect that Chen Fan's arrival would only make things worse. He said helplessly, "President Chow, please give me some face. You decide how to handle this matter today, and we'll handle it accordingly. We brothers apologize to you. He's already been so low-key. You can't hit someone who's all smiles. We're all prominent figures in the industry, so why not give him a little leeway?" To his surprise, President Chow sneered and glared at him sideways. "Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face? I'm giving you face, but can you afford to take it? Some people say that once people reach a certain social class, their character will improve significantly. But the truth is, no matter what circle or social class you're in, there are always some self-righteous, arrogant fools. Some people are more capable and more well-mannered. Some people become more arrogant the more capable they are." Seeing his character, Chun Fan decided to try diplomacy first, then resort to force. "Uncle, what exactly happened?" Zhua Handong wiped his sweat and explained the whole story. He had arranged to have tea with someone here today, and then Boss Chow asked someone to bring out a painting. A large group of people were discussing the value of the painting, but Zhua Handong immediately recognized it as a fake. He offered a well-intentioned reminder, but ended up offending General Manager Chow. "Is my painting a fake? You don't know anything. I bought this painting for over 10 million. A masterpiece by a renowned teacher, and you're telling me it's fake?" Chen Fan glanced at the painting. They said it was a masterpiece by Mr. Zhang from 1965, depicting the Swiss Alps. But the information that popped up in front of Chen Fan was 1985, Swiss Alps, creator Wang Kai. Mr. Zhang passed away in 1985, so this painting obviously cannot be genuine. It's just that the imitation is very realistic. It's normal for experts to misjudge things sometimes, and some experts even deliberately create a smokescreen and act out a show. Now Boss Chow is making Zhua Handong kneel down and apologize, and even slap himself a few times. Because he intended to give this painting to some important person, what would they think if he said it was fake? Zhua Handong would never kneel before him, and he insisted on his own opinion. This completely enraged Boss Chow. When Zhua Hanwen arrived, the other party still didn't give him any face and even pointed at his nose and cursed him. After learning the whole story, Chun Fan sneered, "What's fake can't become real, and what's real can't become fake. Hey Chow, do you dare to inspect the goods in front of so many people?" Boss Chow jumped up and said, "Fine, let's test it. If we can't find anything, I'll slap you a few times." "What if it turns out to be fake?" Chun Fan countered with a question. "If this is fake, I don't care what you do with me," Boss Chow said viciously. Chun Fan sneered. "Fine, if I find out it's fake, you'll kneel down and apologize to my uncle and elder brother." Chun Fan. The Zhuo brothers, fearing things would escalate, tried to dissuade him, but Chun Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Bring the painting over here for inspection." Chapter 146. Let's see how many people in Jiangzhou dare to touch me. Seeing Chun Fan order someone to bring the painting over, President Chow slammed his fist on the table and threatened, "If you can't get a positive result, I'll throw you into the river to feed the fish." Chun Fan sneered and picked up a cup of tea. Puff. Don't want. Seeing how violent he was, Zhuahandong's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. It was too late to stop them. A cup of tea soaked the upper left corner of the painting, at least a quarter of it. Boss Chow jumped up in anger. You? He dares to ruin a painting worth over 10 million like this? What if the test results are negative? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Boss Chow stared at Zhuahanwen with a sinister look, plotting how to transfer his assets of over 1 billion yuan to his own name. Trying to play with me? Humph. I'll make you suffer. But, just as everyone was stunned, Chun Fan's lips curled up into a smile, which was extremely confident. Pointing to the upper left corner where the tea had dampened, a faint line of writing appeared there. It's not very obvious. You have to look very closely to see it. Look, what's this? There were also several professionals present, all of whom were enthusiasts of ancient paintings and antiques. He has a very deep foundation. One of them, with sharp eyes, pointed to the faint handwriting and shouted. Several elderly men put on their reading glasses and came over, but unfortunately, they still couldn't make out what was written on it. Chun Fan shouted, "These are reversed characters. You'll see if you turn the painting over and hold it up to the light." Following instructions, everyone carefully turned the painting over and shone a flashlight on it. Wang Kai copied this work in 1985. Grass. Even the elderly gentleman couldn't resist. Wang Kai was very famous in the entertainment industry decades ago. He used to be a poor and destitute schoolteacher, but later he became a professional copyist of the works of famous masters. The skill level is extremely high. It's almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Many people were infected at the time. So many people hated him. But he had one principle. He would leave his mark on any work he copied. This is quite generous. If you can't see it, that's your problem. However, in the last 10 years or so, he has long since disappeared from the public eye, and his paintings are rarely mentioned. Upon seeing this certificate, everyone shook their heads and sighed. I bought a fake painting for over 10 million yuan, sigh? When Mr. Chow heard that it was a fake painting, he personally took a magnifying glass and carefully examined it. Especially when I saw those last 4 words, I was so angry that I roared like thunder. He threw the magnifying glass aside and yelled, "Holy shit." Chun Fan grabbed the painting, snorted coldly, and hissed. It was torn to shreds on the spot. Hey, no. The experts present were heartbroken. Even if it was fake, it was still worth a lot of money. Hey Chow, what do you have to say now? Chun Fan stared at Boss Chow with a cold face. Enraged, Boss Chow pointed fiercely at Chun Fan. Kid, you just wait. After saying that, he turned to leave. Chun Fan shouted coldly, "Stop." Chun Ming flashed and blocked Boss Chow's path. What? Do you think you can mess with me? Seeing that the two sides were locked in a stalemate, everyone stepped back. Chun Fan said, "Your words are as empty as farts, aren't they?" Fearing things would escalate, Zhuahandong pulled Chun Fan aside and advised, "Why don't we just let it go? Are you kidding me? Have you forgotten how he treated you guys before?" Chun Fan didn't back down at all. "Keep your promise." Boss Chow's face was cold. "You? Go and find out how many people in Jiangzhou dare to touch me. I'm sorry. If your words are as empty as farts, don't blame me for being impolite." Bang! Chun Ming grabbed a tea set from the table and smashed it, then held a sharp shard of porcelain against his neck. Boss Chow wasn't about to back down. He shouted, "Guards." He also brought bodyguards, and quite a few of them. More than a dozen bodyguards rushed in and instantly surrounded the group. Boss Chow was originally a thug who made his fortune, and now his true nature is fully exposed. "You want to play tough with me?" With a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Kill them." Without saying a word, the bodyguards rushed forward. Chun Ming stepped back, protecting Chun Fan and the other two. Zhang Long glanced at the group of bodyguards. He shouted loudly, "3 for each person, don't fight over them." Zhao Hu, Huang Jun, and Ma Rue had long been unable to contain themselves, pouncing like hungry tigers on their prey. "Damn it, you promised no stealing." Huang Jun had just taken down 2 when Zhao Hu swung the other one up and slammed him to the ground. Ouch! Ouch! In less than 10 seconds, all 12 of Boss Chow's bodyguards were taken down. Boss Chow's face was as black as charcoal, and sweat was dripping down his forehead. The others were even more tense, barely able to breathe. No one expected that this young man's bodyguard was so fierce, taking on 3 opponents at once and still being so awesome. The Zhuo brothers were both drenched in sweat. and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Chen Fan stared coldly at Boss Chow. So, are you going to call for backup? Chun Ming pressed the broken piece of porcelain against his neck and kicked him in the leg bone. Boss Chow knelt down with a thud, saying unwillingly, I admit defeat. The people in the tea house were on edge. Boss Chow, this local tyrant, had actually been forced to back down by a young man. If word gets out about this, how will Boss Chow face anyone? But the facts were undeniable. Mr. Chow wiped the sweat from his chin and said, Mr. Zhua, I'm sorry. I was blind to your greatness. I apologize. Zhua Hanwen said hurriedly. Never mind. Never mind. Get up. We're all just a few people in this circle. There's no need to be so serious. He wasn't on the same level as others before, and he still isn't now. He was afraid that if he pushed people too far, the consequences would be unimaginable. Given Zhua Hanwen's current social status, how could he possibly compete with Boss Chow? Therefore, he quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Boss Chow looked very unhappy. He got up from the ground, snorted heavily, and stormed off. Oh no, things have gotten out of hand. Zhua Hanwen was secretly anxious. Chen Fan said, What are you afraid of? If you don't deal with this kind of person, do you think he'll let you off the hook? I was thinking about when I could win over the little white rabbit, but it seems I have to win over this guy surnamed Chow first. He winked at Chun Ming, who understood and immediately told Ma Rue to chase after them. Let's go back. Chen Fan called Zhua Hanwen and his brother to get in the car. Zhua Hanwen asked, Xiao Chun, where did you get these bodyguards? They're so skilled. Chen Fan laughed and said, They are all retired Special Forces soldiers. My goodness. The two brothers were so frightened that they stuck out their tongues. Zhua Hanwen, in particular, felt increasingly that his future son-in-law was unfathomable. At the same time, she was also secretly worried that her daughter might not be able to handle someone like Chen Fan. Hopefully, she won't be as domineering as my wife. Otherwise, a head-on confrontation will definitely backfire. Manhwa jewelry, right? Chen Fan returned to the villa, turned on his computer, and selected this stock under the Chow family's control. With a market value of over 40 billion yuan, the major shareholder is the Chow Manhwa family, holding 31.66% of the shares. I need to investigate this thoroughly. Chow Manhwa, just wait until you're experiencing ecstasy and despair. Chapter 147, The Little White Rabbit, is finally going to come in handy. That evening, Ma Rue returned to report. He followed Chow Manhwa to his villa, but it was heavily guarded, so he didn't go in. After Chow Manhwa returned, he started a huge fire. He could hear the sound of him smashing things even from outside. After listening to his report, Chun Fan and Ma Rue returned to their respective work posts. It seems that Chow Manhwa needs to be dealt with properly. Since we've offended him, we can't let him off the hook. So the next day, Chun Fan led his men to sweep through the rare goods market again. Walk the path others take, leaving them with nowhere to walk. They basically cleared out all the raw stones in the market that could be cut for profit, and then waited for Chow Manhwa to go and purchase the goods. I'm sure it won't be long before Chow Manhwa gets so desperate he'll do something drastic. Chun Fan continued to send people to keep an eye on Chow Manhwa's every move. Sure enough, after he emptied the entire rare goods market, none of the raw stones Chow Manhwa bought for 2 consecutive days yielded any profit after cutting. This made him roar like thunder. Originally, like him and the Liu family, they had 2 sources of goods. Most of their goods are sourced directly from the mining areas in southern Yunnan. A smaller quantity is sourced from rare and high-quality goods if they have the opportunity to find them at the rare goods market. But now that Chun Fan has blocked his path to the Jiangzhou market, he has no choice but to source goods from southern Yunnan. However, the journey to source goods in southern Yunnan is long and takes several days. Brother Fan, something's up. That day, Chun Ming suddenly called Chun Fan. What's wrong? The one who came out of Chow Manhwa's villa seems to be that Zhou guy from the Liu family. Oh, so Zhou and Chow Manhwa have been secretly colluding all along. He immediately called Liu Ruoxian. What happened to that guy surnamed Zhou from last time? Liu Ruoxian said. The old man said that considering he has served the Liu family for so many years, he will only let him get out of the Liu family. From now on, nothing he does has anything to do with the Liu family. Your Liu family is really generous, but I've discovered that he's very likely involved in this scheme with that Chow guy. Liu Ruoxian was silent for a moment, then asked, Do you have any evidence? Shouldn't you be the ones to find the evidence? Chen Fan was speechless. I don't care about this kind of thing. I just discovered the problem and wanted to let you know so you don't get taken advantage of and end up counting the money for someone else. Lu Ruoxian said she understood, as she was also exhausted from dealing with the situation. Of course, Chun Fan was unaware that the two brothers in the Lu family were currently having a disagreement, and Lu Ruoxian had no time to care about such matters. Chun Fan called Su Ruzhen again. Keep an eye on Manhwa jewelry for me. Su Ruzhen opened the trading screen and said, there's not much to do with this stock. It's currently at a relatively high level. Chun Fan laughed and said, if the position is high, then take it. Su Ruzhen understood. Well, the little white rabbit is finally going to come in handy. Chun Fan asked Lu Wushuang to hack into Manhwa Jewelry Company's financial computer system. Unexpectedly, the little white rabbit was quite capable and indeed obtained Manhwa Jewelry's financial data. Then Chun Fan had someone fabricate a report about Manhwa Jewelry's financial fraud. In the stock market, nothing is more damaging than financial fraud. At this moment, Master Zhou has already led a team to purchase raw stones in southern Yunnan. Unexpectedly, news of their financial fraud suddenly broke online, and the stock price plummeted to its daily limit. Chao Minghua was sitting in his office. He had been planning to find someone to vent his anger on him. But the company suddenly ran into trouble. All the raw materials they had purchased from the rare goods market were destroyed. More than 100 million yuan went down the drain, and he had no choice but to send people to Yunnan to purchase goods. As a listed company, the supply chain absolutely cannot have problems, because he is also preparing to reduce his holdings at a high price and cash out some money. Who knew that their company would suddenly be exposed for financial fraud? This drop had serious consequences. For 7 consecutive trading days, the stock price hit the daily limit down, plummeting from 45 yuan to 21.52 yuan. Su Ruzhen asked Chun Fan, can we go in now? Chun Fan said there was no rush. If I'm not mistaken, Chao Minghua will definitely try to salvage the situation right now. It's hard to say who he'll talk to. The best solution is to redeem the shares themselves and restore market confidence. Sure enough, after the 7th consecutive day of limit-down trading, Manhwa Jewelry issued an announcement that its major shareholder had increased its holdings by 2 million shares. 2 million shares, equivalent to 43 million. Major shareholders increased their holdings, which slightly improved market sentiment. But without a large influx of funds, the stock price will still struggle to recover. After all, many institutions will cut their losses in time after a financial crisis. At this moment, Chun Fan instructed Su Ruzhen, re-stir up the scandal of Manhwa Jewelry's product quality issues from 2 years ago. It's important to understand that the stock market is extremely sensitive to even the slightest disturbance. Even a blunder can cause stock prices to fluctuate. After this news was exposed, Manhwa Jewelry's stock price was once again locked at the daily limit down. The institutions and speculative investors involved also realized that someone was targeting Manhwa Jewelry, and that he must have offended someone. If things continue like this, things will probably fall apart. So some of the organizations that were hiding inside have fled. For the next 10 trading days, it almost always hit the daily limit down. Chao Minghua is going crazy. The stock price immediately fell back to 7.5 yuan. The company's market value also dropped from over 40 billion to over 7 billion. At this moment, Su Ruzhen made her move, saying that she would buy as many as Chun Fan had. Even if we buy them all, it'll only cost a little over 7 billion. What's there to be afraid of? These past few days, Su Ruzhen has started a shopping spree. The first day's trading volume exceeded 300 million yuan, which is still below the 5% warning line. Therefore, no declaration is required. The next day, she used Chun Fan's private account to buy more than 300 million yuan, still keeping it below the 5% warning line. On the third day, she used another account to siphon in more than 300 million yuan. Moreover, they always trade small orders and never actively buy large orders. Although trading volume is increasing, prices have remained relatively stable. Chao Minghua wasn't stupid, and someone below him reported, President Chao, someone is buying up our company's stock. Chao Minghua was furious. The company's market value had depreciated by over 80%. His status subsequently plummeted. He used to be the second largest player in Jiangzhou's jewelry industry, but now the entire company's market value is less than 8 billion yuan. Isn't it a good thing that someone is buying your company's stock at this time? Chao Minghua waved his hand, too lazy to bother with it. On the 4th day, Chun Fan called Zhao Linlin. Didn't you say you wanted to do some stock trading with me? Buy Manhwa Jewelry using small order transactions, and remember, do not exceed the 5% warning line. Zhao Linlin was overjoyed to receive Chen Fan's call. Without hesitation, he took over the trading, even skipping classes. She also invested at least 300 million yuan. However, the stock price has been hovering between 7.3 and 7.9. After Chen Fan and Su Ruzhen's 4 operations, most institutions have cut their losses and left the market, and speculative funds have also scattered. Chen Fan and 3 accounts under Lantu Investment, along with Zhao Linlin, already own nearly 17% of Manhwa Jewelry shares. Chen Fan had checked the major shareholders' shareholding percentage. Previously, it was 31.66%, and even after his increase in holdings, it was only around 31.9%. My shareholding is still some distance from that of a major shareholder. Roll it up quietly first, don't shoot. Chen Fan ordered. Keep buying, buy as much as you can. Chapter 148 Savage Invasion. This is quite difficult. After all, he only has so many plates, and even if we have the money, we can't buy them. After several days of massive capital outflows, the remaining funds have essentially remained stagnant. This is a common practice among many stock market investors. He fell, so he simply lay there and pretended to be dead. Even a slight increase can make them restless in an attempt to hold on to their meager profits. Fearing it would disappear, they quickly sold it. This is the ingrained thinking of retail investors. Because the stock price has been suppressed and cannot rise, the shares cannot be moved. What to do? It rallied to the daily limit in the afternoon, then opened high and closed low the next day, giving them a big bearish candlestick. Dark clouds loom overhead. Trading volume is picking up. Yes, that's a good idea. However, Chen Fan's special abilities were no longer of any use, and he could only rely on the experience he had accumulated during this period. This was also the first time he had ever handled a stock in this way. It was 2:30 p.m., 30 minutes before the market closed. Su Ruzhen ordered the stock price to be raised. Just when retail investors were getting so anxious they wanted to smash their keyboards, a large amount of money was suddenly bought in. The stock price soared upwards. A group of people got so anxious they were practically on steroids, and they started yelling and shouting. Quick! The major players have pushed the price up. Within 10 seconds, the price immediately hit the upper limit. Those retail investors who bought in at low prices should exit now. Chen Fan looked at the market and said, "If you continue to be greedy, then don't blame me. There are always some shrewd people in the stock market who like to buy low as stock prices fall." At this moment, Lu Wushuang was also beside Chen Fan, watching him stare at the board with a serious expression. That's when I realized it. It turns out this guy is a stock market tycoon. Chen Fan's move prompted countless stock market investors to analyze it in secret. Yes, the late-day rally indicates that the major shareholders lack sufficient strength. Let's go? Some people say, this is the market maker testing the waters to see how much the market can handle it. So let's wait and see. Some people simply can't understand it. At 3 p.m., the work was finished, and we called it a day. This stock hit its daily limit, and over 100 million yuan worth of shares were traded. Chen Fan looked at Lu Wushuang, who was particularly curious, and asked, "Why aren't you going to school?" The girl chuckled. "You're really good at stocks?" Chen Fan put his arm around her and laughed. "You're still very naive. There are many things you don't understand. I have even more amazing moments to come." Xiao Xiao brought over a fruit platter. "Boss, I don't understand either." Chen Fan, "You still don't understand? You're an old hand at this." Xiao Xiao, "There's nothing to do this afternoon. You take Wushuang out to play. I need to keep working hard on my homework and crush him." "Okay, just let us know if you need anything." Xiao Xiao was a very competent personal secretary. Seeing that Chen Fan was very busy, especially when he was working, she took Lu Wushuang out to play. Chen Fan reviewed all the information about Manhwa Jewelry and analyzed their equity structure. It was discovered that its circulating shares accounted for a large proportion, with a circulating market capitalization of 83%. Yes, there's a lot of room for maneuver. When Xiao Xiao and the others returned that evening, Chen Fan was still researching. This is really getting complicated. It's going to drive Chao Minghua crazy. Around 10 o'clock, Lu Wushuang was picked up by 2 bodyguards and taken back to her apartment. The next morning, Chen Fan's high open low close trading strategy was indeed implemented. It opened 2.13 points higher, then rose and fell back. Next, use a small knife to cut the meat, slowly, pulling it down little by little. Many people couldn't withstand this kind of trend, cursed, and obediently handed over their chips and left. Anyone with even a little technical knowledge knows that this is the market maker's strategy of driving up the price to unload their shares. Some people suddenly realized, holy crap, this is speculative capital. Run. Many speculative investors are very cunning and often only operate on a one-day basis. The price surged for one day, then the investors cashed out at the high point the next day. This misled people into thinking that the big players were driving up the price, only to have them disappear the very next day. They make a profit of 10% or so and then run away. There are all sorts of methods used in the stock market. Those who were still hesitating left when they saw the stock price fall below yesterday's closing price. Of course, there are also some diehards. No matter what you do, he just won't budge. Su Ruzhen called Chun Fan, saying, "We still don't have enough leverage." Chun Fan decisively said, "Let's use our left hand to free up our right hand and increase the trading volume. Let's see if that scares them to death." All right. Su Ruzhen gave the order to the traders to sell in large quantities and buy in small quantities. This move indeed stunned many people. Trading volume surged dramatically, breaking all previous records. Holy crap. Run. Something big is about to happen. Will it collapse like Dongfeng Pharmaceutical? The stock market is very risky, and not every stock can have the opportunity to be restructured and revived like Dongfeng Pharmaceutical. Manhwa Jewelry's stock price plummeted from 45 yuan to just over 7 yuan, resulting in a market value loss of over 80%. Who could withstand that? Run. Run. Even Chao Minghwa's sister quietly cashed out over 100 million yuan. Even if the company goes bankrupt, I'll still have money to spend. Su Ruzhen reported at 3 p.m. that she had bought more than 500 million yuan worth of shares that day. Not bad. I now have an additional 7% or more in shareholding. The total shareholding ratio has reached 25%. Buy with the company's large account if the market opens significantly lower tomorrow. If the trading volume is sufficient, we'll raise our bids directly. They're finally going to show their fangs. This was a combination of moves by Chin Fan. After failing to boost trading volume, he pushed the stock to its daily limit on the first day to reap the profits. The next day, the market opened high but closed low, with huge volume resulting in another wave of profit-taking. On the third day, the market opened sharply lower and continued to suppress prices to reap another wave of profits. Many people, seeing this situation, broke through all moving averages, with almost no support below, and panicked. If we don't leave now, we'll probably fall into an abyss. Especially seeing the stock price slowly declining in a nibbling, pain-taking manner. Those who managed to withstand this wave are already incredibly impressive. But they also worry that if they continue to hold on, what if there are endless limit down days again? They're gone. They're gone. Finally, on this day, Su Ruzhen had gathered enough chips. The two accounts purchased over 700 million yuan worth of goods. Among them, Lanta Capital's large-scale purchase amounted to 566 million. It accounts for 8% of the total shares. The other account accounts for 2.8%. Blueprint Investment has officially issued a notice, marking its first large-scale share purchase. The director of Manhwa Jewelry reported to Chao Minghwa, "Our stock market performance has been off lately. Could someone be trying to take advantage of this?" Chao Minghwa stared wide-eyed. "What article? I'm still the company's major shareholder. What can he do to me?" Many institutions have already left, and Blueprint Investment only holds 8% of the shares. What can he do to himself? Hee. The next day, individual investor Chin Fan sold his shares to Lantu Investment through a block trade. Blueprint Investment holds a 12.2% stake. Then, Su Ruzhen transferred all the shares held in her other accounts to Lantu Investment through block trades. At this point, apart from Zhao Linlin's 4.2%, Lantu Investment's shareholding has reached as high as 31.6%. The Chao family holds only 31.9% of the shares, and his sister has quietly cashed out more than 100 million yuan. This directly resulted in their family's shareholding being lower than that of Blueprint Investment Company. Lantu Company has become the largest shareholder of Manhwa Jewelry, and Manhwa Jewelry is about to undergo a major change. Damn it. Chao Minghwa then realized that things were in trouble. His company was about to be swallowed up. Chapter 149 The Liu Family. I'm not taking the blame. Immediately send someone to investigate the background of this Blueprint Investment and see what they are up to. Chao Minghua quickly convened a family meeting. At the meeting, upon learning that his younger sister had cashed out over 100 million yuan by reducing her holdings in the secondary market, Chao Minghua was so angry that he slapped her. "Are you that short of money? At a time like this, you're still thinking about your own personal matters. Let me tell you, if the company is taken over, you'll all be finished. At that time, the entire jade market will be dominated by the Liu family. The person who went to investigate quickly returned and reported, Chairman Chow, this Lantu Investment is a new company in our Jiangzhou. It was established less than half a year ago, and the legal representative is Su Ruzhen. I'll go and have a go at her. Does she, a woman, think she can mess with me? Chao Minghua was furious. He immediately called his driver to prepare the car, gathered his bodyguards, and stormed into the Yunfan building. He rushed to the front desk, but was stopped by security. What? Chao Minghua was originally a local thug who rose to power and had no sense of martial ethics. With a wave of his hand, he ordered, take them down. Just as the bodyguards were about to make their move, they suddenly saw Zhang Long, while Zhao Hu stared at them with amusement. Well, Chairman, Chao Minghua understood everything at once. Holy crap, are they in cahoots? Since we can't win by fighting, let's try to reason with each other. I am Chairman Chao of Manhwa Jewelry, and I wish to see your general manager Su. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? Damn it. I'm the CEO of a listed company, and I need an appointment to see your boss. Beep beep. A low-key Tuareg drove up, and the handsome Chun Fan got out of the car. He lit a cigarette slowly and took a drag. He then glanced at President Chao indifferently and asked Zhang Long, what's going on? Is someone causing trouble? Anyone who dares to cause trouble, get them out of here. The Yunfan building has plenty of surveillance cameras. As long as you don't cause trouble, your self-defense is legal. When President Chao saw Chen Fan, his face turned completely dark. Kid, it really was you. However, he couldn't understand how he could possess such great strength. To be honest, acquiring a 31.6% stake in Manhwa Jewelry would cost over 2 billion yuan. I understand now. It must be the Liu family backing me up. That damned Liu Ziyuan wants to swallow up my Manhwa Jewelry so he can rule the world. Dream on. His suspicions were justified, given that Liu Ruoxian had stood up for Chun Fan back then. Now Chen Fan has contacted Blueprint Capital to take control of Manhwa Jewelry. Once Chao Minghua understood this, he turned around and left Liu's headquarters building. Because Liu Ziyuan had exceptional business acumen from a young age, he was far more outstanding than his older brother. Therefore, he became the current head of the Liu family, while his brother only served as a nominal vice president. However, things have been quite turbulent in the Liu family lately. For some reason, the eldest brother has started vying for power with him. They even unconditionally supported their good-for-nothing son, a spoiled brat, to take charge. The last time they sourced goods from southern Yunnan, they were ruined by his son, Liu Jiping. For reasons unknown, the old man repeatedly defended his eldest son. This made Liu Ziyuan feel helpless. The biggest hidden danger is the lack of unity within the family. In order to protect the Liu family, Liu Ziyuan even went so far as to play the villain and separate the family's core business. Unexpectedly, this was met with strong opposition from the eldest son, who then reported it directly to the old man. Just as Liu Ziyuan was having a headache, his assistant came in to report that Mr. Chao from Manhwa Jewelry had arrived. He was aggressive and specifically asked to see Liu Ziyuan. Liu Ziyuan narrowed his eyes. Why was Chao Minghua causing trouble at this time? According to Liu Ruoxian, Liu Jiping's daughter, the incident was probably orchestrated by Chao Minghua and Master Zhou. Now, Master Zhou has joined Chao Minghua's side. To be honest, Liu Ziyuan has always looked down on people like Chao Minghua. He came from a background of thugs and hooligans, and had no manners whatsoever. However, since he dared to come to his door, Liu Ziyuan really wanted to see what tricks he was up to. After giving the order, General Manager Chao arrived quickly with 2 bodyguards. He stormed in, clearly annoyed, and yelled, Liu Ziyuan, what do you mean? Are you trying to frame me? The Liu Group's security capabilities are certainly not bad either. If Chao Minghua dares to cause trouble here, he will definitely be in big trouble. Liu Ziyuan didn't back down either, coldly asking, is there something you need? Stop pretending. Someone took this opportunity to buy up a large number of shares in Manhwa Jewelry. You couldn't possibly not know that, could you? In response to President Chao's accusations, Liu Ziyuan said, what does this have to do with me? Chao Minghua, someone as insignificant as you. If I wanted to deal with you, I would have just crushed you to death back then. How did you get to where you are today? Back then, Chao Minghua wanted to develop the jewelry market in Jiangzhou, which led to a conflict with the Liu family. Later, he asked someone to intervene and begged the Liu family to let him off the hook. President Chao roared, stop pretending. You dare say Lana Capital isn't one of your lackeys? Blueprint Investment? Lu Ziyuan had never noticed. After all, this company is not big and has no reputation. Of course, if he knew the true strength of Blueprint Investment, he probably wouldn't think that way. If you have nothing else to say, please leave. I can tell you this. The Lu family has absolutely no connection with Blueprint Investment. Someone, show them out. Two bodyguards walked in. Mr. Chow, please. Snort. President Chow snorted angrily and said ruthlessly, if I find out that you did it, I'll never forgive you. Stop. Lu Ziyuan was furious. I haven't even settled the score with you for the despicable things you and Master Zhou did. What right do you have to yell and shout here? Roll. It can be said that Lu Ziyuan showed him no respect whatsoever. Mr. Chow's face burned with embarrassment, and he turned and left. He believed that given Lu Ziyuan's character, if he said that Blueprint Investment had nothing to do with them, then it really had nothing to do with them. If that's the case, then who's backing you up behind the scenes? Damn it. It seems we still have to talk to them. Having come this far, he only has two choices. They can either join forces with other shareholders to acquire their shares and secure their controlling stake. Alternatively, they can try to acquire shares in the secondary market. But no matter which step he takes, it's something he can't afford right now. After all, not everyone can be as capable as Chun Fan, managing so much capital. It's important to understand that having assets of 10 billion and having 10 billion in hand are not even in the same league. At this moment, Chun Fan was sitting in Su Ruzhen's office. Don't touch the shares held by Zhao Linlin yet. Keep them as a backup plan. You still have ambushes? Su Ruzhen stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend how much manipulation Chun Fan had done with this stock. Tell me, have you been planning this for a long time? Su Ruzhen glanced at him, her face full of allure. Chun Fan laughed and said, anyway, this time we're going to take over Manhwa Jewelry and turn it into our business. As the two were talking, Chu Yanfei came in to report that General Manager Chow is causing trouble again, demanding to see General Manager Su. What's there to talk about? Just announce the acquisition of Manhwa Jewelry tomorrow. Chun Fan gave the instructions. He wanted to teach Chow Manhwa, that old rogue, what despair and helplessness truly meant. Chapter 150, Taking Over Manhwa Jewelry. That afternoon, Chun Fan called Zhao Linlin over. They transferred her 4.3% stake at a 20% premium. The next morning, Su Ruzhen led a group of people to the headquarters of Manhwa Jewelry Company, announced the acquisition of Manhwa Jewelry. Chow Manhwa roared, what qualifications do you have to acquire Manhwa? You only own 31.6% of the shares. No, now I own 35.9%, and I will have veto power over everything in the company from now on. Puff. Chow Manhwa was about to vomit blood. When did she quietly increase her shareholding again? Who knows how many cards she still has up her sleeve? Chow Manhwa was furious and pointed at Su Ruzhen, saying, don't force me to play dirty tricks. Manhwa Jewelry belongs to me, and no one can take it away from me. But you're not even the chairman anymore. I have the veto power in the company. I want to reorganize the board of directors. You dare. Chow Manhwa was about to make his move when Zhang Long and Zhao Hu stood there. There were also bodyguards that Chun Meng had gathered long ago, whose strength completely overwhelmed Chow Manhwa's. Moreover, Su Ruzhen also brought reporters with her. As the major shareholder, who can stop me from restructuring the board of directors? Su Ruzhen retorted sharply, not giving an inch. You don't have to participate. Anyway, you have no right to speak. Since she was going to take over Manhwa Jewelry, Su Ruzhen's first step was to seize control of personnel and finances. This is fundamental to controlling a company. Chow Manhwa was kicked out of the chairman's office. He angrily retorted, I won't let you get away with this. Just you wait and see. At the board meeting, Su Ruzhen sat in the chairperson's seat, looking at the group of chairpersons. Manhwa Jewelry is a family business, so everyone present is a member of the Chow family. Su Ruzhen said, I'll give you two choices. Either transfer your shares to me, or you'll all be kicked out of the board of directors one by one. Chow Manhwa's sister asked, if we transfer the shares to you, how much will you pay? Su Ruzhen said domineeringly, the first one to transfer will get a 50% premium. The second premium is 40%, and so on. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, everyone stood up and declared, I want to transfer ownership. I want to transfer my ownership too. Very well, only the shares held by Chow Manhwa and his wife remain. Together, they account for at least 22%. Since you're all so enthusiastic, everyone will get a 50% premium. It won't cost much anyway, so I'll take it all. They signed share transfer agreements with them on the spot. With this, Blueprint Capital has gained another 9% of the shares, bringing its total shareholding to over 45%. Su Ruzhen completed this system operation and returned to Blueprint Investment. Chun Fan solemnly instructed Chun Meng and others to gather all security forces to protect President Su 24 hours a day. Su Ruzhen asked, "And you?" "I'm fine with Chun Meng by my side." "That won't do. Send a few more. Besides, I don't need that many bodyguards." The two argued back and forth, each wanting to have security personnel placed next to the other. Chun Fan said, "All right, I'm in charge. Also, keep a close eye on Chao Manhwa. We need to know everything he does." Okay. Some people said that there were too many security guards at Yunfan Building, and now they've finally come in handy. If we're going to do this, we can't let the other side have any chance to fight back. If he makes a move, I'll kill him. Soon, news of Manhwa Jewelry's acquisition by Lantu Investment spread throughout the industry. Everyone was shocked. How did Blueprint Investment, such an inconspicuous little company, suddenly become so powerful? Its emergence was as sudden as that of Hongtu Capital, leaving many people caught off guard. It has a kind of unexpected rise to prominence. Hongtu Capital emerged because it acquired a 45% stake in Yuanzhou International Hotel. Subsequently, it invested another 10 billion yuan to acquire a controlling stake in Zhao's real estate. The two extravagant moves left people speechless. Now, Blueprint Investment has swallowed up Manhwa Jewelry in one fell swoop. Even Lu Ziyuan was shocked. Although this kind of thing happens every day in the capital market, but this time it actually happened to people around them. I heard that Chao Manhwa was kicked out of the company like a dog, and almost all of his family's shares, except for those of Chao Manhwa and his wife, were taken over by Lantu Investment. Chao Manhwa's power is gone. Of course, in everyone's eyes, this was a scheme set up by the Lu family. After all, they are in the same industry. Besides the Lu family, who else would be so ruthless towards Chao Manhwa? Hearing the rumors circulating outside, Lu Ziyuan was speechless. If I say I have no connection with Blueprint Investment, would anyone believe me? It's estimated that among these people, only Lu Ruoxian truly understands the relationship between Su Ruzhen and Chun Fan. He just couldn't figure out how much money Chun Fan actually had. They were able to swallow Manhwa Jewelry whole. Following a power struggle, Manhwa Jewelry has temporarily suspended trading due to a major event requiring disclosure. Manhwa Jewelry has officially changed its name to Mingyuan Group. During this period, according to reports from the people Chun Meng sent to monitor Chao Manhwa has been acting strangely and recklessly. He sought help everywhere, hoping to find someone to stand up for him and get justice. However, many people now believe that this is the Lu family backing Lantu Investment. These people didn't want to offend the Lu family, so Chao Manhwa was in a very awkward position. In addition, he is not a good person in general. When he was in power, he was arrogant and domineering, and had no popularity at all. Upon receiving this information, Chun Fan let out a cold laugh. He instructed Chun Meng not to be careless, for even a centipede, though dead, does not fall down easily. Keep an eye on him. If he dares to move, kill him on the spot. On Friday afternoon, the receptionist received a phone call from someone claiming to be the young chairman of the Luo Group. They asked Su Ruzhen to answer the phone. Chu Yanfei relayed this news to Su Ruzhen. The young chairman of the Luo Group? What does he want to do? Does the Luo family also want to interfere in the equity dispute between Blueprint Investment and Chao Manhwa? Interesting, but the weight of a mere young chairman of the Luo Group is still a bit light. Su Ruzhen directly refused. Tell him I'm not free. Okay. Chu Yanfei politely declined, saying that President Su was not present. Trying to put on airs with me. Luo Xingwang angrily threw down the phone. A photo lay in front of him. Su Ruzhen is young, beautiful, sexy, and alluring, a quintessential domineering female CEO. Before making the call, he had investigated Su Ruzhen's background. Of course, he only saw the surface and didn't find out Su Ruzhen's true background. Hearing that she was a very beautiful woman, Luo Xingwang was indeed interested. He was furious that Su Ruzhen didn't even give the Luo family any face. However, Luo Xingwang is far superior to Lu Jipeng. He graduated from a prestigious university and has a very good reputation in the industry. But young people are always a bit arrogant. Not to mention someone of his status and background. He thought that if he stepped forward, Su Ruzhen would have to give him some face. But to his surprise, they completely ignored him. I'm going to have my way with this woman. Chao Minghua flattered from the side. Then we'll have to trouble young Master Luo. We'll be very grateful once it's done. Chapter 151. I need you to step in and mediate, but instead you're siding with her? Chao Minghua is definitely not a kind person. It wasn't that he didn't want to take drastic measures, but rather that he wanted to regain control of the company before dealing with Chun Fan and his ilk. Moreover, he shifted the blame for this matter onto the Lu family. That way, the Luo family won't just sit idly by. After all, the growing power of the Lu family would definitely be a threat to the Luo family, and the two families had accumulated grudges over the years, with neither willing to submit to the other. So he came to the right person by seeking out Luo Xingwang. In fact, the Luo family also looked down on people like Chao Minghua, but they adhered to the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Luo Xingwang then decided to step in and mediate. But who would have thought that Su Ruzhen would completely ignore him? How dare a small blueprint investment company be so arrogant? Snort. Luo Xingwang was very unhappy. Su Ruzhen rarely has a day off today. She sits elegantly in the coffee shop with a cup of coffee in her hand. My gaze drifted out the window, watching the endless stream of people. These people were in a hurry, each busy with their own affairs. This reminded her of a saying. People come and go for profit. People move about for profit. She had come to this city unintentionally while trying to escape an arranged marriage. By a twist of fate, she met Chen Fan. Even now, Su Ruzhen can't help but laugh when she thinks about how nervous he was when he saw her back then. This guy is quite interesting. Well, who could have imagined that in just 6 months? How did it develop into what it is today? Su Ruzhen glanced at her watch casually. She didn't want to do or care about anything today. I just want to take a day off. Just like that, I leisurely gazed at the street, watching people busy themselves. Then have lunch with your loved one and wake up together. Life is so beautiful. At that moment, a man in his 30s appeared at the door. He was dressed in a smart suit and covered in dazzling designer brands. With his confident appearance, he was definitely an eligible bachelor in the eyes of those around him. His appearance immediately drew countless envious glances from those around him. Some girls couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Wow, young Master Luo, so handsome. Even the pretty young ladies in the coffee shop abandoned their reserve. The Luo family is a renowned and prestigious family in Jiangzhou, a wealthy family with assets of over 60 billion yuan. Luo Xingwang is a shining example of the younger generation, a figure revered by countless people. His fiancée is the daughter of a powerful family in Zhonghai. The moment he stepped into this top-notch coffee shop, suddenly, my gaze was drawn to a unique aura, and I was captivated by it from that moment on. He stared intently at the woman sitting by the window. He showed a hint of unprecedented surprise. Su Ruzhen merely lowered her head to tidy her hair behind her ear, inadvertently revealing her profile, and Luo Xingwang froze. Could there really be such an absolutely stunning beauty in the world? Seeing Su Ruzhen pick up her coffee cup and slowly take a small sip. The movements were so elegant that Luo Xingwang's heart tightened. I've wasted the last 30 years of my life. I've seen plenty of beautiful women in my life, from wealthy heiresses to socialites of the golden age. From beautiful live streamers to campus beauties and female college students. In his opinion, it was nothing special. Young Master Luo, she is Su Ruzhen from Blueprint Investment Company. The assistant next to him quietly reminded him. Luo Xingwang frowned, and his assistant tactfully stepped aside. He straightened his back and walked confidently towards Su Ruzhen by the window. Cough, cough. He tried to get Su Ruzhen's attention in this way, but Su Ruzhen didn't even turn her head. Luo Xingwang was embarrassed. Ahem, President Su. You really have a refined taste. The two bodyguards behind Su Ruzhen, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, stood there like iron towers. Their gazes sharpened, as if they would stop Luo Xingwang immediately should he make any improper move. Su Ruzhen turned around and glanced at the other person. Who are you? Haha. I am Luo Xingwang, the young chairman of the Luo Group. He extended his hand, but Su Ruzhen showed no intention of shaking his hand. She simply gave a curt, "Oh," and asked, "Was it you who called the front desk last time?" Luo Xingwang withdrew his hand. President Su, are you really not going to mediate the feud between Lantu Investment and Chao Minghua? Seeing Su Ruzhen's serious expression, he realized she wasn't interested in him. Luo Xingwang had no choice but to bring up the real business. Su Ruzhen put down her coffee cup. How do you plan to mediate? If your Luo family were the major shareholder, would you relinquish management and operational control to someone else? Ahem, but this is a company that someone built from scratch. isn't what you're doing a bit. Before Luo Xingwang could continue, Su Ruzhen said seriously, "Aren't you a student who returned from studying abroad? Did all those years of studying abroad go to waste? The business world is like a battlefield. How can you hand over the empire you've worked so hard to build?" Seeing that he couldn't argue with her, Luo Xingwang had no choice but to say, "All right then, pretend I never brought this up, and our Luo family doesn't intend to get involved. You'd better take care of yourselves. However, I would like to remind President Su that Chao Minghua is a man who will stop at nothing. Thank you for your kindness. Mr. Su, since we've run into each other today, may I make a small request? Would you be willing to have dinner with me?" Puff. The assistant next to him couldn't help but speak up. "Weren't you here to act as Chao Minghua's intermediary? Why are you suddenly inviting them to dinner?" "I'm sorry, I have an appointment," Su Ruzhen said calmly. "Okay, next time then. I hope President Su will give me face next time." Unlike some spoiled young masters who would get angry or pester someone relentlessly, Luo Xingwang did not get angry or pester someone relentlessly. Instead, he politely withdrew. After leaving the coffee shop and returning to his car, Luo Xingwang said, "I'm in love." The assistant stared at him with a dark expression. "Young Master Luo, you are engaged," Luo Xingwang exclaimed. "But I have never seen such an elegant woman before. She is so beautiful. Regarding Chao Minghua, I have decided to side with Blueprint Investment." Assistant. In the coffee shop, Su Ruzhen's phone rang. "It's Chun Fan. Look downstairs, I've arrived." Su Ruzhen turned her head to look out the window, and Chun Fan leaned against the car door, waving at her. Su Ruzhen smiled sweetly, quickly picked up her bag, and turned to go downstairs. As soon as she got in the car, she threw herself into Chun Fan's arms, almost causing Chun Meng, who was driving, to lose control of the car's speed. Cough, cough. "Fan, you two are too much. Can't you take care of my heart, which is still like a preschooler when it comes to relationships?" Su Ruzhen sat up straight. "Let's go back to Jiangshan Imperial View." We had agreed to spend the day with Su Ruzhen, but she suddenly changed her mind and wanted to go back to the villa. But I also blame myself. The weather has been hot lately, and I was so focused on teasing Chao Minghua that I forgot to water the plants. "Brother Fan, there are cars following us." Based on his experience, Chun Ming quickly identified the problem. "Chun Ming, let's skip Jiangshan Imperial View and go to Wanxiang International instead." Clear. Chun Ming knew that Chun Fan was leaving the danger to himself and the safety to Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen looked back for a while. "What's going on?" "Never mind him. We have backers. If he dares to make a move, we'll make sure he doesn't come back alive." Chapter 152, Revenge Never Ends Overnight. As the car entered Nanhu Avenue, the bodyguard in front suddenly warned them. "Team Leader Chun, there are 3 dump trucks at the intersection ahead, acting suspiciously." According to the regulations of Jiangzhou Urban Management, dump trucks are not allowed to appear during the day. They can only operate at night. After all, there are too many vehicles during the day, and dump trucks can pose many safety hazards. Chun Ming also felt something was wrong, but the car had already entered Nanhu Avenue, and there was no way to turn around here. He wasn't afraid of violating traffic rules, but there were too many cars behind him, and he had no way to turn back. As they approached the traffic light intersection, Chun Ming spotted 3 dump trucks ahead. They were parked in a triangular pattern in the 3 lanes, and some drivers, not knowing the proper etiquette, would just squeeze into whichever was most convenient. It probably rushed right into the middle of their triangular formation. There was another car parked on the side of the road with a warning triangle behind it, as if it had broken down. Chun Ming drove his car to the far right lane, and as he passed the broken-down car, he deliberately glanced at it a few more times. The 2 mechanics kept glancing at the Tuareg that Chun Fan and Su Ruzhen were sitting in. Seeing the car pass by, they quickly got in. Chun Ming deliberately slowed down, and the dump trucks behind him also increased their distance. The light turned green, but the 3 dump trucks refused to move, causing the cars behind them to honk their horns impatiently. The dump trucks parked on the side of the road were getting anxious seeing the Tuareg moving so slowly. The burly driver spat and cursed. "Damn it, there wasn't even a little impact at this close range. Have we been discovered? Forget about him. Let's run him over and kill him." The man next to him said viciously. "If we don't leave now, the traffic police will come. We can say that we were speeding because we were trying to catch the green light." The driver's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he stepped on the gas. The dump trucks roared in, shaking the ground. Chun Ming had seen all of this long ago, and he deliberately didn't follow, leaving himself a safe position. Seeing the dump truck rushing towards him from behind, he stepped on the gas, and the car lurched toward the curb. We drove straight there. Thud. The dump truck behind crashed into a tree, and the tree, which was as thick as a bowl, snapped in half with a crack. Su Ruzhen was so frightened that she patted her chest nervously, her face turning deathly pale. Chen Ming yelled into his earpiece. Take them down. Zhang Long and Zhao, who had already rushed out of the car and pounced on the cab of the dump truck behind them. However, Chen Fan knew that capturing these people would be of little use. To completely eliminate safety hazards, we must nip them in the bud. The more desperate Chao Minghua becomes, the more likely he is to create an opportunity for himself. First, send Su Ruzhen to Wanxiang International and leave the rest to Zhang Long and the others. Xiao Xiao was visibly shocked when she saw Su Ruzhen. This isn't the boss's ex-girlfriend. She quickly handed over the shoes and greeted him. Boss, you're back. Hello, beautiful lady. Su Ruzhen looked at her in confusion. Chen Fan, are you keeping a mistress? Xiao Xiao explained. Sister, you've misunderstood. I'm just the boss's personal secretary. Su Ruzhen stared at Xiao Xiao's large breasts and looked at Chen Fan with suspicion. I don't believe you can really handle a personal secretary like that. Chen Fan understood her gaze. Are you envious? If you like, let Xiao Xiao go with you. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes. You're not allowed to be so discouraging. Xiao Xiao immediately understood. Sister, you're joking. I'm nowhere near as good as you. You are the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Su Ruzhen said. You have such a sweet tongue. Don't get Chen Fan drunk. Chen Fan went upstairs after receiving the call. Zhao Long said on the phone. Boss, they've confessed. Chao Minghua paid 500,000 yuan to hire someone to kill him. We have already taken video footage to preserve evidence. According to their statements, Chao Minghua went abroad these past few days, presumably intending to provide himself with an alibi. Should we eliminate these people? We're not doing anything illegal, just send us in. Chen Fan gave the instructions. No. Chao Minghua, do you think you'll be fine once you go abroad? Check it out for me right now. I need to know where he went. Chen Fan was furious. He couldn't let this matter rest. After hanging up the phone, Su Ruzhen came upstairs. Is everything settled? Chen Fan reassured him. Don't worry, he can't escape. Seeing the big bed in the master bedroom, Su Ruzhen lay down and said, It's so comfortable. I don't want to go back tonight. Chen Fan said, Sure, you can stay here anytime you want. Su Ruzhen raised her head. How many times did you kill him on this bed? What are you saying? I'm such a simple person. I believe you. Really, even Zhou Bing has never been here before. And her? Su Ruzhen pointed outside, clearly referring to Xiao Xiao. Chen Fan said, She only uses it during the day, you use it at night. Puff. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes. You talk as if you've never used it before. The two lay down on the bed, and Chen Fan said, Keep recruiting on your side. We need to build a strong security system. More funds can be invested in this area. After all, safety comes first. As for the management of Mingyuan shares, we will use our own people. All former subordinates of the Chao faction will be replaced. Yes, I have already instructed the HR department to recruit more people. At that moment, on an island overseas, Chao Minghua, who was taking his female secretary to avoid the limelight, suddenly received a phone call. Boss, they messed up and even confessed to the police that you were behind it. Useless, they're all fucking useless. Chao Minghua cursed. Damn it, looks like I won't be going back anytime soon. The secretary asked, Then what should we do? Let's stay here for a while and then decide. If all else fails, I'll sell my shares and make a comeback. You, surnamed Chun, just you wait. I won't let you get away with this. Come on, come gamble with me for a couple of rounds. He entered the local casino with his sexy secretary in his arms and several bodyguards. Chen Fan quickly received information about Chao Minghua's true whereabouts. He had gone to an island in Yan'an with his secretary. Wushuang, can you track a person's exact location using their phone's GPS? Sure. Okay. Get ready. We're going on a trip abroad for a few days. Oh. Lu Wushuang's heart pounded. Going overseas. She hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Well, with the little white rabbit as a tracking device, Chao Minghua is doomed. Chen Ming, take your 6 brothers, and let's go. Chen Fan didn't want to suffer such a loss. He had to avenge his grudge immediately. Send someone to process the visa immediately. We'll depart tomorrow. Instead of flying directly to the island where Chao Minghua was, they went to another place first and then transferred to his location. The next day, everything was ready. Chen Fan, along with Little White Rabbit, Chen Ming, and their 6 brothers, a total of 9 people, went to the airport. Chapter 153, I'll fight him to the death. On an island in the Yan'an region, this is a paradise for tourists. Sunbathing, enjoying delicious food, and having beautiful women as company. Chao Shihua lived a carefree and happy life. There are also casinos and various other attractions here. You can play however you want as long as you have the money. The alluring secretary, swaying her slender waist, nestled in Chao Minghua's arms. Mr. Chao, why don't we stay here a few more days? I don't want to go back so soon. Chao Minghua nodded. Okay, I'll take you shopping another day. He didn't want to go back now and was thinking about how to get rid of Chun Fan and Su Ruzhen. Damn it, do you think it's that easy to take over my company? But I'll take my time with that woman, Su Ruzhen. Let me kill that Chun brat first. Chao Minghua dialed a number with a grim face. Old hey, do me a favor. Chun Fan and his group have already landed. Apart from tourism, the South Asia region overseas is actually inferior to China in every way. However, this was Chun Fan's first time going abroad. He was wearing sunglasses and accompanied by a little white rabbit. Chun Ming followed with 6 bodyguards. Let's not stay here anymore. Let's go straight to the island. Wushuang, can you track his location? The weather here is quite hot, and Lu Wushuang is wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, revealing her long, white legs. She tugged at her sun hat. Find me a place. I'll try turning on my computer. The airport here is very basic, completely lacking the luxury and grandeur of those in China. After the group left the airport, Lu Wushuang found a chair, sat down, and turned on her computer. Connect to the backup Wi-Fi. Chun Ming went over and bought a few coconuts for everyone to quench their thirst. Before long, Lu Wushuang located Chao Minghua's position. He is on an island 700 kilometers away from us. Chun Fan gave everyone a look, and they set off. At 5 p.m., the group finally arrived on the island by boat. This island is very large and has a population of over 1 million. There are also tourists from all over the world. The gray market is particularly developed here, so the island is always bustling, day and night. With the super hacker Little White Rabbit around, they easily found out which hotel Chao Minghua was staying at. Brother Fan, I'll get rid of him. Chun Ming volunteered, as he had previously served on missions overseas. Chun Fan shook his head. Let's go to his hotel. The afternoon is the most fun time. Chao Minghua, accompanied by his secretary and bodyguard, emerged from the room, preparing to head to the beach for surfing. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the lobby, they ran into Chun Fan and his group. Chao Minghua was so frightened that she trembled and almost fell to the ground. Chun Fan took off his glasses and looked Chao Minghua up and down with an amused expression. Mr. Chao, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? Chao Minghua was on high alert. Damn it. Didn't I order someone to kill this kid? How did he end up here? Although he already knew that the first plan had failed, he still couldn't understand why Chun Fan would be here. Seeing the bodyguards around him, Chao Minghua felt a chill run down his spine for no reason. This is abroad, and I have absolutely no influence of my own. The only thing I can rely on is the few bodyguards around me. What do you want to do? Chun Fan smiled and said, Don't be nervous. I'm just here to have some fun, just like you. Hey Chun, don't mess around. This is a foreign country. You know it's overseas. If he were in Jiangzhou, he would have some local influence, but now that he's abroad, well. Chun Fan put on sunglasses, and the group entered the elevator. For some reason, Chao Minghua felt uneasy whenever he saw this kid. Since they dared to follow us here, they must have come prepared. Let's go, pack our things and go back. He didn't want to stay in this place anymore. As soon as Chun Fan stepped out of the elevator and entered the room, he instructed Xiao Bai to hack the hotel surveillance cameras. Chun Ming, you guys go and take their passports. The two groups acted swiftly, and Lu Wushuang quickly accessed the hotel surveillance system, freezing the surveillance footage of the floor Chun Ming and his group were heading to. The corridor was quiet, and no one would notice anything unusual. Ding dong. Chao Minghua's secretary, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, went back upstairs to retrieve her luggage from her room. 2 men brushed past them. Soon, Chao Minghua, who was waiting in the lobby, received a call. His secretary exclaimed in a panic. Boss, our passports are missing. Holy crap. Chao Minghua panicked. How could this be? Let's look again. I really can't find it. I've looked everywhere. Oh no, I'm doomed. How am I going to get back without my passport? Chao Minghua suddenly had a bad feeling, and Chun Fan's cold smile from earlier inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Impossible. Where would he get that skill? Upon arriving at the hotel reception, I requested to view the surveillance footage from earlier. The receptionist stated that there were no problems with the surveillance system. Moreover, they kept their passports themselves, and the hotel was not responsible for them. Chow Minghua was dumbfounded. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. He knew his bodyguards were no match for the enemy, so he had to retreat to advance. However, this only applies abroad. If it were in China, he wouldn't be afraid of Chun Fan at all. Boss, without passports, we can't even stay in a hotel. The secretary said nervously. Damn it, I don't believe he dares to do anything to me. Chow Minghua stomped his feet, betting that Chun Fan wouldn't dare to cause trouble abroad. But this is just the beginning. Disturbed, Chow Minghua, accompanied by his bodyguards and secretary, decided to leave the hotel first and then devise a plan. They suddenly realized that one of the bodyguards was missing. Boss, the secretary panicked a little. After all, she knew all of Chow Minghua's dirty deeds. Chow Minghua was a gangster. He had done countless despicable things in his life. This time, we've probably stirred up a hornet's nest. It's okay, don't panic. Chow Minghua lit a cigarette. His hand was trembling. Without a passport, I can't go to regular hotels and can only stay in illegal ghost houses. Chun Fan stood in front of the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the scenery outside. Wushuang, want to go surfing? Lu Wushuang shook her head. You have to wear a bikini to surf. Chun Fan pinched her delicate little face. Once you're done with your work, I'll take you out to have some fun. In fact, Lu Wushuang used to go to the beach often, but she was too shy to go in front of Chun Fan. After all, the two of them haven't reached that point yet, so they can't let go. Seeing that it was getting late, Chun Fan took Lu Wushuang to the best restaurant for dinner. Seafood is the most popular food here. You can find all kinds. Before the area was developed, seafood was incredibly cheap. But ever since so many tourists came, seafood prices have skyrocketed. A lobster as thick as an arm can cost several $1,000s. Chun Fan was happily enjoying his dinner while watching the sunset. On Chow Minghua's side, another bodyguard has gone missing. Damn it, I'll fight him to the death. This is outrageous. Chow Minghua, that old rogue, finally couldn't hold back any longer and was ready to fight Chun Fan to the death. Chapter 154, The Ceiling of Pure Desire. Chun Fan and Lu Wushuang ate seafood and drank red wine. Looking at the beautiful sunset, I felt incredibly happy. A commotion arose outside the restaurant. The hotel security guards stopped the other party, and the security captain blew a whistle. Call out. In an instant, a large group of security guards wielding batons swarmed over, surrounding Chow Minghua and his companions menacingly. The security captain shouted in the local language, trying to cause trouble? The translator explained it again, and seeing this, Chow Minghua awkwardly retreated. If you cause trouble in a place like this, you'll offend the local powers. They'd probably lose their lives. So the group of people went back outside, looking dejected, and waited for Chun Fan and the others to come out. Little did they know that everything they did was already under Chun Fan's watchful eye. After finishing his meal, he wasn't in a hurry. He ordered 2 cups of coffee and sipped them slowly. They left Chow Minghua and the others waiting outside. Chow Minghua's secretary couldn't take it anymore. Boss, let's go. Chow Minghua was seething with anger. Damn it. I've lived my whole life, and I've been completely outmaneuvered by a junior. He glared at the secretary, who dared not utter a word. Chun Fan made Chow Minghua endure the ordeal for over 2 hours before slowly leaving the restaurant. Chow Minghua rushed forward. Hey Chun, what exactly do you want? Chun Fan, with a toothpick in his mouth, asked in surprise. President Chow, what do you mean? Chow Minghua roared like thunder. Stop pretending. Just tell me. What exactly do you want? Chun Fan stared at him. What are you saying? I don't understand. We're all here for tourism. Let's each do our own thing. What exactly are you trying to say? Chow Minghua said angrily. Stop pretending. Did you send someone to steal our passports? Also, did you kill my bodyguard? Chun Fan glanced at him. So, I'm going to sue you for defamation. Wushuang, let's go. Damn it. Chow Minghua finally couldn't hold back and charged over with a roar. Chun Ming wasn't going to tolerate him and kicked him away. Chow Minghua's bodyguards rushed over, but there were only 6 of them left. The 6 bodyguards brought by Chun Ming were engaged in one-on-one combat. They were quickly pinned to the ground and rubbed hard. Chow Minghua was thrown 5 or 6 meters away, his back almost breaking. He watched helplessly as his bodyguard was subdued and treated like a monkey in someone else's hands. He was furious but powerless. Chun Ming reprimanded Chow Minghua's 6 bodyguards. You're all just employees. There's no need for you to risk your lives for this kind of scum. I'm giving you a chance now. Get out of here. Otherwise, it won't be so easy next time. The 6 bodyguards got up, glanced at Chao Minghua a few times, and slunk away. Now only Chao Minghua and his secretary remained. The secretary was so frightened that she didn't dare to breathe loudly. Chen Fan ignored her and took Lu Wushuang back to the hotel. Chao Minghua clutched his lower back and cried out, "Ouch! Ouch! Boss, what do we do?" Now that even bodyguards are gone and safety is no longer guaranteed, the secretary is extremely panicked. Chao Minghua's face was ashen. "I'll find someone to reissue my passport and settle the score with him when I get back." In another part of the island, after the 6 bodyguards left looking disheveled, they unexpectedly encountered the 2 bodyguards who had previously gone missing. The 2 men were waiting for them there with their passports and money. "Brothers, let's go. Chao Minghua isn't worth our lives. They have already been very kind to us. The bad things he did might implicate us if they are found out later." Chao Minghua returned to the guest house with his secretary. Such places are not very reputable, and their safety is not guaranteed. The security situation abroad is not as good as in China. When the 2 returned, they were met by a group of thugs. One of the blonde-haired guys whistled and glanced at the secretary with a slick, oily look. He looks exactly like Chao Minghua back then. Just as the 2 brushed past each other, the blonde-haired guy suddenly reached out and slapped the secretary hard on the butt. Oh, Chao Minghua couldn't stand this insult. He used to be the one bullying others, but today it's his turn to be bullied. He yelled, "What are you doing?" Little did they know that this remark would cause trouble. Instead of being intimidated, the group of thugs surrounded them. I don't know what they were saying, but they rushed up, grabbed Chao Minghua, and started beating him. Chao Minghua, after all, had a background as a hoodlum. After being hit a few times, he turned around, picked up a rock, and prepared to fight back. Damn it! Am I like a tiger fallen into the plains, being bullied by dogs? He had just raised the stone when, to his surprise, the blonde-haired boy pulled out a dagger from his person. Sizzle! A spurt of blood splattered out, and Chao Minghua shuddered, looking down at the spot where he had been stabbed. "You?" Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The secretary covered her face and screamed in despair. Realizing they'd gotten themselves into trouble, the group of thugs immediately fled. In the hotel, Chun Fan was looking at stock and future stocks when Chun Ming came in to report, "Brother Fan, Chao Minghua got into a fight with a group of local thugs and was stabbed by one of them." Chun Fan frowned. He had been a hoodlum his whole life, and now he was stabbed to death by another hoodlum. It seems that the saying really has come true. Evil will be punished, and good will be rewarded. It's not that retribution won't come, it's just that the time hasn't arrived yet. This can be considered karma for him. "Wushuang, I'll spend the whole day with you tomorrow, and we'll go back the day after tomorrow." The matter was settled, and Chun Fan didn't want to waste any more time. Lu Wushuang happily replied, "Okay, it's rare to be so far away without anyone bothering you. This is the happiest time for the little white rabbit." The next morning, the 2 rented a yacht and went surfing at the beach. This was the first time Lu Wushuang had worn a bikini in front of Chun Fan, and she was quite embarrassed. Unexpectedly, when she came out after changing her clothes, even Chun Fan was stunned. The little white rabbit's figure is prettier than I imagined. Very fair skin, a 4 waist. The main thing is that her height is a perfect match for her looks. Compared to Zhou Bing and Su Ruzhen, Lu Wushuang is considered the pinnacle of pure desire. Although Chun Fan knew how to swim, this was his first time trying it. Lu Wushuang was a very skilled surfer, and Chun Fan watched her having a great time from the yacht. Once she's exhausted, take her back to the hotel. After the meal, Chun Fan asked, "How was it? Was it fun?" In fact, she used to travel abroad frequently with her parents, and had traveled almost all over the world. But none of them had as much fun as this one. Lu Wushuang nodded vigorously. "Are you going again this afternoon?" "No, I want to rest. I'm so tired." "Okay, let's go back to the hotel then." "Silly boy," Chun Fan called out affectionately as the 2 returned to the hotel. Lu Wushuang looked at him with a happy smile, but when she saw the big bad wolf approaching, she consciously closed her eyes. The little white rabbit is getting more and more well-behaved. So cute. Every time I'm with her, I feel endless joy. Her naivety always makes her lose all resistance. A breeze picked up at the beach, and Chun Fan drew the curtains. Music started playing in the room. It was Li Lifen's song. I Can't Put It Down. Chapter 155. I bought her an iPhone 13, and she turned around and went with someone else. Winning over the little white rabbit must have been Chun Fan's happiest moment. After all, there aren't many girls as innocent as her anymore. She didn't understand anything, but she cooperated very well. After that, Chen Fan held her in his arms with satisfaction. The group returned to China the next day, and Chen Fan made a special trip back to the apartment to stay with her for a few nights. After Chen Fan opened that door, Lu Wushuang suddenly understood a lot. Things are different now. Before, she would feel very embarrassed when people made those suggestive jokes. That's life. We gradually gain enlightenment as we grow. After Chen Fan dealt with Chao Minghua, that old thug. Next, Su Ruzhen focused all her efforts on reorganizing Mingyuan shares and completely overhauling the company. At the same time, an announcement was issued stating that trading of Mingyuan Company Limited shares had resumed normal. Upon seeing this, Zhao Linlin immediately bought shares in Mingyuan. The current price fluctuation remains between 7.3 and 7.8. Based on her observation, now that Chen Fan has acquired Mingyuan shares, it's only a matter of time before the stock price rises. Moreover, she believed that wherever Chen Fan was, there would definitely be profits. This girl is pretty ruthless. She went all in with her entire 700 million yuan, operating with a fully leveraged portfolio. Chen Fan, meanwhile, was deep in thought about how to resolve the issue of the 22% stake held by Chao Minghua and his wife. Unexpectedly, a few days later, Chao Minghua's wife took the initiative to call and asked to talk to Chen Fan. She said she was willing to sell her shares, which felt like someone offering a pillow just when you're about to go to sleep. Okay, let's talk about it then, and try to win her over. Chao Minghua's wife is a woman in her 40s. He has an average appearance and nothing particularly special about him. Accompanying her were a man and a woman, presumably from her maternal family. When she met Chen Fan, she took the initiative to say, "Mr. Chen, please name your price. I am willing to transfer all my shares to you." Chen Fan sized her up. The fact that she didn't look for Su Ruzhen but came directly to him meant that she had previously communicated with Chao Minghua. However, Chao Minghua was already dead, and as a woman, she couldn't possibly accomplish anything. Instead of doing that, it would be better to sell the shares and enjoy a comfortable life for the rest of your days. Seeing the other party's attitude, Chen Fan readily asked, "What price do you want?" The other party shook their head. "You tell me. If the price is fair, I'll transfer it. I know Chao Minghua has offended a lot of people outside. He's a bastard. It's only because I gave birth to 3 children for him that he kicked me out long ago. Right now, I just hope that I and my child will be safe. Stay away from this place of trouble." Chen Fan observed the other person's expression and said, "All right then, go to the finance department to complete the formalities." It's unclear what Chao Minghua's mindset was, but he had already authorized his wife before leaving. The two parties reached an agreement with a 20% premium. Chen Fan acquired all the shares held by Chao Minghua's wife for 1.85 billion yuan. At this point, he became the second largest shareholder of Mingyuan Group. Zhao Linlin ranked third with 95.89 million shares, accounting for 9.7% of the total shares. However, since he and Lantu Investment held too many shares, which hindered liquidity, Chen Fan decided to find an opportunity to reduce his holdings and cash out, free up the funds for other purposes. Having resolved this problem, Chen Fan immediately felt much more relaxed. He called Su Ruzhen. "Let's have a celebration today. All right, come to Jiangshan Imperial View." "Well, that's not what I meant." Su Ruzhen giggled sweetly. Chen Fan knew she was doing it on purpose, and that afternoon, he rushed to Lantu Investment Company. "I checked the company's recent futures profits." Chen Fan had been busy dealing with Chao Minghua for a while and had hardly paid attention to futures trading. Su Ruzhen is exceptionally prudent in her work. The funds she invested in international oil futures more than doubled. She promptly instructed the trader to close the position. Several stocks on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange have also increased by about 1.5 times. At this moment, the company has a total of over 260 billion in cash on hand. However, as fate would have it, less than 3 days after Su Ruzhen closed her position, international crude oil prices rebounded. Of course, the price pullback wasn't significant. However, Su Ruzhen also avoided it perfectly. After all, she had followed Chen Fan in the stock market and futures for so long, so she had some risk awareness. That night, the two celebrated wildly. The next morning, Chen Fanxiong returned to school, looking smug, high-spirited, and full of energy. Upon arriving at the classroom, Yi Langgao excitedly told Chen Fan, "I bought shares in Mingyuan. Isn't that awesome?" Chen Fan really didn't expect that this kid would actually buy shares in Mingyuan. "All right, you're awesome. What's even more impressive about this guy is that he invested all the money he and Su Keqing had earned during this period into Manhwa shares. The recent acquisition of Manhwa jewelry by Lantu Investment caused quite a stir. He worked in property management at Yunfan Building and had heard some of the information. Therefore, he decided to take a gamble. Su Keqing did not object and silently supported him. The two of them raised about 300,000 yuan and went all in. However, this time he had a change of heart and did not borrow money from loan sharks. Chun Fan admitted that he had made the right bet, but still advised, don't rely on gambling to do things. Be down to earth. Su Keqing has staked her entire life on you. Yilang Gao patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure about this one. Based on my many years of stock trading experience, this stock will at least increase 5-fold. When I make money, I'll treat everyone to a full package. Cough, cough. Are you talking about me? Wang Hao appeared out of nowhere, declaring, I am that dragon. Roll. Yilang Gao kicked him. Chun Fan knew that among the three of them, Wang Hao was the most low-key. This young man is reliable and hardworking. He and Xin Nen have already made a down payment on a house. As for Gui Jinliang, I heard he got another girlfriend and swindled her out of more than 10,000 yuan. He went back to the landlady who weighed over 200 pounds. I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. Let's all get together. After his confrontation with Chao Minghua, Chun Fan suddenly felt like having a drink with his brothers. Yilang Gao said, okay, I'll call my wife. That son of a bitch, he's even calling his wife. Wang Hao cursed, be careful you don't cause a death. Yilang glared at him. Aren't you the same? Cough, cough. My children all have umbrellas, but they don't even have the chance to go out. Puff. Chun Fan stared speechlessly at Wang Hao, who was getting increasingly sassy. I originally planned to invite Zwabing along, but Zwabing recently went to Zhonghai. Since winning the East China Regional Championship, she has been invited to attend many auto shows. You can earn 2 or 300,000 yuan from just one fashion show. This is an insurmountable gap for ordinary college students. But some people are born with this advantage. After evening self-study, we all went to the night market along the Riverside Avenue. Tang Jing and Mao Xiaowan also came. Chun Fan noticed that she was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, capri pants, and her hair was tied in a ponytail. She looked fresh and beautiful. Tang Jing smiled gently at him. After breaking up with Gui Jinliang, Mao Xiaowan hadn't hung out with everyone for a long time, but I didn't expect her to come along today. A group of people picked a seat and had just ordered their food when Chun Fan suddenly noticed someone drinking alone not far away. The figure seemed increasingly familiar, and when the person looked up to drink, it was finally clear. It's that kid Jiang Chaoxing. Chun Fan sensed something was wrong with him, so he went over to him. Having more children than allowed, Jiang Chaoxing was in a particularly low mood. Chun Fan, I feel that life is so meaningless. What's the matter? I delivered takeout for 2 months and spent over 10,000 yuan to buy her an iPhone 13. She wouldn't even hold my hand, and then she turned around and went with someone else. I told you a long time ago, don't be a simp, but you wouldn't listen. Chun Fan called him over and asked him to share a table with everyone. Hearing that he had broken up with his girlfriend, Mao Xiaowan glanced at him several times. Moreover, everyone treated him very politely, but Jiang Chaoxing seemed a bit timid. Chapter 156. Do you have many girlfriends? After finishing their late-night snack, everyone went their separate ways. Chun Fan was about to return to his apartment when Tang Jing called out to him. Chun Fan, what's the matter? Tang Jing seemed hesitant, and after a long while, she mustered up the courage to ask, could I stop working for President Liu? Sure. Seeing her embarrassed expression, Chun Fan asked, did something happen that made you unhappy? Tang Jing bit her lip. President Liu is very good to me. It's just that her cousin. Did Liu Jiping harass you? Chun Fan felt uncomfortable whenever Liu Jiping was mentioned. What a good-for-nothing spoiled brat. I don't know what the Liu family is thinking. It's unbelievable that someone like that would even be considered for help. Ever since Liu Ziyuan invited him to dinner last time, he had a feeling that something bad was going to happen to the Liu family. Actually, it's quite difficult for Liu Ruoxian to be caught in the middle. Tang Jing said, let me come back. I'll go see President Su instead. Yes. Right now President Su is in need of manpower, and Mingyuan Shares needs a large number of management personnel. Since you don't want to stay with Liu Ruoxian, it's good that you're back. Seeing that he had agreed, Tang Jing said gratefully, thank you. I'm always causing you trouble. Chun Fan smiled and said, don't be so polite, it's nothing. Besides, you earn your living through your own abilities. If you weren't capable, they wouldn't have accepted you. Oh right, I haven't thanked you yet for the clothes you gave me last time. Tang Jing blushed and said, don't even mention it. I don't even know how much I owe you. Chen Fan escorted her to the school gate. I'm going back to my dorm now. Tang Jing was always so gentle. She smiled faintly and turned to walk towards the girls' dormitory. Chen Fan was about to leave when a car headlight flashed a few times. Who is it? How boring. Chen Fan squinted and looked over as a car slowly drove up beside him. Zhao Linlin looked at him with a mocking expression. It's so late. Aren't you afraid Zhao Bing will find out? What's the meaning? I didn't know you had this kind of hobby. Zhao Linlin frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't. Just got back from Yinfan building. It's about to open. Chen Fan hadn't expected her to be so hard-working and responsible in her work. It's not easy for a girl to be so busy at this time. Zhao Linlin is quite excellent in this regard, but I didn't expect her to love gossip as well. He pursed his lips. Does that girl like you? Chen Fan looked at her strangely. This is beneath your status as the school beauty, Zhao. Zhao Linlin said, no, I was just curious. Hey, do you have a lot of girlfriends? Chen Fan stared into her eyes. What do you mean by being so curious? Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Zhao Linlin blushed and said, all right, I won't ask anymore. Bye-bye. After saying that, he stepped on the gas and drove off. Chen Fan leisurely returned to his apartment, took a shower, and climbed over the balcony. Lu Wushuang was still staring at the computer, typing away on the keyboard to reply to emails. Chen Fan hugged her from behind. Why aren't you asleep yet? Didn't you want to set up an information collection department? It's so hard to find people. Their hacking work is almost entirely conducted via one-way communication via email, and they never reveal their identities. You have no idea who the person you are communicating with actually is. He might be a burly man picking his toes, or he might be a delicate and pretty girl. More likely, it's an older man, or a very cheerful young man. Lu Wushuang's plan is very ambitious. He intends to create a global, three-dimensional information network. Instead of small-scale operations, such as having a few people follow and take photos. That's what perspective means. Seeing that it was getting late, Chen Fan said with a pained expression, let's do it tomorrow. No, their schedule is different from ours, and we can't contact them during the day. Chen Fan took out his phone and suddenly remembered something. Take a look at Lu Jiping of the Lu family another day and see if you can get anything useful out of him. What Tang Jing said earlier made him very unhappy. Although we haven't yet fallen out with the Lu family, it's better to be prepared. It might come in handy someday. By the time Lu Wushuang finished her work, it was already past 2 o'clock. Chen Fan couldn't bear to bother her any longer, so the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, Chen Fan told Su Ruzhen about Tang Jing wanting to come back. Su Ruzhen said, it just so happens that Mingyuan shares needs someone, so we asked her to go to the marketing department to keep an eye on things. Chen Fan also wanted to train her as soon as possible, and the marketing department was the best place to train people, so he agreed. At this point, Mingyuan shares fundamentals are completely stable, and all Chen Fan needs to do is release the shares he holds. Blueprint Investment already owns 45%, so there's no need for me to keep these shares. After its remarkable turnaround, Mingyuan Group's stock price has begun to recover. In theory, if all positions are locked in place, even if you only have one share, you can still drive up the price of the entire stock. But that's not actually possible, because many stock investors buy and sell based on their own circumstances. Currently, after deducting the 3 major shareholders, the circulating shares of Mingyuan Company Limited only account for about 20%. Its market capitalization is not high, only around 7 billion, and the price is low. In order to prevent other institutions and speculative funds from profiting from the situation, Chen Fan decided to take matters into his own hands and drive up the stock price. After lunch, he called Zhao Linlin and said, come out for a bit, we need to talk about something. He never used to take the initiative to contact her, but now he has decided to make her his own. At least Zhao Linlin has had a talent for business that is different from that of ordinary people since childhood. Upon receiving the call, Zhao Linlin readily agreed and came out to meet Chen Fan. To avoid attracting gossip from malicious people, the two simply left the school and found a quiet coffee shop. Haven't you always wanted to learn how to trade? Here's your chance. Come and work with me. Really? Zhao Linlin was quite excited. She never dreamed that Chen Fan would be willing to take her along. Chen Fan nodded. We'll drive up the stock price of Mingyuan shares. Zhao Linlin stared at him in surprise. Is that even possible? Chen Fan said, do you want those speculative funds and institutions to get the benefits? 7 yuan is your cost price for holding the position. Zhao Linlin analyzed for a moment. What price range are you aiming for? That depends on your courage and boldness. It is currently clearly undervalued. Zhao Linlin thought for a moment. How about 5 to 6 times? A valuation of 5 to 6 times will bring it back to its normal valuation level. Chen Fan also felt that it was about time. Once the price returned to this level, the rest would be up to the market. At that time, the market value of Mingyuan Group will reach about 40 billion. Okay, go ahead and do it. I will reduce my holdings within your specified range and release the shares. If you don't have enough funds, you can come to me. This must be unified. Otherwise, if one side pushes up prices while the other runs away, all plans will fall apart. Chen Fan's goal was to prevent those institutions and speculative funds from getting a bargain. If they wanted to come in, they would have to buy at a high price. After the two reached an agreement, Zhao Linlin readily agreed. Okay, I'll do it with you. Chapter 157 Following Chen Fan means you'll get what you pay for. After saying that, he suddenly noticed that Chen Fan was looking at him strangely. Zhao Linlin immediately realized that there was an ambiguity in her words. I couldn't help but pinch his arm in frustration. Girls probably have this habit. Once they get to know you well, they instinctively react this way. Chen Fan cried out in pain. Hey Zhao, the school beauty, mind your place. I have a girlfriend. Zhao Linlin was furious. Who told you to dig a hole for me? As the two left the coffee shop, they unexpectedly ran into the same female doctor from last time. Linlin, are you on a date here? The other person's expression was quite interesting when they saw the two of them. Zhao Linlin was extremely embarrassed. Auntie, it's not what you think. The other person nodded repeatedly. I know. My aunt has been through this too. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. I'm so dizzy. Zhao Linlin couldn't explain it to her at all, while Chen Fan just smiled and left. Zhao, the school beauty, is such a gossip. They seem to be afraid she won't get married. However, it seems that every family has such an elder. Oh, right, I promised to find my cousin Chen Pingyan a girlfriend. Now that we've brought him out, we absolutely mustn't forget about it. Upon arriving at the security room of Yunfan Building, Chen Pingyan was on duty. Chen Fan handed him a cigarette. Are you getting used to it? The honest and simple Chen Pingyan nodded. It's all right. It's just too idle. If you're too free, go chat with girls. Do I have to teach you this? Chen Ming had originally assigned him to be the deputy manager of the security department, so he wouldn't have to stand guard like a regular employee. However, patrols are also necessary at irregular intervals. Having been used to doing manual labor at home, he always felt it was too easy. Hey, anyone fancy a girl? Chen Fan shoved him with his shoulder, making Chen Pingyan feel embarrassed. Stop joking. All the girls in the city are so beautiful. Why would they be interested in me? All right. She's just too thin-skinned. You need to hone your skills. Chen Fan chatted with him for a while, then went to Su Ruzhen's office. Su Yaojing wore a cheongsam today, which accentuated her figure so much that it was impossible to look away. It's convex where it should be convex, and perky where it should be perky. If this continues, he might be able to defeat Shin Mingyao. Why? When Shin Mingyao was mentioned, Chen Fan couldn't help but wonder what a serious and proper person like Shin Mingyao was like in private. As he was imagining all sorts of scenarios, Su Ruzhen nudged him. What are you daydreaming about? I have a plan I'd like to discuss with you. He struggled to look away from her. What plan? Su Ruzhen took out a work plan. I want to expand the business scope of Mingyuan Group and no longer focus solely on gold and jewelry. It involves all kinds of women's products, such as clothing, bags, perfumes, cosmetics, etc. Okay, that's a good idea. I wholeheartedly agree. If this plan is announced, it will definitely help the stock price soar, which will perfectly complement Zhao Linlin's efforts to maintain the market value. A very good combination of moves. Nice. Zhao Linlin is also actively making preparations. She prefers this kind of capital game to hotel management. She has already tasted success in the stock market. Since joining Chen Fan in this venture with Dongfeng Pharmaceutical, she feels like she's entered a whole new world. In this day and age, as long as you have the ability, there are endless possibilities. Someone casually created an app and became a billionaire just by cutting corners every day. A few days later, Mingyuan Company Limited issued an announcement. The full expansion of its women's wearable business means it will enter a completely new field. As soon as the news broke, the stock price of the celebrity stock soared, hitting the daily limit for 15 consecutive days. Every day, there were hundreds of thousands of large buy orders locking in the price, causing the stock price to quadruple. The market value of Manhwa Company Limited has exceeded 30 billion yuan. This is a rational price and valuation. Now it's up to Zhao Linlin to maintain the market value. During this period, Zhao Linlin's personal net worth also increased from 840 million to over 3 billion. She was stunned when she saw the total amount of money in her account. Will I be able to surpass my dad in a while? Yeah, following Chen Fan still means you'll get to eat meat. In the past, she would never have dreamed that she could earn so much money in just over a month. Keep in mind that she started investing in stocks in high school, and in just a few years, she only made around 200 million yuan. Last time I almost fell into a trap, and all my efforts were wasted. But what she's more curious about now is just how much money Chen Fan has. It seems that Hongtu Capital, managed by Xin Mingyao, is also closely related to him, as is Lontu Investment. All of this money must add up to tens of billions, right? Of course, if Chen Fan knew what she was thinking, people will say she has a narrow perspective again. Little did she know that it all started after she hit Chen Fan. Just as we were about to eat, my cousin's family arrived. My aunt was with them. Zhao Linlin's mother has 2 siblings. Her uncle is the eldest, and only her aunt is unmarried. A man in his 30s who has always been single. However, her maternal grandparents have both passed away. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a good life either. She would be bothered to death every day. My aunt studied abroad and said she would dedicate her life to the medical profession. Someone like her, who studies medicine, has no interest in men. Linlin's mother tried to persuade her countless times, but it was no use. When Auntie saw Zhao Linlin, she smiled, but her eyes always held an indescribable depth. Zhao Linlin understood what she meant and frowned speechlessly. Seeing her like this, her aunt was even happier. He even deliberately pulled Zhao Linlin into the room and asked her, in a gossipy way, "How far have you 2 gone?" They even said I was a doctor and that I could tell this boy was in pretty good physical condition. That's the kind of guy I want to find. Only then will I be happy after marriage. Zhao Linlin was on the verge of tears. What on earth was all this? Auntie, I'm still a child. During dinner, my cousin started bragging. Hey, have you guys heard of Mingyuan shares lately? Everyone looked up. What's wrong? My cousin said smugly. This stock has increased 4.1 times in 15 trading days. Linlin, haven't you been trading stocks? Did you know about this? Zhao Linlin held the bowl without saying a word. Zhao Guowei asked, did you make money? He's almost backed up his investment. My uncle said something. Puff. Everyone at the table burst out laughing. My cousin explained sheepishly. I should have been able to make money, but I didn't buy more at the crucial moment. My aunt said angrily, I told you not to speculate in stocks and to find a proper job, but you just wouldn't listen. The uncle added, that's right, your uncle's company won't treat you badly. Then he looked at Zhao Guowei and said, brother-in-law, it shouldn't be a problem to send Minghui to your place and assign him a manager or something similar. Zhao Guowei remained silent, looking at his wife. Aunt Zhao Linlin was the most sensible one. I think it's better to start from the bottom. Minghui has no work experience at all. How can he be convincing if he's made a manager right away? Annie felt a little unhappy when she saw that Zhao Guowei and his wife were not saying anything. Zhao Guowei's wife comes from a scholarly family. My father-in-law and mother-in-law were both university professors, and their 2 daughters are both outstanding. But by the time it came to the son's generation, they were clearly not as good as the previous generation. However, with Zhao Guowei's frequent help, they lived a comfortable life. As the saying goes, greed knows no bounds. The uncle and his wife, seeing how well the Zhao family was doing. The 2 even had the absurd idea that their son could marry Zhao Linlin so that the Zhao family's assets would not fall into the hands of outsiders. Therefore, they always tried every means to get Xie Minghui into Zhao Guowei's company. Chapter 158, Sending Mutton into the Tiger's Mouth. Relatives are relatives, but hearing what the brother-in-law said, Zhao Guowei solemnly said, if he is willing to endure hardship, he can come, but he must start from the bottom. Yes. When people train a cadre, they all start from the grassroots level. You don't understand anything. You'll only make things worse if you go. Brother, I disagree with that. You take care of him in everything, and don't let him experience any hardship. How will he adapt to society? Besides, parents can't protect their children forever. They have to let go when necessary. Having studied abroad herself, the aunt's attitude was clear and straightforward. My aunt was a little unhappy. Why is Linlin allowed to manage the hotel? She didn't start from the bottom either. Zhao Guowei was very unhappy when she brought up Zhao Linlin. Can they even be compared? Is your Xie Minghui the kind of person who can handle this? Don't you have any self-awareness? Seeing that her sister-in-law's words were getting more and more outrageous, Lin's mother couldn't help but speak up, even though she didn't want to embarrass everyone. Looking back now, there are some things that need to be said. Brother, sister-in-law, after mom and dad passed away, Guowei helped our family a lot. Whether it's buying villas or cars, big or small, wasn't Guowei the one who paid for everything? I won't say that people should be grateful, but you can't just do whatever he wants. As my younger sister just said, parents can't protect their children forever, so you still need to let them grow up on their own. My uncle got angry, put down his chopsticks, and said, "It's just a job. If you don't want to help, then don't. Let's go. Mingwei, you need to step up your game and not let them look down on us." The family stormed off in a huff. Sigh. Lin's mother stood up and sighed helplessly. Fortunately, her sister was understanding and said, "Sister, don't worry about them. I'm speechless. They don't owe them anything, so why are they behaving like this?" Then she went to persuade Zhao Guowei, "Brother-in-law, don't take it to heart. There's no need." Zhao Guowei's mood improved instantly because his sister-in-law was so considerate. They were born to the same parents, so why are they so different? A perfectly good meal ended abruptly. Zhao Guowei called his daughter into the study. "How much do you know about Manhwa shares?" Zhao Linlin was startled. "Dad, what's wrong?" Zhao Guowei didn't suspect anything. He rested his chin on his hand and said in a deep voice, "I heard that Chao Minghua had a conflict with Chen Fan back then. Then Blueprint Investment acquired Minghua Jewelry. So he's also connected to Blueprint Investment? Hey, Linlin, do you know anything about this Chen Fan?" Zhao Linlin shook her head. How could she know something that even her father couldn't figure out? However, she dared not tell her father about how she and Chen Fan had worked together to build up Mingyuan shares. After thinking for a while, Zhao Guowei said, "If that's the case, then we really need to be wary of Hongtu Capital." The implication was that they absolutely could not allow themselves to follow in Chao Minghua's footsteps. What if Hongtu Capital acquires Zhao's real estate one day? Wouldn't all the hard work he put into building this empire be wasted on someone else's benefit? Zhao Linlin also realized this. "Well, Dad, you'd better think of a solution. Going public is a double-edged sword. Many things are beyond our control. However, I think we shouldn't limit ourselves to our current predicament." Zhao Guowei asked, "What do you mean?" Zhao Linlin said, "Dad, I don't know if my point of view is correct, but I think cash is king. Wouldn't it be faster to develop if we controlled the money ourselves and got the funds moving?" Zhao Guowei smiled wryly. "It's not that easy. There are some things you don't understand now, but you'll gradually understand them in the future." The father and daughter often chatted, and Zhao Guowei would also instill his own ideas in his daughter. Zhao Linlin was exposed to this knowledge from a young age and learned a lot of things that her peers could not learn. Therefore, parents are the best teachers for their children. As for Mingyuan shares, once the stock price rose, it quickly attracted a lot of attention. Especially risk-taking speculative funds tend to like stocks that rise more sharply, and they kept playing it round after round, never getting tired of it. Many speculative stocks are the result of their manipulation. When the stock price rose to around 36 yuan, Chen Fan could clearly sense that speculative funds were entering the market. Some organizations are also eager to try. More and more retail investors are following suit. It's time. Chen Fan had said long ago that he wanted to return equity to the market. He began to gradually reduce his holdings and also issued a reduction announcement. In this round, Chen Fan made an average profit of about 5.3 times. The shares that were initially bought for 1.85 billion have now reached nearly 10 billion in the blink of an eye. These are merely his personal assets and are not included in the company's accounts. Including his deposits in the 5 major banks, he now has over 20 billion yuan in his hands. If all the assets of his 2 major companies are combined, his total assets will exceed 300 billion. Furthermore, Blueprint Investment continues to trade futures and Hong Kong stocks. The sources of funding on both sides are practically like having a money printing machine running. Yes, this rate of making money is exactly what I expected. After reviewing the accounts, Chen Fan nodded solemnly. He said to Su Ruzhen, "When will we reach a capital of 1 trillion and then compete with those overseas financial giants?" Su Ruzhen said, "You're getting cocky. This amount of money wouldn't even create a bubble in overseas capital markets. A mere 300 billion yuan. Which translates to only 40 to 50 billion yuan, right?" Chen Fan pondered for a moment and said, "No rush. Wait until I find an opportunity." As the two were discussing business, Xu Yinfei came in to report, "President Su, that young Master Luo is here again." She was still holding roses, insisting on seeing you. This person is sick. Su Ruzhen frowned. Tell him I'm not here. Who is it? Chen Fan was very unhappy when he heard that someone had sent roses to Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen said, Luo Xingwang. When we clashed with Chao Minghua last time, he stepped in as a mediator, but I ignored him. Luo Xingwang? What's the meaning? Is he trying to hand the Luo family over to me? With his current strength, a mere family worth tens of billions. They swallow it without spitting out the bones. As Chen Fan walked out, he overheard Luo Xingwang arguing with the security guards outside. Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Luo family. I want to see your CEO, Miss Su. Do you dare to stop me? Chen Fan walked over. What's wrong with stopping me? They are only responsible to my blueprint company. Why should they give you face? And who are you? Luo Xingwang felt increasingly annoyed that the man in front of him was speaking to him in such a tone. Chen Fan said, Who I am is none of your business. As long as I'm here, you'll never be allowed to enter Blueprint Company. Depend on. Luo Xingwang was also angered and pointed at Chen Fan's nose. What are you pretending for? Believe me or not, I'll acquire your Blueprint Investment Company. Upon hearing this, readers couldn't help but laugh. This silly bird really doesn't fear making things worse. This isn't an acquisition of Blueprint Company. It's practically handing lamb to the wolves. Chapter 159, a head-on confrontation with the young master of the Luo Group. Come on, come on, come on. What's Chairman Luo's phone number? Give me a call and tell him that his son wants to acquire our Blueprint Investment Company. When it comes to acquisitions, Chen Fan is not convinced. Isn't it just a competition of who has more money? But Luo Xingwang was different. He immediately became unhappy when he heard that Luo was going to call his father. Damn it, we're all adults here. What's the point of calling your parents every now and then? Of course, the main thing is that his family can't know about this, otherwise he'll get a severe scolding. Don't forget, he has a fiancée. Luo Xingwang's eyes were practically bloodshot. Kid, listen to me. I can make sure you can't stay in Jiangzhou with just one word. Besides, what does my business with President Su have to do with you? You little punk, spouting nonsense here. Don't underestimate the Luo family. A large family like theirs must have been deeply rooted in the local area for a long time to be able to establish itself. They have very close relationships with everyone, unlike a thug like Chao Minghua. Even though everyone saw that something had happened to him, no one wanted to help. Seeing his arrogance, Chen Fan didn't hold back anymore and pointed at his nose, solemnly saying, Listen up, President Su's business is my business. This is Blueprint Investment Company. You are not welcome here. Get out of here right now. Someone, throw him out. Several security guards rushed up, grabbed Luo Xingwang, and threw him out. Luo Xingwang roared in fury. You son of a bitch, you just wait. How could a young master like him, the eldest son of the Luo family, have ever suffered such humiliation? I'm so embarrassed today. I went out to pick up a girl, and someone sprayed me in the face and threw me out the door. He was still furious and wanted to rush up again. The secretary next to him whispered, Young master, someone is recording over there. Upon hearing this, Luo Xingwang immediately lost his temper. He gritted his teeth in anger, turned around and got into the car. Find out who this kid is for me. I'll kill the hell out of him. Also, what happened today must not be spread. No. Luo Xingwang was humiliated and slunk away. Roses were scattered all over the ground. Chen Fan returned to Su Ruzhen's office, and Su Ruzhen asked, He's gone. Quite arrogant. They threatened to kill me at the drop of a hat, and they even want to acquire Blueprint Investment. Seeing that he was angry, Su Ruzhen came over and hugged his shoulders. Why bother with this kind of person? He has a fiancée. I heard she's the daughter of a powerful and wealthy family in Zhonghai. Oh, looks like he's courting death. Someone, bring up the video from earlier. Luo Xingwang returned to his office, seething with anger, and was immediately summoned by the chairman's assistant. Young master, the chairman wants you to come over immediately. Luo Xingwang felt guilty for what he had done and was extremely ashamed. Do you know what it is? The assistant dutifully shook his head. Luo Xingwang thought to himself that it was unlikely his father would find out about what had just happened so quickly. He loosened his tie, straightened his back, and went to the chairman's office. Luo Jinxian sat there, his expression unchanged. You've arrived? Luo Xingwang asked. Dad, is there something you need? Beep. Luo Jinxian suddenly slammed an ashtray in front of him, roaring like thunder. Have you grown too big for your britches? What audacity! Luo Xingwang was startled and asked fearfully, Dad, what's wrong? Smack. Unexpectedly, Luo Jinxian slapped him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Then she pointed at his nose and yelled, "I think you're too complacent, aren't you? Don't you want to do anything right? They'd actually do something this stupid." Luo Jinxian turned the computer around. Luo Xingwang's actions at Lantu Investment had already been exposed online. Normally, Luo Jinxian wouldn't be so angry, but he is engaged. If the woman's family finds out about this, how will the Luo family explain themselves? They say the Luo family is going too far in bullying people. Arrogant and disrespectful. If not handled properly, the two sides will become enemies. Luo Xingwang covered his burning face, his heart filled with rage. Damn it, you guys are asking for it. They dare to expose something like this. Hurry up and wipe your butt clean. Luo Jinxian was furious. How could his son, who had always performed well, make such a basic mistake? Luo Xingwang covered his face and retreated sheepishly, while Luo Jinxian, with his hands behind his back, stormed to the window in a rage. If this matter is not resolved immediately, it will have a significant impact on the Luo family. Of course, the pressure mainly comes from the woman. Hopefully, it's not too late. After calming down for a few minutes, Luo Jinxian shouted, "Someone come here." The assistant rushed in. "Chairman, find out this woman's background right now." He had to find out what kind of woman could make Luo Xingwang lose his mind. The assistant said cautiously, "Okay, I'll go right away." In less than 10 minutes, Su Ruzhen's information was placed in front of Luo Jinxian. The document contains several photos of Su Ruzhen in her daily life. Upon seeing the woman in the photo, Luo Jinxian closed his eyes. No wonder Luo Xingwang went astray. If only he were younger. Luo Jinxian flipped the photo over, forcing himself not to look at it. Then she picked up the documents and glanced at them. Was she the legal representative of Lantu Investment? You wouldn't believe how talented someone is at such a young age. The news of Manhwa jewelry being acquired has already spread throughout Jiangzhou circles. I never expected that the other party was just such a young woman. There must be a more powerful force behind her. Otherwise, how could she be so assertive? Luo Jinxian put down the documents and went into the lounge to change his clothes. "Chairman, are you going out?" "Yes, tell the driver to prepare the car." The assistant immediately gave the order, and the driver, who was on standby 24 hours a day, brought the chairman's car to the gate within 2 minutes. Luo Jinxian got into the car with his assistant. To Lantu Investment Company. The driver dared not slack off and drove the car both fast and steadily. They soon arrived at the Yunfan building. Luo Jinxian sat in the car, looking up at the building. He had previously considered acquiring the building, but later, due to some personal issues with Zhao Guowei, he gave up. Unexpectedly, a new king has risen here in just 6 months. Luo Jinxian instructed, "Take my business card and go meet this President Su." Chun Fan had already left, and Su Ruzhen was looking at reports when Chu Yanfei knocked on the door and came in. "President Su, the chairman's assistant from Luo's group, has Luo Jinxuan's business card and says he wants to see you." "What's he doing here?" Su Ruzhen was very annoyed. Her son had left, and now his father was coming. However, Luo Jinxuan's willingness to personally intervene shows how much he values this matter. Su Ruzhen thought for a moment, then said, "Let him in." Soon, Luo Jinxuan's assistant entered the office and saw its decor and layout. I couldn't help but gasp. This blueprint investment is really impressive. It's almost on par with those big international companies. Even the Luo Group, which they've always been proud of, isn't as strong as this place. Are they front men for some overseas corporation? Chapter 160: Encountering a benefactor while climbing the mountain. Even Luo Jinxuan's assistant, with all his experience and knowledge, couldn't help but catch his breath when he saw Su Ruzhen in person. Su Ruzhen was wearing an ordinary little suit, but her increasingly hot figure was still undeniable, especially after being developed, that innate, sensual sexiness. A woman like that makes it hard for you to be serious. No wonder the young master lost his way. "President Su, I am the assistant to the chairman of the Luo's group. Chairman Luo would like to have a talk with President Su." Su Ruzhen frowned. "What are you trying to say?" The assistant said, "Our chairman's idea is that if there are any misunderstandings between the two parties, they can be resolved privately. I hope Mr. Su won't make a big fuss about it, especially online, because that would be bad for everyone." The exposure of this incident online today has had a huge impact on the Luo family. It can be said that Chun Fan hit the nail on the head, striking at the heart of the Luo family. Su Ruzhen said unhappily, "Tell him to go back and take care of his own son. You can leave now." Luo Jinxuan's assistant felt a burning sensation on his face. He was representing the chairman of the board, but the other party didn't give him any face at all. They kicked him out immediately. So he replied angrily, "I hope President Su will carefully consider my suggestion. There's no need to hurt our relationship." As the assistant left Su Ruzhen's office, she felt utterly humiliated for the first time. Back in the car, he reported what had just happened to Luo Jinxian. Luo Jinxian remained silent, his face grim. He wouldn't allow the Luo family to fall because of such a small mistake, unless they insisted on standing on the opposite side. Then we'll have to uproot it completely. He doesn't even put the prestigious Lu family in his eyes, let alone a mere upstart force that hasn't even established itself yet. Let's go back. Luo Jinxian waved his hand. The driver slowly drove away from Yunfan building. Luo Xingwang is busy deleting posts. Moreover, he had already investigated Chun Fan's background. He's just a college student. What makes him so arrogant? Luo Xingwang concluded that he and Su Ruzhen probably had no relationship. It's said that people in love become silly, and Luo Xingwang is no exception to this curse. I heard that even Luo Jinxian personally came forward, which seemed to be a warning to Su Ruzhen. Chun Fan was now considering a deeper question. That means having money alone isn't enough. You need to have power. This is the usual approach taken by many entrepreneurs and businessmen. After making money, one should strive for social status. Otherwise, without deep-rooted relationships, you are easily suppressed by others. Of course, the best solution is not to give gifts, but to cultivate good relationships with one or a few people. Instead, it creates social value, increases local tax revenue, and solves social employment problems. If these things are done well, whoever sits in this position, they will all regard you as a pillar of strength and a savior in terms of political achievements. Therefore, Chun Fan decided to have Shun Mingyao and Su Ruzhen invest in several projects that would contribute to his political achievements. For example, photovoltaics, new energy batteries, and automobiles are all entirely new sectors. These projects not only solve many employment problems, but are also particularly favored by the authorities. Once these things are done, one's social standing is secured, and connections with superiors are naturally established. When the time comes, dealing with a power like the Luo family will be as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Recognizing this also represents a significant elevation in Chun Fan's thinking. After all, he's just a college student who hasn't graduated yet. He has a long life ahead of him. You need to learn to grow gradually. Just like Lu Wushuang, he also made rapid progress under his tutelage. But how should this plan be set up? Where should we start? This is a problem that Chun Fan needs to consider. After all, he is the true head of the two major conglomerates. With this doubt in mind, Chun Fan left the school. He walked toward the highest mountain in Jiangzhou, and Jiangshan Daijing is located at the foot of this mountain. Chun Ming followed behind, keeping a steady pace and maintaining a distance of 20 meters. He didn't know what Chun Fan was thinking, but he knew he couldn't disturb him at this time. Chun Fan arrived at the mountaintop and stood at the highest point. The entire panorama of Jiangzhou is clearly visible. A large river divides the entire city in two. Ahead, several rivers converge, their waters surging, bringing a sense of openness and expansiveness to the heart. Two men arrived one after the other from a short distance away. I was panting heavily from climbing. Ning Shu, the young man behind him, had only shouted half a sentence when he saw someone was there, so he immediately changed his words. "Boss, you're so healthy. I really can't take it anymore. I need to rest." The middle-aged man in front wiped his sweat and said, "We're here. We've already taken all 99 steps. Why bother with this one more?" He saw Chun Fan standing there and greeted him with a smile. "Young man, you're here to climb the mountain too?" Standing on the highest rock, Chun Fan turned around and said, "Uncle, do you want me to give you a hand?" No. The middle-aged man struggled to climb up, but unexpectedly slipped. He almost fell, but luckily Chun Fan was strong and grabbed him. After being pulled up, the middle-aged man kept saying thank you. He patted the dirt off his clothes and gazed at the scenery of Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou is indeed a wonderful place. I've heard it's a place where hidden talents abound. Hey young man, what are you doing here? Why are you up in the mountains all by yourself? Chun Fan smiled and said, "I'm a student." "Uncle, are you a leader?" The other person was taken aback. "Oh, does it look like it? How did you know?" Chun Fan said, "Judging from your demeanor, you seem like an official." "Ha ha." The middle-aged man smiled happily. The young man behind him finally climbed up, plopped down on the rock, and gasped for breath. "Young man, since you're a college student, let me ask you a question. If you were the official in charge of Jiangzhou, how would you view Jiangzhou's economy? The middle-aged man was imposing and handsome, with strikingly handsome, sword-like eyebrows. A man like him, regardless of the era, would be a quintessential mature man, beloved by countless young women. Hearing him ask this question, Chun Fan smiled and said, "Then I'll just say whatever comes to mind. Please forgive me if I say anything bad. Jiangzhou's economic structure is too outdated and lacks a new generation. The existing major economies, including those established companies, are still following tradition and have not made any new breakthroughs. For Jiangzhou's economy to reach a new level, it must be injected with new blood and integrated into new industries. Vigorously develop young, high-quality, and efficient tracks to achieve alignment with major coastal cities and international standards." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he quietly looked at the city below. Oh, the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, staring at Chen Fan with a look of surprise. Then he gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Amazing! Amazing! Heroes have always emerged from among the young. Young man, your words today have enlightened me greatly, and I have benefited immensely." "Ha ha!" He laughed heartily. "Looks like this trip up the mountain today wasn't a waste." He patted Chun Fan on the shoulder. "Very good. Secretary Liang, please get this young man's contact information. I'd like to have a chat with him sometime." Chapter 161 Concentrated Lu Wei Dihuang Pills. Secretary Liang gave Chun Fan an approving look, as if to say, "Young man, you're awesome." After obtaining Chun Fan's contact information, the middle-aged man and Chun Fan stayed on the mountaintop for a long time. Indeed, the view is much better from a higher vantage point. Looking down at Jiangzhou below, the middle-aged man couldn't help but recite a line of poetry by a great man. "My dreams are hazy, like curses against the passing river, my old home, 32 years ago. Red flags unfurl, surf spears are raised, black hands hang high, tyrant's whip is held. With lofty aspirations and sacrifices, they dared to change the world. I am delighted to see the rice and millet swaying in the waves, and heroes everywhere as the evening smoke rises." Such sentiments shocked even Chen Fan, who scrutinized the other person for a long time. Could he really be an official? It was only said that the original leader of Jiangzhou had been transferred, and the new leader had not yet arrived, so everyone was making guesses. Several key deputies are already eager to try their luck and are preparing to compete for the position. It's important to know that Jiangzhou is the provincial capital, so this position is crucial. Seeing the other party's ambitious aspirations, Chun Fan and Secretary Liang applauded. After descending the mountain, the two walked and talked. The middle-aged man was very interested in what he said and even asked, "What year are you in?" "Third year of university, uncle." "Well, our country needs young people like you. Work hard." The other person patted Chun Fan on the shoulder meaningfully, and the two parted ways in the parking lot at the foot of the mountain. "Goodbye, uncle." Chun Fan waved and watched the other person leave first. He then tossed a cigarette to Chen Meng, who looked puzzled. "Who is this guy? He has such a powerful aura, unlike ordinary people." Chen Fan laughed and said, "You noticed it too? A person who is so full of vigor must be having a very successful career. Judging from his appearance, he must be in his early 40s. After finishing their cigarettes, the two returned to their villa in Jiangshan Dijing. Su Ruzhen also returned, and as soon as she entered, she smelled the perfume that Chun Fan had given her. Luo Jinxian is really petty, which is not in line with his status at all. Su Ruzhen changed into slippers and complained. "What's the matter? He actually teamed up with some people to smear me." This morning, Su Ruzhen attended a meeting organized by the city government, where many well-known entrepreneurs were present. As a rising star in the industry, Su Ruzhen naturally had to participate. "But I never expected Luo Jinxian to do something like this. This is an attempt to suppress Blueprint Investment Company." The Lu family's attitude was ambiguous, clearly indicating that they were quite cautious about Lantu Investment's acquisition of Manhwa Jewelry. An insignificant little company suddenly swallowed up a listed company. These people had to be wary of each other. What if something like this happens to me someday? Many people know that once a company goes public, it loses control of its own destiny, unless your equity structure is exceptionally good. However, the larger the company, the easier it is to lose control. Chen Fan smiled faintly. These people had too narrow a perspective. "Hey, I met a very sexy female entrepreneur today. She made a lot of people stare. I heard she used to be a teacher at your school. It seems his surname is Shan." Su Ruzhen nestled affectionately in Chun Fan's arms as the two chatted. Chen Fan didn't hide it from her. Yes, her name is Shun Mingyao, and she was my former homeroom teacher. Oh. Su Ruzhen sat up abruptly, her face full of surprise. No way. Her body is so sexy, especially when she turns around. It makes me puff. Chun Fan slapped her hard. Don't do anything reckless, and keep your values upright. Su Ruzhen smiled brightly, her eyes darting around. Did you have a crush on your homeroom teacher? She has the same boss as you. Su Ruzhen was stunned. You actually had someone else behind my back. I don't care, just come here right now. She dragged Chen Fan into the bedroom. Jinjin, that's enough. I don't. You really eat this as a meal? No food tastes as good as this. Being with Su Xiaoxiao is always a source of endless joy. To be honest, Chen Fan really liked her spirit. Always. Until dark. Chen Fan stared at the ceiling. I'm going to cultivate immortality. Su Ruzhen nestled in his arms with a grin, pinching his nose. I'm going to make you remember me for the rest of your life. Yes, it's ingrained in my bones. Let's go eat. I have something important to tell you later. I can't get up, carry me. Depend on. He was full of energy just a moment ago. But it's really comfortable to hold such a delicate body. Even if it's poison, I'd rather be poisoned beyond redemption. Chen Ming brought back the food from a nearby restaurant, and Chen Fan opened a bottle of red wine. You should prepare to launch a major project in Jiangzhou soon. When talking about work, Su Ruzhen became particularly serious, asking, how does it work? Let's focus on the new energy sector and invest 10 billion yuan directly in it. The action must be ruthless and have a deterrent effect. These kinds of projects come with preferential policies, and the land can basically be obtained for free. As expected of Su Yaojing, she quickly understood Chun Fan's true intentions. Do you want to intimidate Luo Jinxian and his ilk? Right. Our current foundation is too shallow, and we need to work hard in this area. Okay, I understand. Since you worked so hard just now, I will do my best to do the same. Puff. Chen Fan looked at her speechlessly. Can't you eat properly? Su Ruzhen pinched him under the table. Some things taste better than rice. They knew nothing to begin with, and now they're beyond saving. Su Xiaoxiao, that's enough. Chen Fan was completely captivated by her charm. After dinner, the work was also settled. Seeing Chun Fan preparing to return to school, Su Yaojing saw him to the door and picked up a small bag, saying, I bought you a few boxes of things, remember to eat them on time. Chun Fan opened it and took a look. Juzatang. After getting in the car, Chun Ming asked, Brother Fan, where are we going? He waved his hand and dialed a number. Mr. Shun, do you have a moment? Shin Mingyao turned on the speakerphone, stretched her limbs, and asked, Are you coming over? Yes, I need to talk to you about something. She knew that Chen Fan had to attend classes during the day and was usually only free in the evenings. Oh, just as I was about to hang up, I heard Shin Mingyao's voice. What's the matter? It's nothing, my back hurts from sitting for too long. 20 minutes later, Chun Fan arrived at the Yuanzhou International Hotel. As soon as I entered, I handed her the things Su Ruzhen had bought. What? Concentrated Luwei Dihuang pills. Seeing Shun Mingyao's strange expression, Chun Fan explained, Didn't you have a backache? I just bought it at the pharmacy. Take care of yourself. There's no need to work so hard. Shun Mingyao shook her head helplessly. If you put this much effort into caring for a girl, I doubt any of them could resist, right? Isn't President Shin a girl? I think you're prettier than any girl. Loquacious. Shin Mingyao rolled her eyes at him. His expression had the air of an adult scolding a child. Chapter 162, Chun Fan's Two Carriages. Shin Mingyao must have just taken a shower. The whole room smelled of her. A light-colored long dress made her figure appear and disappear. In this situation, Chun Fan inexplicably recalled what Su Ruzhen had said. Her body is so sexy, especially when she turns around. It just goes to show that women have a sharper eye when it comes to other women. If I had known that Su Ruzhen had given me that thing earlier, I should have kept 2 boxes. Shin Mingyao made him a cup of tea, and the two sat down to talk about work. Chun Fan shared his thoughts. Based on Jiangzhou's current economic structure, you need to make corresponding adjustments. Be bolder and take bigger steps. Let's undertake a project worth tens of billions. Develop the new energy sector. How about we integrate an automobile manufacturing plant and take it over? This is the fastest and most effective way. Shin Mingyao never expected his plan to be so massive. He had previously mentioned 1 billion. Later, they spent 2 to 3 billion yuan to acquire a 45% stake in the Yuanzhou Hotel. Then they invested in Zhao's real estate. Now she has to invest in a project worth tens of billions of yuan. Such a huge amount of information is hard for her to accept at the moment. Chen Fan continued, I've done my research over this period. Jiangzhou Automobile Manufacturing Plant is a long-established company. After the reform, it never took off and is now on the verge of bankruptcy, with only a few workshops left to do contract manufacturing for others. Try to talk to the city leaders and get it done. Shen Mingyao's eyes widened. Is it okay? Why not? As the great man said, with lofty aspirations, we dare to sacrifice ourselves and change the world. Go for it. It's time to establish our standing in the underworld. Chen Fan smiled with extreme confidence. These days, as long as you have money, you can find mature technologies everywhere. The key question is whether you dare to do it. You need to come up with a plan as soon as possible and show it to me later. Chen Fan has always been decisive and efficient in his work, never dragging his feet. It's getting late. I won't disturb your rest. Oh, could you tell me your specific ideas again? Shen Mingyao felt that they had taken too big a step, a project worth 10 billion. This is no joke. Chen Fan laughed and said, there's no other way. Let's just do it. These are the latest tracks, and also a huge piece of meat. There were people in Jiangzhou who wanted to do it, but they didn't dare to. The main problem is that I don't have the money. Who can afford to invest tens of billions of dollars? Chen Fan is different. He has 300 billion yuan in funds under his name. Why keep the money if you're not going to roll it up? Now he has only one goal, to solidify the status of the two major companies in the industry. He walked to the door and said, Hey, Mr. Shan, I'll have someone get you a villa another day. Don't always stay in hotels. You have no privacy at all. Shen Mingyao shook her head. No need, no need. Anyway, I live alone, so I don't have many requirements. Chen Fan said domineeringly, It's settled then. This is an employee benefit. How can you be so stingy when working for me? We'll share the meat and fight for the country together. Watching him leave, Shen Mingyao couldn't sleep at all. My mind is completely occupied with how to operate that project. In fact, Chen Fan had considered whether or not to give her the villa in Jiangshan Dijing. But upon closer inspection, I realized that wouldn't work. I need to visit Su Ruzhen often. What if I run into her? So he had no choice but to ask Xiao Xiao to go see the house again the next day. Xiao Xiao was completely confused by him. What exactly was the boss trying to do? Buying villas everywhere. All right, I can post on WeChat moments again. I drive my Mercedes GLC every day. I'm either buying a house or on my way to look at houses. But after looking for several days, she still couldn't find any particularly good neighborhoods. In the end, it was Chen Fan who decided to buy a house in his own neighborhood. Although one is in the east and the other in the west, they are quite far apart. But it's convenient. It will make communication about work less tiring in the future. After Chen Fan made the payment, he immediately instructed his staff to register the villa under Shen Mingyao's name. Of course, she didn't know that Chen Fan also lived in the same neighborhood. Less than 10 days after Chen Fan returned from mountain climbing, the newly appointed leaders of Jiangzhou invited many well-known entrepreneurs to a conference on economic development. This leader's surname is Ning, and he was parachuted in from Zhonghai. He is also adept at managing the economy. However, he was not very satisfied with the economic development of Jiangzhou and seemed to be making sweeping and drastic adjustments. After listening to the reports from the prominent entrepreneurs, he raised an eyebrow and asked, Isn't there any emerging industry at all? Comrade Luo Jinxian, your Luo family is the leading enterprise in Jiangzhou. Don't you have any ideas about these new business projects? Luo Jinxian just bragged about how outstanding the Luo group is, how much profit and tax are paid each year. But when Leader Ning asked that question, I started to feel uneasy. Oops. It turns out the newly appointed leader had ulterior motives. He was actually fishing for trouble. I should have known better than to brag like that. It's like digging a hole for yourself to jump into now, he said with a bitter face. A big ship is hard to turn around. If a company is big, it's okay to invest 10 or 2 billion. We don't have enough funds available right now. All right. Leader Ning then looked at Lu Ziyuan and asked, What about your Lu family? Are you also too big to turn around? Lu Ziyuan could only secretly lament his misfortune. The Lu family is now embroiled in internal strife, with the elder brother vying for power and Lu Ziyuan himself in a precarious situation. He shook his head without saying a word. The leader asked around, and almost no one dared to answer. Zhao Guowei was willing but unable to do so, as all his money was invested in real estate projects, and he had previously sought financing of 10 billion yuan from Chen Fan. Leader Ning was somewhat disappointed and made a statement on the spot. These new industries must be developed. Whoever can acquire these industries will receive all the preferential policies. You should know that for some of these large-scale projects, land is practically free. Free. In some places, they even build the factory for you, as long as you start production. Although they all wanted to win the project, they simply didn't have enough money. Relying solely on bank loans is definitely not feasible. These well-known entrepreneurs could only shake their heads in disbelief. At this moment, a particularly beautiful woman sitting in the back row raised her hand. Leader Ning thought she was a secretary or assistant from some company. She stood up. "Sir, I have a plan here. May I submit it?" Leader Ning nodded at her, and Secretary Liang immediately ran over to take the report. After reading it, Leader Ning slammed his fist on the table. "Good, you're the one." He looked up at the other person and asked, "Blueprint Investment Company, right? You can really invest 10 billion. Yes. Our financial statements are attached. Please confirm, Supervisor." Okay. The leader immediately made the decision. "You're the ones." New energy projects are currently the most popular type of projects, consistent with the spirit of the instructions above. When the leader made the decision, all the well-known entrepreneurs were greatly surprised. "Holy crap, this is incredible. 10 billion. They stared blankly at Su Ruzhen, realizing that no one would be able to shake Lan to investment's position in the future. But what shocked them was far more than that. The leader has another program. Chapter 163, The Iceberg Beauty Ningxueching. The Jiangzhou automobile manufacturing plant is an old, tired problem. Previous leadership teams had tried to solve this problem, but were unable to. Of course, the main issue is funding. Now that the new leader has taken office, he has decided to overcome all obstacles and resolve this issue. What does the Jiangzhou automobile manufacturing plant have besides this piece of land today? People? Equipment? Factory building? It's all over. Therefore, if changes are to be made, they must be drastic, cutting away all these outdated, inefficient, and problematic aspects. Many people know that such companies often own valuable land. Many developers have tried to acquire it, but they have all been blocked by various forces. Jiangzhou automobile manufacturing plant has a large area with good greenery, but it's just an empty shell now. Leader Ning posed this question to the prominent entrepreneurs present, asking, "Who among you can take on this task? I will help you solve all your difficulties. All I need is for you to give me back a brand new Jiangzhou automobile manufacturing plant." He made it very clear. He could give you anything, but all he wanted was political achievements. But how much does it cost to build a car manufacturing plant? The entrepreneurs all understand this very well. Of those present, unless they're just bragging, I doubt anyone actually has that kind of ability. Looking at the group of entrepreneurs whispering and talking amongst themselves, the leader understood the situation perfectly well. This is a piece of fatty meat. They all want to eat it, but they can't stomach it. It's important to know that the government has invested heavily in subsidies for new energy. At that moment, a weak voice called out, "Boss, I have an investment plan here." When Leader Ning took a look, he was slightly taken aback. It was another beautiful and dignified young woman. He's been in a daze ever since he saw Su Ruzhen. Are all the female entrepreneurs in Jiangzhou this beautiful? And they are especially young. He nodded to Secretary Liang, who immediately jogged over, took the proposal, and handed it over. "Oh, Hongtu Capital." After carefully reviewing the investment plan, the leader looked at Shun Mingyao again with seriousness. "You're the CEO of Hongtu Capital?" "Yes, sir. This is incredible. Jiangzhou has produced so many young and beautiful female entrepreneurs. If all of this is nothing?" What truly amazed him was Hongtu Investment's extravagant spending. Another project worth tens of billions. The investment focus is on new energy vehicles. Good. The leader's mood instantly improved. No wonder some wise people say that. "Once I enter Jiangzhou, I will surely thrive like a fish in water." The rock spreads its wings, soaring high above the 9 heavens. He's just taken office, and it seems like he's been divinely aided. Meeting adjourned. All procedures and approvals should be simplified. With these 2 projects finalized, many people lost interest in attending the evening's banquet. But they had no choice but to participate, otherwise it would be disrespectful. Especially for big entrepreneurs like Luo Jinxian and Lu Ziyuan. They felt their faces burning with embarrassment. Seeing the leader personally toast the 2 beautiful female entrepreneurs, they felt very uncomfortable. It can be said that Chun Fan's plan completely disrupted the original situation in Jiangzhou. Upon hearing that the 2 projects had officially reached an agreement with the authorities, Chun Fan, who was in class at school, nodded slightly. Another step closer to his goal. These two projects, each worth tens of billions, could unlock a market worth hundreds of billions or even trillions. Of course, more importantly, it established the social standing of the two major companies. The intangible benefits it brings to Jiangzhou are immeasurable. When Luo Jinxian returned, he looked very unwell. "Dad, what's wrong?" Luo Jinxian said in a deep voice. "We underestimated Blueprint investment. They have actually invested in another 10 billion yuan project. The new leader now pays special attention to her." Luo Xingwang said anxiously. "What are you afraid of? We're related to the Ning family by marriage. Why would we be afraid of not getting good projects in the future?" Luo Jinxian looked at his son. "You're still too young. What do they need? And what can you give them? If you don't understand the stakes involved, why would anyone help you? The new leader needs to prove himself, so the existing industries and projects are naturally attributed to the predecessor. What he needs, you can't give him." However, he still decided to take Luo Xingwang to visit the leader another day. After all, he was his future daughter-in-law's uncle. At that moment, Luo Xingwang received a phone call. "What? Ning Xueqing has also arrived in Jiangzhou. What does she mean? She didn't contact me even after arriving in Jiangzhou. I'm her fiancé." Hearing Luo Xingwang make a phone call, Luo Jinxian glared at him unhappily. Who knows if word of your stupidity from last time has already reached their ears? Luo Xingwang said, "It shouldn't be that fast. She might be here to see her uncle." Although the two families had a marriage agreement, Luo Xingwang had never even held hands with anyone. This is something he has always held a grudge about. Ning Xueqing has been studying abroad for the past few years, so the two rarely have the opportunity to meet. This is also what makes Luo Xingwang most upset. In name, he has a fiancé, but what about in reality? Don't even mention eating meat. Well, so many times in my dreams. I'm not going to say anything more, my hands are getting blistered. He called Ning Xueqing again, but the phone rang twice before the other party answered. "What's up?" His tone was also cold, which made him very unhappy. But he still suppressed his dissatisfaction. "You've arrived in Jiangzhou? Why didn't you call me to pick you up?" "No need. I'm staying with a friend." "Oh, let's have dinner together tonight. I'll make the arrangements." "Let me ask my friend." Ning Xueqing's tone was indifferent, revealing no change in emotion. A moment later, he said, "Okay, then you decide on the location." He hung up the phone after saying that. Luo Xingwang was particularly frustrated, but he also knew the temper of the eldest daughter of the Ning family. Arrogant, cold. She has absolutely no feminine tenderness. Luo Jinxian overheard him on the phone and said, "Go ahead and get busy. Take it easy, don't offend them." "I know, so don't worry." Luo Xingwang happily went to prepare. Since Ning Xueqing had come to Jiangzhou, and tonight's dinner party was arranged by him again. Who knows? Haha. Of course, all he could think of was holding hands. As for something deeper, let's just leave it at that. He still couldn't figure out Ning Xueqing's temperament. Chen Fan had planned to go to Zhuo Bing's house tonight, but he received a call from Shun Mingyao at the last minute. He needed to discuss the project with Zhuo Bing, so Chen Fan had to ask for leave and hurriedly went to Shun Mingyao's place. But when he arrived, there was another beautiful woman with Shun Mingyao. The other person had a cold demeanor, as if they were born to keep people at arm's length. Shin Mingyao stood up and explained, "Excuse me, this is Chun Fan, a student at Jiangzhou University and also my partner." Chun Fan had told her that she should never reveal her identity as the behind-the-scenes boss under any circumstances. Therefore, Shin Mingyao could only introduce her in this way, and then she added, "This is Miss Ning from the Ning family of Zhonghai. My best friend when I was studying abroad." Chapter 164 Lu Wanwan Reunited. Chun Fan looked her over in surprise. "Hello, Miss Ning." Perhaps out of respect for Shun Mingyao, Ning Xueqing shook hands with him. Her hands were cool, smooth, and boneless. But it's so exquisite, like a finely carved jade. After greeting her, she fell silent again. Sitting there, he was like an iceberg. Chen Fan had never seen a woman like this before. Shin Mingyao said, "Xueqing, why don't you rest for a bit? I need to talk to Chen Fan about something." "It's all right, you two can talk." She sat alone by the window, holding a cup of tea, taking a sip and gazing out the window. Chun Fan asked in confusion, "Who is she?" Shin Mingyao whispered, "She is Leader Ning's niece." "Oh." Chen Fan opened his mouth. "So she's the daughter of an official. No wonder she has such a cold personality." He clicked his tongue inwardly, wondering how her future husband would be able to stand her with her personality. The two were talking about work when Ning Xueqing received a phone call. "Uncle, I have a friend here." Leader Ning probably knew his niece's personality that she wouldn't make friends easily, so he said directly, "Then let's all come together. I've been very busy lately." But Ning Xueqing bit her lip. Luo Xingwang has already made the arrangements. It's all right. Now that we've arrived in Jiangzhou, we should indeed say hello. After all, both old men are still alive. Oh well. Ning Xueqing hung up the phone. Chun Fan and the other man were discussing work and didn't hear what she said. Why don't we stop here for today? You have guests here, and it wouldn't be good to neglect them. Chun Fan stood up to say goodbye. Shin Mingyao said apologetically, "I'm so sorry. It's all just a coincidence." "It's okay. I'm not just anyone." After Chin Fan finished speaking, he left Ning Xueqing's office. Unexpectedly, I ran into Lu Wanwan in the elevator. I haven't seen her for a long time. After she signed with the company, she seems to have matured a lot. Scan my WeChat QR code. Inside the elevator, Lu Wanwan suddenly spoke. Chin Fan was stunned. What? My charm level has gone up again? We're not familiar with each other. Seeing his expression, Lu Wanwan explained, "Don't overthink it. I just want to pay you back the money from last time." Last time, Chun Fan gifted her 10 carnival gifts in her live stream. Chun Fan had long forgotten about this, but he didn't expect her to still hold a grudge. "Thank you, but no need. How can I get back the money I've already spent?" "Well, what did you consume?" Lu Wanwan was speechless. Before she could say anything more, Chun Fan's phone rang. "Hello. Young man, do you remember me? We went hiking together last time." "Oh, I know. Your voice is so friendly. Haha. Uncle, what made you suddenly decide to call me?" Chun Fan only had Secretary Liang's phone number and never expected that this uncle would actually call him. The middle-aged man chuckled on the phone. "We hit it off. I happen to be free tonight. Why don't you come over for dinner? I'll have Secretary Liang pick you up." No. Give me an address, and I'll come over myself." "All right, then go to Jiangzhou Hotel." Jiangzhou Hotel is a government-run hotel in the city. Chun Fan thought to himself, he really is an official. I just don't know what level the other party is. Since they've called, let's meet them. Moreover, the development of his 2 major companies in Jiangzhou is inseparable from the support of the local government. So he asked Chen Ming to drive him to the Jiangzhou Hotel. Why? Lu Wanwan wanted to catch up, but Chun Fan had already left, which made her stomp her foot in anger. Jiangzhou Hotel. Luo Xingwang arrived early. He had originally planned to go to a high-end hotel. Unexpectedly, Ning Xueqing said that her uncle was coming. Given their status and position, they definitely can't go to a luxurious hotel, so this is the only option. Of course, he can try to make it happen. Make ordinary restaurants look more upscale, and change the packaging of your drinks. Of course, these tactics must not be known to outsiders. But as soon as he came out of the restaurant, he ran into Chun Fan. Damn, what's he doing here? Stop. Is this a place you can come to? Don't you even look around here? Aren't you blind? Luo Xingwang was full of resentment towards him. Do you still remember the grudge from last time? I've been wanting to find a chance to get back at him, but I never expected him to walk right into my path this time. Hee. It's true what they say. There's a path to heaven, but you choose to walk into hell when there's no way out. But Chun Fan ignored him. Luo Xingwang was furious. I'm talking to you. You surnamed Chun. Stop right there. Chun Fan stopped, squinted at him, and asked, Are you talking about me? If you don't say it, who will you say it? You won't let me in? Chun Fan looked at him with amusement, and Luo Xingwang snorted. What right do you have to go in? All right. Chun Fan took out his phone and was about to dial when Secretary Liang arrived. Little Chun, over here, over here. Chun Fan stood there motionless. Someone's not letting me in. Secretary Liang walked over, looking at Luo Xingwang with a puzzled expression. Who dares to stop you from going in? Luo Xingwang was completely bewildered. Secretary Liang, what are you doing? No, what's he doing here? The boss wants to see him. Luo Xingwang's face stiffened. Chun Fan gave him the middle finger from behind. Damn it. Luo Xingwang was so angry that he punched the wall. He really couldn't understand how this kid could have gotten involved with the new leader. And he suddenly had a bad feeling. Damn it. It's over, it's over. Around 6:30, a Mercedes Maybach drove into the yard, and the stunningly beautiful Shun Mengyao and the icy beauty Ning Xueqing got out of the car. Luo Xingwang quickly went to greet them. Snow City, you've arrived. Come on in. Ning Xueqing glanced at him only once, then turned back and said, Mengyao, let's go inside. It turned out that her uncle had heard she was with Shun Mengyao, so he asked her to call Shun Mengyao over as well. The billions of dollars invested in this female entrepreneur were a major highlight on his political record. Uncle Ning Xueqing also had a special fondness for her. Tonight, let's not stand on ceremony and just treat it as a dinner gathering of a few like-minded people from our circle. Of course, this also leads to the formation of a small circle. Shen Mingyao and the others arrived at the private room, and Luo Xingwang diligently arranged everything. Luo Jinxian hadn't originally planned to participate, but upon hearing that the leader was coming, he personally rushed to the scene. Everyone has arrived, and we're just waiting for the leader to come over so we can start the meal. But at this moment, Luo Xingwang's heart was pounding even harder. He greeted everyone briefly and then stood anxiously at the door of the leader's reception room. Secretary Liang came in to report. "Boss, we can start serving the meal." Leader Ning stood up. "Let's go. Xiao Chun, let's have a casual meal together." When Chun Fan accompanied the leader out, Luo Xingwang, who had been so fierce before, stood at the door, staring at him expectantly. He forced a smile and said, "Mr. Chun, could we talk in private for a moment?" Chun Fan looked at this guy strangely. After the leader walked away, Luo Xingwang suddenly knelt down in front of him with a thud. Chapter 165. Ning Xueqing is actually his fiancé? "Mr. Chun, brother, big brother. I'm begging you, please don't bring up what happened last time." Chun Fan was completely bewildered by him. "Young Master Luo, what do you mean by this? How did I, who spent my whole life as a human, suddenly become a dog? You were so fierce just a moment ago, and now you're suddenly kneeling down and licking me. It's so embarrassing. Wait, should I take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments first?" Seeing Chun Fan's puzzled look, Luo Xingwang pleaded, President Chun, please say something." Chun Fan looked at him. "What do you mean?" Luo Xingwang looked distressed. "My fiancé will be having dinner with us later. Please don't bring up what happened last time. If you help me with this, I, Luo Xingwang, will repay you in the future." He thought for a long time and came up with this word. Chun Fan frowned. "Sorry, I'm not interested in you." Isn't his fiancé from Zhonghai? So what if they're here? What's it to me? Chun Fan turned and left, leaving Luo Xingwang with a look of despair, howling. "We're doomed." He waved his fists in frustration, got up, and quickly went over to keep an eye on things. We absolutely cannot let this kid ruin things. He never expected that someone as insignificant as Chun Fan would be with a leader. And they seemed to know each other quite well. Could it be? Holy crap. Luo Xingwang felt he had made a huge mistake. Could he also be a member of some powerful family in Zhonghai? Thinking of this, he slapped himself hard. "Xiao Chun, this way please." Secretary Liang called out enthusiastically from the doorway of the private room. Chun Fan walked in, then suddenly his gaze froze. Why are Shen Mingyao and that icy woman from before here too? Could it be? Holy crap. Really? Chun Fan felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. Ning Xueqing is actually Luo Xingwang's fiancé? Wrong. There must be a mistake somewhere. Are you asleep, Mr. Matchmaker? Wake up. We can't let such a beautiful girl be ruined. Now he suddenly understood why Luo Xingwang had suddenly knelt on the ground like a dog and begged him. It's so illogical for Ning Xueqing to be paired with him, isn't it? Of course, he didn't understand Luo Xingwang's suffering. On the surface, the two are engaged, but I haven't even touched your fingernails. Besides, she's always abroad, while other couples can still do things like that via phone or video call. Her personality is as cold as ice, and you still want to play with romance? They hadn't been able to finish it all in so long, which was one of the reasons why Luo Xingwang was planning to go out and hunt for food. Shen Mingyao didn't expect Chun Fan to come over. Leader Ning waved to Chun Fan. Little Chun, come here. The fact that the leaders were all so polite to him made Luo Jinxian, who was sitting there, feel a surge of suspicion. She couldn't help but glance at Chun Fan a few more times, secretly making a mental note of it. You have to maintain good relationships with anyone the boss likes. Luo Xingwang quickly washed his face and came over. Seeing everyone in the private room, he forced himself to come in. He felt particularly uneasy when he saw Chun Fan sitting next to the leader. Everyone's here. Let's serve the food. Boss, what kind of wine would you like to drink? Luo Jinxian stood up and made the arrangements. Xueqing is coming to Jiangzhou today. Everyone please give a little something. Leader Ning looked at everyone and said, please don't stand on ceremony. Make yourselves at home. Come on, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Chun, a student in the finance department of Jiangzhou University. He's the first friend I made since coming to Jiangzhou. The young man is very good. He has his own ideas. When Chun Fan was mentioned, the leader was particularly pleased. Luo Jinxian stood up and shook hands with Chun Fan as usual. Hello, Xiao Chun. Hello. Leader Ning continued. This is Mr. Luo, the biggest entrepreneur in Jiangzhou. You should have heard of the Luo Group, right? Chun Fan replied politely. I know. The most famous man in Jiangzhou. Luo Jinxian quickly replied. You flatter me. This is Mr. Shun from Hongtu Capital, and he is also an outstanding young entrepreneur in our city. Oh, Mr. Shun, hello. Chun Fan held Shun Mingyao's hand and said in a serious tone. This made Shun Mingyao so embarrassed. Ning Xueqing, standing to the side, looked at the two of them with a slight frown. Don't you know each other? However, she didn't say anything. Leader Ning then introduced Ning Xueqing and Luo Xingwang. When everyone sat down to eat, they talked about the economic situation in Jiangzhou. Chun Fan could tell that the leader was very ambitious and determined to make Jiangzhou another major economic city in the Donghua region. It could even drive the economic development of the entire province. Leader Ning is now the highest-ranking leader in the provincial capital and one of the most important figures in the province, so his perspective is naturally different. From his conversation, Chun Fan knew that he had made the right move. For these two companies to establish themselves in society, they must achieve corresponding results and generate social impact. After the meal, the leader invited everyone to have tea together. We chatted until after 9 o'clock before breaking up. After Chun Fan left, Luo Xingwang stared longingly at Ning Xueqing. Snow City, where are you planning to stay? Or, he wanted to invite them to his home, but Ning Xueqing said, You don't need to worry about me. I have my own place. All right. Seeing his son so timid, Luo Jinxian sighed inwardly. Well, the status is so unequal. Ning Xueqing is a nice person, but his personality is cold, not easy to get along with. In addition, their family background also contributed to the Luo family's growth and expansion. But problems are bound to arise between husband and wife sooner or later. But this was a matter between the two old men, and Luo Jinxian couldn't do anything about it. New Year's Day is just around the corner. The weather is particularly cold this year. With the first semester of their junior year coming to an end, many people are starting to book their train tickets home. Chun Fan's family also called to ask when he would be back. The little white rabbit became very worried and unhappy lately. Chun Fan specially asked Xiao Xiao to help him pick out a gift. While the nanny was sleeping, Chun Fan slipped into Lu Wushuang's room again. I bought you some clothes, see if you like them? Miss Lu's clothes are all from high-end brands, and Chun Fan spent over 100,000 yuan on them this time. I specially bought her a long trench coat, which is perfect for this season. Seeing her sullen expression, Chun Fan pinched her cheek and asked, What's wrong? Lu Wushuang remained silent. It was almost time for a holiday, and she disliked farewells. Chun Fan put his arm around her and said, I'll call you. Lu Wushuang pouted. No, my family keeps a close watch on me, so I can't call often. Why don't you go outside and fight? So stupid. Lu Wushuang raised her head and looked at him silently with affection, truly unwilling to leave. Actually, the winter vacation is not long, only a month. But how can a girl in the throes of love bear all this? I'll make time to visit you. Lu Wushuang said dejectedly. Forget it. It's so far, it'll be tiring to make the trip. Chun Fan affectionately pinched her cheek, though he clearly wanted to say no. I'll see when the time comes. I'll try my best to arrange things at the company, and I'll also go see my mother-in-law. Faint. Lu Wushuang blushed deeply and buried her face in Chun Fan's arms in embarrassment. Chapter 166, There are still differences between men and women. Zhou Bing's schedule is quite full for New Year's Day. She hardly has time to come to school anymore. She's basically invited to all the major auto shows. At the same time, the number of followers on Douyin, TikTok, that the company helped manage skyrocketed, reaching more than 6 million followers in just 2 or 3 months. Han Chai-young was extremely excited to see her daughter become so popular. She's gained a lot of prestige among her girlfriends. Before, she was the one flattering them, but now they're the ones flattering her. Zhou Handong was also very happy. After all, everyone hopes their son will become successful. Since school was closed for New Year's Day, he specially invited Chun Fan to his home for dinner. I want to build a good relationship with my future son-in-law. He certainly didn't want such a good son-in-law to be snatched away by someone else halfway through. Upon receiving Zhou Handong's call, Chun Fan moved a case of liquor, bought ginseng, deer antler, cordyceps, and 4 cartons of cigarettes. There were quite a lot of things, which made Xiao Xiao look on with envy. I wish my dad had a son-in-law like that. She looked at the boss. Xiao Xiao, You need to work harder. Sometimes she felt frustrated, as she often ate and lived with her boss. Why isn't he interested in me at all? Am I not good looking? Am I not sexy? I'm still not good enough. Sometimes she felt like she had wasted her life. Such a good cabbage. How come no pig has eaten it? When Chun Fan arrived at Zhua Handong's house, he found that Zhua Hanwen and his family were also there. They also wanted to build a good relationship with Chun Fan, and they couldn't miss such an opportunity. But when the couple saw Chun Fan carrying so many things over, they gave Xiao Yuan a sour look. Xiao Yuan's face turned bright red. Damn it, I shouldn't have come. This is so discouraging. It's not that he's short of money, but he can't afford Chun Fan moving around like he's relocating to his father-in-law's house to deliver things. Ever since he met Chun Fan, the man who was once considered a hot commodity by his mother-in-law suddenly lost his appeal. Zhua Chun blushed as well, finding Xiao Yuan utterly pathetic. Han Chai Young scolded. Why did you buy so much stuff again? You should save your money. Zhua Handong said. You're such a stubborn child. You're just coming over for a simple meal. Why are you being so polite? Chun Fan entered the room and offered cigarettes to everyone. Chun Ming left after delivering the items and would come back to pick up the boss when needed. Han Chai Young and her husband invited him to stay for dinner, but he felt too embarrassed to accept. Let's go, so we don't have to eat a bunch of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of. Today's meal was prepared by Zhua Handong and Han Kaiying themselves, and the table was filled with food, with some still in the pots. Zhua Handong opened a bottle of liquor. Let's all have something today. Chun Fan, are you busy tonight? Before Chun Fan could speak, his aunt interjected. They're on holiday. What could possibly happen? Drink as much as you want. Chun Fan had no choice but to agree. Zhua Hanwen raised his glass. Come on, come on, come on. We're all family, so don't be shy. Let's go together. Everyone raised their glasses, and when Zhua Bing mentioned that Han Kaiying had a high alcohol tolerance, Chun Fan gave her a special look. After finishing this round, Zhua Hanwen raised his glass again. Nephew, I should call you President Chun, and I really need to thank you properly for what happened last time. Chao Minghua is a complete scoundrel. Chun Fan waved his hand. It's all in the past. Uncle, don't be so polite. Come on, everyone, let's drink together. It always feels a bit off without Zhua Bing. When Chun Fan came out of Zhua Bing's house, he was already quite drunk. Slightly drunk. Chen Ming took him back to Wanxiang International. When Xiao Xiao saw that he was so drunk, she quickly came over to help him up. The two people put Chun Fan on the bed, and Chun Fan said, I'm going to sleep for a while. Don't let anyone disturb me. Chen Ming quickly left, but Xiao Xiao couldn't leave. Even though he said not to disturb him, what if he throws up? It would be my fault to let him vomit on the bed. Looking at her drunken boss on the bed, poor Xiao Xiao felt a mix of emotions. Chun Fan felt incredibly comfortable. The feeling was almost heavenly. In my dream, it seemed like I was in a foot massage parlor. Someone is giving themselves a massage. I turned over. The pillow was so soft and fluffy, it felt incredibly comfortable in my dream. He even unconsciously pinched it a few times. I woke up in the middle of the night, and for some reason, I have this feeling like a dog is licking my mouth. When I woke up the next day, I opened my eyes and saw. Holy crap. Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao ran out of another room in a panic, her clothes somewhat disheveled. Boss, what's wrong? Where are my clothes? Xiao Xiao blushed and said, You drank too much last night, so I took it off and washed it for you. Chun Fan noticed her dark circles and asked, You didn't sleep all night? Xiao Xiao forced a smile and said, You didn't sleep very well last night, and I was worried you weren't feeling well, so? All right, thank you for your trouble. The new year is almost here. I'll give you a bigger bonus later. You should also take your holidays soon. When Xiao Xiao heard that she was to go back, she immediately became anxious. No, boss, I don't need to have a holiday so early. No, I can stay home for the new year. I've already talked to my parents about it. Chun Fan frowned. It's not like I don't want you to come next year. I'm just concerned about you. Then, just let me stay by your side. Xiao Xiao bit her lip, looking pitiful. There are actually people like this who don't even want a vacation. The villa had underfloor heating, so Xiao Xiao was dressed very lightly. Chun Fan glanced at her chest unintentionally, and it looked just like the pillow from last night. Instantly, the guy blushed. Go and run me some water. I want to take a bath. Oh. Xiao Xiao obediently went into the bathroom. While taking a bath, Chun Fan recalled his dream from the previous night. Something just doesn't feel right. He was somewhat unsure whether he should have let her succeed in getting him. But thinking about it carefully, it's probably impossible. There are still differences between men and women. I took a bath, which relieved all the fatigue from the night before. Xiao Xiao brought her breakfast and milk. The phone rang. Chen Fan, come out and get some drinks. Wang Hao shouted excitedly. Why are you drinking so early in the morning? The prince is treating us today. This money will buy a luxury car. Damn it. He made over $1 million in the stock market. Puff. Chen Fan suddenly spat out a mouthful of milk. I've been so busy lately that I forgot about Yi Langgao buying stocks. This guy invested 300,000 yuan, and now the stock price is soaring. It increased more than sixfold before New Year's Day. However, Chen Fan had already left, and Zhao Linlin had kept her shares unchanged because she discovered that an institution had come in to take over. Given the current situation, prices could rise considerably more. What kind of car did he buy? A BMW 740. If I had known, I would have invested in stocks with him instead of buying a house. Hearing Wang Hao's regret, Chen Fan said, don't mess around. Not everyone is so lucky. Send me your address. I'll come over later. Compared to Yi Langgao, Wang Hao was much more composed. Chen Fan had been keeping an eye on things, thinking that if Wang Hao could be trained, he would be of great use in the future. Chapter 167. Luckily, I can climb over the balcony. These animals are really something else. They eat the finest food and drink the most delicious drinks. Not to mention the clubs frequented by young models. They even extend the foot massage service by 2 hours. Actually, they called Chen Fan last night. Chen Fan was drinking at Zhou Bing's house, and his phone was on silent. The address Wang Hao sent was Yunhu Resort Center, which is perfect for a bath this season. When Chen Fan arrived there, Yi Langgao and Wang Hao were waiting for him at the door. Where's the luxury car? Upon meeting, Chen Fan zipped up his down jacket, and Yi Langgao handed him a pack of cigarettes. Damn, what a world. Sure enough, he exudes the air of a nouveau riche. Moreover, he had changed into a whole row of brand new designer brands. All that's missing is a big gold chain. Yi Langgao and Wang Hao led him to the parking lot and pointed to the BMW 740 that still had red ribbons hanging on it. Qin Nan and Su Keqing also came, as did Mao Xiaowan. Nice headlights. Chen Fan gave a fair assessment of the brand new BMW. Wang Hao said, isn't this car much better than your Touareg? Of course, my Volkswagen is only worth a few dollars. Chen Fan slipped a red envelope to Yi Langgao. Yi Langgao declined, saying, what are you doing? Is this still in vogue? Of course, it's all about celebrating. This is the rule, please accept it. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. He casually handed the red envelope to Su Keqing, who glanced at it and found it contained over 5,000 yuan. The group returned to their room upstairs, where they had played cards and taken a bath the previous night. There are also several classmates and fellow villagers who are close to Yi Langgao here. We ate lunch together. There were more than a dozen of us, sitting around a large table. Yi Langgao treated them to a seafood feast. Chen Fan asked, how much money did you make? Yi Langgao laughed smugly and gestured, more than 6 times. He did indeed reach 6 times the limit, which is quite impressive. Yi Langgao explained. If Keqing hadn't insisted that I withdraw, I would have held on and waited for it to rise 8 or 10 times. Wang Hao joked. Be content. Know when to stop. Anyway, I think it's awesome. Yes, Prince, let's play the stock market together. Several classmates and fellow villagers admired him greatly. Yi Langgao was a little cocky. No problem. No problem. Chen Fan shook his head. After finishing his meal, he pulled him aside and said, it's fine if you trade stocks yourself, but don't drag others down with you. There are no limits in the stock market. Many people will never encounter a situation like yours in several lifetimes. If you still have money, why not buy a house and make a down payment? He made 6 times his initial investment in the stock market, reaching 1.8 to 1.9 million, and should still have some money left over. No rush, let's wait a bit longer. Make more money so I can buy a big villa in one go. He probably spent about 1.2 million on this car, and he also has 500,000 to 600,000 in the stock market. He took a drag of his cigarette and said to Chen Fan, I've resigned from the Yunfan building business. I'll leave it to Haozi and Qin Nan to manage. When I become rich, I'll remember my brothers. Are you planning to trade stocks full-time? What else? I've got the ability. Haha. Seeing Yi Langgao laugh out loud, Chen Fan didn't want to offer too much advice. A group of people had another fun day at the Yunfan resort when Zhou Bing called. She went to Shamshui-Pu, a large city with a population of over 20 million. She was very busy during the New Year's holiday. She said she was a little tired, but very happy and full of a sense of accomplishment. The two talked on the phone for over an hour. Chen Fan said, Come back early when you're done with your work. I miss you so much. Zwabing said. I suspect you want to drive. Puff. This girl knows me too well. Chun Fan said seriously. No, what I want to drive is a car model. I'll deal with you when we get back. Zwabing hung up the phone and went to get busy. That night, a group of them sang and drank in a private room. Chun Fan answered a phone call and said to Yilang Gao and Su Kuching, I have to go now. You guys have fun. Yilang Gao pulled him. What are you doing? Chun Fan pointed to his phone. There's a girl. Depend on. No one could stop him from giving this reason, and Yilang Gao gave him the middle finger. Get out, get out. Wang Hao saw him and walked over. Why are you leaving? Yilang put his arm around his shoulder and whispered something in his ear. Wang Hao looked at him with admiration. The two escorted Chun Fan downstairs, and Wang Hao reminded him, take care of yourself. Don't be like that idiot Gui Jianliang, who's already used up all his bullets. Now he has a lot of trouble walking, especially in both kidneys. Get lost, you two. The call was from Lu Wushuang. Her brother called to ask her which day she had a day off. He came to pick him up. Lu Wushuang was very unhappy. There were only a few days left, and now my brother is coming over. When Chun Fan arrived, she was looking distressed. What's wrong? Your brows are furrowed so much they're practically touching the ground. Lu Wushuang pouted. My brother is coming. What's he doing here? They said they were coming to pick me up and take me back. Chun Fan was utterly speechless. The Lu family's educational methods were truly unique. They kept a very close eye on their children. This is completely denying them any chance. Luckily, I can climb over the balcony. He pinched Lu Wushuang's face and said, Don't look so gloomy. I'll spend the rest of my time with you. I gently hugged her, smack. Lu Wushuang smiled slightly and pressed her face against Chun Fan's chest. Once New Year's Day is over, the atmosphere at school changes. Many people are eager to go home, especially those who are single. I really don't want to stay at school anymore. I'm fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection every day. It's tough on those couples. They've gotten used to being inseparable, and suddenly having to separate is very painful for them. In Zhao Linlin's dormitory, Zhou Yufei, as always, was using binoculars to observe the boys passing by downstairs. Another semester has passed, and she still hasn't found her Prince Charming. Unfortunately, Zhao Linlin hasn't been coming to school lately because of the opening of a new hotel. She has entered society earlier than most people and is experiencing a different kind of life. Chun Fan has been spending the last few days with the little white rabbit. He almost crushed the little white rabbit. Beep beep. An older model BYD G3R, panting heavily, was parked at the school gate. With all four windows open, Gui Jianliang leaned out and shouted, Excuse me. Excuse me. Chun Fan heard a familiar voice and turned his head to look. Gui Jianliang saw this and said, Hey, Chun Fan, walk. Why aren't you driving in this cold weather? Chun Fan looked at him and smiled. How is the way you walk any different from how I walk? Gui Jianliang pulled the car over to the side of the road and handed over a huang fu, a type of herb. Then he struck a cool pose and said, What do you think of my car? It's brand new. The car is indeed new, but it's an older model. Production should have stopped by now. This is probably the last batch of inventory. Chun Fan smiled and patted him on the shoulder. That's right. I knew it. Heaven will not let down anyone who works hard. Although the methods are different, the result is always the same. You always get what you put in, Gui Jianliang said smugly. Of course. Ouch, my back. Chapter 168. Su Ruzhen wants to break with the Su family. In the classroom, Gui Jianliang held his car keys in his hand and waved them. Many classmates said enviously, Wow, you bought a car. That's necessary. Gui Jianliang looked smug. At this moment, a classmate seized the opportunity to say, Then you have to treat us. Yes, Gui Jianliang. Now that we all own cars, we should treat our classmates to a meal. Cough cough. Gui Jianliang. I'd like to invite everyone to crack some melon seeds. Yilang Gao came in, and Gui Jianliang, holding the car keys, exclaimed, I bought a car. Yilang Gao glanced at him indifferently and took out his BMW 740 keys. All right, never mind what I said. Gui Jianliang silently put away his BYD key. Chun Fan shook his head speechlessly, knowing that Gui Jianliang was unconvinced. He didn't want to be worse off than Yilang and the others. But I was proven wrong again. Class monitor Peng Xiaoqian came over with the semester's financial statements. Class monitor, take a look. No need to look anymore. Is there any money left? There are more than 40,000 left. Let's have a class meeting then, since the semester is almost over. Okay, Peng Xiaoqian put away her carefully prepared report. Then I'll make a budget for you. No need. Just do it your way. Spend all the money so you don't have to keep track of it. Peng Xiaoqian. Let's hold the class activity at Zhao Linlin's newly opened hotel. Chun Fan asked Peng Xiaoqian to contact Zhao Linlin. This was probably the most extravagant class meeting ever. If you have a boyfriend or girlfriend, bring them along. If you don't, then it's a bit awkward. This class does not include the children. When Chun Fan announced this decision, everyone cheered. Long live the class monitor. Seeing Yilang Gao and Wang Hao texting their girlfriends, Gui Jianliang was conflicted again. A short while later, Mao Xiaowan received a WeChat message. Shall we get back together? I bought a car. Roll. January 10th, the last weekend of this semester. The class held a class meeting at the Yunfan Hotel. Chun Fan asked Peng Xiaoqian to arrange a bus to take the students to the hotel. For many people, this is their first time attending such an event. When they learned that this hotel was owned by Zhao, the school beauty, they all became exceptionally polite and put away their usual bad habits. After all, there are foreign guests here, and we can't let our countrymen lose face. Chun Fan originally wanted to call Lu Wushuang, but Lu Wushuang told him, looking very aggrieved, "My brother is here. I'll stay at the Yunfan Hotel." What does brother-in-law mean? Why would he come to Yunfan Hotel instead of a more upscale place like Yuanzhou International Hotel? Thinking about his relationship with Su Ruzhen, Chun Fan immediately realized, this guy has ulterior motives. Prince, Mouse, you two will help Peng Xiaoqian organize a class meeting tonight. I have something to do, so I won't be able to participate. After finishing his sentence, Chun Fan left in a hurry. Well, Yilang Gao and the other man were speechless, staring at the guy's retreating figure. What do you mean? Forget it. We've been managers before. Surely we can handle a class meeting? Wang Haodao. No. Does he have another girl? At the Yunfan Hotel, Su Ruzhen's cousin, Su Rujuan, also came with Lu Yushuan. Lu Yushuan was staying in the best suite at the Yunfan Hotel. He crossed his legs, flicked his cigarette ash, and glanced at Su Rujuan with a displeased expression. What does your Su family mean by this? You don't take the Lu family seriously, do you? Su Rujuan was like a dog in front of Lu Yushuan. However, he had no status at home and was simply a lazy bum. Don't say that. The family takes this matter very seriously, but Su Ruzhen is disobedient. Snort. What's she pretending for? I don't care. It's not like I've never seen a woman before. If it weren't for my sister studying here, I wouldn't even be here. Su Rujuan asked tentatively. Aren't you in a hurry? I'll go find her. He had already found out that Su Ruzhen had opened her own company in Jiangzhou. When he heard that Lu Yushuan was coming to Jiangzhou, he rushed over there. Su Ruzhen was resting in her office when the receptionist called to say that her cousin had come over. Normally, if someone wants to see President Su, they must make an appointment. But the person who came was her cousin, so the receptionist certainly didn't dare to stop him. How did he find his way here? Su Ruzhen said unhappily. Let him in. A short while later, the receptionist brought Su Rujuan over. Su Rujuan surveyed the layout of the entire office, secretly marveling. Su Ruzhen is really amazing. Without the help of her family, she quietly built such a large-scale operation here all by herself. Snort. Since you're so capable, I really can't let you stay in the Su family. We must get her out of here as soon as possible. Moreover, she can't let her family know that she runs a company outside. Having made up his mind, Su Rujuan followed the receptionist to the reception room. Originally, after New Year's Day, Su Ruzhen was making the next steps in Chun Fan's plan. Unexpectedly, Su Ruzhen disrupted their plans. Upon seeing her cousin, Su Ruzhen said irritably, "What are you doing here?" As the family grew larger, everyone had their own ideas, and they were not united at all. Moreover, the Su family is more complicated than the Luo and Lu families. Su Rujuan had absolutely no manners, putting his feet up on the coffee table. Seeing his increasingly beautiful and sexy cousin, he also became curious. Could it be that she's hooking up with that guy from last time? If that's the case, then we're doomed. Lu Yushuan was covered in green grass. Damn it, I can't tell Lu Yushuan about this, or the Lu family will turn upside down. The old man asked me to take you back. It's time for us to settle things with the Lu family. Su Ruzhen sneered. What right do you have to tell me what to do? I've said it before, everything I do has nothing to do with the Su family. I won't interfere in family matters. Aren't you all so eager to fight for fame and fortune? Anyway, I don't want anything. All the property is yours. Are you satisfied now? Su Ruzhen felt angry just thinking about how her cousins ostracized her. Su Ruzhin was especially disheartened by the fact that her elders, such as her uncles, did not maintain harmony within the family and instead engaged in infighting. Now, he is managing Blueprint Investment for Chin Fan, which has already reached 300 billion in assets, and he has received 30 billion of that. They'd crush those scumbags in a heartbeat. No matter how large and powerful the Su family is, it's impossible for each person to receive 2 or 300 billion. Su Ruzhin had long since stopped caring about the Su family's wealth. Seeing that she had put it this way, Su Ruzhuan said without any politeness, "That's not up to you. To tell you the truth, I came with Lu Yuxuan, and he's staying at the Yunfan Hotel right now. If you remain stubborn and refuse to see the light, with your current strength, believe me, they could easily take you down in no time. And you should know that your marriage is not a decision you can make. Of course, I won't say that you and that kid have anything to hide, but if you really ruin your relationship, you'll be facing the wrath of the Su family and the Lu family, two major families. Can you handle it?" Chapter 169. If we are bathed in snow together in the future, then we can be considered to have grown old together in this life. Faced with her cousin's threat, Su Ruzhin did not back down. "Do you think I'm afraid? Believe me or not, I'll go and confront that guy surnamed Lu right now." Su Ruzhuan panicked and stood up angrily. "You?" He glared at Su Ruzhin. You're just like your mother." Smack. No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Ruzhin slapped him across the face. "Grass." Su Ruzhuan roared like thunder, covering his face and shouting, "You dare hit me?" Before he could lash out, 2 bodyguards rushed in and pinned him down. Su Ruzhuan was so angry that he vomited blood. He struggled and cursed. "Su Ruzhin, how dare you treat me like this? You'll be in big trouble when you get back. Damn it, I really shouldn't have come to this place." Last time he was beaten by Chin Fan. This time he was beaten by his own cousin. Of course, he can only blame himself for provoking Su Ruzhin's wrath. Su Ruzhin's mother was not a lady from a prominent family, nor was she from a wealthy family. She was just an ordinary woman. She is truly in love with Su Ruzhin's father, but is suppressed by the old-fashioned Mr. Su. Su Ruzhin's mother didn't stay in the Su family for many years before she was kicked out. Su Ruzhin's father ran away from home, and the two of them were left to wander aimlessly. Not long after, the ill-fated couple passed away. When Su Ruzhin was 8 years old, she was taken back to the Su family, but the entire Su family disliked her. She didn't enjoy the treatment she deserved from the Su family. Instead, she had to bear the greatest responsibility, which is why she ran away. After driving Su Ruzhuan away, Chin Fan arrived. Seeing that she looked unwell, he asked with concern, "What happened? Did someone bully you?" Su Ruzhin shook her head and casually shoved the coffee she had finished drinking into his hand. "No, I just had an argument with Su Ruzhuan. What is he planning to do now? I'm going to settle the score with him." "Don't." Seeing that he was angry, Su Ruzhin quickly pulled him away. With her arms wrapped around Chun Fan's neck, she said coquettishly, "There are some things I want to tell you." Seeing her pitiful appearance, Chin Fan put his arm around her and led her to the sofa. "Tell me. As long as it's within my power, I will definitely not hesitate." Su Ruzhin pinched his cheek tenderly. "You big dummy, I have a question for you. Don't you mind that I'm older than you?" Chin Fan asked. "Which part are you referring to?" "Roll." Su Ruzhin rolled her eyes. "I'm talking to you about serious matters." Chin Fan looked into her eyes and said seriously, "There's no point in talking about this given our current relationship." "Oh well." Su Ruzhin told Chin Fan everything, and only then did Chin Fan understand. So that's how bizarre her background is. No wonder a dignified young lady of the Su family willingly follows him like this. Chin Fan felt even more heartache and hugged her tightly. "Don't worry, we'll face everything together from now on." Su Ruzhin embraced Chin Fan tenderly and kissed him. Then she nestled in his arms, feeling as if she had never felt so at ease before. Lu Wushuang arrived at the hotel as well. "Brother, I heard that Sister Ruzhin is also in Jiangzhou. Aren't you going to go see her?" Snort. Lu Yushuan sneered. "Isn't Su Ruzhin arrogant? I'll make her come to me on her own." Lu Yushuan stood up. "Let's go eat. I'll spend a few days with you in Jiangzhou, and then we'll go home together." Lu Wushuang frowned and bit her lip, remaining silent. She knew that as long as her brother was around, she would basically have no chance to see Chin Fan. Time flies and winter vacation is here. As the spring festival travel rush begins across the country, some students are gradually leaving school. Lu Wushuang was also taken home by Lu Yushuan. Before leaving, she arranged to meet Chin Fan at the library. Then he left in a hurry. Watching Lu Wushuang's departing figure, Chun Fan felt a little reluctant to see her go. Among the girls he was closest to, Lu Wushuang was probably the most innocent, right? Thinking back on every moment he spent with her, Chun Fan felt a pang of emotion. She dislikes farewells and prefers simple, happy days. As she got on the bus, she sent Chun Fan a WeChat message. Big Bad Wolf, I love you. Chun Fan smiled as he looked at the WeChat message. The weather is getting colder and colder, unlike in previous years. Just as Lu Wushuang and his group set off, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Lu Wushuang looked out the car window. Large, fluffy snowflakes were falling from the sky. She longed for the moment when she and Chun Fan would watch the snow together, the two of them standing in the snow. Let the snowflakes dance in the air. The two walked together, leaning on each other and embracing. That is also a kind of happiness. But the snowflakes are lonely at this moment. Brother, stop the car. Lu Wushuang suddenly shouted. What? I want to go down and see the snow. Lu Wushuang signaled the driver to stop the car, and Lu Wushuang got out and happily ran into the snow. She raised her hands, letting the snowflakes fall all over her. The mountains are white, the roads are white, and the sky is white. Everything was so pure. What a beautiful world. Beep. Lu Wushuang received a message on her phone and had no choice but to take it out to read it. Big Bad Wolf. If we ever get soaked in the snow together, then we'll have grown old together in this life. I love you too. Lu Wushuang buried her phone in her chest, her face beaming with happiness. My sister's in love. Lu Wushuang gazed quietly out the car window, vaguely sensing something. After Lu Wushuang got into the car, Lu Wushuang called out, Little sister, give me your phone. What? Lu Wushuang hid her phone behind her back and swiped her fingers rapidly. My phone is dead. I need to call home. Oh. She handed him her phone, and Lu Wushuang immediately opened WeChat. Then there were the call logs again. Brother, what are you doing? It's okay. I'll find a phone number. Lu Wushuang pursed his lips, but he hadn't found anything. But Lu Wushuang was unwilling to accept it. Based on his intuition, he knew that his younger sister must have found a boyfriend. Based on his experience dating so many girlfriends, he can't be wrong. I'll ask the two bodyguards and the cook later. Ah, what a coincidence. Ah, what a coincidence. Chun Fan, who had just rushed back to the villa, sneezed several times in the freezing cold. Who would miss me? The villa had underfloor heating on, and Chun Fan sat in the living room. I wonder when this snow will stop. Xiao Xiao brought over some snacks. Boss, when are you going back? How about I go back with you? Chun Fan looked at her, silently picked up his phone and transferred 3 months' salary and a year in bonus to her, totaling 200,000 yuan. Xiao Xiao was stunned when she saw the money transfer on her phone. Boss, what's wrong with you? Go home for the new year early. Do you have enough money? Xiao Xiao said, feeling wronged. That's not what I meant. I just want to stay by your side. Chun Fan said, don't be silly. We still have to go back for the new year. If I were to take even this right away from you, would I still be human? Go back early and come back early next year. I'm still waiting for you to be my pillow. Faint. Xiao Xiao's face turned bright red. Had he found out about what happened last time? Chapter 170. Please let me go. I really don't have any other ideas. Chinese people attach great importance to the Spring Festival, and schools are closed for the holidays. Factories, businesses, and many organizations will gradually close for the holidays. Although Chun Fan also had to go home for the Chinese New Year, it was still early for him. He met with Xin Mingyao to learn about home to capital, which could be considered a year-end summary. All due wages, year-end bonuses, and other related payments must be settled in full. The key point is Su Ruzhen's side. Lantu Investment has a large scale and many assets. The two concluded that, to date, Blueprint Investment has invested over 300 billion yuan. These do not include the company's fixed assets and shares. After the stock price of Mingyuan shares rose, the market value of shares under Lantu Investment also exceeded 20 billion yuan. However, this amount of money is insignificant to Lantu Investment. Recently, Chun Fan has been having Su Ruzhen trade international futures. Although they haven't been openly competing with international capital, they've basically been taking advantage of them. It's pretty exciting to hitch a ride with them, grab a quick buck, and leave. Of course, this is only temporary. Once the amount of capital increases significantly, such opportunities will no longer exist. During the Spring Festival, natural gas and international crude oil prices still saw a surge. Chun Fan instructed Su Ruzhen to continue buying. In these freezing cold days, the whole world is getting colder. The market trend he observed was consistently rising. As for the market situation 2 weeks from now, Chen Fan couldn't be sure. I should probably improve my own abilities. After they finished discussing work, Chen Fan asked, "So, where do you plan to spend the spring festival?" Su Ruzhen said, "Let's just stay in Jiangzhou and not go anywhere else. Come back with me." Chen Fan is serious. Since she's already played the role of a daughter-in-law, the family has long since accepted it. In addition, since Su Ruzhen had told him about her background, Chen Fan was particularly concerned about her. Su Ruzhen smiled and said, "What if they really treat me like their daughter-in-law? Aren't you their wife now? It's settled then." Chen Fan didn't want her to stay alone in Jiangzhou. It would be too much for her during the spring festival, and seeing everyone else going back to reunite with their families would make her feel very bitter. However, before going home, I need to visit Lu Wushuang again, which will probably take 4 or 5 days round trip. With all that arranged, Chen Fan had nothing more to do. He returned to Vientiane International, where several cars painted with bank logos were parked in front of the villa. President Zeng and Yang Fengqing came early to pay their respects to Chen Fan, and Xiao Xiao was greeting them. Upon seeing Chen Fan return, everyone stood up. Several bank presidents invited Chen Fan to dinner that evening, but he declined. This trip will inevitably mean losing billions of dollars in savings. Unfortunately, you can't escape even if you don't go. President Zeng and his associates shamelessly begged Chen Fan for face. Chen Fan has a lot of money on hand recently. The shares he cashed out from selling shares in Mingyuan Company Limited have brought him back to nearly 10 billion. Okay, each bank received 1.5 billion. In this way, he still had about 2 billion in pocket money left. With the money in hand, the bank presidents bid farewell with smiles on their faces. Chen Fan said, "Don't come again next time, you bunch of bandits." No one was angry. They just laughed and left. Then Chen Fan looked at the mountain of gifts piled up in his house: cigarettes, alcohol, nutritional supplements, rice, oil. Chen Fan instructed Xiao Xiao, "Take more with you when you go back. Don't go empty-handed." Xiao Xiao nodded obediently. Of course, she wouldn't ask for too much. Just bring a few bottles of wine and a few bags of gifts. She is particularly tactful in this regard. She especially knows that a woman shouldn't be too greedy. Otherwise, she'll lose more than she gains. "I'm going home for the Chinese New Year, so I'll inevitably have to visit Zwabing. Call Zwabing and tell her I'm coming to their house for dinner tonight." Zwabing immediately understood that Chen Fan was preparing to go home for the Chinese New Year. When Chen Fan arrived, Han Kaiying saw that he was carrying so many things again. Although she was very happy, she couldn't help but give him a loving scolding. During the meal, Han Chai-young asked, "Chen Fan, are you taking Zwabing home to meet your parents this year?" "Oh." Zwabing was startled. "Mom." Although her family knew about her relationship with Chen Fan, she was completely unprepared to hear that she was going back to meet Chen Fan's parents. Chen Fan hadn't made this preparation and never expected Han Kaiying to bring it up. Since the woman had already asked, he couldn't very well not ask. "Do you want to come along?" Zwabing puffed out her cheeks and shook her head. "I'm scared. Can we go after graduation?" "It's okay, we'll go back after we graduate." Chen Fan went along with it. Han Chai-young glared at her daughter. "You're so stupid." Zwa Handong, on the other hand, was very practical. Let the young people handle their own affairs. Don't offer any advice. When it comes to matters of the heart, it's best to let things develop naturally. The snow was still falling outside. After finishing dinner, Zwabing called out, "Mom, let's go see the snow." "Go, go." Chen Fan, take good care of Zwabing." Zwabing was wearing a fur coat on top, black leather shorts, and thick tights on the bottom. Paired with a pair of black boots, the whole look is both cool and stylish. The two arrived on the snow, and Chen Fan said, "Shall we take a walk?" "Okay." Zwabing grabbed a handful of snow and playfully threw it into Chen Fan's collar. "How dare you murder your own husband?" Chen Fan chased after her and pinned her to the ground in the snow. The two of them frolicked and rolled around in the thick snow. It felt like I was back in my childhood, when I didn't feel cold at all in this kind of weather. After a while of noise, the snow stopped, and the whole world was covered in white. Both of them were panting heavily. Chen Fan got up and grabbed her hand. "Let's go. Let's play a little longer." Zwabing pulled him forcefully, causing him to fall onto the snow. Two people hugging each other. Even in the freezing cold, they are still happy. "Have you missed me?" Zwabing cupped his face in her hands, her bright eyes blinking. "Think." Chen Fan hugged her and kissed her. The two of them rolled around in the snow again. "Shall we go to the hotel?" Zwabing smiled gently. "Yinfan Hotel front desk." Chen Fan handed over his ID card and said, "Give me a luxury suite." Zhao Linlin was getting ready to leave work. She had been working really hard lately. They are especially busy as the year draws to a close, as their industry has no holidays. Seeing the two enter the elevator, Zhao Linlin frowned. They booked a hotel room again. Zhao Linlin walked out of the hotel and looked at the snow-covered landscape outside. She had to admit, the snowy scenery was quite beautiful. She walked alone in the snow, savoring this rare moment of leisure. Chen Fan and Zhao Bing were in the room. Music started playing in the hotel, and Zhao Linlin heard Adu's unique voice. I should be under the car. You shouldn't be in the car. Seeing how sweet you two are. In this way, I also. It's easier to give up. Zhao Linlin gave a wry smile. Who played that song? What the heck? What does it matter to me if the two of them are being sweet? She got back into her car and turned on some music. I should be under the car. You shouldn't be in the car. Seeing how sweet you two are. In this way, I also. It's easier to give up. Good heavens. Please let me go. I really don't have any ideas. Chapter 171 Antiques bought for 130 million. Heavy snow was falling, the weather was freezing cold, and the highway was closed. Only the train is still running. Boss, the high-speed rail tickets have been booked. Xiao Xiao helped Chen Fan pack his luggage, crossing her hands over her stomach, maintaining the etiquette she used when she worked at the 4S store. Chen Fan looked at Xiao Xiao with admiration. She was becoming more and more considerate. This personal secretary was very qualified. When are you going back? No rush. Let's wait until the road is open to traffic before we go. Okay, you can arrange it yourself. Boss, would you like me to come with you? Xiao Xiao asked for instructions. Chen Fan frowned. I'm going to be with my girlfriend. What are you going to do? Let's forget about it. I'll give you 2 days off. But Xiao Xiao insisted. Boss, I'm also very familiar with Wu Shuang. If anything happens, I can cover for him. Xiao Xiao must be incredibly clever and perceptive, right? Okay, thank you, boss. Seeing how happy she was, Chen Fan felt something was off. Why are you so happy that I'm going to be with my girlfriend? Then go buy the tickets. I've already bought it. In the morning, the three of them boarded the high-speed train to Sham Shui Pa. Tickets are already hard to buy, but luckily there are still a few business class tickets left. Beep. Chen Fan received a WeChat message on his phone. Chen Fan, it's so cold and snowing heavily. You shouldn't come over. I heard the roads are all closed. It's not safe. Seeing that Lu Wushuang seemed quite concerned about him, she said, all right then. Be happy. After replying to the WeChat message, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. I wonder what expression the little white rabbit has. This is my first time sitting in business class on a high-speed train. I wonder what it feels like to be rich. The train attendants on the high-speed train are exceptionally polite, dressed in uniforms, and almost as good-looking as the flight attendants. After checking the three people's tickets, he bowed politely and said, please follow me, gentlemen. Other carriages were packed with people, and many even had standing tickets. The business class area is quite spacious. In comparison, the treatment of the wealthy is indeed different. In the past, Chen Fan probably wouldn't have been able to afford even a high-speed rail ticket. Even the train tickets were for the slowest train. In the back row, a well-dressed young woman was live streaming, talking to the viewers as if no one else was around. Xiao Xiao and Chen Fan sat together, while Chen Ming sat in the back row. There were still a few empty seats ahead when a middle-aged man hurriedly got into the car with 4 bodyguards and an assistant. The assistant glanced at the time. Boss, there's still plenty of time. We'll make it. The middle-aged man had a dignified look and a very imposing presence. In this kind of weather, she was only wearing a turtleneck sweater with a suit jacket over it. Although Chen Fan had met Lu Ziyuan was still somewhat inferior to him. This middle-aged man exuded a more imposing aura, quite like someone in a superior position. However, he is somewhat different from Leader Ning. Judging from his assistant and bodyguards, Chen Fan guessed that he must be a big shot in the business world. Assistant Lin, open the box and take a look. Okay, boss. The assistant immediately instructed the bodyguard beside him. Bring the suitcase over here. The bodyguard carried over a suitcase that was about 70 or 80 centimeters tall and carefully laid it on the ground. It was opened, and inside was a piece of blue and white porcelain wrapped in foam. Bite. In 1946, the National Private Kiln was established. Chen Fan glanced at it once, and a message like this popped up in front of him. Boss, this yuan blue and white porcelain is so perfect. Why wouldn't he like it? We spent over 100 million to acquire this at auction. They were originally going to Tiandu to visit a former leader. The assistant couldn't understand why the boss didn't like such a perfect Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. The middle-aged man frowned. He himself was an expert on such artworks. The blue and white porcelain in front of me is flawless. I paid 130 million yuan to acquire it. That's an astronomical price. Unfortunately, the leader didn't think much of it. However, he also knew that the leader was an honest official, even though he had a unique love for blue and white porcelain. But he also said that while he may like it, he doesn't want to possess it. There are so many beautiful things in the world, some of which are enough to see at a glance. One should not be greedy. All right, the gift wasn't delivered, and I even got a lesson in the process. The middle-aged man sighed. The high-speed train is exceptionally smooth. Even a coin can stand upright on it without falling over. Therefore, the assistant was not afraid of breaking the treasure and carefully carried it out. The middle-aged man took it and seemed quite fond of it. Upon hearing that it was Yuan blue and white porcelain, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh and say, "Uncle, you've probably misjudged it. This is not a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain at all. It is just a beautifully crafted fake." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned to look at him. Upon seeing that it was a young man in his early 20s, the assistant frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about? This is a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain piece that has been authenticated by numerous experts and comes with a certificate." Hearing him speak so confidently, Chen Fan shook his head and said, "Having a certificate doesn't necessarily mean it's genuine. Even experts can make mistakes. Your blue and white porcelain piece is probably a product of a private kiln during the Republic of China period." Chen Fan was confident that he couldn't be mistaken. Are experts really that amazing? They don't have any cheat codes. Upon hearing someone slander the boss's treasure, the assistant angrily retorted, This was auctioned off for a staggering 130 million. How dare you call it a fake? It's lucky you ran into our boss. If it were anyone else, you'd be in real trouble today." Fine. It's clearly fake, but you insist on saying it's real. What can I do if you're just deceiving yourself?" Chen Fan was too lazy to talk to him anymore. Seeing Chen Fan's confidence, the middle-aged man asked in a deep voice, "Young man, you also know about this?" Chen Fan said, "I wouldn't dare to do research, but I know a little bit about it. However, I can be 100% certain that it is not from the Yuan dynasty." The middle-aged man handed over the blue and white porcelain, saying, "Tell me what you think. If you're right, I can grant you any request. If it's really fake, then I'll be proven wrong." Moreover, this matter has had a very negative impact. He didn't trust Chen Fan, but rather suspected that the leader might have figured it out. Even if the leader doesn't want it, what's the point of sending a fake item? Do you think people are stupid? There's a rule in the antique business. Don't easily accept items from other people. You can put the item down and let someone else pick it up. If someone tries to scam you and lets go of your things when you go to pick them up, they'll definitely make you pay for them if they break. Seeing the middle-aged man hand over the porcelain bottle, Chen Fan smiled and said, "You can just put it down." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man also laughed. Actually, he also wanted to test whether Chen Fan really understood the rules. He didn't intend to trick Chen Fan. "Put the bottle back in the suitcase and let your assistant make room." "Uncle, I think we click, so let me tell you something." Chen Fan walked over and sat in the assistant's seat, picking up the blue and white porcelain. Chapter 172, Give Her a Surprise. Any counterfeit must be imitated very meticulously, even down to the flaws. Only in this way can we deceive everyone. However, some experts are arrogant and proud, and in order to show their strength, they often leave their own mark. Hearing Chen Fan's insightful analysis, the assistant couldn't help but ask, if so many experts couldn't find it, where is its mark? The middle-aged man listened attentively, constantly observing Chen Fan's expression. Chen Fan glanced at his assistant and praised, "That's an excellent question." The assistant felt embarrassed after being praised by a young man in his early 20s. He's over 30 years old. After all, Chen Fan's words are somewhat disrespectful to him. Chen Fan continued, "The marks on such exquisite Yuan blue and white porcelain would certainly not be seen by just anyone. It's impossible on the inside of the bottle, because if it landed on the inside of the bottle, someone could make a rubbing of it." "Then tell me, where's its mark?" The assistant asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Chen Fan picked up the bottle, pretended to touch it with his hand, and then placed it on a spot with thick ink. "Feel this area. Isn't it thicker than other places?" The assistant reached out and touched it, but couldn't feel anything. The middle-aged man also touched it, his brows furrowing slightly. What is this proof? Chen Fan said. Go back and use sandpaper to polish off this glaze, and you'll be able to see the imprint underneath. If I'm not mistaken, it's a product of the Republican era. The middle-aged man stared at him for a full 2 seconds. Sand it down. Boss. The assistant panicked. This item had been bought for over 100 million, and now it was being ruined? The middle-aged man's face darkened. Can't you hear me? If he hadn't been on the high-speed train, he would have been smashed to pieces. However, it still needs to be polished after it's broken to be noticeable. The bodyguard next to him took out his key and started scraping the spot Chen Fan had indicated. Another person pulled out a small knife, and the group of people worked very hard to scrape off the glaze. Whoosh. The bodyguard blew on it a few times. Chairman, it's broken. The assistant rushed over and picked up the porcelain to take a look. He was stunned. What happened? The middle-aged man already sensed something was wrong. Boss. The assistant was dumbfounded. The middle-aged man took the porcelain and looked at it. I'm so angry. The inscription on it reads, 1946, Private Kiln of the Nationalists. He raised the bottle to smash it. The assistant grabbed him tightly, crying, No, boss. Upon seeing this, the train attendant was terrified and ran over, saying, Sir, please calm down. This is a high-speed train. That's right. You can't do anything reckless on the high-speed train. We must have a sense of social responsibility. The middle-aged man was so angry that his face turned red and he was panting heavily. He never imagined that the item he bought at a high price was a fake. What's even more damning is that he presented this fake to his former boss as a treasure. Did the old leader figure it out too? The middle-aged man was instantly unsettled. The money is a small matter. The negative impact is too great. However, he quickly calmed down and said to Chen Fan, Young man, thank you. He took a gold-embossed business card from his assistant and handed it to Chen Fan with both hands, saying, This is my business card. If you ever have the chance to visit Sham Shui Pa in the future, you can look me up. The assistant added from the side, Yes, if you run into any trouble, you can call me. Chen Fan picked up the business card and saw that it simply had 2 lines of text printed on it. Lu Changfeng, 139 ************************************************************************************************************************************่Chen Fan shuddered. You're the chairman of the Lu Group? The middle-aged man and his assistant smiled and said, What's wrong? Are you intimidated by our chairman's name? Young man, you're really lucky. Our chairman doesn't give out his personal business card so easily. Chen Fan put away the business card. Then thank you for your kindness, Chairman Lu. I've made a fool of myself. Lu Changfeng waved his hand. Don't be so polite. I admire talented young people. Upon learning the other party's identity, Chen Fan didn't want to stay any longer. Excuse me. I will definitely pay you a visit when I have the chance. Then he hurriedly returned to his seat. Lu Changfeng was somewhat surprised. This person was really strange. You know, normally when those people find out who I am, they all rush to curry favor with me. He, on the other hand, avoided it like the plague. It seems like they don't really want to spend much time with me. Could it be that my aura is too strong? After a 5-hour high-speed train ride, we finally arrived at Sham Shui Pa, the final stop of this train journey. The middle-aged man was surprised. Young man, are you also in Sham Shui Pa? Chen Fan nodded. Okay. Goodbye, uncle. Forehead. Wait for me to finish what I have to say. All right. Goodbye. The first thing to do after getting off the bus. Take off your clothes. Thick cotton-padded clothes and down jackets can all be thrown away. The weather in Sham Shui Po is so nice, with blue skies and white clouds. A gentle breeze and pleasant weather. Lu Wushuang has been depressed ever since she received Chen Fan's message. She really wanted Chen Fan to come, but she was afraid the journey would be too dangerous. Several friends in her social circle invited her to hang out, but she declined. I'm not in the mood. Lu Yushuan saw through it all. His younger sister was up to something. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the nanny received a phone call. Madam, the chairman is back. I just got off the high-speed train, and it should take about an hour to get home. Upon hearing that her husband had returned, the wife quickly called out, Wushuang, your father is back. Oh, Lu Wushuang ran downstairs, asking, Where is she? I just got off the high-speed train, and it will probably take another hour or so to get home. They planned to go on vacation overseas for the Spring Festival this year. The whole family was ready and waiting for Lu Changfeng to return. Inside the Rolls-Royce that came to pick him up, Lu Changfeng suddenly asked his assistant, Did you get that young man's phone number? Oh no. The assistant was so focused on the blue and white porcelain that she didn't pay attention to anything else. He shook his head nervously. I forgot. Lu Changfeng frowned, clearly displeased. You can forget something like that? He has many antiques in his office and home, and wants to ask Qin Fan to take a look. They didn't get his phone number? Fortunately, the Lu family is powerful, with its 3 major subsidiaries being listed companies with assets exceeding 100 billion yuan. Of course, they also have other businesses. The assistant quickly called the bodyguards in the car behind. Go and find the young man the chairman met on the high-speed train. Chairman, should we invite him over? Lu Changfeng said. It also depends on their schedule. You need to get their contact information first. Tell them to be very polite and not to neglect them. Capable people are respected everywhere, and this young man has that ability. This made Lu Changfeng also feel a sense of appreciation for talent. On Chun Fan's side, Chun Ming asked, Brother Fan, where are we going? Lu Wushuang once told Qin Fan that their family lived in the most prestigious and wealthy area of Sham Shuepa. It is nestled between mountains and water, and is very close to the harbor. I'll give her a surprise. Little Rabbit, I'm here. Chapter 173. Lu Yushuan has a woman outside. The Lu family lived in a large European-style manor. It occupies more than 20 acres of land, and has more than a dozen nannies. There are also support staff such as drivers, cleaners, and cooks. The Lu family's security system is comprehensive, and their interior decoration is extremely luxurious. Of course, the main reason why the Lu family can own such a large estate in the most central and wealthy area of Sham Shuepa is because of their deep roots. They had foresight and acquired the surrounding land very early on. If this were today, even if he were incredibly wealthy, he couldn't possibly own such a large territory. When Lu Changfeng returned home, his wife and daughter were waiting for him. The lady quickly took his coat, and their daughter came out to greet him with great joy. Dad, you're back. Lu Changfeng affectionately stroked Lu Wushuang's head. Where's your brother? He just went out to answer a phone call. Give him a call, and tell him to come back right away. The assistant immediately pulled out his phone. Hello, young master. The chairman wants you to come back immediately. Okay, tell him I'll be late. Seeing that his expression was not quite right, the lady asked with concern, What's wrong, Changfeng? Lu Changfeng didn't say anything, but simply told someone to put the suitcase down. He was indeed very angry that this piece of porcelain, without blue and white decoration, was actually fake. Money doesn't matter. The Lu family isn't short of it. That was incredibly embarrassing. His biggest worry now is whether his former boss has noticed. Back in his study, he was somewhat restless. His study is filled with dozens of his beloved collectibles, and he no longer trusts those so-called experts. If only that young man on the high-speed train could come over and help me with my eyesight. He looked up at his assistant. Any news about that young man? Away, and the others are looking for it. They should be here soon. Lu Changfeng waved his hand, and his assistant quietly withdrew. The lady walked in. Changfeng, what's wrong? Have you run into trouble? Lu Changfeng's wife was exceptionally gentle and understanding, a truly virtuous wife and loving mother. It can be said that Lu Wushuang inherited most of her advantages. Lu Changfeng said it was nothing. The lady placed the brewed ginseng tea on the table without asking any further questions. The hotel. Qin Fan and his 2 companions specially booked 3 ocean view suites. Chun Ming's bodyguard room is right across from Qin Fan's. It's a room that costs 2,680 yuan and is about 60 square meters. Xiao Xiao lived next to Qin Fan in the same room. She booked a super large luxury suite for Qin Fan, costing over 30,000 yuan, which was nearly 200 square meters. The room includes complimentary champagne and a 20-minute helicopter tour of Sham Shuepa. As soon as the 3 entered the elevator, a woman dragging an LV suitcase walked in. She was wearing a black mask and hat, with the brim pulled low. She smelled strongly of perfume, was very tall, and had a great figure. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, Xiao Xiao instinctively became more wary and moved closer to Qin Fan. However, after seeing Xiao Xiao's size, the other person actually felt a bit inferior. Then she couldn't help but glance at Xiao Xiao's chest a few more times. Xiao Xiao's brows furrowed, and she shrank closer to Qin Fan. Ding dong. When they reached their floor, the woman went out first. The 3 of them were surprised to find that the other person was also on the same floor, the 76th floor. A man, also wearing a black mask and hat, was standing at the elevator entrance. Upon seeing the woman dragging a suitcase, he reached out to take her hand, but froze when he suddenly saw the 3 people in the elevator. Qin Fan was also stunned. Even though the other person was wearing a mask and a hat, he recognized him at a glance. It was actually Lu Yushuan. Lu Yuxuan's outstretched hand froze, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. The woman wearing a mask instinctively turned around and glanced at the three of them. Yu Xian, what's wrong? Lu Yuxuan's face twitched. It's nothing, let's go. They had originally intended to hug, but in the end they only took the suitcases and headed in the other direction of the elevator. It turns out this guy was having an affair. Hee hee, scumbag. The three of them went into Chun Fan's room first and put their luggage down. Xiao Xiao helped him tidy up. Boss, I'm going now. Call me anytime if you need anything. Xiao Xiao, if you're interested, you can try that 20-minute helicopter tour of Sham Shui Pa. Great. Xiao Xiao happily agreed. Girls like these things, and since we're here and it's a free activity, there's no need to waste it. Chen Ming, you can go too. Chen Ming shook his head. I'll pass. It's pointless for a grown man not to take photos and check in. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again just after the two returned to their room. What happened? Chun Fan opened the door, and Lu Yuxuan was standing in the doorway. He glanced at the time. Huh? Young Master Lu, so fast. This is beneath our manly dignity. Lu Yuxuan, with a dark expression, walked into the room without Chun Fan's prompting. He wasn't wearing a mask anymore. Since he'd already been recognized, it didn't really matter. What are you doing in Sham Shui Pa? Seeing that Chun Fan was staying in such a luxurious top-tier suite, he asked with a cold face. He was a regular at this hotel. There were two top-tier suites on the 76th floor, one facing south and one facing north. He stayed in one of them, and Chun Fan stayed in the other. Seeing his expression, Chun Fan said, That's strange. What does it have to do with you whether I come to Shenzhen or not? Lu Yuxuan said, I don't care if you come to Shenzhen, but if even a whisper of what happened today leaks out, don't blame me for being impolite. Are you threatening me? Chun Fan didn't expect him to be so arrogant, and he didn't indulge him. If you say that, I'm going to post it on my WeChat moments. You. Lu Yuxuan was trembling with anger. How dare this kid not give him face? If I hadn't sneaked out without bodyguards, I would have dealt with you. Chun Fan sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said, If you have nothing else to do, you can leave. Do you really think everyone in the world is as boring as you? You have time to pay attention to other people's trivial matters. Also, I advise you not to take yourself too seriously. You're not some celebrity or big shot. You're just relying on your family's money. You act like the whole world is watching you. Chun Fan glanced at him unhappily. To put it bluntly, your family isn't as rich as mine. Puff. Lu Yuxuan suddenly wanted to burst out laughing. He had run into someone who was even better at pretending than himself. Oh, although the Lu family may not be the richest in the country, their net worth of several hundred billion is such that, even in the entire Sham Shui Pa district, apart from those large state-owned enterprises, who can compare? How dare a little kid like him say such big things? Damn it, if the Lu family is rich, I'll go eat them. Forget it, it doesn't matter what we eat. This guy is a complete idiot. Before leaving, he glared at Chun Fan, saying, You just wait and see. If word gets out about this, I'll make sure you disappear from this world. Ding dong. Ding dong. Just as I was feeling triumphant, the doorbell rang again. Lu Yuxuan opened the door to go out, but unexpectedly bumped into two bodyguards who had come looking for Chun Fan. Chen Ming came when he heard the noise. Young master, why did you arrive first? Lu Yuxuan's expression changed drastically when he saw the two of them. He thought his secret had been exposed, and said irritably, What are you doing here? The two bodyguards were also confused. Wait, didn't the chairman send us to invite this gentleman to his home? Oh. Lu Yuxuan turned to look at Chun Fan, his face full of confusion. Chapter 174, Is this considered letting a wolf into the house? How could my dad possibly invite him to our house? Lu Yuxuan's eyes widened as he angrily rebuked the two bodyguards. Are you two stupid? No. We thought you had come to invite this gentleman first. The two bodyguards were also confused by him. Lu Yuxuan said angrily, You must have made a mistake. Who does he think he is? What right does he have to come to my house? And it was my dad who invited me. The two bodyguards scratched their heads. Then let's make another call and ask Assistant Lin. The two called to confirm, and Assistant Lin was speechless. Are you two idiots? Didn't I explain it clearly before? But the young master said. Lu Yuxuan snatched the phone. Assistant Lin, what's going on? Have you mistaken me for someone else? He figured his dad wouldn't invite Chun Fan if he wanted to invite people to his house. Although he wasn't familiar with Chun Fan, they had interacted once before. Chun Fan was having dinner with Shin Mingyao at the time, so he had a deep impression of Chun Fan. Assistant Lin said, This is the chairman's intention, young master. If you find him, Please invite him over as soon as possible. The chairman has something very important to discuss. Lu Yuxuan was a little flustered. Did his father really want to invite this kid over? What exactly happened? This is really weird. But he hesitated again, realizing he had offended Chen Fan. Chen Fan listened to their conversation and laughed heartily. He was just wondering how to get Lu Wushuang to come out, and now this is perfect, saving him a lot of trouble. Lu Changfeng personally invited him to visit, so he could legitimately go to the Lu family to see Lu Wushuang. After receiving confirmation from Assistant Lin, Lu Yushuan's expression turned extremely ugly. The two bodyguards dared not be negligent. Sir, we are Chairman Lu's bodyguards. You met us on the high-speed train. Our chairman asked when would be a convenient time for you. He would like to invite you to his home. Normally, Lu Changfeng wouldn't casually invite guests to his home, but he had many antiques and couldn't possibly move them all out. So he had no choice but to have Chen Fan come over. Chen Fan said, "Go back and tell him I'm busy." The two bodyguards were unaware of the conflict between Chen Fan and Lu Yushuan. When would be a convenient time for you? I'm sorry, I've been very busy lately. The two bodyguards were stunned. They looked at each other, bewildered. Their attitude clearly shows they're unwilling. The two looked at Lu Yushuan, wondering if the young master had offended him. All right then, we'll wait in the lobby. Please call us whenever it's convenient for you. The two left the room and quickly went to report to Assistant Lin. Lu Yushuan chased after him, shouting, "Stop! What exactly happened?" He was still unaware of the reason, and the two bodyguards told him in detail what had happened on the high-speed train. Lu Yushuan frowned. This matter was indeed troublesome. However, what shocked him even more was that the yuan blue and white porcelain was actually a fake. More than 100 million. Upon learning of the situation, Lu Yushuan waved his hand to dismiss the two bodyguards, saying, "You can go back now." He glanced back at Chen Fan's room door, still unable to bring himself to do it. He turned back to the room and said to the woman, "I have to go now. You can stay here if you like." The woman had just finished showering and was wearing a bathrobe, a mask, and a hat. She looked quite pretty. She playfully wrapped her arms around Lu Yushuan's waist. "Yushuan, when are we going to go public with our relationship? I can't keep hiding like this forever, can I? This is exhausting for both of us." Lu Yushuan was in no mood for this at the moment. "I know, stop nagging. Do you think I don't want to? If we can't be together in the future, I will keep my promise. Use all available resources to help you enter the ranks of A-list celebrities." The woman bit her lip, her face full of resentment. "Don't you understand my feelings? I like you as a person. I'm already tired of this industry." Lu Yushuan didn't dare to stay any longer. "All right, I have to go. I transferred 10 million to your account, so we won't see each other this spring festival." Seeing Lu Yushuan leave, the woman sat back down on the sofa, feeling dejected. When he came down from the room, two bodyguards were still waiting there. Lu Yushuan said, "What are you all standing there for? Let's go." The two dared not say anything more and had no choice but to obediently go back with him. Upon arriving home, Lu Changfeng was waiting in his study when his assistant rushed in and said, "Chairman, they haven't picked up the person." "What happened?" The assistant hesitated, but Lu Changfeng said angrily, "Just say what you have to say." Assistant Lin then stammered out the reason. "It seems that the young master offended someone. Let him in." Assistant Lin immediately went out and called Lu Yushuan. "The chairman wants you to come in." "Depend on. It must be you snitching again." Lu Yushuan glared at Assistant Lin and went to his father's study. Lu Changfeng glared at him. "What are you doing at the hotel?" "Dad, answer my question." Lu Yushuan was still a little hesitant. "I'm going to see someone." Lu Changfeng didn't press the matter further, as a way of giving him some face. Some things don't need to be pointed out. Once they are, there's no going back. Go and bring them back right now. Lu Yushuan was a smart man, so he turned around and left. Wait. Lu Changfeng thought for a moment and decided to go by himself. To achieve what he has, one must possess extraordinary abilities and skills. Some people always think that all those bosses are arrogant and put on airs. Actually, they also judge people based on their character. In the business world, as long as you have enough value, the boss is willing to bow down. Adopt a humble posture. If you're just an ordinary person with no value, do you expect a CEO to come and invite you? The antique decorations in Lu Changfeng's home were not chosen because of his personal preferences. He believes that everything must realize its true value in order to demonstrate its significance. These things might be given away in the future. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if something like this happened again? Therefore, he decided to personally invite Chen Fan. Chun Fan was sending a WeChat message to Lu Wushuang from the hotel. Silly girl, shall I come see you? Lu Wushuang stayed in her room too. She didn't believe it. Didn't you say you weren't coming? With such heavy snow, let's just forget about it. I'll try to control myself and not miss you too much. Seeing her reply, Chun Fan smiled. How thoughtful. Sai, I miss you too. I want to hold you so much. Close your eyes, make a wish, and maybe I'll appear. Haha. Lu Wushuang smiled happily. Okay, then I'll make a wish later. You absolutely have to show up. Otherwise I'll miss you so much. I just want to lie quietly in your arms and listen to your heartbeat. Ding dong. Ding dong. Chun Fan's doorbell rang again. Chapter 175. Chun Fan was invited into Lu Chongfeng's home. So many people visiting each other's rooms while we're staying at a hotel. After replying to Lu Wushuang's message, Chun Fan opened the door. Chun Ming stood at the door. Brother Fan, someone's looking for you. Assistant Lin, standing behind him, quickly said, Mr. Chun, our chairman has come to visit you. They obtained Chun Fan's identity information from the hotel. Lu Chongfeng nodded to him, and Chun Fan had no choice but to invite them in. Brother Chun Fan, I'm really sorry to bother you like this. Lu Chongfeng walked into the room, looked around, and found that he was the only one living there. They immediately concluded that the woman next to Chun Fan was probably just an assistant or secretary. Seeing this future, oh no, Chairman Lu, out of respect for Lu Wushuang, Chun Fan said politely, sit down. Sit down. Lu Chongfeng was a very proper person. After sitting down, he said with great sincerity, Brother Chun Fan, are you from out of town? Yes, I'm from Hunan. Oh, I hope I haven't bothered you by coming here today. Chun Fan smiled and said, It's all right. It's all right. Please go ahead. Lu Chongfeng said, Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. When we met on the high-speed train today, I felt a special connection with you. Your expertise and discerning eye in the antique industry have truly broadened my horizons. Here's the thing. I have quite a few antiques and calligraphy and paintings at home, and I'd like to ask you to come over and take a look at them for me. Is it convenient? I see, Chun Fan smiled and said, It's nothing, just a small favor for me. But it seems like your son and I have a natural grudge, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to go there. Upon hearing Lu Wushuang's name, Lu Chongfeng understood. It was indeed Lu Chongfeng who had offended him. He couldn't help but say angrily, I'll punish him when I get back. If he has done anything wrong, I will apologize to him, young man. Chun Fan certainly couldn't let him apologize to him on Lu Wushuang's behalf. After all, he had to consider Lu Wushuang's feelings. After all, he is an elder, a local bigwig with such a prominent position. He has come to invite me with such sincerity. If I don't give him face, it would be too unreasonable. Chun Fan stood up and said, Chairman Lu, you're too kind. In that case, I'll accompany you. Anyway, I don't have anything to do right now. Lu Chongfeng was overjoyed. Then thank you so much, young brother. Someone, prepare the car. For a trip to a place like the Lu family's residence, Chun Ming is all we need to bring. Xiao Xiao can stay at the hotel. She took this opportunity to experience what it's like to take a helicopter tour of Sham Shuipa. Lu Chongfeng's car was a Rolls-Royce. After Chun Fan got in, Chun Ming sat in the bodyguard's vehicle behind him. At the Lu family manor, Lu Wushuang saw that Chun Fan had stopped responding after replying to her message. He held his phone to his chest, closed his eyes, and made a wish. Big Bad Wolf, will you really show up? If you really show up, I'll. However, she also knew it was impossible. This year's weather was abnormal. Except for a few southern provinces, all other places were covered in ice and snow. When she returned, it was snowing heavily, and heavy snow continued for several days afterward. The highways and airports are closed. I heard that the high-speed rail is also going to be suspended. How will he get here? It's okay, I'll think about it. Lu Wushuang lay on the bed, clutching her phone. Beep beep. Half an hour later, a loudspeaker blared at the entrance of the manor. Several bodyguards on duty laid down at attention, solemnly welcoming the chairman home. The car drove into the courtyard, and Chun Fan got out, gazing at the luxurious manor with admiration. The Lu family is really rich. In a first-tier city like Shenzhen, the Lu family's manor is worth hundreds of millions. As for the exact amount, some things are impossible to measure. Young man, please. Just as Chun Fan was about to enter the house, Lu Wushuang came down from the second floor. Dad. She was completely stunned when she saw Chun Fan. Big Bad Wolf. At first, she thought she was seeing things, but she knew everything about Chun Fan too well. How is that possible? And he came with his father. Lu Wushuang was bewildered. She stood there, stunned, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. This guy actually came. Seeing Chun Fan and her father walking towards her, she suddenly turned around to wipe away her tears. But I was so excited that I couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Fortunately, Lu Changfeng didn't pay much attention at the moment, and just casually asked, Wushuang, what's wrong? Lu Wushuang, with her back to the two of them, said, I got sand in my eye. Oh, young man, please. My humble abode is simple and unadorned. Please do not laugh at it. Chen Fan, He kept an eye on Lu Wushuang, and seeing the girl's appearance, he had already guessed what was going on. Normally, he would definitely go over and hug him. But this is at the Lu family's residence. Even if they had 100 thoughts in their minds, they dared not act recklessly. Lu Changfeng invited Chun Fan to the living room, where Lu Yushuan was also present. Dad, when he saw Chun Fan coming over, he knew things were going badly. He had previously said he wanted to make him disappear from the world, but now his father had personally invited him back. I wonder if this kid has said anything bad about me to his dad. As expected, Lu Changfeng said coldly, Go kneel outside yourself. Lu Yushuan was also very decisive, and without saying a word, he knelt down outside the door. The lady came out to greet them, and seeing her husband disciplining their son, she didn't say anything. He simply instructed the nanny to pour tea and serve snacks to the guests. Seeing Lu Wushuang's parents, Chen Fan thought to himself, genes are really important. Lu Changfeng said to his wife, Tell the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal tonight. Brother Chen Fan can eat here. Chen Fan was naturally willing to stay and see Lu Wushuang more, so he exchanged a few polite words. Chairman Lu, then let's not waste any more time and take a look at your things. Lu Changfeng said, Please follow me. He led Chen Fan into the study. Lu Changfeng's study contains at least dozens of precious antiques, as well as his treasured calligraphy and paintings. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan gasped, Chairman Lu, you have quite a lot of collections. Lu Changfeng said apologetically, Yes, if there isn't enough time, we'll watch part of it today. When are you free next time? Could you take a look at my eyes again? Of course, I can't let you help me for nothing. I know how to be polite. No, that's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand. For someone of Chairman Lu's status, talking about money is really too vulgar. Ha ha. Lu Changfeng burst into laughter, surprised that Chun Fan could be so witty. Chen Fan had no choice but to help him savor each item slowly, while Lu Changfeng asked the nanny to bring in tea and snacks. This is nice, it has a Song Dynasty style, and it's an authentic piece. Chen Fan picked up a piece of ceramic, looking quite authentic. The lady came out of the living room. Wushuang, what's wrong? It's nothing, Mom. I just got some sand in my eye. I'm going to wash my face. Lu Wushuang turned to go back to her room when her wife called out, Your father has invited someone to appraise the antiques. Why don't you go and see if you need any help? Oh, I understand. Lu Wushuang's heart started pounding again. Chapter 176 The Origin of the Jade Bracelet on Lu Wushuang's wrist. When Lu Wushuang arrived at the study, Chen Fan had already appraised several antiques for Lu Changfeng. He was holding a genuine Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece and slowly appreciating it. Although he could tell the difference between real and fake at a glance, he still observed it slowly and pretended to be very professional. Seeing Lu Wushuang enter, Chen Fan glanced at her. Lu Changfeng doted on this daughter. Wushuang, what brings you here? My mom asked me to come over and see if there was anything I could help with. Lu Changfeng said, Then you stay here. You can learn from brother Chen Fan. Young man. Lu Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, I glanced at Chen Fan. Lu Changfeng introduced, This is my daughter, Wushuang, who studies at Jiangzhou University. Chen Fan smiled and took Lu Wushuang's hand. Lu Wushuang trembled and looked away. What a coincidence. Chairman Lu, I am also a student at Jiangzhou University. Oh, Lu Changfeng asked in surprise. You're actually alumni? Yes, I'm a junior in college. Which department is the junior in? Lu Wushuang was about to faint. This guy was really good at pretending. However, she tried her best to control her emotions. I'm a freshman, majoring in business administration. It seems we really are destined to meet. The Department of Business Administration is so far from our department. No wonder I've never seen you before. To avoid giving himself away, Chun Fan slowly returned to his seat, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Lu Changfeng was increasingly shocked. Judging from Chun Fan's entourage, he didn't seem like an ordinary person. However, he was too embarrassed to ask too many questions, so he just assisted from the side, while Lu Wushuang picked up a towel to help wipe him. Lu Changfeng has a huge collection. In addition to these bottles and jars, there are also ancient coins, calligraphy, and paintings. The total value is definitely over 1 billion. These are only what Chun Fan has seen so far. He doesn't know about the other collectibles that haven't been taken out. When he saw an old bronze artifact, he frowned. Chairman Lu, where did you buy this? Lu Changfeng's heart tightened. What's wrong? Is there a problem with this one too? Bronzeware is a product of the Shang and Zhou dynasties and continued into the Qin and Han dynasties. But if I'm not mistaken, you must have bought this bronze artifact from somewhere at a low price, right? Chun Fan held it in his hand. It was a small, round object with 3 legs. This thing should be called a dun. Upon hearing Chun Fan explain its origin, Lu Changfeng admired Chun Fan's abilities even more. That's right. I acquired this from a street vendor by chance. I just bought it because it looked interesting. It's not expensive, only 30,000 yuan. 30,000 yuan is fine, but unfortunately it's fake. Chun Fan said, this should be a product from the early days of liberation. There are traces of artificial aging. Later, it was buried in the soil to create some rust stains. It's normal that you misjudged it. Lu Changfeng said, since it's fake, then throw it away. There's no need to throw them away. Actually, when it comes to antiques, it's mainly a matter of personal preference. If you polish it, it'll make a fine incense burner and ashtray. After all, it's a bronze object. Ha ha. Seeing how funny he was, Lu Changfeng burst into laughter. Chun Fan casually put it aside, and Lu Wushuang immediately moved another jade artifact over. At that moment, Chun Fan noticed the jade bracelet on her wrist. Hey, Chairman Lu, is this bracelet on your daughter's wrist an heirloom? Lu Changfeng said, no, it was a gift from a friend. My wife thought it was pretty, so she put it on Wushuang. Chun Fan said, this is a product of the Tang dynasty and should be a tribute from the western regions. It's probably over 1,300 years old. It's priceless. Lu Changfeng gave Chun Fan a thumbs up. Yes, you're really amazing. Nothing escapes your eyes. This bracelet is indeed from that period, and it is said to have originated from the palace. I also think this bracelet is very nice. Chun Fan said, they say jade can nourish people, but actually it's people nourishing jade. This bracelet has a lot of spiritual energy. It's really nice. However, there is one thing you should be careful about. If it is a burial item of the ancients, then you must never wear it. This will not only fail to nourish people, but will also devour their master. Lu Changfeng asked nervously. Then the one on Wushuang's wrist should be fine, right? Take it down and let's see. Chun Fan said to Lu Wushuang. Lu Wu reached out to take it off, but while it was easy to put the bracelet on, it was difficult to take it off. Just as he was about to go to the restroom to get some dish soap, Chun Fan said, I'll do it. Grabbing Lu Wushuang's small hand, he pressed his thumb into the center of his palm and successfully removed the bracelet. This bracelet has a particularly vibrant green color when held up to the light. You can even see what appears to be airflow moving inside. This is an excellent imperial green jade, which is usually only seen on television and in novels. However, it is rare to see such exquisite jade in reality. Chun Fan's pupil shrank as he used his supernatural ability to see the origin of the jade bracelet. It was a favorite of Yang Guifei and was later given to a princess. After the Lushan rebellion, this princess retired from the imperial court. From then on, he retired to the mountains and forests, living a life free from worldly strife. This bracelet has always been with her. I see. No wonder it has a spiritual quality. This princess's charm is quite similar to Lu Wushuang's. It seems the bracelet has found a new owner. The two complement each other perfectly. Chun Fan returned the bracelet to her, saying, wear it well, it's very nice. Lu Changfeng had only heard from experts that it was probably a product of a prosperous period, so of course he didn't know that it had such a legendary origin. Hearing Chun Fan say it was very good, I felt relieved. I spent an afternoon looking through half of the antiques in Lu Changfeng's study and found 2 fakes. It was getting late, and the lady came over and called, dinner's ready. Shouldn't you stop and take a break? Lu Changfeng was completely absorbed in listening to Chun Fan recount the origins of these antiques, and he didn't expect time to pass so quickly. He quickly stood up and said, young man, you've worked hard. Let's call it a day. Let's go eat first. It was his first time visiting Lu Wushuang's house, and he arrived empty-handed. And he's my father-in-law. Oh no, Chairman Lu personally invited me. Chun Fan washed his hands, and they went to the restaurant together. Lu Yuxuan was still kneeling outside. Chen Fan said, "Hey, should we give this young master Lu a bowl of rice?" Kneeling for a long time is also very tiring. Mr. and Mrs. Lu were speechless. He wasn't helping Lu Yuxuan gain favor. He was stabbing him in the back. Lu Wuxuang lowered her head awkwardly, unsure of what to say to this guy. Fortunately, Lu Yuxuan didn't hear it. Otherwise, he would have hated him to death. Lu Changfeng was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, "No need. He won't starve to death if he skips one meal. Let's see if he'll learn his lesson in the future." Lu Wuxuang felt sorry for her brother. "Dad, let him in. He's been kneeling for 2 or 3 hours. Yes, yes, yes. Don't misunderstand me. What I meant was to let him come in for dinner. After all, he's a grown man, and it's not good to always make him kneel as punishment." Well, for Lu Wuxuang's sake, let him go. Chapter 177 Chen Pingin's surprise for everyone. After having dinner at the Lu family's house, seeing that Chen Fan was in a hurry to leave, Lu Changfeng arranged for a car to take him back to the hotel. Today was so exciting. I met Lu Wuxuang at her house. Especially when he saw Lu Wuxuang at the beginning, she was completely dumbfounded, which Chen Fan found particularly funny. Lu Wuxuang quickly sent a message. "You're too bold. Don't you want your girlfriend anymore?" Chen Fan burst into laughter. "Didn't you say you wanted me to come see you? Well, here I am. And it's all done openly and honestly." Lu Wuxuang said, "My heart can't take it. Your dad wants me to go again tomorrow." I chatted with her for a few minutes, and then she stopped responding. Something must have happened over there. At the hotel, Xiao Xiao took a helicopter ride today. She was especially happy to receive such treatment for the first time. Since everyone had nothing to do that evening, Chen Fan invited the two of them to go shopping. It's almost Chinese New Year, so let's see if they need anything and buy some to take back with them. I pay for all my own expenses. Both of them said that carrying things was too much trouble and that they would just wander around casually. We played until after 11 p.m., had a late-night snack, and went back to the hotel to sleep. The next morning, Lu Changfeng called again, hoping that Chen Fan would continue to help him take a look and try to finish reading the rest of the books in the study. Chen Fan had no choice but to agree and got into Assistant Lin's car with Chen Ming. However, Lu Changfeng was busy today. In any case, he already knew Chen Fan's abilities. He had Lu Wuxuang help him out, while his wife entertained guests at home. He and Lu Yuxuan went to the company. This made things much easier for Chen Fan. Unlike Lu Changfeng, the lady couldn't stay in the study all the time. She would only come in occasionally to say hello. Only Lu Wuxuang and Chen Fan remained in the study. As soon as his wife left, he grabbed Lu Wuxuang and put his arm around her. Lu Wuxuang turned pale with fright. "My mom is still at home. It's okay, she's not coming in." "All right." She looked at him resentfully. "You've got some nerve." "Pop." Chen Fan chuckled and said, "Isn't it all because of you? How are you? Do you miss me?" Lu Wuxuang nodded. She really wanted to. "When I got back, I was completely distracted. All morning, the two of them did nothing but lick each other's saliva. Sometimes Mrs. Lu would come in, and the two would separate like springs. It was almost lunchtime, and Lu Wuxuang asked, "When are you going back?" "I'll leave this afternoon. The new year is almost here, and we can't delay any longer." Be careful on the road." Lu Wuxuang reluctantly got out of his arms. Chen Fan didn't eat at their house either, and rushed back to the hotel. This made Mrs. Lu think that she hadn't treated him well. When Lu Changfeng returned, he heard that there were no problems with the rest, and that only 2 of the dozens of antiques were fakes. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. To express his gratitude, he personally called Chen Fan. Chen Fan said he had many things to do and could not stay long. "I'll take my leave now. As the year draws to a close, everyone understands that those formalities can be skipped." Lu Changfeng said, "You won't be able to buy return tickets now, so come and get a car from me." The Lu family's garage contained dozens of luxury cars, some of which were brand new and had barely been driven. Chen Fan originally wanted to refuse, but it was probably too late to buy a car at this time, as the 4S store had already closed for the holiday. Soon, Assistant Lin arrived with a driver and delivered a brand new Land Rover Range Rover. The trunk of the car was piled with things they would need on the road: food, drinks, snow chains, snow shovels, and so on. Chen Ming said that it was a very thoughtful idea. If the snow hadn't melted over there yet, these equipment would come in handy. Assistant Lin then handed him a check for 5 million, saying, "This is a small token of the chairman's appreciation. Thank you for your help, Mr. Chen." Chen Fan refused, saying, "Forget the check, consider this car a gift to me." Watching the 3 drive away, Assistant Lin shook his head helplessly. He has already conveyed the chairman's message. Whether or not the other party wants it is another matter. More than 800 kilometers away from Sham Shui Pa, the snow has stopped here, but the wind is still biting cold. Many roads were still covered with thick snow, so Chun Ming installed anti-skid chains on the 4 tires. I got back to Jiangzhou at around 2 a.m. Chun Ming didn't go back to his dormitory either. He simply had Xiao Xiao arrange a room for him to sleep at Chen Fan's place. The underfloor heating was taking a while to heat up, so Xiao Xiao turned on the air conditioner. The next day, Chen Fan slept until after 9 in the morning, when Su Ruzhen called and woke him up. The company employees were already on holiday, so she asked Chen Fan when he would leave. Chen Fan glanced at the calendar. It was the 25th of the 12th lunar month. Tomorrow. He decided to meet with Swabing this afternoon and leave tomorrow. Upon receiving the confirmed time, Su Ruzhen quickly packed her things. Since we're going to Chun Fan's house for the new year, we naturally need to prepare New Year's gifts. She told Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to also go home for the holidays and not to come with her during the Spring Festival. As for the other staff, those who need to be on duty will be on duty, and those who do not need to be on duty will all be given a holiday. Chen Fan had just gotten out of bed and hadn't even had a chance to call Zwabing when Zhao Linlin contacted him. Chen Fan, are you home? Not yet, what's wrong? My dad would like to invite you over for dinner. Oh, next time. At this point, he really didn't want to waste any more time. Seeing that he refused, Zhao Linlin didn't press the matter. All right. Then remember to let me know when you come back. Chen Fan gave a casual reply and quickly hung up the phone. When Zhao Guowei heard that Chen Fan was unavailable, he thought to himself, then we should also make a gesture to show that we need to maintain this relationship with Chen Fan. He asked his wife to prepare some gifts and asked Zhao Linlin to have the driver deliver them. As the year draws to a close, he is very busy and can only entrust his daughter to take care of things. When Zhao Linlin called Chen Fan again, Chen Fan simply sent her an address. Since Zhao Guowei wants to make a gesture, let's send it to Wanxiang International. He really doesn't have time for these messy things right now. He's made plans to have lunch with Zwabing. After Xiao Xiao finished receiving Zhao Linlin, she was also troubled when she saw the mountain of gifts piled up in the villa. The next morning, Chen Fan returned after spending the night with Zwabing. Everyone was ready, and Xiao Xiao drove the Mercedes that Chen Fan had given her as a reward to go home. The trunk contained the high-end gifts that Chen Fan had asked her to take back. Chen Fan and Su Ruzhen were about to set off in their Mercedes-Benz G-Class when they realized that Chen Pingyan had not yet arrived. He was a little puzzled. Why are you coming back? Call again to urge them. Chen Ming called Chen Pingyan again, and a taxi sped up. Beep beep. Chen Pingyan arrived, followed by a girl. Holy crap. Holy crap. No way. Chen Fan, Su Ruzhen, and Chen Ming stared at the two of them, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Chapter 178. Taking the girl to the hospital. I picked up a girlfriend. Chen Pingyan actually brought a girl with him, and she was the company's receptionist. Of the 3 receptionists at Lantu Company, Chen Fan wasn't very familiar with the other 2, besides Chu Yanfei. It should be noted that the company's receptionists were all carefully selected by Su Ruzhen according to Chen Fan's requirements. Besides a good figure, a very high level of attractiveness is also required. Chen Pingyan, without saying a word, actually managed to win her over. Su Ruzhen looked at the receptionist with a puzzled expression. Zhu Xuezhen, when did you start? Zhu Xuezhen blushed. President Su Wei. I suddenly had a stomachache while I was on duty that day, and my older brother took me to the hospital. Oh. Everyone suddenly realized that it's important to have a kind heart. Chen Fan looked at his cousin meaningfully. Impressive. You've been keeping quiet all this time, but your methods are quite clever. As expected, they did not disgrace the Chen family. Chen Ming stared at Chen Pingyan with envy. Hey, I'd say you're usually so quiet, but you're a pro at picking up girls. Then he looked at Zhu Xuezhen and said, Zhu Xuezhen, how could you be so unfair? I've been with the company for so long, and I've even treated you to late-night snacks. How come you've fallen for him? Zhu Xuezhen blushed and said, You're too fierce. Puff. Everyone burst into laughter. All right, get in the car and let's go. One car is a bit cramped now, and Chen Pingyan doesn't have a driver's license to drive 2 cars. Of course, it's impossible for Chen Fan and Su Ruzhen to drive themselves. The 5 of them will have to squeeze in. Chen Pingyan sat in the passenger seat, while Zhu Xuezhen and Chen Fan sat in the back. The snow on the road hasn't completely melted yet, so you need to drive with extra caution. After he left, his aunt called to ask Chen Pingyan when he would be coming home for the Chinese New Year. Chun Fan snatched the phone. Prepare plenty of food at home, buy the wedding candy, and get ready to hold your grandson. Andy didn't understand either, and Zhu Shuezhen next to her lowered her head, looking very embarrassed. Even if they don't say it, everyone understands that they're all willing to go back to their hometown for the new year, which means the relationship is definitely on point. It took more than 1,000 kilometers and more than 10 hours to drive there. We set off early in the morning and didn't arrive until 1 or 2 in the morning. Most of the villagers were asleep, except for Chun Fan's parents and uncle, who were still waiting. After everyone got off the bus, Chun Ming helped carry their things. Chun Fan shared some with him and his cousin, so that they wouldn't go back empty-handed during the new year. Seeing Chun Pingen leave with Zhu Shuezhen, Chun Fan quickly pulled Su Ruzhen inside. Chen Wan, the younger sister, also stayed up, waiting for her brother to come home. Upon seeing Su Ruzhen, she excitedly shouted, "Sister-in-law!" Su Ruzhen wasn't embarrassed anymore. It wasn't the first time anyway. Mr. and Mrs. Chun immediately poured hot tea. The air conditioning was on, and the room was warm and cozy. It was getting late, so after a brief chat, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. It started snowing heavily outside again, the snow falling thick and fast. Chun Fan's room is on the 2nd floor, which was specially prepared for him by his family. After the two went upstairs, Su Ruzhen looked out the window. Your courtyard house is quite well built, very nice. I've corrected the previous error, you can check it out. The protagonist's house is a modified version of a traditional courtyard house. Although the area is not very large, it is very practical. Chun Fan's house is terraced, with only 1 floor in the front and 2.5 floors in the back. There is a courtyard in the middle. This house cost over 1,000,000 yuan in total. Last time I heard my dad say that someone from higher up wanted him to become the village chief. He didn't agree. After the two of them washed up and went to bed, it was quite comfortable with air conditioning in this cold weather. The next day, the two slept in. Shenwan got up very early and tried to go upstairs to call them several times, but her mother scolded her. No manners, so ignorant. Shenwan had no choice but to go play in the village. Around 10 o'clock, Chun Fan heard a lot of noise coming from downstairs. He turned his head and looked at Su Ruzhen, who was lying in bed and didn't want to move. "You can sleep a little longer. I'm getting up now." Su Ruzhen hummed in agreement, turned over, and continued sleeping. "I was so tired last night, after sitting in the car for so long." And then, after Chun Fan went downstairs, he realized that his aunt had come. "My aunt has a very loud voice. She talks like she's arguing." Chun Fan greeted her, and his aunt yelled at the top of her lungs. "Chun Fan, you're only just getting up? I heard you brought your girlfriend home. Where is she? She was a little tired last night and hasn't gotten out of bed yet." "Oh, so lazy? What will you do in the future? Young people are so ignorant. Do they expect the elderly to take care of them?" Upon hearing this, Chun Fan's mother quickly exclaimed, "How can you talk like that? Xiao Su is very hardworking. They didn't get back until 2 or 3 o'clock yesterday. You wouldn't be able to get up either." She always defended her daughter-in-law and was very unhappy to see her sister-in-law say such things about her. Chun Fan knew his aunt's personality, so he didn't argue with her. "Once Su Ruzhen gets up, let's go visit uncle together. Zhu Shuezhen is unfamiliar with the place and people, so she'll probably be bored. Chun Fan, come here for a moment." His mother called him into the inner room and said somewhat awkwardly, "Your aunt wants to borrow 100,000 yuan. Lend it to her." There was nothing I could do. She was my mother's own sister. What could I say? 100,000 yuan is not a lot to me. If my relatives are in trouble, I will help them if I can. Of course, it also depends on what he does. If they're lazy and unwilling to work, then forget it. Chun Fan has always been willing to help hardworking and honest people like his uncle's family. My mom hesitated for a moment, then said, "Okay, I'll give it to her." After his aunt left, old Chun came back from outside carrying a bucket of fish. These are fish from his own fish pond. He went to catch fish after seeing his son bring his girlfriend home. What was Ruinjiao doing here just now? Ruinjiao is Chun Fan's aunt. Mom replied, "What else can we do but borrow money? How much do you want to borrow?" 100,000. Old Chun was a little unhappy. It's not a good idea for her to keep borrowing like this. Borrowing 50,000 today and 100,000 tomorrow, what does that mean? Do you think our family is a bank? My mother was in a bit of a dilemma. Upon hearing this, Chun Fan immediately sensed something. Does she often come to borrow money? Old Chun said irritably. Yes, it's happened countless times before. It started at 10 or 20,000. Now it's 50 or 100,000. One minute her son wants to buy a car, the next minute he wants to go on a blind date. and then their family wants to build a house. Chun Fan hadn't expected her to act this way. He shouldn't have lent her the money in the first place. It's normal for relatives to help each other, but this kind of behavior is really annoying. My aunt's family has always been better off than Chun Fan's family. They have 2 sons. She married young, and her eldest son is 2 years older than Chun Fan. He neglects his duties and only thinks about making a lot of money. But he doesn't have any real skills. His biggest hobby is probably playing cards. I heard he lost 50,000 to 60,000 yuan last year, and I guess his family helped him pay that amount. My mom often talks about my aunt's eldest son, and it's a real headache for her. She didn't know if the money she lent would end up helping her son pay off his debts. But since it was the Lunar New Year, she didn't want to make things too awkward. After all, she's his own sister. Chun Fan shook his head after hearing these things. Tell mom not to lend money anymore. Chapter 179 finally found my ideal partner. Su Ruzhen came downstairs, and Chun Fan's mother quickly asked, "Do you want breakfast? I'll heat it up for you." "Auntie, no need." Su Ruzhen also didn't want to trouble others, so she declined. "I'm already up at this hour. How could I possibly let the elderly make breakfast?" Chun Fan volunteered. "Mom, let me do it." The mother doted on her son and also liked Su Ruzhen very much. "No need. I've already made it. I've cooked sweet rice wine, eggs, glutinous rice cakes. What do you like to eat?" "A bowl of sweet wine will do." It was almost lunchtime, so Chun Fan called Su Ruzhen into the restaurant. My mother brought over the sweet wine that had been warming on the stove and poured a bowl for each of us. Their sweet rice wine is made from glutinous rice. When eating it, an egg is cracked in and the glutinous rice cakes are crushed and cooked together. This was the first time Su Ruzhen had eaten this kind of thing. In her hometown, they ate rice cakes. Actually, rice cakes and glutinous rice cakes are made in the same way, only their shapes are different. Su Ruzhen drank a bowl of sweet wine. "Wow, it's delicious. How was this cooked?" Chun Fan's mother smiled and said, "If you like it, drink a couple more bowls." No, girls pay special attention to losing weight, and they eat in moderation no matter what they eat. "Here, add a little more." "I won't add too much, just half a bowl." But unable to resist Chun Fan's mother's enthusiasm, he had no choice but to pick up the bowl again. Chun Fan's mother said, "Sweet wine is the best. It's very nutritious. When you get pregnant, I'll cook it for you every day. Sweet wine helps with lactation." Puff. Upon hearing this, Su Ruzhen spat out her entire mouthful of food, and it sprayed all over Chun Fan's mother's face. Old Chun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chun Fan saw the frangipani and sweet wine residue on his mother's face. It couldn't be controlled. Su Ruzhen first covered her mouth, then immediately stood up and grabbed a tissue to wipe Chun Fan's mother's face. Chun Fan's mother waved her hand. "It's nothing. It's nothing." Then he turned around and went to the restroom. Su Ruzhen was very embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Old Chun was delighted. "It's all right. You didn't do it on purpose." Seeing Chun Fan's mother come out after washing her face, Su Ruzhen said again, "Auntie, I'm sorry, It's all right, it's all right. You guys go have fun. I'll tidy up." Chun Fan took 2 bottles of wine and several bags of gifts to his uncle's house. Before they even left the house, Chun Ping'an arrived with Zhu Xuezhen. "Uncle Aunt, TSK, TSK. The girl Chun Ping'an brought back is really pretty, although she can't compare to Su Ruzhen. But she absolutely outshone all the girls in the village. Girls in big cities are so beautiful." Chun Fan's mother kept praising him. Then he turned around and went back to get the red envelope. This is a local custom. Outsiders don't usually give red envelopes, but relatives generally do. Zhu Xuezhen felt embarrassed and quickly declined. Chun Fan said, "Take it. It's our custom here. Since this is your first time here, you must take a red envelope. If you have children in the future, you'll have to give them money too." Zhu Xuezhen blushed. "Last night, Uncle, Aunt, they're inviting you over for lunch." Oh, it turned out that Chun Ping'an had come to invite everyone to dinner. Chun Fan's mother locked the door, and they went to her uncle's house together. Chun had taken a stroll around the village and arrived ahead of schedule. My uncle's house is a 2.5-story villa, similar to Chun Meng's house. It is estimated that only these 2 families have built villas so far. The Chun family has become very popular in the village. Zhu Xuezhen slept upstairs last night. Chun Ping'an also slept upstairs, but whether the 2 of them ran off together or not, nobody knew. Many villagers came to see what was going on when they heard that Chun Ping'an had brought his wife back. The matchmaker from last time also came. She started off with a lot of nonsense, but after seeing Zhu Xuezhen, she slunk away. Zhu Xuezhen is infinitely better than the woman she introduced. This made everyone in the village envious, and they all said they wanted to go out and work with Chen Fan. Some people even said directly, I don't want a salary, I just want a wife. Fearing that his cousin would suffer, Chen Fan called Chen Ping'an outside after seeing Zhu Xuezhen and Su Ruzhen go upstairs. She handed him a cigarette and asked, how far have things progressed between you and Zhu Xuezhen? Chen Ping'an was quite embarrassed. What do you mean? Which step? Keep pretending. Tell me about it, and I'll analyze it. Did you two sleep together last night? Chen Ping'an nodded awkwardly. Chen Fan patted him on the shoulder. Goodness, you got it. I'll arrange a place for you to stay after we get back to the company. Strive to have a big, healthy son next year. Chen Fan didn't know what Zhu Xuezhen's mindset was, so it was better to ask her for clarification. Chen Fan didn't stay at home for long during the Spring Festival. When someone invited him to a classmate reunion, he declined. I rushed back to Jiangzhou on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, since work was scheduled to resume on the 8th. On the way back, Su Ruzhen whispered a few words in Zhu Xuezhen's ear. Zhu Xuezhen's face burned with embarrassment. Chen Fan actually heard it, but pretended not to. He let the two women whisper among themselves. After returning to Jiangzhou, Chen Fan gave the villa in Zhongshan Dijin to his cousin and Zhu Xuezhen to live in. I bought it so long ago, it's just sitting there empty anyway. If Zhu Xuezhen gets pregnant, her uncle and aunt will have to come over. This will save them the trouble of renting a house. Zhu Xuezhen never dreamed that one day she would live in such a luxurious villa. She was just a lowly receptionist at the company. Thinking about what she had been through recently, she couldn't believe it. Had she somehow managed to climb the social ladder? Previously, Chen Ping'an only said that he was from the same hometown as Chen Fan, and did not publicize that he was Chen Fan's cousin. This honest and kind guy has finally found his other half. Of course, for him, it all felt like a dream. Especially that night, when Zhu Xuezhen went asleep with him. He was completely dumbfounded. Chen Fan and Su Ruzhen had something more important to do. Visit Leader Ning. Chen Fan contacted Secretary Liang. Su Ruzhen also wanted to pay New Year's greetings to her superiors, but the two of them had to go at different times. Everyone went their own way. After returning from Ning's visit, Chen Fan received a call from Zhao Linlin. Chen Fan, have you returned to Jiangzhou? You're so well informed? You just got back yesterday. Chen Fan sat in the living room of the Vientiane International Villa, and Zhao Linlin said, didn't you promise my dad before the new year that you would come to my house for dinner? Chen Fan wondered, is this an invitation to dinner? They clearly want me to wish your dad a happy new year. However, since they had asked him several times, Chen Fan had no choice but to agree. After all, these connections can be used any time in the future, rather than letting oneself become arrogant just because one has money. Xiao Xiao hasn't returned to Jiangzhou yet. I heard she's attending a class reunion and won't arrive until the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Chen Fan carried 2 bottles of wine himself, intending to have Chun Ming drive him to Zhao Guowei's house. Unexpectedly, just after agreeing to Zhao Linlin's request, Lu Ruoxian called again, saying she wanted to invite him to dinner. They also said this was the first gathering of the new year, and since they hadn't met before the new year, Chen Fan had to come. Chapter 180 Visiting Zhao Linlin's home. Chen Fan ultimately rejected Lu Ruoxian. Everything has a first-come, first-served order. As the chairman of the board, Zhao Guowei was actually cooking himself. Hearing a car horn outside, Zhao Linlin went to open the door. They built their own villa. They're in the real estate business, so of course they wanted to build the best for themselves. This plot of land is about 4,000 square meters, and besides the house and garage, the yard is also particularly large. Upon seeing Chen Fan arrive, Zhao Linlin led him to the living room. Zhao Guowei came out wearing an apron. Have a seat first. I'll be done here soon. He offered Chen Fan a cigarette, and Chen Fan asked, what kind of dish do you have to cook yourself? Linlin's mother brought out a fruit platter. He specially went to get a fresh grouper, afraid that others wouldn't be able to cook it well, so he wanted to cook it himself. Zhao Linlin said, my dad's steamed grouper is absolutely amazing. I guarantee it'll be delicious. Chen Fan went to the kitchen and watched Zhao Guowei preparing the ingredients. Zhao Guowei really wasn't bluffing. His knife skills are excellent. That can't be faked. Linlin's mother called out, eat some fruit. Go sit down. Don't mind him. It's okay. I'll learn a little too. Maybe it'll come in handy. Ding dong. Ding dong. Another person has arrived. Zhao Linlin opened the door and exclaimed, Auntie, you've come at the perfect time. My dad is cooking himself. Oh, Am I so lucky to have such a delicious meal today? When the aunt came in, she saw Chun Fan immediately, and Chun Fan saw her too. Their eyes met. It's you. Annie laughed. Chun Fan nodded politely. He had run into Zhao Linlin the last time he took her to the hospital. Later, the two went to a coffee shop and ran into her again. This must be the third time today. She opened her mouth towards Zhao Linlin, and judging from her lip movements, she seemed to be asking, "Have you already confessed?" Zhao Linlin was stunned and had no choice but to call her aunt into the bedroom to explain the reason. The aunt exclaimed in surprise, "Him? So rich?" Zhao Linlin said, "There are many things you can't imagine, and there's really nothing between him and me. Please stop gossiping. He has a girlfriend, and my dad knows that too." Oh, my aunt looked regretful. Since it's only the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, there's hardly anyone else at home. Zhao Guowei took off his apron and invited everyone to sit down. "Brother-in-law, it's rare for you to cook for me today. We'll have a drink with you," Zhao Guowei said. "No, it should be us accompanying President Chun." "President Chun, what kind of wine would you like to drink?" Chun Fan said. "Let's see what everyone thinks. How about we take care of the women and have them drink some red wine?" "Okay." Zhao Guowei asked his wife to open a bottle of imported red wine worth over 100,000 yuan. "Happy New Year, Mr. Chun. This is your first time having dinner at our home. I'd like to toast you with this glass of wine, wishing you ever-increasing success in your career and ever-growing achievements. May you become the most promising young entrepreneur in Jiangzhou, and even in the whole country." Chun Fan smiled and said, "Thank you, President Zhao, and thank you everyone for your concern. Come on, let's all join in." This toast also wishes everyone all their dreams come true and everything goes smoothly. The 5 people clinked their glasses and took a small sip. Zhao Guowei's cooking is indeed quite good, especially the seafood dishes, which he has prepared to a master level. After eating a few bites of food, Aunt Zhao Linlin picked up her glass and asked, "Young man, do you still recognize me?" Chun Fan laughed and said, Of course, of course. You're a doctor, aren't you?" The aunt smiled and said, "You didn't expect to see me here again, did you? How do you two know each other?" Zhao Guowei and his wife looked at the two of them strangely, while Zhao Linlin kept her head down and ate her food. The aunt said, "Yes, we've met a few times. He's Linlin's schoolmate." Zhao Guowei said, "That's right, but President Chun is far more outstanding than his peers. He's already a big boss." She had just heard Linlin mention Chun Fan's identity, so she wasn't surprised. The atmosphere at the meal was excellent. After the meal, Zhao Guowei went to make tea. After staying at the Zhao family's house for about 3 hours, before leaving, Mrs. Zhao insisted on giving Chun Fan some gifts that she had prepared in advance. Chun Fan couldn't refuse, so he had to let Chun Meng put it in the trunk. Among these gifts were more than a dozen cakes of tea that were quite valuable. Chun Fan's villa also has a tea room, but he hasn't used it yet. As they were getting into the car, Zhao Linlin caught up with them and asked, "Chun Fan, when are you going to invest in stocks this year?" She was addicted to the stock market. After all, it was like picking up money off the ground. Chun Fan looked at her and smiled. "You don't have enough money for other people to have fun with. I'll call you when the opportunity arises." "Okay, then I'll wait for your news." Zhao Linlin now has over 3 billion yuan, and she just wants to quietly increase her net worth to 10 billion yuan to give her family a surprise. However, it seems there are not many stocks to trade right now, and they are all very low during the Spring Festival. After Chun Fan returned to Wanxiang International, Xiao Xiao also rushed back to Jiangzhou in the afternoon. Tomorrow is the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Chun Fan can put aside all other matters, but he must go to Zhou Bing's house. If their relationship hadn't been made public before, there would have been no need to visit each other during holidays. But once it became public, these formalities became essential when meeting each other's parents. That evening, we had another drinking session at Zhou Bing's house. This time we drank baijiu, Chinese liquor, since everyone in my father-in-law's family can drink. Even Zhou Bing's alcohol tolerance is probably better than mine. Drinking baijiu at Zhou Bing's house, Chun Fan only gets beaten up. After dinner today, he was too embarrassed to mention going to see the snow again, since he was in no condition to do so anyway. Seeing that Chun Fan had drunk enough, Han Kaiying said, "Chun Fan, why don't you sleep here tonight?" Chun Fan repeatedly raised his hands. No, no, no. I can't sleep soundly here." Zhou Bing helped him into the car. "Are you all right?" Chun Fan shook his head, took her hand, and asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" Zhou Bing glanced back at her front door and shook her head. Although her parents had tacitly approved, she was still a student, and there were some things she couldn't do too obviously. "Once you make it clear, they'll keep nagging you. Bing is only a junior in college and has a year left before graduation. She doesn't want to get married so soon. After seeing Chun Fan off, Bing returned home, where Han Kaiying asked, "Why are you back? Where can I go if I don't come back?" Bing pretended to be confused even though he knew the truth. Han Chai-young glared at her. "Where have you two gotten to?" "Mom." She knew her mother would gossip, so she denied it, saying, "We're very innocent, not like you imagine." "You brat, you're still lying to me. Mom just wants you to settle your relationship as soon as possible so that things don't get complicated. With him like this, there are countless girls chasing after him. Aren't you going to seize the opportunity?" Bing didn't want to discuss this issue with her, so she called out to Handong, "Dad, Mom's nagging again." This time, however, Handong did not help her. Instead, he supported his wife's statement, saying, "I think so too. You should seize the opportunity with a young man like Chin Fan. It would be best to solidify the relationship as soon as possible." Bing Ot. Chapter 181. I'm entangled with Lu Ruoxian. There is always a generation gap between parents and today's young people. Now that she and Chun Fan have confirmed their relationship, does that mean they should get married? I really don't understand what my parents are thinking. They used to always try to stop me, but now they seem to want me to have a baby as soon as possible. But love and marriage are two different things. Besides, Bing doesn't want to have a child so early. I haven't had enough of the sweetness of love yet. Perhaps in their world, if two people like each other, they should get married as soon as possible and have children. Then they lived a life of everyday necessities. The meaning of life is to continuously realize one's own value in life. As human beings, we can't just be born to reproduce, can we? What's the point of having people then? In this life, one should always leave something behind for society and for oneself. Bing disliked a life lived in a daze. One must strive, work hard, and pursue self-improvement. Bing ignored them, pouted, and went back to her room to sleep. This spring festival was more fulfilling than usual, and school starts in just a few days. Bing received another invitation from the company to attend a car show, and she also had a performance before the start of the new semester. Chun Fan and Su Ruzhen were studying futures. The international futures market has been performing well recently. During the spring festival period, at least 60 billion yuan has been earned. Now that all the funds have been collected, the total amount in the account is approximately 370 billion. After surviving his time in the stock market, Chun Fan no longer had any respect for the domestic stock market. He is more looking forward to the opportunity to compete with international capital. He simply doesn't want to reveal his strength to international capital right now. He wants to cultivate himself into a formidable force in the international market. After all, a mere 300 billion yuan will only amount to a few hundred billion yuan once it enters the international capital market. Compared to those financial giants who control entire continents, it's really too small. In fact, Chun Fan had an even bigger plan at this moment: to speculate on virtual currencies. Cryptocurrencies experienced a huge surge in popularity, but this thing is rather complicated. Moreover, many transaction channels are not legitimate and are prone to problems. Are you considering whether or not to do it? Lu Ruoxian called again. "Little brother, come with me to clear my head." Chun Fan immediately declined. "I'm busy." "Well, who is it?" "When did I, Lu Ruoxian, fall to such a state? I am a famous goddess-level figure in Jiangzhou. Do you know how many people dream of me and hope to invite me out for a meal? You bastard." Rejected by this guy, Lu Ruoxian really wanted to beat him to death. "I'll give you one more chance to put your mind to it. Will you agree or not?" "Really not going? I don't have time." Lu Ruoxian said angrily. "I don't care. You have to agree." Honestly, she has never been rejected by anyone. She is the one who rejects others. However, she also believed that the guy was genuinely too busy, but refusing so directly makes them lose face. "I'm coming to find you." She was very unhappy that Chun Fan didn't come. We'll see what he's up to. Chun Fan originally planned to meet Shin Mingyao this afternoon, but he ended up getting entangled with Lu Ruoxian. There was no other way but to send over an address. Vientiane International? Half an hour later, Lu Ruoxian's car appeared in the underground parking garage. She also has a private villa here, but she has never lived in it. As a homeowner, I barged into the community and the security guards didn't dare to stop me. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang at Chun Fan's house, and Xiao Xiao quickly opened the door. "Well, did I come to the wrong door?" Looking at Xiao Xiao, who was even more imposing than herself, Lu Ruoxian hesitated to enter the room. "Is this President Lu? President Chun is waiting for you inside." Xiao Xiao handed over a pair of cotton slippers. Oh, okay, thank you. Lu Ruoxian changed her shoes and followed Xiao Xiao into the living room. Although it is still the spring festival, the temperature is very low. The villa had underfloor heating on, and Xin Fan, wearing a t-shirt, led Lu Ruoxian to the tea room. On the display cabinet in the tea room, there are hundreds of cakes of various kinds of tea. There are also high-end black teas, green teas, etc. that are not yet opened. Lu Ruoxian asked, "Are you planning to open a tea house?" This was a gift. What kind of tea would you like? This is the first time I've hosted guests here. I don't know much about tea ceremony, so you should do it yourself. Lu Ruoxian rolled her eyes. They really know how to entertain guests. You're not a guest anymore. Chun Fan didn't stand on ceremony with her, and Lu Ruoxian picked up a can of black tea. This is a top-quality ancient tree black tea, and even the packaging is an exquisite ceramic jar, which looks high-end and elegant. She sat down and boiled water, then boiled all the teaware. Xiao Xiao brought over a fruit platter and some snacks, but not daring to disturb them, she quietly withdrew. Lu Ruoxian glanced at her. She is, Chen Fan said, a personal secretary. Lu Ruoxian gave him a thumbs up, glancing at him. You developed that size, didn't you? It's so enviable, it's bigger than me. Chen Fan was speechless. What are you thinking? People who are born on a birthday. Mind your place. You're the goddess that everyone in Jiangzhou envies. Lu Ruoxian boiled water and began to brew tea. The tea leaves need to be rinsed first. There are specific techniques to brewing tea. If it's brewed for too long, it will taste bitter, just like drinking Chinese medicine. If the steeping time is too short, the tea will be too weak, and you won't be able to taste the flavor that tea should have. Lu Ruoxian filtered the brewed tea, poured it into a small cup, and then used tweezers to place it in front of Chen Fan. My grandfather made a stupid decision. What's the matter? Chen Fan knew that her seeking him out was definitely not that simple. Lu Ruoxian took a sip of tea and said with great displeasure, during the spring festival, a family meeting was held. My uncle asked the old man to redistribute the family property. Then my grandfather gave him some of the best assets and left the rest of the assets with liabilities to my father. He's capable, but my uncle can't manage these things. After hearing Lu Ruoxian tell him about it, Chun Fan understood. She must be unhappy. After all, the Lu family's success today is mostly due to the efforts of Lu Ziyuan and his daughter. After Lu Ziyuan took over, he brought unprecedented prosperity to the Lu family. Lu Ruoxian has not found a partner yet, as she devotes all her energy to the family business. The old man's decision has deeply hurt Lu Ziyuan and his daughter. Chen Fan comforted him. Don't take it too seriously. With your skills and abilities, you could easily make a fortune out of a few billion. Lu Ruoxian smiled bitterly. That's not how it is. My dad and I just don't want to see this family fall apart. You probably can't imagine how terrifying it is when a company as large as the Lu family collapses. Once the building is about to collapse, it will be beyond human control to save it. As the saying goes, when the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? Chen Fan nodded. People are bound to make foolish moves when they get old. But have you seen the essence of the matter? Lu Ruoxian said helplessly. It's all because I'm a girl. My uncle has a son, but my father doesn't. He was thinking that even if he gave it to his uncle and son to squander, it would be better than giving it to outsiders. Yes, you've hit the nail on the head. Chen Fan strongly agreed with her statement. It's the 21st century, and Grandpa Lu's thinking is incredibly stubborn. Chapter 182. For the sake of the family's great cause, Lu Ruoxian will never marry. Chen Fan, let's go. I'll treat you to drinks today. Lu Ruoxian must be very upset about what happened at home. She also needs an outlet for her emotions. It is said that people will speak out when they feel injustice. If you feel wronged, you definitely need to talk to someone about it. At this point, you cannot stand on a moral high ground to criticize her. There's a saying that goes, don't advise others to be kind if you haven't experienced their suffering. Chen Fan said, if you want a drink, I have some here. Why don't you drink here? I'll have someone get some vegetables. Drinking outside is definitely not as comfortable as in a villa. If you get drunk here, you can find a room to sleep anytime. Lu Ruoxian thought for a moment, then said, all right, whatever you say. Xiao Xiao, come in here for a moment. Chun Fan shouted outside, and Xiao Xiao pushed open the door and came in. Boss, what's the matter? Go to a nearby restaurant and get some dishes for Mr. Lu. He wants to drink. Okay. Xiao Xiao closed the door, changed her clothes, and hurriedly left. Lu Ruoxian looked at the doorway and asked, do you have many girlfriends? This isn't the first time someone has asked this question. Chen Fan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and didn't deny it. Not many, just 2 or 3. Lu Ruoxian stared at him intently. Are you really that much of a womanizer? You're wrong. Men are actually very loyal. Chen Fan changed the subject. But that's not your main concern. The main concern is what you decide to do. To persevere or to give up? I have no idea. Lu Ruoxian shook her head. She was indeed conflicted and didn't know what to choose. Lu Ziyuan was probably just as confused at that moment. The old man's idea was making him very uncomfortable. After all, he was the greatest contributor to the Lu family. Shouldn't meritorious individuals receive the same treatment? What does it mean to hand over the best family assets to the eldest son now? As the second son of old Master Lu, he had certainly considered giving up. Does simply giving up solve the problem? He certainly didn't want to see the Lu family fall into ruin. At this moment, Lu Ziyuan was like a general who had no way to serve his country. That old man is senile. Of course, he can still turn the tables now. After all, Lu Ziyuan has been running the company for so many years. If he wanted to, he could completely disregard family interests and seize power for himself. But if that happens, the old man will probably be so angry that he'll die. So when Lu Ruoxian was feeling down, he was feeling down too. Madame Lu sat beside him, watching her husband suffer in silence, unsure of how to speak. In her opinion, why don't the father and daughter just give up everything and move to another place to develop their lives? But Lu Ziyuan couldn't do it. At the Vientiane International Villa, the meal Xiao Xiao had ordered was delivered. A dozen or so dishes filled the table, and Chen Fan brought over a small table. Looking at this situation, Lu Ruoxian said, "Are you trying to get me drunk?" Chen Fan said, "A drunken stupor can cure 1,000 sorrows. You've drunk yourself into a numbing state. After a good night's sleep, you might just see things clearly." All right. As soon as Lu Ruoxian entered, she took off her coat, revealing a tight-fitting turtleneck underneath that perfectly accentuated her neck and figure. Chen Fan sat down to drink with her. "How's your alcohol tolerance?" Lu Ruoxian smiled and said, "You shouldn't be able to get me drunk." "Why would I force you to drink it?" "Mr. Lu, you don't actually think I'm trying to take advantage of you, do you?" Lu Ruoxian rolled her eyes. "I'm your older sister. To be honest, I've always thought of you as a younger brother." Chen Fan picked up his cup and said, "You're right to think that way. I really don't want to get involved in the Lu family's mess." Lu Ruoxian indeed opened her heart. Although Chen Fan kept urging her to eat, she only drank 1 cup at a time. In her current state, it won't be long before she gets herself drunk. Chen Fan gave Xiao Xiao a wink, and Xiao Xiao, being quite clever, immediately tidied up the other bedroom. Seeing that Lu Ruoxian had almost finished drinking, Chen Fan asked, "President Lu, have you ever had a boyfriend?" "What?" Lu Ruoxian's eyes were glazed over, and her cheeks were flushed. "No, I was just asking. Aren't you a gossip?" Lu Ruoxian shook her head. "I won't tell you." Bang! The cup in his hand fell over, and he just slumped onto the table. "Well," Chen Fan sighed, and called to Xiao Xiao to help him into the guest room. Madame Lu sighed softly at home. "If only I could have given you a son back then." "Ziyuan, I'm sorry." Lu Ziyuan glanced at his wife. "What's the use of saying all this now? At worst, I'll go talk to the old man and tell him I don't want the inheritance rights." This is the biggest sacrifice Lu Ziyuan can make. He doesn't want to continue holding power. He just wants to continue managing the family business. That way, they won't have to watch helplessly as their family falls into ruin in their generation. But will the old man agree? The next day, when Lu Ruoxian woke up, I realized it was almost noon. I had slept so soundly, so very soundly. I wandered through my dreams 1,000 times. She opened her eyes and stared silently at the ceiling, her mind clearer than ever before. When she sat up and glanced at her clothes, Rai smiled. When she came out of the room, Xiao Xiao was waiting for her there. "President Lu, you're awake. Where is your general manager Chen?" "How strange, Chen Fan isn't here. He went out on business." Xiao Xiao brought over a glass of water. Lu Ruoxian picked up her clothes, waved her hand, and said, "Thank you. I have to go back now." She would never have indulged herself like this before. She actually fell asleep at Chen Fan's place last night. Fortunately, this guy is quite a gentleman. When I got home, my mother looked distressed. Instead, Lu Ruoxian came to a realization. "Mom, where's Dad?" "I'm in the study. I didn't sleep a wink last night." Lu Ruoxian knocked on the study door. "Dad." Good heavens. She was startled. "My dad aged a lot overnight, and his hair turned white. You should know that Lu Ziyuan is a heartthrob. a true gem in both looks and temperament. I don't know how he got through last night. Dad, are you all right? Lu Ruoxin approached him and tenderly hugged Lu Ziyuan's head. Dad, I figured it out. Let's go talk to Grandpa right now. As long as he doesn't change his previous decision, I can remain unmarried for life. I will stay in the Lu family for the rest of my life, to live for the Lu family and to die for the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyuan paused, then suddenly lost control and hugged his daughter tightly. Only my daughter, Lu Ziyuan, could possess such a grand vision. He thought about it all night and decided that he would rather give up his inheritance rights than let the old man make such a foolish decision. For the sake of the Lu family, he accepted it. I never expected my daughter to be so noble. For the sake of the whole family, she was willing to remain unmarried for life. He devoted his entire life's energy and effort to the Lu family. Everything. All for the continuation of this family. Rain began to fall from the sky, and dark clouds filled the sky. Chapter 183 Lu Jiping's Suicide Attempt. School is about to start, and in the new year, Chun Fan is having a gathering with Wang Hao and a few others. Such cold weather is perfect for soaking in hot springs. Book a few rooms here and enjoy a complete package of food, drinks, and entertainment. Yi Langgao roared over in his BMW 740. The new car, worth over 1,000,000 yuan, was indeed eye-catching. However, when Wang Hao reported to the company this year, he also received an unexpected surprise. The company provided him with a car worth over 100,000 yuan. With this car, his travel has become much more convenient, especially when going to school and the company, saving him a lot of waiting time. Qin Ning used to envy Yi Langgao. This guy dabbled in all sorts of things and finally made a fortune in the stock market. She's very happy now that the company provides them with cars. A car is like a boyfriend. Once you have one, that's enough. If you keep comparing and contrasting, you'll end up having countless boyfriends in your lifetime. Instead of envying others, it's better to work hard yourself to achieve your bigger dreams. In fact, the company also provided Tang Jing with a car, a red Audi A4. She is now a market researcher at Mingyuan Group, mainly collecting various information within the industry. After all, the market is where a person's abilities are truly tested and honed, which is why Su Ruzhin specifically placed her in this position. But Tang Jing didn't drive. Instead, she came in Wang Hao's car. Chun Fan always keeps a small circle of close friends at gatherings. He doesn't like circles that are too large or chaotic. He often avoids unnecessary gatherings and social events, especially those parties where people compare themselves, show off, and try to be pretentious. It meant nothing to him. Unexpectedly, Su Keqing also called Mao Xiaowan. In fact, Mao Xiaowan is very smart. Although she is not very pretty, she saw through Gui Jianliang's true nature. After they broke up, Gui Jianliang tried to harass her again, but she firmly refused. After everyone arrived, we first went to soak in the hot springs, then had dinner, and then went to sing karaoke in the evening. Anyway, there are plenty of entertainment options here. Seeing the four girls go to the women's area, Wang Hao asked, "Why isn't Zhuo Bing here?" She went to the auto show. Zhuo Bing stumbled into this industry by accident and found a sense of accomplishment. Since she liked it, Chun Fan didn't stop her. After all, not everyone enjoys a life of mediocrity, living a life of idleness and waiting to die. Most people still prefer to work hard, strive, and continuously realize their own value. With the company acting as her agent, Chun Fan felt quite at ease. After changing their clothes, Qin Nan and the others also came out. Four girls stood together, each wrapped in a bath towel. Aside from Mao Xiaowan being a bit thin, Qin Nan and Su Keqing were thoroughly developed by Wang Hao and his buddy Wang Hao. However, among the four, Tang Jing is the most outstanding. Qin Nan had good taste back then. She said Tang Jing was very beautiful. In fact, after this period of nurturing and experience, this beautiful woman from Sichuan has increasingly exuded a unique feminine charm. Especially when it soaks in the pool, it's just like a lotus bud about to bloom. Tang Jing blushed inexplicably when she saw the three boys staring at her like that. It was her first time going to a hot spring with someone, and her skin was so fair that it made people envious. Qin Nin glared at the three of them. "What are you doing? Why are you all staring at Tang Jing like that?" Cough, cough. The three of them consciously looked away, and Yi Langgao shamelessly laughed. "Actually, we can't blame ourselves for this. She's just too beautiful." Oh my god. These words made Tang Jing feel utterly ashamed. Qin Nin rolled her eyes at Yi Langgao and pulled Tang Jing, saying, "Let's go to another pool." After soaking in the hot springs, everyone went for massages together. 3 boys were lying in one room, while the 4 girls went to another room for a spa treatment. Chun Fan asked Elang Gao, "Have your stocks been sold yet?" Elang Gao replied, "Not yet. That's good enough." Chun Fan offered a word of advice, and Wang Hao chimed in, "Yeah, you've already made so much, you should know when to stop. Once it peaks, it will be very difficult to get out." We're all finance majors, so we know a little about the stock market. This time, Elang Gao didn't get cocky and humbly accepted the 2 men's advice. Chun Fan said to Wang Hao, "Don't envy him. Just focus on building up your property management business. Although money can be made easily in the stock market, it is also risky, and not everyone can make money in the stock market." Wang Hao said, "Qin Nan and I have already discussed it and decided that we will stay in Jiangzhou and start a business together after graduation. Now we earn 4 or 500,000 a year, which is much better than most people. Yes, work hard and be down to earth, and who knows, one day you might become the CEOs of a listed company," President Chun said with a smile. Wang Hao turned over so the technician could massage him from the other side. "I don't even dare to dream of going to a listed company. I've at least gone to university for a few years, so I'll try to make a net worth of tens of millions." "You've narrowed your perspective," Elang Gao said. "My goal is to become a trillionaire, a capital tycoon, and dominate the stock market." "You're awesome." After the 3 of them finished their massages, they went to the restroom to wait for Qin Nan and the others to come out. After Qin Nan and the others finished their work, Mao Xiaowan said, "Qin Nan, you all have jobs now. Can you help me find one too?" Qin Nan chuckled, "You're really silly. What's the point of telling me if you're not going to stick with Tang Jing, who's such a great tree to lean on?" Tang Jing is a rising star in the company, and President Su values her the most. Tang Jing felt a little embarrassed by what she said, while Mao Xiaowan looked at her in surprise. "Tang Jing, please help me. It is said that birds of a feather flock together, and after spending so much time with them, Mao Xiaowan has also been influenced by them." Tang Jing gave a soft and said, "I'll keep an eye out for you then." The 4 had just come out of the room when they were met by a group of men and women. "Hey, isn't this Tang Jing, that little girl?" "It's been so long. I thought you'd disappeared." Tang Jing never dreamed she would run into Lu Jiping here. Lu Jiping brought a group of cronies here to spend money, and they happened to run into Tang Jing. Tang Jing ignored him and walked towards the lounge with Qin Nan and the others. Lu Jiping stopped her and asked, "What do you mean? I'm the eldest son of the prestigious Lu family, and you don't even give me the slightest respect when I speak to you? Damn it, you're asking for it, aren't you?" He reached out to drag Tang Jing into the room, but Qin Nan and the other girls immediately blocked Tang Jing's way, asking, "What are you doing?" Lu Jiping glanced at the group and said, "Since you all want to come along, that's perfect." Several men looked at the 4 with wicked smiles. Lu Jiping waved his hand and said, "What are you all standing there for? One for each of you." He was accompanied by several spoiled young men from the same circle. Hearing what Lu Jiping said, they all rushed over, laughing and joking. Qin Nan grabbed Tang Jing and turned to run, causing Su Kuching and Mao Xiaowan to scream in fright. Upon hearing the noise, Chun Fan and the others asked, "What's going on?" They rushed out of the lounge, just as Qin Nan and Tang Jing came running up, out of breath. Upon seeing the 3 of them, they immediately hid behind them. Su Kuching and Mao Xiaowan also ran over. Chapter 184, Then wouldn't we have gotten beaten up for nothing? What happened? Upon seeing Lu Jiping, that idiot, Chun Fan immediately realized something. Qin Nan pointed at Lu Jiping and said, "These bastards tried to assault us." Depend on. Elang Gao and Wang Hao dragged a chair over and were about to rush forward when Lu Jiping pointed at them and said, "Damn it. If you dare to move today, I'll kill you." The 3 young masters standing nearby sneered, glancing at them with disdain. "Don't you even bother to find out who we are? Do you think you'd dare to touch us even if you had 100 lives? Any one of us could easily outshine you worthless bastards." When Lu Jiping saw Chen Fan, he sneered, "It's you again, you little punk. I've been looking for you for ages. I haven't settled the score with you for hitting me last time. Yeah. Then let's do some serious calculations today." Chen Fan looked at the group of people. Apart from Lu Jiping, he didn't recognize any of them. Judging from their appearance, they must all be spoiled brats from the Jiangzhou circle. They stared at Chen Fan in disbelief, mocking, "Young Master Lu, this kid actually said he wants to settle things with you? Haha, that's awesome. Young Master Lu, stomp him to death." Lu Jiping said arrogantly, "You used to have that bitch Lu Ruoxian protecting you, but now she can't even protect herself, can she? Haha, I'm now the young chairman of the Lu group. She's nothing but a fart now. If you obediently kneel down and admit your mistake to me, and then call me grandpa 3 times, I might let you off the hook depending on my mood. Yeah. Chen Fan glanced back at his 2 brothers beside him. Although there were 5 of them, he believed that the 3 of them could handle them. They were all pampered playboys. Last time, Lu Jiping was beaten like a grandson by his own son. Therefore, Chen Fan gave the 2 of them a wink. Without saying a word, Yilang Gao and Wang Hao picked up chairs and rushed forward. Chen Fan also stared intently at Lu Jiping and punched him in the nose. Ouch! You damn bastards! Oh! Before he could finish speaking, Yilang Gao and Wang Hao had each taken down one of the men. Wang Hao threw down the chair, still feeling that using his fists was more exciting and intense. They quickly made these young masters experience the feeling of real, visceral blows. Chen Fan grabbed Lu Jiping by the collar and hissed. Oh! Oh! Yilang Gao and Wang Hao each held down one person and beat them mercilessly. Upon seeing this, the 2 women who came with Lu Jiping and his group quickly went to call for help. The security guards at the club heard the noise and rushed over to separate the crowd. Lu Jiping and the others were already bruised and swollen, screaming in agony. Don't pull me away, damn it. I'm not done with you guys today. If I don't kill you all today, I'm not a Lu. The woman next to him was about to call the police when Lu Jiping shoved her away, saying, Call the police my ass. I'm going to kill them myself. 2 others who were knocked unconscious by the chairs have only just regained consciousness. Lu Jiping pointed at several bodyguards and said, Block the door for me. Don't let anyone get away. Most of the people who come here are high-ranking figures in the industry. Lu Jiping said he wanted to block the door, which put the security guards in a difficult position. However, the club manager came over and, upon seeing Lu Jiping, advised, Young Master Lu, could you please listen to me? Who do you think you are? Lu Jiping was furious and shoved the club manager aside. I got beaten up here today, and no amount of nice words from anyone will help me. A man nearby took out his phone and made a call for help. Lu Jiping pointed at Chen Fan and cursed. You'd better wait and see if you dare. Chen Fan sneered. Just wait. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Wang Hao, call Chen Ming and tell him to bring some men over. Seeing this, how could Wang Hao dare to be negligent? After beating them up, Yilang Gao was also a little nervous. These people were not ordinary thugs. Instead, they were spoiled brats from the Jiangzhou circle, whose influence far surpassed that of the local thugs. Although we've gotten a good deal now, once their people arrive, we'll probably be the ones who suffer. Therefore, he wanted to tell Chen Fan to leave quickly. Tang Jing was also a little worried. Chen Fan, why don't we leave? It's not worth arguing with them. Trying to leave? Lu Jiping wiped the blood from his nose. You're not entirely innocent in this either. I'll get you into bed sooner or later. Tang Jing's face turned pale, and Chen Fan saw that this guy was still being stubborn. Are you asking for a beating again? Chen Fan had also considered it. The other party was not in the right today. As long as I don't suffer any losses in a conflict, I'm not necessarily afraid of him if things really escalate to the point of arrest. So he grabbed a chair and was about to start fighting when a loud shout came from the stairwell. Stop! Luo Xingwang arrived. He was also here entertaining guests when the club manager called him, saying that Lu Jiping was causing trouble here. The relationship between the Lu family and the Luo family was not good to begin with, so Luo Xingwang naturally didn't give them a friendly look. Lu Jiping, what the hell are you trying to do? Lu Jiping said, I came here to spend money, and now I've been beaten up. What do you think happened? Luo Xingwang was also puzzled. In Jiangzhou, who would dare to be so disrespectful? How dare you lay a hand on a piece of trash like Lu Jiping? Turning his head, he saw that Luo Xingwang's face had also changed. Holy crap, it's you? He never dreamed that the person who clashed with Lu Jiping would be Chen Fan. Looking at the demeanor of Lu Jiping and his group, Luo Xingwang couldn't help but want to laugh. Several men around Lu Jiping roared. Young Master Luo, don't get involved in anything today. I'll have them killed. Luo Xingwang, of course, would not allow such a thing to happen here. He said coldly, It's none of my business if you fight outside, but if you fight here, then I'm sorry. Anyone who dares to disrespect the Luo family should not blame the Luo family for disrespecting them. Another spoiled brat shouted, What if they actually made a move? Luo Xingwang said, You can resolve this yourselves, but you're not allowed to cause trouble here. He glanced at Chen Fan, still feeling somewhat wary. What if this kid has something on me? Furthermore, his relationship with Leader Ning was also strange. since Lu Jiping wanted to work with him. Let him run into trouble on his own. Ideally, both should clash to the death. Just then, Secretary Liang walked over. Young Master Luo, what's the matter that you're being so wishy-washy about? Can't you even find peace when you've come out specifically to relax? He had barely finished speaking when he spotted Chen Fan. Hey, Chen, what are you doing here? Chen Fan smiled and said, I came here with a few classmates to relax. Secretary Liang glanced at the group and smiled. Come on, let's have dinner together later. I need to talk to you about something. Let's go then. Chen Fan called out to Yi Lang and the others, and they all left the foot massage parlor together. Lu Jiping stood there, stunned. Hey! The group of spoiled young masters standing nearby grew anxious. Young Master Lu, are we just going to let them go like this? Then we just got beaten up for nothing? Yes, who is that person? Lu Jiping rolled his eyes. Damn it, he's the new secretary to Leader Ning. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately cowered. Chapter 185 Brothers, let's admit defeat. Who's so blind as to mess with Leader Ning's secretary? Even if they had a lot of guts, they wouldn't dare to do anything reckless. After watching Chen Fan and the others leave, they were all covered in dust and dirt. Damn it, did I get beaten up for nothing today? Someone smashed a cup. Another playboy said, Young Master Lu, you make the decision? We'll listen to you. Yes, we are, after all, prominent figures in Jiangzhou. How will we face the world if word gets out? Lu Jiping said angrily. Do you think I don't want to? Old coin, go and call a few guys. Let's kill him on the way. The spoiled brat, who had just been knocked unconscious by Wang Hao with a chair, clutched the bump on his head and replied, Okay, you want to make a phone call to get help. Damn it, if they dare to leave the resort, they'll be dead. Chen Fan and a few others were having dinner with Secretary Liang, which was originally Luo Xingwang's treat. However, he felt somewhat embarrassed at the moment, but he couldn't show it, so he could only bite the bullet and continue the conversation. Secretary Liang was aware of Luo Xingwang's relationship with the leaders. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given face to ordinary people who invited him. During the meal, Secretary Liang mentioned that the leader really liked Chen Fan. They also asked Chen Fan what his plans were after graduation. Chen Fan wondered, what did Leader Ning mean? You wouldn't be trying to recruit me to take the civil service exam, would you? Hearing this, Luo Xingwang, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but take a few more glances. What incredible luck did this kid have? How could he be noticed by the boss? Could it be because of Lantu Investments' 10 billion yuan project in Jiangzhou? However, he still doesn't understand the relationship between Chen Fan and Su Ruzhen. If you said he was Su Ruzhen's boyfriend, he would never believe it even if you beat him to death. He had already found out Chen Fan's identity. He was just a junior in college. Yilang Gao and the others looked at Chen Fan with great confusion. After all, they were educated people, and they were all shocked when they heard about Secretary Liang's identity. Judging from Secretary Liang's tone, even the leaders were looking at Chen Fan with new respect, which made everyone instantly feel that Chen Fan was unfathomable. This guy is way out of touch with everyone else. They just couldn't figure out how Chen Fan did it, no matter how hard they tried. After they finished eating, Yilang Gao asked, Are you planning to join the government system in the future? Chen Fan smiled and said, The system doesn't suit me. I still prefer to be free. Then how did you get to know the leader? Seeing everyone looking at him with such curiosity, Chen Fan said, An opportunity. Depend on. The two men gave him the middle finger. The group arrived at the parking lot, where Chun Ming and his men stood guard. Considering everyone's safety, Chen Fan shouted, Let's go together, just in case these bastards set up an ambush on the road. We'll have someone to look out for us. Taking the opportunity, Qin Man said, Then Tang Jing will ride in your car. And what about me? Mao Xiaoan also wanted to come over, and Chen Fan asked, Where do you live? I have no choice but to go back to school. Let's go together. Seeing Chen Fan speak, Mao Xiaoan quickly got into the car. As soon as the car started moving, someone followed behind. Qin Ming tugged at his earpiece. Listen up, everyone. There's a tail following us. Then he asked Chen Fan, How should we handle this? Let's go to the riverbank. Chen Fan gave only one instruction, and Chen Ming immediately notified the others. Don't disturb them. Lead them to the riverbank first. Chen Fan then informed Yilang Gao and Wang Hao. Stay with the convoy and don't act alone for now. The two quickly realized they were in trouble and cursed to bolster their courage. Damn it, what are they trying to do? After all, they don't have much social influence. If they are targeted by people like Lu Jiping, wouldn't they be at the mercy of others? Wang Hao was also a little nervous, so he could only obediently follow behind Chen Fan's car. Chen Ming drove the car towards a less crowded area by the river. The car that was following them had probably noticed them too. Young Master Lu, they're heading towards the river. Did they spot us? What are you afraid of? Kill these bastards. Remember, leave the prettiest girl for me, and don't let anyone else touch her. After making the call, Lu Jiping said to his group of cronies, let's go. If I don't get my revenge today, I'll change my name. 4 or 5 luxury cars started up and headed towards the riverbank. Chen Fan specifically asked Chen Ming to choose a secluded spot. The wind was biting cold, and the grass was very tall. This place used to be a barbecue and camping spot. There are hardly any people here in winter, so I'll just use this place tonight. Soon Chen Fan and his group's 4 cars stopped, followed by 5 or 6 cars at a distance. The car at the front also stopped, peering at Chen Fan's car from a distance. What are these idiots up to? Something feels off to me. One of the henchmen nearby said. Maybe they want to come here for some thrills? The horse-faced man in the lead slapped him on the head. Don't you go alone when you're looking for thrills? Why are you all together? Boss, let's go. They're just a few students. It can even go to space? The horse-faced man grunted. Brothers, let's go. Woohoo. Several cars sped up and rushed over, forming a fan shape to surround Chen Fan and his group's car. All the headlights turned on at once, so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes. More than 20 menacing-looking men rushed out of the car, carrying water pipes. Tang Jing and Mao Shaowan felt a little nervous when they saw the people outside. Chen Fan said, It's all right, don't be afraid. Chen Ming glanced back at them, opened the car door, and got out. The man with the horse-like face leaned against the hood of the car, a cigarette dangling from his lips. A henchman standing nearby brandished a water pipe and yelled, Get out of the car and kneel down. Yilang Gao and Wang Hao were also nervous, and Qin Nan and Su Kuching, who were beside them, were even more frightened and turned pale. Chen Ming stared coldly at the group of people. Who gave you the audacity? Haven't you had prison food in a long time? Horseface glared at him, pointed, and said, Are you blind? There are so many of us here, and you're still pretending. Chen Ming sneered. Is that so? Look back. More than a dozen car headlights shone from behind, indicating that at least 7 or 8 cars were rushing towards them. Horseface's expression froze. Who exactly are you people? Didn't they say it was just a few students? Students can be this awesome? Before Chen Ming could answer, the cars behind them had already surged up behind Ma Lian and his group. 30 or 40 people jumped out of the car. These people were all dressed in casual clothes, and all had short, crew cuts. Their movements and clothing were perfectly synchronized. Horseface looked guilty. He knew something was wrong as soon as he saw the situation. These people must have all served in the military, could it be? He immediately realized that Lu Jiping was definitely not dealing with an ordinary person. Seeing this, a dozen or so henchmen turned to run, but Horseface threw away his cigarette butt and said, Brothers, don't run, just admit defeat. He was the first to squat down on the ground with his hands behind his head. Seeing this, how could the others dare to resist? They all followed suit, obediently squatting on the ground with their hands behind their heads. Chen Fan, who was in the car, chuckled and said, These people are quite sensible. He got out of the car and said to Chen Ming, Have them call Lu Jiping over. Chapter 186 Using a Borrowed Knife to Kill. Young Master Lu, it's all settled. You can come over now. Upon receiving the call, Lu Jiping was extremely excited. Everyone hurry up. These bastards have been caught. Damn, let's get this exciting today. Hearing that Chen Fan and his group had been captured by Horseface, the others were extremely excited. Especially those 2 who were knocked unconscious by Wang Hao and his gang with chairs. They vowed to skin them alive. I've never suffered such injustice in my life. There were a dozen or so cars parked on the riverbank. Someone shouted, Horseface is really something, making such a big show of things. These idiots must be scared to death by now. When they drove up, they saw a group of people crouching under the car headlights in the distance. This made them even more excited. Haha, these bastards. Brothers, go? Go. Go. Some people have already thought of those girls. Creak. Several flashy luxury cars sped by, and then suddenly braked. Lu Jiping was in high spirits and beaming with pride today. It's been so long since I've had an experience like this. In the cold wind, he pulled up his collar. It feels like Su Wenxiang is back on the bond. Young Master Lu. Several spoiled young men who got out of the other cars were also extremely excited. Lu Jiping sized them up. Go. Come with me, Lu Jiping. If I have meat to eat, you'll have soup to drink. A group of people strode over. Horseface. When they got closer and saw the group of people squatting on the ground, they were all stunned. Horseface and his men were squatting there, heads in their hands. He turned back and looked at Lu Jiping and the others with a bitter smile. Young Master Lu, we've been defeated. Surrounding them were at least 40 muscular men, all dressed identically and sporting crew cuts. Lu Jiping and the others turned and ran, but where could they possibly escape? These people were all recruited by Chun Ming at Chun Fan's arrangement. They were a high-quality bodyguard team. Back when he was competing with Chao Minghua, Chun Fan realized that he needed to build a high-quality bodyguard team. Then they were subjected to strict military management and training. How could Lu Jiping and his pampered playboys possibly outrun them? Having reached a dead end, Lu Jiping calmed down and asked, "What do you want?" "Let me tell you. I am the young master of the prestigious Lu family. Now, my dad and I are the ones who call the shots in the Lu family. If you dare to touch me today, none of you will get away with it." However, these threats had no effect on the bodyguards. They were like a pack of hungry wolves, staring fiercely at Lu Jiping and his group. Several spoiled brats felt their legs go weak. They usually acted arrogantly because they all had their own powerful backers. Today is different. If someone kills them, what good is all the money you have, or how powerful your father is? "Hey Chin, what exactly do you want?" Lu Jiping mustered his courage and questioned Chun Fan. Chun Fan sneered. "Weren't you just bragging? You are the young chairman of the Lu group. In the Lu family, you and your father are the ones who call the shots. Lu Jiping, take a good look around, because you might never see this world again in the next second. All the beauty and happiness in the world have nothing to do with you. What do you think of this auspicious location?" Lu Jiping panicked. "You want to kill me?" Chun Fan glanced at him indifferently. "You've repeatedly challenged my bottom line. Do you think I'd still keep you around? No matter how powerful your Lu family is, what good is power when you're dead?" Thump. Lu Jiping's legs went weak, and he panicked. "Why would I want to die when I'm living such a comfortable life?" Seeing Chun Fan's stance, who knows if he'll actually kill him? Lu Jiping frantically waved his hands. "No, no, kill me. I really will never dare to do it again." The other spoiled young men around him were also terrified, their faces turning pale, and they knelt down with a thud. "No, don't kill us." I must say, Chun Fan's psychological tactics were quite effective. No matter how much money a person has, if they are killed, then it all means nothing. They live a life of luxury and debauchery every day. How could they bear to die? Seeing this group of good-for-nothings, Chun Fan threw away his cigarette, and turned to leave. Lu Jiping and the others were terrified, thinking that Chun Fan was really going to attack them, and shouted in panic, "No, no. Please, please don't kill me." Some people were so scared they even peed their pants. Chun Fan turned back and stared at the horse's face. "I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourselves." Upon hearing this, Horseface nodded repeatedly. Okay, please go ahead," Chun Fan said. "Take them to the river to take a bath." Oh, Horseface was stunned. Damn it. This is a case of using someone else to do the dirty work. He deliberately offended Lu Jiping and his group. "What? You don't want to?" No, I'll take some men right away," etc. Chun Fan said. "Don't forget to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments, and write this sentence in it. So what if he's young Master Lu? This is what happens when you offend me." Horseface. By posting on his WeChat Moments, he had completely torn away the last fig leaf from Lu Jiping. It would be strange if Lu Jiping didn't hate him to death. This is cutting off your own path. Horseface hesitated for a moment. Then Chun Fan said unhappily, "Since you're unwilling, then you guys go first." No. Upon hearing that he was to bathe in the river by himself, Horseface immediately changed his mind. "I'm sorry, young Master Lu. I'd rather die than die, fellow Taoist." He led a dozen or so men to escort Lu Jiping and the others over. Lu Jiping and the others were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. "What are you doing, Horseface? You can't listen to them. Enough with the nonsense." Horseface impatiently led the group to the riverbank. Lu Jiping genuinely believed that Chun Fan wanted Horseface to kill them, so he clung tightly to Horseface's leg. "You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Damn it. I did take care of you guys after all. You can't be so heartless." Horseface roared. "Push them down." Thump, thump. People nearby kept taking photos and videos. Even the scene of Lu Jiping crying and begging Ma Lian was captured on camera. I saw several people shivering in the icy river water. Horseface posted on WeChat Moments as Chun Fan instructed. Elang Gao and the others, who had been sitting in the car, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat upon seeing this scene, extremely tense. Sukuching gripped his arm tightly. At this moment, both he and Wang Hao felt a sense of complete unfamiliarity with Chen Fan. It was this feeling that instilled a sense of awe in them. In terms of social experience, they are too shallow. Aside from getting into a fight, they had absolutely no idea how to handle things. Tang Jing's mindset was completely different. This whole thing started because of her, and in her eyes, everything Chen Fan did today was to protect her. She felt a pang of unease mixed with gratitude as she realized she had caused Chen Fan trouble again. Chapter 187 War Against the Lu Family. Lu Jiping and the others stayed in the water for a full half-hour before Chen Fan and his group drove away. He was so weak that he had already fainted in the water. When Lu Jiping was pulled out of the water, the horse-faced man said helplessly, "I'm sorry, young Master Lu. Those guys are all soldiers. The brothers can't beat them. Roll." Lu Jiping was so cold that his teeth chattered and his whole body trembled. The consequences of not taking off one's clothes before going into the water are far more serious than if one's clothes were taken off before going into the water. Ah, what a coincidence. Ah, what a coincidence. He was so cold he was almost dying. Fortunately, Horseface still managed to get people to lift them into the car and hurriedly find a place to settle them. However, Horseface's WeChat moments has already exploded, with many people posting, "Holy crap. Holy crap. Even Lu Xiao did it." Knowing he couldn't stay in Jiangzhou, Horseface left with his gang overnight. Chen Fan called everyone to his villa, saying, "Let's stay here tonight, so we don't have to go through all that trouble." He also knew that these people probably couldn't bear these things. After all of this is beyond the capabilities of a student. But upon arriving at this villa, their worldviews were once again shattered. "Chen Fan, is this villa yours?" Chen Fan responded calmly. Elang Gao tugged at his clothes. "Who is this woman?" "Oh, she's just my personal secretary. Depend on." Bull Piplup. Elang thought to himself, "Finding a nanny is easy. I can afford one too. But would you really want to hire a personal secretary of that caliber? Disaster. It is harder than ascending to heaven." The group looked through the entire villa, and their shock was beyond words. Elang Gao said with an exaggerated expression, "Damn it. I always thought I was the most successful person in the class, but I didn't expect to be such a loser in front of you." Chen Fan called them into the tea room and asked Xiao Xiao to come in and make tea. Looking at their adorable yet fierce personal secretary, the two felt both envious and embarrassed. Elang Gao could only hide his craving by swallowing tea. Chen Fan tossed each of them a pack of cigarettes, saying, "You two should keep a low profile at school." The two nodded obediently. Tang Jing held her teacup, her clear eyes gazing at Chen Fan. She had accompanied Chen Fan to several grand occasions, so she wasn't surprised that Chen Fan owned a villa. Perhaps she would take anything that happens to this guy for granted. After all, Chen Fan had repeatedly surprised her. Mao Xiaojuan's heart was already in turmoil. She simply couldn't imagine how Chen Fan had done it. Guo Jianliang used to say that Chen Fan was a poor guy, but now everyone who hung out with Chen Fan has made money, and he is the only one who is truly poor. Mao Xiaojuan secretly vowed to herself that she would also work hard. That night, everyone slept here. Qin Nan was quite sensible and offered to let the girls sleep together. The men slept together because although Chen Fan had many rooms, he didn't have enough beds. In addition, there is a custom in Qin Nan's hometown that couples cannot share a room when visiting someone else's home. So the girls slept in the bedroom, while the men slept on the floor. Anyway, the house is warm with the heating on, so I can sleep anywhere on the sofa in the study. In the middle of the night, Lu Ruoxian called. "You and Lu Jiping had a falling out." Chen Fan said. "Warn him, there won't be a next time." Lu Ruoxian said. "I didn't mean to speak up for him. People like him should have been taught a lesson long ago." Chen Fan also sympathized with Lu Ruoxian's situation. As a rising star in the Lu family, she possessed both ability and talent. It turned out that there was no use for his skills. Sensing that Lu Ruoxian was in a bad mood, Chen Fan said, "Why don't you consider coming to work for me?" Lu Ruoxian said resentfully, "Have I really fallen to this level? Then you just wait and see. Don't regret it when I acquire the Lu family." After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan was wide awake. Since the Lu family is no longer under the control of Lu Ruoxian and her father, why should I be polite? Anyway, I only respect Lu Ruoxian's reputation in the Lu family. I don't care about anyone else. Therefore, Chen Fan adjusted his strategic deployment the next day. Before the start of the school term, He personally led a group to southern Yunnan to purchase a large quantity of raw stones. You should know that Chun Fan, with his special ability, could see the true value of the raw stone. This way, he can at least ensure that he doesn't miss out on any of the rough stones he buys. After bringing these raw stones back to Jiangzhou, they were released into the market in large quantities. All stores under Manhwa Group are holding promotions every day. Promotion across the internet, both online and offline. Their prices are almost half of their competitors, and quality is guaranteed. In order to establish the brand's credibility, Chun Fan arranged for Su Ruzhen to conduct a comprehensive on-site test on the CCTV platform. Let these experts appraise the jade products produced by the Manhwa Group and compare their quality with those of competitors that are priced at twice the price. As a result, the business of their competitors plummeted. Even many people from other places flocked to the stores under the company to buy jade. This move by the socialite company stunned all its competitors. Of course, the Liu family was the first to be affected. Jewelry has always been the core business of the Liu family, and they have suffered the greatest losses due to the impact of the Manhwa company. After losing their partnership with Chun Fan, their procurement costs increased when they went to southern Yunnan and even other places. Of course, gambling on stones involves a huge element of luck. If you lose, you can lose everything. If the jade has already been mined, the procurement cost will naturally increase exponentially. If they operate this way, they can only earn processing fees and brand added value fees. How can they compare to someone like Chun Fan who has cheat codes? If they lower prices, their profits will suffer. If we don't lower the price, we simply won't be able to sell them. What's worse is that if you lower your price, they can lower it even further. When you reduce your profits to the point where you can't hold on any longer, you'll have no choice but to go bankrupt. They still retain profits. It's just a matter of how much they earn. This move by the socialite group enraged Liu Jiqiang. Although he seized control of the family business from his younger brother, he never expected to encounter such a thing as soon as he took office. He slammed his fist on the table and berated the socialite company for being shameless. Liu Jiping, standing to the side, didn't dare to speak, only asking helplessly, "Dad, what do we do? What else can we do? Contact all our peers to put pressure on the socialite company. If we don't stop it now, it will be too late." He wants to monopolize the entire industry. Moreover, this trend has spread to neighboring provinces with a significant impact. Faced with the sudden crisis in his family, Liu Ziyuan remained calm. Perhaps only at this moment will the old man realize his own importance. He gazed at the steadily declining stock price of the Liu family, his deep look drifting out the window. "I hope this is my chance to turn the tide." At this moment, Liu Jiping walked in and said, "Uncle, my dad wants to talk to you about something." Liu Ziyuan glanced at his useless nephew and shook his head. "I'm sorry, I haven't been feeling well these past few days." Then he called his daughter, "Ruoxian, let's go on vacation and relax." Chapter 188. If things continue like this, the Liu family will surely be defeated. Upon hearing that Liu Ziyuan had abandoned all responsibility for the company, Liu Jiqiang roared in fury. "What does he mean? Did you really think that I had no other choice but to deal with them, father and daughter? Jiping, think of a way to turn this situation around." Liu Jiping gritted his teeth and said, "Dad, let's have a promotion too, with big discounts. With the strength of our Liu family, I refuse to believe we can't handle them." Liu Jiqiang convened a meeting with his colleagues to discuss how to deal with this situation. Many people suffered greatly from this and had long hoped that the Liu family would step forward. But no one at the meeting had a better idea. Someone suggested using the Liu family's status and reputation in the industry to put pressure on the socialite company. Of course, some people question whether applying pressure is effective. Can you stop someone from selling their products cheaply? At this point, Liu Jiping came up with an idea. Why don't we temporarily stop the jade business and resume selling it after he sells out? At this stage, we only sell gold jewelry. But some people say that won't work. If you stop, the customers will go to him. Just as they were meeting to discuss countermeasures, the socialite company launched a new event. 4 jade jewelry valued at less than 100,000 yuan. Top up 10,000 and enjoy a 25% discount. Top up 100,000 and enjoy a 40% discount. Upon hearing this news, these people went mad. What the hell are they trying to do? Are you going to kill everyone? The matter wasn't over yet. The socialite company continued to expand its stores and promote itself nationwide. Moreover, the salary is at least 20% higher than that of the industry average. Of course, in sales, performance is the most important factor. However, The salaries of managers are significantly higher than those in the same industry, so many people choose to switch jobs. This is a rather ruthless tactic. Poaching someone else's management personnel leaves them without anyone to work with. Newly recruited employees would normally require training, but this new system allows managers who have switched jobs to start working immediately after just a few days of training. At this moment, Su Ruzhen was also discussing with Chen Fan. How long can we hold out like this? Chen Fan asked, have you calculated how much profit we make? As long as we don't lose money, we can keep going. If it really doesn't work, we can get subsidies from other places. The current method of offering discounts on top-ups reduces profits, but it retains customers. We'll do another discount then to encourage them to keep topping up. People like to get a good deal. As long as we give them a discount, they feel like they've made a profit. We target these customers for a period of time and let them develop a habit of making these purchases. We prepare a beautiful gift for every customer's birthday, Valentine's Day, International Women's Day, or even the day when Wu Dalong, a character from Journey to the West, celebrates. When they come to collect their gifts, we will continue to offer them special discounts. Su Ruzhen stared at this guy speechlessly. You're probably a liar. They employ one trick after another, always keeping their customers firmly in their grasp. Chen Fan smiled and said, are you regretting it? I didn't lie to you back then. You took the initiative yourself. Su Ruzhen rolled her eyes. What happens after this wave is over? Chen Fan took a drag of his cigarette. Once we finish these rounds of discounts, they probably won't be able to hold on much longer. The Liu family stock price will definitely fall. We'll see if we can make another move against them in the stock market then. Su Ruzhen knew that this was Chen Fan's true purpose. She simply didn't know why Chen Fan suddenly decided to target the Liu family. Liu Ruoxian was, of course, paying attention to all of this. She called Chen Fan and asked, are you planning to devour the Liu family? Chen Fan chuckled. What are you thinking? I don't have the appetite to devour the Liu family. I'm just standing up for you. Once I acquire the Liu family, you can come and work for me. Liu Ruoxian remained silent. We have to be careful with this kid. He has an extremely keen insight into raw stones, and the raw stones he examines are almost never wrong. Trying to play these tricks on him will only lead to your downfall. If profits decline due to poor performance, stock price will also fall. If he then uses the same tactic he employed with the socialite shares, aggressively acquiring shares in the stock market, the Liu family might truly fall into his hands. Since Blueprint Investment acquired Manhwa jewelry, many people have been wary of it. However, the Liu family shares are relatively concentrated, making it difficult for outsiders to succeed. Moreover, even Liu Ziyuan believed that no one could easily devour the Liu family, especially in the stock market, because the Liu Group currently has a market value of over 80 billion, and the Liu family owns half of it. To acquire the Liu family, at least 40 billion yuan would be required, and they might not even win. Let's not even talk about the fact that ordinary people don't have that much money. Even if they did, it's impossible for you to buy up all the stocks in the entire stock market. But Liu Ruoxian didn't think so. Why would anyone need to buy the stocks in your hands? All he needs to do is keep driving the market down, squeeze the Liu family's profits dry, and make you continue to lose money. If your store closes down, everyone will switch to luxury jewelry stores, and you'll lose your market share. How long can it last? If your stock gets designated as a special treatment, ST, stock, you can expect to be delisted. Liu Ruoxian had witnessed various business warfare models overseas, and many giants had gone bankrupt overnight. Such examples are commonplace, which is why she is particularly cautious. What's even more critical is that Chen Fan has been buying up large quantities of goods from southern Yunnan time and time again. Prices have gone up, because once he's selected a rough stone, the rest are basically just trash. When raw material prices rise, costs increase. Profits are shrinking again, and managers and employees are leaving. Due to the power shift within the Liu family, Liu Jiqiang suppressed Liu Ziyuan's former subordinates and promoted his own people to power. It can be described as beset by both external and internal troubles, and the situation is indeed not optimistic. If this continues, you might have to beg others to buy you instead of them buying you. However, these drawbacks have not yet been fully exposed, but Liu Ruoxian has already noticed the signs. If this continues, the Liu family is doomed to fail. At this moment, Chen Fan was carefree and happy. His main task was to purchase raw stones. They've invested billions in total, and now their warehouses are full of unsold inventory. These rough stones are enough to sustain a socialite's jewelry for at least 6 months. Therefore, The next 6 months should be the most difficult time for these peers. After completing his procurement task, Chun Fan returned to school to continue his studies. All that's left is to wait for the Liu family's core business to collapse on its own. Anyone in the business world knows that the larger a company is, the harder it is to change course. Without sufficient profits and performance to support it, any problem in any link can lead to its utter destruction. Of course, the Liu family can also extract profits from other industries to support this core business. Let it keep going. The only option is to make drastic cuts and abandon this business. For the Liu family, abandoning their core business of jade crafts might be tantamount to killing them. Old Master Liu never dreamed that his decision would plunge the Liu family into turmoil, and his own health was deteriorating day by day. Chapter 189. The era belonging to the Liu family is about to end. Cough, cough. When news of Liu's repeated setbacks reached the old man's ears, the old man was coughing up blood. Beside him was his only daughter. Her daughter was in charge of finances at the company, and seeing that things were getting worse day by day after her second brother stepped down, she was also anxious. My eldest brother was never cut out for business. He was idle and dissolute from a young age, indulging in all sorts of vices, including eating, drinking, gambling, and prostitution. Liu Jiping and he are practically cut from the same cloth. They're exactly the same. On the contrary, Liu Ruoxian, a girl, is positive, smart, and well-behaved. Over the years, she has helped her second brother manage the family business and is very capable in both inside and outside the business. Unfortunately, the old man favored sons over daughters, and even his own daughter could only get a very small share. Seeing that the old man's health was deteriorating, Liu Yuqing couldn't help but advise, "Dad, my eldest brother is really not cut out to be the head of the household. You should let my second brother take over. If this continues, the Liu family will really collapse." The old man looked at his daughter with displeasure. "Can't you see what the second brother is thinking? He's at the Bai Palace." The old man was so angry that his beard stood on end, and he trembled all over. If the boss is no good, why can't he properly assist the boss? Seeing how stubborn the old man was, Liu Yuqing didn't want to persuade him anymore. His thinking is too futile. In this respect, he is far inferior to old man Luo. She also knew the old man's thoughts. He didn't want the family business to fall into the hands of someone outside the family. Therefore, neither her daughter nor Liu Ruoxian were his ideal successors. He even fantasized in his heart. The eldest brother was chosen as the successor, and the second brother, like a loyal minister, diligently assisted his eldest brother. You have to know that the Liu family is where it is today because the second brother has put in a lot of hard work. He made invaluable contributions to the Liu family. The reason we let him do it before was because we thought the second son could have another son or something. But after so many years, the old man is disappointed. Seeing that he was getting old, he had no choice but to make this adjustment. Unexpectedly, the second son abandoned his responsibilities and turned a blind eye to the troubles that befell the family. The old man was so angry he vomited blood. At this moment, Liu Ziyuan and his family are on an island overseas. Although he lost the power of the Liu family, Liu Ziyuan's status in the underworld over the years meant that he lived no worse than anyone else. Even if you don't have any money on hand, you still have assets worth over $1 billion. Sometimes, having money doesn't bring happiness. Seeing his state, the lady could only kindly comfort him. "Yuan, let's go back." Yuqing called to say that the old man's health is failing. Liu Ruoxian also advised, "Dad, let's go back. If Grandpa really passes away, the Liu family will be in complete chaos." Looking into the depths of the sea, Liu Ziyuan asked, "Ruoxian, can you really make up your mind?" Liu Ruoxian was taken aback, but immediately understood her father's intention. She nodded solemnly. "I can do it." Liu Ziyuan sighed. "That's really unfair to you. If all else fails, then let me be the bad guy." Seeing Liu Ziyuan's face darken, Liu Ruoxian knew what he was thinking. In fact, Liu Ziyuan has been pondering a question these past few days. Should one be loyal to the emperor and filial to his parents? He now faces 3 paths. One is to give up everything from the Liu family, but he couldn't do it. Secondly, he would return and forcefully take over the Liu family and depose the eldest son. Third, he wanted his daughter to remain unmarried for life and endure hardship with him. Of course, this is also what the old man wanted most. Seeing his daughter's resolute expression, Liu Ziyuan stood up. "Let's go back to Jiangzhou." Boom. Thunder started after the start of spring. The rain has been falling continuously for several days. The atmosphere in the Liu family compound was particularly oppressive. The eldest son, Lu Jiqiang, was instructing his son, if your grandfather passes away, you must have absolute control over all power in the company to prevent your second uncle from coming back and seizing power. Lu Jipeng replied, I understand, I will be careful. The old man was lying in his bedroom, unable to eat for several days. He stared blankly at the ceiling, while two medical staff provided him with 24-hour care. We were going to take him to the hospital, but he refused. He didn't want to be unable to enter his home after he died. Faced with this stubborn old man, Lu Yuqin was speechless. Rumble. Outside, it was raining continuously, and thunder was rumbling incessantly. Lu Yuqin called the doctor outside and asked the old man how much longer he had. The doctor said, it's hard to say. He's just hanging on by a thread right now. He probably has something on his mind. Lu Yuqin said, I understand. Just as I was about to make a phone call, I heard a car horn outside. Second master and eldest miss are back. The butler hurriedly went to greet them, holding an umbrella. Within the family, the butler absolutely supports Lu Ziyuan. Lu Ziyuan got out of the car and stood in the rain for a long time without moving. The butler whispered, the old man is dying. Lu Ziyuan looked up at the Lu family's plaque before following the butler into the house. People came over to hold umbrellas for the lady and Lu Ruoxian, and they followed Lu Ziyuan to the old man's bedroom. On the eldest brother's side, Lu Jipeng was a little nervous. Dad, second uncle is back. Lu Jiqiang glared at him and quickly walked towards the old man's bedroom. Grandpa, second master, and miss are back. The butler whispered in the old man's ear. The old man's cloudy eyes darted around a few times. Then he turned to look at his second son, without even glancing at his granddaughter. The old man could no longer speak, but he moved his finger and pointed to a box on the bedside table. The butler understood his meaning and quickly picked up the box and opened it. At that moment, the eldest son's family also squeezed in, including Lu Yuqin. The butler took a will out of the box and asked the old man, is this it? The old man blinked. In accordance with the principle that the Lu family property is indivisible and to maintain the continuity of the Lu family line, the Lu family shares are now arranged as follows. The eldest son, Lu Jiqiang, holds 36.6% of the shares in the Lu group. The second son, Lu Ziyuan, holds 5.33% of the shares in the Lu group. The third daughter, Lu Yuqin, holds 1.15% of the shares in the Lu group. Lu Jipeng, the eldest grandson, holds 10.5% of the shares in the Lu group. Family shares are indivisible. Apart from the designated legal heir, no one has the right to transfer or gift the shares. They only have the right to receive dividends. Lu Jiqiang is the eldest son of the family and has the legal right to inherit. The butler was somewhat bewildered when he read this. Old man. The old man's eyes were slightly closed, but when he heard the butler calling him, he opened his eyes slightly again. He pointed with his finger. The butler continued reading. No one may alter this will. Anyone who disobeys it will be considered an unfilial descendant and will be expelled from the family. Upon hearing this, the eldest brother and Lu Jipeng were overjoyed. Lu Ziyuan frowned and remained silent. He had stormed out of the house in a fit of pique, but he still couldn't change the old man's mind. A hint of disappointment flashed across Lu Ruoxian's face. She wasn't mentioned at all in the will. Everything about the Lu family has nothing to do with her. Oh, she glanced at her grandfather one last time, then turned and left. At that moment, the old man's hand suddenly dropped downwards. Chapter 190, Can he control Lu Ruoxian? Of the three unfilial acts, the greatest is having no offspring. These are the heavy whips that fall on Lu Ziyuan. After Grandpa Lu passed away, many people from Jiangzhou came to see him off on his final journey. Even their arch-rivals, the Luo family, had their patriarch, Mr. Luo, come to the mourning hall to pay his respects. The two fought for their entire lives, but he ultimately took the first step. Leaving the Lu family compound, Master Luo suddenly felt an inexplicable emptiness. Upon returning home, he instructed Luo Jinxian. The Luo family must not follow in the footsteps of the Lu family. If Xingwang proves unfit for important positions, I will select an heir from your sister's two daughters. Luo Jinxian nodded repeatedly in fright. I know, Dad. Don't worry, I will definitely keep Xingwang in check. Besides, Xingwang isn't like Lu Jipeng, who's good for nothing. He's quite ambitious. Grandpa Luo called the driver. He wanted to go to the temple. After all these years, it's time to let go of many things. He also wanted to wash away the dust and grime that had settled on him. Chun Fan heard the news of old Master Lu's death at school and was wondering who had inherited the Lu family business. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruoxian called. Chun Fan, do you have time to meet? Chun Fan glanced at the class schedule. It'll probably be this afternoon. Then let's do it this afternoon. I'll call you then. Judging from her voice, she didn't seem to be very sad. After the start of the school year, Zhuo Bing and Lu Wushuang both returned. Zhuo Bing spent less and less time at school, while Lu Wushuang remained as quiet as ever, as docile as a little lamb. The last time Chun Fan went to her house to see her, it almost scared her heart out. Fortunately, it finally relieved my longing. In the afternoon, Lu Ruoxian arranged to meet Chun Fan at a private kitchen villa in the suburbs. The private kitchen was run by a friend of Lu Ruoxian. This person was of a simple and unassuming nature and liked this kind of quiet and peaceful place. The villa is built beside a stream, with babbling water, dense forest, and secluded paths. He usually only serves 3 to 5 tables of guests a day. The food was refined but not extravagant, and the price was flexible. Mr. Lu, there's nothing wrong with just having a meal. Is it really necessary to travel this far? Chun Fan grew up in the countryside. Although the scenery there wasn't as beautiful as this place, he was extremely familiar with nature. When I was a child, I did everything from catching fish in the water to climbing trees to raid bird nests and picking mushrooms. Lu Ruoxian's driver and Chun Ming sat to the side smoking, while Chun Fan and she sat under the grape trellis. I want to work with you, Lu Ruoxian said solemnly. Chun Fan looked at her in surprise. How do we cooperate? Lu Ruoxian was very straightforward. You hand over the socialite company to me, and I'll help you sweep through the jewelry industry and dominate the entire market. Chun Fan smiled. He could tell that Lu Ruoxian was very dissatisfied, probably because her family hadn't given her what she deserved. What are you laughing at? I'm serious. Chun Fan stared at her intently. Are you really willing to lower yourself? Lu Ruoxian puffed out her cheeks. Stop being so wishy-washy. Are you going to agree or not? Chun Fan said. I really need to think about this carefully. Someone as capable as President Lu might be difficult to manage. And I believe the conditions for cooperating with you are not simple either. Lu Ruoxian didn't say anything, because Chun Fan had guessed correctly. For Lu Ruoxian to do these things willingly, there must be corresponding compensation. Chun Fan stared at her stunningly beautiful face. You are a true wild horse. Lu Ruoxian disliked this word. Then what do you want? Let me think about it. Lu Ruoxian said. I haven't even discussed the terms yet. Conditions are not important, and money is not a problem for me. The essence of the problem for me is whether I can control you. Then what will it take for you to believe me? No rush. You've been agitated lately. Let's talk about this again once you've calmed down. Chun Fan said calmly. A person's mindset is very important. I don't want you to act impulsively. All right. Lu Ruoxian admitted that she was indeed very angry and somewhat impulsive. During the meal, Lu Ruoxian asked him, Would you like some wine? Chun Fan shook his head. I won't get drunk with you tonight. I'm going to my girlfriend's. Lu Ruoxian kicked him. Who is he? I truly considered him a friend. Then she took the opportunity to persuade Chun Fan. I'll help you manage Mingyuan Jewelry. Based on Mingyuan Jewelry's current performance, you can give me a commission for every percentage increase. Chun Fan said. No rush. Answer me a question first. Have you ever had a boyfriend? Roll. What does it mean that this guy keeps bringing up this issue? Chun Fan explained. Don't misunderstand. I just don't want you to be held back by these trivial matters of relationships, unable to let go and act freely. Of course, if we really want to cooperate, I will give you a certain number of shares. A person should have a conscience. I can't treat you unfairly. The key is how I understand your problem. Lu Ruoxian frowned, knowing that he didn't trust her. She knew this too. After all, she was a member of the Lu family. After the two finished their meal, Chun Fan went back to keep Lu Wushuang company. Having lost Lu Ziyuan and his daughter, the Lu family is no longer a threat. As long as Chun Fan is willing to spend money, he can easily control them. As for Lu Ruoxian, let's keep her hanging for a while before making any decisions. Chun Fan was actually considering whether or not to use Lu Ruoxian. If used well, she can be a great asset. If used poorly, she can be a double-edged sword. In ancient times, someone like Lu Ruoxian would have been a formidable general. If she could join, then I would have 3 powerful figures working side by side. At that time, Su Ruzhen can withdraw from the real economy and continue her rampant sweeping in the capital market. However, Lu Ruoxian's loyalty is still a question. If you can't control it, it's better not to use it. Just as Chun Fan was considering this question, Shin Mingyao called. The Lu Group is in talks with her about transferring 4% of the shares of Yuanzhou International Hotel. 4%? Even adding the previous ones, it's only 49%, still second place. What's the point? Chun Fan rejected the offer with a single sentence. If he wants to transfer it, then it should be at least 6% or more. Even at this point, Lu still wants to hold on to 51% of the absolute power. This 4% is the same whether you take it or not. Do you think people are stupid? They can negotiate if they want. If it exceeds 6%, the price can be increased. Why don't we just buy all the shares they have and save ourselves the trouble? Shin Mingyao's heart skipped a beat. We just invested in a 10 billion yuan project, and now we're going to buy shares in Yuanzhou International Hotel. Doesn't that cost another several billion yuan? It's okay. You don't need to worry about the money. Chun Fan was incredibly arrogant. These spendthrift sons want to sell their property. I'm so happy. The total value of the Yuanzhou International Hotel is estimated to be around 6 or 7 billion. If the Lu family were to sell now, Shin Mingyao would definitely try to lower the price. This is the principle of doing business. Or he could sell it to someone else. Let's see if anyone is willing to spend billions to take over his businesses. Chapter 191 Lu Wanwan's Charity Livestream. That noon, Chun Fan and Zhou Bing were eating in the cafeteria when Zhao Linlin called. I want to sell my shares in the socialite group. Chun Fan said, sure, you can decide for yourself. Mingyuan shares have likely peaked, with the current price hovering around 40-something yuan. It initially surged to 52 before falling back. Zhao Linlin didn't actually want to control Mingyuan jewelry. Her goal was simple, to make money. After Mingyuan shares' market value increased, Chun Fan achieved his goal. I just don't know if Lang Gao has come out yet. Anyway, I warned him before. If he insists on refusing to leave, there's nothing I can do. After he finished his call, Zhou Bing asked, what did she want from you? Zhao Linlin seems to be getting closer and closer to Chun Fan, which makes Zhou Bing a little wary. After all, she's the school's most beautiful girl. What if Chun Fan can't resist her? Chun Fan didn't hide anything from her and told her the truth. Zhou Bing pouted. You're not allowed to associate with her. What are you doing? She's not as pretty as you. Don't worry, she has small breasts. Roll. In this respect, Zhou Bing does have a certain advantage. Chun Fan put his arm around her and said, you're a big celebrity now. Why are you arguing with her? Would you care about the title of school beauty? That's true. She is now a well-known model in China, a celebrity with millions of fans. After the two finished their meal, they ran into Lu Wanwan at the entrance of the cafeteria. Lu Wanwan focuses on music and dance, and she hasn't become a big star yet, but it's probably only a matter of time before she becomes famous. It might need a catalyst. She saw Chun Fan and Zhou Bing, looked away, and left with her lunchbox. Zhou Bing said, shall we go back for dinner tonight? Just as Chun Fan was about to agree, Shin Mingyao called again. Try to come over this afternoon. I'll be waiting for you in my office. The negotiations with Lu's family made progress, but she felt that such a big matter required her to consult Chun Fan. After all, he's the boss. All right. Chun Fan had no choice but to decline the dinner invitation at Zhou Bing's house, saying, I have to go to the company. Zhou Bing was considerate. Okay, then you go ahead with your work and take care of yourself. Chun Fan skipped all his classes that afternoon and asked Chun Ming to come pick him up at the school gate. Lu Wanwan was also waiting for a car, and Chun Fan asked, are you going to the company too? Lu Wanwan glanced at him and nodded. Chun Fan found her quite interesting. What did you ask me for last time? Want to add me on WeChat? Lu Wanwan said awkwardly. No, I just wanted to return the money to you. Do you owe me money? Chun Fan thought for a long time. She didn't seem to have borrowed money from him before, did she? Chun Ming had just arrived and opened the car door. Brother Fan. Chun Fan asked Lu Wanwan. Want to come along? Lu Wanwan hesitated for a moment, then surprisingly followed. Sitting in the back row with Chun Fan, she explained, don't misunderstand, I just want to return the money you spent on the carnival gift when I entered the live stream. Chun Fan smiled. Lu Wanwan seems to be from an ethnic minority, and she seems a bit different from the others. Seeing that Chun Fan remained silent, she felt too embarrassed to speak up. The two arrived at the Yuanzhou International Hotel, where Lu Wanwan was heading to a charity live stream. Chun Fan arrived at Shin Mingyao's office, where she was reviewing a proposal. Spring has arrived, and Shin Mingyao is wearing a little suit. He was wearing a white shirt underneath, which made him look very professional. A well-fitting suit is essential, and the white shirt Shin Mingyao is wearing underneath is a bit playful, perfectly showcasing her figure. It gives people a feeling of instant attraction. Shin Mingyao looks so young again. No, it should be described as maturity. She exudes a mature woman's charm from head to toe. The assistant came in to pour tea for Chen Fan and then left. Shin Mingyao handed him the offer. They're offering 5 billion to sell all their shares. 50 billion? Chen Fan chuckled. Dream on. According to the estimated value of the Yuanzhou International Hotel, its total value should be between 6 and 7 billion. They hold 55% of the shares, which is only a little over 3 billion, less than 4 billion. I don't know where they got the confidence to ask for such a high price. After reviewing the quote, Chen Fan said, no rush. They'll lower the price once their jewelry business can't hold on any longer. Chen Fan is preparing to use a double strategy to attack from both sides. It seems that the jewelry company needs to step up its efforts and try to force them into a dead end. The Liu family's businesses mainly consist of traditional industries, such as jewelry, hotels, and restaurants. This is why Leader Ning proposed to develop new industries, since science and technology are the primary productive forces. The two had almost finished talking when Shin Mingyao received a phone call. Sit here for a bit, I'll be right back. Chen Fan sat down by the window, drank some tea, and took out his phone. Didn't Lu Wanwan have a charity live stream? I clicked on it casually. Regardless of what she was selling, he spent 100 carnivals in one go. Didn't you say you were going to pay me back? Let's see how you repay this. Lu Wanwan's popularity is so-so today. After all, she has only been on the show for a short time. There were only about 2,000 people in the live stream, and the top donor only sent a few hot air balloons. Her live stream today is to help out-of-school children, and all the proceeds from the live stream will go to charity. Just as she was trying to interact with her fans, hundreds of carnivals suddenly appeared. He knocked her senseless. Subtitles kept popping up on the screen. Master Chen has delivered a Carnival X1. Mr. Chen sent over Carnival X10. Mr. Chen sent over Carnival X26. Mr. Chen sent over a Carnival X66. Mr. Chen sent over a Carnival X100. The atmosphere in the entire live stream room was instantly ignited, and the butterfly effect was very obvious. The system's traffic allocation mechanism was activated, and the popularity suddenly surged to over 100,000. Seeing the carnival filling the screen, many people screamed, "Wow! Master Chun is here again." The goddess's #1 fan. Because Chun Fan gifted her 10 carnival gifts in her live stream last time, many fans already remember him. This time, Master Chen swiped 100 in one go. All the fans went crazy and followed the account. Lu Wanwan frowned. What was this guy up to? If she could pay him back 30,000 yuan, how am I supposed to pay back 300,000 yuan? Moreover, this is a public welfare undertaking, so she won't receive a single penny. A level 40 player was unconvinced and challenged me to stop showing off. Chen Fan's 300,000 plus points only put him at level 36. He's a level 40 player. How dare you beat me to the top spot? In a fit of anger, the other party also lashed out. They held 120 carnivals in one go. He raised his level to 41. Then he even sent a provocative message in the public chat. Dare to PK with me? Try it again if you dare. There are actually people like this. Chen Fan pursed his lips and tapped a few screens. Mr. Chen sent Carnival X100. Mr. Chen sent a Carnival X200. Mr. Chen sent a Carnival X300. Holy crap. Holy crap. The people in the live broadcast room are going crazy. 300 carnivals cost 900,000. My goodness. In the blink of an eye, Chun Fan's level reached 41. Seeing the other party taunting, Chun Fan typed in the public chat, "Anyone who doesn't reach level 60 is a grandson." Depend on. The other party is furious. This cannot be tolerated. The two were competing to spend money on the carnival event in Lu Wanwan's live stream. Chapter 192 Lu Wanwan's live stream is a hit. The number of viewers in the live stream has already reached over 200,000. A few more level 60 guys have arrived. Damn, what are two losers at level 41 pretending to be? The other party casually presented a special gift, Guardian Venerable. Seeing this, another person thought, such a big scene. I can't be left out of the show. He also had a 12-winged angel, and then sent a mocking emoji. He raised his middle finger at everyone. You bunch of scum. Suddenly, someone appeared and sent a celestial maiden scattering flowers message. The screen was instantly filled with petals. It was extremely beautiful. Immediately afterwards, the place became incredibly popular. Some big shots who were unaware of the truth rushed over upon hearing the news, and the number of viewers in the live stream had already reached 600,000. Lu Wanwan has no chance to show her face anymore, because the screen is filled with exclusive gifts flying around. I don't know who popped up this charming the world thing. Another one disagreed and unleashed a move that was unparalleled in the world. Someone shouted, "Me too," and a roar of a raging lion appeared. In an instant, exclusive gifts such as Phantom Arrives, Clear Moon and Azure Wolf, and Dragon Soars Across the Seas and Dominates the World appeared in the live stream. The level 41 guy was repeatedly beaten up by more than a dozen level 60 guys. He looked at the balance in his account and slumped helplessly onto the construction site. Chen Fan saw the live stream's popularity surge, quickly reaching over 800,000 viewers. It seems we need to add fuel to the fire. He deposited another 20 million into the account. To reach level 60 in this kind of live stream, you need to have at least 20 million. At that moment, Shin Mingyao walked in happily. I have good news for you. Lu Wanwan's charity live stream was a huge hit today. More than 900,000 people have been watching. Just now, a fan named Chun Deguanren brought the entire live stream to a frenzy. At this point, she suddenly noticed something on Chun Fan's phone screen. "Master Chun, I'm dizzy. So it turns out you're the one who's driving the live stream." Shin Mingyao was speechless, looking at Chun Fan with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "All our planning is no match for a few gifts you send." Chun Fan said, "No rush, let's get her popularity to 1 million first. Mr. Chun is giving away 100 carnival cars. Mr. Chun is gifting a Carnival X 200. Mr. Chun is gifting me a Carnival X 300. I spent 3 million by attending 1,000 carnivals in one go. This is so tiring. Even adding the 1.2 million plus I spent before, I'm only level 45. Chun Fan shook his head, truly wondering how these level 60 veterans managed to reach that level. Never mind, I'll go back and ask Xiao Xiao to do it for me. He never imagined that spending money could be so tiring. Lu Wanwan, this is all I can do to help you. Just as I was about to quit, those level 60 veterans saw how many carnival events I participated in and got angry. Depend on. What is that? You think a lowly level 40-something loser like me can play with you? Then another round of exclusive gifts came into the live stream. Lu Wanwan was completely stunned when she saw the screen full of gifts. All she could say was, "Thank you all for your charitable sponsorship. Thanks. Every penny you donate today will be transferred to impoverished children in the mountains." On the public chat, countless fans shouted, "Don't say anything, just watch us spam the chat. Rocket, Porsche, airplane, carnival, various exclusive gifts." This is probably the only time that gifts have filled the entire live stream without the streamer having to say a word. The number of viewers in the live stream has reached 1.29 million, an unprecedented success. The number is still increasing. The traffic system has been fully activated and is probably pushing notifications like crazy. Lu Wanwan's fan base is also skyrocketing, now exceeding 6 million. This live stream received gifts worth over 23 million yuan. This set a new record for the entire platform. Because it was a public service event, the platform surprisingly sent a message to the backend stating that they would not charge any fees for the revenue generated from this live stream. This means that all of today's earnings of over 23 million can be used for public welfare. This money will be directly deposited into a charity fund account to bring warmth to left-behind children in impoverished mountainous areas. After the live stream ended, Lu Wanwan was completely stunned. "I'm still reeling from the shock I just experienced." Today's live broadcast was both the most relaxed and the most nerve-wracking she had ever experienced. Aside from some interaction at the start of the show, once Chun Deguanren appeared, she basically had nothing to do with it anymore. Moreover, fans can't even see her. The screen is filled with gifts. More than 20 million. Something I would never have dared to dream of happening today. She estimated that Mr. Chun had spent at least 4 or 5 million. What exactly does this guy do? Seeing Lu Wanwan sitting there in a daze, the assistant assigned to her by the company came over and called out, "Wanwan, the manager wants to see you." Lu Wanwan stood up and followed her assistant to the manager's office. The manager smiled warmly. "Wanwan, you're absolutely famous today. Your followers have grown to over 6 million. This live stream has made you famous. You're practically a top-tier streamer now." Lu Wanwan simply smiled and didn't say anything in particular. The manager said, "Let's go, President Shun wants to see you." Lu Wanwan knew that President Shun was the chairman of the entire company, and she had the final say in everything. The live stream was a great success today, and the manager naturally assumed it was the result of his own efforts. He rushed to the chairman's office with Lu Wanwan, knocked on the door, and came in. President Shun. Shin Mingyao was talking to Chen Fan when she saw them arrive and greeted them. Come on over. After praising the manager a few times, the manager beamed and said, Mr. Shun, I'll get back to work now. You two chat. Shin Mingyao gestured for Lu Wanwan to sit down. Lu Wanwan felt a little uneasy when she saw Chen Fan. She knew better than the manager that today's success was not accidental. Chen Fan was the mastermind behind all of this. There was no one else in the office, so Shin Mingyao said directly, Wanwan, today's live stream was a great success. Of course, I know that this is not your ultimate goal. It was stated in the contract we signed. Charity live streaming is just another identity we're creating for you, and it's also laying the foundation for your future entry into the entertainment industry. To explain the situation, Shin Mingyao said, This is President Chun. You two went to the same school, so you must have known each other for a long time, right? Mr. Chun is also a partner in our company. Lu Wanwan was stunned. So that's how it is. She stared at Chen Fan in surprise for a moment, and Chen Fan smiled and said, I hope you won't tell anyone about this. It's best if you just keep it to yourself. In addition, the company is preparing a script and plans to cast you and Zhuo Bing in the drama. You should be prepared. Really? Lu Wanwan was stunned. There was already a show to act in so soon? This is a major step in my life, and the real goal I've always dreamed of. Chen Fan nodded. Of course, but before that, you may need to undergo a month of professional training. No problem. I can do it. Lu Wanwan couldn't wait to try it. Chapter 193, I want to eat, not dog food. Home to Capital has the funds. It can simply act as an investor. There are plenty of film and television companies out there, throwing money at it and promoting just 2 actors. Moreover, with bodyguards and staff protecting them, the messy things that happen in the industry are unlikely to occur. Besides, most people wouldn't dare to mess with the investors, unless they're stupid. Lu Wanwan was extremely excited to hear that she would have the opportunity so soon. Shin Mingyao said gently, Then go back and prepare. A car will pick you up tomorrow to attend the training. Uh-huh. Thank you, Mr. Shun. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun. The little girl didn't know how to express herself and was somewhat incoherent. After watching her leave, Shin Mingyao said, Lu Wanwan is a very ambitious girl, and she's not as vain as some people. Give him a good nurturing and see if he can amount to anything in the future. Chen Fan also stood up. I'll leave it all to you. Coming downstairs, Lu Wanwan was still waiting there. When she saw Chen Fan, she said somewhat shyly, Mr. Chun, why are you still here? Chen Fan was a little surprised. After all, beautiful women are often a little aloof. Especially when they don't know you, they won't even acknowledge you. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. Lu Wanwan lowered her head. Her face flushed. Chen Fan said, You can't be so thin-skinned. You won't be able to relax on camera. I will change. Lu Wanwan looked up. Can I treat you to a meal? She had been misled by rumors at school, who said this guy was, well, you know. He supposedly took down half of the 4 most beautiful girls at school by himself, but I only found out today that it was a misunderstanding. He's actually a partner in the company. Later, she heard from others that there seemed to be nothing between Zhao Linlin and Chen Fan. Otherwise, Zhuo Bing would have already started making a scene. Especially after what happened in today's live stream, Lu Wanwan felt she should thank Chen Fan. Hearing that Lu Wanwan was going to treat him to dinner, Chen Fan smiled and said, Sure. Then I'll take you to try our local specialties. Lu Wanwan searched for an address on her phone, and Chen Ming drove them to the restaurant entrance quickly. Chen Fan shouted to Chen Ming, Let's go together. Chen Ming shook his head. I want to eat rice, not dog food. Lu Wanwan felt a little embarrassed and awkwardly went inside first. Chen Fan glanced at the restaurant sign. It was a restaurant with authentic Western region flavors. The shop isn't big. It's just one front, probably around 90 square meters. The decor is very ordinary, the same upstairs and downstairs, and there are no private rooms. Lu Wanwan found a seat and invited Chen Fan to sit down. Then he heard her speaking to the waiter in a minority language, which he couldn't understand at all. Where are you from? After she finished speaking, Chen Fan couldn't help but ask, Have you ever heard of Lulan? Lu Wanwan looked at Chen Fan with her bright eyes. I know. Isn't that the ancient city-state from thousands of years ago? Yes, I'm more than 1,000 kilometers away from there. Are you from a minority group? Not entirely. My dad is Han Chinese, and my mom is a local. Oh, no wonder. She embodies the best qualities of 2 great ethnic groups. I always thought she was special, and here's why. I heard that the people there are incredibly talented singers and dancers. Chen Fan even watched their live streams. Her waist. Does it have no bones? Soon, the dishes Lu Wanwan ordered were served. Goodness, every plate is incredibly generous in portion size. Big plate chicken, roasted lamb chops, naan bread with meat. These are all authentic Western region flavors. Have a taste. Perhaps because they were more familiar with each other, Lu Wanwan was no longer reserved. She has a beautiful smile. It's a pity that some things can't be eaten here. If there's a chance next time, I can take you there to play. Chen Fan didn't stand on ceremony and ate as much as he wanted. After all, it's rare to find such authentic local specialties. Lu Wanwan sat there without touching her chopsticks, and Chen Fan asked, "Why aren't you eating?" "I'm on a diet." "Was your figure achieved through dieting, not natural?" "If that's the case, points will be deducted." Lu Wanwan picked up her chopsticks, feeling embarrassed. "Then I'll eat some with you." Actually, when Chen Fan was a child, he longed for two places, the vast grasslands and the seaside. He hasn't been there yet. I feel a little tempted every time I see the beautiful scenery of the grasslands on TV. There is also the vast and magnificent sea. But as a child growing up in a mountain valley, he had no chance to appreciate the beauty of nature. If he hadn't been injured by Zhao Linlin, he probably would have visited the place after graduation. As the two were eating, he put on gloves and tore off a lamb chop for Lu Wanwan. Lu Wanwan had no choice but to carefully pick up the small, square package on the table and was about to tear it open. For some reason, when she touched that small package, suddenly, the scene of running into Chen Fan next to the Yuanzhou Hotel flashed into her mind. This guy threw a small, equally square package at his feet. Then, embarrassed, she put it aside and tore off a tissue to use as a glove. The two were eating when Lu Ruoxian called again. "Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner." "I'm eating. What's up?" Lu Ruoxian frowned. "Who is it? Eating so early. Now that you've finished eating, shall we meet up?" "I'm busy, Mr. Lu. I have to spend time with my girlfriend." "Is half an hour enough?" Lu Ruoxian said unhappily. "Let me tell you a piece of advice. Don't be too accommodating to girls. If you spoil them, you'll regret it later. Give what you should give, and resolutely refuse to give what you shouldn't." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Lu. Then call me when you're done eating." Lu Ruoxian hung up the phone, feeling somewhat irritated. She heard that her uncle was planning to sell his shares in the Yuanzhou International Hotel, and that if things continued like this, the Lu family would be finished in their hands. Rather than doing that, it's better to just take it by force. Thinking of her old-fashioned grandfather, Lu Ruoxian was really angry. After finishing his meal with Lu Wanwan, Chen Fan wiped his mouth with a tissue and said, "Thank you for the delicious food." Lu Wanwan revealed two dimples. "No need. You've already helped me so much, I don't know how much trouble I've done." She paid and looked at Chen Fan, saying, "Can I add you on WeChat?" Chen Fan scanned the QR code on his phone and added her on WeChat. After that, Lu Wanwan went back to school, while Chen Fan had other things to do. It's definitely worth considering Lu Ruoxian. Since she's in such a hurry to find me, I should be mentally prepared. Back in his car, he called Lu Ruoxian. "I'm done," Lu Ruoxian said. "Come to the Yuanzhou Hotel. I'll be waiting for you here." "No, going to a hotel isn't a good idea." Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, and Lu Ruoxian said with a stern expression, "What are you thinking? Are you out of your mind? Don't forget I'm your older sister." "Puff. I don't recognize this older sister." "Chen Meng, go to the Yuanzhou International Hotel." Chen Fan gave the instructions and quickly arrived at the hotel entrance. Lu Ruoxian lives in apartment 5218. Chapter 194. Another tiger general joins the fray. At this moment, in the 5218 luxury suite, Lu Ruoxian wore a thin dress and a black silk skirt. Her slender figure was exceptionally captivating. Her long hair flowed freely, and even the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Chen Fan, no? This is just a scene imagined by the reader. Ding dong. Ding dong. Chen Fan arrived at the door, and Lu Ruoxian opened it. Just like usual, he was dressed neatly and remained as serious and aloof as ever. She led Chen Fan to the tea room and personally brewed tea for him. "What have you thought about the thing I mentioned to you last time?" As Lu Ruoxian washed the tea, she asked a question. Chen Fan sat down opposite her. "With such a hasty temper, how can you achieve great things? Wouldn't it be better to wait until I've taken over the Lu family? I want to take back what belongs to me with my own hands." Lu Ruoxian didn't hide anything and directly expressed her thoughts. Chen Fan asked, "So what are your thoughts?" "I'll work for you. I'll do whatever you need me to do. After the deal is done, I only want the Liu family's jade business. Liu Ruoxian handed over the tea. Chen Fan asked, "What's in it for me?" Liu Ruoxian paused, staring intently at him. "What do you mean?" Chen Fan said, "You should know very well that since it's a cooperation, of course I want what I want." Liu Ruoxian's eyes widened. "What exactly are you trying to say? You bastard, I'm your sworn sister." Chen Fan was speechless. "What are you thinking? Honestly, I'm not interested in you. Please don't keep thinking about it that way. I have a girlfriend." "Yes, and there's more than one," Liu Ruoxian added. "Cough cough. Let's get down to business." Chen Fan said seriously, "If I help you get back what belongs to you, you will have to be like Su Ruzhen from now on." Puff. Before she could finish speaking, Liu Ruoxian spat out a mouthful of tea. "What do you mean? Can't you be a little more ladylike?" Chen Fan wiped the tea off his face with a tissue. Liu Ruoxian's expression turned extremely serious as she stared intently at Chen Fan. "Do you want to have me?" Before Chen Fan could speak, she stood up and said, "If that's the case, then we'll be even from now on. You can get what you want from me tonight." "Stop, stop." Chen Fan waved his hand. "You have too high an opinion of yourself. Although I admit you are the #1 socialite in Jiangzhou, to be honest, your personality is simply not suitable to be a girlfriend." Liu Ruoxian sat down again. "Then what do you mean? Others may not know about Su Ruzhen's relationship with you, but don't you think I know it too?" Chen Fan said seriously, "Then you're wrong. Besides Su Ruzhen, I also invested in Shun Mingyao's company." "Oh." Liu Ruoxian was completely stunned. Chen Fan said solemnly, "I just want you to become like them. To become the head of my third largest company. I really don't understand why you always think in that direction." Liu Ruoxian felt embarrassed and rolled her eyes at him. "It's all because you're that kind of person. Faint. Is this how you see me? What do you think?" "Fine." Chen Fan didn't bother to pursue the matter further. He stared at Liu Ruoxian for a long time. "Could I ask a more personal question?" Liu Ruoxian looked wary. "What do you want to ask?" Chen Fan hesitated for a moment. "Are you particularly cold in that area?" "Roll. Is that so? If that's the case, it's an illness that needs treatment." Liu Ruoxian really wanted to pounce on him and bite him to death. Seeing how anxious she was, Chen Fan said, All right, you won't listen anyway. Let's get down to business. You need to come up with a plan on how we can cooperate. My request is simple. If you are willing to become the head of my third largest company, I can help you. Of course, you are the boss in name only. I only hold a controlling stake in the company. This means I have to work for him." Liu Ruoxian frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "All right." Chen Fan didn't waste any time. "Then let's sign the contract tomorrow. I'll have Su Ruzhen entrust the management of Mingyuan Jewelry to you. From now on, I will deploy all 3 forces simultaneously. When the time comes, I will dominate the business world, and who else will be able to surpass me?" After the two reached an agreement, Chen Fan did not want to stay any longer. He got up to leave, and Liu Ruoxian stood up to see him to the door. Chen Fan turned back to look at her, who was as graceful as an angel, and smiled wickedly. "President Liu, to be honest, take my advice. If you're not interested in men, there's really a problem. I suggest you go to the hospital to get it checked out." "Roll." Liu Ruoxian pushed the guy out and closed the door. Then, in a fit of rage, he returned to his large bed in the bedroom. "Who is this person? Don't think I don't know what you're up to." But then she suddenly muttered to herself, "Am I really going to have a problem?" The next day, Chen Fan and Liu Ruoxian officially reached an agreement and signed a contract. Chen Fan asked Su Ruzhen to entrust the management of Mingyuan Jewelry to her. Mingyuan Jewelry is currently a company with a market value of over 40 billion yuan, which is quite large. Su Ruzhen also managed to extricate herself from this situation and continue her capital operations. After signing the contract and completing the handover, the company held a small-scale celebration. Congratulations to Liu Ruoxian for officially becoming another key member of Chen Fan's team. After the celebration, Chen Fan and Su Ruzhen returned to Jiangshan Imperial View. At this moment, Chen Pingyan and Zhu Xuezhen are working hard to study the next generation. The news of Liu Ruoxian's appointment as president of Mingyuan Jewelry quickly spread throughout Jiangzhou's social circles. Many people found it unbelievable, and some even connected the Liu family's affairs with Chao Minghua's. Could this be a clever deception orchestrated by the Liu family? First, let Blueprint Investment acquire Minghua Jewelry, then switch hands. They even claim that the Liu family isn't the real boss behind Blueprint Investment. Who would believe that? The Liu family has played a very big game with this move. Despite the widespread discussion, Liu Ruoxian did not come out to explain. After hearing this news, Liu Ziyuan made a phone call to his daughter. The Mingyuan Group and the Liu family are now competitors, and her appointment as president is likely to cause controversy. Then Liu Jiqiang and his group will make a fuss about it again. But Liu Ruoxian didn't care. She was determined to take over all of the Liu family's businesses and reclaim everything that belonged to her. Just as Liu Ruoxian took office, good news came from Xun Mingyao's side. Her negotiations with the Liu family made significant progress, with the Liu family agreeing to sell all of the shares of the Yuanzhou International Hotel for 4 billion. Chen Fan could accept a price of 4 billion. After all, the assets of Yuanzhou International Hotel are there for all to see. Once Xun Mingyao acquires all of its shares, it will mark another big step forward for her company towards industrial development. Chen Fan sat in the classroom, sketching out his business blueprint with a pen. Professor Sun Songqiu was on the podium, passionately recounting classic stock market cases. Dark clouds overhead, torrential rain, guillotine patterns, and other candlestick patterns are all signals that indicate an urgent need to avoid risk and flee. Chapter 195. If I don't find a boyfriend soon, even the Iron Gate might not be able to keep me from getting too close. Cough, cough. Are any of the classmates still investing in stocks? Raise your hand if you're still doing it. Swish, swish. At least 20 other students raised their hands. Someone was watching Chen Fan, but Chen Fan remained. It seems most of our classmates have been eliminated by the market. Yes, that's right. That's the law of the market. Professor Sun smiled and said, "Now, those of you who lost money, please raise your hands." Swish, swish. This time, out of the 50-odd students in the class, at least 50 raised their hands. Professor Sun said, "Look at you all. You must not have listened to the teacher's lectures before. So many people are losing money. They say that in the stock market, 1 person makes money, 2 break even, and 7 lose money. Your class is practically wiped out. Of the remaining students, who else made money?" I. Yilangao stood up. "Teacher, I made a profit." "Not bad. It seems that some students have grasped the essence of the teacher's lecture." "How much did you earn, young man?" "More than 1.5 million. Puff. Professor Sun stumbled and almost fell off the podium. He adjusted his glasses. "What did you say?" "He earned over 1.5 million. His classmates already knew, and he even treated them to a meal. Therefore, they all shouted in unison for him. Professor Sun reached out and adjusted his tie. "Not bad. Not bad. How about this? Come to my office after class, and I'll accept you as my formal disciple. I want to train you to become a true master trader. I'll introduce you to the financial world." Yilang Gao said excitedly. "Thank you, Professor Sun." Chen Fan smiled, but remained silent. Liang Dongkai had remained silent. Ever since his father suffered losses, the family had fallen into complete ruin. He also became very low-key and basically stopped interacting with his classmates. Chen Fan looked at the time. He would be a senior in the second half of the year. Leaving school is like a dragon returning to the sea. Now that Zhou Bing and Lu Wanwan have gone to receive professional training, Chen Fan doesn't even have anyone to eat lunch with. Lu Wushuang never appeared in public with Chen Fan, and they wouldn't even greet each other if they bumped into each other. She was afraid that what happened at school would reach her family's ears. Chen Fan checked the company's financial statements with Su Ruzhen yesterday. Currently, Blueprint Investment's total investment amount is close to 400 billion yuan. He has lost all interest in the domestic stock market and the Hong Kong stock market. Let's get into foreign exchange. Just as I was about to start researching, Zhao Linlin called. "Chen Fan, let me treat you to lunch." Chen Fan was taken aback. What was going on? Zhao Linlin is becoming more and more proactive. Seeing that he didn't reply for a while, Zhao Linlin asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm wondering why you invited me to dinner." Zhao Linlin smiled and said, "I've already withdrawn from Mingyuan shares. A 6-fold profit. Isn't that a sufficient reason?" "All right, but since you're treating, let's go to the best restaurant." "Certainly." Zhao Linlin was also delighted. After experiencing 2 major opportunities in the stock market, she had become a very wealthy woman. She turned her high school savings of over 20 million into over 200 million. Then she invested over 100 million yuan in Dongfeng Pharmaceutical, which plummeted to just over 20 million yuan. So she used the remaining 20 million yuan to buy more shares. That's how she turned her life around, and now her net worth exceeds 4 billion. As a student, I am already far ahead of countless others. If it were in the past, Zhao Linlin would probably have gotten a little arrogant. and she would have thought she was very capable. But ever since she learned that Chun Fan had quietly become a hidden tycoon in the stock market, she has also come to a better understanding of herself. This small achievement is nothing to be complacent about. Let's just stick to being small investors in the stock market. To this day, she still doesn't know exactly how much money Chun Fan has. Zhao Linlin estimated that this guy has at least several hundred billion. Seeing her about to leave the dormitory, Zhou Yufei asked, "Where are you going again? You promised to treat me to dinner. Isn't it tomorrow?" Zhao Linlin picked up her backpack and car keys. "I'll treat you to tomorrow night. TCH. Going to meet your lover again. Don't think I don't know." Zhao Linlin was speechless. "Please, I'm not like you, who thinks about dating all the time. Several telescopes have been broken. You should at least find one." Zhou Yufei, "They're all too short." "Oh no, they are too short." Zhao Linlin followed her gaze suspiciously towards the direction of the boys' bathroom. His eyes gradually widened to almost 100 degrees. Zhou Yufei rushed over and covered her eyes. "What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Let's go." Zhao Linlin felt ashamed. If her best friend didn't find a boyfriend soon, even the Iron Gate might not be able to keep her from getting too close. Imperial Banquet Restaurant. This is one of the most upscale restaurants in Jiangzhou, and it is also owned by the Liu family. Moreover, it's not far from Vientiane International. Chun Fan hadn't expected her to choose such a place. Zhao Linlin had already booked a private room in advance. Seeing such a large private room with only 2 people eating there seems a bit wasteful. Zhao Linlin ordered a lot of dishes, then asked Chun Fan, "What else would you like to add?" Chun Fan said, "I don't want you to be a fool with too much money." "Are you getting a little cocky now that you've made some money?" Zhao Linlin rolled her eyes. "No way. I just don't want to seem petty in front of you." "Do you drink alcohol?" "You can't just drink alcohol indiscriminately. If you drink it well, it's a story. If you drink it poorly, it's an accident." Chun Fan waved his hand. Why would 2 students drink alcohol? Zhao Linlin didn't force herself. She wasn't a big drinker, and since Chun Fan said he wouldn't drink, she was happy to oblige. They ordered 2 drinks. After the food arrived, Zhao Linlin picked up her drink and said, "I'll toast you." Chun Fan took a sip of his drink. "Make yourself at home. Don't be as formal as they are at a business dinner. Tell me, what do you want from this dinner invitation?" Zhao Linlin said, "Of course I want to ask you what your next plan is." Chun Fan looked at her and said, "Aren't you satisfied with over 4 billion? "No, I want to become a financial tycoon. Didn't you say you'd take me with you?" "The next big thing is foreign exchange." Foreign exchange was a new field for Zhao Linlin, and she knew nothing about it. Hearing Chun Fan say that, she took out her phone and was about to search when, beep. "I received a news notification on my phone. Shenzhen Huaxianbao has been targeted by a large-scale takeover bid by foreign investors." Zhao Linlin opened the news and quickly came to Chun Fan's side. "Take a look at this." When she leaned in, their heads almost touched. However, Chun Fan didn't pay any attention and took the phone to read the news. Shenhua Tianbao is a large private enterprise under China Overseas Holdings, with a market value of nearly 100 billion yuan. It mainly produces high-tech products such as chips and is a leader in the new market. However, its shareholding structure is somewhat loose. The actual management and R&D teams do not hold many shares. They are mainly controlled by China Overseas Holdings and several other major companies in other fields. Upon seeing this news, Zhao Linlin keenly realized something. Chun Fan frowned and immediately opened the stock chart of Shenhua Tianbao. His expression also turned serious. Chapter 196 Foreign Capital Invasion. Shenhua Tianbao went public 2 years ago. Its R&D team and management are all ambitious and driven researchers. Lacking their own funds, they could only rely on financing. At the time, they were just an insignificant small company, but later they carved out their own niche in the chip market and their stock price soared. After the company grows bigger and stronger, they don't actually hold many shares. This, in turn, benefited those investors and created this unique equity structure. After watching the news, Zhao Linlin asked Chun Fan, "What's your opinion on this?" Chun Fan said, "Foreign capital is rampant. They clearly want to swallow up Shenhua Tianbao." Zhao Linlin said, "I wish we could sweep across overseas like this someday. Dominating the financial markets, no one can rival him." Chun Fan looked at her meaningfully, not expecting her to be so ambitious. At that moment, Shen Ruzhen called, "Chun Fan, are you free? Come to the company for a moment." "You're eating now? Come over when you're done." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Just after hanging up the phone, Shen Mingyao called again. "Chun Fan, I have something urgent to discuss with you. When is a convenient time? In Chen Fan's mind, Shen Mingyao and Su Ruzhen are still different. After all, Su Ruzhen was his woman, and Shen Mingyao was just a business partner. He asked, "What is it? Tell me." "It's hard to explain over the phone. You'd better come over." Chen Fan checked the time. "All right." Sigh. "I can't even eat a meal in peace." He quickly ate a couple of bites, put down his chopsticks, and said, "I have to go." Zhao Linlin looked at the table full of dishes. "So soon?" Chen Fan didn't mince words. "There's no other way. I have a lot of things to do." When Chen Fan arrived, Shen Mingyao hadn't even had a lunch break. She hurriedly said, "Leader Ning called me in for a talk today. I hope I can sponsor Shenhua Tianbao. Have you seen the news about Shenhua Tianbao?" Chen Fan asked in surprise. "What is the relationship between Leader Ning and Shenhua Tianbao?" Shen Mingyao said, "He just said that Shenhua Tianbao is a very good private enterprise that he supported when he was in China overseas. Now it is being heavily targeted by foreign capital, and he suspects that the foreign capital has impure motives." "Okay, I'll think about it." Leader Ning was of course unaware of Hong To Capital's true nature. Shen Mingyao was going to acquire Yuanzhou International Hotel in its entirety, which would cost billions of yuan. She felt overwhelmed if she were to provide further support to Shenhua Tianbao. After all, Shenhua Tianbao is a complex place with various forces intertwined and foreign capital intrusion, so she had to seek Chen Fan's opinion. Chen Fan couldn't blindly support it. He needed to understand the situation of Shenhua Tianbao. After leaving Shen Mingyao's place, we arrived at Yinfan building. Su Ruzhen was waiting for him. "You finally arrived." She pulled Chen Fan in front of the computer. "Do you see this?" The web page featured a report about Shenhua Tianbao. Chen Fan nodded. "You're not here because of this too, are you?" "Of course not." Su Yaojing leaned on his shoulder, her breath sweet as orchids. "When do you want to become a father?" Chen Fan was startled and instinctively turned to look at her stomach. "You're pregnant?" Giggle, giggle. Su Ruzhen glared at him with her alluring eyes. "Look how scared you are. Don't you want to take responsibility?" Chen Fan said urgently, "Really? Don't joke around." Su Ruzhen sat on his lap and put her arms around his neck, saying, "Just kidding. You're still in college. Why are you in such a hurry to have a baby?" Chen Fan said, "It's not that I'm worried about that. It's just that I'm so busy with work. Let's postpone having children for a couple of years. But if it really happens, then let nature take its course." Su Ruzhen touched her flat stomach. "No, I was just teasing you. Leader Ning contacted me today, hoping I could support Shenhua Tianbao. He doesn't want companies like Shenhua Tianbao to fall into foreign hands. It seems that Leader Ning is quite familiar with the CEO of Shenhua Tianbao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally asked Shen Mingyao and the others for help. This is a favor I definitely can't refuse. But as for how to help, Chen Fan really needs to figure it out." He had looked at Shenhua Tianbao's stock price and trend. The price was relatively high, already at 142.55 yuan per share. If you rush in to buy such a high-priced stock now, and the other party makes a feint, you'll be trapped. Moreover, according to the stock price trend that Chen Fan saw, it continued to rise over the next 2 weeks. This is a means of protecting foreign investment. He wants to quickly raise the price and move away from his cost zone. There are 2 advantages to doing this. First, it amplifies profits. Second, it prevents others from competing with him for shares. If the other party's main objective is to acquire Shenhua Tianbao, then it is highly likely to be the second objective. Regardless of his motives, no one can outmaneuver him. Even if Chen Fan were to take action, he would be in a passive position. "When will the other party meet with you?" Chen Fan asked a few important questions, and Su Ruzhen said, "It should be tonight. Their people have already arrived in Jiangzhou." "Okay, you can agree to support them, but on one condition. They must immediately apply for a trading suspension and then proceed with the private placement." According to stock market rules, private placements can control the share price at 80% of the market price. This means that Blueprint Investment can acquire shares at a price lower than the market price. The other party currently holds approximately 16% of the shares. What if the other shareholders disagree? Su Ruzhen asked worriedly. "This is not something we need to consider. Let Leader Ning negotiate. He should have a solution." The Ning family wields considerable power in China overseas. When he supported Shenhua Tianbao, many of the shareholders who invested in the company had some connection with him, and they made concessions out of respect for the Ning family. "All right then, I'll proceed with your plan." "Well, the business is done. I'm a little tired." I took a break at Su Ruzhen's place. That evening, while Su Ruzhen was out socializing, Chun Fan called Shin Ming Yao and said, "Don't do anything on your end for now. Wait for my instructions." After arriving in Jiangzhou, the CEO of Shanhua Tianbao immediately met with Leader Ning. He contacted many business associates in China overseas, but they all said they were powerless to help. Other shareholders are also unwilling to spend money to increase their holdings of the company's stock at this time, because they are also investors. With the stock price so high, who wouldn't want to cash out and leave? Businessmen are driven by profit. They don't care about foreign capital intrusion. Left with no other option, the other party then contacted their former boss. After the two sides met, Leader Ning introduced Su Ruzhen to him. The other party was a middle-aged man in his 50s named President Song, who wore thick glasses. He looked exhausted. You could tell he'd been working very hard lately. His hair was a mess because he hadn't had time to take care of it. He was a researcher himself, and he led a team to develop chips. He values research results, but is not very good at management, which is why others had an opportunity to take advantage of him. He urgently needs to find a strong and reliable support system to help him resolve his worries. Chapter 197. This is a defensive battle. Su Ruzhen looked at their shareholding structure and felt a great headache. Then she made the several demands that Chun Fan had mentioned to the other party, the first of which was that they must immediately apply for a suspension of trading. This matter needs to be done overnight. There is no time to lose. According to the trend Chun Fan observed, the price would be driven up by foreign capital tomorrow. Of course, no one else knew about this. Once you're out of the other party's cost control zone, it's too late to stop them. After listening to Su Ruzhen's analysis, President Song also felt that the situation was not good and quickly instructed his assistant to notify the company's people to deal with the matter overnight. Now that the new regulations have been introduced, the suspension and resumption of trading are no longer so arbitrary and require the approval of the regulatory authorities. The two sides then continued to discuss cooperation matters. Su Ruzhen demanded that the other party issue 70 million shares at a price 20% lower than the market price. After the private placement, Lantu Investment will hold approximately 9% of the total share capital. We'll figure out the rest later. When President Song heard about this operating method, he breathed a sigh of relief. Given Shanhua Tianbao's current share price, issuing 70 million shares would require nearly 8 billion yuan. The fact that Blueprint Investment dared to take over so aggressively suggests that they are quite powerful, because a large amount of capital will be needed to compete with foreign capital. He raised his glass and respectfully toasted Su Ruzhen, saying, "Thank you so much, President Su. Regardless of whether Shanhua Tianbao can get out of this crisis, I, Song, will always remember your kindness." Su Ruzhen also said with great understanding, "This is no longer just your personal matter. We must unite to resist foreign capital taking advantage of our misfortune. This is not only about protecting your company, but also about protecting our country's resources and technological achievements." Thank you. Mr. Song was extremely grateful and raised his glass again to toast. He even bowed deeply. Leader Ning was pleased with Lantu Investment's attitude, as it could be said that it tied the future of the two companies together. It has a sense of shared prosperity and shared loss. If Shanhua Tianbao is acquired by foreign capital, Lantu Investment probably won't gain much benefit either. Their investments are bound to suffer losses. But Su Ruzhen did not hesitate and stepped forward without looking back. After the meal, Su Ruzhen repeatedly instructed, "President Song, you must make sure the other shareholders stay calm and don't be misled by short-term gains. They must not transfer their shares to others. Otherwise, even a miracle won't save them." Okay. After Su Ruzhen left, President Song asked Leader Ning for help again, because only he can keep these people in check. At this moment, foreign investors are also planning an acquisition, and based on their current shareholdings, they have already invested as much as tens of billions of dollars. Today's market performance was sluggish, and they have already achieved their goal of accumulating shares. Moreover, through deliberate suppression, many small investors have been scared away. A strong upward surge is expected tomorrow, quickly moving away from their cost zone. The plan was originally flawless, but no one expected that trading would be suspended the next day. Damn it! Foreign investors were baffled. What the heck? The sudden suspension of trading completely disrupted their plans. Not good. They must be up to something. Foreign investors also realized that President Song and his team would definitely take measures. A blond man squinted his blue eyes and said, "No matter what tricks they use, we're going to take this bone." The other Western men nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, we can't afford to fail this time. We must take down Shanhua Tianbao." We must completely restrict their chip development. Upon returning from Jiangzhou, President Song immediately convened a meeting with the shareholders. They must hold on to their shares tightly and absolutely not transfer them to anyone, because foreign investors are very likely to entrust others to buy the shares they hold. At this point, someone spoke up. We've held these shares for over 2 years, and the stock price has already reached a high point. It's our right to reduce our holdings. What reason do you have to stop us from doing so? That's right. I invest to make money. If I don't leave now, when will I? Should we wait for the stock price to drop before selling? President Song was anxious. He had long expected that someone like this would appear. But as you can see from the current situation, if we reduce our holdings, it will undoubtedly give foreign capital an opportunity to invade. Can you guys, for the sake of our friendship, grit your teeth and get through this? I guarantee that the returns will be even higher in the future. That's impossible. I'll sell the shares to whoever pays for them. The other party showed no respect to President Song whatsoever. Mr. Song estimated that he had been brainwashed by foreign capital, or at least that they had already made contact with him. People are willing to pay a high price for the shares he holds. The meeting ended unhappily, with the major shareholders disagreeing. Some people are only thinking about cashing out and leaving before foreign capital takes over. As for what happens afterward, that's none of their business. Of course, there are also people who support President Song and are willing to get through this together. The next day, another board meeting was held, and with the intervention of Zhonghai Ningjia, the board approved the private placement plan. Several major shareholders unanimously agreed to Lantu Investments' plan to acquire 70 million shares of Shanhua Tianbao at a price of 114.08. This announcement sent foreign investors into a frenzy. Unwittingly, they gained another rival. As the total share capital increases, their shareholding ratio decreases. Moreover, they increased their holdings at 20% below market price, putting them at a complete disadvantage. What to do? They had to temporarily halt their price surge plan. It seems we have no choice but to start with a few shareholders. A blonde woman dressed in tight black clothes suggested. We need to force them to transfer their shares to us. Otherwise, our plan to acquire Shanhua Tianbao will fall through. Chen Fan was also taking this matter very seriously, and he kept an eye on Shanhua Tianbao's news every day. As soon as the private placement plan was announced, Zhao Linlin immediately noticed it and contacted Chen Fan. Are you really going to get involved with Shanhua Tianbao? May I come in? Seeing her interest, Chen Fan said solemnly, it's not what you think. This is a defensive battle. You can step in when we need you to take over. All right. Zhao Linlin also sensed that the situation was unusual. Chen Fan then called Lu Wushuang. I need to talk to you urgently. When is a convenient time for you? Go to the apartment and wait for me. Lu Wushuang responded immediately, and when Chen Fan arrived at the apartment, Lu Wushuang rushed back. The cook wasn't there, so she told the 2 bodyguards to go back and rest, and then went into Chen Fan's room. What's the rush? Try to investigate what kind of force is behind this foreign investment that invaded Shanhua Tianbao. Oh, Lu Wushuang returned to her room and turned on her computer. Chen Fan followed her in. Seeing how serious she was, Chen Fan poured her a glass of water. He took a sip and then handed it to Lu Wushuang. Unaware of what was happening, Lu Wushuang picked up the cup and brought it to her lips, while Chen Fan watched her with a smile. What's the matter? I've drunk this water before. Lu Wushuang rolled her eyes at him, nonchalantly took a sip and held it in her mouth, then glanced at him and mumbled, Come here, come here. Chapter 198, I've been waiting for this move. Half an hour later, Lu Wushuang pulled up a file. Charles, male, 46 years old. Executive President of Watson Capital Asia South Region. Oh, it's that guy again. Although Chen Fan had never dealt with him before, he was not unfamiliar with Watson Capital. They suffered a major defeat in the international crude oil market and were forced to withdraw their investment from Donghua. Unexpectedly, it made a comeback in less than 6 months. Good heavens. It turns out they're old rivals. Wife, since you can find his file, can you find out his whereabouts from his entry and exit records? Hearing Chen Fan call her wife, Lu Wushuang felt extremely embarrassed. You're not allowed to be so mean. It sounds awful. Is it bad? This is your exclusive song. Have you forgotten that night we went to watch the fireworks? Lu Wushuang would never forget that it was her happiest and most joyful moment. Chen Fan took her to the food court and to watch the fireworks. That night, when some people were doing square dancing, the song, The Temptation of the Man, happened to be playing. Lu Wushuang is very shy. She's fine when the 2 of them are alone, but if there are many people around, she won't talk to Chen Fan at all. Just as they were about to continue their investigation, the nanny returned from grocery shopping and knocked on the door. "Miss, are you back?" "Oh my God, I can't let her disturb me at such an important time," Lu Wushuang replied. "I'm busy, don't bother me." Seeing that this place was not an ideal workplace, Chen Fan said, "Let's go to Vientiane International." After Chen Fan climbed over the balcony, Lu Wushuang had no choice but to put away her computer and say goodbye to the nanny, telling her that she had to go to school for something very important and wouldn't be back for dinner that night. The nanny was overjoyed. "Take care, young lady." After going downstairs, the two bodyguards also let loose, and Lu Wushuang got into Chen Fan's car. Inside the villa, Xiao Xiao was drinking coffee and enjoying the river view. They live a life that millions of people envy. Seeing Chen Fan and the other person return, she quickly stood up. "Boss." "Oh, Miss Lu is here too." Chen Fan led Lu Wushuang directly to the study, where the two continued working. Xiao Xiao brewed tea and brought over some snacks. Lu Wushuang seemed to be stumped by a difficult problem. She rested her chin on her hand, her brows furrowed. It would be best to find some information on his computer. They should have an acquisition plan. It might not be that fast. It will take time. Lu Wushuang was extremely dedicated to her work, and Chen Fan was also thinking about the next steps. He turned on the computer in his study and brought up the stock of Shenzhen Huaxianbao. The trend has changed. I had seen this stock's price movement a few days ago. It had hit 3 consecutive limit-up days thanks to aggressive buying by foreign investors, quickly moving away from their cost basis. Now that the announcement of the private placement has been released, the market trend has changed instantly. The market maker aggressively suppressed the price, causing a sharp drop for 5 consecutive days. Then, on the 7th trading day, Chen Fan saw a notice from the shareholders about reducing their holdings. Oh no, some shareholders are trying to abscond, disregarding the overall situation. Upon seeing this signal, Chen Fan immediately instructed Su Ruzhen to try to acquire as many shares as possible in the following days. Su Ruzhen replied with, "Okay." The other party's suppression will cause Blueprint Investment to lose all its previous advantages. The stock price has fallen sharply for 5 days. Although it did not hit the daily limit down, it will fall below the cost line of Blueprint Investment. However, there was no way out at this moment. They could only take it head-on. Chen Fan glanced at the turnover rate and trading volume. Quite a few retail investors had sold off their shares. If I'm not mistaken, they must have resorted to some means. This could very likely create negative news for Shenhua Tianbao. Su Ruzhen called President Song and asked him to do his best to keep the company running normally and not to worry about the stock price fluctuations. Blueprint Investment currently owns 9% of the shares. If things go according to Chen Fan's plan, they will definitely reach over 10% in the next few days. Meanwhile, in an office building somewhere in China overseas, Charles's team was discussing their next move. A price surge after a private placement is very disadvantageous to them. The more aggressively they push the price up, the more the other party benefits. Therefore, they changed their strategy. Suppress. Chen Fan had just finished a phone call with Su Ruzhen when Lu Wushuang shouted, "Found it." He is currently in an office building on the Bund in China, which should be their office. Lu Wushuang retrieved footage of Charles entering and leaving the building from the surveillance cameras. However, Lu Wushuang couldn't do anything about what happened in the office because there were no surveillance cameras in the office, so he couldn't see who he was meeting with or what they were talking about. Good. Keep an eye on their team. Someone will always need to go online. Try to get their entire plan. This is quite difficult. It requires secretly hacking into someone's computer while they are online and obtaining the information you want. Looks like I'll have to spend the night here. The next day, neither Chen Fan nor Lu Wushuang went to school. One was checking stocks, and the other was checking surveillance footage. Before the morning session even started, some negative news about Shenzhen Huaxianbao was already circulating online. During the opening auction, the stock price immediately hit the daily limit down. Chen Fan laughed loudly. "These idiots have done all the work for me." Su Ruzhen wasn't idle either. She seized the opportunity of the auction to grab a large number of chips. At this moment, the traders in Watson Capital's Asia South office had already sensed that something was wrong. "Mr. Charles, it seems like someone is trying to steal our chips." Charles walked over to the computer, looked at it, and cursed, "Fuck." His face darkened. "It seems they're also trying to stop our acquisition plan. No matter what, let's continue the crackdown for a few more days and grab as much as we can." After the market opened, both sides were secretly vying for shares. However, No one was willing to raise the stock price, which caused the stock price to remain at a low level and fluctuate. As for how much can be taken, that depends on the abilities of both sides. But some shareholders are really panicking because Shanhua Tianbao's stock price is already at a high level. Only a fool wouldn't sell. Therefore, the trading volume of retail investors was particularly large on this day, and the turnover rate was also very high. And as Chen Fan observed, the market continued to decline over the next 5 days, although trading volume gradually weakened. This indicates that most retail investors have already left, leaving only institutional investors and controlling shareholders. Charles called out to a blonde girl, "Amy, execute Plan B." Chen Fan, Chen Fan. Lu Wushuang suddenly shouted. Chen Fan ran over. "What's wrong?" "I got my hands on their Plan B, but I don't know if it's real." Chen Fan quickly came over to look at the plan. It was entirely in a foreign language. Luckily, he had passed the CET 6, College English Test Band 6. Watson Capital's Plan B is to use various means to force Shanhua Tianbao shareholders to transfer their shares on the secondary market or through block trades. The plan's executor, Amy. Upon seeing the plan, Chen Fan was certain it was genuine. He saw yesterday that some shareholders were reducing their holdings. There is a reason for reducing holdings in the secondary market. According to stock market rules, if you acquire shares in the secondary market, you can buy and sell them freely without time restrictions. However, block trades and private placements require holding shares for 6 months before they can be sold, which is not conducive to trading. If they want to make waves in the stock market, they must have enough free capital. Very good. I've been waiting for this move from you. Chapter 199 Blueprint Investment takes another step forward. On the third day after Lantu Investment's private placement, Leader Ning specifically called Su Ruzhen over. "How confident are you about this plan?" Su Ruzhen said. "Please rest assured, Leader, we will do our best." Leader Ning nodded. "If you find it difficult, you can let me know." Su Ruzhen solemnly said. "We can only win this kind of defensive battle in one fell swoop. We can't give the enemy a chance to breathe. We have to make them give up completely." Leader Ning was very satisfied with Su Ruzhen's tactics. In situations like this, you must strike ruthlessly, leaving your opponent in despair, knowing when to back down. Since Su Ruzhen was so confident, he felt relieved. "I was originally thinking of asking someone else to help her, but it seems there's no need for that." As Su Ruzhen was about to leave, he asked, "Will the new project be affected?" "Don't worry, our blueprint company doesn't fight battles we're not confident of winning." Seeing Su Ruzhen's confidence, Leader Ning couldn't help but feel a little curious. What exactly is the background of this blueprint company? It seems really impressive. If this task were delegated to someone else, they probably wouldn't achieve the same results. Moreover, Su Ruzhen is not like them, who would cry poverty and make excuses to ask you for resources and policies when asked to do something. After 7 trading days of aggressive buying, Blueprint Investment's stake has reached 16.61%. The other side has already exceeded 20%. Adding the share prices of other shareholders, there are very few shares left in the hands of retail investors for Shanhua Tianbao. According to Chen Fan statistics, the major shareholders hold nearly 38% of the shares, with the largest shareholder, China Overseas Land and Investment Limited, (COLI), holding 22.15%. Mr. Song and his team combined account for only 12.25%. The other party has now firmly secured its position as the second largest shareholder. As long as the other party becomes the major shareholder, he can eliminate President Song and his entire team. Since it's extremely difficult to acquire shares on the market, the only option is to try and get them from the major shareholders. Moreover, the other party may already be making underhanded moves. If they transfer the shares from another shareholder at a high price and surpass the largest shareholder, Shanhua Tianbao will be in grave danger. Therefore, Lantu Group only has one solution: to have Leader Ning step in. They either transfer their shares to the wholly owned subsidiary of China Overseas Holdings, or they buy the shares from them. But no matter which party takes over these shares, it will be an extremely large sum of money. Blueprint Investment has already invested over 10 billion yuan in this battle to defend its shares. Based on the current stock market price, if it were to acquire the shares held by the China Overseas Land and Investment Corporation, (COLI), it would need to invest another 14 billion yuan. At this point, Leader Ning began to worry about the strength of Blueprint Investment. They had already invested in a 10 billion yuan project and later invested more than 10 billion yuan to settle in Shanhua Tianbao. Now, they were asked to come up with so much money. I'm afraid even the largest company couldn't afford it. So he called the China Overseas Land and Investment Corporation, COLI, to communicate, hoping that they could acquire all the shares of Lantu Investment and continue to maintain their position as the largest shareholder. But to everyone's surprise, the other party also complained on the phone. Boss, if we had money, would we have waited until today? They already made their move a long time ago. How about this? If their company has the money, we are willing to continue to transfer it to them at 80% of the market price. Hearing this, Leader Ning was very displeased. They didn't contribute anything to this matter at all. You should know how much the stock price was when they first entered Shenhua Tianbao. Those were original shares priced at a little over 3 yuan, and now they've risen to over 100, a profit of more than 30 times. Even with a 20% discount, they still make a profit. Of course, some people may be unwilling to put in the effort, perhaps because they are considering things from their own perspective. After thinking for a long time, Leader Ning made a drastic decision, then let Lantu Investment suspend its new projects in Jiangzhou. To be honest, he was in a very difficult position when he made this decision. But he had no choice but to do this because of the need for funds. After all, it's a sum of tens of billions of dollars, not just tens of millions or $100 million. Psychologically, Leader Ning always felt that he had let Lantu Investment down because of this incident. Therefore, when he personally called Su Ruzhen, he said in a particularly somber tone, "Comrade Su, as a leader, I feel extremely guilty for letting you bear all of this. All right, you should temporarily halt the new projects and focus all your efforts on winning this battle. We'll talk about the rest later." He was willing to sacrifice his own political achievements to protect Shenhua Tianbao from being acquired by foreign capital. Su Ruzhen understood his good intentions and solemnly replied, "Understood, we will do our best." On the other side of Zhonghai, the head of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission shook his head. Asking us to contribute at this time is like jumping into a pit. Several CEOs nodded in agreement. Yes, our original shares, which were worth just over 3 yuan each, have now increased nearly 30-fold. Why not sell them when the profit is so high? If we sell it, our performance will improve, so there's no need to jump into this trap again. The little calculations these executives were making were all about their own performance. If the investment fails, they will also be held accountable, so no one will be foolish enough to take the fall for Shenhua Tianbao. Another point is that they are also generals, and a small private enterprise wouldn't be able to come up with so much money to invest in a blueprint. Unexpectedly, just as they were congratulating themselves on their plan, they received a call from Jiangzhou, instructing them to prepare for the handover and complete the equity transfer procedures. Forehead, the top executives of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission were a bit stunned. They actually bought it. Leader Ning is ruthless. That's bold. They couldn't help but sigh. Chen Fan and Su Ruzhen had already calculated that the stock price, which was 142.55 yuan at the time, had fallen by more than 30% after 7 consecutive trading days. The current share price is only 96.76 yuan. According to the agreement between the other party and Leader Ning, the transaction was completed at a 20% discount. Blueprint Investment needs to pay 10.712 billion. Su Ruzhen asked, "We've already invested over 20 billion. What should we do?" Chen Fan said without hesitation, "The investment of more than 20 billion yuan is not a loss for us. Given Shenhua Tianbao's position in the international chip industry, its value is far more than that. Besides, we did Leader Ning a great favor by going all out this time, and at least the relationship in this regard has been stabilized. Besides making money, a company's social status and background are also very important. So no matter what we do, we won't lose out. Okay, I'll listen to you." That afternoon, Su Ruzhen and her team accompanied Ning's leaders to China Overseas Land and Investment Company, Limited, COLI, to sign a transfer agreement with COLI's wholly owned subsidiary. At this point, Lantu Investment held 38.76% of the shares, firmly establishing itself as the largest shareholder of Shenhua Tianbao. This shareholding will never be shaken again. After the press conference, Charles and others from Watson Capital were furious. "Fuck, hateful. Find out right now what exactly this Blueprint Investment is all about. I'm going to crush it." Charles was somewhat hysterical and extremely angry. Seeing their prize slip away, their plan to crush the domestic chip market was completely thwarted. Chapter 200 Watson Capital returns to Jiangzhou. After becoming the major shareholder, Blueprint Investment adhered to one principle. Let Mr. Song's team do the research and management. Blueprint investment will not interfere. Secondly, insist on not raising the stock price or even lower it. Many people didn't understand this, but Leader Ning thought it was very clever. If the stock price doesn't rise for a long time or even falls, it will undoubtedly trap Watson Capital inside. In this way, they only have two paths before them. Either drive up the stock price and exit, or cut your losses. According to Watson Capital's plan, if the acquisition fails, they will have to give up. They cannot keep their funds tied up in one fixed place. He initially invested over 10 billion yuan in Manhwa Tianbao. If the management and major shareholders insist on not distributing dividends for a long time and use all profits to continue developing new products and expanding into new markets, he, as the second largest shareholder, will be caught in the middle and will have a very difficult time. However, the situation is different for Blueprint Investment. They spent over 20 billion to acquire a high-tech listed company with a market value of several hundred billion. From a long-term perspective, this is definitely beneficial. Manhwa Tianbao's market value was close to 100 billion yuan at the time. In this round of struggle, its market value dropped, but it managed to retain its sovereignty and not be taken over by foreign capital. Otherwise, the consequences for them would have been unimaginable. As for the market capitalization, it can be raised again at any time if the major shareholders are willing. Watson Capital is now stuck inside, and the funds used for its shareholding acquisitions cannot be used for at least 6 months. It's so frustrating. After Chen Fan and Su Ruzhen finished their battle, Chen Fan turned to Lu Wushuang, another major contributor, and said, "Come on, I'll give you a reward tonight. Tell me what you want. Whether it's a business war or any other kind of war, intelligence is paramount." Lu Wushuang deserves much credit for this. Lu Wushuang looked up, her face full of cuteness. "Then will you take me to see a movie?" Forehead. Her request was that simple. Chen Fan patted her head affectionately. "All right." Indeed, Lu Wushuang had no desires or wants when it came to material things. They have everything they need. "Let's go see a movie together. Let's go eat first." Chen Fan still remembers the first time he took her to the food street, and she enjoyed the food immensely. So Chen Fan took her to the food street. Lu Wushuang was very happy and ate to her heart's content, just like last time. Then she stroked her lower abdomen. "I'm stuffed." Chen Fan affectionately pinched her cheek. Chen Fan grew increasingly fond of Lu Wushuang. She is innocent and guileless. Seeing that it was almost time, Chen Fan said, "Let's go see a movie." Lu Wushuang obediently followed him, and the two went to the movie theater together. The young lady at the movie theater exclaimed in surprise when she saw Lu Wushuang. "Wow, handsome guy, your girlfriend is so beautiful." "Yeah. Seriously, she's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." "Hey handsome, want some popcorn? Want a drink?" Okay, 2 servings of each." "1 serving is enough." Lu Wushuang shook her head. "Okay, 1 order, please." After all, these things taste sweeter when shared between 2 people. Entering the cinema, Chen Fan didn't even notice what movie it was. What he watched wasn't important to him. "The important thing is who I watch it with. I don't care about the content of the movie anyway." The movie theater was crowded, and there were couples everywhere. Lu Wushuang ate popcorn and looked up at Chen Fan in the darkness. "Why are you looking at me? Go watch a movie." Lu Wushuang leaned closer to him, nestled beside him, and popped a few kernels of popcorn into his mouth. Chen Fan held her close, and he remained well-behaved in the movie theater, unlike other couples who were unrestrained. When they returned home after watching the movie, Chen Fan accompanied her back to her apartment. "Silly boy, do you know what I'm thinking?" Looking at the adorable little white rabbit, Chen Fan decided to talk to her about his future plans. Lu Wushuang stared at him intently. "You speak. I want to build a vast financial empire to expand beyond Jiangzhou and into the world. Have you ever heard of the Red Shield family?" Lu Wushuang nodded. "Of course I know. We must make it like it, or even surpass it." Lu Wushuang rested her chin on her hands. "Yes, I support you." "Real." Chen Fan happily put his arm around her waist. "Then let's work hard together from now on. I need you to help me build the world's most powerful intelligence agency." "Okay, I'm already preparing, aren't I?" Lu Wushuang smiled. The next day, both of them went to class, and they ran into Yilang Gao as soon as they arrived at the classroom. "Chen Fan, I bought Manhwa Tianbao. It seems this guy is determined to become a stock market guru." Chen Fan called him aside and asked, "Why did you buy it?" Hey. Yilang Gao smiled smugly. "Ever since I discovered which stocks President Su was investing in, I've been guaranteed to make money as long as I follow suit." He glanced around. "Don't tell anyone." Shenhua Tianbao was targeted by foreign investors, and Lantu Investment came to its rescue. But unexpectedly, it was discovered by Yolongo. All right, you're such a clever one. But this time, he probably wouldn't be so lucky. Chen Fan patted him on the shoulder. You'd better watch yourself. There will probably be no movement for the next 6 months, and it may even fall further. I'm asking you, can you handle it? Blueprint Capital practices value investing, which is different from Alenko's approach. Of course, if he's willing to wait. Perhaps in a year or two, Shenhua Tianbao's stock price will rise, and it may even multiply several times. Since he bought Shenhua Tianbao, let's test his endurance. Chen Fan continued attending classes. He had originally planned to get into foreign exchange, but missed the opportunity because of the Shenhua Tianbao incident. We can only wait for the next big opportunity. One day, a guest from overseas came to Shen Mingyao's office. Shen Mingyao was surprised to see the other person. Mr. Charles. The other person had a head of fluffy blonde hair. Miss Shun, you didn't expect to see me again, did you? You're really amazing. You managed to acquire all the shares of the Yuanzhou International Hotel in just a few months. Ms. Shun, we now want to buy back the shares we sold to you at the original price. Shen Mingyao smiled, then shook her head at the other person's cunning face. I'm sorry, I have no intention of making a move. No, Miss Shun, we built this hotel from scratch, and even its management model is state-of-the-art. Don't you want to reconsider? I'm sorry, I really didn't have that idea. If Mr. Charles has nothing else, please leave. Charles wasn't angry. He said in broken Mandarin, Miss Shun, you're being unreasonable. In fact, cooperating with us will only benefit you. After all, we have a very dedicated team and world-class standards. In that case, why don't you open another hotel? Shen Mingyao refused without hesitation. After leaving his office and returning to his hotel room, Charles met with a few members of his team. It seems that if we want to find out the background of this blueprint investment, we must settle down here. Unfortunately, Mr. Shin from Home to Capital is unwilling to return the hotel's shares to us. He shrugged, looking helpless. Chapter 2, 01 How will you repay me?